The survivors carefully crawled out of the dilapidated house, carrying tattered bags and searching for food among the ruins. They took every step carefully, their nerves tense, ready to escape at any time. Some people walked too far and failed to return before dark, and were eventually torn to pieces by monsters. Someone was killed instantly when he was hit by collapsed steel bars while searching for supplies in an abandoned building. Someone risked his life to grab a piece of moldy bread, but before he could swallow it, the starving people took away both the bread and his life. On the other side, a man was lazily lying on the soft sofa in the manor, with his legs raised in the sun, and light music playing in his ears. By the pool, several scantily clad beauties were sprawled on the floor, vying for the steak bones he had casually dropped. He was leisurely drinking red wine, a smile on his face. At this moment, a 3-meter-tall monster climbed over the wall and pounced on him with a roar. The man simply sat up slightly, pulled a revolver from his waist, loaded it with magnum bullets, and aimed it between the monster's eyebrows. "Shut up!" With a gunshot, the monster fell to the ground. Because all the humans in this world have been drawn into the world of endless night. In this world, everyone starts out with a single cabin. During the day, they can venture out to search for resources and upgrade their cabin. But once night falls, monsters emerge. Failure to return to their cabin in time will result in the loss of everything, including their lives. Chen Hao, on the other hand, had awakened to the sign-in system at the very beginning. By simply signing in daily, he could obtain all sorts of unexpected treasures. At this moment, ding! The dark survival system sign-in is now open. Please make the following sign-in choices. Option 1. Randomly reward a top-notch beauty. Option 2. Legendary stone axe. Option 3. Farm. A cold electronic synthesized sound suddenly appeared in Chen Hao's mind, and then a holographic projection appeared before him. Looking at the projection, Chen Hao tentatively asked, "System, can all players sign in?" "Dear host, this system is a benefit exclusively for travelers, and non-traversers cannot have it." "Then how many travelers are there in this world?" "Dear host, there is only you." Hearing this response, Chen Hao felt a sudden sense of relief. If everyone had the system, wouldn't everyone be able to cheat? Fortunately, this was a privilege reserved for time travelers. He was the only one in the entire world who possessed it. A smile played on his lips as Chen Hao stared at the screen again, lost in thought. Choosing a top-notch beauty made him feel restless. Whether in his previous life or this one, he had never truly seen a so-called top-notch beauty, only occasionally swiping through a few photos on social media. Now, he could actually get one by signing in? How about, try option 1? He pondered in his heart, wondering if he could enjoy a moment of tenderness in this apocalyptic world. Gurgle, his stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment, interrupting his fantasy. This is the end of the world, and survival is the top priority. This is no longer the era of well-fed, worry-free life. As night fell, the struggle for survival had just begun. Chen Hao had no food with him, and he was still hungry. How could he afford to feed a stunning beauty? Although option 3 can solve the problem of food, the rules of this world have not yet been figured out. What if the farm attracts monsters? The only thing that can bring direct help now is the stone axe. After taking a look at the dilapidated wooden door that was almost falling off, Chen Hao had made a decision in his heart. System, I choose 2, the legendary stone axe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining the legendary stone axe. As the choice was made, a stone axe gleaming with golden light appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Hao. He raised his hand to catch the axe, examining it carefully. When the golden light faded, a stone axe with a stone blade and a wooden handle appeared before him. It looked no different from an ordinary stone axe. Legendary, it doesn't look like it at all, Chen Hao muttered, casting his gaze towards the large tree in front of him. His most important task right now was repairing the wooden door to prevent monsters from sneaking into the cabin at night. As for food, he could look for it after the cabin was repaired. He raised his stone axe and chopped it hard at the tree. Bang! As soon as the stone axe touched the trunk, the tree fell down. Holy crap, so sharp? Chen Hao stared at the stone axe in disbelief. Even though the tree wasn't massive, it was still about the thickness of an adult's thigh, but it couldn't possibly be felled with just one axe, especially since it wasn't an iron axe, but a stone one. The system notification sounded before him, sending him into a frenzy of joy. Upgrading the cabin required 100 units of lumber, no other materials required. Once the cabin was upgraded, its nighttime safety factor would be greatly enhanced. Without the right tools, gathering wood would likely take a long time. But now with the legendary stone axe, efficiency has clearly increased significantly. Chen Hao estimated that gathering 100 units of wood would only take 3 or 4 hours. You receive 1 piece of wood. 3 hours later, Chen Hao was so exhausted he could barely stand up straight. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the supplies in his backpack. He had gathered all the wood needed for the upgrade. He opened the system page and found the option to upgrade the cabin. Upgrade the cabin? Confirm upgrade. Upgrading the cabin, estimated to take 10 minutes. As the prompt sounded, a ball of light enveloped the cabin. Chen Hao tried pushing the wooden door and found it was still open, allowing people to enter and exit. This scene made him breathe a sigh of relief. If the cabin could not be used during the upgrade, it would be troublesome if an emergency occurred. Seeing it was still early, Chen Hao continued to go out and collect wood. The night was freezing cold, and he needed a lot of firewood to keep warm. After collecting the wood, he would go look for edible food. In comparison, keeping warm seemed more urgent. After all, a few days of starvation was manageable, but without warmth, it would be difficult to survive the night. Glancing up at the sky, Chen Hao, stone axe in hand, continued to work. He felled the surrounding trees like wheat, swiftly felling them. He put a large amount of wood into his backpack and used it to make tools and defensive structures. Congratulations, your cabin has been upgraded to level 1, increasing its size and defenses. 10 minutes later, the system notification chimed again. Chen Hao subconsciously glanced towards the cabin and saw that it had indeed expanded and looked brand new. The teeth marks and damage left by the monster had completely vanished. Cabin, level 1, a simple cabin, offering some protection from the cold and the weak. Upgrade quickly. The higher the cabin level, the safer it is. Cabin, level 2 unlocked, requires 200 wood, and unlocks to increase the area by 20 square meters. 200 pieces of wood. I'm afraid I won't be able to gather them today. Let's get something to eat first, Chen Hao muttered. After a short rest, he picked up his stone axe and explored the area around the cabin, looking for something to eat. Roar! About 200 meters from the cabin, Chen Hao saw a pitch-black forest with a gurgling stream in the middle. Before he even got close, he heard a sudden animal roar. Chen Hao looked in the direction of the sound and froze. It was a rabbit, less than half a meter long, completely black, with a head similar to a rooster, but revealing fangs like a wild boar. At this moment, this rabbit-like monster seemed injured, blood-stained, and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. What the hell is this? He stood about 3 meters away from the monster, examining it carefully, trying to figure out what it was. Is this thing edible? The dark world was unpredictable, and Chen Hao naturally didn't dare to approach the strange rabbit before him. Roar! The rabbit-like monster roared threateningly. Gurgle gurgle, Chen Hao's stomach rumbled, and the feeling of hunger echoed throughout his body. He hadn't eaten anything since entering this dark world. The intense exercise he'd done earlier had already consumed a lot of his energy, and now he desperately needed protein to keep his body functioning properly. Let's fight! A fierce force rose from the bottom of his heart. Chen Hao slowly approached the monster with the legendary stone axe, but he did not attack immediately. Instead, he moved around it carefully, trying to attract its attention. 5 minutes later, the opportunity was ripe. He dodged behind the monster, suddenly raised his stone axe, and chopped it down on the head. Blood splattered everywhere, and the monster didn't even have time to scream before its head was chopped off by the stone axe and rolled several times. Obtained rabbit pig skin *1, rabbit pig meat *10, rabbit pig bone *1, the system prompt appeared, indicating that he had successfully eliminated the monster. Rabbit pig? Shouldn't it be a rabbit chicken? Chen Hao muttered softly. The rabbit pig looked exactly like a rabbit chicken. Its upper body was like a rabbit, but its lower body was no different from a rooster. It was pitch black and had feathers. But then he thought a normal rooster wouldn't grow that big. And this rabbit was actually even bigger than an ordinary dog. Without dwelling on these questions, Chen Hao put away the rabbit and pork, collected some water, and quickly returned to the cabin. The world was too strange, and he didn't dare stay outdoors for long. Who knew what terrifying monsters might appear during the day? The survival guide mentioned that daytime offered only relative safety, not absolute peace. Therefore, even if no major threats were encountered during the day, one shouldn't let down one's guard. Back in the cabin, Jinhao lit a charcoal fire and grilled the rabbit and pork. The aroma of the meat instantly filled the air, and the entire cabin was filled with the alluring aroma of barbecue. Great! He devoured the meat and drank water with gusto, feeling extremely satisfied. With the arrival of the delicious food, his physical fatigue was significantly relieved. As the sky outside gradually darkened, he checked the doors and windows of the cabin, making sure they were all closed, then opened the World Chat channel. At this moment, quite a few people were already chatting in the channel. However, compared to the bustle of last night, it seemed much quieter now. Last night's baptism had made most people realize that they were already in a strange world. Here, they can't rely on others but only on themselves. In order to survive, everyone has to go out and look for resources, so there is no time to chat in the channel. Jinhao casually glanced at the chat logs. Seeing no information he needed, he closed the World channel. After finishing the last piece of barbecue, he added a few more logs to the stove, looked at the dancing flames, and murmured softly, "I'm not sleepy at all. What should I do now? Human society is stable because it has a stable food source, so we no longer need to hunt every day. In this dark world, I wonder if we can grow something." He mused quietly, and the idea of planting crops came to him. With a stable food source, there would be no need to risk going out to find food all the time. Unfortunately, he searched the entire system interface but still couldn't find any information about farming. Not even a trace of farm tools could be found. The stone axes and wooden houses currently available were still from the Stone Age. If farming was to continue normally, it would require at least the Iron Age, or even the Bronze Age. Tools like hoes must be made of iron. Let's make some weapons for self-defense first. He thought for a moment, ultimately deciding to craft a few ranged weapons. That way, if he encountered similar monsters again, he wouldn't have to risk close combat. Wood has many uses, and can be made into a variety of weapons such as sticks, spears, and pitchforks. It is very practical. If he had a long-range weapon like a pitchfork at the beginning of the day, he could directly throw it at the rabbits and pigs, without having to risk approaching with a stone axe, which would naturally increase safety. Jinhao immediately started making them. He made 10 wooden forks and a wooden stick in one go. Feeling sleepy, Jinhao glanced at the World channel, checked the current weather and time, and then lay down on the bed to rest. With about 6 hours until dawn, he had to hurry and replenish his energy to face tomorrow's challenges. I wonder if those monsters in the dark will appear again. He muttered softly, and unknowingly fell asleep. At this moment, in the darkness outside the cabin, clusters of enchanting green flames were wandering, circling the cabin. After their sharp teeth tore at the sturdy cabin for a while, failing to tear through it, the monsters quietly retreated, disappearing into the endless night. They had arrived quickly, and they left just as quickly. The gnawing sounds were so gentle that Jinhao, deep in his sleep, didn't even notice. After an unknown amount of time, the sky brightened slightly and Jinhao woke up. What a wonderful sleep! He stood up and stretched, feeling refreshed. It's a new day, time to get back to work, he muttered to himself. He casually picked up the hot water he had boiled last night and gulped it down. Then, he devoured the remaining barbecue in a few bites. Facing the morning light, he left the cabin and began a new day's work. Today's goal is to upgrade the cabin to level 2. Jinhao muttered softly, his hands moving without stopping as he continued to chop down the trees before him. In this dark world, safety was his primary concern. It was crucial to whether he could safely survive the coming night. Wood *1, warm reminder, you have collected 100 wood, but your backpack is insufficient. Please clean up your backpack in time. An unknown amount of time passed before Jinhao, still engrossed in his chopping wood, realized he had already collected 100 pieces of wood. Only these last 100 pieces of wood remained to upgrade the cabin to level 2. He returned to the cabin, drank some water, and prepared to store the wood in the warehouse. He casually opened the World channel to take a look, and then prepared to go out and continue chopping trees. Weather forecast: today's weather sunny, sun rises normally, daylight is expected to last 5 hours, and sunset will mark dark, currently 1:30. Temperature: 15 degrees Celsius, sunny, suitable for outings and foraging. Key tips, humans. You'll need to carry wooden weapons and a low-quality stone axe and venture out to forage for berries, wood, stone, small animals, and other resources that will aid your survival. You'll need to upgrade your cabin to protect against them. At night, you'll need stone to craft a stone pot and wood for warmth to avoid freezing to death. You need food to stay full and avoid starving to death. You lack so much, so try your best to gather all the resources you need to survive. Always pay attention to the changes in sunlight. Once the sunlight disappears, it means night is coming. At night they are no match for humans like you. Don't stray too far from your cabin. 1 kilometer is the safest range, otherwise you might get lost. If you get lost far away, be sure to find shelter with other humans before dark and ask them to take you in for the night. As the price of your stay, you must agree to all the requests and conditions of the cabin owner. In order to survive, you must learn to give up your dignity. Damn, the daytime is too short, isn't it? Chen Hao frowned, his displeasure evident. He had originally thought that with the legendary stone axe in his hand, he would be able to upgrade the cabin to level 2 today. Now, it seemed he was too optimistic. It has taken 3.5 hours to collect 100 pieces of wood. Now there is less than an hour and a half left before the sunlight disappears completely. There is no time to collect another 100 pieces of wood. To make matters worse, he had already cut down almost all the trees within 100 meters of the cabin. To get more wood, he would have to venture further afield. But considering the time, he was completely out of time. Forget it, it's too late anyway. I might as well look around and see if I can collect some other supplies. By the way, I can scout the area and familiarize myself with the surrounding environment. Chen Hao muttered to himself, put the legendary stone axe into his backpack, turned around and left the cabin. The world is always full of strangeness after dark. Even on a bright sunny day, the field of vision is extremely limited, only about 200 meters at most, and the distance is shrouded in thick white fog, making it impossible to see the original appearance clearly. Chen Hao's exploration range was limited, operating within a roughly 500-meter radius around the cabin. If danger arose, he could quickly return to the cabin. He took every step with extreme caution, wary of any strange monsters that might appear. In this world, caution was the only way to survive. There's still half an hour before dark, so let's go back first. After searching within a 500-meter range, Chen Hao collected some wild fruits and water, and then began to return to the cabin to prepare for the arrival of night. Half an hour wasn't a long time. If something unexpected happened on the way, he might not be able to make it back in time. When he returned to the cabin, there were still about 10 minutes until dark. Chen Hao sat by the fire, quietly waiting for night to fall. The first-level cabin was equipped with water and meat, providing protection from monsters in the dark and providing a sense of security without worrying about food. Detected that the host has not signed in today. Do you want to sign in? At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Hao was delighted when he heard the prompt and immediately responded. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Please make the following choices. Choice 1, a random top-notch beauty. Choice 2, a legendary beast trap. Choice 3, 100 pieces of wood. Damn, another stunning beauty. Seeing the options presented by the system, Chen Hao was stunned, his eyes slightly fixed. In this lonely, dark world, he truly longed for companionship. Glancing over his cold little wooden bed and the worn straw quilt, Chen Hao hesitated for a moment before giving up on the first option. Never mind whether he could afford to keep a top-notch beauty, even this little wooden bed was only big enough for one person. He couldn't let her sleep on the floor, could he? As for the thought of giving up his bed, that was out of the question. His small wooden bed was the key to his recovery, the very foundation of his survival. Unless he could upgrade it to accommodate 2 people, he would never choose the most beautiful woman. In this dark world, survival was paramount. As for beautiful women, that had to be put aside. What's more, the option given by the system yesterday was also a top beauty, and it appeared again today, which means that this option will most likely appear repeatedly, and will not disappear completely just because of a single miss. It wouldn't be too late to consider the beauty after the cabin and bed were upgraded. Right now, the most useful things to him were the actual supplies. Option 3, 100 lumber. If I have this 100 lumber, I can upgrade the cabin to level 2. Chen Hao muttered, his eyes fixed on option 3. He already had 100 lumber, and only needed 100 more to upgrade the cabin. But he quickly rejected the idea. Upgrading the cabin took time, and more importantly, it required a lot of wood to keep warm at night. If he used all the existing wood for upgrading, he might freeze to death at night because he couldn't make a fire. In comparison, the legendary trapping cage seemed even more valuable. Early on, relying on his legendary stone axe, he was far ahead of the others in terms of lumbering efficiency, even nearly completing the cabin upgrade on the first day. Now that this legendary trapping cage also carried the word legend, it naturally couldn't be too bad. Chinhao muttered quietly to himself, having already made a decision. System, I choose too. Congratulations to the host for making this choice. You've obtained a legendary animal trap. This trap has a built-in trapping property. It can be placed near bushes, greatly increasing the chances of catching small animals. Chinhao picked up the trap before him, and a description of its properties immediately appeared before him. The cage wasn't large, similar in size to the small dog cages he'd seen before, and much smaller than the larger ones. But for smaller animals, it was more than enough to catch 3 or 4. I hope I can catch more when I collect the cages tomorrow, he muttered to himself, then stood up with the trap and walked out of the cabin. Chinhao had memorized the terrain within 100 meters of the cabin and knew where the bushes were. Within 2 minutes, he had found his target location. Although most of the nearby trees had been cut down, the bushes still remained quite large. He had seen some small animals while cutting wood here before, but because he was focused on upgrading the cabin at the time, he didn't try to catch them. In fact, without the right tools and traps, trying to catch these small animals with bare hands is both laborious and dangerous, and not only may it be futile, but it is also very likely to cause injury. The physical drain was manageable. After all, he still had plenty of raw meat to roast for energy and avoid starvation. But if he were injured in this world of darkness, the consequences would be extremely serious. In the absence of medical care, injury often meant a deeper crisis, even death. While Chinhao was thinking, he had already placed the trap in the bushes. Gazing at the setting sun, he prepared to return to the cabin. If I leave this thing here, won't it get destroyed by those monsters at night? He muttered, a hint of worry in his eyes. This legendary trap was his only way to capture small animals without harm. If it were destroyed, the loss would be unbearable. After a moment's silence, he looked back at the cage and ultimately decided to take it back. He quickly ran towards the cabin. He didn't dare to take the risk before he knew for sure whether the monsters would destroy the props at night. 10:59 until dark. Chinhao returned to the cabin, put the trap away, and glanced at the clock. 11 minutes remained until nightfall, and the sunlight was gradually fading. He stared at the fading light outside the window and whispered softly. Although daylight in a dark world is brief, the light doesn't disappear suddenly, it fades slowly. If darkness truly descended instantly, those who focused solely on gathering resources and ignored time might not even have the chance to return to their cabin. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. He couldn't imagine how those stranded outside, unable to return to their cabin in time, would face the unknown monsters of the night. Sitting by the stove, Chinhao boiled some water while he boredly opened the World Chat channel. Compared to last night's quietness, after a night of adaptation, people had gradually become familiar with the rhythm of the dark world, and today's channel was much more lively. Almost everyone was starving. The next morning, filling their bellies became their top priority. Picking berries naturally became the best option, both risk-free and easily accessible. Trying to get raw meat is not only physically demanding but also carries the risk of injury. More importantly, even if you try your best, you may not get anything in return. Unless someone stumbled upon a wounded beast like Chinhao, getting raw meat was nearly impossible. He lowered his head and continued to scroll through the chat logs. If it weren't for the wounded pig rabbit, he'd probably be relying on berries to fill his stomach now. Chinhao frowned slightly as he watched the constantly refreshing conversations on the channel. Many important clues were hidden in these messages. The divisions of the dark world seemed completely random, and everyone's environment was different. His area was a mountainous forest. Although remote, it was rich in resources, and as long as he worked hard, he would have no shortage of supplies. In contrast, terrains like deserts, mountains, and ice sheets were much more difficult to obtain supplies, and there was a possibility of returning empty-handed. For example, the person in the desert has nothing but cacti, and small animals are almost invisible. Even if he works hard, it will be difficult to achieve results. Thinking of this, Chenhao couldn't help but mourn for that person for 2 seconds. I'm telling you, I saw a pheasant today. I crawled over to pounce on it, but it flew away. But I'm not sad at all, because I found pheasant eggs. 15 of them. I wrote a detailed guide to catching pheasant eggs. Anyone want one? It only costs 10 wood. Egg catching guide, exchange wood x 10. 10 pieces of wood? How dare you ask for that? I'd trade it for just one. 10 pieces of wood are a bit too expensive. Berries x50 for raw meat, wood x10 for stone axe. Compared to yesterday, today's trades are significantly higher, but most haven't been completed yet. After all, we're all still in the early stages, so the gap in supplies isn't huge. Crucial resources like raw meat and stone axes were essential for survival. Unless they were absolutely necessary or faced a crisis, no one would trade them easily. Chenhao stopped paying attention to the World Chat channel and instead opened the trading platform to see if there were any resources he could use. He had quite a few items he could trade, such as raw meat from hunting, berries from gathering, and water from the nearby stream. These resources were plentiful for a short period of time, especially meat. He had already saved up several pieces from the rabbits and pigs he had hunted previously. Furthermore, Chenhao also possessed a legendary trap. With this treasure, catching more prey would be much easier than with others. He had already experienced the effects of this legendary item before, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was like using a cheat in a game. Because of this cage, he had no worries about running out of meat. The only problem was how to exchange it for useful resources. As for water, there was a stream near where he lived. It was clean and clear, and could be drunk after boiling. There was no problem. Berries were also everywhere, but they didn't taste very good. If he didn't have to, Chenhao actually didn't want to eat them. However, if someone was willing to pay for the berries, Chenhao would be happy to trade. After all, he had no shortage of these ubiquitous items in the forest. He briefly browsed the content on the trading platform and found that, as he expected, resources like berries and vegetables were extremely cheap. Although these plants were plentiful, they weren't very effective at replenishing stamina. They were slightly more expensive than wood and stone, but not by much. To survive in this world, one had to search for resources, and this meant constantly expending stamina. Vegetables can hardly replenish physical strength, but meat is the real energy source. Because of this, the price of meat in the market has always been high, and it is basically in a state of being out of stock. Chenhao looked around and found that no one was selling meat products. Instead, there were advertisements everywhere asking for raw meat. He pondered, if I were to trade this raw meat for ingredients, I don't know what price I'd be willing to pay. The raw meat he had was enough to last him several days, so exchanging a few pieces for wood and stone wouldn't be a problem. The requirements for upgrading a cabin weren't high in the early stages, but once the building entered the middle and later stages, the material consumption would increase exponentially. He couldn't waste all his time chopping down trees and moving rocks. He had to save some energy to improve his overall survival ability. Moreover, the trees around the cabin had almost all been cut down, so if he wanted to collect more wood, he would have to go further away. But the greater the distance, the higher the chance of encountering danger, and if something were to happen, it could be fatal. After much deliberation, Chenhao decided to trade the raw meat for wood, and then use his own traps to catch some prey to replenish the stock. He could eat his fill and exchange for resources at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He thought to himself that the cabin would need 200 pieces of wood to upgrade next time, so he might as well exchange a piece of meat for 200 pieces of wood. He scanned the platform and found no one selling raw meat, meaning the price was currently blank. So, he decided to set the price himself. He immediately set the transaction terms, 1 piece of raw meat for 200 pieces of wood. After setting it up, he closed the trading platform and returned to his roasted rabbit and pork, the water bubbling in the kettle beside him. Water in this world can't be drunk directly, it must be boiled. Otherwise, you'll get diarrhea at best, or even die. When the meat was done, he tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, a satisfied expression on his face. Even without any seasoning, he found it incredibly delicious. Even better, he also put a few berries on the grilled meat to eat together. The sour and sweet taste was quite unique. Taking a sip of cooled water, Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh. Being able to eat this kind of food in this world is simply a heavenly life. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. You received a private message. Chen Hao had just finished his meal and was about to stretch his legs when he saw the notification and clicked on it. 200 lumber is too much. Can you make it cheaper? He raised an eyebrow and clicked on the person's profile. Upon discovering it was a woman, his tone became more agreeable. Beautiful lady, 200 lumber isn't expensive at all. I'm already offering a fair price. He quickly replied. You know how rare meat is in this world. I only managed to get it by chance. It was a stroke of luck. This wasn't a fabrication by Chen Hao. The rabbit pig had already been severely injured and could barely move, which gave him the opportunity to capture it. And seeing that the other party was a woman, he instinctively thought she might be looking for something for free. After all, everyone had just arrived in this world, and resources were scarce. Even an adult man might not be able to chop down 200 pieces of wood, let alone a girl. Even if the other party had a legendary stone axe, it would probably be difficult to collect so much material in such a short time. After sending the message, Chen Hao closed the chat page and clicked on the trading area again to see if there were any new transactions. As soon as he clicked on it, he saw the comments below exploded instantly. You are such a ruthless person. You want 200 pieces of wood for a piece of meat? Why don't you just go to heaven? Chen Hao couldn't help but frown when he saw these messages. Some people even started to criticize him. But when he saw the bunch of freeloaders messages, he was actually amused. Do they really think this is modern society? This is a dark world. In an environment where you could lose your life, and you still want to get something for nothing? It's ridiculous. And that cute girl who offered to warm the bed had no appeal to him at all. He didn't even bother to take the top-notch beauties sent by the system, so how could he care less about these? In this world, being alive is the most important thing. Whether a woman is a woman or not, all of them should be put aside. However, Chen Hao also thought about it seriously, and the last suggestion did make sense. 200 pieces of wood were indeed a bit expensive. At the beginning of the game, no one could really afford so many materials. He began to consider whether he should lower the price slightly, perhaps to between 100 and 150, which might be more attractive for a deal. At this time, the system popped up a new prompt. You have received a new reply. Chen Hao was hesitating whether to lower the price when the girl he'd been chatting with privately messaged him again. She explained that while raw meat was rare, wood wasn't easy to come by there. The stamina gained from one piece of raw meat wasn't nearly enough to chop 200 units of wood. She also added that no matter how much she raised the price, it couldn't possibly be worth 200 pieces of wood. Her highest bid was 130 pieces of wood. Chen Hao's brows immediately furrowed when he heard this. He was a little surprised and wondered. 130 pieces of wood? Does this girl's family own a forest farm? He originally thought the other party was playing a trick on him, just trying to trick him into giving away free meat, but he didn't expect that they were well prepared. After all, it had only been 2 days since he traveled to this dark world, and most people were busy collecting food, so who would have the energy to chop wood? Even though he had a legendary stone axe and had worked hard for 2 days chopping trees, he had only managed to pile up a little over 200 pieces of wood. And yet, the other person could produce 130 pieces of wood right out of the blue. This was completely unnatural. Chen Hao couldn't help but wonder if she had some special ability. To test her, he sent her a message. Do you really have that much wood? Meanwhile, in another small wooden house, a woman in a grass skirt was sitting by the fire, holding a white tiger cub. The flames made her cheeks flush red, and she was holding a banana that had been bitten into. After seeing Chen Hao's message, she gently stroked the little tiger in her arms and said softly, Xiao Bai, wait a little longer, and there will be meat to eat. In fact, if it weren't for this tiger, she would not want to communicate with others at all. She could live without meat, but the little tiger couldn't. Since I've made the offer, I can definitely afford it, she replied. Are you willing to trade? After sending this message, she continued to comfort the tiger cub in her arms. The tiger cub was listless, looked injured, and didn't respond to her touch. Chen Hao quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. 130 lumber was actually a good deal, considering he'd never expected to get 200 anyway. This is enough lumber for me to upgrade to a level 2 cabin, and I'll still have some left for cooking and heating. he muttered to himself before finally deciding on the deal. He clicked the confirm button, and the system prompt popped up immediately. You lose. Raw meat *1, you gain. Wood *130. The wood arrived quickly and was neatly stacked in the warehouse. Together with the previous inventory, it exceeded 200. Chenhao was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. With this wood, I don't have to chop down trees tomorrow, which saves me a lot of energy and time. I can free up my hands to explore the surrounding environment. He sent a message. It's a pleasure to work with you. If you need anything in the future, please contact me. The price is negotiable. After sending the message, Chenhao began to prepare some self-defense tools. After all, he was going on an adventure tomorrow, and he felt uneasy without weapons. Meanwhile, the girl replied, "Okay," and took out the raw meat. The little tiger in her arms instantly lit up, struggling to pounce. But she stopped it and coaxed it softly. "Xiao Bai, you can't eat raw food, it will upset your stomach. Wait until I roast it, and then I will feed you." Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Bai seemed to understand and lay back in her arms obediently, just staring at the barbecue on the stove. In less than half an hour, the aroma of meat filled the entire hut. She looked at the meat and couldn't help but swallow, but she finally managed to hold it in. She tore the roast meat into small pieces and slowly fed it to the tiger cub, one bite at a time, with great patience. At this point, Chenhao was no longer paying attention to the situation over there. He couldn't believe she was actually feeding her pet meat. In this world, most people struggled to make ends meet, so who would have enough food to feed a pet? This was outrageous. But she did it anyway, a first in the dark world. At this time, Chenhao had already started making weapons. He used wood to make a batch of wooden forks. You consume wood *1, get wooden fork *1, you consume wood *1, get wooden fork *1. In this way, he used 10 pieces of wood to make 10 wooden forks, neatly stacked them in the corner, and smiled with satisfaction. That's enough. I won't need to make more for a while. Night fell, and the window was still pitch black. Fortunately, he didn't encounter those terrifying monsters, which made Chenhao feel a little relieved. He glanced at the reminder, 10:59 until dawn. Time to go to bed. He added some wood to the stove, the warmth rose, and then he lay down on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. After an unknown amount of time, he was suddenly woken by the cold. The stove was almost out, and the temperature in the room had dropped to a critical point. He quickly got up and stuffed some more wood in, and the room finally returned to warmth. Afterwards, he boiled some water. As the sky began to brighten outside, he took a bite of the leftover barbecue from last night, and prepared to go out again to search for resources. He first went to the bushes he had discovered yesterday, placed the legendary trap inside, and then walked further afield. Just after taking a few steps, he subconsciously checked the remaining daylight hours. The system prompt made his face change suddenly. Only 3 hours and 30 minutes of daylight left today, 3 hours and 15 minutes until dark. Only 3 hours? The daylight hours are too short. He couldn't help but complain. With such a long daylight hour, he could do almost nothing. He had to rush back before he had even walked far. By then, he also realized that he couldn't walk too far today. Otherwise, when it got dark, he would be in trouble if he couldn't get back to the cabin. He decided to change his plan and collect some water first, and then look for other usable materials nearby. The mountain road was rugged and uneven, and in this terrain, he could only walk 5 kilometers in 3 hours at most, and then he had to return the same way. He decided to gather whatever resources he could before nightfall, focusing on stone. He had gathered enough wood yesterday through trading, and the cabin was ready for an upgrade. Now all he needed was stone. He planned to make 2 stone pots, but one wasn't enough. Not only did he have to boil water, he also had to cook. Eating barbecue every day, no matter how delicious it was, would get boring. A change of pace was the key to a decent life. 10 meters from the cabin, in the bushes, several small animals were crouching there, staring intently at a corner of the bushes. The bushes seemed to have a strange attraction that kept them stationary. Suddenly, a white rabbit was tempted and jumped in. As soon as it entered, the other 2 rabbits followed suit and disappeared into the bushes a few seconds later. It turned out to be a trap. Once inside, there was no getting out. The little rabbit struggled, clawing at the cage with their little claws, looking extremely helpless. It was getting darker and darker, and it would be completely dark in about half an hour. Chen Hao then returned to the bushes. Before he even got close, he saw a white shadow. With a burst of joy, he immediately rushed over. This was the legendary trap he had specially set up, and judging by the reaction, he was likely to have a catch. He picked up a branch, carefully pushed aside the bushes, and slowly lifted the cage out. After nightfall, many strange creatures appeared in this world, and he didn't dare to touch the cage rashly. Even ordinary animals, if injured, could develop infections due to a lack of medical care, with serious consequences. He looked closely and saw 3 rabbits in the cage, all of them looking normal. 2 of them are white rabbits, about the same size, estimated to be around 3 pounds, and the other one is gray-black, slightly smaller, about 2.5 pounds. Wild rabbit, growing stage, non-toxic and edible. Seeing this prompt, Chen Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without the system's identification function, he really wouldn't dare to act rashly. Who knows if these harmless-looking little rabbits are poisonous? Compared to the rabbit and pig a few days ago, these 3 rabbits were obviously much more reliable. Last time, he was so hungry that he took the risk of eating the rabbit and pig. Although they were poisonous, he was already too hungry to bear it. When people are extremely hungry, they don't have many choices. After carrying the cages back to the cabin, Chen Hao thought about it and finally decided to get rid of them. While he could raise a rabbit, he knew too little about the world, didn't have the energy, and didn't have the resources. The cabin had been upgraded to level 2, which gave it a bit more space, but raising an animal wouldn't be easy, not to mention the smell, and it would attract unwanted creatures. He didn't want to be surrounded by the smell of rabbits every day, no matter how cute they were. After processing the rabbit, he harvested 3 skins and 8 pieces of rabbit meat, a decent profit. The system said a pound of meat is 1 piece, so this was a small profit. He placed 1 piece of rabbit meat on the fire and began to slowly roast it, while storing the rest in his backpack. The biggest advantage of this backpack is its constant temperature vacuum feature. Things put inside it will not deteriorate, and will remain fresh even after a few days. Ugh, it's really cold. Chen Hao shuddered after finishing his work. The wind outside the window was so strong that even the trees were shaking. Current weather, dark, dangerous to go out, temperature 2 degrees Celsius, please add wood to keep warm. The temperature is dropping so fast? He frowned. It was going to continue to drop. This weather change was no joke. It was likely to drop below freezing in a little while. He quickly added a few more logs to the stove to raise the temperature a little. Saving his life was paramount. While Chen Hao grilled his meat, he opened the World Chat channel to see how everyone else was doing. This channel became his only way to get information from the outside world, and browsing it every day had become his daily routine. Looking at the state of these people, I guess many of them didn't rush back to the shelter. He muttered softly, and couldn't help but think of the first day of his time travel. The monster under the green light was still vivid in his mind. The fear of that day was etched in his mind, and it still made his heart race. He hoped to hear someone return alive tomorrow and tell the truth about what happened that night. As for those who sent messages asking for supplies, he simply ignored them. No matter how pitiful they sounded, or even if they posted photos of themselves saying they were beautiful, he remained unmoved. He's never been a pushover in peacetime, and in this crisis-ridden world, he has even less time for that. Unless someone can provide him with the resources he desperately needs, he won't risk showing up. Only by hiding in the shadows can one survive long enough, and only those who survive to the end are the winners. The whistling sound of the wind pierced the silence of the night, like an invisible blade sweeping across the house. Shortly after nightfall, the chilly wind began to howl through the mountains and forests. Even though Chen Hao was hiding in the wooden house, he could hear it clearly. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, making him feel vaguely uneasy. An inexplicable premonition came to his mind. He frowned, and a thought flashed through his mind. Today's commotion might be the monsters of the night coming to cause trouble again. Alerted, Chen Hao immediately stood up and carefully checked the doors and windows of the cabin. After confirming that they were all securely locked, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the noise outside didn't stop. Behind the cold wind came the intermittent roars of wild animals, as if some unknown creature was stalking in the distance. Chen Hao didn't dare to let his guard down. He sat back by the fire, continuing to eat his barbecue while keeping a close eye on the door. He had a wooden pitchfork and a stone axe nearby, ready to react immediately if there was any movement. After finishing the meat and drinking almost all the water, and with no monsters approaching all night, Chen Hao's frayed nerves finally relaxed. He opened the system's chat channel and looked through messages from other survivors, only to discover that no one was selling wood. Thinking of the rabbit skins in his backpack, he suddenly had a thought. The temperature was normal during the day, but at night, it plummeted to a bone-chilling level. If he stayed up all night in this awful weather wearing his worn-out straw sandals, he'd surely get frostbite. Chen Hao looked at the hemp rope sandals on his feet and was speechless. They barely covered the soles of his feet, not even enough to keep him warm. Although it was warm next to the stove, his feet had already started to numb, and he was almost losing consciousness. "Why don't I try making a pair of rabbit skin boots?" he muttered to himself, then took out the rabbit skin from his backpack and started working. This time the rabbit skin was very clean, the hair was soft, and there was no damage or abnormal color. It was much better than the rabbit pig that was covered with scars last time. Rabbit fur feels good to the touch, and it's sure to keep you warm if made into shoes. Chen Hao quickly got to work sewing a pair of simple rabbit fur boots. The moment he put them on, he felt a lot warmer. The long-lost feeling of comfort almost made him sigh. In order to extend the life of the rabbit leather boots, he put straw sandals on the outside of the boots to prevent them from being pierced by stones when walking. With the remaining 2 pieces of rabbit skin, Chen Hao made a pair of simple pants to protect his vital parts from the night cold. He knew that this thing was related to his future happiness, and could not be taken lightly. There was also a small piece of rabbit skin, just enough to make a pair of gloves, which is a necessity in this world with drastic temperature changes. Although it is warm during the day, the temperature can drop by more than 10 degrees at night, and even below 0. Without gloves, once your fingers freeze, you can forget about going out to search for resources. Therefore, preparing warm gear in advance is a chance of survival in the future. Today's harvest is good. A pair of boots, a pair of shorts, a pair of gloves, and 8 pieces of rabbit meat. Chen Hao looked at the spoils in front of him with satisfaction, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. If it could be like this every day, then surviving in this hellish place wouldn't be difficult. After eating and drinking his fill and warming up, a rather inappropriate thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Should I consider finding a female companion? Now that his conditions had stabilized, he at least had shelter from the wind and rain and meat to eat. The empty space around him at night did feel a bit missing. However, he didn't get too carried away and decided to wait and see what rewards the system would give him tomorrow. If the reward is not enough, it won't be too late to consider finding a top-notch beauty to warm the bed. After changing his mind, he opened the chat channel and flipped through it to see if there was any new movement. Most people were looking to buy food, especially raw meat, and the items they were offering were varied, mostly wood and stone. Chen Hao was tempted by the sight, as he was in need of both, especially wood, which had so many uses. He still had a dozen pieces of raw meat. Eating 2 pieces a day would be enough for several days. It would be a reasonable arrangement to keep 3 days' worth of food and trade the rest for resources. He wasn't worried about water. There was a stream not far from the house, and the water was inexhaustible. The key was wood and stone, and it would be better to get some iron, but unfortunately no one had the ability to mine iron ore. As he was thinking, a private message suddenly popped up. "Are you there?" It was the beautiful woman he had traded with yesterday. Chen Hao raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Why did she contact him at this time? "You don't want raw meat again, do you?" he muttered to himself, then replied. "What's the matter?" The other party didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "Do you have any raw meat? I'm willing to trade it for wood." At the other end of the 4th-level cabin, the beautiful woman was holding the white tiger cub in her arms, gently comforting it. "Don't worry, Xiao Bai, there will be meat soon." She looked at the chat page and prayed that Chen Hao didn't ask for too much. Chen Hao couldn't help but frown when he saw the message. Yesterday, she paid a high price for meat, and today she came again, even exchanging it for wood. He couldn't help but wonder how much wood this girl had saved up. However, he was indeed short of wood, so he asked her, "I have some, but how much can you offer? If it's less than 100 units, then let's not talk about it." Although the value of wood had dropped a little compared to yesterday, he still didn't bother to pay attention if the other party offered too little. The long-legged beauty stared at the chat interface and frowned when she saw the other party lower the price to 100 pieces of wood. She wondered yesterday, the man offered such a high price, but today he suddenly lowered it so much. Could there be something wrong with the meat? She looked down at the little white tiger in her arms, couldn't help but touch its head, and whispered to herself. Xiao Bai, this meat may not be very reliable, should we not change it? In this strange world with almost no medical resources, the consequences of a stomach upset are serious. Even a minor illness can be fatal. Especially since she had finally encountered an intelligent and human-like animal, how could she risk making it sick? As if he understood what she said, Xiao Bai in her arms actually looked up at her and nodded slightly. Seeing him nod in agreement, the beautiful woman smiled, patted his head gently, and said softly, Xiao Bai is so obedient. Actually, she had found Xiao Bai by accident. When she first crossed over, she was out collecting supplies during the day when she stumbled into a cave. It was there that she encountered this furry little creature. Initially, she had no intention of bringing it with her. She could barely support herself, so how could she possibly raise a tiger? What's more, if the tiger cub's relatives came looking for her, wouldn't she become a meal? But when she climbed out of the cave and prepared to leave, Xiao Bai followed her step by step and even followed her all the way to her cabin. She tried to chase it away, even raising an axe to scare it, but Xiao Bai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he kept wagging his tail and followed her. In the end, she gave in and, faced with Xiao Bai's cute appearance, she couldn't resist and took him in. Fortunately, Xiao Bai was not only smart but also very sensible. He could understand her, which made her love him even more. Oh, he's so well behaved, how could I bear to let him starve? She looked down at Xiao Bai, who was already a little sleepy, and her heart wavered. She was human and could survive on grass roots and tree bark, but Xiao Bai was a carnivore after all. If he didn't have meat, he would eventually collapse. After much deliberation, she opened the World Chat channel and sent a trade message, ready to exchange for meat. Wood for meat. If you have excess meat, come and trade it with me for wood. If the price is too outrageous, don't come. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was boredly staring at the chat channel. Seeing the beautiful woman's lack of response, he frowned. He muttered, Why haven't you replied yet? Do you think the price is too high? This puzzled him. After all, today's offer was already much cheaper than yesterday's, so it should have been easier to close the deal. However, he didn't press the issue. Doing business was like falling in love. Whoever took the initiative first lost the initiative. He already had enough lumber in stock anyway, so he wouldn't be short of it for now. If he could sell it, that would be great, but if he couldn't, that didn't matter. He glanced around the corner of the room, seeing the pile of lumber piled like a small mountain, and felt a surge of annoyance. The cabin is almost full of this pile of wood. I wonder if I can upgrade it to make some space. Thinking of this, Chen Hao opened the system interface, clicked on the construction page of the cabin, and casually clicked the upgrade button. The next second, the stone axe resting on the stone table suddenly levitated, as if controlled by an invisible force, flying into the air and swinging. Chen Hao was startled and quickly stepped back. Seeing such a bizarre scene late at night would terrify anyone. The stone axe was swinging in the air, making a dong 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 sound that continued for several minutes without stopping. He stared at the stone axe, but found that there was no change in other parts of the house. Everything looked the same as usual. Slowly, he relaxed, guessing the system was automatically upgrading the cabin. As soon as he clicked on the upgrade button, the stone axe began to work, accompanied by a knocking sound, which made it seem like the upgrade process was in progress. Chen Hao didn't dare to do anything else at this moment. He could only stare at the stone axe in front of him, feeling a little uneasy. After all, this matter was too bizarre, so it was always better to be cautious. Time ticked by, and after almost an hour, the legendary stone axe finally came to a stop and returned to the stone table. At the same time, the entire cabin began to quietly change, growing larger at a visible speed. Originally just a wooden house with a bunk bed, it had now been divided into several smaller rooms, making the space more spacious. Although the bed and stove were still in the main room, the storage was divided into another room, which was completely invisible from where he sat. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, the cabin has been upgraded to level 2. Chen Hao immediately opened the construction page to check out the upgraded features. After all, he had invested so much wood, so he had to see if it was worth it. Log Cabin, Level 2, offers a larger space and stronger defenses, with new features: tool room, indoor planting, and indoor farming. Tool room holds various tools. Requires 10 wood to activate. Indoor planting grows vegetables. Requires 20 wood and 10 fertile soil to activate. Indoor farming raises animals. Requires 20 wood and 10 hay to activate. Chenhao's eyes lit up when he saw these new features, especially the planting and breeding options, which made him particularly excited. These two features meant that even if he didn't go out hunting, he could still solve his own food problems. Chenhao's gaze fixed on the newly added indoor farming feature in the cabin system, a flicker of delight in his eyes. He knew this was the key. In this extreme jungle climate, the temperature difference between indoor and outdoor was terrifying. It was sweaty during the day and shivering at night, making farming impossible. But a house is different. While the temperature might drop at night, it at least keeps out the wind and rain, and the temperature swings aren't that dramatic. Adding a little wood for a fire can at least keep the crops from freezing to death. As long as the plants survive, even if the yield is low, at least there's food to eat, and they won't starve to death. Chenhao looked at this function, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was worth doing. He muttered to himself, "I can also raise some herbivores, which is also quite stable. Although these small animals are small and don't have much meat, they are easy to catch and they only eat grass. You can grab a handful of them just by walking a few steps in the forest." He figured if he could raise a herd of herbivores, his food reserves would be a problem. Compared to farming, this would be much faster, since even young animals could be eaten. His gaze fell on the legendary animal cage in the system, and his eyes lit up instantly. This was his biggest trump card. Chenhao had always known that the legendary tools the system had bestowed upon him were his greatest advantage in this survival game. Initially, the legendary stone axe had allowed him to chop trees, dismantle wood, and build structures at speeds far exceeding others. Now, with the legendary animal trap, catching small animals was a breeze. This thing not only provides a stable supply of meat, but also helps him save time going out hunting, leaving him with a lot of spare energy to do other things. The scene shifted to another part of the screen. At this moment, the beautiful woman living in the 3-story wooden house was anxiously looking at the white tiger cub in her hand. 3 hours had passed, and no one had responded to her transaction message, which made her very anxious. At this stage, everyone was short of meat, and few people could afford decent raw meat. She was lucky enough to get a piece of meat from Chenhao. But the problem was that the piece of meat only lasted Xiao Bai one night, and now its hunger bar was almost full. Seeing its frail appearance, she felt very bad. Xiao Bai was in the growth stage and needed a lot of energy. Once the hunger bar was full, it meant that it could not hold on any longer. She hesitated for a moment, then opened Chenhao's chat page and tried to negotiate with him again, hoping the price wouldn't be too outrageous this time. 100 pieces of wood, okay? She tried to send a message, hoping to get some raw meat at the lowest price. At that moment, Chenhao was lost in the dream of planning the future of agriculture and animal husbandry when he was suddenly interrupted by a system notification. A new private message popped up. He subconsciously clicked on it. It was from the woman he had previously transacted with. Chenhao immediately realized that if she hadn't replied for 3 hours, this must be the highest price she could offer. For Chenhao, exchanging 100 pieces of wood for a piece of raw meat was a sure win. He had no shortage of meat, but his wood consumption was increasing. He also knew that in the later stages, as animals began to be raised, the value of raw meat would quickly decrease. The best strategy was to exchange resources while prices were high. "Okay, but I have a quick question. Would you be willing to answer it?" He nodded, but also posed a question. The girl breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the reply pop up on the screen. She had expected Chenhao to offer a high price, but she hadn't expected him to agree so readily. But then, seeing the other person wanted to ask more questions, she felt a tinge of unease. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "What do you want to ask?" "Forget about the address." She wasn't a sociable person, especially in this dangerous, dark world. If it weren't for Xiao Bai, she wouldn't have approached anyone. "Of course I won't ask for the address. That's everyone's privacy," Chenhao explained quickly. "I'm just curious, how did you get so much wood?" In his opinion, Everyone started from the same point and had similar resources. Someone like her who could casually take out 100 pieces of wood must have some connections. He didn't think she would answer honestly, but he still tried to test her. After all, in survival games like this, there are always people who are extra lucky. After reading the message, the girl raised an eyebrow and quickly replied, "You're the same. Not only do you have raw meat to eat, but you also have some left over to trade." This made Chen Hao smile. He typed back, "I just got a bargain. I happened to come across a wounded rabbit pig and was lucky enough to pick up some meat." When the girl saw this excuse, she sneered, thinking that you must be kidding me. But she didn't expose him, and just replied, "I was lucky too. I picked up some unwanted wood." Seeing that she was unwilling to talk further, Chen Hao stopped asking questions and directly put the meat on the trading platform, saying, "Let's trade." The girl stared at the screen, seeing that the only item on the shelf was a piece of raw meat. She fell into a brief silence, then whispered, "I need 5 pieces of meat. Do you have any left?" The girl noticed that Xiaobai wasn't doing well. His hunger level was alarmingly high, and coupled with his injuries, he would have a difficult time recovering if he didn't replenish his energy quickly. To help Xiaobai recover quickly, the beautiful woman made a ruthless decision and decided to exchange a large amount of wood for raw meat. Seeing her actions, Chen Hao was completely stunned. Did she really have that much wood? Yesterday and today, she had already taken out 300 yuan, and he thought that was her trump card. But now it seemed that 300 yuan of wood might not even be a fraction of the total. This time, she easily produced another 500 pieces of wood. Could it be that her reserves had already exceeded 800 or even 1,000? Chen Hao couldn't help but wonder, could it be that she was also using a cheat? Although he himself was no ordinary player, the gap was indeed quite large. Whether she relied on luck or cheats, one thing was undeniable: the resources at her disposal far exceeded those of ordinary people. At this stage, although it may seem ordinary, it is a necessary basic resource. Even if it is not a high-value item, it is still a hard currency that everyone is vying for. Just when Chen Hao was confused, the beauty sent another message. "Since I dare to ask for a deal, I must have the wood. Can't you produce some raw meat?" There was a hint of temptation and disappointment in her tone. From her perspective, even if Chen Hao luckily managed to hunt prey, how much meat could he share for trading? In the early stages, everyone was short of supplies, and raw meat was a top-notch food that could directly replenish energy. No one would trade it all for resources unless they had no other choice. If Chen Hao didn't have more than a dozen pieces of meat, he would most likely not be willing to trade. Faced with her doubts, Chen Hao's masculine pride was aroused. He replied without hesitation, "It's just 5 pieces of raw meat. I can still afford it." Then, he uploaded the transaction. "You put 5 pieces of raw meat on the shelf, raw meat *5, exchange, wood *500. The moment this information was released, it instantly caused a stir in the trading channel. At this stage, many people couldn't even afford berries, let alone raw meat, and couldn't even fill their stomachs. So, seeing someone actually put 5 pieces of raw meat on the shelf, everyone went crazy. Suddenly, private messages flooded Chen Hao like a tide. In just a few seconds, his private chat bar was completely filled, with 99+ notifications constantly flashing. All kinds of requests, threats, and flattery were pouring in, and some people were even willing to sell themselves out. Chen Hao was momentarily stunned. This situation far exceeded his expectations. He quickly flipped through the system settings and finally found a feature that prevented non-friends from chatting privately. He immediately enabled it. "You are not their friend and cannot chat privately. Please add them as a friend before chatting." This line of red text appeared directly on the pages of all players who had privately messaged him. Seeing this line of text, many people immediately clicked "Add Friend" to continue flirting with Chen Hao. However, before they could finish, Chen Hao toggled off the "Block Adding Friends" feature. Peace finally arrived. He breathed a sigh of relief. If the system didn't have these features, his trading page would have been completely paralyzed and unusable. But just as he took a breath, another pop-up window popped up. "You have a new friend request." These prompts popped up one after another, annoying Chen Hao to no end. So he frantically searched through the settings interface again, finally finding the option to turn off friend request pop-ups. After all this was done, he was finally able to resume chatting normally. He sent this chaotic experience to the beautiful woman, with a message. I suggest you also turn off the private chat and friend adding functions, and be careful before trading. The beautiful woman was about to put the wood on the shelf when she saw the message and was slightly stunned. She didn't quite understand why Chen Hao reminded her of this. Was it out of concern? Although she was confused, she still did as Chen Hao said. You exchanged 5 pieces of raw meat and lost 500 pieces of wood. At this point, the world channel erupted in insults. That bastard blocked private chat, what a heartless person. Who's this guy's friend? Help me curse his ancestors. You're going too far. He's selling his own raw meat, how does that bother you? We're almost starving, and he's still hoarding meat without sharing it. He's worse than a dog. Brothers, search for this bastard. The crowd, initially begging, now turned into an angry horde. Although some spoke up for Chen Hao, their voices were quickly drowned out by the sea of saliva. Where did he get 500 pieces of wood? I only make $12 after working all day. Stop talking, this guy must be the guy who was so lucky yesterday. The one who bought his raw meat must be that woman. There is definitely something wrong with these two people. Bastards! Get out of the game! The world channel was in an uproar, as if Chen Hao had done something that angered God and man. At this moment, Chen Hao had just received the wood and hadn't had time to rejoice. Looking at the constantly refreshing content on the world chat channel, his expression turned extremely grim. Chen Hao had suddenly become the target of public criticism. Simply because someone didn't get the food from him for free, they started cursing at him in the world chat channel. Fortunately, this isn't a peaceful era where the law is respected. Otherwise, simply exposing him online would have ruined his reputation and left him with nowhere to hide. But Chen Hao didn't intend to pay any attention to them, muttering casually, "Let them curse all they want, they can't hurt me anyway." After saying this, he immediately closed the window to the world channel, no longer reading the murky news. In this strange, dark world, relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. What others think or say is irrelevant. Nearby, the beautiful woman had already placed 2 pieces of fresh meat on the fire. The flames licked the meat, making a sizzling sound, and soon the fragrance filled the room. The white tiger cub sniffed the meat's aroma, its eyes shining, and stared at the barbecue intently, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The beautiful woman was used to being alone and rarely opened the world channel, so she was completely unaware of the turmoil inside, let alone the insults directed at Chen Hao. In fact, everyone had only been in this dark world for 2 days, and most people were still stuck in the most basic level 0 cabin stage. Chen Hao's cabin had already been upgraded to level 2, and the space had become much larger, enough to store 500 units of wood. After withdrawing cash from the trading platform, he piled the 500 units of wood in the corner of the cabin. Although it was much larger than the previous 200 units, it was not too crowded. However, he had no plans to upgrade it for now. Instead, he wanted to see if the wood could be used for other construction projects. For now, this second-level cabin was sufficient, so there was no rush to upgrade it. He considered adding practical features, like an indoor planting system or a breeding system, to enhance self-sufficiency. After making some preliminary plans, Chen Hao felt sleepy. He added some firewood to the stove and lay down on the bed to rest. But just as he lay down, a strange noise suddenly came from outside the house. A pair of eyes, glowing green, approached quietly in the darkness, pressing against the wall outside the wooden house. Then there was a sharp biting sound. The friction between wood and fangs was so loud that it was terrifying. Chen Hao suddenly jumped up from the bed, grabbed the wooden pitchfork and stone axe, held his breath, and stared in the direction of the sound. This strange noise lasted for more than half an hour before it subsided, but then the sound of wild beasts fighting outside came again. The noise was astonishingly loud. He listened nervously to the changes in the movement, and only when all the sounds completely dissipated did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief and lie back down on the bed. Filled with anxiety, Chen Hao finally fell asleep exhausted. As the night wore on, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the cracks in the cabin, shining onto Chen Hao and waking him from his sleep. This bed is too hard. I can't get used to it. He rubbed his neck and stood up to stretch his stiff body. Accustomed to soft beds since childhood, sleeping on this primitive wooden bed was not only uncomfortable, but even turning over was tiring. He thought to himself, If only I could find some straw mats to sleep on, at least it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. He also planned to see if he could find some materials to make a bed today, and make a decent quilt at the same time. He glanced at the thin quilt made of linen, and shook his head with a look of disgust. This stuff was fine for summer, but it had no warmth at all in cold weather. It was just a psychological comfort at best. After washing his face, he felt much more refreshed. He reheated the leftover barbecue from yesterday and ate while checking the weather on his computer. Today's weather, sunny, perfect for searching for resources. Please be careful not to stray too far from the cabin. Temperature, 18 degrees Celsius, time to dark, 6 hours and 40 minutes. Not bad, moderate temperature and plenty of daylight. After checking the weather forecast, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. He had over 6 hours to explore today, enough time to cover several kilometers. With any luck, he might be able to bring back a lot of supplies. Thinking about the strange incident last night, he decided not to touch the World Channel again. The chaotic curses were not worth his energy. He packed up his things and went straight to the nearby stream. He chose a secluded spot in the dense forest and placed the legendary trap he had finally obtained inside. Although this place was a bit far from the cabin, it was close to the stream, so there were sure to be many small animals coming to drink the water. It was a good place to set a trap. Please bless me with good luck today, Chen Hao prayed as he stood up and continued to explore the distance. But he didn't notice that as he turned and left, a pair of blood-red eyes quietly opened in the shadows of the jungle, staring at his receding figure. Only when Chen Hao was completely gone did those eyes quietly disappear into the shadows. I feel someone is looking at me? After Chen Hao walked a distance, his heart suddenly tightened. He looked back, but saw nothing except the shadows of trees and streams. He frowned, thinking he was overthinking it, and stopped worrying about it, continuing on his way. Suddenly, a virtual prompt lit up in front of him. You found wild tomatoes. Do you want to collect them? He saw several small red fruits growing in front of him. They looked almost the same as the tomatoes in his previous life. Gather them! He chose to gather them without hesitation. This fruit is nutritious and can be eaten in a variety of ways. Not only can it be stir-fried, but it can also be eaten raw or made into soup, perfect for a change of pace. Eating barbecue every day is getting boring, so making tomato soup is a real treat. Soon, the system prompt sounded again, collected successfully, 6 wild tomatoes. Chen Hao stared at the bright red fruit in his backpack, feeling a little regretful. While the tomato looked tempting, it was only for eating. Once it was all gone, there would be no seeds left to plant. If he had seeds, he could use his indoor growing system to harvest tomatoes endlessly, never having to worry about running out of food. He glanced at the tomato plant on the ground and, with a sudden thought, decided to dig it up and plant it back in. Let's dig it up first and see if it can still be planted, he muttered as he carefully used a pitchfork to loosen the soil. Each blow was done very gently, fearing to damage the roots. If the roots were damaged, the plant would be doomed. A system prompt popped up, indicating that this wild tomato plant had already produced fruit once and could produce 2 more. Chen Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. His 10 minutes of meticulous work had paid off. After placing the tomatoes and the surrounding soil into his backpack, he dusted himself off and continued forward in search of other resources. Now that we had tomato plants, the next step was to build an indoor growing area. Wood wasn't a problem. The key was finding soil that could grow anything. But the problem was, the ground beneath our feet was labeled poor soil and not suitable for growing anything. He tried searching the system documentation, but couldn't find any information about fertile soil. No one on the World Channel was discussing it. After all, at this stage, most people were still struggling to survive, and only those who had reached the second-level cabin had access to indoor farming. Chen Hao walked, checking for changes in the ground. After a few hundred meters, he finally noticed a change. The system indicated that the ground had turned into normal soil. While it had no additional effects, it was still suitable for growing crops. This soil will do just fine. I'll dig some up first to plant tomatoes, and I'll get better soil later, he muttered. Then he began digging, shovel by shovel, as the system kept popping up prompts. Obtain normal soil *1. He spent quite a bit of time digging up 20 portions of ordinary soil, enough to build a small indoor farm. This soil would eventually need to be replaced, so Chen Hao didn't plan to waste too much time on it. After putting the soil into his backpack, he decided to continue exploring to see if there were any other resources. He checked the system time and saw that 3 hours had passed, with only 3 hours left until dark. It feels like I haven't done anything, and time has just flown by. He felt a little depressed. Looking back at today's harvest, besides the tomato plant and some ordinary soil, he had only set up the trap. His efficiency was really not very high. He decided not to waste any more time and started back towards the trap. He walked back without finding anything useful until he passed a stream and suddenly saw a large patch of reeds. A system prompt immediately popped up, indicating that this was a material that could be used to make mats, pillows, brooms, and even paper. Holy crap, this thing is a treasure! Chen Hao was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. He finally didn't have to sleep on a hard wooden board anymore. Having a straw mat would definitely improve his quality of life. He immediately set to work gathering reeds, prompts popping up one after another as his collection progressed at a rapid pace. Reeds were a rare resource, and he worked for a full half-hour before reluctantly stopping. He checked the system time and saw that it was less than an hour until nightfall. He didn't dare delay and immediately rushed to the trap. The reeds are right here. I'll come back another day to collect them, he thought to himself as he ran. Returning to the traps, Chen Hao discovered that his catch was far better than he'd imagined. He'd caught not only rabbits and pheasants, but also wild mice. Looking at the cage full of prey, he smiled with satisfaction. But then he noticed something was wrong. There was blood in the cage, as well as the half-eaten body of a mouse. A black feathered pheasant crouched in the corner, staring at him intently, half a mouse under its claws. There's something wrong with this thing, isn't it? He frowned. Why does it look like an eagle? Its feathers are black, and its body is about the same size as an ordinary pheasant, but those eyes and sharp claws, it doesn't look like an ordinary bird at all. Chen Hao didn't dare delay and immediately rushed back with the trap, ready to return to the cabin to examine the creature thoroughly. With only 10 minutes left until dark, Chen Hao finally arrived at the cabin safely and immediately added some wood to the stove. The fire quickly grew, dispelling the gloom within the cabin and bringing a sense of relief. He sat by the fire, added some water to the stone pot, and prepared a simple meal. His gaze fell on the mysterious black-feathered pheasant, and the system popped up information about this strange pheasant. Chen Hao stared down at the odd-looking pheasant before him, his brow furrowed as he muttered. This pheasant seemed to be imbued with some strange power. He wondered, is this thing okay if I eat it? Out of caution, he immediately opened the system and searched for information on mutated pheasants. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a single piece of information. Not only did the system not mention this pheasant, it didn't even have any records of similar mutant animals. It was completely blank, leaving him baffled. There was no prompt, which subconsciously made Chen Hao wary and temporarily gave up the idea of trying. Meanwhile, he looked at the little creature in the cage, a young feathered eagle. The system indicated that it was the king of the sky and, if tamed, could become a reliable helper in the future. Not bad, it can still be trained. Chen Hao nodded. Let's lock it up temporarily. Once the breeding house is built, we can slowly train it. He gave the system command without hesitation. Activate the indoor breeding function. Ding! Indoor breeding module starting up, estimated completion in 10 minutes, please wait. The countdown began. Chen Hao had building materials on hand, so he immediately selected automatic construction and focused on placing the feathered eagle first. As for the mutant pheasant and the few mountain rats nearby, they were of little use to him at the moment, and there was no point in keeping them. The mountain rats were too small to eat, let alone feed other animals. As for that mutant pheasant, while it sounded impressive, the very fact that it was mutated was destabilizing. Furthermore, it was infected with strange powers, making it unsafe to keep around. So he made a quick decision: deal with the mountain rat and the pheasant together. He first took a mountain rat from his system backpack and used the legendary stone axe to chop it lightly, killing it instantly. Chen Hao skillfully peeled the skin and removed the meat, stuffing it back into his system backpack. These were essential items he always carried with him, never leaving them in the cabin's storage. The nearby feathered eagle cub and mutant pheasant were so frightened by this that they dared not move, staring intently at the stone axe in Chen Hao's hand. They were more afraid of the aura of death emanating from the stone axe than Chen Hao himself. Ding! Indoor breeding room construction complete. As the system notification sounded, Chen Hao also finished dealing with the mountain rats. He wanted to catch the feathered eagle, but the little creature was more difficult than he had imagined. It refused to cooperate, and almost scratched him several times during its struggles. With no other choice, Chen Hao turned his attention to the mutant pheasant. The pheasant struggled, but Chen Hao had no intention of sparing its life. He struck it with his axe, effectively killing it. The pheasant had no idea why the feathered eagle survived its struggle, while it could only be eaten. Chen Hao cleaned the pheasant, removed the meat and put it in his backpack. He also collected the feathers and prepared to dry them to see if they could be used. Just like that, the mountain rat and pheasant were both processed, leaving only the feathered eagle cub in the cage. It witnessed its companions dying one by one at the hands of Chen Hao, and its heart was already filled with fear. But in the midst of fear, Chen Hao saw a trace of desire to survive in its eyes. This eagle seems quite spiritual. Chen Hao felt a little emotional. He had raised dogs before, and those loyal dogs had a similar light in their eyes when they were struggling on the edge of life. So Chen Hao opened his mouth and tried to test him. If you want to live, scream once. If you want to die, scream twice. Yu Liniang's eyes were full of confusion, and he seemed not to understand, but in the end he still let out a soft scream. Swoosh! Although it didn't understand what the man meant, it seemed to know that now was not the time to remain silent. Chen Hao muttered softly. Interesting. He's quite clever. He then opened the door of the legendary beast cage and tried to lure it out. Come out! I won't kill you! Yu Liniang looked at him timidly, especially after seeing the bloody stone axe in Chen Hao's hand. He huddled up in fear, not daring to approach. Are you so scared? Chen Hao continued to comfort him. Don't worry, I won't touch you. But no matter what he said, the feathered eagle remained ensconced in the corner, not even budging. Chen Hao coaxed and yelled at it, trying every trick in the book, but he couldn't pry a single feather loose. He was almost laughing with rage. You beast, you're quite stubborn. If this cage weren't a legendary item gifted by the system, Chen Hao would have wanted to smash it with his axe and pull the eagle out. He raised the stone axe, pretending to smash the cage. The feathered eagle suddenly let out a strange cry and flinched in fear. The eagle's eyes were fixed on the stone axe, following its movements, full of fear. Ha, so you're afraid of this stone axe? Chen Hao suddenly understood. He glanced at the stone axe. It was covered in blood and looked quite scary. If it were him, he would probably be quite creepy too. So he hid the axe where the eagle couldn't see it, then walked back to the cage and said, Can you come out now? The fear in the eagle's eyes faded a little, but it still didn't move a step. Chen Hao then resorted to both soft and hard tactics, but the eagle remained motionless. Finally, he sighed and gave up trying to persuade it. The shabby cabin was well sealed, and the eagle couldn't fly out, so he just let it stay. Turning back to the bed, he spread the reeds neatly on it. Chapter 17. Good quality wheat seeds. First, pluck all the reed leaves and spread them neatly on the bed, then place the straw mat on the reed leaves. It's not as cushioned as it used to be, but it's still a lot more comfortable. After spreading the straw mat, Chen Hao rolled over twice on the bed. Although it was not as soft as a car mat, it was much more comfortable than sleeping on a bare wooden bed. While it became soft, it also became warmer, and no longer as cold as before. He made a pillow with some reeds. After testing it and finding it worked well, Chen Hao returned to the stove, placed the stone pot on the stove, and added some water to it. This water is not for drinking, but for stewing meat. Chen Hao has been eating barbecue for the past 2 days and is a little tired of it. I happened to get some tomatoes when I went out today, so I can use a few tomatoes to make a pot of tomato soup. He glanced at the rainforest eagle cub, which was still in the cage, looking at him vigilantly and not daring to come out. The rainforest eagle cub was unwilling to come out, and Chen Hao was too lazy to pay attention to it. As long as it couldn't fly out of the cabin, it would come out sooner or later. He stood up and left the stove, walked to a corner, looked at the tomato plant in his hand, and muttered softly. This place is not far from the stove, so it should be possible to grow it entirely indoors. I don't know if it will succeed. Chen Hao, muttering to himself, took out the soil from his backpack. This was what he dug up today. Although the quality was not very good, it was enough for the time being. Activating indoor planting. Ding! Activating indoor planting, estimated time, 30:00. As the order was given, the legendary stone axe swung automatically, and the wood flew out of the warehouse and lined up in front of Chen Hao. The wood was gathered together to form a small fence, and the soil was spread flat inside the fence. After taking a look at the time given by the system, Chen Hao no longer cared about building the indoor planting area. Anyway, the system would remind him after it was completed. Back in front of the stove, the water in the stone pot still didn't move at all, not even a little steam could be produced. Hey, if you want to drink the broth, you still need an iron pot. You may not be able to drink the broth even tomorrow with this stone pot. His stomach rumbled, and Chen Hao was too lazy to wait any longer. He lifted the stone pot and the water inside to the side and put the rabbit meat on the stove to roast. Before iron pans were invented, grilling was the fastest way to get cooked food. Barbecue takes some time, so Chen Hao opened the world chat page to see if there was any new news today. I was lucky today. I actually caught a fat grass carp. It's enough for me to eat for several days. Picture. I'm so envious. This broken desert is nothing but sand. Not to mention food, there's not even a drop of water. Can anyone have pity on me and give me something to eat? Otherwise, I'm really going to starve to death. There's no food over there. I have a huge grassland over here, but I can't even catch a rabbit. I'm such a loser. Brother, would you like to trade grass carp? I'd be willing to exchange 10 liters of water for it. Is the person above you an idiot? Others can catch fish, so why would they need your little water? You don't think fish grow in the desert, do you? Seeds for sale, premium cabbage seeds. Anyone interested? Only 0.01 piece of raw meat will give you 10 cabbage seeds. The World Chat channel is a common chat channel for people all over the world, so the chat messages are very fast, with dozens or hundreds of messages being sent per second. If the dark world was not powerful enough, it would not be able to support so many humans chatting together, so some information would be missed if one is not careful. Looking at those meaningless messages, Chen Hao originally wanted to close the chat page, but the information about selling cabbage seeds suddenly made Chen Hao's eyes light up. He has no shortage of meat now, and indoor planting has been activated, so he can grow some crops indoors, but he doesn't have suitable seeds. The only plant that can be planted is the tomato plant, and it is not yet known whether the tomato plant can be successfully grown. If I can get cabbage seeds, I should be able to grow some cabbage, which can improve my diet. I really can't stand eating meat every day. Chen Hao was quick-witted and quickly flipped through the pages, but there were too many people chatting. No matter how hard he flipped, he couldn't find the person selling cabbage seeds. There's so much information. Chen Hao frowned and complained. Although I was very unhappy, there was nothing I could do. It was a dark world and he had no way out. If there is manual customer service, you can contact customer service to complain. Unfortunately, it's a dark world and there's no place to even complain. Chen Hao, who smelled the aroma of meat, prepared to eat something first, and then slowly watched the chat channel. When he found someone selling seeds, he immediately contacted the other party. Wait, the previous information seems to include information about exchanging raw meat, right? The raw meat to be exchanged is already displayed, so doesn't that mean it has already been released on the trading platform? When Chen Hao thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately opened the trading platform and searched for it, but he couldn't find any information about seed trading. Suddenly remembering that transactions were subdivided, Chen Hao immediately turned on the transaction subdivision function, and meat, props, wood and seeds were all subdivided. Chen Hao, who was the first to notice the iron ore function, clicked on the iron ore page and took a look, but did not see any iron ore on the shelves. At this stage, everyone was still in the Stone Age and had not even reached the Bronze Age, so naturally there was no iron ore. Even if you happen to meet a few people and pick up a few pieces of iron ore by chance, you may not necessarily sell them. At this stage, steel has huge advantages. It is far ahead of other humans, and it can even be said that crushing them is not a problem. Whether it is humans or wild animals, they still have a certain chance of resistance in the face of stone tools, but in the face of iron tools, there is no chance of resistance at all. No human or wild animal can resist the sharp steel knife. After his idea of buying iron ore fell through, Chen Hao opened the seed page and immediately discovered that there were quite a lot of transactions selling seeds, not just cabbage seeds. 15 cabbage seeds, exchange for 0.01 piece of raw meat. 10 potatoes, exchange for 0.5 pieces of raw meat. Good wheat seeds x3, exchange for 0.1 piece of raw meat. Soil is divided into grades, and seeds are also divided into grades. Chen Hao looked at the seeds being traded. Some were not labeled good, while others had the word good on them. There are no good seeds, they are just ordinary seeds, and the crops grown are ordinary, without any growth bonuses or anything. Good seeds will have a certain growth rate bonus even in ordinary soil. If the soil is better, the bonus will be even greater. Chapter 18. Where did the sucker come from? Only 3 wheat seeds are good. The others are just ordinary seeds. Without good soil, they won't have any additional effects. I don't know what bonuses these 3 wheat seeds have, and whether they can be cultivated. Ever since he learned that seeds and soil are also graded, Chen Hao has focused most of his attention on good seeds, wondering if he could do something with them. Can crops grown from good seeds produce good seeds? There are only 3 good quality seeds. Someone must have noticed that the seeds are of different grades. These 3 seeds may have been targeted. Buy it first, and then we'll talk. Chen Hao thought for a moment, didn't care about the price, and directly chose to trade. Congratulations on the successful transaction. You received wheat seeds, good, multiplied by 3. You lost 0.1 pieces of raw meat. When the transaction was successful, 3 wheat seeds appeared in Chen Hao's hand. The 3 small seeds lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Although he had never seen wheat seeds in his previous life, he could clearly feel that the 3 wheat seeds in his palm were very full. Just by looking with the naked eye, you can clearly see the rice meat wrapped in the brown shell. After a quick check of the seeds, I reopened the World Chat channel, looking for information about seed levels and soil levels. Has anyone figured out that crops grown from good seeds can also produce good quality crops? In the other half of the dark world, a young man wearing glasses was sitting by the fire, eating wild berries, his eyes staring straight ahead, as if staring at something. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In front of the young man with glasses was the trading page of the dark world, and displayed in front of him were the 3 good wheat seeds. However, behind wheat seeds, good, there are several large characters indicating that the product does not exist. He clicked again out of disbelief, but the product still showed as not existing. The young man with glasses frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, High-quality wheat seeds are much better than ordinary seeds, and the crops grown from them have a certain bonus. But 3 wheat seeds for 1/10 of raw meat is an outrageous price. Who got it for that? There was a deep look of doubt in the eyes of the young man with glasses. Although good quality seeds are good, there are only 3 of them, which are not worth 1/10 of the raw meat, not even 1%. At the same time, less than 10 kilometers away from the young man with glasses, in a small wooden house with a faint light, a skinny man over 30 years old was lying on the bed, his legs bent and tightly clasped together, his body shaking constantly. In the dim wooden house, there was the sound of a man's teeth chattering. I'm so cold. I'm so hungry. Can anyone have some pity on me? A man's voice was heard in the cabin, as if he was asking for help, or as if he was muttering to himself. Your transaction for the 3 wheat seeds, good quality, was successful. Congratulations. You received 0.1 pieces of raw meat. Is there anything to eat? Just when the man was in despair, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. At the same time, 0.1 pieces of raw meat appeared in front of him. Looking at the raw meat in front of him, the man was like Zhu Beiji seeing a beautiful woman, and his eyes instantly flashed with bright light. Eat, eat! The man held the raw meat in both hands and stuffed it into his mouth frantically. With its sharp teeth, it bites off some meat and swallows it. Warning: do not eat raw meat directly, otherwise it may cause virus invasion. Please cook it before eating. A system reminder appeared in front of the man, but at this moment the man was already starving and his hunger value was almost full. Faced with the choice between virus and death, he was starving and chose the virus without hesitation. If you don't eat this raw meat, you will starve to death. If you eat it, the worst that happens is that you will feel uncomfortable in your stomach. But in just a few minutes, the man swallowed all the raw meat. While my mouth and hands were filled with the taste of blood, my hunger also subsided a lot, and my body functions were recovering rapidly, so I didn't feel so uncomfortable. Are seeds really that valuable? The man stared at the record of his successful transaction and laughed. If seeds are so valuable, I can just sell them from now on. Why bother looking for materials? Someone was willing to exchange 0.1 piece of raw meat for 3 wheat seeds so quickly. They bought it without even bargaining. That means these seeds can be worth even more. I can just sell them as a piece of raw meat next time. It's so cold. Tomorrow, when we exchange the raw meat, we also need to exchange some wood. Have you seen the trading channel? Someone is actually willing to exchange 0.1 pieces of raw meat for 3 wheat seeds. Really? Are seeds that valuable? I offered a dozen berries for some raw meat, and no one would buy them. I have wheat seeds too. I can exchange 10 wheat seeds for 0.1 piece of raw meat. Potatoes for raw meat, 1 potato for 0.1 piece of raw meat. Is anyone interested in exchanging apples? 2 for 0.1 yuan. As someone spoke out what happened in the trading channel, the atmosphere of the entire world channel suddenly changed, and everyone was discussing the seeds. And most people are exchanging supplies, and the prices are extremely high. After looking through hundreds of chat records, most of them were about transactions. After not getting what he wanted, Chen Hao closed the chat channel. Smelling the aroma, Chen Hao took a look at the barbecue. It was basically cooked and the golden color was very tempting. It smells so good. It would be even better if there was some salt. Looking at the golden barbecue, Chen Hao swallowed unconsciously. What is it? Chen Hao picked up the barbecue and was about to put it into his mouth when a black shadow appeared in the corner of his eye. Chen Hao quickly picked up the axe and blocked it in front of him. The black shadow seemed to be very afraid of the axe. When it saw the axe, it immediately became obedient. Chen Hao looked carefully and found that it was the rainforest eagle cub that did not dare to come out of the cage. At this moment, the rainforest eagle cub was crawling on the ground, staring at Chen Hao with fear in its eagle eyes, and then looking at the barbecue in Chen Hao's hand with longing. Chen Hao glanced at the rainforest eagle, then at the barbecue in his hand. He moved the barbecue a few times and found that the rainforest eagle's eyes were always fixed on the barbecue. Does this rainforest eagle cub want to eat this barbecue? Chen Hao muttered, put down the legendary stone axe, and said to the rainforest eagle, Do you want to eat? The rainforest eagle stared at Chen Hao in fear, and seemed to understand what Chen Hao said, making a cooing sound. Chen Hao tore off a small piece of barbecue and slowly handed it to the rainforest eagle cub. Come here if you want to eat. Chapter 19, Heaven-Defying Effect Bonus. The rainforest eagle cub stared at the barbecue in Chen Hao's hand, and looked up at Chen Hao from time to time. Although his eyes were full of desire, he did not dare to move forward rashly. There was vigilance in its eager eyes. If Chen Hao made any rash moves, it would retreat without hesitation. What does this guy Gugu want to do? He must be trying to trick me into coming here. I can't be fooled. But this meat smells really good, I really want to eat it. Chen Hao looked at the rainforest eagle cub that wanted to eat but didn't dare to come over, and couldn't help feeling a little funny. He wouldn't do anything to it, but it didn't dare to come over. Chen Hao didn't do anything, nor did he stare at the rainforest eagle cub. Instead, he tore off a piece of barbecue and put it into his mouth. He was already extremely hungry, so he had no time to care about the rainforest eagle. If it wanted to eat, it could come over, and if it didn't want to eat, then forget it. There are no disobedient pets in this world. If there are any disobedient ones, it's because they are not beaten hard enough. Since he can't catch the rainforest eagle now, he might as well let it starve for a while and see who can outlast the other. Half an hour passed unknowingly, and Chen Hao had eaten most of the barbecue in his hand, leaving only a little bit. Seeing the barbecue being eaten bit by Chen Hao, the rainforest eagle cub suddenly became anxious. It wanted to pounce on him, but it was really afraid of Chen Hao. He had just taken a step forward, but the moment he looked at Chen Hao, he immediately retracted his foot. Hawkeye stared at Chen Hao vigilantly, as if telling Chen Hao, if you dare to come over, I will be rude to you. As a bird of prey, you are so timid. Chenhao looked at the rainforest eagle and shook his head helplessly. Seeing that there was less than 0.2 pieces of barbecue left in his hand, Chenhao, who had almost finished eating, threw the barbecue in his hand directly to the rainforest eagle. His stomach was already full, and it would be a waste to eat all the meat. Chenhao was too lazy to put it into the system backpack and just threw it to the rainforest eagle. The rainforest eagle looked at the barbecue thrown by Chenhao, and there was deep disbelief in the eagle's eyes. It had never expected that Chenhao would actually throw the barbecue over it. Although confused and puzzled by Chenhao's actions, the quick-reacting rainforest eagle cub quickly took off, grabbed the barbecue in the air, and landed on the eaves. The rainforest eagle cub gave Chenhao a strange look, tore off a piece of meat with its sharp claws and put it into its mouth, with a hint of human satisfaction on its face. The rainforest eagle eats the barbecue you throw, and its friendship with you increases by 10. Name: Rainforest Eagle, Cub. Condition: Good. Loyalty: 10. The higher the loyalty, the higher the obedience, and no betrayal is allowed when the loyalty reaches 100. Training degree: 10. The higher the training degree, the higher the obedience, and once it reaches 100, no betrayal is allowed. Chenhao took a look at the rainforest eagle cub eating meat and was too lazy to pay attention to it. He prepared to get up and plant the high-quality wheat seeds. However, he didn't expect that a system prompt would appear in front of him, which completely confused Chenhao. Looking at the virtual screen in front of him, Chenhao was a little confused at first, then he realized what was going on. It turns out that if you want to train a rainforest eagle, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. You just need to starve it. Damn, I've forgotten the nature of animals since I came to this dark world. Chenhao slapped his forehead and said speechlessly. No matter what kind of animal it is, even lions and tigers, as long as you provide them with a stable supply of food, they will obey your orders. If you don't obey, you can use some special methods, but before using these methods, you must first establish a certain level of loyalty. This loyalty is built from feeding. After knowing the solution, Chenhao was very happy. After taking another look at the rainforest eagle cub, Chenhao stood up and went to the place where the indoor planting was built, which had been completely constructed. All that came into view was a small piece of land surrounded by a fence, and virtual information was also displayed in front of Chenhao. Soil: normal can be used to grow crops, but does not provide any bonus effects. Soil: normal can be used to grow crops, but does not provide any bonus effects. Soil: normal can be used to grow crops, but does not provide any bonus effects. 20 pieces of soil, all of ordinary grade, can be used to grow all crops, but without any bonus effects. I took the wheat seeds out of my backpack and prepared to plant them in the soil. The next second, I was attracted by the introduction of the wheat seeds. Wheat seeds, good, grows twice as fast as regular wheat. Fuck, is the effect so incredible? The growth rate is actually 10 times that of ordinary wheat. This means that wheat that would take 100 days to successfully grow can now be grown in just 50 days? If ordinary soil is so amazing, then wouldn't the added effect be even more amazing if it were good soil and better quality seeds? With legendary soil and legendary seeds, wouldn't it be possible to grow crops in a matter of minutes? I don't know if the system can sign in legendary seeds. After muttering a few words, Chenhao planted the good quality wheat. Everyone has just traveled to this world, and most people don't have time to upgrade their cabins, so how can they have the time to look for seeds? Good quality seeds are the highest level of seed quality that humans can currently find, although some humans are lucky and can get better quality seeds. But seeds of this level should not be traded, they should be used to grow by oneself. And even if there is, it will definitely be astronomical in price and will definitely not be of legendary level. Legendary things are basically impossible to exist. If you don't have a system, you can't get legendary things. If you want to get legendary items, you can only rely on the system. I hope I can sign in with a legendary seed tomorrow. If that doesn't work, I can sign in with a legendary iron pot or stone pot, so I can drink some broth instead of having to keep eating barbecue. At present, no one has upgraded their wooden houses, so there is no way to build indoor planting, and outdoor planting is simply not practical, so even if you have good quality seeds, you can't plant them. So, good quality seeds are currently the cheapest. Once everyone upgrades their cabins and can build indoor planting, the price of seeds will definitely rise sharply, and it will definitely be much higher than it is now. If the seeds are of good quality, and the crops grown from them can also produce high-quality seeds, your prices will definitely break through the sky. By then, let alone selling 3 seeds for 0.1 pieces of raw meat, even if it's 1 seed for 1 piece of raw meat, there will definitely be a lot of people scrambling to make the deal. Good quality wheat grows twice as fast as ordinary wheat, and can be harvested in half the time it takes to grow ordinary wheat seeds. With just a few crops, you'll have a steady supply of wheat as your staple food. Chapter 20: Monster Attack. Wheat seeds, good 45 days remaining in growth cycle. Wheat seeds, good 45 days remaining in growth cycle. Wheat seeds, good 45 days remaining in growth cycle. Tomato seedling, normal 105 days remaining in growth cycle. It takes a bit long. It turns out that high-quality seeds are still needed. Looking at the instructions that appeared in front of him, Chin Hao's eyes were full of helplessness. Although I really want to eat wheat or ripe tomatoes as soon as possible, it takes a certain amount of time for wheat and tomatoes to mature. Unless I get props that can shorten the time, it is impossible to eat wheat and tomatoes in a short period of time. Woo woo woo. Chin Hao stared at the seedlings and was about to issue a task to exchange raw meat for seeds when a strange sound came from outside. What's that sound? Chin Hao's face changed, and he subconsciously walked to the window and looked out. It was pitch black in the night, you couldn't see your hand in front of you, not even a trace of moonlight could be seen, there was only endless darkness. With the faint light in the wooden house, I could only barely see less than 2 meters in front of me, and I couldn't see anything further away. The cold wind of the night blew past, carrying with it an icy fear that made people shiver uncontrollably. Along with the appearance of the cold wind, several pairs of faint green flames appeared in the dark night, staring at Chin Hao in the cabin. Grass! When looking into the green flames, Chin Hao's face changed instantly, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. I subconsciously closed the wooden window, ignoring the green eyes that were meeting my gaze. Roar! But in just a few seconds, the sound of running and the roar of wild beasts came from outside the window. The sharp teeth roared as if they were going to bite through the cabin. Chin Hao sat by the fire, tightly gripping the legendary stone axe, his eyes fixed on the front. Once those monsters come in, they will attack without hesitation. The dark world is extremely strange. If I don't strike first, I will die at the hands of those monsters. Chin Hao stared at the front vigilantly and subconsciously looked up at the roof, but did not see the figure of the rainforest eagle cub. Chin Hao couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the rainforest eagle cub ran away when he went to the planting room before? However, the windows of the cabin were always closed and never opened. How did the rainforest eagle cub escape? Could it be that there are other broken parts in the cabin? Chin Hao's face changed, and his eyes subconsciously searched the entire cabin to see if there was any damage. Will those strange monsters crawl out from the broken places? But soon, Chin Hao found that he was overthinking, because he had already seen the figure of the rainforest eagle cub. At this moment, the rainforest eagle cub, like a free-range chicken of a few months old, is lying beside the stove, enjoying the heat emitted from the stove. The whole eagle seemed very comfortable, and even seemed to be snoring in its sleep. I slept really well. Looking at the sleeping rainforest eagle, Chin Hao was speechless. But in my heart, I wasn't that scared anymore. The rainforest eagle cub did not go out, which means that there is no broken part of the cabin. Now we just need to focus on the place where the monster is biting. As long as the other party dares to come in, we will find a way to kill him. Roar! Roar! Outside the cabin, the monster's angry roars continued to be heard. There was also the sound of teeth grinding wood. But no matter how hoarse the monster roared, it still couldn't bite through the defense of the cabin. After half an hour, Chin Hao didn't notice any movement in the cabin, so he was no longer so scared and slowly put down the stone axe in his hand. The dark world has just been opened for a short time. Even if the monsters can grow, they can't grow so fast and destroy the upgraded cabin. You know, many humans today are still just starting to use log cabins. The world must give humans some time to react when it gets dark, right? Otherwise, all of humanity will be wiped out. After thinking for a while, Chin Hao figured out some things and was no longer so worried. put down the stone axe and open the world chat channel. So much time has passed, and when I talk about the world now, I am not talking about transactions, but about what is happening outside. Did you hear that? The noise outside is so scary. It seems like some monster is gnawing at my cabin. Will it destroy it? There are monsters outside my cabin too. I'm so scared. Does anyone know what those monsters in the night are? Is there any way to deal with them? I don't know, but it's definitely not something good. Everyone, don't worry. As long as we hide in the cabin and don't go out, those monsters won't be able to do anything to us. This cabin is a safe house for beginners. As long as everyone stays in the cabin quietly, there won't be any danger. However, based on my experience playing games, this safe house should have a time limit. If you want absolute safety, you must upgrade the cabin. So everyone must work hard to collect wood and upgrade the cabin during the day. I agree with that. I only need a little more wood to upgrade my cabin. In the chat channel, someone quickly analyzed the current situation. You can go out to look for resources during the day without much danger. And at night, you must never leave the cabin, otherwise you will surely die. If you want to survive in the dark world, you must collect wood to upgrade your cabin while collecting living resources. Only the cabin is the foundation for everyone to survive in this strange world. This guy is quite smart. Unfortunately, I have a cheat. Chenhao looked at the analysis comments, and couldn't help but smile and shook his head. In the world chat channel, everyone was chatting, and there were no comments about monsters breaking into the cabin, which meant that the level of the monsters was not high at this stage. If they can't even break into the first level cabin, then it's naturally impossible to break into their second level cabin, so there's no need to worry about anything. Is anyone looking to trade good quality seeds? Only 10 seeds are needed for 0.1 piece of raw meat. Taking advantage of the fact that there were so many people around, Chenhao advertised himself. The word, raw meat, is very eye-catching in the dark world. Everyone was originally talking about the monsters outside, but as soon as the word, raw meat, appeared, they were all attracted. Fuck, exchanging raw meat for seeds? Is this the boss? Chenhao? Isn't this the super boss who exchanged for wood yesterday? Boss, I only have ordinary seeds. Are you willing to exchange them? I'm willing to give you 100 seeds. Boss, I have a perfect seed. Chapter 21, Perfect Potato Seeds. Perfect seed, this is fine. Looking at the chat history that flashed by quickly, Chenhao quickly set the perfect seed and clicked on the other party's personal information. Name, Chen Xian. Age, 27. Gender, male. Personal information, live 1 day at a time. Do you have a perfect seed? Chenhao clicked on Chen Xian's private chat page, and without wasting time, he asked directly if he had a perfect seed. At this moment, Chen Xian was sitting by the stove, drinking boiled water miserably, without eating anything. He had been out searching for a whole day and had not found any food. Not to mention raw meat, even things like berries were not seen. So tonight, he could only drink some boiled water to fill his stomach. I accidentally saw the transaction information sent by Chenhao and wanted to chat with Chenhao privately, but Chenhao forbade anyone to chat privately, and no one could chat with Chenhao privately. Looking at the big red exclamation mark, Chen Xian complained helplessly. Really, if you want to trade, why do you refuse private chat? Although he felt very uncomfortable, Chen Xian had no choice. Tonight, his perfect seed could not be exchanged for edible raw meat. You received a new private message. Chen Xian exited Chenhao's personal information page and prepared to ask in the world chat channel if anyone who was a friend of Chenhao could help contact Chenhao, as he had perfect grade seeds to sell. But just when he exited Chenhao's personal information page, Chen Xian suddenly received a private message from Chenhao, which completely stunned Chen Xian. The boss took the initiative to contact me? Chen Xian was confused and quickly opened the private chat page with Chenhao. When he saw the message Chenhao sent him, he was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. He thought he couldn't contact Chenhao, but he didn't expect Chenhao to contact him on his own initiative. Boss, I'm here. This is the perfect seed that the boss wants. Chen Xian quickly sent his perfect level seed information to Chenhao. Potato seeds, perfect grade potato seeds that are superior to good quality, with a planting bonus twice that of good quality. It's actually twice as good quality. This bonus effect is really good. In other words, that's 4 times the growth rate of ordinary seeds, so it only takes 25 days out of 100. This perfect potato seed must be obtained. Chenhao muttered softly, but did not bid directly. Instead, he asked again, "How many seeds of this level do you have?" Although perfect grade potato seeds are very good, they are just 1 perfect grade seed, which is not enough to exchange for 1/10 of raw meat. You need at least 3 perfect seeds to be able to exchange for 1/10 of raw meat. "Boss, I only have a perfect potato seed, which I got by accident," Chen Xian answered quickly. Although the perfect potato seed is a seed, it is also a small potato. If he hadn't seen the message sent by Chenhao, he really wanted to eat this potato. He has not yet upgraded the cabin and unlocked indoor planting, so this potato seed cannot be planted at all. I am almost starving to death now. I can't plant anything and I can't fill my stomach with food. If Chenhao had released the information a little slower, he would have thrown the potato seeds into the stove, and would have gotten a fragrant charcoal-grilled potato in about 10 minutes. If there is only one, the price is not enough. Chenhao frowned and replied. Chenhao really wanted this perfect potato seed, but he couldn't accept the price. But he cannot take the initiative to make an offer. He has to let the other party make the offer and keep the initiative in his own hands. If the other party's price is too high, you can bargain. If the other party's price is lower, you will make a profit. Chen Xian looked at the message from Chenhao, a puzzled look in his eyes. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Boss, are you dissatisfied with the fact that I only have 1 perfect seed, so you're not willing to trade?" "That won't do." Chen Xian, who reacted suddenly, was extremely anxious. Although potatoes can be eaten, they contain no protein and cannot maintain normal body functioning. So at this moment, Chen Xian really wanted to get a piece of raw meat. Even if it was only 1/10 of it, it could provide a lot of energy. In order to survive, this deal must be completed. "Boss, I know a potato seed is too little to exchange for the raw meat in your hand. Can I use something else to offset it?" Apart from exchanging other things with Chenhao, Chen Xian really couldn't think of anything else he could use to get raw meat from Chenhao. Baited. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Chenhao couldn't help but feel happy. He was afraid that Chen Xian would not take the bait. If he did, everything would be easy. "What does the other party have that can be exchanged with me? Could it be something like a stone axe or a wooden fork?" "A stone axe or a wooden fork is unlikely. After all, these are also necessary for survival and self-protection. A hearth and a stone bed are also unlikely. Could it be wood?" After thinking for a moment, Chenhao could only think of wood, apart from those basic daily necessities. Apart from wood, Chenhao really couldn't think of what else humans at this stage could trade. Even for him, having a system allowed him to get ahead of other players, but the only thing he could trade was raw meat. As for the rainforest eagle cub, such a powerful weapon that can grow into a powerful weapon, Chenhao would never trade it. It is precisely because of this that Chenhao really cannot imagine what Chen Xian has in his hands that can be traded. After thinking for a moment, Chenhao asked directly, "What can you trade? I don't need basic items like stone axes and wooden forks. I don't lack these things. As for lumber, you can't produce the quantity I want." Chenhao still has a lot of wood, and he is not short of wood at the moment. If he had dozens or hundreds of pieces, Chenhao would still be a little interested. As for just a few or 10 pieces, Chenhao really has no interest at all. Chen Xian, "Boss, you're joking. Why would I trade these things with you? This is what I want to take. I wonder if the boss needs it." Iron ore, common, can be used to smelt black iron and make iron items. "Iron ore? How did you get it?" When Chenhao saw the item information sent by the other party, he was a little confused and was unable to react. He hadn't found any information about iron ore for so many days, but he didn't expect the other party to actually produce iron ore. Chapter 22. Does stone also have different qualities? "The place where I live is a cave, and I picked it up in the cave," Chen Xian replied. Although the survival manual says that you should not easily reveal your location to anyone because you don't know whether the other person is an enemy or a friend. If you reveal your identity, you may get yourself killed. But Chen Xian did not reveal his location. He only said that he lived in a cave. The world was so big in the dark that it was impossible for Chen Hao to know that he was in that cave. And based on the meaning of Chen Hao's words, it can be speculated that Chen Hao's location is very far away from him, and it is impossible that he is near the cave. If they were really near the cave, they should have already met. He didn't believe that Chen Hao had enough raw meat to exchange for raw meat, so he was just simply exploring around the cabin. The range Chen Hao explored was definitely more than 5 or 6 kilometers. So even if Chen Hao was really nearby, the two of them were more than 10 kilometers apart, and it would take at least some time for Chen Hao to discover him. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian told Chen Hao the correct answer without any deception, because he now needed to please Chen Hao and let Chen Hao complete the transaction with him. His hunger level is already very high. If he doesn't have enough energy to replenish it, his fate will be in danger. So in order to get the raw meat in Chen Hao's hand, he had to satisfy Chen Hao's curiosity. Inside the cave? As expected, everyone lands in a different place. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao didn't ask too much, but asked softly, "How much iron ore do you have?" "You name a price, I want them all." In this world, everyone has their own secrets. It is enough to know where the other person got the iron ore. As for other things, Chen Hao did not ask. Because Chen Hao knew very well in his heart that even if he asked, the other party would not tell him, so there was no need to ask. Moreover, the transaction is not a one-time thing. If you ask too many questions and offend the other party, it will not be so easy to trade iron ore in the future. "Really? I have 6 pieces of iron ore. What's your price?" After seeing Chen Hao's reply, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel happy. He was already prepared. No matter what Chen Hao asked, as long as it did not touch on his bottom line, he could answer Chen Hao. It was totally unexpected that Chen Hao didn't even ask, but directly wanted to trade. "This iron ore of yours is just ordinary iron ore, without any attribute bonuses. Considering the circumstances of our first transaction, I can give you a piece of raw meat. Next time, you'll need 10 pieces of common iron ore for 1 piece of raw meat, 5 pieces for good grade iron ore, 2 pieces for perfect grade iron ore, and so on." After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao gave his price. "Okay, no problem." Chen Xian saw the reply and agreed without thinking. He had no other thoughts now, just wanted to fill his stomach. Not to mention that Chen Hao only gave him a piece of raw meat. Even if it was just a fraction of a piece of raw meat, he would agree without hesitation. You lost 6 times the iron ore and 1 time the perfect potato seed. You get 8 times 1 of raw meat. The transaction was completed quickly. Chen Xian's iron ore and perfect potato seeds disappeared, and a piece of raw meat appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Chen Xian immediately used a stone axe to cut the raw meat into several pieces and put one of the small pieces on the stove to roast. This piece of raw meat will be his food for the next few days, so he can't eat it all at once. Otherwise, what will he do if he has nothing to eat later? You lose raw meat multiplied by 1. You get 6 times the iron ore and 1 times the perfect potato seeds. Looking at what appeared in his hand, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction, got up and went to the indoor planting base to plant the potato seeds. Potato seeds, perfect grade growth cycle 21 days. That's right, we can eat potatoes after waiting for 21 days. Looking at the harvest time of the perfect potato seeds, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. He only needed to wait for 21 days before he could eat baked potatoes and potato stew. During this period of time, you can look for some ingredients, otherwise the meat stewed with only potatoes without seasoning will not taste very good. If you have iron ore in the future, you can contact me. After sending a message to Chen Xian, Chen Hao reopened the World Chat channel, where there were still many humans selling seeds. However, the best seeds are basically of good grade, and perfect grade ones are basically never seen. I searched around and stocked up on some good quality seeds. After planting them, I put all the rest into my backpack. With the backpack, there is no need to worry about the seeds deteriorating. Once the crops are mature, new seeds can be planted. We need to build a smelting room to get the black iron out. Looking at the iron ore in his hand, Chen Hao muttered softly. Now that we have iron ore, it is natural to make some iron props, such as kitchen knives and sharp spears. A kitchen knife can be used to cut raw meat, otherwise you would have to use a legendary stone axe every time, which would be very inconvenient. Although the spearhead made of black iron is not as sharp and hard as that made of steel, it is several times stronger than that made of wood. The sharper black iron spearhead can easily pierce into the body of the prey, allowing you to better deal with various accidents. Smelting furnace, not opened, it consumes 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of stone to build. The better the quality of the stone, the higher the quality of the smelting furnace. The material grade smelted by a high-quality smelting furnace is higher than that smelted by a low-quality smelting furnace, and the success rate increases with the quality of the smelting furnace. Stones are also divided into grades? Looking at the introduction of the smelting furnace, Chenhao was a little confused. He had never considered that stones were divided into different grades, and thought that they were all of ordinary grade like wood, etc. It seems that in this world, everything is divided into levels. Crops, seeds, soil, raw meat, iron ore, etc. are all graded, and now even the most common stones are graded. Doesn't that mean that wood is also divided into grades? In other words, with legendary grade wood, one can build a legendary grade wooden house. Chenhao's gaze subconsciously turned to his legendary stone axe, and a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. If stones really have grades, then wouldn't it be possible to create a second legendary stone axe? After thinking for a moment, Chenhao opened the world chat page and quickly typed a line of words. Raw meat in exchange for stones. Is anyone willing to sell perfect grade stones? 10 perfect grade stones can be exchanged for 1 piece of raw meat. Chapter 23, Monster Attack. Boss, you are really rich. Do you need a younger brother? 1.7 meters long legs, do you need a warm bed? As soon as Chenhao appeared, people in the chat channel quickly noticed him, but no one had the iron ore that Chenhao needed. At this stage, no one has indoor planting, and breeding has not been built either, so it is impossible to raise animals and grow crops. All supplies need to be searched outside, and most of them are concentrated on food and drink. As for iron ore and other supplies that will be needed later, they are basically not taken seriously. Unless you see it by chance, you may collect it, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to spend time and energy to look for it. Materials such as iron ore basically play no role at this stage. It is precisely because of this that no one cares much. However, now that Chenhao has issued a trading task, some people will pay more attention to the supplies in this area, and then they can collect them and hand them over to Chenhao. Even if you can only exchange it for a little bit of raw meat, you can still supplement a lot of protein and improve your physical fitness. It seems no one has it. After muttering, Chenhao closed the world chat channel. It's getting late, it's time to rest. Boom! When Chenhao lay down on the bed and was about to rest, the cabin was suddenly hit by something, making a loud noise, and even the whole cabin shook. What's going on? Chenhao's face changed and he subconsciously sat up from the bed. He picked up the legendary stone axe and stared vigilantly at the front, where the collision sound came from. They were starving in the dark night and were desperately looking for food. Hunger drove them mad, and they attacked the cabin recklessly. Please stay in the cabin and protect yourself. Do not leave the cabin or open the door. No matter what happens outside, no matter what sounds you hear, do not leave the cabin. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in front of Chenhao. Aren't they gone away? There was a flicker of doubt in Chenhao's eyes. Those monsters had appeared a week ago and attacked the cabin, but when they found that they could not enter the cabin, they disappeared into the night. Unexpectedly, in less than an hour, the disappeared monsters appeared again. This inevitably made Chenhao feel a little worried. The monster that appears again will definitely not leave so easily. If they keep attacking the cabin, or if their numbers are huge, can the cabin really withstand it? The collision just now caused the cabin to shake a little. If it happened dozens or hundreds of times, the cabin would definitely be broken apart. This won't work. We have to find a solution. Chenhao frowned and thought, but couldn't think of any good solution. He opened the system chat page to see if anyone had any good ideas. Are all people attacked by monsters? There's a terrifying monster outside my house, madly attacking my cabin. If you ask me to buy wood next time and I don't respond, then you're probably dead. This was the beauty Chen Hao had his first transaction with. Her name was hidden, and Chen Hao did not know her name. Boss, I'm being attacked by monsters. Those monsters are so scary. Do you have any way to deal with them? Following the beauty, Chen Xian's question followed, his tone full of fear. Looking at the message they sent back, Chen Hao did not respond at all. He was already in trouble himself, and had no mood to care about other people's affairs. These people were just trading partners and there was no deep affection between them, so even if they died, Chen Hao would not have too many emotional fluctuations. At most, it would be a little regretful because there would be one less partner to cooperate and trade with in the future. My cabin was hit by something just now. It scared me to death. It almost broke into pieces. I saw them, help. I'm timid, don't scare me. It's over. I'm going to die. Li Yao, what do they look like? Li Yao. Chen Hao also tagged Li Yao and asked what the monsters in the dark looked like. But Li Yao seemed to have disappeared suddenly. No matter how people tagged him, Li Yao did not respond. A bad thought also arose in everyone's mind. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly disappeared. Could it be that he has already died at the hands of those monsters? Li Yao, come out and answer quickly, your joke is not funny at all. Li Yao, are you freaking out? Why are you trying to scare us like this? Li Yao. In the World Chat channel, most of the messages are tagged at Li Yao. Everyone wanted to know what Li Yao had seen. What are they in the darkness? This human named Li Yao is most likely dead. Chen Hao frowned and stared at the World Chat channel, with bad thoughts emerging in his mind. The cabin he had upgraded was shaken when it was hit by the monster, let alone those cabins that had not been upgraded. Although the system said that hiding in the cabin is safe, as long as you don't leave the cabin, your life will not be in great danger. But the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. There are always humans who are not afraid of death and seek excitement. The guy named Li Yao should be a person with a stimulating personality. It is very likely that I opened the wooden door of the cabin myself, so I was able to see the monsters in the dark. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't explain clearly what those monsters were. Chen Hao murmured softly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If Li Yao could describe what those monsters looked like before he died, it would be of great help to the surviving humans. Snap. Snap. The sound of gnawing on the wooden door outside the wooden house became louder. And there was not only one place where the gnawing sound was coming from. After Chen Hao listened carefully, he found that there were 3 places where the gnawing sound was coming from. Chirp. On the beam of the house, a rainforest eagle let out a soft cry, its eyes fixed on the front, its wings slightly spread and its body slightly bent, as if it had seen its prey. There was only one last time, why are there 3 this time? Chen Hao frowned, took a deep breath, and held the stone axe tightly in front of him. As long as the monsters gnawed through the cabin, he would attack them without hesitation. When 2 brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Only by fighting to the death can you survive. If you don't fight to the death, you will only die. Let these monsters from other worlds know the bloodiness of Chinese men. The moment he made up his mind, the fear in Chen Hao's heart gradually dissipated, and what was left was only a cold fighting spirit. Chapter 24: The Injured Monster. All human beings in the dark world stayed in the cabin in fear, waiting for the crisis to happen. The brave humans held the stone axes and wooden forks tightly, staring at the wooden house. As long as the monsters dared to come in, they would fight to the death. Because they know in their hearts that only by fighting to the death can they have a chance to survive, otherwise there is only one way to die. After all, only a small number of people are brave enough. Most of them huddle tightly in the corner, hoping that the monsters will not come in. A few days ago, everyone lived in a peaceful society. They had always lived in a civilized society, and had never experienced such a thing, so naturally they could not face such a situation. Except for a very small number of guys who like to seek death, most humans hide in the wooden houses and dare not go out easily. If they were asked to pick up weapons and fight the monsters in the dark, few people would be able to do it. They could only wait quietly for the monsters to break out of the small dark room. If they had steel weapons, or guns and ammunition, they would still have the courage to fight. However, they could not deal with the monsters in the dark with only wooden forks and stone axes that were not seriously damaged. Not to mention ordinary humans, even active soldiers and humans who practice martial arts would not dare to rashly face those unknown monsters in the dark. No matter who you are, as long as you are human, you will instinctively feel fear when facing something unknown. This is an extremely dangerous world. Unlike the original world, even if you fail, it will not be fatal. There is a great possibility of saving your life. Once this world fails, it is impossible to survive and will definitely be torn into countless pieces by those monsters. If you succeed, you can only get some raw meat and fur, but if you fail, you will lose your life, so no one will be stupid enough to gamble. In addition, there was a human in front who was so stupid as to open the wooden door and see the monsters in the dark clearly, but before he could tell anyone, he disappeared. With the lessons learned from the past, no one will be stupid enough to go out and die. I hope these monsters can't get in. Chen Hao frowned, his face showing vigilance. He had never seen those monsters in the dark, didn't know what they looked like, and didn't know what abilities they had. Are there any similarities between them and the tigers and lions in the previous world? If the fighting power is the same as that of tigers and lions, Chen Hao really doesn't want to encounter them. Even with weapons, he can't defeat ferocious beasts of this level. Only with a hard and sharp weapon like a steel knife can one defeat ferocious beasts like lions and tigers. Otherwise, it is impossible to defeat the opponent by relying solely on stone axes and wooden forks. You still haven't given up? Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the monsters outside the house had not given up and were still gnawing at the wooden house. And their voices became more and more anxious, as if they would not leave until they had bitten through the wooden house. The man and the eagle stared at the place where the monster was biting, and they would attack without hesitation if the monster dared to come in. At this moment, Chen Hao was in a tense state of mind. He had no mind to care about other things and had no idea what the other humans in the dark world were like. Are there monsters that have broken through the defense of the small dark room? Have humans died at the hands of these monsters? Or maybe, there are already humans who have seen the monster in the dark. Snap! A crisp sound was heard, as if something was bitten off. Chen Hao subconsciously looked towards the place where the sound came from, and saw a cold wind suddenly blowing in from a corner not far from the wooden door. The temperature of the entire room dropped several degrees in an instant, and the flames in the stove shook violently due to the cold wind. A black hole as big as a human head appeared in front of Chen Hao, followed by a furry claw. The claw was pitch black, but it was strong and powerful. Its sharp claws left several claw marks on the ground. The moment the black claws came in, the hairs on them stood upside down, flashing with cold light, like sharp thorns, emitting a coldness that could suck people in. The black claws kept clawing around in the cabin, as if trying to catch the human in the cabin. Chen Hao was on the other side, and the black claws did not catch Chen Hao. The owner of the black claw was still outside the cabin, still hissing hoarsely. The entrance to the cabin was too small, and it couldn't get in at all. Only by tearing a big hole in the cabin can the owner of the black claw come in and eat the humans in the cabin. Chirp! The rainforest eagle looked at the pitch-black claw and hit on the beam, trembling. It didn't dare to come down at all, and didn't even dare to stare at the black claw. All of Chen Hao's attention was focused on the black claw, and he had no time to care about anything else. No, we have to find a way to destroy this black claw. Otherwise, once other places are breached by monsters, it will be even more dangerous. Chen Hao stared at the black claw in front of him. His eyes were cold, and there was a hint of fear. He didn't dare to get close to the black claw at all. But when I heard the sounds coming from other places, I became even more frightened. This small cabin could not stop these monsters at all. If you continue to delay, only death will be waiting for you. Let's fight! There is still a glimmer of hope if you fight to the death. If you let these monsters continue to bite you, there will be absolutely no chance of survival. Just one black claw has such destructive power. One can imagine how terrifying the monsters outside are. The most important thing is that there are not just one such monster, but 3. It is not possible to deal with just one, let alone 3. Go to hell! Chen Hao seized the opportunity and smashed the stone axe in his hand hard at the black claw. The sharp stone axe hit the monster's claws hard. The legendary stone axe broke through the monster's defense, causing it to bleed profusely. The monster's painful screams were heard outside. Black Claw struggled to get out of the cabin, and a pair of eyes flashing green light appeared at the entrance, staring at Chen-hao like a ghost. Those eyes were like the nine nether hell, frightening Chen-hao so much that his face turned pale and he subconsciously took several steps back. But he still gritted his teeth and shouted towards the cave entrance. "Fuck you, come in if you dare. I'm not someone you can easily bully." At this moment, Chen-hao was extremely frightened, but he could only suppress the terror and cheer himself up with roars. "Are the monsters in the night very powerful? Then I will be stronger than him and let him know that I am not easy to bully." Chapter 25: The Mutated Wolf. Outside there were constant screams of pain from the monster, and the other two monsters stopped gnawing at the wooden house and ran quickly towards the injured monster. Two pairs of eyes like green flames stared at the injured monster, and no one knew what they were thinking. "These two monsters don't want to avenge their companions, do they?" Through the hole, Chen-hao saw the situation outside. Although I couldn't see clearly what was happening, I could see two pairs of green eyes staring at the injured monster. The three monsters didn't leave, which made Chen-hao feel uneasy. If the other two monsters desperately attack the hole, they will most likely destroy the wooden house. With two monsters entering at the same time, he had no way to fight against them with his own strength. "No, we have to find a way to drive these monsters away. If they continue to attack this hole, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous." Chen-hao frowned, thinking quickly about what to do. No matter what, these monsters must not be allowed to enter the cabin, otherwise, with my own strength, I will never be able to defeat these monsters. Roar! The injured monster roared in pain, and the other two uninjured monsters suddenly turned around and looked at Chen-hao, their green eyes flashing with cold light. They rushed to the hole, hissing non-stop at the wooden house, but didn't dare to raise their claws directly. With the previous experience of the injured monster, the uninjured monsters naturally dare not raise their claws, otherwise their injured companions will suffer the same fate. Living in the darkness, if they get hurt, death is the only thing that awaits them. "We can't fight these monsters head-on. We have to think of a solution." Chen-hao looked at the monsters that were frantically tearing the wooden house apart, and thought calmly about how to deal with these monsters. He was just an ordinary human being, without any power, and it was impossible for him to fight against these monsters with just the stone axe in his hand. So we can only use our wits and find a way to drive these monsters out of the range of the cabin. "I don't know what those monsters in the dark are. Is there anything you're afraid of?" Chen-hao frowned and thought, trying to guess what these monsters were afraid of. "Monsters of the night, don't dare come out during the day. The survival manual says these monsters won't come out during the day, so it's safe during the day. They only appear at night. So these monsters are probably afraid of light, which is why they don't dare to come out during the day. Perhaps we can use light to drive these monsters out of the range of the cabin." After Chen-hao thought for a moment, a bold idea immediately appeared in his mind. These monsters dare not come out during the day, so they are most likely afraid of light. As long as strong light is created, these monsters will not dare to approach easily. But it's late at night, and there's no strong flashlight. How can we create light? Chen-hao looked around the entire cabin to see if there were any props that could create light. But after scanning the entire cabin, he didn't see any props that could create light, because to create light, materials are necessary. Not to mention the issue of whether there is electricity or not, there is even no steel wire or other things to make a flashlight, so it is impossible to create light. Flames can also provide illumination. Although not as strong as light, they should still be able to play a certain role. Chen-hao stared at the stove and muttered softly, "Even if it doesn't work, I can still see what those monsters look like." Chen-hao acted immediately and came to the stove, threw the wood into the stove, lit it, and then threw it directly out of the hole. Woo woo woo. In an instant screams were heard outside. There was also the sound of rolling on the ground and rubbing against the soil. Looking out through the hole, one could clearly see an extremely black animal that looked like a giant wolfhound, with flames burning all over its body, and it was running wildly on the ground. The flames quickly spread along the monster's fur and all over its body. The monster screamed in pain and ran away, quickly disappearing into the night. Can fire hurt these monsters? Seeing this scene, Chen-hao couldn't help but feel happy. I didn't expect that the method I suddenly thought of would actually work. The monster's fur suddenly started to burn the moment it came into contact with the flames. This was something Chen Hao had never thought of before. Without any hesitation, Chen Hao picked up the burning wood in the stove again, carefully opened the window, and looked out. Looking at the injured monster, without any hesitation, he threw the burning wood at the monster. The burning firewood quickly burst into flames the moment it touched the monster's hair. The monster struggled to get up and ran quickly towards the water source. Is this a wild wolf or something? Why does it feel like a wolf? Through the burning shape, Chen Hao felt that the shape of this monster was a bit like the wild wolf he had seen in his previous life. However, compared to the wild wolves in the previous life, this monster is 2 to 3 times larger and much stronger than the Wolf King. Chirp! When Chen Hao was watching intently, the rainforest eagle suddenly let out an eagle cry, grabbed Chen Hao's clothes with its claws, and quickly pulled him behind him. Although the rainforest eagle is also a jungle overlord, it can only become a king after it grows up. At this moment, the rainforest eagle is just a cub and has no power at all. What the hell do you want to do? Chen Hao was so engrossed in watching when he was suddenly interrupted. He felt very unhappy and subconsciously turned around and attacked the rainforest eagle. But just as Chen Hao turned around, a sharp claw grabbed towards him, missing and leaving a deep mark on the wooden window. Looking at the claw marks that penetrated deep into the wood, Chen Hao's expression changed, and he felt even more frightened. When he looked at the rainforest eagle cub, there was a bit more gratitude in his eyes. If it weren't for the rainforest eagle cub, he might have died at the hands of the monster by now. You bastard, if I don't show my power, do you think I'm a sick cat? Chen Hao, who had almost lost his life several times, was completely ignited with anger. He immediately grabbed the wooden bed in the stove, opened the wooden door without hesitation, and walked out. Looking at the figure in the darkness, Shifu pointed at the other person's head and said angrily, You bastard, today either you die or I die. In the light of the torch, Chen Hao also saw the appearance of the monster. It looked like a wild wolf, but had sharp fangs and its hair was covered with hair like a porcupine. The moment the wild wolf saw Chen Hao, a hint of red light flashed in its green eyes, and it suddenly pounced towards Chen Hao. Chapter 26 Seriously Injured Night Monster. Chen Hao held his breath and stared at the wolf calmly. At the moment when the wolf was about to touch him, he suddenly threw the torch in his hand towards the wolf. The wild wolf was very fast. It stopped abruptly in midair and quickly twisted its body to avoid the attack of the torch. The torch fell to the ground, scattering sparks, and was soon blown away by the cold wind of the night, leaving only a faint flame. After the wild wolf landed, it immediately pounced on Chen Hao again, and its sharp claws were determined to tear Chen Hao to pieces. Chen Hao did not fight hard. He quickly returned to the cabin and closed the wooden door. The wolf was unable to react and hit the door hard. His strong body, like a high-speed car, caused the wooden door to tremble violently, and forcibly knocked Chen Hao, who was holding the door, back 2 doors. Fortunately, the door was open from the outside, not from the inside, otherwise the wolf would have knocked the door open with just one collision. Crunch! The wolf's claws were scratching the wooden door frantically, making a harsh noise and the wolf's roar. Seeing that the wild wolf could not get in, Chen Hao returned to the stove and placed his slightly frozen hands on the stove. The scorching temperature makes the cold hands warm again. The wolves are already on guard. A sneak attack with torches won't work. Chen Hao looked at the wild wolf that was scratching the wooden door, and kept thinking in his mind how to deal with the wild wolf. The wild wolf was too big and very strong, so it was not feasible to fight it head-on. Just one collision made him feel like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart, so if he wanted to confront the wild wolf head-on, he would basically die. If it were daytime with a wide field of vision, there would still be a chance, but it was dark at night and nothing could be seen clearly, so there was no way to make use of the surrounding environment. However, 2 wild wolves have been dealt with, and only the last one is left. It cannot bite through the cabin for the time being, so there is no need to worry too much. System, can we repair the cabin now? The cabin is being attacked and cannot be repaired. It's impossible to repair it after being attacked? It's really a bummer. Looking at the hole in the corner bitten by the wild wolf, Chen Hao was very impatient. A slight breeze blew in from the hole, making Chin-hao tremble a little. The night in the dark world is already cold, and the holes caused by the wolf's attack cannot be repaired, and cold wind blows in all the time. Although there was a stove, the cold night wind blowing in through the hole still caused the temperature of the cabin to drop by several degrees. Especially when the cold wind blew on his body, Chin-hao, who was wearing thin clothes, couldn't help but shiver. In the original civilized world, it was still summer, so everyone was wearing very thin clothes. Even after traveling to this world, everyone was still wearing clothes from the civilized world. It is precisely because of this that without a stove, basically no one can survive the night. Even in the cabin, there is a high possibility of freezing to death. "Why the hell aren't you leaving yet?" Listening to the sound of claws and fangs biting the wooden door, Chin-hao felt very uncomfortable. If he had the chance, he really wanted to rush in and kill the wild wolf. But such thoughts only exist in the mind and are just thoughts. It is impossible to put them into action. The wild wolf was huge and powerful, and he was not able to contend with it now. First, find something to cover the hole to prevent the cold wind from blowing in. Unable to open the wooden door and go out to kill the wild wolf, Chin-hao could only look around the wooden house to see if there was anything that could block the hole. Although it is impossible to stop the cold wind from coming in, it can at least block some of the cold wind and prevent all of the cold wind from coming in. After searching for a while, Chin-hao didn't see anything that could block the cold wind, and finally noticed the wood in the warehouse. The more than 100 pieces of wood that were traded have not been used yet. In order to reduce the space used in the backpack, most of the wood is placed in the warehouse. The moment he saw the wood, Chin-hao immediately thought of a solution. He could use the wood to block the hole, thus blocking most of the cold wind. Chin-hao acted quickly and carefully placed the wood in front of the hole. It took him dozens of pieces of wood to block the hole. Chin-hao, who was afraid of being attacked by wild wolves, took every step carefully and was always on guard against sudden sneak attacks from the wild wolves. It was just a small hole, but it took more than half an hour to completely block it. The cold wind was howling outside the house, and some of it blew in through the hole, but most of the cold wind was blocked outside and did not lower the temperature of the wooden house. "It's finally getting a little warmer." I went back to the fireplace and put my frozen hands on it. My body warmed up quickly and I felt much more comfortable. Less than 2 minutes after sitting down, Chin-hao suddenly held his breath, stared at the wooden door, frowned slightly and asked, "Why is there no sound?" All his attention was on the hole. He was trying to block it while being wary of a sudden attack by the wild wolf. So I had no idea when the sound of the wild wolf attacking the wooden door disappeared. I only knew that after I sat down, I didn't hear the sound of the wild wolf attacking the wooden door. Chin-hao stood up and walked carefully to the wooden door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Apart from the sound of the cold wind howling in the dark night, he did not hear any sound of wild wolves attacking the wooden door. "The wolf left?" Chin-hao was very confused, but he didn't dare to open the door rashly. Who knows if these wild wolves have brains? What if this is just a conspiracy of the wild wolves? As long as I dare to open the door, the wild wolves hiding outside will attack, and I will not be able to react at all. If you are not sure whether there is danger outside, there is no way you can open the door. Once the door is opened, your life may be in danger. After staying in silence for a few minutes, Chin-hao still heard no sound, so he went back to sit in front of the fireplace. The rainforest eagle on the beam seemed a little cold and also flew to the front of the stove, but kept a certain distance from Chin-hao and did not get too close to Chin-hao. The moment he saw the rainforest eagle, Chin-hao remembered that it was this rainforest eagle cub that saved him. If it weren't for it, he might have been killed. Thinking of this, Chin-hao looked at rainforest eagle with a hint of gratitude in his eyes, and said softly to rainforest eagle, "Thank you for the previous visit." The rainforest eagle cub glanced at Chin-hao and nodded very humanely, as if it understood what Chin-hao said. Seeing this scene, Chin-hao was a little confused. Is this rainforest eagle so smart? Chapter 27, Wolf Slayer Warrior in the Dark Night. After seeing the rainforest eagle nod, Chin-hao suddenly remembered the system's prompt about the rainforest eagle, which seemed to indicate that this guy was trainable. Trainable animals should have high IQs. Otherwise, it would be impossible to understand what you are saying. Moreover, animals are very vigilant. When the wild wolf appeared in front, The rainforest eagle was extremely alert, with fierce light in its eyes. At this moment, the sound outside the house disappeared, the fierce light in the rainforest eagle's eyes also disappeared, and it came to the fireplace to warm itself by the fire. Could it be that the wild wolf that attacked the wooden door outside the house has really left completely? After thinking for a moment, Chenhao tentatively asked the rainforest eagle, "Has the monster outside left?" Chenhao didn't dare to open the door and go out to check, so at this moment, he could only ask the rainforest eagle to see if he could get the answer he wanted. After hearing Chenhao's words, the rainforest eagle tilted its head and thought for a while, then nodded and cooed twice. As if in response to Chenhao, all the wild wolves outside the house had left. Seeing this scene, Chenhao also showed a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Now that the wild wolf has left, this damaged area can be repaired. As Chenhao was thinking about it, he immediately came to the broken wooden house and collected all the wood on the ground. System: repair the broken wooden house. The wooden house is severely damaged and requires 15 pieces of wood to repair. Should we repair it? Repair! Repairing the damaged cabin, estimated to take 10 minutes, countdown 9:59. As Chenhao asked to repair the wooden door, the legendary stone axe that fell to the ground suddenly swung automatically. Along with the crackling sound of wood being struck, the legendary stone axe was quickly repairing the wooden door. 10 minutes passed quickly and the broken wooden door was repaired. Chenhao stood up to check it and kicked it with his foot. It was very solid. The quality was no different from before. Even if the wild wolf came again, it would not be able to break it in a short time. Repair the wooden door. Now that the broken wooden house has been repaired, the wooden door naturally needs to be repaired as well. After all, the wooden door has been attacked by wild wolves for a long time. Repairing the wooden door, estimated to take 5 minutes, countdown 4:59. The damage to the wooden door was not as serious as that to the wooden house, so the wood and time required to repair it would naturally be much less. As for the other places that were attacked, Chenhao, who was in the wooden house, had no idea, and he didn't dare go out to check what was going on in the middle of the night. So we had to wait until daytime, go out to see what was going on, and then decide how to fix it. Ding! Congratulations on killing an adult wolf. Because you are the first human in the world to kill an adult wolf in the dark, you will be awarded the Wolf Slayer badge. Your heroic deeds will be recorded on the 5th page of the Dark World and will be announced to the entire server. Your heroic deeds will be remembered. What the hell? When did I kill the wolf? While sitting in front of the fireplace, waiting for the wooden door to be repaired, I prepared to open the World Chat channel to see what other humans were doing. Before he even opened the World Chat channel, the system's voice suddenly rang out, completely confusing Chenhao. He only cut the wolf's claws, which at most seriously injured the wolf. When did he kill the wolf? Chenhao racked his brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. He really couldn't think of when he killed the wild wolf. A round golden badge suddenly appeared in front of Chenhao. On it was a wild wolf engraved, wrapped in flames, with deep fear in the wolf's eyes. The wolf's mouth opened wide, emitting silent pain. Wolf Slayer Badge. The first human in the world to slay a wolf in darkness will receive this badge. Wearing this badge inflicts a 10% deterrent to all wolf creatures, increasing damage by 100%. It's worthy of being the badge that only the first person to kill a wild wolf can get. The bonus effect is really awesome. Looking at the effect of the badge, Chenhao nodded with satisfaction. With this badge, even if you encounter a wild wolf in the future, you will be able to fight it. Not to mention the deterrent power, just the damage bonus alone can make every attack he makes on the wild wolf a critical hit. Server-wide announcement. A human has killed a wolf in the dark of night and earned the Wolf Slayer badge. The Wolf Slayer has arrived in the dark world. Wild wolves and werewolves tremble. Server-wide announcement. A human has killed a wolf in the dark of night and earned the Wolf Slayer badge. The Wolf Slayer has arrived in the dark world. Wild wolves and werewolves tremble. Server-wide announcement. A human has killed a wolf in the dark of night and earned the Wolf Slayer badge. The Wolf Slayer has arrived in the dark world. Wild wolves and werewolves tremble. This was announced to the entire server, and all surviving humans saw this message. In an instant, the entire World Chat channel was in an uproar. Not only other humans, but even Chen Hao's ears could hear the system's voice. The wolf was burned to death. Looking at the pattern on the badge, Chen Hao's eyes flashed with disbelief. He was still wondering how he had killed the wild wolf, but when he saw the pattern, he immediately understood what was going on. He threw the torch twice, and the first wolf that was burned quickly disappeared. Chen Hao didn't know where it went. However, the second wild wolf was seriously injured by Chen Hao. One of its claws was basically broken, and its body was covered in flames, and it also disappeared into the darkness. The fur of both wolves was on fire, so Chen Hao had no idea which one was injured and killed. But it was most likely the seriously injured wolf, because it was seriously injured and couldn't run far. Look around tomorrow and see if we can get some wolf meat. Chen Hao muttered softly that although those wild wolves looked a little strange, their meat should be edible. Even if you don't eat it yourself, you can take it out for trade. A wild wolf of such a big size has a lot of meat, which can be exchanged for a lot of resources. Big Brother is awesome, he can actually kill the wild wolf. What the hell? Someone dares to leave the cabin? Please tell me how to kill the wild wolf. Oh my god, I'm hiding in bed and I don't dare to go out. The boss has already slaughtered the wild wolf. A large sum of money is required for the wolf slaying secret manual. Isn't this boss the one who has a lot of raw meat? He even dares to kill wild wolves, no wonder he has so much raw meat. Boss, do you have any extra raw meat? Can you give me some? Chapter 28. Strategy for Killing Night Monsters. Werewolf Clan. There are still werewolves in this world? Doesn't that mean there are still things like vampires? When listening to the server-wide announcement, Chen Hao's eyes flickered with confusion. The first time, he didn't listen carefully to what was going on, but the second time, Chen Hao understood what was going on. He never dreamed that there were werewolves in this world. But soon, Chen Hao felt relieved. Since this is a world of survival, and there are monsters attacking cabins at night, the existence of creatures like werewolves is understandable. We must find a way to improve the safety of the shelter, otherwise once those werewolves appear, we will not be able to deal with them. No matter what, werewolves are still human beings. Their IQ is definitely much higher than that of wild wolves, and their attack power is also much stronger than that of wild wolves. Once a werewolf attacks you, the threat level is definitely not comparable to that of a mere wild wolf. We must find a way to improve the safety of the shelter and set some traps around the shelter to greatly reduce the threat posed by werewolves. Since there are werewolves in this world, doesn't that mean there are also creatures like rabbit girls, fox girls, and cat girls? I don't know if there are angels or something like that. After the crisis, a sudden impulse arose in Chen Hao's heart. The werewolves have appeared, so Catwoman and the others should appear too, right? No matter what, they all belong to the category of orcs. See how other humans are doing. After adding some wood to the stove, Chen Hao lay down comfortably on the reed bed with his head on the reed pillow. The bed and pillows made of reeds were very comfortable, much better than the original hard bed. Open the World Chat channel to see what other humans are doing. Chen Hao killed the wild wolf, the threat outside the house disappeared, and there were no monsters in the dark that could affect his safety. However, the humans in other areas did not solve the threat outside the house. They still held the stone axes tightly and stared at the threat outside the house. Once the monsters in the dark rush in, they will attack without hesitation. Their idea is very simple, that is to fight to the death. If you fight to the death, you still have a chance to survive. If you are afraid and dare not fight, then you will only die. Especially when they heard that Chen Hao killed the wild wolf and obtained the badge, they felt more confident. The server-wide announcement of Chen Hao killing the wild wolf made everyone clearly aware that the monsters in the dark were not invincible, and humans could also kill them. Suddenly, many people were full of confidence, and opened the wooden door to fight to the death with the monster in the dark. However, at the moment of opening the wooden door, looking at the huge black claws coming towards their foreheads, there was deep regret in their frightened eyes. Although everyone heard the server-wide announcement, most people still hid in the cabin, praying in their hearts that the wild wolf would not break through the cabin's defenses. Although the monsters in the dark can be killed, they are too scary. If possible, they really don't want to fight the monsters in the dark head-on. If you don't encounter these monsters, you still have a chance to survive. Once you encounter these monsters, you will be injured even if you don't die. The dark world belongs to a primitive society with no medical conditions at all. Once you are injured, you can basically just wait to die. Unless one is 100% sure, no one is willing to take the risk. It is precisely because of this that most humans are chatting in the world, looking for ways to kill the wild wolves outside the house. Among all the humans in the world, Chen Hao is the only one who has killed wild wolves, so most people are tagging Chen Hao and asking him to give a strategy on how to deal with wild wolves. Because no one has Chen Hao as a friend, and Chen Hao has set his privacy settings, people who don't have friends cannot chat with Chen Hao privately. In addition to tagging Chen Hao, people all over the world were asking if anyone had Chen Hao's friends, asking them to contact Chen Hao quickly and tell him strategies on how to deal with the wild wolves. The beautiful woman selling wood. How do you kill monsters in the dark? Can you tell me the strategy? After waiting for a while, seeing that Chen Hao did not answer, the beauty replied again. I'm willing to buy the wood. Just name the amount. Chen Xian. Boss, you are so awesome! You actually killed the wild wolf. Can you tell me how to kill the monster in the dark? Chen Hao has only two good friends, the beautiful woman who sells wood, and Chen Xian who sells him perfect seeds and iron ore. The beautiful woman selling wood sent 2 messages, while Chen Xian only sent 1. After thinking about it, Chen Hao gave a reply. We're all human, so naturally we should stick together for warmth. Forget about the wood and stuff. I'll post a guide on the World Channel, take a look for yourself. World Channel, please pay attention. Chen Hao replied to both of them, but when replying to the beautiful woman's message, Chen Hao needed to be more patient. As for Chen Xian's message, there was only a simple line of words. The beautiful woman selling wood. Yes, thank you. Chen Xian. Okay, boss. Both of them replied almost instantly. Chen Hao did not answer, but opened the World Chat channel and took a quick look at the chat history that quickly slid by. Hello everyone, please be quiet and listen to me for a few words. Because he has the Wolf Slayer Warrior badge, the information Chen Hao posts is a different color from others, and even if it is flooded with messages, it can still be pinned high at the top. No matter how fast the screen refreshed, the message posted by Chen Hao was still at the top and could be seen by everyone in the World Chat channel. Holy crap, the Wolf Slayer boss has appeared. Everyone, be quiet and listen to what the boss has to say. Everyone, be quiet. 1. With the appearance of Chen Hao, the World Chat channel exploded for a moment, but soon returned to silence. Compared to the number of words, they wanted to know more about how Chen Hao dealt with the monsters outside, because this was their only chance to survive. I'm sure everyone has heard the server-wide announcement just now. As everyone has imagined, those monsters in the darkness can indeed be killed, but they are too powerful to be confronted head-on. If you want to deal with them, you have to outsmart them. I don't know if the monsters you are facing are the same as the ones I am facing. I'm facing wild wolves. They have thick fur and a layer of black oil that can be ignited by flames. Chen Hao told other humans how he killed the wild wolf, but it was just a strategy because he didn't know whether the monsters other humans faced were the same as the ones he encountered. Chapter 29, New Choices. Fuck, is this even possible? How did Boss Chen Hao come up with this idea? He actually used fire to deal with wild wolves. It's simply amazing. Even if I knew how to deal with the monsters in the dark, I wouldn't dare go out. +1. What if I don't dare to go out? After hearing what Chen Hao said, the World Chat channel quickly started chatting again. Because of Chen Hao, the chat history was jumping rapidly. As soon as a message comes out, before you can even figure out what's going on, it's already been posted hundreds of times. Basically, all humans cannot see the chat channel of the entire world. What other humans say will disappear before they can read it clearly. The only thing that could be seen was the message that Chen Hao had customized at the top of the World Chat channel, which was flashing with golden light. Others couldn't see the new information, and Chen Hao couldn't see the information from other humans either. He just kept talking to himself. I came out to tell you that the monsters in the night are scary, but they are not invincible. As long as we work hard to develop, find all the resources, and forge powerful weapons, we can also kill those beasts in the dark. After expressing his thoughts, Chen Hao did not look at the World Chat channel, but exited the World Chat channel. People all over the world are discussing how to deal with the monsters in the dark. The speed at which information is released is so fast that it is impossible to see what is going on. As for the regional chat, Chen Hao had never opened it. He was so famous now that he couldn't easily reveal the area he was in. Once you are targeted by someone with ulterior motives, unnecessary trouble may arise. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Chen Hao would never easily reveal his position unless it was absolutely necessary. Today's harvest is not bad. Looking at the iron ore lying on the ground, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. Today, he not only built an indoor planting area, but also obtained a lot of high-quality seeds. He also has a perfect seed and a wolf killer badge, which allows him to better deal with wolf creatures in the dark world. There is also the corpse of a powerful wild wolf. Maybe we can get a lot of raw meat from it, but unfortunately we don't know where the corpse of the wild wolf is. It's pitch black outside, so don't leave the cabin easily. Wait until daytime and then go out to see what's going on. Ding! Your selection times have been refreshed. Please make a selection. Option 1. Complete Book of Legendary Celestial Creatures. Option 2. Legendary Spirit Beast, random. Option 3. A Top Beauty JK. The system really does understand me. It still has the option of a top-notch beauty. Looking at the choices given by the system, Chen Hao couldn't help but look happy. However, he did not waste too much time on the third choice. What is most important to him now is resources, not a stunning beauty who consumes food. Whether it is the natural creature chosen in option 1 or the top-grade spiritual beast chosen in option 2, both are more useful than the top-grade beauty. What are celestial creatures? Chen Hao asked tentatively. As for the top-grade spiritual beast, Chen Hao knew what it was. Although I am not quite sure what kind of spiritual beast I can get, and whether it can play any role in me. But since the other party has the words beast in its name, it definitely cannot be an ordinary creature, and is definitely more obedient than the rainforest eagle. Reporting to the host, the artifacts from Heavenly Creations record Song Yingxing's lifelong skills, including the techniques of furniture making. In response to Chen Hao's inquiry, the system quickly gave an answer. Furniture manufacturing techniques? Doesn't that mean I can create the bed I want? Hearing the system's answer, Chen Hao was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Chen Hao really doesn't like this small wooden bed given as a gift. If he has the chance, he really wants to replace it. However, he didn't know how to make a wooden bed, so there was no new one to replace it. However, I didn't expect that the system's options would include a complete method of furniture manufacturing, allowing me to build a new wooden bed myself. But why does a complete book on furniture manufacturing have the word legend in it? Could it be that all the furniture produced has legendary attributes? System, why do celestial creations have the word legend on them? Chen Hao couldn't believe how powerful the furniture he made was with the word legend on it. The legendary stone axe was much more powerful than the ordinary stone axe, allowing him to far surpass other humans in the early stages of the game. Once everything in the entire wooden house is of legendary level, Chen Hao really can't imagine how powerful it is. Ding! Back to the host, the highest quality of legendary celestial artifacts is legendary, and the lowest is ordinary quality. Everything depends on the materials. I thought any material could create a legendary item, but it seems I was overthinking it. After listening to the system's answer, a hint of loss flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. I thought that if I chose celestial creatures, I would reach the peak of my life, but I was stunned to find that I was just overthinking. If you want to create furniture of legendary quality, you must have legendary materials, otherwise it is impossible to create furniture of legendary quality. I just don't know what it feels like to sleep on a legendary wooden bed, and whether it has some specific attribute bonuses. I choose 1. After a brief mental weighing, Chen Hao quickly made his choice. Although the top-grade spirit beast is very big, I don't know what kind of spirit beast it is and what role it can play in my current life. Moreover, he does not have enough resources to raise spiritual beasts now, so he cannot choose the best spiritual beasts for the time being. The legendary celestial artifacts belong to the carpenter's sacred book, which records many carpenter's skills and can be used to make many things. For example, wooden barrels for storing water, bathtubs for bathing, etc. These things can also play a great role for me now. I have been traveling to this world for several days. I have to engage in physical activities every day and I am dirty all day long. I really need a good shower. There are many girls in the dark world, and girls are naturally more fond of beauty than boys. You can sell the bathtubs you make to them and get a good price for them. In the entire dark world, I am the only one who can produce these things, and I have completely monopolized the entire market. Once you master this technology, you don't need to go out to look for resources. You can use what you have in your hands to trade what you want from other humans. Chapter 30: Conquering the Rainforest Eagle. Ding! Congratulations on your search and obtaining a legendary celestial artifact. The moment he made the choice, a book suddenly appeared in Shenhao's hand. The yellowed cover looked like it had aged. But on the book, there were still some spots of light, like special effects. It is detected that you have obtained a new skill book. Do you want to learn it? The moment the legendary celestial creature appeared, the system page of the dark world appeared in front of Shenhao, prompting Shenhao whether to learn the skill book. Seeing this scene, Shenhao was stunned and didn't react. Isn't this something you get by signing into the system? Why did it turn into a skill book when it reached the dark world? Shenhao racked his brains but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he simply didn't bother to think about it anymore. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, "Study. Since it's a skill book, just learn it. I don't know if there is any difference between the skills and looking through them myself." As Shenhao agreed to study, the celestial artifact in Shenhao's hand suddenly disappeared, and a large number of memories suddenly emerged in Shenhao's mind. All of these memories are records about carpentry. Shenhao basically knows everything related to the carpentry industry. Congratulations on learning the new skill, Celestial Creatures. Heavenly Works, Legendary Grandmaster level craftsmanship, greatly improving the quality of woodworking, with the lowest level being good quality and the highest being legendary. What the hell? Good quality at least? This is kind of awesome. Doesn't that mean that all the handicrafts I make with ordinary materials are also of good quality? Looking at the skill introduction displayed on the Dark World system page, Shenhao was completely confused and couldn't react for a long time. My system tells me that the highest level I can produce is legendary, and the lowest is ordinary. But in the Dark World, although the highest level is still legendary, nothing has changed. However, the highest level of quality is no longer ordinary, but directly becomes good quality. Although it is not clear what the difference is between good quality and ordinary quality, good quality is definitely better than ordinary quality anyway. This wave is definitely a super big enhancement. This wave, huge profit. I now know how to make a quilt. I'll gather some materials and make one tomorrow. It's too cold in the dark world at night. I need to make the whole quilt a little warmer. After muttering for a while, Shenhao lay down on the bed. It was getting late, it was already past midnight, and he had just fought with wild wolves, which consumed a lot of his energy. At this moment, Shenhao not only felt tired, but also sleepy. At this time, he needs to have a good rest to meet the challenges of tomorrow. Watch the gate. If there's any movement, remember to wake me up. After giving an order to the Rainforest Eagle, Shenhao closed his eyes. Animals' perception is far stronger than that of humans. Humans may not know what is happening outside, but animals definitely know. This is also the reason why animals are the first to know when a natural disaster occurs. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Shenhao, who had slept for less than 5 hours, leisurely opened his eyes from the bed and got up to add some wood to the stove. I opened the wooden window and looked outside. The sky was slightly white, but not completely bright. It would take some time before dawn. Looking up at the Rainforest Eagle, Shenhao saw that it was still sleeping and did not disturb it. Instead, he skillfully placed the raw meat on the stove and roasted it. Because of the presence of the Rainforest Eagle, Shenhao put 2 pieces of raw meat on the stove, one for himself and the other for the Rainforest Eagle. Although the Rainforest Eagle is a cub, it is a carnivorous animal, and flying in the air requires a lot of physical energy. So eating a piece of barbecue is a piece of cake for the Rainforest Eagle cub. Once they grow up, the amount of raw meat they consume will increase significantly. Half an hour later, the barbecue gave off an enticing aroma. The sleeping Rainforest Eagle smelled the fragrance, and flapped its wings to come to Shenhao. After what happened last night, The rainforest eagle cub was not so afraid of Chen Hao and took the initiative to get close to Chen Hao. Hungry? Chen Hao looked at the rainforest eagle cub who was grilling meat intently, and couldn't help but smile and asked. Then he threw the barbecue to the rainforest eagle cub. Without any hesitation, the rainforest eagle cub immediately grabbed the barbecue and flew towards the beam of the house. In a blink of an eye, it reached the beam of the house, tore the barbecue into small pieces with its sharp claws, and swallowed them into its stomach in big mouthfuls. It's really the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Looking at the rainforest eagle devouring the food, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile. I was inexplicably transported to this dark world and stayed alone in this small wooden house. I did feel a little lonely. Humans are social animals by nature. If we live alone, problems will arise sooner or later. Now that he has a small animal to keep him company, Chen Hao no longer feels lonely and his heart is comforted a little. You fed the rainforest eagle cub, your favorability increased by 50. Rainforest eagle, cub. Training level, 60 good. Loyalty, 60 good. At this moment, the rainforest eagle cub is willing to obey your orders, but be careful not to go too far, otherwise the rainforest eagle cub may refuse. Can I command the rainforest hawk now? Today's bonus effect is quite big. Looking at the system's reminder, Chen Hao was a little slow to react. I fed the rainforest eagle yesterday as well, but it only gave a pitiful 10 points of training value and loyalty, but today it suddenly increased by 50 points. Could it be because of barbecue? The barbecue given yesterday was only a small part, at most 1/10 of the barbecue, but today I gave a whole piece. So it is because of this that the loyalty is increased so much? If that's the case, doesn't that mean we can take the rainforest eagle out to search for resources? With a pet flying in the air, your search for resources can be accelerated. With the rainforest eagle as your eyes, you can know whether there are the resources you want nearby. You can also find out where there are small animals, etc., and then put down the legendary trap to get a lot of raw meat. After eating and drinking, Chen Hao looked up at the rainforest eagle and found that the rainforest eagle had already finished eating the barbecue and was staring at it with its eagle eyes. Chen Hao didn't know why the rainforest eagle was staring at him, or whether it was because it was not full. However, even if he was not full, Chen Hao was not going to feed him. Once a pet is full, it may refuse its owner's orders. Chapter 31, Wild Wolf Corpse. When I opened the Dark World System page, there was no private message. Skipped right over to the survival manual and found the weather page. Today's weather, cloudy and rainy, with light rain today. The temperature is 8 degrees, which is not very high, so please keep warm. Daylight hours last about 5 hours, so please keep an eye on the time and return to the cabin before dark. Countdown to dark, 4:54. Today's key tip: human, have you noticed that the resources near the cabin are gradually decreasing? Please work hard to upgrade your cabin and find animals that can pull it, so as to move your shelter to a place rich in resources. Key points? Can this cabin be moved? Looking at the clues given by the Dark World, Chen Hao's eyes flashed with confusion. He had almost never received such a reminder, and today was the first time he received it. Could it be that all the wood around here has been collected by itself and no new wood will be generated in a short time? Once a certain resource is in short supply, the Dark World will give a hint to migrate. No wonder the system gave us a choice at dawn, which included a top-grade spirit beast. This must be a hint from the world that knows when it will get dark. So to a large extent, the spirit beasts given are all capable of dragging the wooden house. It seems that I still need to think carefully before making a choice next time. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao looked up at the rainforest eagle cub and said, "Do you want to go out with me?" Chirp. Upon hearing this, the rainforest eagle cub cried out happily. As Chen Hao opened the wooden door, the rainforest eagle cub also flew out quickly. The rainforest eagle cub that left the cabin was like a fish returning to the sea, flapping its wings and circling in the air. Looking at the rainforest eagle cub flying into the sky, Chen Hao couldn't help feeling a little worried. He was really afraid that the rainforest eagle cub would suddenly fly away. However, when he saw the rainforest eagle cub just circled a few times in the air, and then landed back on the roof of the cabin, Chen Hao's worries disappeared. With such a high level of training, it shouldn't fly away. After muttering to himself, Chin-hao was no longer so worried. His gaze returned to the cabin, and he carefully examined it to see where the damage was most serious. 3 wild wolves showed up last night and kept attacking the cabin, and only one part of it was repaired. Today we will see which areas are more seriously damaged and take this opportunity to repair all the cabins at once. The wolves attacked all the front areas, not the back, so the damage was also all on the front areas. It wasn't very serious, just a few deep claw marks, and it didn't have much impact on the safety of the entire cabin. After making sure that the cabin was okay, Chin-hao stood in front of it, recalling where the wild wolf left last night. After deciding on the right spot, Chin-hao looked up at the rainforest eagle cub in the sky and said, "Fly in this direction and see if there's a wolf's body." After receiving Chin-hao's instructions, the rainforest eagle cub in the air flew forward quickly in the direction Chin-hao pointed, and disappeared from Chin-hao's sight in the blink of an eye. Chin-hao also took a step forward and walked towards the place where the wild wolf left to see if he could find the wild wolf's location. Chirp! In less than 5 minutes, the sound of a rainforest eagle cub was heard in the air. Chin-hao subconsciously looked up and immediately saw the rainforest eagle cub circling in the air. It kept circling above Chin-hao's head, as if it wanted to tell Chin-hao something. "Did they find the wolf's body?" Chin-hao frowned slightly and asked loudly. Chirp! Upon hearing the question, the rainforest eagle cub also answered quickly, as if responding to Chin-hao. "Take me there quickly." Chin-hao's face lit up with joy and he quickly shouted to the rainforest eagle cub. After circling for a while, the rainforest eagle cub flew towards the location of the wild wolf's body, while Chin-hao quickened his pace, trying to keep up with the rainforest eagle cub. 10 minutes later, Chin-hao arrived at a forest. The rainforest eagle cub that was circling in the air landed from the sky and dived quickly towards the ground. Chin-hao locked onto the location of the rainforest eagle cub, quickly chased after it, and soon found the figure of the rainforest eagle cub. At this moment, the rainforest eagle cub was standing on a big tree, its eagle eyes fixed on the ground, and on the ground was a charred corpse. Although it was pitch black and had been burned beyond recognition, Chin-hao recognized it at a glance based on its body shape and recognized it as the wild wolf that attacked the cabin yesterday. However, at this moment, the wolf's body had been eaten beyond recognition. The flesh on the lower half of its body had disappeared, leaving only bloody bones. "What kind of animal eats this?" Chin-hao looked at the wolf's body carefully, staring closely at the wolf's lower body. Apart from bones, there was no trace of flesh and blood. It seemed as if the meat was shaved off the bones intactly by a sharp knife, leaving almost no meat on the axe. Moreover, only the flesh on the wolf's lower body was missing, while the flesh on the upper body was almost intact, without any loss. Could it be that there are other humans nearby? Thinking of this, Chin-hao subconsciously looked around, his eyes full of vigilance. Although we are all human beings, this is not a civilized society. Even if we meet someone of our own kind, we must never let our guard down, otherwise we may suffer a great loss. Being in the mountains and forests, Chin-hao's vision was obstructed and he couldn't see very far. See if there are other humans nearby. It cannot see too far, but the rainforest eagle can see it. As long as it flies into the air, it becomes a natural radar. After hearing Chin-hao's command, the very obedient rainforest eagle cub immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air, looking around. Once it found any danger, it would report to Chin-hao immediately. To cleanly remove the flesh and blood, you need at least a sharp tool, but humans at this stage cannot possibly have such a sharp knife. Chin-hao stared at the wolf's corpse and thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember what happened. Helplessly, he was too lazy to think about it anymore. It would be a waste to throw so much raw meat here. It would be better to take it back to the cabin and cut out the meat to trade with others. As for bones, they also have many uses and can be used to make many things. Wait, this wolf's claws are fine. Isn't it the wolf that was seriously injured who died? Chin-hao was cleaning up the wolf's body and preparing to cut up the meat, but he was stunned to find that although the wolf was burned black, its claws were intact. Chapter 32: Abnormality of the Rainforest Eagle Cub. In other words, the dead wolf was not the one that was seriously injured by him, but the wolf that was injured by him at the beginning and disappeared into the night with flames. This is strange. The seriously injured wild wolf didn't die, but a normal wild wolf died instead. Chen Hao muttered in confusion, feeling extremely strange in his heart. But at this moment, he was too lazy to think so much. Anyway, the badge of the Wolf Slayer warrior has been obtained, and the wild wolf has died here, so all we have to do is bring the wolf's flesh and blood back. It took Chen Hao a full half-hour to clean up the wolf's body. Although it was only half of the body, it weighed more than 30 kilograms, and he got almost 40 pieces of wolf meat. Including the raw meat in the backpack, Chen Hao already has more than 40 pieces of raw meat. With the support of these raw meats, he does not need to worry about food problems in the future. Even if you raise a rainforest eagle, you don't have to worry about food for the next half-month or so. Phew, so tired. After processing the raw meat, Chen Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at the sky, but did not see the rainforest eagle cub. Chen Hao didn't think much about it, but stood up to explore the surroundings. He had never been here before, so he could take this opportunity to see what resources were nearby. Is that bamboo? After walking about 700 meters south, Chen Hao suddenly discovered that there were some green leaves in the woods. This leaf is like a green boat, swaying slightly in the breeze, as if it will be swallowed by the endless sea at any time. When Chen Hao discovered the bamboo leaves, he was immediately overjoyed and quickly ran towards where the bamboo leaves were. Possessing the skill of natural crafts, he knows a lot about bamboo crafts and can create many bamboo handicrafts. Bamboo can be used to weave bamboo cages to catch fish and shrimp, and can also be used to make small traps to catch small animals. You can also create traps and place them around the cabin to pose a threat to monsters that attack the cabin at night. Although the bamboo leaves looked very close, they were still hundreds of meters away from Chen Hao. It took Chen Hao 5 or 6 minutes to reach the bamboo. There is a large bamboo forest in front of me, with an area of more than 300 meters, like a vast sea of bamboo. The outermost bamboos are very small and thin, and are basically unusable. Green bamboo, common, can be used to make trap baskets, etc. Green bamboo, common, can be used to make trap baskets, etc. Green bamboo, good. Green bamboo, perfect. Get green bamboo, good, multiplied by 1. Obtain green bamboo, perfect, multiplied by 1. Chen Hao's eyes were fixed on the green bamboo. As long as he saw green bamboo of ordinary quality or above, he would raise his axe and chop it without any hesitation, then put it into his backpack. Before he knew it, a long time had passed and there were more than 50 good quality green bamboos and 5 perfect quality ones in Chen Hao's backpack. A large green bamboo forest became much bolder in the middle as Chen Hao cut down the bamboo. Today's weather, 8 degrees. Time until dark, 1:20. It's getting dark, it's time to go back. After glancing at the time, Chen Hao left the bamboo forest and headed towards the cabin without any hesitation. Above his head was the rainforest eagle cub that had returned. Seeing that Chen Hao was collecting bamboo, it did not disturb Chen Hao. Seeing Chen Hao leaving at this moment, he naturally wanted to leave with Chen Hao. Chirp! Chirp! Chen Hao wanted to go back to the cabin, but for some reason the rainforest eagle cub kept circling in front of Chen Hao, as if it didn't want Chen Hao to leave. What's wrong? Looking at the rainforest eagle cub that had been blocking him, Chen Hao's eyes were full of confusion. He was not quite sure what the rainforest eagle cub meant. The other party couldn't speak, and he had not been in contact with the rainforest eagle cub for a long time, so he had no idea what the rainforest eagle cub wanted to do. Be obedient, we should go back, Chen Hao explained patiently. He simply thought that the rainforest eagle cub was too playful and didn't want to go back because it hadn't had enough fun. Chirp! Chirp! The rainforest eagle cub, who was misunderstood by Chen Hao, sounded a little anxious and kept flying towards Chen Hao's right. What do you want to do? Haven't you had enough fun yet? Or are there other humans? Is there any danger? You want me to follow you? Chen Hao tentatively guessed what the rainforest eagle cub wanted to do, but after guessing more than 10 times, he still couldn't guess what the rainforest eagle cub wanted to do. But the rainforest eagle cub kept flying to the right. When it saw that he was not catching up, it quickly returned to his side, still pulling at his clothes. The sharp claws made Chen Hao frightened. He was really afraid that the other party would scratch his clothes or even hurt himself. There are no medicines now. Once you get injured and get tetanus or something like that, death is the only thing waiting for you. After guessing for a long time, Chinhao finally guessed what the rainforest eagle meant, which was to let him follow it. More than an hour. Let's go back to the cabin first. We can talk about it tomorrow. Chinhao was not too sure how far this place was from the cabin, but it would take at least half an hour to get back to the cabin. And he didn't know what would happen on the way, so Chinhao was not willing to leave with the rainforest eagle. If I can't get back to the cabin before dark, those monsters will appear in the dark and I will be no match for them. Don't risk your life just because of curiosity. We have to go back. After thinking for a moment, Chinhao approached the rainforest eagle directly. Chirp. Seeing that Chinhao disagreed with him, the rainforest eagle seemed angry. After letting out an eagle cry, it flew quickly into the sky. Rainforest eagle. Chinhao quickly opened his mouth and called out, Rainforest eagle cub, several times, but the other party seemed to have heard nothing different and quickly disappeared from Chinhao's sight. It's over, barbecue. Seeing the rainforest eagle disappear, Chinhao thought the rainforest eagle was angry. After waiting for 2 minutes, the rainforest eagle cub still did not appear. Chinhao stopped waiting and started to return to the cabin. If the rainforest eagle had not forgotten him, it would definitely return to the cabin. If it really had forgotten him, it would be useless even if he waited here until dark. There is no need to risk your life for a rainforest eagle cub. Chirp. Chinhao had not walked far when he heard the cry of an eagle from the sky. Chinhao's face lit up with joy, thinking that the rainforest eagle cub had returned. He subconsciously looked up at the sky and saw the rainforest eagle cub flying towards him quickly. And on its claws, it seemed to be holding something pitch black. Chapter 33, New Harvest. What is this? Why does it feel like it's been burned? Chinhao picked up the thing on the ground and found that it was pitch black, as if it was burnt fur. With a little force, his hands were covered in black. With a gentle pinch, it was twisted into powder, staining Chinhao's hands black. After staring at the thing in his hand for a long time, Chinhao still didn't understand what was going on. He could only look up at the rainforest eagle cub and ask again, What do you want to do? What do you want to do by throwing this thing? At this moment, Chinhao only wanted to return to the cabin as soon as possible, and did not care about the rainforest eagle. Naturally, he did not know what the rainforest eagle was thinking. At the same time, he didn't have that much time to waste here with the rainforest eagle, because if he couldn't get back to the cabin before dark, his life would be in danger. Chirp chirp. The rainforest eagle cub kept calling and signaling Chinhao to follow it. Okay, then let's go over there and see what's going on. Let me make it clear first. If it's too far, I have to go back to the cabin immediately. Chinhao, who didn't understand what the rainforest eagle cub was trying to do, decided to go with the rainforest eagle cub to see what was going on. Anyway, if we hurry, we can get back to the cabin in half an hour. Whenever he felt that time was running out, he would leave and return to the cabin. Now that the rainforest eagle cub has been tamed by him, if possible, Chinhao is reluctant to make the rainforest eagle cub sad. After all, the rainforest eagle cub will be an important companion for his survival in the dark world in the future, and also a good partner for him to search for supplies. Chinhao was also very curious about what the rainforest eagle cub had discovered and why it insisted on pulling him over to see what was going on. Chirp. Seeing that Chinhao was willing to follow him, the rainforest eagle cub made a joyful sound, quickly flew into the sky, and flew to the right with Chinhao. Chinhao quickly followed the rainforest eagle's footsteps and spent about 10 minutes climbing over a slope. He immediately heard the sound of flowing water. When the rainforest eagle cub in the sky saw Chinhao appear, it quickly rushed down the hillside and then landed next to a pitch-black object. The pitch-black stuff was soaked in his hands and was constantly washed away by the running water. A lot of the black stuff on his body was also washed away, revealing his original appearance. This is the wild wolf I seriously injured last night. Chinhao was not very far away from the wild wolf, only about 100 meters away, and could only roughly see the outline of the wild wolf. However, the wound on the opponent's wolf claws allowed Chinhao to guess the opponent's body at once. This wolf claw was seriously injured by him last night. It was because of this that Chen Hao could tell the owner of the wolf claw at a glance. It was just last night that the wild wolf that was seriously injured by me was asking why he couldn't find me. I didn't expect that he would die here. Chen Hao immediately ran towards the wild wolf and soon came to its side. Looking at the wild wolf that had been soaked all night in his hand, he put it into the system backpack without any hesitation. It was getting late, and there were only 40 minutes left until dark. He didn't have time to kill the wild wolf here. First put it into the system backpack, then return to the cabin and slowly decompose it. Chirp. The rainforest eagle in the sky landed on a tree and cried out towards Chen Hao, as if telling Chen Hao that the eagle did not lie to him. Hearing this, Chen Hao looked up at the rainforest eagle and said with a smile, "Well done. It's getting late, go home quickly." Chen Hao collected the wolf's corpse and quickly headed towards the cabin with the rainforest eagle. Although he had never been here before, Chen Hao was not worried about not being able to find the cabin, because with the existence of a sky radar like the rainforest eagle, it was impossible for him to go wrong. He was on the ground and could not see the cabin several kilometers away, but the rainforest eagle flying in the sky could clearly see the scene 10 kilometers away. So just because he can't see the cabin doesn't mean the rainforest eagle can't see it, so he just needs to follow the rainforest eagle cub and he will find the cabin soon. Time until dark, 9:15. Only 9 minutes left. Seeing the sky around him gradually darken, Chen Hao couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, my mood gradually became anxious. The world after dark is completely a doomsday. If you can't get back to the cabin before dark, your safety cannot be guaranteed. Looking ahead, he still couldn't see the cabin, which made Chen Hao feel a little worried. If I don't return to the cabin before dark, and those monsters suddenly appear and block me in front of the cabin, what should I do? At this moment, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He shouldn't have followed the rainforest eagle. Otherwise, I would have returned to the cabin by now, sitting quietly in front of the fireplace, eating barbecue and browsing the World Chat channel. Look at how those people dealt with the monsters in the dark last night. Time until dark, 3:59. Chen Hao climbed over a hill and finally saw the cabin, which was about 100 meters away from him. Chen Hao quickened his pace and rushed into the cabin as fast as he could, while the sky outside was almost completely dark. The roaring sound of the wild wolf came from behind Chen Hao, which scared Chen Hao so much that he broke out in cold sweats. Fortunately, he returned to the cabin at the last moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chen Hao returned to the cabin, sat down on the wooden bed, gasping for breath, and was unable to respond at all. The rainforest eagle cub stood on the beam of the house, looking at Chen Hao, who was sitting on the bed exhausted, with disdain in his eyes. "Oh, this is the human physique? Isn't this too bad? I have been flying for so long and I don't feel anything at all." This human had only run less than 5 kilometers, but he was already so tired. If he encountered those wild beasts in the dark, would he still have a chance to survive? Chen Hao didn't know what was in Rainforest Eagle's mind. At this moment, he only felt his heart beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of his body in the next second. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Chen Hao gradually recovered. He picked up the boiled water that had cooled down and drank a few big gulps. Only then did he feel a little better. Chen Hao, who was gradually recovering, also felt a slight chill. He stood up and walked to the stove, only to find that it was almost out. He immediately picked up the wood and carefully placed it in front of the stove. While quietly waiting for the wood to be lit, he also opened the World Chat channel. I don't know what the night monsters that others encountered are. Chapter 34, Exchanging Supplies. Chen Xian, is the boss here? Chen Xian, I have quite a bit of iron ore here, not only perfect grade, but also perfect grade copper ore. I wonder if you need any. The beautiful woman selling wood, do you still need wood? Chen Hao had just opened the chat function page of the Dark World when he immediately received private messages from 2 friends. Judging from the content of the messages, it seemed that they were both about transactions. After glancing at the message, Chen Hao opened Chen Xian's chat page and replied, "Yes, it's still yesterday's price. 10 for 1 for the standard grade, 5 for 1 for the perfect grade." This was the price we had agreed upon yesterday, so I replied directly to the other party. At this stage, these resources have not been used to upgrade the level of everyone's cabins, so they are not of much use for the time being. That's why these things are so cheap. Once everyone's level is raised and they have the technology to smelt iron ore, the price of these ores will rise to a sky-high level. Regardless of the era, iron is far more useful than stone. As long as you have enough iron tools, you can not only better deal with the beasts in the dark, but also rob other humans. It would be very easy for a human with an iron axe to rob a human with a stone axe. A mining axe only needs one blow to bite someone, but a stone axe may not kill someone with just one blow. If Chin-Hao had an iron axe yesterday, it would have been easy for him to chop off the wolf's claws with one axe. It was not like a stone axe, which could not chop off the wolf's claws even if it was struck with all its strength. Moreover, the axe he used was a legendary axe, which was much sharper than an ordinary stone axe, and could even compete with an ordinary iron axe. It is conceivable how terrifying the wild wolf's defense is. If I hadn't activated the golden finger and chosen the legendary stone axe, I might have died under the sharp fangs of the wild wolf yesterday. After replying to Chin Xian, Chin-Hao opened the chat page of the beautiful woman selling wood and quickly responded. Yes, the price is the same as before, 100 pieces of wood for 1 piece of raw meat. Chin Xian, boss, I have 25 pieces of ordinary iron ore, 3 pieces of perfect iron ore, 1 piece of perfect iron ore, and 7 pieces of ordinary copper ores. Wow, so many! Looking at Chin Xian's reply, Chin-Hao couldn't help but be shocked. Although he knew that Chin Xian should have a lot of ores in his hands, Chin-Hao guessed that all of them added up to only a dozen pieces, or at most 20 pieces. Unexpectedly, the other party had so many, not to mention ordinary iron ore, even the perfect grade iron ore, there were as many as 3 pieces. And there is also copper ore, and the quantity is quite large. You want to trade all of these to me? Chin-Hao didn't know whether Chin Xian had traded all of them to him. After all, these things are important strategic resources in the future, and can greatly improve personal strength. Unless you are a fool, it is impossible to trade all of them. At least the perfect grade ones should be kept. After the level of the cabin is upgraded, you can smelt iron ore and other resources, and then refine the perfect grade ore to create more powerful weapons. Chin Xian, yes, boss. This guy, is there something wrong with his brain? Are they going to sell all of them? Chin-Hao was very confused and not sure what Chin Xian was thinking. However, since the other party was willing to sell, Chin-Hao was naturally happy. He is not stupid enough to remind the other party of these things, which can help him a lot in the future. The dark world is a world of jungle law, a world where the strong prey on the weak. Once others become stronger, it is very likely that you will become the fish on their chopping board. Unless you are a fool, you would never do such a thing. Then I'll give you 5 pieces of raw meat, what do you think? After thinking for a moment, Chin-Hao gave an answer. According to everyone's previous agreement, Chin-Hao only needs to provide more than 4 pieces of raw meat, not 5 pieces at all. Chin-Hao is not short of raw meat now, and in order to maintain a good relationship with Chin Xian, Chin-Hao is naturally willing to give up more benefits. Chin Xian, really? Thank you, sir. Chin Xian, I still have some perfect grade stones here, and I will give them all to you, big boss. Your friend Chin Xian has listed an item and invited you to trade. Before Chin-Hao could react, Chin Xian had already put the items on the shelves. And he invited Chin-Hao to make a deal, as if he was afraid that Chin-Hao would go back on his word. Chin-Hao was surprised that Chin Xian had such good luck. Not only did he have so many ores, but he also had perfect grade stones. Chin-Hao really didn't expect this. What he didn't expect was that the other party would actually take the initiative to send him off. Perfect grade stones can be used to create perfect grade stone axes, which are much stronger than ordinary stone axes and can greatly increase the speed of collecting wood. Chin-Hao opened the transaction page and took a look at the materials listed by Chin Xian. After finding that there was no problem, he chose to trade. You lose raw meat multiplied by 5. You get iron ore normal, multiplied by 27, iron ore perfect, multiplied by 3. You get copper ore normal, multiplied by 7, copper ore perfect, multiplied by 1. You get stone perfect, multiplied by 15. The moment the transaction was completed, there were a lot of things in front of Chin-Hao, piled up on the ground like a small hill. Not bad, not bad. Today's harvest is really perfect. Looking at the materials on the surface, Chenhao was in a very happy mood. Only 5 pieces of stone are needed to build the smelting furnace, and then we can refine iron and create iron weapons. In this way, your own strength can be greatly improved. As for stones, you can buy some from other people. There are hundreds of millions of people in the world, so it is no problem at all for them to collect all 5 stones. The beautiful woman selling wood, sure, I have exactly 500 here. After finishing the transaction with Chen Xian, Chenhao was counting the materials on the ground when he received a reply from the beautiful woman who was selling wood. Looking at the other party's reply, Chenhao was incredulous. What is the identity of this beauty? Why do you have so much wood? She wouldn't be located near a lumberyard, would she? Apart from the logging site, Chenhao really couldn't imagine where the other party got so much wood. Although he was very curious, Chenhao did not ask. This is a secret that belongs to everyone, and no one can tell it even if you ask them. Just like I have my own system, I can't tell others about it. So even if that beautiful woman has a system, she won't be able to tell me, so it would be useless to ask. Chapter 35. Exchange wood and upgrade the wooden house. Okay, go ahead and put it on the shelf. After receiving Chenhao's reply, the other party put the wood on the shelf very quickly and sent the link to Chenhao. Chenhao took a quick look and found no problems, so he confirmed the transaction directly. Transaction successful, you lose raw meat multiplied by 5. Transaction successful, you get 500 times the wood. With the success of the transaction, the amount of wood Chenhao placed in the warehouse suddenly increased several times, visibly. There were so many that it seemed like the entire wooden house's warehouse couldn't hold them all. With so much wood, I can upgrade the cabin for now. Looking at the wood piled in the warehouse, Chenhao thought for a moment, and decided to upgrade the cabin first. So much wood in the warehouse takes up so much space that there is no room for other things. It is better to use it up first. Upgrading the cabin to level 3 requires 500 wood. Do you want to upgrade? Chenhao opened the system and clicked on the page to upgrade the cabin. The system prompt of the Dark World soon appeared in front of Chenhao. Looking at this prompt, Chenhao was stunned. Fuck, they actually need so much wood. Upgrading to level 2 only requires 200 pieces of wood. When Chenhao saw the wood needed for the upgrade, he looked helpless. There are so many materials required for this upgrade. Although he was speechless, Chenhao had no idea what to do. For its own survival and to unlock more features, the cabin must be upgraded. Without much hesitation, Chenhao immediately said, Upgrade. Upgrading the cabin, estimated time 259. With Chenhao's agreement, the legendary stone axe on the ground was suddenly controlled by some force, then floated in the air and hit the wooden house hard. The wood stored in the warehouse was also being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, more than a dozen pieces of wood had disappeared. When the cabin was upgraded to level 2, Chenhao had already witnessed such a strange scene with his own eyes, so he was not too surprised when he saw it at this moment. Chenhao didn't find any problems. Feeling a hint of warmth, he no longer paid attention to the situation in the cabin, but lowered his head to look at the stove. Suddenly, the stove that was about to go out gradually started to burn after adding wood, and the flames spread in the stove. The flames burned, and the temperature of the entire cabin was rising rapidly. Chenhao stood up, placed the stone pot on the stove, and used the heat of the burning flame to boil the raw water inside. The stoves nowadays are all open flames and are not suitable for barbecue at all. So no matter how hungry Chenhao was, he didn't put the barbecue on the stove. Wait until the flames get smaller, and only some charcoal remains before placing the barbecue on the stove. Use this time to make some tools. There should be fish in that stream. Chenhao muttered softly and took out all the bamboos in his backpack, but the bamboos were very long, the shortest was more than 10 meters long, and they could not be spread out in the cabin at all. Looking at the stuck bamboo, Chenhao had no choice but to put them all into his backpack. And he didn't have any other sharp tools in his hands, so he couldn't cut the bamboo into strips with just a stone axe. Whole bamboo cannot be used. It must be turned into bamboo strips before it can be woven into other things. Forget it, let's build the smelting furnace first. With a sharp iron knife, I can cut the bamboo into strips more easily. Chen Hao muttered softly, preparing to build the smelting furnace first. First, smelt these copper ores and copper ore to make sharp iron steel knives, and then make other things. However, there are still 5 pieces of perfect grade stones missing, and Chen Hao is unwilling to use ordinary stones instead, otherwise the smelting furnace he makes will definitely not be of perfect grade. That would definitely have a certain impact on the quality of the iron blocks I smelted. Anyway, perfect grade stones are not important props and can be found everywhere in the world, so there will definitely be no problem in getting some perfect grade stones. Chen Hao did not ask in the World Chat channel, but directly opened the private chat page of the beautiful woman selling wood. For such a good opportunity, naturally you have to ask your friends to see if you can get some for free. Don't spend money if you can avoid it. Although he has a lot of raw meat, these are all important resources. Try not to consume them if you can. All the perfect grade stones in Chen Xian's hands have been given to him, so he has no perfect grade stones in his hands for the time being. Even if we have perfect grade stone, we can only get it tomorrow, and it is definitely impossible to get it tonight. The one I didn't ask was another good friend, and I don't know if she has perfect grade stones. Do you have perfect grade stone? Without much hesitation, Chen Hao asked directly. There is a small wooden house in the forest. Faint lights flicker inside the house. A beautiful woman is sitting in front of the fireplace, holding a white little tiger in her arms. In the stove in front of the beauty, there were tiny flames burning, and on top of it were 2 pieces of raw meat, being roasted bit by the charcoal fire. The little white tiger stared at the barbecue on the stove, and stretched out its white claws several times, trying to touch the barbecue on the stove. But the outstretched claws were quickly blocked by the beauty. Xiao Bai, you can't eat raw meat. It's not safe to eat raw meat. The beauty has a pleasant voice, like an oriole in a garden of flowers. Upon hearing this, the little white tiger looked aggrieved but did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. It is the king of the mountains and eats raw meat, so it is not afraid of getting sick at all. Although the roasted meat tastes good, it is really hungry now and wants to swallow the raw meat in one bite. You have new information. Hey, did Chen Hao send me a message? The beautiful woman looked at the system prompt, with doubt in her eyes. Without any hesitation, she guessed that this was a message from Chen Hao, because Chen Hao was her only good friend. She basically never posted on the World Chat channel, so other people didn't know her and couldn't send her a message. To a large extent, this information was sent by Chen Hao. Do you have perfect grade stone? When he opened it, he saw that it was indeed a message sent by Chen Hao. Perfect grade stone? Could it be that he wants to build a smelting furnace? Chapter 36, Release of Transaction Information. She has upgraded the cabin to level 5 and unlocked many functions, but there are almost no other resources except wood and fruit in her location. Apart from building an indoor planting area and growing some fruits inside, she did not build it with any other functions. Neither iron ore nor copper ore was obtained. Apart from fruits, she has no other edible resources, so even if she is willing to exchange fruits for mineral resources, others may not exchange them with her. At this stage, the most useful things, besides raw meat, are practical props. Foods like fruits can only be used as snacks, not as staple foods, because they do not provide much energy. And even if someone is really willing to trade, she will not take the initiative to ask for the trade. She is very socially anxious and doesn't want to trade with anyone at all. If Xiaobai hadn't wanted to eat meat, she would never have taken the initiative to find Chen Hao. She has to rely on herself for all resources, and she has only collected a few pieces of perfect grade stones so far, which is still a long way from building a smelting furnace. After looking at the 3 perfect grade stones in the warehouse, the beauty was silent for a moment, and then gave her answer. I'm curious. I have no other resources besides wood. She also needs perfect grade stone, so she won't give it to Chen Hao. What she lacks the least at the moment is wood, so she will only use wood to exchange resources with Chen Hao, and it is impossible for her to use perfect grade stone to exchange resources with Chen Hao. Okay. After receiving the reply, Chen Hao didn't think much about it. Because everyone is in a different position, the resources collected are naturally different. Take Chen Hao for example. The location where his shelter was refreshed was in a forest. In addition to trees, there were also wild beasts, It is also because of this that he is able to capture small animals to obtain raw meat, and rely on the raw meat to exchange resources to strengthen himself. The location where the shelter of the beautiful woman selling wood is refreshed should be a forest, otherwise there would not be so much wood. The location where Chen Xian's shelter was refreshed was in an ore area, which is why it has so many ores. It was precisely because of this that Chen Hao did not have any doubts at all. Because there is absolutely no need for the other party to lie to him. If they don't want to trade, they can just say so directly. He can't force the other party. After finishing the private chat, Chen Hao opened the world chat channel. In just a moment, hundreds of messages flashed before Chen Hao's eyes. Most of the things people were discussing were about what happened last night. Only a small number of people are discussing the resources search today, and an even smaller number of people are still complaining in the group. They still cannot accept that they have left a peaceful society, a very comfortable society, and come to this world where the strong prey on the weak. But there are very few such people, and even if they complain, basically no one pays attention to them. At the beginning, there were people who would pay attention to them and complain with them about the unfairness of the world. But after so much time had passed, and with what happened last night, most had come to accept their current situation. Things have already happened, and complaining won't change anything. It's better to think about how to live better in this world. Brothers, it's getting dark. Do you think those monsters from yesterday will appear again? It's getting dark again. I've been terrified all night. I was so scared going out to collect supplies today. Those warriors opened the cabin yesterday. Tell us what happened. Let me tell you something. Yesterday, I listened to Boss Chen Hao and opened the cabin to go out and fight. Guess what I saw? A wild boar weighing over 500 kilograms, and it was injured. Fuck, are you serious upstairs? Did you kill the wild boar? Everyone, don't listen to him. Stay in the cabin and don't go out. Unless you have the same incredible luck as Boss Chen Hao, you will be killed by the monster. This is indeed true. Yesterday, many of my friends also wanted to fight the monsters in the dark, but today some of them weren't online. I suspect Everyone was frightened last night. They were basically scared the entire night, and didn't dare to rest at all. They were all afraid of being attacked by monsters in the dark. During the day today, everyone was busy collecting supplies, so basically no one was chatting. Now that it was dark, no one could go outside to collect supplies, so the entire world chat channel suddenly became lively. Let's discuss what happened last night today. After hearing Chen Hao's story, others knew that the monsters in the dark could be defeated, so some people went out to fight the monsters in the dark without fear of death. But such humans are basically not online, and only a very small number of humans defeat the monsters. It can be said that out of 100 humans, not even one will survive. Looking at everyone's chat records, Chen Hao did not explain anything. The reason he spoke yesterday was just to tell other humans that monsters in the dark can be killed. Apart from this, there is no other idea. If he had known that those people would go out to die, he should not have taken the initiative to suggest that those monsters in the dark could be killed. If they hadn't said it, so many people wouldn't have died. It's all fate. In this world where the strong prey on the weak and where every day is a precarious existence, this is a relief. Chen Hao shook his head and stopped worrying about it. This world is so weird, almost the same as the war era. It seems to be several times more terrifying than the war era. Although the people suffered in times of war, they still had a glimmer of hope. Even if they died, their bodies would still be preserved intact. But when you die in this world, you can't even keep your body intact, and it can only become food for monsters in the dark. 1/10 of raw meat in exchange for 5 pieces of perfect grade stone. Is anyone willing to make the exchange? Chen Hao directly used the power of the Wolf Slayer Warrior badge to customize his own hot golden words at the top of the chat channel. Because only in this way can all the humans in the world chat be able to see it first. Looking at the hot golden characters, the world chat channel suddenly became lively. Boss Chen Hao has appeared. Boss Chen Hao is awesome. Great Wolf Slayer Warrior, please accept my knee. I have perfect grade stone. Boss, please contact me. I have perfect grade copper ore, boss, do you want it? Chapter 37. After collecting materials, perfect apple seeds. We need everything from the perfect grade. 5 perfect grade ore can be exchanged for 1 piece of raw meat, and 10 perfect grade seeds can be exchanged for 1 piece of raw meat. If you need to sell, please contact me directly. I will contact you when I see it. Looking at the message that skipped quickly, Chinhao didn't even have time to click before the message was refreshed and disappeared. Chinhao had no choice but to turn off his privacy settings so that others could chat with him privately. Not long after Chinhao turned off the privacy function, a large amount of information suddenly popped up, which scared Chinhao. He could not see a lot of information clearly. Looking at the constantly jumping message, Chinhao quickly searched in the settings and soon found a solution. Chinhao turned off the message notification. Although he can still receive messages, he will not be reminded actively. He needs to open the chat page to view them. However, there was a lot of information, most of which was about asking Chinhao for raw meat, asking why he had so much raw meat. Faced with this information, Chinhao simply chose to ignore it and didn't even bother to take a look at it. Chinhao opened the search function and directly selected a keyword, which was the word perfect. Because everything he needs is of perfect quality. Whether it was seeds or iron ore, all were of perfect grade, so he only checked information related to perfection. Perfect iron ore, perfect copper ore, perfect potato seeds. As the word perfect appeared, Chinhao saw a lot of information about perfection. After a quick look, Chinhao clicked on the chat page of perfect stone. I have 7 perfect grade stones and 5 perfect grade apple seeds. Can I exchange them for a piece of raw meat? Perfect apple seeds, not bad. It's tradable. Just send me the link after it's listed. After Chinhao answered, he took the initiative to add the other party as a friend to avoid being unable to find anyone to trade with later. Immediately. When the other party got Chinhao's answer, he was immediately ecstatic. Since crossing into this world, he could only eat some fruits every day and basically had nothing else to eat. As for high-quality protein like meat, he had never eaten that before. At this moment, he especially wanted to eat a piece of raw meat. At this time, Chinhao was willing to exchange with him, which made him feel very happy. Although there were other people willing to exchange raw meat for resources, those people asked for exorbitant prices, which drove up the price of raw meat to a sky-high level. And they don't want stones, just food. Usually dozens of fruits can be exchanged for a piece of raw meat, and few people can accept it. As for materials, the ratio is 100 to 1. How could humans at this stage possibly come up with so many resources? Boss, it has been successfully put on the shelf. This is a transaction connection. Fearing that Chinhao would go back on his word, the other party was very quick and immediately put all the things on the shelf, and then immediately sent the link to Chinhao. It's really fast. Seeing that the other party sent the transaction link in less than 5 seconds, Chinhao was stunned and unable to react. He thought it would take at least a minute, and he could take this opportunity to contact other people and ask them to put the items on the shelves. I never expected that the opponent's speed was so fast that it only took 5 seconds. Although he had some doubts in his mind, Chinhao did not think too much about it. Instead, he opened the link given to him by the other party, took a look at the item and found that there was no problem. Then he immediately chose to trade. Transaction successful, you lose 1 raw meat. Transaction successful, you received 7 times the perfect stone and 5 times the perfect apple seeds. The moment the transaction was successful, several pieces of stone immediately appeared in front of Chinhao, all of which were of perfect grade. As for the apple seeds, they are apple seeds, there are only 5 of them, which look extremely small and you can't even find them if they fall on the ground. He collected the apple seeds and then took out all the perfect grade stones. There were a total of 22 perfect grade stones, which were enough to build a smelting furnace. Open the function of the cabin, find the smelting furnace, and click to unlock. Ding! The cabin is being upgraded. Unable to unlock the smelting furnace. Remaining time for cabin upgrade, 2049. Can't you just unlock the smelting furnace? Looking at the rejection reminder, Chinhao was a little confused. I thought I could unlock the smelting furnace directly, but I didn't expect that I couldn't unlock it directly at all. Can we only build one function? According to the game settings, it should be possible to build several functions at the same time. Could it be that this world also has a VIP setting? Chinhao frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. He had played this type of game before, so he naturally knew that this type of game had VIP membership, and that after activating VIP, there would be special function bonuses. Not only will the construction speed be increased, the resources obtained will be increased, and new construction columns will be opened, allowing you to upgrade some things at the same time. Why not upgrade the warehouse while upgrading the cabin? I don't know where the construction bar is either. Chenhao opened the Dark World system and searched for a long time but couldn't find the construction column. He also didn't know how many buildings he could build at the same time. After wasting a few minutes and not finding what he wanted, Chenhao was too lazy to waste time and went to the indoor planting area. Although a lot of things have been planted, there are still several pieces of vacant land. I happen to have perfect apple seeds on hand, so I will plant them first. Apple seeds, perfect twice the amount of good seeds, with an estimated harvest time of 15 days. Just as Chenhao started planting, an introduction to apples appeared in front of him. Just 15 days? This speed is too fast. Looking at the introduction, Chenhao could hardly believe his eyes. You should know that apples are not vegetables, but fruits. It takes a certain amount of time to grow. Not to mention more than 10 years, but 3 to 5 years should be enough. Why did it only take 15 days to get here? This was indeed beyond Chenhao's imagination. Although he was confused, Chenhao was too lazy to think about it, and instead planted the remaining apple seeds. The Dark World is not a normal world, so it is normal for unusual things to happen. After finishing planting everything, Chenhao returned to the stove. The raw meat on the stove had been roasted. After throwing one piece to the rainforest eagle, Chenhao also devoured it voraciously. I ran so far today and consumed a lot of energy. I am already very hungry now. Chapter 38, Building a Smelting Furnace, Ordinary Iron Ingots. Just as Chenhao put the barbecue into his mouth, a system reminder sounded in his ears, that is, the training level of the rainforest eagle had increased a little. But this time the increase was not much, just a few points, and loyalty and other things did not increase much either. Listening to the system's reminder, Chenhao didn't think much about it. Although the increase this time was not as much as before, it was at least an increase. As long as this goes on for a long time, the loyalty of the rainforest eagle will become higher and higher. Once the loyalty is full, the rainforest eagle will not betray you. So no matter how much he increases, as long as it increases, it's fine. Chenhao was eating barbecue while checking the world chat channel. As for the private messages, Chenhao did not check them. He is eating now, so how can he have time to check those messages? I received a notification today saying we can leave the area where the shelter is located. How do we leave this thing? I also received the tip and looked around the entire cabin, but I couldn't figure out how to move it. Could it be possible that the cabin could be put into a backpack? Don't even think about it, it's impossible. Looking at what everyone was discussing in the world chat channel, Chenhao frowned slightly and murmured softly. Every reminder of the Dark World is received by all humans. The cabin stands on the ground and has no wheels. How can it be moved? Chenhao recalled that the cabin he inspected today was completely located on the ground, and it was extremely huge and definitely not light in weight. Trying to move the cabin with manpower alone is completely wishful thinking and simply impossible. Unless you rebuild the cabin, wanting to leave the existing area is nothing more than a fantasy. Based on my observations over the past few days, the system's prompts all make sense. Since the system has given a warning, something should happen in the next few days. Everyone, think of ways to move the cabin. Please share your findings with everyone. While eating barbecue, he looked at the chat page in the world chat channel, looked at the replies from smart people, and nodded slightly. Chenhao agreed with this point very much. If any abnormality occurs, the system will give a reminder. Once the system reminds you, you must be careful, otherwise you may get yourself into trouble. Just like last night, the reminder was given in the dark, and then wild wolves attacked the cabin in the dark. During the day today, the system reminds you that the resources nearby will become less, which is a prelude for you to leave. Resources will be reduced, so it seems that we need to stockpile a lot of resources recently to prevent any unexpected worries. Chenhao, who had just finished eating barbecue, patted his belly and spoke in the world chat channel. Everyone, pay attention to the system's alerts. If there's anything unusual, the system will issue a warning. Everyone, please stock up on resources. I suspect something unexpected might happen in the near future. After saying this, Jinhao directly exited the World Chat channel and no longer paid attention to what those people were chatting about in the World Chat channel. He has very important things to do now and has no time to brag or chat with those people. Because a system reminder sounded in his ears, that is, the cabin has been upgraded. Jinhao did not check what functions the cabin would have after the upgrade, but immediately began to build a perfect-grade smelting furnace. Ding! Building a perfect-grade smelting furnace. Estimated time, 1 hour. Perfect-grade smelting furnace crafting time remaining 59:59. Looking at the numbers appearing on the virtual screen in front of him, Jinhao nodded slightly, looked at the legendary stone axe that was swinging automatically, and opened the system page of the Dark World again. However, Jinhao did not go to the World Chat channel, but opened his private chat page and began to select the materials he needed. Ding! The perfect-grade smelting furnace has been successfully built. Smelting furnace, perfect grade can smelt various metals, and can 100% smelt metals below perfect quality such as iron and copper, with a small chance of improving their quality. Not bad, not bad. If we can smelt a metal of 100% perfect quality, and there's a chance it can be upgraded to a higher quality, then wouldn't that mean we have a chance to smelt something of even perfect quality? I don't know what special properties rare metals have. The smelting furnace has been built, and Jinhao is no longer trading resources. In this hour, he has spent more than a dozen pieces of raw meat and obtained a large amount of iron ore and copper ore. He even got some silver ore and gold ore, but these things were ordinary and had no use for the time being, so Jinhao put them in the warehouse. Currently, the only things that are useful are iron ore and copper ore, and only these two things can play a role at this stage. Jinhao closed the trading function, sat in front of the smelting furnace, and carefully placed 10 pieces of ordinary grade iron ore into the smelting furnace. 10 pieces of iron ore can be smelted into an iron ingot, which can be used to make weapons such as iron axes and iron swords, as well as other iron items. Because it was just the beginning, Jinhao didn't dare to use the perfect grade test, so he could only use the ordinary grade test to see the effect before deciding whether to smelt the perfect grade. Smelting iron ore normal is in progress. It will take about an hour. Countdown to iron ore smelting 59:59. Fuck, it takes so long? Looking at the prompts given by the system, Jinhao was speechless. He never expected that it would take so long. He thought it would only take about 10 minutes at most. Although he was speechless, Jinhao had no choice but to keep adding wood to the smelting furnace to ensure the fire continued. Because only with sufficient temperature can iron ore be smelted better. If the temperature is not enough, it is impossible to smelt iron ore. After adding wood into the smelting furnace, Jinhao quickly pulled the windmill to blow air into the smelting furnace, greatly increasing its temperature. Smelting is complete. Please take out the iron ingot. An hour passed quickly. After listening to the system's reminder, Jinhao stopped adding wood and waited quietly for the flame in the smelting furnace to disappear automatically. He didn't have any tools now, so it was impossible for him to take out the iron ingot. He couldn't just reach in and take it out, right? It is impossible to take the iron ingots out of such a high-temperature smelting furnace using wooden props, so we can only wait for the temperature to drop before taking them out. Chapter 39, Ordinary Iron Axe. After waiting for about half an hour and the temperature in the smelting furnace had dropped to a certain level, Jinhao carefully used a wooden fork to pull out the iron ingot. Iron ingot, ordinary, can be used to create iron weapons and other items. Phew! Although the iron ingot was pulled out of the smelting furnace, it was still extremely hot at this moment, and Jinhao didn't dare to pick it up with his hands. He picked up a wooden ladle and scooped water to pour on the iron ingot. The cold water collided with the hot iron ingot, and a large amount of white smoke was immediately emitted. After scooping twice and seeing that the iron ingot did not emit any white smoke, Jinhao put down the scoop and carefully touched the iron ingot with his fingers. After making sure that everything was fine, Jinhao carefully picked up the iron ingot and looked at it carefully, but did not find anything abnormal. It looks like the smelting was successful. Try making an iron axe. Forge an iron axe. As Jinhao's voice fell, the stone axe on the ground suddenly moved by itself, and the iron ingot in Jinhao's hand also flew out. The indestructible stone axe hit the iron ingot frantically, and the shape of the iron ingot gradually changed. When the iron ingot could no longer be hit, it would automatically fly into the smelting furnace. The wood stored in the warehouse will automatically fly into the smelting furnace, and soon the smelting furnace will be burning with a raging fire. The already cold iron ingot gradually turned red under the burning flames, emitting scorching heat. This can be built automatically? Doesn't that mean that smelting can also be done automatically? Damn it! Thinking of this, Jinhao almost vomited blood in anger. Earlier, he thought he couldn't smelt iron automatically, so he sat here and kept adding wood to the furnace. The purpose was to ensure that the flames continued so that the iron ingots could be smelted. However, when making weapons nowadays, the wood automatically flew into the fire. Only then did he realize that this was a game world. Most of the manufacturing functions were taken care of by the system, and he didn't need to do it himself. Thinking of this, Jinhao really wanted to slap himself in the face. Wouldn't it be better to waste that time doing something else? However, now that things have happened, there is nothing Jinhao can do even if he feels unhappy. He can't really hit me, right? Jinhao shook his head and didn't care about the iron axe he was forging. Anyway, the system would give a prompt after it was successfully forged. With that time, you might as well do something else meaningful. Let's deal with the wolf's body first. Jinhao remembered that during the day he brought back the wild wolf he had killed yesterday. Because of lack of time, we did not deal with it in the wild, but took it home for treatment. The wolf's body was very large, much larger than the previous body, and it was still a complete body, so a lot of raw meat could be obtained. Jinhao looked at the wild wolves on the ground, which were 2 meters long and numbered nearly 300. He didn't know how to deal with them. If you want to get rid of the wild wolf, you must have an axe and a knife. Currently, Shirax is making an iron axe and has no time. He had no other tools in his hands, and had no way to deal with the wolf's corpse in front of him. Oh, what a trouble! Not only can we not deal with the wolf carcasses, but we can't even deal with the bamboo. Jinhao shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. He had no choice but to look at the stone axe. The burning head had already flown out of the smelting furnace, and the stone axe was hitting the iron ingot frantically. Under the hammering of the stone axe, the shape of the iron ingot kept changing. It was no longer the original iron ingot, but was rapidly changing into the shape of an axe. Jinhao watched this scene with great interest. Half an hour had passed before he knew it, and the iron ingot had turned into the shape of an axe. A piece of wood flew out of the warehouse, and the sharp stone axe cut the wood quickly, soon cutting the wood into sticks. The wooden stick extended into the axe handle, and an axe was immediately forged, then quickly fell in front of Jinhao. As the iron axe was successfully forged, the legendary stone axe suddenly lost its power and fell on the table next to the stove. Jinhao looked at the iron axe on the ground, grabbed the axe handle and picked it up carefully, then carefully checked the properties of the iron axe. Iron axe, normal, much more powerful than stone and bronze axes, and more effective at chopping wood and cutting raw meat. An ordinary iron axe doesn't have any attribute bonuses, but even so, it is far stronger than an ordinary stone axe. At this stage, before anyone upgrades the cabin, builds a smelting furnace, or forges an iron axe, this axe can be sold at a sky-high price. This can be said to be the first and only iron axe in the entire human world. If it is taken out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Not bad, not bad. With this axe, we can do many other things. You help me watch over the smelting furnace, I will deal with this wild wolf. Jinhao put 10 pieces of perfect-grade iron ores into the smelting furnace, but found that it could not be smelted automatically, so he asked the rainforest eagle cub to help him watch over it. It's just a matter of throwing in some wood and pushing the bellows. It doesn't require any skills at all. Even a rainforest eagle cub can do it. I'm just an eagle, not a human working for you. After the rainforest eagle on the beam heard Jinhao's words, its entire face was filled with confusion. It stared at Jinhao in disbelief, wondering if it had heard it wrong. It's just an animal, but Jinhao actually asked it to do work. Even if it is exploitation, it shouldn't be done like this, right? Don't look at it, I just want you to work. If you want to eat, you have to work, otherwise I will support you in vain. Seeing the rainforest eagle staring at him without any movement for a long time, Chen Hao immediately spoke again impatiently. He had already thrown in the iron ore, but the rainforest eagle didn't move at all. It really had no foresight at all. "Come down quickly, or I'll beat you up." Seeing that the rainforest eagle still did not move, Chen Hao threatened impatiently. The rainforest eagle really didn't want to come down. It really didn't want to work and really didn't want to be exploited by Chen Hao. But when the rainforest eagle saw Chen Hao holding an axe, it immediately gave up resistance. It didn't want to work, but under Chen Hao's threat of force, it had to work. It doesn't want to become a piece of meat in Chen Hao's mouth. This human being is really likely to do such a thing. The helpless rainforest eagle could only be forced to accept the fact that Chen Hao was exploiting it, and honestly did the work according to Chen Hao's requirements, adding wood to the smelting furnace. Chapter 40: The Exploited Rainforest Eagle Cub. "That's right. Work hard, I won't treat you unfairly." Looking at the well-behaved and obedient rainforest eagle, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the wolf's corpse on the ground, Chen Hao picked up an axe and started to deal with the wolf. The wolf's entire body was completely black, having been burned beyond recognition by the flames. There was not a single intact spot on its body. So this wolf's skin was almost useless, so Chen Hao naturally didn't keep it anymore. He picked up the axe and started to chop it down a few times. Because there is no need to process the wolf's skin, it is very convenient to handle and the wild wolf is quickly cleaned up. The wild wolf weighed more than 300 kilograms, and Chen Hao got more than 300 pieces of raw meat, which was enough to support his life for a long time. Even if there's a rainforest eagle, so much raw meat can last for at least 3 months and can also be exchanged for a lot of other resources. I looked up at the warehouse and found that it was filled with all kinds of things, including a large amount of wood and iron ore. The warehouse is almost used up at the moment, so there is no need to exchange other resources for the time being. Chen Hao doesn't need ordinary resources for the time being, he just needs to exchange them for some living resources. For example, vegetables and seasonings, etc. Since we no longer need to worry about food, it is natural to eat better. Chirp. When the rainforest eagle saw the iron ingot that had been refined, it let out an eagle cry towards Chen Hao, reminding Chen Hao that the iron ingot had been smelted. Chen Hao walked to the smelting furnace, looked at the iron ingot being smelted, used the iron axe to take out the iron ingot, looked at the red iron ingot, and then said, "Make a kitchen knife." "I already have an iron axe, although it is only of ordinary grade, it is enough for the time being. What he needs now are some props for daily life. Anyway, there are a lot of iron ores at present, which can be used to refine many iron props and weapons, so making a kitchen knife is the most necessary thing at the moment." Ding! A kitchen knife doesn't require an iron ingot. Do you need to craft other items? Build a pair of tongs, then a spoon. Under construction, please wait. Although a kitchen knife does not require an iron ingot, if you add some other things, it can almost cost an iron ingot. The spoon can be used to scoop soup, which will be useful when stewing the soup. As for the fire tongs, they can be used to pick up iron ingots in the smelting furnace, or to pick up wood in the furnace. These things are what Chen Hao needs right now, so they all need to be manufactured. Once everything I need is built, I'll be thinking about making some weapons to sell. At present, he has enough food and some resources, so he doesn't need to worry about survival for the time being. Continue smelting iron ingots. Chen Hao threw some perfect-grade iron ore into the smelting furnace and ordered the rainforest eagle to continue watching the smelting furnace. The poor rainforest eagle could only continue watching the smelting furnace. It probably never dreamed that it was just a cute rainforest eagle cub, but would be exploited to this extent by Chen Hao. All the work had fallen on the young rainforest eagle. Chen Hao checked the world chat channel but didn't get what he wanted, so he picked up a piece of wood and began to carve it carefully. The iron axe is much sharper than the legendary stone axe, so it is easy to process the wood into the shape you want. Chen Hao first processed the wood into the length he wanted, and then shaved the front into a pointed shape. It takes about 5 minutes to deal with a wooden splinter. An hour passed quickly and Chen Hao had cut off more than a dozen wooden splinters. Make an iron pot. Following the command, the stone axe started moving on its own, hammering the iron ingot frantically, shaping it into the shape Chen Hao wanted. Chen Hao continued to carve wooden sticks, turning them into wooden spikes, ready to be buried around the cabin. In this way, even if monsters attack again, it can still play a big role, and maybe even destroy those monsters. Before he knew it, several hours had passed and Chen Hao had cut more than 30 wooden splinters, which was almost enough for use. Feeling a little tired, Chen Hao stood up and stretched. Looking at the rainforest eagle still burning the fire, he said softly, "You go and rest. The iron pot has been made. Chen Hao is preparing to make a long sword and a long spear and then go to rest." After hearing what Chen Hao said, the rainforest eagle immediately returned to the beam without any hesitation. It didn't want to do this damn job for a moment. If it couldn't beat Chen Hao, it wouldn't even bother with Chen Hao. "Forge a long sword with a dragon's head on the hilt." Chen Hao gave the order. Since he wanted to make a weapon, he naturally had to make a unique weapon. Insufficient materials. As soon as Chen Hao gave the order, the system quickly gave a response. Looking at this answer, Chen Hao couldn't help feeling helpless. However, the system's answer was also within Chen Hao's expectations. A long sword is at least 1 meter long, and an iron ingot is about that big, so it is naturally impossible to forge a long sword. Without any hesitation, Chen Hao put another 10 pieces of iron ore into the smelting furnace. This was his last fortune. All the perfect grade iron ores have been used up. Even if there is any iron ore left, it is only ordinary iron ore. Chen Hao didn't want to use ordinary iron ore for the weapons he used. It had to be perfect grade or above. The moment he put the iron ore into the furnace, Chen Hao suddenly asked, "How many iron ingots are needed to forge a long sword?" When Chen Hao was making the iron axe and other iron props before, he had never asked the system. This was the first time he asked. "Requires 2.3 iron ingots." The virtual screen in front of him quickly gave Chen Hao the answer he wanted. Chen Hao's expression suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. All of his perfect grade iron ore had been thrown into the smelting furnace, leaving only 2 iron ingots. Not to mention wanting to forge a spear, even forging a long sword was not enough, which made Chen Hao feel a little unhappy. He opened the World Chat channel and asked if anyone was willing to sell perfect grade iron ore, but almost everyone who had iron ore had already sold it to him. Most people currently only have ordinary iron ore. Even if they have perfect grade iron ore, the price is very high. A piece of perfect iron ore was actually exchanged for a piece of raw meat in Chen Hao's hand, which made Chen Hao very unhappy. Although he wanted it very much, it was impossible to trade it. Otherwise, how would those who traded with him before view him? Chapter 41, Legendary Wooden Bowl. "I don't know if the copper ingots are useful." Chen Hao looked at the copper ore beside him. Although most of what he received was iron ore, there was also some copper ore. There is not as much copper ore as iron ore, but there are still more than a dozen pieces, so it is no problem to make a copper ingot. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao tentatively asked, "Can we use copper ingots?" A new opportunity for selection has been refreshed. Please make your choice. Choice 1, Legendary Wooden Bowl. Choice 2, Legendary Spirit Beast. Choice 3, Top Beauty Random. Before the Dark World could respond, the system's voice rang in Chen Hao's ears. When Chen Hao heard this voice, he was stunned at first, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Legendary Composite Wooden Bowl? What does it mean? Choose one. Ding! Selection successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Legendary Wooden Bowl. Wooden Bowl, Legendary. A legendary carpenter, requires great strength to use, adds 10 to strength, 10 to speed, and 3 to sharpness. The moment the choice was successful, a wooden bowl suddenly appeared in Chen Hao's hand. It was a weapon made of special wood. And the wooden bowl also has unique properties. As long as the weapon reaches the perfect level or above, it will have special attribute bonuses. Although the wooden bowl is just a wooden bowl, it is of legendary level and naturally has special attribute bonuses. When Chen Hao looked at the properties of the wooden bowl, he didn't have much feeling, because he had never used a wooden bowl and didn't know what these properties meant. However, he knew very well in his heart that the legendary wooden bowl was definitely much stronger than the ordinary wooden bowl, and it would allow him to better deal with the beasts in the night. Compared to the long sword, the wooden bowl is perhaps the safest weapon. The overall ability of the long sword is much stronger than that of the wooden bow, but its only disadvantage is that it is a melee weapon. Once you get into close combat and face those monsters in the dark, your life is likely to be in danger. The wooden bow is a long-range weapon that can be used to attack wild beasts from a long distance, so its life-saving ability is naturally stronger. And during the day, when facing wild beasts, you can also use a wooden bow to attack, which will allow you to hit the beasts more easily. From the current situation, after comprehensive consideration, the wooden bow is better. The system still understands me. But I haven't developed a skill yet, and I don't know how to use this thing. Qinhao was indeed very satisfied with the rewards given by the system, but there was no skill book for archers, which made Qinhao feel a little uncomfortable. Although he had a wooden bow, he didn't know how to use it at all, so he could only practice slowly. How many iron ingots are needed to make a bow and arrow? Originally, iron ingots could not be used to make a long sword. Now that there was a wooden bow, which was already a legendary weapon, Qinhao naturally did not want to make a long sword anymore. If you only have a legendary wooden bow but no matching arrows, it would be useless, so you must make some arrows at this moment. 1 iron ingot can be used to make 10 arrowheads. 10 arrows, that's enough. Qinhao couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. 10 arrows are enough for now. Without any hesitation, start building it immediately. After receiving the new task, the legendary stone axe immediately moved on its own, quickly hammering the iron ingot and shaping it into the shape of an arrow. After it is successfully forged, the wood flies out of thin air, is quickly cut into the arrow body, and then combined with the arrowhead to quickly form a long arrow. He took out a pheasant feather from his backpack and quickly combined it with the arrow body to form the final arrow feather. However, in just over 10 minutes, the long arrow was completed and neatly placed on the table in front of Qinhao. He reached out and took out a long arrow, then looked at it carefully, picked up the wooden bow, and according to his memory, placed the tail of the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring hard. Then he locked his eyes on the wooden door in front of him, determined the position for shooting, and left, releasing the bowstring in his hand. Call out! Under the powerful elastic force, the arrow flew out instantly and heavily penetrated into the wooden door. Under the powerful impact, the arrowhead was stuck in the wooden door. Qinhao had to use a lot of effort to pull the arrowhead out. Not bad, I can hunt some small wild animals. If the wild wolves from yesterday appear again, they'll be in big trouble. After a busy day, Qinhao also felt sleepy at this moment. After making sure there was nothing to do, Qinhao put the wooden bow and arrow feathers into his backpack to avoid forgetting to take them away. This is a powerful weapon that can be used at any time, so it must be placed in the backpack. Otherwise, what if you forget to take it when you need it? It's a dark world and it's very dangerous outside. Even during the day, you have to be careful. If I hadn't been careful, I wouldn't even know how I died. After finishing everything, Qinhao added some wood to the stove, then returned to bed, covered himself with a straw mat, and quickly fell asleep in the comfortable temperature. Outside the wooden house is a pitch-black world. There are countless wild beasts in the forest at night, with a pair of eyes flashing with green flames, staring at the location of the wooden house. If Qinhao saw these eyes, he would immediately recognize the owner of these eyes as one of the wild wolves that invaded the cabin last night. The wild wolf kept staring at the cabin, but did not attack it. Instead, it stared at it for more than an hour before quietly turning around and leaving. Qinhao, who was already asleep, had no idea what was happening in the dark, nor did he know that he had been targeted by a wild wolf in the dark. But even if he knew, Qinhao wouldn't care. As long as they dare to come, they will never return. The night passed quickly, and when the sun shone on the earth the next day, Qinhao slowly opened his eyes, looked at the sunlight that was only coming through the cracks, and gently rubbed his eyes. I went to a very far place yesterday and ran back home in a hurry. In addition, I made a lot of tools in the evening, which consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. Although he had slept for a whole night, his mental strength had not been replenished and Qinhao still felt very sleepy. If it were in the original civilized world, Qinhao would leave without any hesitation and lie down again to continue sleeping. It would be absolutely impossible for him to wake up without getting enough sleep. As for going to work, it's simply impossible. I didn't even sleep well. What the hell is the point of working here? But in the dark world, this is absolutely not possible. Once you miss the time to collect supplies because of sleeping, you are likely to miss a lot of things and be overtaken by others. Chapter 42, Potato Stew. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not sleep in during the day and must go out to look for resources. I got up and opened the small wooden window, looked at the sun outside, felt the sunlight shining on my body, and felt warm all over. This feeling is really comfortable. I added wood to the stove, placed the iron pot on the stove, added some water to it, and then turned on the weather forecast. You have to check the weather forecast every day, because only in this way can you know what the weather conditions will be like today and take precautions. Today's weather, sunny, the temperature is 18 degrees, suitable for going out. Time until dark, 8:13. Warm reminder, the weather is good today, you can go out to look for resources, but please do not go too far, as there may be heavy rain, which will affect your return journey. If possible, ensure drainage is in place, as heavy rain may affect your shelter. Please also prepare your daily necessities, as you may not be able to go out to look for resources in the next few days. Today's daylight hours are quite long, so we can go to further places. But what does it mean that there will be heavy rain? Will there be heavy rain in this weather? I looked out the window and saw that the sun was shining brightly outside, with no sign of rain at all. If it's just a light rain, it won't have much of an impact. But if it rains heavily, it will definitely affect you. Once the rain is particularly heavy and there are floods, you may not be able to return to the cabin before dark. Iron has a strong ability to conduct heat. Within 5 minutes of placing the iron pot on the stove, bursts of heat were already rising. Chenhao turned off the weather forecast, stood up and walked to the table, put down the chopping board he had made yesterday, and then took out the raw meat and placed it on the chopping board. The sharp kitchen knife fell and quickly cut the raw meat into countless pieces, and placed them directly in the iron pot. Do you want it raw or cooked? Chenhao looked up at the rainforest eagle. He didn't know whether the rainforest eagle wanted to eat raw or cooked food. After all, boiled and roasted food were different. Boiled meat is also good, but it is a bit inferior to grilled meat. What's more, he didn't have any seasonings in his hands, so he couldn't cook the delicious broths from his previous life. Chirp. After hearing Chenhao's question, the rainforest eagle quickly understood what Chenhao meant and flapped its wings to signal Chenhao to put his own portion into the pot. In the past few days, it has been eating cooked meat, which is much more delicious than raw meat. Moreover, it is now a civilized eagle, so it is naturally impossible for it to eat raw meat. Okay. Looking at the actions of the rainforest eagle, Chenhao also understood what was going on. The piece of raw meat prepared for the rainforest eagle was also cut and put into the iron pot. Then some vegetables were taken out, cut, and put into the pot. When we exchanged supplies last night, we naturally also exchanged some vegetables, basically some cabbage, potatoes, etc. Things like peppercorns and star anise have not been discovered by humans yet, so Chenhao has no place to exchange them. But it is also very good with some side dishes. Although in the original civilized world, this way of eating was not considered a big deal, and it was not even considered acceptable for a well-off family. But in the dark world, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the richest man. The rest of the human race is struggling to make ends meet, and many people don't even have enough to eat. Not to mention meat, they can't even afford vegetables. Not only did Chenhao have meat for every meal, he even got tired of it, and started paying attention to nutritional balance. With so many resources, he is indeed the richest man. In the entire dark world, no human being is as rich as Chenhao. It would take some time to stew the meat, and Chenhao didn't want to sit here and wait, so he stood up and walked to the smelting furnace and took out the iron ingots. This was originally smelted yesterday, and intended to be made into a long sword, but later Chenhao did not make a long sword, but made a bow and arrow, so this thing became useless. Later, when he felt sleepy, Chenhao could no longer care about it. Now that he had some time, he took it out. After a night, the flame in the smelting furnace had long been extinguished, and it was no longer hot. The iron ingot felt cold in my hand. After looking at it carefully, I couldn't see any properties of it. What should I build? Looking at the iron ingot in his hand, Chenhao muttered softly. He went to bed after making the bow and arrow yesterday, and had not thought about making anything else. He was a little confused at the moment, and really didn't know what to make. While Chenhao was thinking, he suddenly noticed a wooden spike placed not far in front of the smelting furnace, and immediately understood what he was going to make. These wooden spikes have already been manufactured, so they naturally need to be equipped. In order to equip these wooden spikes, you naturally need to dig a hole. There were no tools for digging holes in the entire cabin, so this iron ingot could be used to make one. The tools needed to dig a pit require very little iron, perhaps even less than an axe, so one can definitely be made with just one iron ingot. Chenhao, who had just been thinking about it, immediately started working. Build a hoe. As the sound fell, the legendary stone axe moved again on its own. A ball of flame flew out of the furnace and fell into the smelting furnace. When wood was added, it immediately caught fire. The iron ingot flew into the smelting furnace again. In just over 10 minutes, the iron ingot was burned red, and the stone axe hit the iron ingot again. Under the blows of the stone axe, the shape of the iron ingot changed. After understanding the rules of this world, Chenhao no longer paid attention to the iron ingots, but returned to the stove. When he looked at the steaming broth in the pot and smelled the tempting meat aroma, he couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, he was already hungry, his stomach was already rumbling, and he wanted to eat something to fill his stomach. Unfortunately, the broth is not ready yet, so we can't eat the food for the time being. Since there was a stone bowl at home, Chenhao did not make a wooden bowl. Instead, he picked up the stone bowl, filled it with broth, and took a sip. He blew gently on the boiling broth, and when the temperature dropped a little, Chenhao took a small sip, and the heat immediately filled his entire mouth. Although there is no seasoning, the taste is still very good with the combination of vegetables. When I drink it, I immediately feel warm in my stomach. In an instant, his entire body became warm. The comfortable feeling made Chenhao unable to help but shout out, "It feels so good!" Chenhao, who had been eating barbecue all the time and was almost tired of it, felt really comfortable the moment he drank the broth. Chapter 43, Digging a Drainage Canal. Chirp. When the rainforest eagle saw Chenhao drinking the soup, it also flew to Chenhao's shoulder and rubbed its head against Chenhao's cheek affectionately. "Ha ha! I'll get you a piece right away." Chenhao took out a stone bowl, scooped out 2 pieces of meat for the rainforest eagle, and placed them on the table. Seeing this, the rainforest eagle quickly flew onto the table, picked up the meat and put it into its mouth, soon swallowing the whole piece of meat into its stomach. Chirp. Chirp. The rainforest eagle seemed to be a little hot, and felt very uncomfortable, and suddenly cried out loudly. Looking at the rainforest hawk's expression, Chenhao shook his head helplessly and said, "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." Although Chenhao said so, the rainforest eagle is just a bird of prey and does not belong to humans. Naturally, it does not know human thoughts and cannot think according to human thinking. In its own opinion, as long as there is food, it must be put into its stomach immediately. If you eat it a little late, it is very likely that it will be snatched away by others. Looking at this scene, Chenhao couldn't help but shook his head. He had already reminded it, and since the rainforest eagle didn't want to listen, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. The spoon moved in the pot, and soon scooped out a few large pieces of meat, and then put them into the rainforest eagle's bowl, making the rainforest eagle very happy. The meat was cooked, and Chenhao picked up his chopsticks and started eating. His hunger also dissipated a lot. 2 pieces of meat were put into the pot, and Chenhao only ate a small part of it, while most of the rest was eaten by the rainforest eagle. Because of different stomachs, the rainforest eagle cannot eat vegetarian food, so most of the potatoes and cabbages are eaten by Chenhao. Chenhao is not picky about food. As long as it can replenish his physical strength, he doesn't care whether it is vegetarian or meat. After eating and drinking his fill, Chenhao looked at the full pot of broth and instead of pouring it out, he put it away. These are full of nutrients and can replenish a lot of physical strength. They are still useful if you put them down. The hoe had already been made at this moment, and some fine lines had appeared on the legendary stone axe. Looking at the patterns that appeared, Chenhao knew that the durability of this stone axe was almost used up. Once the durability reaches the bottom, the stone axe cannot be used. Fortunately, it is a legendary stone axe, which is much harder and more durable than ordinary stone axes. Otherwise, it would not have lasted until now. Although the durability of the legendary stone axe is almost exhausted, Chen Hao is not worried at all, because he is now using an iron axe, which is much sharper and more durable than the legendary stone axe. What the legendary stone axe can do, the iron axe can also do, so there is no need to worry about what will happen if the legendary stone axe breaks. Chen Hao came to the outside of the cabin, picked up a hoe and started digging a hole. After digging for an hour, he finally dug a small hole less than 50 centimeters. This thing is really hard to dig. Looking back at how hard he had worked to dig for so long, he realized that he had only dug a small hole less than 50 centimeters deep. Not to mention dealing with wild wolves, he couldn't even bury a wooden splinter. After digging for so long, he didn't even dig a small hole, and the skin on the palm of his hand was already rubbed off, which made Chen Hao feel very uncomfortable. The thought of giving up even arose in my heart. Is the sun going down? At this moment, Chen Hao suddenly felt that the sun did not seem as bright as before. Looking up, I immediately saw that there were some dark clouds in front of the sun. Under the cover of dark clouds, the light was much dimmer and not as bright as before. Chen Hao suddenly recalled the hint from the weather forecast. The weather forecast seems to have warned that there might be heavy rain today, and this heavy rain will continue for several days, so I should stock up on some resources. Heavy rainstorms may affect the cabins. Chen Hao took a look around the cabin. It was surrounded by woods, so he was not worried about heavy rain or landslides. Moreover, this area is not a plain, so there is no need to worry about water flowing here and forming a small puddle. However, if the amount of water is too large and the water cannot be discharged quickly, it is likely to affect the cabin. Let's dig a drainage ditch first. For the safety of the cabin, Chen Hao planned to dig a drainage ditch first. No matter what, we must first protect the safety of the cabin, because it is our only shelter in this world. If something happens to the cabin, it will be absolutely fatal to me. Chen Hao did what he said and immediately dug a small hole about 10 centimeters deep around the cabin. After about 2 hours of digging, he finally dug out the drainage ditch. Because this is a mountainous area and the ground has never been dug, the soil is extremely hard and it takes a lot of effort to dig it up. Fortunately, the first 10 centimeters were basically muddy, so it didn't take too much effort. But after a dozen centimeters there were a lot of rocks. If he was not careful, he would dig on the rocks, which made Chen Hao's arm numb. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Chen Hao had just finished digging and had no time to rest when a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Chen Hao looked up and suddenly several raindrops fell on his face, and raindrops were falling from the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's raining! And it was raining heavily. In just a moment, Chen Hao understood what was going on. Without any hesitation, he left and ran into the cabin, but he was still a step too slow to react and was already soaked by the rain. His back and head were almost completely wet. Without any hesitation, Chen Hao immediately took off his clothes and put them by the fire to dry. The temperature has not dropped yet, and Chen Hao has just finished his work, so he doesn't feel cold at the moment. It is a good time to dry his clothes. If you wear these wet clothes, you may catch a cold. There is nothing in this dark world. If you catch a cold, your life may be in danger. Da-da-da. Not long after Chen Hao returned to the house, the heavy rain outside suddenly became much heavier, and the sound of raindrops falling outside could be clearly heard. This rain is really heavy, and I don't know how long it will last. The wooden window was open, so Chen Hao could see the heavy rain outside, much of which had already hit the lower wooden house. However, it did not affect Chen Hao, so Chen Hao did not get up and close the wooden house. He had lived alone for so many days without a good rest. Now watching the raindrops hitting the house was a great enjoyment. Chapter 44: How Big is the Dark World? While baking the clothes, I opened the World Chat channel. Judging from what we learned some time ago, although everyone belongs to the Dark World, what happens is not exactly the same. The night before yesterday, everyone encountered monsters in the dark, but the monsters that appeared were different. For example, a wild wolf may appear on your side, but a wild wolf may appear on other people's side. It may be a brown bear or a tiger. Even wild boars and wild dogs have appeared, and a very small part of the population has not been attacked by monsters in the dark due to the geographical location of the shelter. For example, the location of your shelter is in a forest, while some people's shelters are by the river, and some are in the desert, and so on. Different places have different situations. It's raining heavily here, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's raining heavily elsewhere. When I opened the World Chat channel, I immediately found someone chatting about the rain in their area. How come the rain started all of a sudden? I haven't even gathered enough supplies yet. Are you all back at the cabin? I saw the weather forecast for today and I didn't go out at all. Not yet. I'm running towards home. Hey, is it raining over there? It's still sunny here. The same big sun. It did rain here, but it was a very light rain and didn't have any impact. Raining? It's raining here, it's so damn cold. Is there anyone in the south who likes snow more than potatoes? I'm willing to trade them for wood. It is daytime now and most people are outside collecting supplies, so there are not many people in the World Chat channel. Those who are chatting at this moment are basically those who are unable to go out to search for resources due to the heavy rain outside. There was nothing to do in the cabin, so I could only brag in the World Chat channel and try to make myself feel a sense of existence. It really doesn't rain everywhere humans are. Looking at everyone's conversation, Chenhao muttered softly. Through these chat records, Chenhao also learned a lot of things. The place where it is also raining heavily may belong to the same area as it, while the place where it is raining does not belong to the same area, but should belong to the next area. As for those areas where it is snowing and sunny, they are very far away from their own areas. I just don't understand how big this area is, and how many areas there are in the entire dark world. Figuring these out will definitely be of great benefit to you. From these data, we can infer how many humans there are in a region, whether there will be regional confrontation in the future, etc. Since the dark world belongs to the game world, naturally, everything that happened in the game is possible to happen in the dark world. After thinking for a moment, Chenhao sent a message to his two friends. One of them was Chen Xian, and the other was a beautiful woman selling wood. As for his other friends, Chenhao did not ask. These were people he met last night, and they were just trading friends. He wasn't very familiar with them, so Chenhao didn't want to bother with them. At this moment, Chenhao wanted to find out whether Chen Xian and the beautiful woman selling wood were from the same area as him. How's the weather over there? The beautiful woman selling wood was the first to see the news. She looked at the drizzle outside the window, her eyes flashing with doubt. I don't understand why Chenhao asked about the weather instead of asking about other things. Is there something wrong with him not eating? Although the beauty was very confused, she did not hide anything but gave a quick answer. It's drizzling here. Why are you asking that? The beauty, still in doubt, asked Chenhao a question. After hearing this, Chenhao did not hide his answer from the beautiful woman and also gave an answer after seeing her answer. Nothing, just checking if we belong in the same area. What's the meaning? The beauty was very confused and didn't quite understand what Chenhao meant. Can we tell whether they belong to the same area by looking at the weather outside? Where does this logic come from? There was doubt in the beautiful woman's eyes, and she didn't quite understand what Chenhao meant. The weather in the same area should be the same. If the weather in the areas where we are both located is the same, then we are likely in the same area. Oh. After explaining clearly, Chenhao closed the chat with the other party. Based on the other party's answer, Chenhao guessed that they did not belong to the same area, but the area separating them should belong to the next area. As for Chen Xian, he did not give any answer. He should be looking for resources outside. Being able to find resources outside means that the weather there is good, at least there is no heavy rain, so they do not belong to the same area. Thinking of this, Chenhao looked up at the rainforest eagle and asked curiously, "Have you found other humans like me?" Although the rainforest eagle did not appear today, it did go out yesterday and flew very high. Judging from the altitude of the rainforest eagle, the distance it can see is also very far. Not to mention hundreds of miles, it must be at least 30 kilometers. Standing at an altitude of 1,000 meters, there is absolutely no problem in seeing 20 kilometers away. I don't know if there are other humans like me in this 20-kilometer area. Chirp. The rainforest eagle shook its head to indicate that it didn't see it. Is there a cabin like mine? Chenhao pointed at the cabin and chatted with the rainforest eagle. Without exception, the rainforest eagle also shook its head, indicating that it did not see it. There are so many humans in the world, but I haven't seen any humans like them within a few dozen kilometers of me. How big is this dark world? Chenhao muttered softly, and he couldn't imagine how big this dark world was. Not to mention how many kilometers a person has to stand. If one person runs, the distance is 10 kilometers. With billions of people in the world, that means there are billions of kilometers, and that is the diameter. In the previous life, the diameter of the Earth was only more than 10,000 kilometers, while the dark world was hundreds of billions of kilometers. There is no comparison between the two. The scope of the dark world is tens of thousands of times the size of the Earth. It is the Earth of the previous life. Many people will never meet each other in their lifetime. In such a large world as the dark world, doesn't that mean that many people will never meet each other in several lifetimes or even hundreds of lifetimes? Chapter 45, Changes in the World. Everyone can't leave the area right now, so why think so much? Chenhao shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind. Now everyone has just traveled to the dark world and has not collected enough supplies, so they are unable to leave their area. Unless the cabin could be moved, leaving would be absolutely impossible. If you leave by force, you will die. The night in this world is extremely dangerous. If you go outside at night, you will encounter terrifying creatures. With human capabilities, it is impossible for us to be opponents of these monsters in the dark. Not to mention those monsters that have never appeared, werewolves and other monsters that exist in legends. Those are just ordinary wild beasts that humans cannot deal with. Take what happened the night before last, for example. If it weren't for the protection of the cabin, a lot of people around the world would have died. Not to mention that all of them will die, but there will be absolutely no problem if 99% of them die. Out of 100 humans, at least 99 will die, and it is not impossible that all of them will die. If ordinary humans do not have powerful weapons, they will never be able to defeat ferocious beasts like the werewolf. Unless they are active military personnel, they may be able to defeat large wild beasts such as wolves with the stone axes in their hands. Ordinary people, without powerful weapons, are no match for wild beasts. How can the cabin be moved? Thinking of this, Chenhao continued to look at the small wooden house in front of him. It was pouring rain outside, making it impossible to go out to look for resources. The weather forecast also said that it would rain heavily outside for the next few days, making it impossible to go out to look for resources. Secondly, it indicates that this area may have no resources in the future, and people must move away from this area. Therefore, we must plan ahead and think of ways to move the cabin. Chenhao stood up and looked around the cabin, but he couldn't think of how to move it. Only if there were wheels underneath would it be possible to move it. Unfortunately, the cabin is completely located on the ground and has no wheels at all, so it is impossible to move the cabin. And even if it had wheels, it would be impossible to move the cabin without help from others. Although this cabin is not big, the uprated cabin has become much larger, and there are so many things in the cabin, the weight must be more than 1,000 pounds. If it were in the original civilized world, on a calm and smooth road, there would still be a chance to pull this cabin. But this is a dark world, and the ground is all mountain roads, all crooked and uneven, with small broken rocks everywhere. Not to mention ordinary humans, even the strongest man would not be able to pull the cabin. It's totally impossible to pull it to the cabin by human power. We have to think of another way. After thinking for a moment, Chenhao stopped thinking about this matter. Because no matter how you look at it, it is impossible to move the cabin. Unless he can enslave the old people or find a race with strong strength, it will be possible to move the cabin. Otherwise, it would be impossible to move the cabin relying solely on human strength. Chenhao stood up and walked to the smelting furnace, put the copper ore into the smelting furnace, and prepared to smelt the copper ingots first. Anyway, it is raining heavily outside and we can't go out to look for resources. We might as well take this opportunity to smelt the copper ingots first. Then put it in the warehouse and use it immediately when needed. Watch the fire. After throwing the copper ore into the smelting furnace, Chenhao was too lazy to take care of it and directly let the rainforest eagle cub take care of it. Anyway, there is no need to go out to look for resources now, and the rainforest eagle cub has nothing to do, so it is just right for it to help him guard the smelting furnace. The rainforest eagle cub was standing at the window, feeling the heavy rain outside. After hearing Chen Hao's words, he turned to look at Chen Hao in disbelief. There was a look of complete confusion in its eagle eyes. It could not have imagined that Chen Hao could be so shameless. "What are you looking at? Go and stare at it." Chen Hao lay back on the bed and saw that the rainforest eagle was actually staring at him instead of guarding the smelting furnace. He immediately glared at the rainforest eagle cub fiercely. This young rainforest eagle has no sense at all. Didn't he see that the smelting furnace was unattended? He actually didn't go to guard the smelting furnace. "Okay, you are awesome, you are the master. It's all for stuttering." The frustrated rainforest eagle glared at Chen Hao fiercely, then didn't bother to look at Chen Hao again, and went over to guard the smelting furnace obediently. The eagle has to bow its head under the eaves. Who made it eat and live with Chen Hao? When it can support itself, it will definitely not let Chen Hao go. After seeing the rainforest eagle staring at the smelting furnace, Chen Hao was too lazy to care about the smelting furnace. After all, the rainforest eagle cub was very human and knew what to do. Lying on the bed, I comfortably opened the Dark World system and found the chat page of the World channel. Chen Hao didn't know how big an area was, but he knew clearly that there were many people in an area. Not to mention hundreds of millions of people, but at least hundreds of thousands would be no problem. It was raining heavily outside the window at the moment, and it was impossible to go out to look for resources. There was nothing to do in the wooden house, and most of the humans came out to chat. Everyone finally calmed down and stopped talking about resources. Instead, they talked about what would happen in the world after dark. "Brothers, this world is so strange. I heard there are werewolves. Do you think there are vampires? Based on my own judgment, there is a real possibility of vampires. I don't know if I will encounter them. If there really is one, we will definitely encounter it. I don't know if we can survive until then." As soon as these words were spoken, the World Chat channel suddenly became quiet. The Dark World is extremely strange. No one knows how long they can live or whether they can live to see the appearance of vampires. Every night, terrifying creatures appear in the darkness. The last time it appeared was just a wild wolf, and no one knows what will appear next time. If it were just wild beasts, there would be no need to worry too much. With the protection of the cabin, these wild beasts would not be able to hurt them inside the cabin. But if a werewolf or a vampire appears, can the cabin still stop them? Don't think too much, just live one day at a time. That's right, why think so much? It only adds to your troubles. I heard that vampires are afraid of garlic and crosses. You can make your own crosses, but has anyone found any garlic? Chapter 46, Celebrities in the Dark World. Phew. When seeing this news, Chen Hao couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy spoke very well. If Chen Hao saw the last sentence, he would subconsciously think that the other party was not afraid of death. Chirp. The rainforest eagle heard the sound and subconsciously flew towards the beams of the house. The raptor's instinct allows it to react quickly. When the rainforest eagle cub found out that the laughter came from Chen Hao, he was stunned and looked at Chen Hao with resentment in his eyes. "Why the hell are you going crazy for no reason? You scared me to death." When Chen Hao saw the young eagle flying onto the beams of the house, he thought it was trying to slack off and immediately scolded it. "What are you looking at? Get down to work!" Upon hearing this, the rainforest eagle cub could only continue to guard the smelting furnace with grievance. Chen Hao continued to watch the World Chat channel, and those talented guys immediately started performing again. "The guy above, I thought you weren't afraid of death, but it turns out you're just a coward. Can you learn from our ancestors? Why not use garlic and crosses? Just use a peachwood sword to kill him." "I have a peachwood sword. There is a peach forest here, and there are many peach trees that can be used to make peachwood swords. Hey dear, a friendly reminder, a peachwood sword that is over 100 years old will only be useful. You're using an Eastern magic weapon against a Western ghost. Will it be effective? Who knows, what if it's useful?" In the World Chat channel, everyone was chatting happily, as if they had forgotten their current miserable lives. Chen Hao originally wanted to ask others if they knew how to move the cabin, but seeing that others were chatting so happily, Chen Hao didn't want to ruin such a wonderful atmosphere. Seeing everyone chatting happily, Chen Hao unconsciously wanted to join in the atmosphere. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Whether it's a cross or a peachwood sword, let's prepare some first, just in case they come in handy? It won't hurt to be a little more prepared anyway. Since you are wearing the Wolf Slayer Warrior badge, you can keep this message pinned for 1 hour. Do you want to do this?" As soon as the message was sent, a system reminder appeared in front of him. Chen Hao did not hesitate at all and directly chose to deny it. He just came here to chat at the moment, and he didn't come here with any other purposes such as transactions, so there was no need to put him on top. Although it is not mounted on the top, because of the wolf badge, Chen Hao's font is golden, forming a sharp contrast with the black of others. "Boss Chen Hao has appeared! Boss Chen Hao actually appeared in broad daylight! Your servant respectfully welcomes Boss Chen Hao. Boss Chen Hao is right. We need to prepare both the cross and the peachwood sword. I happen to have some peachwood here. Do you need it, Boss Chen Hao? Give me some of the one upstairs. Boss Chen Hao, what did you gain today? Boss Chen Hao, why do you come in to chat during the day? Don't you have anything to do today?" Because of his Wolf Killer Warrior badge, Chen Hao has become a celebrity in the dark world, and people all over the world are aware of Chen Hao's existence. So at this moment, Chen Hao has already become a celebrity in the dark world, and he is also a celebrity known by people all over the world. It was announced to the entire server 3 times, so it's impossible to forget. At this moment, Chen Hao has an absolute crushing advantage compared to any other big star. Those stars in the previous life, not to mention the whole world, even if it is only 1% of the people in their own country who know them, it would be great. That is to say, out of 1 billion people, 10 million people know them, and they are the top stars. As for those who are particularly top-notch, only their contemporaries know them. As for the new era or the previous generation, they don't know them at all. And now Chen Hao represents all the human beings in the world. No matter how many humans there are in the dark world, they all know of Chen Hao's existence. Billions of people all know Chen Hao's name. Who doesn't know the name of the wolf-slaying warrior? After seeing Chen Hao speak, some of the diving humans also began to express their opinions. In an instant, the number of people in the world chat channel increased several times. Before Chen Hao appeared, the chat messages he sent could stay for at least 1 or 2 seconds. Since Chen Hao appeared, they have never stopped disappearing. I can't even see what those rapidly refreshing messages are. I really shouldn't have come out. Chen Hao was speechless as he watched the message constantly refreshing, but he couldn't see any content at all. I was doubting in my heart whether I should have come out. You guys chat, I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you. Chen Hao made a notice, and then just stared at the screen without saying anything. Hey, why did Boss Chen Hao leave right after arriving? Boss Chen Hao is chatting. The entire world chat channel was trying to keep Chen Hao, but Chen Hao seemed to have not seen it, and did not respond at all. A quarter of an hour later, after receiving no response from Chen Hao, the world chat channel gradually became quiet, the number of message refreshes also slowed down, and a lot of messages could be seen. However, at this moment, everyone's discussion has shifted from the vampire to Chen Hao. They were all very curious about why Chen Hao could kill wild wolves and what the function of the wolf-slaying warrior's badge was. And then there's Chen Hao. Where did he get so much raw meat? Why is he so lucky? When can I meet him again? And so on. Looking at these meaningless news, Chen Hao was too lazy to continue reading. He closed the world chat channel and lay on the bedboard, thinking about the future. The dark world is extremely strange. We can no longer follow the survival philosophy of the original civilized society. We must have a new plan. According to the reminder, this area will one day be short of resources, so we must prepare in advance. The cabin doesn't need to be upgraded for now, but we need to store more survival supplies, at least for more than half a year. Crops have been planted to prepare for emergencies, and indoor farming needs to be started to raise some small animals to provide fresh meat. Let's build the indoor breeding facility first. Indoor farming construction remaining time 30:59. Following Chen Hao's instructions, the stone axe suddenly moved on its own, turning the wood into wooden stakes, and then fixing the stakes inside the wooden house. Half an hour passed quickly and the indoor breeding facility was successfully built, but it was less than 5 square meters and could only house 5 small animals, such as rabbits and pheasants. Any larger animals could not be raised. Chapter 47: Trading Water Resources. I don't know if the rain will get any lighter. Looking at the indoor breeding area that had been built, Chen Hao looked outside through the window. It was still raining heavily outside, and there was no sign of it getting less severe. Chen Hao also planned to wait for the rain to subside a little, and then go out to place the legendary animal trap nearby to see if he could catch some small animals. Then raise these animals so that they can be used when needed. But the rain outside the window kept falling and showed no sign of slowing down, so Chen Hao couldn't go out at all. If he were in the original civilized world, with plenty of medicine to support him, Chen Hao would go out without hesitation, even in the heavy rain, and there would be no problem. There are many medicines in the civilized world, so even if you have a cold or a fever, you don't need to worry about not being able to cure it. In this era, there are no medicines. Once you get sick, death is the only thing that awaits you. If you can't bear it anymore, you will die. Besides, in the original civilized world, there was no shortage of food, so there was no need to go out and take risks. Staring at the scenery outside the window, Chen Hao was very confused and seemed unable to see the future. It has been several days since I was reborn into this world, but I still haven't figured out what this world is like. While Chen Hao was lost in thought, the heavy rain outside the window continued to fall without stopping, and the sky gradually darkened. Looking at the darkening sky, Chen Hao slowly stood up, closed the wooden windows, and stopped looking outside. During the day, you can open the lower wooden window, but at night, you must never open the wooden window. Because in this world, the night is really dangerous. There are dangerous unknown creatures in the night. What if they jump in through the wooden window when you are not paying attention? So for the sake of his own safety, Chen Hao would never let the monsters outside the window enter the cabin, otherwise they would definitely affect his life safety. Boss, what's wrong? Chen Hao had just closed the wooden window when he immediately received a private message reply. He opened it and found that it was sent by Chen Xian. I was mining in the mine during the day and didn't notice the boss's message. Chen Hao had just opened the private chat page with Chen Xian when Chen Xian's reply message suddenly appeared in front of him again. Chen Hao didn't think much of this message when he saw it. He just replied, Well, how much did you collect today? During the day, it is a brief safe zone in the dark world, and it is also a good opportunity for humans to go out and look for resources. Therefore, during the day, most humans are out looking for resources, so it is normal that they don't have time to check private messages. It was raining heavily outside the mine today, so I didn't go out to look for resources. I stayed inside the mine the whole time, and the harvest was pretty good. There are 35 pieces of ordinary iron ore and 18 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore. Today's copper ore harvest is not very good, only 2 pieces of ordinary copper ore. It's raining heavily outside the mine? Could it be that the area where Chen Xian is located is the same area as mine? Looking at Chen Xian's answer, this thought suddenly emerged in Chen Hao's mind. However, Chen Hao did not show it, nor did he tell Chen Xian about it. Instead, he quickly asked Chen Xian, Do you want to trade everything? Although Chen Xian collected a lot of supplies, Chen Hao was not sure whether Chen Xian would trade all of them to him. Because these mineral resources are also very valuable survival resources, Chen Xian may also keep some for himself. However, after asking the question, Chen Hao couldn't help but want to slap himself in the face. He asked the question like an idiot. Since they have already stated the specific quantity, naturally they want to trade it all to themselves. If they don't want to trade it all to themselves, then there is no need to say it out loud. Chen Xian. Yes. Chen Xian, who was in the small wooden house in the mine, looked at his dirty hands and the raw meat roasting on the stove and muttered softly. I'm in the mine. There are no other resources except ore. There's no food or water. Why don't we ask Boss Chen Hao to see if he has any water resources? Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to trade these things with others. It would be better to exchange them directly for ore. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian decided to do so. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly typed a reply to Chen Hao. Boss, do you have any extra wood and water? Can you trade some for me? Chen Hao was about to ask Chen Xian to put the iron ore on the shelf and trade all of it to him, but before he could open his mouth, Chen Xian's reply appeared in front of him. Seeing Chen Xian's question, Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, and looked at the mountains of wood and the 2 full buckets of water. Yes, I have. Chen Hao is not short of timber and water resources. He still had more than 100 pieces of wood, which was more than enough. And there is a small stream near him, so there is no shortage of water resources. If it can be traded at this moment, it would be a good choice. Although there are many humans seeking to purchase water resources in the World Trading Channel, the prices they offer are too low, and Chen Hao has no interest at all. At this stage, only raw meat is the most valuable. As for water resources, although the price is also good, it cannot be compared with raw meat. Instead of spending time fetching water, you might as well think about how to get more raw meat and sell it at a better price. For the price of a piece of raw meat, you can get at least a bucket of water. Chen Xian. Great, can I exchange some for iron ore? Can. Chen Hao gave his answer without even thinking. I'll give you 20 pieces of wood and a large bucket of water, and you just give me the remaining 2 pieces of iron ore. With all the iron ore, I'm giving you 6 pieces of raw meat. Chen Hao quoted the price of iron ore based on the previous price. As for wood and water, it was a complete loss-making business. Because from the beginning to the end, Chen Hao never thought about exchanging water and wood for resources, he just used them to make friends with Chen Xian. In this way, when Chen Xian has new iron ore in the future, the first person he thinks of will naturally be himself. Chen Xian, who lives in the ore pit, has unique ore resources. No problem, thank you, big man. The transaction was completed quickly. Chen Hao paid 6 pieces of raw meat, a bucket of water and 20 pieces of wood, and immediately got a large amount of iron ore. Dozens of iron ores appeared in the cabin, piled up in front of Chen Hao like a small hill. Chapter 48. The secret of iron smelting is discovered. The rainforest eagle standing on the beam with its eyes closed was suddenly awakened by the sound of iron ore falling to the ground. It looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw the iron ore on the ground that looked like a small hill, his eyes flashed with deep disbelief. When did so much iron ore appear? Doesn't that mean it will have to be a hard-working smelter again? Stop looking and get down to work. Chen Hao picked up the iron ore, threw it into the smelting furnace, and then called out to the rainforest eagle. With free labor available, how could we not use it? Chirp. Upon hearing this, the rainforest eagle cub made a protesting sound and was unwilling to accept Chen Hao's exploitation. However, Chen Hao was too lazy to argue with rainforest eagle. He just glared at him and threatened. Get down here right now, or I'll be rude to you. Upon hearing this, the rainforest eagle fell from the sky in dissatisfaction and landed in front of the smelting furnace, unwillingly continuing to work as a smelter. So much water and so much wood. So many resources, enough for me to use for several days. Looking at the resources that suddenly appeared in the cabin, Chen Xian was immediately ecstatic. Ever since he crossed over to the dark world, he had been living from one meal to the next. Because he was in a mine, there were no resources nearby. Not to mention food, not even water resources were seen. Even the wood needed to upgrade the wooden house was not collected in large quantities, and it could only be used to start a fire for heating. He never dreamed that there would be so much wood. Thinking about the days he had spent during this period, Chen Xian's eyes couldn't help but become slightly red. Those days were simply not a life for a human being. He stood up and walked out of the cabin, washing his hands in the heavy rain, and immediately his human hands were revealed. There were not only bloodstains on his hands, but also blood blisters, which were caused by picking up minerals. Some iron ores are very large, so he has to use special methods to process them out. The stone hammer is of very little use. It cannot directly hammer the iron ore, and you have to use your hands to search for it. The high-intensity work yesterday and today has basically exhausted the durability of the stone hammer, and the stone hammer has basically lost its function. Looks like tomorrow, I'll have to do it all over again. Chen Xian looked at the stone hammer that was almost split into 2 and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The durability of the stone hammer is very low. It basically cannot be used for more than 2 days. You must make a new axe with better durability. Why does Mr. Chen Hao collect so many ores? Could it be that he knows how to smelt iron? Chen Xian was staring at the stone axe that was about to break in a daze. Suddenly, this thought came to his mind. He subconsciously suspected that Chen Hao could smelt iron ore. Because in the entire human world, only Chen Hao is collecting iron ore in large quantities, and basically no one else is collecting it. It can even be said that in the entire dark world, only Chen Hao is collecting these metal ores, and no other human is collecting them. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian tentatively asked Chen Hao, "Boss, can you smelt iron?" Chen Hao, who was thinking about what to make of these ores at the moment, gave an immediate answer when he received Chen Xian's question. "Why are you asking that?" Chen Hao was very confused. He didn't understand why Chen Xian suddenly asked this. Could it be that he discovered something? He also made a decision in his heart that if Chen Xian asked too many questions, he would terminate the deal with Chen Xian. Although Chen Xian can provide a large amount of iron ore, Chen Hao would rather not have the iron ore than have someone watching him from behind. "Don't misunderstand me, boss. I didn't mean anything." Chen Xian was shocked when he saw Chen Hao's reply. We are all adults, how could he not know what Chen Hao is thinking? So he immediately explained to Chen Hao, "I want some iron products so that I can better collect iron ore." After seeing Chen Xian's answer, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel relieved. He was really scared. Chen Xian couldn't see the situation clearly and wanted to do something to him. After a moment of silence, Chen Hao asked directly, "What do you want?" Although Chen Hao didn't really want to trade the iron props, even to his partner Chen Xian, Chen Hao was unwilling to trade it to him. The search was in the early stage, when everyone was in the Stone Age, but they directly skipped the Bronze Age and reached the Iron Age. Having these things in your hands will definitely bring huge benefits. When the time comes, you can forge a sword and black iron armor, which will greatly increase your chances of survival when facing those monsters in the dark. However, the black iron that Chen Hao has collected now is not enough to make a set of armor for a normal person. He needs to collect at least hundreds of pieces before he can make it. What's more, Chen Hao doesn't want ordinary black iron armor, but perfect level black iron armor, so that his life-saving ability can be stronger. Chen Hao has indeed mastered the iron smelting technology. Looking at Chen Hao's reply, Chen Xian was immediately certain in his heart that Chen Hao had really mastered the technology of iron smelting. There was a deep disbelief in his eyes. Before, he was just suspicious. Now that it's confirmed, I feel really bad. In the dark world, most humans live below the poverty line, with meals coming and going, and they cannot even upgrade their shelter cabins. However, Chen Hao had already lived a life where he could have enough food every day, and he even had surplus supplies to trade, and he also mastered smelting technology. The distance between them and Chen Hao suddenly became farther and farther. How can someone holding a stone defeat someone holding an iron sword? Although he felt a little unhappy, Chen Xian quickly adjusted his mood. This is how the world is. It is always unfair. He just needs to work hard to live in the present. Chen Xian, who had already decided what he wanted, quickly gave an answer when faced with Chen Hao's question. "A double-headed hoe, and then a hammer." "Boss, please give me a price." After Chen Xian sent the message, he suddenly felt uneasy. Because these things are currently only in the hands of Chen Hao, and no other human possesses them, so all the control is in the hands of Chen Hao. If Chen Hao sells it at a sky-high price, then he has no choice but to not buy it. But if he doesn't buy it, what if Chen Hao doesn't want his ore in the future? Now the ore is his survival resource. Once Chen Hao doesn't want it, he will have no source of food and will most likely starve to death. So even if Chen Hao offered a sky-high price, he had no choice but to be ripped off by Chen Hao. Chapter 49, Legendary Archery. As for the iron hammer, it would probably just be an iron ingot. I'm not sure what the double-headed hoe is, but it's roughly the size of an iron ingot. In other words, making these two things only requires 2 iron ingots, and it only takes a little time. If it were an outsider, at least 5 pieces of raw meat would be needed, but Chen Xian is a frequent partner, so naturally he'd give us a discount. Chen Hao looked at the price Chen Xian asked about, and was also thinking in his mind what price he should give Chen Xian. It should not be too expensive, nor too cheap. Chen Hao would never do a business that doesn't make money, let alone one that loses money. Give me a better discount. Just 3 pieces of raw meat, that should be enough. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao made a decision in his heart. 50% profit is enough. After making a decision in his heart, Chen Hao immediately replied to Chen Xian. To be honest with you, a hammer and a double-headed hoe require 2 iron ingots in total, and 10 pieces of iron ore can only produce 1 iron ingot. I don't want much from you. I just need 30 pieces of iron ore. Since you don't have any iron ore at the moment, you can use raw meat instead. As for giving the things to Chen Xian first and settling the bill tomorrow, there was no way Chen Hao could do that. Anyway, his idea is very simple, that is, to pay the money and get the goods. If there is no money today, then we can talk about it later. He couldn't guarantee what would happen if Chen Xian deleted him and ran away after getting his supplies. Chen Hao would never do such a stupid thing. Chen Xian over there was praying in his heart that Chen Hao would not ask for too much and would make it a little cheaper. Chen Xian, who was expecting something, soon received a reply from Chen Hao. Seeing Chen Hao's reply, Chen Xian was stunned and said in confusion, "Just 3 pieces of raw meat? Not $30? Chen Xian rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. 3 pieces of raw meat were far below his expectations. In his heart, he subconsciously thought that Chen Hao wanted at least 10 pieces of raw meat. In his heart, he also accepted the 10 pieces of raw meat. Although he couldn't give them all at once, he could accept paying them in installments. After all, everything he needed came from Chen Hao, so when the time comes, Chen Hao just needs to lower the price. Suspecting that Chen Hao had made a mistake, Chen Xian tentatively asked, "Boss, did you make a mistake with the price?" Chen Xian suspected that Chen Hao wanted to count 30, but accidentally omitted a 0 and typed 30 as 3. Wrong number? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, and carefully checked the message. He replied. There was nothing wrong with it. Subconsciously doubting himself, Chen Xian thought the price was too high and wanted to get a lower price. Sell it to him at the original price or a slightly higher price. Thinking of this, Chen Hao's expression suddenly changed. Although only 2 iron ingots are needed to make these 2 things, it also consumes a lot of time and requires wood. The price he offered was based on the fact that the other party was an old customer. If he was not an old customer, Chen Hao would never have given him a discount. Not to mention 10 pieces of raw meat, there must be at least 8 pieces of raw meat. Chen Hao would never sell it if there were less than 8 pieces of raw meat. I didn't expect that. I just wanted 3 pieces of raw meat, but Chen Xian actually complained that the price I asked for was too high. Chen Hao was immediately upset. He replied expressionlessly, Why? Are you dissatisfied with the high price? If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it. Chen Hao was too lazy to explain, and his attitude was very tough. Although this might offend Chen Xian and cause Chen Xian to stop selling iron ore to him in the future, Chen Hao was not worried at all. If you want to sell it, then don't sell it. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. You want to control me? That's impossible. What's more, you were the one who sold the iron ore to me, not me who wanted to buy it. There are so many humans in the dark world, there will always be someone who finds iron ore. Even if someone is unwilling to sell it, there are others who are willing to sell it. Currently, there are basically no people in the entire dark world who can smelt iron ore, let alone humans who can trade raw meat. Boss, you misunderstood. Chen Xian looked at Chen Hao's reply message and could see Chen Hao's anger between the lines. His face changed slightly, and he hurriedly explained to Chen Hao. I'm not complaining about the high price, sir. I'm saying you must have made a mistake. You originally wanted to sell raw meat for 30 yuan. Seeing Chen Xian's reply, Chen Hao realized that he had wronged Chen Xian and quickly replied. No, I just want 3 pieces of raw meat from you. Thank you, big boss. No, I'm just going to make a hammer and a double-headed hoe. Chen Hao currently only has an iron axe in his hand, but no iron hammer or double-headed hammer, so he needs to rebuild it. Fortunately, Chen Hao had iron ingots in his hand and did not need to resmelt them, so it was very simple to make. However, in just 1 hour, Chen Hao created what Chen Xian wanted and successfully completed the transaction with Chen Xian. Looking at the raw meat that was back in his hand, Chen Hao was too lazy to even take a look at it, and directly put it into the system backpack. He has no shortage of raw meat now, so he doesn't have much interest in raw meat or anything like that. Soon, all the iron ore was smelted, the rainforest eagle returned to the beam, and Chen Hao lay on the bed in a daze. It was raining heavily outside the house, but no sound of wild animals was heard. It seemed that no wild animals would attack the cabin on a rainy day. Ding! New selection opportunity has been refreshed. Choice 1, Legendary Archery. Choice 2, Legendary Spirit Beast. Choice 3, Top Beauty Random. Just after midnight, the system's voice sounded in Chen Hao's mind. Chen Hao, lost in thought, suddenly sat up from the bed and said without hesitation, "I want to choose 1, Legendary Archery." As for options 2 and 3, Chen Hao didn't even look at them. Spiritual beasts and exquisite beauties are of no use to him now. The effect of legendary archery far exceeds the latter two and can greatly enhance one's strength. He now has a legendary wooden bow and a lot of arrow feathers, but he lacks the archery skills to match it, so he cannot unleash its powerful combat power. Once you have the legendary archery skills, your strength will be greatly improved. Not only can you hunt animals, but you can also hunt beasts in the dark. When facing the enemy, you can also kill it directly from a long distance. Legendary Archery. After learning, you can master any archery technique and greatly improve the arrow's hit rate. Chapter 50. Hungry Rainforest Eagle. Study, you must study now! Chen Hao did not hesitate at all and immediately learned the legendary archery. What he needs most now is this legendary archery skill, which can greatly enhance his combat power. You have learned legendary archery. As the voice in his mind rang, Chen Hao felt a ball of light appear inside his body, quickly wandering around his body, instantly making his whole body warm. Although Chen Hao felt some changes in his body, he didn't know where the changes were. He slowly raised his hands and stared at his hands. Looking at his hands, he didn't find anything unusual. I just felt that my hands seemed to have become more flexible. He summoned the winning bow and arrow from his backpack, then locked his eyes forward and slowly placed the arrow feathers on the bowstring. He hooked the bowstring with his left hand and slowly pulled it back. In an instant, the entire bowstring was pulled straight, and a huge force was transmitted from the bowstring to his arm. The legendary wooden bow requires tremendous strength. Even though Chen Hao is an adult man who has mastered legendary archery, it is almost impossible for him to fully pull the bowstring. When the bowstring was pulled to about 80%, Chen Hao could no longer pull it at all. Without any hesitation, Chen Hao left and let go of the bowstring. Call out! As the bowstring was released, the sound of breaking through the air was heard instantly. The arrow flew out through the wind and hit the wooden door heavily. What's going on? What happened? After smelting the iron ingots, the Yulin eagle was already very sleepy, so it returned to the beam early to rest. It had given up struggling and decided to become Chen Hao's pet, so it had already let down its guard at this moment. It was defenseless and was now inside the cabin, not in the dark wilderness, so it felt very safe. Tired after working for so long, it returned to the beam and quickly fell asleep. It was awakened from its sleep by the sound. Hawkeye's face changed and he looked around vigilantly, trying to see where the sound came from. Is there any danger? Hawkeye scanned the entire cabin and didn't feel anything unusual. The wooden doors and windows were closed, and no animals entered the cabin in the dark. It was also raining heavily outside the cabin, but no wild animals attacked the cabin. So where does this sound come from? The confused rainforest eagle could not find anything unusual, and could only lock its eyes on Chen Hao. He wanted to know from Chen Hao what exactly happened in the cabin. What on earth was that voice just now? Where on earth did that terrifying and dangerous voice come from? Without waiting for the rainforest eagle to make any movement, Chen Hao put away the bow and arrow in his hand, and then walked towards the wooden door in front of him step by step. Chen Hao came to the wooden door, put his hand on the arrow feathers on the wooden door, and then pulled hard, but failed to pull the arrow feathers off. Is it inserted this deep? Chen Hao tried his best, but for a moment he couldn't pull the arrow feather out. The arrow didn't even move. Chen Hao let go of the arrow and checked it carefully. He found that the arrow was inserted into the wooden door for at least 13 centimeters. From the position where he shot the arrow, the distance to the wooden door was at most 5 meters. Being able to exert such a strong force at a distance of 5 meters meant that any wild animal within 100 meters could be seriously injured. Chen Hao put away the wooden bow, grabbed the arrow with both hands and tried to pull it off the door. However, The arrow feather was really stuck very deep, and no matter how hard Chen Hao tried, he couldn't pull it out. Chen Hao had no choice but to give up on the arrow feather. He picked up the axe and chopped it hard on the arrow feather, instantly cutting it in half. It seems that there will be no wild beasts attacking the cabin today. It's getting late, it's time to rest. Chen Hao murmured softly, tidied himself up, and lay down on the bed, soon falling asleep. The night passed quickly, and Chen Hao woke up early the next morning. It was much lighter than last night. Chirp, chirp. The rainforest eagle, which had already awakened, saw Chen Hao wake up and immediately rushed to Chen Hao, chirping at him. He landed on the bed, and his eagle head kept rubbing against Chen Hao's arm, as if he was acting coquettishly with Chen Hao. What's going on? Looking at the rainforest eagle, Chen Hao's eyes were full of doubt. He couldn't understand what was happening to the rainforest eagle. Since I tamed the rainforest eagle, I have never seen it show such an expression. Chirp. The rainforest eagle couldn't speak at all and could only make chirping sounds towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao didn't know bird language, so he naturally couldn't guess what the rainforest eagle wanted to do. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao asked tentatively, "Do you want to go out?" Animals love freedom by nature, and the rainforest eagle is a bird of prey, so it naturally loves freedom as well. Could it be that it doesn't want to stay in the house and wants to go out? Chirp. The rainforest eagle, which is very human-like, also shook its head quickly after making the eagle cry. It clearly told Chen Hao that it didn't want to go out. Don't want to go out? Are you hungry? This had never happened to the rainforest eagle before, but today, as soon as he woke up, the rainforest eagle chirped towards him and was so close to him, which made Chen Hao think more. I always feel that the rainforest eagle must be hungry. After all, I didn't go out to look for resources yesterday. I stayed at home the whole time and ate much earlier. The rainforest eagle must have been hungry since it hadn't eaten all night. Chirp. When it heard the word hungry, the rainforest eagle nodded quickly. It was indeed hungry. Emma, my dear master, you finally guessed that this eagle is hungry. You will never guess, this eagle is so anxious that he is about to speak human language. Give this eagle something to eat quickly, even if it's raw meat. Okay. Seeing that he guessed correctly, Chen Hao quickly took out a piece of raw meat. Seeing this, the rainforest eagle quickly snatched the raw meat and flew to the beam of the house to feast on it. It had been hungry since midnight, but seeing that Chen Hao was sleeping, it didn't dare to disturb Chen Hao and could only starve until dawn. It couldn't guarantee that once it woke Chen Hao up, Chen Hao would give it food or slap it in the face for something it didn't want to eat. It looks like he's been hungry for a long time. Looking at the appearance of the rainforest eagle, Chen Hao shook his head with reluctance. This guy must have been hungry for at least 4 or 5 hours. Chapter 51, Selling Fish Cages. Looking at the rainforest eagle devouring the food, Chen Hao was too lazy to look at it again. After getting up and adding some wood to the stove, I opened the window and looked at the sky outside. The rain was still pouring down. Looking at the rain outside, most of it was drained out through the canals dug in advance, and did not affect the safety of the cabin. However, the soil outside was bumpy, and a lot of rainwater had gathered there. After taking a few breaths of fresh air, Chen Hao returned to the stove and looked at the burning stove. After the flame became much smaller, he placed the iron grill on the stove. Take out a kitchen knife and cut the fresh wolf meat into countless small pieces, then put the barbecue on the grill and roast it. Although the whole piece can be grilled, the meat grilled as a whole is not very delicious. The outside may be burnt, and the inside may not be cooked. It is precisely because of this that Chen Hao divided the meat into countless small pieces. The meat is not so thick, and can be roasted more evenly. In less than 5 minutes, part of the barbecue was ready. Chen Hao picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, carefully savoring the flavor of the barbecue. Although there is no salt or other seasonings, the barbecue tastes very delicious, much better than the whole piece of barbecue mentioned above. After eating and drinking, I saw that the rain outside had subsided a little, so I left the cabin and went outside. I took out the bamboo from my backpack and cut it into the size I wanted. Then he returned to the cabin, picked up a knife, cut the bamboo into the shape he wanted, and slowly wove it together. According to what he learned about nature, Chen Hao began to make bamboo products. The first one was a bamboo basket, which was used to carry some supplies. After making some useful props, Chenhao began to make bamboo cages for catching fish. In this world, there are no fishing nets or fishing rods. If you want to catch fish, you have to go into the water. This is impossible for people who have never learned to swim, because once they go into the water, their lives will be in danger. And even if you can swim, you may not be able to catch fish by going into the water. Therefore, compared to catching fish in the water, using a fish cage is the best choice. Just put some bait in the cage and throw it into the water, and you don't need to worry about it. When you think of it, go collect the cage. If there is no fish, put the fish in another place. If you use fish, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Although Chenhao didn't chat much in the World Channel, he still knew something about the situation in the World Chat Channel. All humans in the world have traveled to the Dark World, and there are many human cabins located by the river, and some even by the sea. Therefore, many humans need this fish cage, but currently there are very few people in the Dark World who know how to make fish cages, maybe only one. If I sell this thing myself, I can definitely get a good price. Making a fish cage takes a lot of time. It took Chenhao 3 hours to make an ordinary fish cage. It's just an ordinary fish cage. Sell it on the trading platform. Looking at the fish cage in his hand, Chenhao had no intention of staying. He has perfect grade bamboo in his hands. He will use it to make fish cages only after he becomes proficient in making them. Fish cage exchange iron or multiplied by 100. Chenhao has no need for raw meat or anything like that. After all, he has a lot of raw meat in his hands now, and he has to trade it. Naturally, it is impossible for him to exchange raw meat. What he needs most now is resources such as iron ore, or wood will also be fine. But if he wants to exchange for wood, Chenhao must have 1,000 pieces of wood, and one piece less is not possible. After putting the fish cage on the trading platform, Chenhao no longer cared about it, and wanted to continue making the next fish cage. In the Dark World, most humans are staying in their cabins at this moment because it is raining heavily outside and they have no way to go out. With nothing to do, they spend most of their time staring at the trading platform to see if they can come across any opportunity to pick up a bargain. They soon discovered that there were new trading items online, but they were not food or daily necessities, nor were they props that could be seen frequently. It's a fish cage that belongs to the previous civilized world, not this one. Fish cage. Ordinary grade can catch fish and marine life. Seeing the introduction of the fish cage, the players who were staring at the trading channel were stunned. They could never have imagined that someone would actually be selling this thing at this stage. When they saw that the person selling the fish cages was Chenhao, they immediately felt that all this was natural. From the first day, Chenhao's actions had completely exceeded everyone else's understanding. On the first day, when everyone was starving and trying to understand what kind of world this was, Chenhao had already eaten meat and had some extra meat to trade. Every day after that, Chenhao had meat to trade, and he also hunted wild wolves in the dark alone, and obtained the badge of Wolf Killer Warrior. Boss Chenhao has released new props, everyone come and take a look. After knowing that it was the fish cage sold by Chenhao, those who were watching the trading channel and found the fish cage were not too surprised, but hurried to tell others about it. What the hell? Boss Chenhao is selling new items again. What kind of items are they? Besides raw meat, Boss Chenhao actually has other items to sell? I want to see, recognize me quickly. The name Chenhao has already created an effect in the entire Dark World. As soon as this name appears, it can set off a frenzy. Although it was already dark, most people were diving into the screen and didn't even open the World Chat channel. But as soon as the name Chenhao appeared, the entire World Chat channel suddenly became extremely frenzied, and those who were lurking around to peek at the screen stood up. When they found out that Chenhao was selling fish cages, they were all stunned. But the expression on his face quickly disappeared. With Chenhao's ability, it is normal for him to sell a fish cage. Not to mention fish cages, even if Chenhao sold more exotic things, they would still be able to accept it. The boss is indeed a boss. He doesn't even sell raw meat, he only wants iron ore. Didn't you see that the items the boss traded were all raw meat? This shows that raw meat is not important to him at all. I'm so envious. I can't even afford to eat, but the boss has plenty of meat. Chapter 52: The Sensible and Obedient Rainforest Eagle. Chen Hao continued to weave the fish cage and was not aware of the situation in the world chat channel because he didn't care at all. It quickly got dark outside. Chen Hao stood up and closed the wooden window, isolating the cabin from the outside world. During the day, you can open the small wooden window so that you can see the sky outside and get some fresh air. But you cannot open the wooden windows at night, because there may be terrifying beasts or monsters that you have never seen before outside. If they came in through the small wooden window, my life would be threatened. In the dark world, safety is the most important thing. Anything that is life-threatening should never be done. Back in front of the stove, Chen Hao continued to roast the meat, but this time it was not only his, but also the rainforest eagle's. The rainforest eagle cub stayed obediently beside Chen Hao, waiting for Chen Hao to put the roasted meat in front of it. Even if Chen Hao didn't give it food, it wouldn't snatch it away. It would just wait obediently for Chen Hao to feed it. Looking at the well-behaved rainforest eagle, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile. Chen Hao was very satisfied with the well-behaved rainforest eagle. This was the kind of obedient rainforest eagle he wanted. Chirp. While feeding the rainforest eagle, Chen Hao would occasionally eat a few pieces himself. The rainforest eagle, which had soon eaten its fill, let out an eagle cry and flew to the beam of the house. Since the rainforest eagle has a fixed food source, it doesn't need to eat as much as it can, but basically eats until it is full. Seeing that the rainforest eagle had eaten its fill, Chen Hao no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he opened the system of the dark world, prepared to open the trading channel, and put the fish cage in his hand on the trading platform. The price is the same as before, still 100 pieces of iron ore. However, as soon as Chen Hao opened the trading channel of the dark world, he immediately heard a lot of information, and most of them wanted to get the fish cage for free. Some of the people who wanted it offered very low prices, exchanging them for berries and seeds. Chen Hao didn't even bother to look at these things. After taking a quick look at the private messages and confirming that there was nothing he wanted, Chen Hao directly cleared the messages and put the fish cage back on the shelf. Those who had been paying attention to Chen Hao, after seeing Chen Hao put up a new fish cage, immediately spread the news on the World Chat channel. Although it was known before, it still caused quite a stir now. After all, many people were outside looking for resources before and did not dive to peek at the screen, so naturally they did not know what happened before. After Chen Hao put the fish cage on the shelf, he immediately shut down the Dark World system, regardless of what those people were saying. Even if there were new private messages, Chen Hao was too lazy to take a look. Inside the huge natural mine, Chen Xian had returned to the cabin. He sat by the stove, exhausted, and threw the few pieces of wood into the stove. The fire that was about to go out suddenly started burning again. After placing his hands on the stove and briefly warming them, Chen Xian opened the Dark World system and prepared to click on the friend page to sell all his gains today to Chen Hao. Because of the props Chen Hao sold him, his spoils today increased several times. He had 70 pieces of ordinary iron ore, 13 pieces of perfect-grade iron ore, 10 pieces of ordinary copper ore, and only 2 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore. Today's harvest can be said to be perfect. If he can continue to work hard, he will soon become a wealthy family. No matter what you eat or wear, everything will be fine. In this world, raw meat is the circulating currency. With raw meat, you will have everything else. If there is no wood left, just exchange it for raw meat. If you don't have vegetables, fruits, etc., you can also exchange them directly for raw meat. Anything in this world can be exchanged for raw meat. There is nothing you can't exchange for raw meat, except what you can't think of. Because he was extremely tired, Chen Xian originally wanted to click on the friend page, but accidentally clicked on the World Chat channel. Chen Xian, who wanted to close it directly, immediately saw the content in the World Chat channel. After reading the content, he quickly understood one thing. That was his good friend Chen Hao, who launched a new product. Following the link sent by other humans, he subconsciously clicked on it and found that what Chen Hao was selling were actually fish cages. Chen Xian was not very interested in this thing because the place where he lived was a natural mine, and there was nothing else except ore. There is no water nearby. How could there be a river? Without a river, there will naturally be no fish. What's the use of this fish cage? Chen Xian, who had no interest in fish cages, suddenly lost interest when he saw the price of the fish cages sold by Chen Hao. A fish cage actually requires 100 iron ores? This price, isn't it too expensive? At the same time, Chen Xian was also feeling fortunate that he had met Chen Hao in advance and had not offended Chen Hao. Otherwise, the price Chen Hao sold to him yesterday would not be just 30 pieces of iron ore, but a full 300 pieces of iron ore. Chen Xian knew very well that even if Chen Hao wanted 300 pieces of iron ores, he would agree to the transaction. After all, these two things are too important to him. Not only can they increase his gains, but they can also slow down the damage to his hands. Chen Xian took a deep breath and felt even more grateful to Chen Hao. He clicked on Chen Hao's friend page and asked softly, "Boss, I'm back. Today's harvest is 70 pieces of ordinary iron ore, 13 pieces of perfect grade iron ore, 10 pieces of ordinary copper ore, and 2 pieces of perfect grade copper ore." Without any hesitation, Chen Xian immediately told Chen Hao what he had gained, and then waited quietly for Chen Hao's response. Even if Chen Hao lowers the price today, he will accept it as long as it is not too excessive. "You have a new friend private message." Chen Hao sets Chen Xian and the beautiful woman who sells wood as important friends, and their information can be prompted. Even if Chen Hao did not turn on the dark system, he could still get a prompt. After all, they are different from others because they have what they need in their hands. Especially Chen Xian, he basically trades every day. "It's a good harvest today." Looking at Chen Xian's message, Chen Hao was also stunned. He also didn't expect that Chen Xian's harvest today was so good. His usual harvests were not so high. After a simple calculation, Chen Hao gave a price of 11 pieces of raw meat. Chen Xian did not hesitate at all and agreed to the deal immediately. Soon Chen Hao lost 11 pieces of raw meat and gained a lot of iron ore. As the iron ore fell to the ground, the rainforest eagle, which was ready to rest, immediately came to the smelting furnace obediently. Chapter 53, Legendary Spiritual Beast. Looking at the rainforest eagle that was actively smelting iron ore, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. After training it for so many days, he finally managed to cultivate it. Chen Hao opened the Tianhe system and found the weather forecast. Today's weather, heavy rain. Temperature, 5 degrees. Warm reminder, the rain is pouring down continuously, and monsters in the dark will not appear, so you can have a good and peaceful sleep. Looking at the weather forecast, Chen Hao shook his head helplessly. The weather today is the same as yesterday, and it is still raining heavily all night. I don't know what the weather will be like tomorrow. After staying at home for 2 consecutive days, Chen Hao felt like he was going to get moldy. Ever since I came to this world, I have been going out to look for resources every day. I feel very tired every day. Once I take a rest, I feel uncomfortable all over. With the rainforest eagle iron, Chen Hao didn't need to do anything at all. With nothing to do, he could only helplessly browse the world chat channel. However, after the previous experience, Chen Hao simply dived to peek at the screen without expressing any opinions. Soon he felt sleepy, closed his eyes and fell asleep unknowingly. In the entire cabin, only the rainforest eagle was working. After smelting 3 iron ingots, the rainforest eagle felt sleepy and stopped working. It also returned to the beam to rest. The next morning, Chen Hao woke up early. His eyes subconsciously looked towards the smelting furnace. The smelting furnace was completely extinguished. There were 3 iron ingots on the ground, but no sign of the rainforest eagle. Chen Hao looked up at the beams of the house and immediately saw the body of the rainforest eagle. It was still sleeping at the moment, and Chen Hao did not disturb it. I stood up and opened the window. Suddenly a cold wind blew into the cabin, and the air inside the cabin became much fresher. It was still raining outside the window, but it was much lighter than the previous 2 days and no longer had much of an impact. Chen Hao returned to the stove, boiling water while opening the dark world system to check today's weather forecast. If possible, he would like to go out and explore the resources. Today's weather, light rain. Temperature, 6 degrees. Time until dark, 5:15. Warm reminder, the weather is still very bad today, but it does not affect going out to look for resources. After staying at home for 2 days, the resources should be almost used up, right? Maybe you can take this opportunity to look for some resources nearby. It looks like I should be able to go out today. But I still need to get some rainproof clothes. Chen Hao murmured softly. He was not planning to go out now, but would wait until the rain was lighter. He couldn't guarantee that getting caught in the rain wouldn't cause a cold. Once you catch a cold, it can be very dangerous. Unless the rain stops completely, Chen Hao will not appear. While Chen Hao was thinking about when the rain would stop, he was also preparing food for today. He didn't plan to eat meat today, so he wanted to make some vegetables for himself. It's a bit unbearable to eat meat every day. You still have to eat some vegetables. As a human being, you naturally have to pay attention to nutritional balance. While sorting vegetables and preparing to make a pot of vegetable soup, Chen Hao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not received the system reward today. The system rewards are refreshed every day. Yesterday he refreshed very early and did not wait until the early morning, so he did not claim it when the system refreshed. Now that I think about it, of course I have to claim it. Turn on the system. Chen Hao opened the system without any hesitation. Soon, the refresh option appeared in front of Chen Hao. Choice 1, Legendary Spirit Beast. Option 2, Legendary Well. Choice 3, Top Beauty Black Silk. Looking at the choices given by the system, Chen Hao directly ignored the third option. He has no real interest in this thing right now. He looked at the Legendary Well, frowned and asked, "What is a Legendary Well?" Chen Hao knew about the well, but he didn't quite understand it when it came to the legendary level. Could it be that water is divided into different grades? Chen Hao really couldn't imagine what the moisture level would be like. What is the difference between ordinary water and legendary water? Legendary wells can produce a constant flow of water that is sweeter and more delicious than ordinary water. They can be used to irrigate crops and feed pets, increasing their growth time. Fuck, is it really that awesome? Listening to the introduction of the system, Chen Hao was immediately ecstatic. This thing is a good thing. If he has it, the crops he plants will grow faster. Even the rainforest eagle will grow faster and become the overlord of the sky, thus helping itself better. Thinking of this, Chen Hao was ready to choose the legendary well without thinking, but at this moment, a bad idea appeared in Chen Hao's mind. The well is fixed and cannot be taken away. Thinking of this, Chen Hao tentatively asked the system, "System, can this well be taken away?" Chen Hao will not live in this place for a long time. He will leave this place and go to other places. Once the well is fixed, he cannot take it away. Wouldn't that be a complete waste? Such a good thing must not be wasted, nor should it be used by others. Because he didn't know if anyone would come here after he left. Return to the host, fixed and cannot be taken away. Listening to the system's answer, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, I asked the system in advance, otherwise if I had chosen it directly, wouldn't I have lost a lot of money? After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao said, "I choose one. The legendary well cannot be taken away, so I won't choose it for now. It can be refreshed later anyway." As for the top beauties, although Chen Hao was somewhat tempted, they could not help him at all now. In addition, this legendary beast has appeared several times, and Chen Hao has been jealous of it for a long time, but it has always been eliminated by other better ones. Now that the system has been refreshed again, Chen Hao thinks he should make a choice. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary spirit beast Qianliju. As the system's voice sounded, Chen Hao was stunned. In the provincial breeding pen, a group of horses appeared. They were all red and looked very beautiful. 1,000-mile horse, spirit beast. Rank, legend. Loyalty, 100. Obedience, 100. As expected of a product of the system, its obedience and loyalty are both 100. It will never betray Chen Hao and will fully obey any order from Chen Hao. Even if Chen Hao let it die, it would die without any complaints. 6. I just got the legendary archery yesterday, but I didn't expect to get a BMW today. God is so kind to me. Chen Hao looked at Qianliju and felt particularly happy. Chapter 54, Crisis Forecast. Chen Hao stayed in the cabin until the afternoon, and only left after it stopped raining outside. He also led Qianliju out. Looking at the extremely tall Qianliju, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. From now on, you will be called Black Flame. Qianliju was summoned by the system and did not have a fixed name, so Chenhao could not always call him Qianliju. So after thinking about it, I decided to give Qianliju a name. Qianliju was very smart. After hearing what Chenhao said, he barked happily twice. He seemed to approve of the name Chenhao gave him. Chenhao jumped onto the horse and rode on Haiyan's back. I was going to ride Black Flame out for a walk to see if there were any good resources nearby. However, sitting on a horse without a saddle was extremely uncomfortable, and it was also difficult to control the black flames. After thinking for a moment, Chenhao jumped off Haiyan, returned to the cabin, and quickly made a copper saddle. Compared with iron saddles, copper saddles are much better because copper is not as hard as iron and is not as uncomfortable to use as iron. Put the saddle on the horse's back and pad the saddle with the unused fur, and a copper saddle was made by Chenhao. Chenhao patted it gently with his hand and felt it was pretty good. Then he took out the horseshoes and nailed them on Haiyan's 4 hooves to protect them. Then he took out a rope made of flax, which was used as a rein to control Black Flame's movements. It took more than 2 hours, and it was almost dark. Chenhao opened the system and took a look at the weather forecast. It was still about half an hour before dark. I'll be back after a walk. Looking at the rainforest eagle soaring above his head and the black flames in front of him, Chenhao felt itchy in his heart. After staying at home for so many days, he felt like he was going moldy. Now that the weather was a little better, he naturally wanted to go out for a walk. Just don't go too far and get back to the cabin before dark. Chenhao, who was thinking in his heart, turned over and jumped onto Haiyan's back, patted Haiyan gently and said, "Go!" After hearing Chenhao's words, Haiyan rushed out like a gust of wind. Black Flame's speed is extremely fast, comparable to that of a car. Even on a steep road, it can move as smoothly as on flat ground. His speed was almost 10 times that of Chenhao. In less than 10 minutes, he had already run 10 kilometers without feeling tired. The rainforest eagle in the sky has been following Chenhao. Wherever Haiyan runs, he follows. Black Flame's speed has surpassed that of most wild beasts. Unless it is a beast that is good at bursting speed, it will not be able to catch up with the Black Flame. Black Flame, stop! Chenhao, who was feeling a little uncomfortable from the bumpy ride, ordered Haiyan to stop as he wanted to take a rest. Haiyan, who was very obedient to orders, subconsciously stopped after hearing Chenhao's order and just stood there calmly. Without Chenhao's order, he would never move. We don't have grass for Black Flame to eat at home. We need to get some fodder back. Chenhao dismounted and saw some grass. He didn't have any tools like a sickle, so he could only use an axe to chop it. It took Chenhao a full 10 minutes to cut a lot of grass. Then he took a look at the system's reminder, put away the grass and axe, and got on his horse. Haiyan, go home! After receiving the order, Haiyan took a quick step and ran towards the cabin. The speed of the Black Flame was extremely fast. Chenhao could even feel the wind blowing in his ears. When he returned to the cabin, it was not completely dark yet. Cool! Chenhao shouted and drove Haiyan into the animal pen, then fed Haiyan with the grass he had collected. Not bad, not bad. Chenhao touched the Black Flame, smiled faintly, then stood up and left. Go back to the smelting furnace and light it directly. The rainforest eagle looked at the burning smelting furnace with a confused look in its eyes. It had just come back from blowing and had not done anything yet. Can't Chenhao, this shameless master, be allowed to have a good rest? Even if you want to squeeze, you shouldn't do it like this, right? Although he was very unhappy, the rainforest eagle had no choice but to accept his fate and prepare to start smelting black iron. But when the rainforest eagle was about to take action, it was stunned that Chenhao did not leave, but picked up the iron ingot and threw it into the smelting furnace. Seeing this scene, the rainforest eagle knew that this matter had nothing to do with it. Although it can be smelted, it cannot be used for other purposes. After all, he only has wings and no hands, so he can't do what humans should do. Looking at his axe moving, Chenhao returned to the stove and added a lot of wood into it. The flames in the stove suddenly began to burn, and the temperature in the entire cabin rose by several degrees, instantly becoming warm. Chenhao put the pot on the stove and prepared a whole bowl of broth to drink. As for the rainforest eagle, Chenhao threw a piece of raw meat to it. The rainforest eagle is a bird of prey and cannot eat cooked meat every day. What if it loses its wildness and ferocity? Rainforest eagles are raised to help you, but many are raised to eat for free. After eating and drinking, Chinhao habitually opened the dark system to check today's weather forecast. Weather: light rain. Temperature: 3 degrees. Time until dawn: 15 hours. It has not eaten for several days, making it extremely hungry in the dark. It is very likely to attack the cabin tonight, so please be prepared for defense. Are there any more wild beasts tonight? Looking at the system prompt, Chinhao was stunned. He subconsciously summoned the legendary wooden bow into his hand, gently stroked it, and whispered softly, "Tonight your skills will finally be put to use." After a brief sigh, Chinhao put away the wooden bow. According to past experience, those monsters would not appear when the sky just got dark. Generally, those monsters would appear about 2 hours after it got dark. And I stayed in the cabin. If the monsters wanted to hurt me, they would have to break into the cabin, so there was no need to worry at all. Chinhao, who was about to peek at the screen, received a message from Chinxian, saying that he wanted to sell all his spoils to Chinhao. Upon hearing this, Chinhao chose to trade without any hesitation. Soon they obtained a lot of iron ore and some copper ore. After Chinhao separated them, he gave the task of smelting iron ingots to the rainforest eagle. Chapter 55: Rules of Monster Attacks. As for the beautiful woman who traded timber at the beginning, she never looked for Chinhao to trade again afterwards. Chinhao was not quite sure what happened. However, Chinhao is not short of wood now, so naturally he would not take the initiative to ask the other party. If he needs wood, he can just shout in the world channel. With his current prestige, there will definitely be many people who will sell wood to him. After all, selling wood to him not only wins his favor, but also gives you a lot of raw meat. Even though almost a week has passed since the Dark World, raw meat is still hard currency, and can be exchanged for many good things. You should go and rest first. 3 hours later, Chinhao had almost rested enough. Looking at the rainforest eagle that was still working hard to smelt iron ingots, Chinhao whispered to the rainforest eagle to go down and rest. After hearing Chinhao's words, the rainforest eagle's face lit up with joy and it quickly flew to the beam of the house. It didn't want to do this job at all, but it was Chinhao's order, so it had to do it even if it didn't want to. Fortunately, Chinhao finally gave the order and stopped it from continuing, otherwise the rainforest eagle would not know how long it would continue to do so. As time passed, when the iron ingot was smelted, Chinhao made a sickle for himself according to the idea in his mind. Now that we have black flame, we need grass to feed it, and grass needs a sickle to harvest. Other weapons are not easy to harvest. Although the axe is quite useful, it is not suitable for harvesting grass. Time passed quietly, and Chinhao quickly made a sickle. He picked up the reeds on the ground and gently placed them on the sickle. The sharp sickle immediately cut the reeds into 2 halves. After seeing this scene, Chinhao nodded with satisfaction. This sickle is quite sharp and will definitely be very useful for harvesting grass. After making the sickle, Chinhao sat calmly by the fire, quietly waiting for the monster to appear in the dark. The Dark World said that wild beasts will appear tonight, and there will definitely be wild beasts. After waiting for about half an hour, Hyan in the animal pen suddenly made a panic sound, and the rainforest eagle with its eyes closed on the beam also flapped its wings in panic. When Chinhao saw this scene, his face became extremely ugly. Because he knew that the monster in the dark had appeared. Roar! There was a roar of a beast outside, but Chinhao didn't know what kind of beast it was. All I know is that they are attacking the cabin. Hearing the noise coming from outside, Chinhao did not attack them, but stood up and walked to the animal pen, looking at the black flames inside. He gently stroked He Yan and comforted him. "Don't worry, it's safe in here. Those monsters outside can't get in." The very spiritual He Yan immediately calmed down after hearing Chinhao's words. The rainforest eagle was vigilantly flying towards the place where the monsters were attacking, with murderous and fearful eyes, and was very afraid that the monsters outside would come in. Chinhao's gaze also subconsciously looked towards the place where the rainforest eagle was staring. Because Chinhao knew clearly that the place where the rainforest eagle was staring at was where the monster attacked, and there was also the sound of wood being torn apart coming from outside. Chen Hao took out the black iron battle axe and stared at the front with full readiness. As long as those monsters dare to appear, he will attack without hesitation. After waiting vigilantly for more than 10 minutes, the monster outside still did not bite through the cabin, but the sound gradually disappeared. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Chen Hao still didn't hear any sound. And the rainforest eagle seemed to have become quiet. Have the monsters left? There was a flicker of doubt in Chen Hao's eyes. He couldn't quite believe that the monsters in the dark had left. But now, no sound was heard outside. But it was so dark now that Chen Hao didn't dare to open the door. I could only open the World Chat channel with a nervous mood and ask everyone about their current situation. Were you attacked by a monster? Whether to keep it on top for 1 hour. As Chen Hao spoke, the privileges of the Wolf Slayer Warrior badge appeared before Chen Hao. Looking at this privilege, Chen Hao chose to agree without any hesitation. With Chen Hao's consent, the golden font was placed at the top of the World Chat channel. Boss Chen Hao has appeared. Welcome our wolf-slaying warrior. Boss Chen Hao, those monsters have appeared again, what should we do? Boss Chen Hao, can you still kill those monsters? With the appearance of Chen Hao, the entire World Chat channel suddenly became lively. Chen Hao looked at everyone's answers, which were different from what he expected. He immediately asked again. Now, can you still hear the sound of the monsters attacking the cabin? What Chen Hao wanted to know was whether the situation was the same for everyone attacked by monsters. There are no monsters attacking him now, and I wonder if there are monsters attacking other people's places either. After hearing Chen Hao's question, everyone expressed their opinions. No, didn't those monsters leave? I didn't hear it either. I didn't hear it. Just disappeared. After looking at everyone's answers, Chen Hao was silent for a moment, and then hung up the World Chat channel. Because he got the answers he wanted from these people's answers. In order to get a more accurate answer, Chen Hao asked Chen Xian, and the results were the same. Roar! At this moment, the monster's roar was heard outside again. At the same time, he attacked the cabin more desperately, more forcefully than before. Chen Hao, who heard the sound, became alert instantly and gripped the axe in his hand tightly. Chen Xian. Boss, those monsters appeared again. Looking at Chen Xian's private message, Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked, Is it the same on your end? Yes. It's the same here. After hanging up the call with Chen Xian, Chen Hao opened the World Chat channel again. After sending my message, I received a reply very quickly. Looking at these replies, Chen Hao's expression changed drastically, and he murmured, It's indeed the same. It seems that in the dark world, there are rules that bind these monsters, dictating when to attack humans and when to leave. As long as you understand this rule, you will be able to better deal with these monsters in the dark. Chen Hao frowned slightly and began to think about how to break this rule. As long as the solution can be successful, there is no need to worry about being attacked by these monsters even in the dark, and there may even be opportunities to kill them. Chapter 56: Discovering the Flock of Sheep. Today's monster was not as ferocious as last time. It only attacked for more than half an hour. After confirming that it could not bite through the cabin, it left. After waiting for a long time and not hearing the monster attack again, Chen Hao felt a little sleepy and lay down on the bed. He was not worried that monsters would attack him while he was sleeping, because with the rainforest eagle and black flame, he did not have to worry about sleeping too soundly and not being able to detect the monsters outside attacking him. As long as those monsters appear, Black Flame and Rainforest Eagle will remind themselves in the shortest time possible. Chen Hao, feeling very safe, soon fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, it was already dawn outside. I got up and opened the small wooden window. Although there was no sun outside, there was no drizzle either, so the weather was still very good. So today is indeed a good day to go out. After Chen Hao finished eating, he prepared to leave the cabin. Suddenly, Chen Hao suddenly thought of something and slapped his head and said, Damn, I almost forgot. I haven't made a choice today. The system selections are updated every day. I went to bed before midnight yesterday, so the system did not refresh at that time. At this moment, Chen Hao suddenly remembered that the system had refreshed the opportunity, and he could make a choice and get the reward he wanted. Turn on the system. Chen Hao spoke softly, and a translucent screen that was exclusively visible to Chen-hao appeared in front of him, on which was today's selection task. Choice 1, Legendary Eagle Eye Skill. Choice 2, Legendary Well. Choice 3, Top Beauty Random. Among the choices given by the system, 2 appeared yesterday. Moreover, that extremely beautiful woman had already appeared when Chen-hao just came to this world. So according to the nature of the system, as long as the reward appears, it will appear next time if you don't choose it. For example, this extremely beautiful woman appeared when I first came to this world, and even after so long, she still appears every day. So at this moment, Chen-hao has already understood the nature of the system. However, Chen-hao is not considering the legendary well and the exquisite beauty for the time being, but is focusing his attention on Eagle Eye. Legendary Eagle Eye, a passive skill. After learning it, you can acquire the strength of an eagle and clearly see the movements of objects 500 meters away. Wow, this skill is pretty awesome. Combined with legendary archery, it's simply too awesome. I have to learn. Chen-hao chose Hawkeye without any hesitation. Choice 1, congratulations on obtaining the legendary Eagle Eye. Detected that you have a new passive skill, do you want to learn it? Study. Looking at the system prompts, Chen-hao chose to study without any hesitation. The skill book in his hand suddenly turned into a golden light and melted out of Chen-hao's body. Chen-hao suddenly felt a pain in his eyes and subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found that his vision had become much clearer. Even by the fire, he could clearly see the scenery outside the window. Even the slight breeze that swayed the grass could be seen clearly by Chen-hao. Chen-hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but he could still clearly see the movements 100 meters away. Seeing this scene, Chen-hao was ecstatic. This skill is really awesome. With this possibility, are you still afraid of not being able to catch prey? Black Flame, charge! Chen-hao rode on Black Flame, pointed forward and ordered Black Flame to sprint. After hearing Chen-hao's order, Haiyan rushed out instantly. Above our heads, the rainforest eagle was following closely. Soon we arrived at a forest, where we could hear birds singing, see small birds flying overhead, and see mountain rats and eagles. Chen-hao locked his eyes on a sparrow and immediately took out the legendary wooden bow. He locked onto the sparrow in front of him and shot an arrow without hesitation. The sparrow flying in the air had no time to react before it was shot by Chen-hao and fell quickly from the sky. Rainforest Eagle, pick up my arrow! Chen-hao did not let Haiyan pass, but looked up and shouted at the rainforest eagle in the sky. The rainforest eagle heard the sound and immediately swooped down from the air, grabbed the arrow and returned to Chen-hao. Chen-hao put away the arrow, threw the sparrow to the rainforest eagle and said, "Here you go." The sparrows were very small and didn't have much meat. Chen-hao didn't even look at them and thought they might as well be given as snacks to the rainforest eagle. After hearing Chen-hao's words, the rainforest eagle grabbed the sparrow and left quickly. Haiyan, let's go. Tell me immediately if you see any big guys. Chen-hao didn't even look down on small animals like sparrows and mountain mice because they had no meat at all. If you want meat, you have to find large animals, such as wild boars, deer, goats, etc. Since coming to this world, he has never eaten pork, mutton, beef, etc., and he really misses them at this moment. The rainforest eagle has a better vision in the air and can see many things that Chen-hao cannot see. Chirp. In the sky, a rainforest eagle let out an eagle cry, responding to Chen-hao and indicating that it understood. Chen-hao controlled the black flame and continued to rush towards the distance, enjoying the feeling of the cool wind caressing his cheeks. I have never experienced this feeling before. Although it is not as comfortable as the sedan in my previous life, it has its own unique flavor. After finding a patch of lush grass, Chen-hao let Haiyan eat there directly, while he used the sickle to cut the grass. In the sky, the rainforest eagle circled for a while, and then flew away into the distance. Less than half an hour later, the eagle appeared again and landed next to Chen-hao, calling constantly and flapping its wings to ask Chen-hao to follow it. Seeing this, Chen-hao asked in confusion, "Have you found your prey?" Because of the experience with the wild beast last time, Chen-hao quickly understood the rainforest eagle's thoughts. The rainforest eagle, which was very human-like, nodded at Chen-hao immediately after hearing what he said, indicating that it was true. Upon hearing this, Chenhao quickly stood up and walked to Hei Yan's side. He climbed onto Hei Yan and said, "Hei Yan, let's go. Lead the way." The rainforest eagle soared into the sky and led Chenhao in the air. After running for about an hour, Chenhao suddenly saw a group of antelopes, about 50 of them. "Wow, I'm rich. It seems there are some lambs. Let's take them back and see if we can raise them. Rainforest eagle, I'm going to disperse the flock of sheep. See if you can catch some sheep cakes. Remember, they must be alive. Don't hurt them." After Chenhao finished speaking, he patted Hei Yan lightly and immediately rushed forward. After finding the location of the leading sheep, he immediately drew his bow and arrow and prepared to take down the leading sheep first. Chapter 57, Cooking Mutton Soup. In every animal group, there is a leader. As long as the leader is taken down, the other animals will collapse on their own. As long as the head sheep is captured, the flock's formation will collapse. The black flame was very fast, and Chenhao, who possessed legendary archery skills, was also very good. He shot an arrow that directly pierced the antelope's body. The injured antelope let out a cry of pain and ran forward faster. Seeing this, the antelopes behind it also quickly followed the leader. They are very fast, and it is not necessarily possible for humans to catch up with them at speed. In just a dozen seconds, the lead sheep rushed out more than 30 meters, and blood was already flowing all over the ground. But it did not stop, but continued to run forward and chase. Seeing this, Chenhao narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the fleeing antelope quietly. Although he possesses legendary archery skills and can easily hit any object he wants to hit, he does not know the weakness of the object. So Chenhao only shot the antelope's body, and did not hit the antelope's weakness, and did not kill the antelope directly with one blow. Looking at the fleeing antelope, Chenhao did not react too much, because he didn't have to worry about the antelope running away. With the help of the rainforest eagle and black flame, the antelope can't escape at all. The rainforest eagle can monitor the antelope from the air, while black flame is on the ground. The speed of the black flame is extremely fast, which is not comparable to that of the antelope at all. The black flame of the legendary spirit beast has a physique that is far stronger than that of ordinary creatures. Although the antelopes were very fast, they were nothing in Black Flame's eyes, and Black Flame could easily catch up with the leader. "Black Flame, chase after him." Chenhao patted Haiyan's back gently and ordered Haiyan to catch up with the antelope in front immediately. Hearing Chenhao's order, Hei Yan immediately spread his hooves and rushed forward. Black Flame was moving very fast. In just a few minutes he had already caught up with the antelope, and was still accelerating to catch up with the leader in front. The lead sheep's speed had gradually slowed down due to its injury. Seeing the lead sheep getting closer and closer, Chenhao raised the wooden bow without hesitation and aimed at the lead sheep's head. "Shoot!" An arrow was shot. The arrowhead flew out quickly and hit the antelope's head directly, piercing the antelope's head in an instant. In an instant, the antelope lost its balance and fell heavily, sliding on the ground for more than 10 meters. After the leader fell, the other antelopes surrounded him. They couldn't understand what had happened and why their leader suddenly fell to the ground. Chenhao killed the leader's sheep with one strike, and the leader's sheep showed no signs of life. Chenhao drew the bow again, aimed the arrow at the fatter antelope, and shot it without hesitation. In an instant 2 antelopes died under Chenhao's arrows. With Chenhao's arrival, the other antelopes immediately ran away. Under the threat of death, they dared not stay where they were. Looking at the antelope running away, Chenhao did not chase it. With 3 antelopes today, the spoils were already rich. This group of antelopes no longer has a leader, and until a new leader is born, these antelopes cannot leave this area. So in the short term, there is no need to take care of them. Chenhao dismounted and came to the antelope's corpse. Instead of dissecting it directly, he put it into his backpack and waited until there was water to dissect it. Both the sheepskin and the mutton need to be broken down, otherwise there will be a strong sheep smell. "Anyone sell seasonings? If so, please contact me and bring your own prices." Chenhao sent a message in the World Chat channel and then closed the World Chat channel. "If we are going to eat lamb tonight, we must add some seasoning. If there is no seasoning, the lamb will taste particularly smelly." After sending the message, Chenhao came to the rainforest eagle and found that the eagle had caught 4 lambs. "It's not very big, only about a month old, and is still in the breastfeeding stage. Although it is not clear whether these lambs can be raised, we will take them back first. If they cannot be raised, they will also be good food. Hyan, let's go! Chen Hao hugged Xiao Yanggao and gently pulled He Yan's reins, and He Yan immediately rushed towards the cabin. This place is far away from the cabin. If we drive the lambs back, we may not be able to arrive even after dark. But with the black flame, the speed would be much faster. In just half an hour, they had returned to the cabin. After throwing the lambs into the pen, Chen Hao ignored them and left the cabin with Hyan. Not far from the cabin, beside the stream, Chen Hao patted He Yan and said, "Go for a walk first. There are also some grasses here, and Hyan can eat some of them to relieve his stress. Otherwise, if it was specially fed, Chen Hao might not be able to eat it. Considering Hyan's appetite, he would need at least 10 pounds of grass every day." Chen Hao took out the antelope's body from his backpack and threw it directly back into the stream. The blood immediately dyed the entire stream red. Chen Hao took out a kitchen knife and skillfully cut the antelope into countless pieces. The 3 antelopes weighed about 160 pounds, and he got more than 100 pieces of raw meat and 3 sheepskins, which could be used to make a lot of things. Chen Hao carefully put away the sheepskin, and when he had processed it almost completely, he made himself a sheepskin coat. The weather is getting colder, and we need to keep warm. After finishing everything, seeing that there was still about an hour before dark, Chen Hao prepared to go for a walk before going back. I walked around for a while, but didn't find anything good. I only collected some wood. 10 minutes before dark, Chen Hao brought Hyan back to the cabin, locked Hyan in the animal pen, and added a load of wood to the stove. Then I opened the World Chat channel and found a lot of private messages, all of which were selling materials. Looking at the prices they offered, Chen Hao chose a suitable deal and obtained some star anise and other materials. Although these materials are rare, it takes a lot of time to collect them. But there are so many humans in the entire dark world, and there are so many opportunities, so it is not a big problem to collect these things. After the transaction was completed, Chen Hao started to stew some mutton. 2 hours later, when the mutton was stewed, Chen Hao took a sip directly. With the addition of seasoning, the mutton soup was really good. Chapter 58, Chen Xian was arrested. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Hao fed the lamb and then fell into a comfortable sleep, feeling more comfortable than ever before. After waking up, Chen Hao opened the window to ventilate, prepared to eat something, and then went out to choose resources. Then I habitually open the weather forecast to check what the weather is like today. But just when Chen Hao opened the system, he received a call for help from Chen Xian. "I was captured by savages. Can you come and rescue me?" There is also a picture above, which shows Chen Xian surrounded by a group of savages. At his feet was a pile of stones that looked like an altar. "Altar? Savage? What's the meaning?" Chen Hao frowned slightly, his eyes full of confusion. I glanced at the message and saw that it had only been sent for less than 5 minutes. Confused, Chen Hao asked tentatively, "What's going on?" "In this world, besides humans like them, there are also savages." Chen Xian, who was more than 50 kilometers away from here, looked at the savages in front of him in despair, and had already foreseen the scene of himself being killed by these savages. He never imagined that he would die in this way. He really wanted to ask outsiders for help, but since he basically didn't chat in the World Chat channel, he hardly knew anyone. The only person he knew was Chen Hao. But in this world, no one knows him, so who would risk their life to save him? But he had no choice but to send a message for help to Chen Hao, leaving himself a glimmer of hope. Just when Chen Xian thought that there was no way Chen Hao would come to save him, and even if he saw the message he would pretend not to see it, Chen Hao's message appeared on the private chat page. When looking at Chen Hao's message, Chen Xian quickly told Chen Hao what had happened recently. His cabin was discovered by savages for some reason, and then he was captured by these savages when he went out mining. "Boss Chen Hao, please save me. As long as you can save me, I'm willing to work like a slave for you and mine for you for free." Looking at Chen Xian's message, Chen Hao felt a little moved. Now he is in great need of resources such as iron ore, and the only one who can provide him with large quantities of them is Chen Xian. If Chen Xian dies, there will be much less resources. But if he went to save Chen Xian, he would be in danger. After all, savages were very scary, much scarier than wild beasts. According to the rules of the Dark World, it is very likely the legendary cannibals, whose fighting power is by no means comparable to that of wild beasts. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao said to Chen Xian, "Announce your location and explain clearly what resources you have." Chen Hao thought about it, and realized that it was impossible to save Chen Xian by himself. If there were other people to help, maybe he could save Chen Xian. Chen Hao doesn't want to lose his long-term partner just like that. "Boss, I've already announced that I have abundant water resources here, and there are also many, many fish." Chen Xian looked at the large river in front of him and spoke towards Chen Hao. "The place where the wild people live is nice. Not only is the scenery beautiful, but it also has abundant resources. The only drawback is that there are no wild animals. After all the animals nearby have been eaten by savages." Chen Hao opened the World Chat channel and found that many people were indeed moved and were already on the road to save Chen Xian. They didn't really want to save Chen Xian, but because of the resources Chen Xian mentioned. After all, in this world, resources are very important. The place Chen Xian mentioned not only had food but also water. If they could collect it all, it would be enough for them to live for several days. For the so-called resources, he went there under the pretext of saving Chen Xian. After reading the World Chat channel, Chen Xian said softly, "Okay, give me the location. But I can't guarantee that I can save you." Chen Hao wanted to save Chen Xian, but he also had to ensure his own safety. If he himself was in danger, he would definitely leave. As for whether other people will leave, it has nothing to do with Chen Hao. "Okay, thank you, big boss." After hearing that Chen Hao was willing to go, hope immediately appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. If it were someone else, Chen Xian really wouldn't have believed it. But Chen Xian still believed what Chen Hao said. After all, Chen Hao was the one who killed a wild wolf in the dark night, with a sharp weapon in his hand. To deal with savages, the most important thing is sharp weapons. If he had a weapon in his hand at that time, he would not have been caught by these savages. After getting the location, Chen Hao rode on Black Flame and rushed towards where Chen Xian was. In the sky, the rainforest eagles helped Chen Hao keep an eye on his surroundings, and would inform Chen Hao in advance if there was any danger. An hour and a half later, Chen Hao arrived at the area where Chen Xian was, and the rainforest eagle also discovered the wild man's body eagle. Following the instructions of the rainforest eagle, Chen Hao got off high and carefully sneaked forward. Soon they came into view the dilapidated thatched hut, sitting directly on the ground, which was completely comparable to their brand new cabin. There were several animal skins hanging in front of the thatched hut. Chen Hao collected the animal skins without any hesitation. Although he looked down on these animal skins, he could still obtain a lot of resources if he traded them to other humans. Just from the thatched huts and animal skins, it is certain that this is not a place where normal humans live, but definitely a place where the original savages of this world live. Continuing to move forward, Chen Hao discovered that several savages appeared in front of him, dancing around a bonfire by the lake. They were covered in black, and their original appearance could not be seen, but one could see that their muscles far exceeded those of ordinary humans, and they were wearing tattered animal skins. His face was painted with black and white paint, with some unfamiliar ghost symbols on it. He held a huge bone stick in his hand and kept beating his chest, making babbling sounds from time to time. There was a pile of wood in front of the thatched hut, as if ready for fire. Behind the savage, there were a few savage children who also started to learn from the big savage. In front of all the savages was an old man holding a skull staff. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones, and there was no trace of flesh and blood. He waved the bones and muttered something, as if he was praying or offering sacrifices. When the old man pointed his finger at the lake in front of him, all the savages, including the little ones, knelt on the ground and prayed along with the old man. Looking at their pious appearance, it seems that they are offering sacrifices to some gods. Chapter 59, Support Arrives. Looking at these savages, Chen Hao did not dare to act rashly. Because there are records about wild men in the Dark Survival Manual. The brutality of savages is no less than that of wild beasts, and they are even more brutal than wild beasts. Moreover, these savages have the habit of cannibalism, and will attack humans just like wild beasts. It seems that these savages have a certain degree of intelligence, and are more difficult to deal with than those brainless savages. Chen Hao will not act rashly before figuring out what's going on with these savages. If you act rashly, you might be the one in trouble. He didn't want to take advantage of others, but instead got himself involved. There are only a few savages here. Are there more savages nearby? Chen Hao muttered softly. He was not very far away from the group of savages, so he did not dare to call the rainforest eagle directly at this moment. Instead, he lay in the grass and quietly watched the group of savages. And there are some things behind him to hide his figure. If he finds something wrong, he will leave here immediately. He carefully observed these savages, to see what weapons they had and to calculate their fighting power. This group of savages had no weapons. The weapons they had were made of bones, but they had no long-range weapons. As long as you keep a certain distance from these savages, they will not be able to do anything to you. Chen Hao now has a legendary wooden bow and legendary archery skills, so there is no need for him to engage in close combat with these savages. Let's wait for others to come over and talk. Chen Hao murmured softly, hiding in the bushes and watching. Anyway, judging from the current situation, these savages are still performing rituals and offering sacrifices to something, and they don't seem to want to kill Chen Xian. Just wait until those people come over, and then take advantage of the situation from behind. After dancing for an unknown amount of time, the old savage shouted something incomprehensible, then knelt down by the lake, his whole body shaking violently. Several other savages also knelt on the ground. The sacrificial ceremony just now had made them tremble all over. Listening to the chattering of these savages, Chen Hao was completely confused, because he couldn't understand what language these savages were speaking. Why haven't those guys come yet? Chen Hao frowned and looked into the distance, hoping to see any humans, but he didn't see any. Chen Hao already suspected in his heart that these people were deliberately deceiving Chen Xian, and had no intention of saving Chen Xian at all. Although there are many resources here, there are also great dangers, so no one will take the risk for these resources. There are many people competing for resources, and some are afraid that their companions will stab them in the back. I don't know when that group of people will arrive. It's a waste of time for me to continue staying here. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao decided to leave here first. About a mile away from the savages, Chen Hao called back the rainforest eagle and asked it to monitor the savage tribe. If there are humans like you, then tell yourself this information immediately. With the rainforest eagle watching over him, there was no need for Chen Hao to waste time here, so he left with Black Flame. However, Chen Hao did not go far away. He was about 3 kilometers away from the savage tribe. This place was not far from the savage tribe, and he could get there to get resources in the fastest time. Chen Hao got off Hei Yan and began to explore the area to see if there were any good resources. I almost forgot, there's a river here. We can catch some fish and eat them. Maybe there are other good things there. Chen Hao suddenly thought that there was a river nearby with a lot of water resources, as well as fish and other aquatic creatures. After arriving at the river, Chen Hao took out a bamboo cage from his backpack, put some wild wolf meat in it, and then threw it directly into the river. After that, Chen Hao no longer cared about it. As long as there were fish in the cage, he would never be able to get out. And there are no humans nearby, so there is no need to worry about someone discovering his fish cage and stealing it. Chen Hao was collecting resources, and soon more than an hour passed, and he received a private message from Chen Xian. Boss Chen Hao, those people have arrived at the lake. There are 5 of them in total. Have you arrived yet? Looking at the message sent by Chen Xian, Chen Hao was about to answer. In the sky, the rainforest eagle also returned to his side. After a brief exchange, Chen Hao ordered the rainforest eagle. Is the savage tribe very large? How many wildlings are there? Upon hearing this, the rainforest eagle shook his head, indicating that he had not seen any other savage tribes. There are no other tribes of wildlings? Are there only a few wild men? Fuck, then why the hell am I wasting my time? When Chen Hao heard this, his face suddenly turned dark. If there were only a few savages, Chen Hao felt that he could be sure. He didn't dare to act rashly because he was worried that there were other savages nearby. You continue to monitor those savages. If other savages appear, leave and inform me. After receiving Chen Hao's order, the rainforest eagle flew into the air. Chen Hao rode on Black Flame and rushed towards the difference between the savages. Soon he met the people who saved Chen Xian according to Chen Xian's instructions. Chen Hao didn't want to expose himself, but Chen Xian had already exposed himself, so Chen Hao had no choice but to expose himself. "Boss Chen Hao, you have a BMW? Isn't this too majestic?" When those people saw Chen Hao coming, they subconsciously showed a vigilant look. After all, no one in this world had a mount yet. But when they saw the wolf-slaying badge hanging on Chen Hao's chest, they immediately recognized Chen Hao's identity. In the entire dark world, no one except Chen Hao is qualified to wear the qualification badge. I've checked the area, and there are only 7 savages. There are 4 adult savages, 2 young savages, and 1 old savage. I'll attract the wildlings' attention, and you go rescue Chen Xian. As Chen Hao spoke, he took out a legendary wooden bow from his backpack and rushed forward. He didn't want to have too much communication with these people. In the dark world, everyone must be on guard, even their own kind. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will not even know how you got cheated. If Chen Xian wasn't useful to him, Chen Hao wouldn't bother coming to support him. Furthermore, these people were only 4 or 5 kilometers away from where Chen Xian lived, so the round trip would only take a little over 1 to 2 hours. One of them looked at Chen Hao's disappearing back, then looked at the savage in front of him, frowned and said, "Boss Chen Hao has taken action, so let's start the action too." Chapter 60, Total Annihilation. Chen Hao rushed towards the savage like a god of death. The group of savages were still holding a sacrificial ceremony. They were completely defenseless, and had no idea that someone would come to launch a sneak attack. In this territory, the savages are the kings. Those wild animals didn't dare to attack these savages at all. Chen Hao looked at the savages who were completely defenseless, took out a wooden bow from his backpack, and aimed it at the strongest male savage. Currently, there are only 2 most powerful savages in the savage tribe, a female savage and a male savage. From a biological point of view, men are generally much stronger than women, and this is basically the same for both animals and humans. It is rare that a woman is stronger than a man. Even if there is, it is a very small part. As long as the male savage is dealt with, it will become easier to deal with the other savages. Chen Hao aimed at the male savage and pulled the bowstring tightly with his right hand. Even if he used all his strength, he could not pull the bowstring to its full length. But even so, bows and arrows still have great lethality. Chen Hao let go of his hand, and the arrow flew quickly towards the male savage. For the savages who often fight in the jungle, facing danger has long become an instinct. The male savage sensed the danger and subconsciously moved his body. The arrow that was originally shot at the male savage's head slid past his cheek and scratched it. The male savage took action, grabbed the bow and arrow in his hand, and his eyes subconsciously locked on Chen Hao. Although they were far apart, Chen Hao could still see the ferocious look in the male savage's eyes. That look seemed to be saying that the weak food dared to provoke them, the savages. Fuck, are savages' reactions so quick? He saw that his attack was actually dodged by the savage. There was shock in Chen Hao's eyes. This reaction speed is so fucking awesome. Moreover, this was a sneak attack. If he attacked head-on, he would definitely not be able to hurt the male savage at all. Roar! The male savage roared, picked up the bone stick on the ground and chased after Chen Hao. Seeing this, the female savage also followed the male savage. In her eyes, Chen Hao was a buffet delivered to her door. The 2 little savages also followed, shouting. Looking at the savage who was about 100 meters away from him, Chen Hao slowly raised his bow and arrow towards the savage and shot without hesitation. Just as the arrow was about to shoot at the savage suddenly raised the bone stick in his hand and smashed the arrow in the air into 2 halves. Hyan, let's go! Chen Hao never thought that this arrow could hurt the savage. Earlier, when he was trying to force the savages to surrender from behind, he only caused them minor injuries. It is naturally impossible to hurt the savages by attacking head-on now. He did this simply to attract the hatred of the savages, lure them away from here, and create opportunities for others. The few people who had been hiding, after seeing the 2 savages leave, also quickly said, "The 2 strongest savages have left, now it's our turn to take action. Kill the adult savages first. Their idea was simple: kill the adult savages first. Compared with other savages, adult savages have stronger fighting power. The threat to them will also be greater. Several people carefully touched the place where the savage was, but before they could react, they were discovered by the savage. The savages discovered them, and immediately took up their weapons and attacked them. In the eyes of savages, humans are just food. Looking at the arriving buffet, all the savages were excited. So many humans are enough for them to eat for several days. What should we do? We've been discovered. The leading human's face changed when he saw the savages rushing towards him. Faced with the savages' momentum, everyone was frightened and stood there in a daze, somewhat at a loss. When had they, who lived in a civilized world, ever seen such terrifying savages? That feeling is like facing a wild beast. At this moment, they had no thoughts in their hearts, only deep fear. As for saving Chinxian and having resources, they had completely forgotten about them. Escape! Everyone had only one thought in their mind, which was to escape from here immediately. If he didn't run away, he would probably be caught by these savages like Chinxian. As the first person started shouting to run, the others turned around and ran back without any hesitation. However, they live in a civilized society and rarely even walk on the roads, so how could they outrun these savages? In just a few minutes, 2 humans were captured by the savages. The other 3 humans were also forced into a desperate situation. At this moment, Chinxian, who was on the savage altar, looked at the few people who had escaped and were caught, his face full of anxiety and disappointment. He never expected that these people would be so talkative. They had just arrived and had not yet fought the savages head-on, but they were so cowardly. If this continues, sooner or later, the entire army will be wiped out. Chinxian used all his strength to shout to everyone, "Don't run away. You can't outrun the savages. You have to fight to the death to have a chance of winning." However, those people were already scared out of their wits at this moment, so how could they still listen to Chinxian? On Chinhao's side, 2 savages were still sneaking around. His idea was simple, which was to consume the savage's body and kill him when he was caught off guard. Although the savages consumed a lot of energy when dancing earlier, they must have rested for a while afterwards and their energy must have recovered a lot. After their physical strength is almost exhausted, these savages will no longer have any fighting power. Fuck, are these savages so strong? Chinhao had been hiding from the savages for a whole hour, and these savages were still running. Although they had consumed a lot of physical strength, they still had strong fighting power. I don't know what's going on with Chinxian. Chinhao muttered softly, then opened the Tianhe system, found the friend chat page, and said, "Chinxian, how are things going over there? Has he been rescued?" In Chinhao's opinion, the battle on Chinxian's side should have ended. After all, the 2 strongest savages have been lured away by himself. As long as he uses his brain a little, he can definitely deal with the other savages. "Boss, our entire army has been annihilated." After Chinxian saw the news about Chinhao, he felt like crying but had no tears. Immediately tell Chinhao all the news here. After hearing Chinxian's reply, Chinhao was stunned and looked incredulous. Chapter 61, Master Chinhao has come to save us. Chinxian, what did you just say? Tell me again. Were all those people captured by the savages? Chinhao frowned slightly, his eyes full of disbelief. It wasn't long after that group of humans were captured by the savages. Won't they rebel or something? No matter how hard Chinhao thought, he couldn't figure out how those people were caught. Even if it is a pig, it is impossible to be so pig-like. Chinxian looked at the information that Chinhao did not believe, with a helpless look on his face, and explained to Chinhao, "Boss, don't say you don't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. I told you that when these people saw the savages, they didn't dare to attack them at all. They just ran away." After hearing what Chinxian said, Chinhao's face was speechless. He said, how could these guys be wiped out by the savages in such a short time? I didn't expect it, I was just scared. They don't even think about the fact that the savages have been living in the jungle, and their living habits are similar to those of the savages. With humans' physique, how could it be possible to outrun savages? Escaping without a plan is just seeking death. Sure enough, there's no one I can rely on. Chen Hao shook his head, looking helpless. After seeing Chen Xian's message, Chen Hao stopped replying. Now that group of people have been wiped out. Chen Hao doesn't know whether he can still rescue Chen Xian when facing so many savages. After all, he alone cannot eliminate so many savages at the same time. However, if you want to rescue Chen Xian, you must first kill the two savages behind him. Chen Hao rode on Black Flame to escape from the two savages, shooting arrows at the savages behind him from time to time. Although he could not hurt the savages most of the time, it could still cause a certain impact. The arrow feathers that fell on the ground were picked up by the rainforest eagle and returned to Chen Hao's hands. Facing the rainforest eagle flying in the sky, the savage could only be furious and helpless, and had no way to deal with the rainforest eagle. Chen Hao drew his bow and arrow again, aiming at the male savage, but suddenly found that the female savage next to him had slowed down a bit and was breathing heavily. This female savage may be the breakthrough point, Chen Hao murmured softly, and his target changed from male savage to female savage. Whether the death of a male or female savage would relieve Chen Hao's stress a lot. Call out. Having made the decision in his heart, Chen Hao no longer hesitated at all. He aimed the bow and arrow at the female savage and shot it without hesitation. The female savage was very tired at the moment, and had no idea that Chen Hao's bow and arrow would be shot at her. After all, the arrows were always shot at the male savage before. She didn't react for a while, and when she reacted, the arrows had already pierced her eyes. Ah! The severe pain made the female savage let out a heart-wrenching roar. She grabbed the arrow and yanked it out of her eye. Red blood is flowing everywhere. That's awesome! Looking at the female savage's appearance, Chen Hao couldn't help but say something. He knew that the savages were very cruel, but he didn't expect them to be so brutal. Even towards himself, he is extremely cruel. If this happened to Chen Hao, he would definitely not do such a thing. Roar! The male savage looked at the female savage and became even more angry when he saw that she was injured, and his speed increased several times. But even if he sped up several times, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the Black Flame. A legendary spirit beast, that's no joke. The female savage was also very angry. She roared and continued to chase Chen Hao. However, the seriously injured female savage ran for less than 5 minutes before she fell to the ground due to serious injuries. But the strong vitality did not kill the female savage. Chen Hao controlled He Yan to turn around, bypassing the male savage and rushing towards the female savage. Chen Hao doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Chen Hao controlled Black Flame and rushed towards the female savage. Seeing her struggling to get up, he immediately ordered Black Flame. Black Flame, crush her to death! In the dark world, the strong are respected. The morals of the past have no effect in this world. Chen Hao will not let go of anyone who poses a danger to him, even if they are human. What's more, these are just savages. Black Flame stepped hard on the female savage's back, and the huge weight broke her internal bones. The female savage who was still struggling suddenly stopped. Looking at the male savage who was still roaring behind him, Chen Hao ignored him and controlled the Black Flame to rush towards the savage tribe. The male savage was too strong, and his legendary archery skills were no match for him. It would be better to eliminate the other savages first. Black Flame, sprint at full speed! Chen Hao patted Haiyan's horse's back gently, asking Haiyan to use all his speed. In the front, in order not to attract the hatred of the two savages, Chen Hao always let Haiyan control the speed. Now that he had loosened his speed, He Yan's speed increased by more than double, and he soon left the male savage far behind. At the savage tribe, Chen Hao looked at the savages who were happily staring at humans, and without any hesitation, he raised his bow and arrow and aimed at the savage children. Because the two savages in front were able to dodge the arrows, Chen Hao was not planning to attack the old savage at this moment, but was planning to kill the little savage first. The little savages who often live in the jungle also have the habits of wild beasts. Even though they are just little savages, they can still have a great impact on themselves. Call out! The sound of an arrow piercing the sky was heard, and a little savage who was staring at the human buffet and smiling happily suddenly froze his smile, and then fell in a pool of blood. At the back of his head, there was a long arrow, deeply inserted into his brain. When the savages saw this scene, they were stunned at first and didn't understand what was going on, but soon they began to roar in anger. They looked around but did not find any trace of the attacker. Chin-Xin looked at the little savage lying on the ground, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He asked the human beside him puzzledly. "Besides you, are there any other people?" Chin-Xin had never seen Chen Hao, nor did he know that Chen Hao had a bow and arrow, so he naturally couldn't guess at this moment that it was Chen Hao who came to save them. After all, Chen Hao was dealing with the two strongest savages at the moment, and had no time to take care of them. The human beside him had naturally seen Chen Hao before, and naturally knew that Chen Hao had a bow and arrow. A look of joy instantly appeared on his face, and he quickly said, "It's Master Chen Hao. Master Chen Hao has come to save us. We are saved. We are saved." Chapter 62, Division of Labor and Cooperation. The people who had already despaired and were still complaining that they shouldn't have come to save Chin-Xin suddenly felt hope in their hearts when they heard the name Chen Hao. Their eyes also subconsciously looked forward, but they did not see Chen Hao's figure. They could only see the little savage who had won the prize and fallen down in front of them. "Where is Master Chen Hao?" Everyone looked around, but no one saw Chen Hao. "Master Chen Hao, where are you? Come and save us!" A human was terrified and shouted at Chen Hao. With someone taking the lead, others followed suit and shouted out. After hearing their voices, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Are these guys fucking idiots? At this time, can I just shout it out? They don't want their lives anymore, but I still want my life. Facing these people's shouts, Chen Hao did not respond at all, as if he didn't hear them at all. At this moment, Chen Hao was still hiding in the jungle, keeping a long distance from the savages. Although these savages are not as strong as the two savages just now, they are still savages and have strong animal nature. Compared with ordinary wild beasts, their combat power is definitely stronger, and they have weapons in their hands. If they faced each other head-on, Chen Hao didn't think he could be a match for these savages. He had to ensure his own absolute safety before rescuing those who were captured by the savages. If there is any danger, Chen Hao will leave here immediately without any hesitation. Those people captured by the savages, even Chin-Xin, were not worth risking his life for. The premise of saving them is to ensure your own absolute safety. Chin-Xin, who had been silent the entire time and being blamed by several people, couldn't help but yelled after hearing everyone's shouting. "Shut the fuck up! Do you want to get Boss Chen Hao caught like us? Don't you see how many savages are here? Can Boss Chen Hao handle them all by himself? Just be the fucking quiet. Boss Chen Hao can do whatever he wants." After being confronted with a few words by Chin-Xin, everyone was stunned at first, and then they were extremely angry. He looked at Chin-Xin and said angrily, "Why the hell are you yelling? If it weren't for saving you, would we be like this?" Several people talked to each other, and blamed all the mistakes on Chin-Xin. Chin-Xin looked at them expressionlessly, not wanting to waste time talking to them at all. Chin-Xin knew very well why these people came here. Isn't it just for these resources? As for coming to save me, I don't know how they could even bring themselves to say it. Chin-Xin ignored them and looked ahead. He wanted to know how Chen Hao was going to eliminate these savages. If we can't eliminate these savages, we won't be able to leave here. Chen Hao, who was hiding in the bushes, stood up again and shot an arrow while the savages were searching for him. Chen Hao's target was very simple, that was the little savage. The sharp arrow feathers pierced through the void and hit the little savage's back heavily. The little savage who was shot by an arrow fell down silently. The arrow hit the little savage's heart steadily, leaving him with no ability to resist at all. The little savage couldn't make any sound and fell straight to the ground, with a lot of red blood on the ground. The savages surrounded the savage child, at a loss as to what to do. They had never encountered such a situation before. They didn't know who the other person was and why he hurt their child. At this moment, the old savage seemed to have discovered Chen Hao's location and hurriedly reported the news to the other savages. At this moment, Shinhao also locked his target on the old savage and shot an arrow without any hesitation. The arrow pierced through the air and hit the old savage's forehead steadily. The powerful force pierced the old savage's skull. The old savage looked at where Shinhao was, his eyes filled with deep disbelief. He never thought that he would die at the hands of Shinhao. At the reminder of the old savage, the savages all discovered Shinhao's existence. They took up their weapons and rushed towards Shinhao frantically. They wanted to kill Shinhao and eat him. Black Flame! When Shinhao saw that he was discovered, he did not stop at all and immediately summoned black flames. Not far from here, Hyan, who was eating grass, heard his master's call and immediately came over. He was very fast and arrived in front of Shinhao in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, Shinhao immediately jumped on his horse and rode away on Black Flame. Behind Hyan, the savages were raging helplessly. Angry, they quickly chased after He Yen. What should I do? Boss Shinhao ran away. Someone come and save us. When everyone saw Shinhao riding away on horseback, they subconsciously thought that Shinhao had run away. Although Shinhao killed the little savage and the old savage, there were still 3 savages behind him, and Shinhao had no arrows left in his hands. It was not easy for Shinhao, who had no weapons, to kill the other 3 savages. As Chen Xian listened to their words, a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that Shinhao could rescue him. But now it seems that Shinhao can't save him. Shinhao, who has weapons, might still fight. But at this moment, Shinhao no longer had any weapons in his hands. And before, Shinhao also said that if his life was in danger, he would leave without hesitation. At this moment, Shinhao's life is indeed in danger. Although Chen Xian was helpless, he did not blame Shinhao. He was already very happy that Shinhao could come and try it. After all, their relationship is not good enough for Shinhao to take risks for him. Chirp. Just when Chen Xian was in despair, and thought he was doomed to die, a rainforest eagle suddenly appeared above his head, its sharp claws scratching the vines, as if trying to cut through them. However, the vines are very tough, and even the claws of a rainforest eagle cannot cut through them. Everyone looked at the rainforest eagle with confusion in their eyes. They didn't recognize the rainforest eagle in front of them, nor did they quite understand what the rainforest eagle meant. Chen Xian looked at the rainforest eagle, frowned softly and asked, "Are you saving me?" Chen Xian also didn't know the rainforest eagle, but the appearance of the rainforest eagle made Chen Xian subconsciously think that the rainforest eagle wanted to save him. Because of the appearance of the rainforest eagle, no matter how you look at it, it looks like it is saving him. The rainforest eagle didn't know Chen Xian, so it didn't bother to answer Chen Xian, but continued to scratch the vines with its claws. Chapter 63. The Savage Tribe also has treasure chests? You can't break the vine like this. Seeing that the rainforest eagle ignored him, Chen Xian continued to use his claws, trying to cut the vine. But this vine is extremely hard, and unless a sharp weapon is used, the rainforest eagle's claws have no way to cut through it. He spoke softly to remind him that although he didn't know how the rainforest eagle appeared, it was definitely trying to save him. Hearing this, the rainforest eagle subconsciously looked up at Chen Xian. There was a hint of displeasure in its eyes, as if it was looking down on Chen Xian. This eagle is an animal. Apart from breaking the vines like this, is there any other way to break them? Do you understand what people say? When Chen Xian saw the actions of the rainforest eagle, he was stunned. Because at the beginning, he greeted the rainforest eagle, but the rainforest eagle ignored him, which made him subconsciously think that the rainforest eagle had no spirituality. Otherwise, why don't you pay attention to yourself? But now, the appearance of the rainforest eagle made Chen Xian realize that he was overthinking. The rainforest eagle is very intelligent, otherwise it would not look up at him at this moment. And in the eyes of the rainforest eagle, there was a deep look of contempt. He seemed to be disgusted with his own appearance. Looking at the rainforest eagle's contemptuous gaze, Chen Xian didn't say anything, but instead looked around his body, looking for the weakest point of the vine. Chen Xian quickly noticed a slightly weak spot, which was where his hands were tied. Because his arms were tied here, he could use more powerful force. With the help of the rainforest eagle, The vines should be broken quickly. The rainforest eagle stared at Chen Xian and thought for a moment, then did as Chen Xian said, came to the place where Chen Xian's arms were tied, and used its sharp claws to grab the vines and pull them. But the vines were too hard, and the rainforest eagle was not yet an adult, just a cub, so it was impossible for it to destroy the vines. If only I had a sharper weapon! The humans around looked at the rainforest eagle, unable to break through the vines, with helplessness in their eyes. They wanted the rainforest eagle to help them, first tearing the vines that tied them up and letting them regain their freedom. But the very intelligent rainforest eagle doesn't care what they think at all, and doesn't even pay any attention to them. It was as if they hadn't heard anything at all, which made them very unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. They wanted to curse the rainforest eagle, but reason prevented them from saying the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Judging from the current situation, the rainforest eagle is the hope of survival. Although this hope is very vague, it is at least there is hope. Moreover, the rainforest eagle is very intelligent. If they speak, they may offend the rainforest eagle. What should you do if you offend the rainforest eagle and it gets angry and leaves? Then, do they still have a chance to survive? Countless thoughts emerged in their minds. They were all thinking about how to get the rainforest eagle to save them better. Black Flame, slow down. Chen Hao was still following the savage at this moment. Once he found that the speed of the Black Flame had increased, Chen Hao slowed down the speed of the Black Flame a little bit. Hei Yan was very obedient. When Chen Hao told it to slow down, it would slow down. When Chen Hao told it to speed up, it would speed up. Although the savage behind him was not slow and was much faster than humans, he was still a little slower than a real beast. Those with 2 legs can never outrun those with 4 legs. Be careful to keep a certain distance from the savages to ensure that even if they throw their weapons, they will definitely not hit you. Then he looked towards the location of the savage tribe, frowned slightly and muttered, I don't know if Chen Xian and the others have been rescued. Chen Hao thought about it and opened the friend page to contact Chen Xian. However, when he saw the beautiful woman selling wood, Chen Hao suddenly remembered that the beautiful woman seemed to have said that she accidentally got a treasure chest, which seemed to be in the savage tribe. Chen Hao didn't remember the details clearly, he only knew that the beauty mentioned a treasure chest, and there was a tribe. Chen Hao was not sure whether it was a savage tribe. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao asked softly, Are you there? What's the matter? The beautiful woman selling wood seemed to be online. After receiving Chen Hao's message, she responded immediately. Reply so quickly? Chen Hao was stunned when he saw the message that suddenly popped up. She thought the beauty would reply, but she didn't expect that the beauty would reply so quickly. This was a little beyond Chen Hao's expectations. But at this moment, Chen Hao didn't hesitate and immediately asked, I remember you said last time that you seemed to have found a treasure chest in a tribe? Is it a tribe of savages? A beautiful woman from far away was standing on an abandoned cabin, dismantling it and collecting all the wood. Looking up, there are many tribes in the same area, with not only small wooden houses but also other stone houses and so on. Ever since she came to the Dark World, she has been exploring this abandoned tribe and has never left here to collect other resources. Except for food, the abandoned tribe has all other resources to meet its needs. Feeling a little tired, she decided to take a look at other people's chat records, then relax herself and continue working. She had just come online when she saw the message sent by Chen Hao. After she replied subconsciously, she saw the question Chen Hao asked. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? The beauty replied subconsciously, but then suddenly thought of something and asked tentatively. You haven't discovered the tribe, have you? There was a hint of surprise in the beautiful woman's eyes. Isn't Chen Hao's luck too good? If he discovered the tribe, he could obtain a lot of resources. Doesn't that mean that you won't have to exchange raw meat for your wood in the future? This won't do. If I don't change it, what will I, a white guy, eat? Yes, we discovered a savage tribe. Chen Hao answered quickly. So I want to know if your treasure chest was found in the savage tribe. Chen Hao spoke again and asked a question that puzzled him. If the treasure chest really exists, then he must find a way to search for it in the savage tribe. No, I got it in a tiger's den. The beauty thought for a moment and said, The savage tribe was found in a treasure map in a treasure chest. Chapter 64 Injured. The beauty spoke again and told Chen Hao what happened at that time. After thinking for a moment, he continued. Generally speaking, places like Tiger's Den and Wolf's Den have a chance of refreshing treasure chests. So according to my calculations, there are also treasure chests in the savage tribe. The things in the treasure chest are things collected by this force. The beautiful woman spoke softly, expressing her understanding of the treasure chest. But he only told Chen Hao part of it, and did not tell Chen Hao the whole thing. Okay, I understand. Chen Hao nodded slightly and gave his answer. After getting the answer he wanted, Chen Hao ignored the beauty. Instead, he closed the chat page and looked forward, his eyes gradually revealing a hint of heat. If Chen Hao had to risk his life to save others, he would never do it no matter how incompetent he was. But if it was for the treasure chest, Chen Hao was still willing to take the risk. We have to find a way to kill all these savages, otherwise it will definitely cause huge trouble. Chen Hao was thinking about how to kill all these savages. The savages are as ferocious as wild beasts, so they must be very vengeful. He had killed 2 little savages and a female savage before. The fight with the savage tribe has been going on for a long time, so if we don't kill all the savages, they will come to seek revenge on us sooner or later. This world is extremely dangerous, and there must be no potential danger. Have you discovered the savage tribe? Yi Xinxin asked curiously. However, Chen Hao seemed to have gone offline and did not respond at all. After waiting for a few minutes and still not getting an answer from Chen Hao, Yi Xinxin stopped asking and continued with her work. She planned to tear down the savage tribe and then upgrade her own cabin to the highest level in the world. With the existence of the entire savage tribe, there is no shortage of wood and other things. At least let her upgrade alone, there will be no problem at all. At this moment, Chen Hao was still thinking about how to wipe out the savage tribe. Fuck! Chen Hao, who was thinking, inexplicably felt a chill in his body. Wondering what was going on, Chen Hao suddenly saw a savage appear in front of him. It was the savage in front of him who was being strolled around like a dog. For some reason, he suddenly appeared in front of him, rushed towards He Yan quickly, and smashed the bone stick in his hand towards Chen Hao fiercely. The overwhelming momentum was like a mountain pressing down on his head, and Chen Hao's face changed drastically. If you get hit by this, you will be crippled even if you don't die. Black Flame, charge! After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao decided to fight to the death. Black Flame was moving too fast and couldn't stop at this moment. And there were savages chasing after him, and he was directly surrounded. Now the only way to survive is to keep moving forward. Chen Hao took out the black battle axe from the system backpack. Facing the aggressive savages, Haiyan was not afraid at all. After hearing Chen Hao's order, he immediately increased his speed and rushed towards the savages. The savage jumped high, wanting to kill Chen Hao. Chen Hao also quickly took action and blocked the black iron battle axe in front of himself. Clang! The bone stick and iron axe collided, making a deafening sound. The powerful force caused countless cracks to appear on the bone stick, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Haiyan's head hit the savage's body, knocking him dozens of meters away and sliding several meters on the ground. Chen Hao and the savage fought head-on. The huge force made Chen Hao's arms tremble and almost dislocated. The black iron battle axe in his hand slipped from Chen Hao's hand unconsciously. Looking at the black iron battle axe that fell to the ground, Chen Hao had no way to pick it up because there were savages chasing him from behind. If he got off his horse, he might fall into the hands of the savages. What's more, at this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable all over and had no strength at all to pick up the iron axe from the ground again. He ordered Black Flame to leave here as quickly as possible. Black Flame left here very quickly and disappeared from the sight of the savages. Chen Hao sat on the ground by the lake where the fish cage was, gasping for breath. His arms were still feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. That feeling was like being hit hard by something. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Hao gradually recovered. Distance to dark, 1:35. It's getting dark. Chen Hao took a look at the weather forecast, thought for a moment, and decided to leave first. It would take him about an hour to get back to the cabin from here, so he didn't have that much time to waste. If we want to save Chen Xian and the others, we can only rely on what happens tomorrow. But this also has a prerequisite, that is, Chen Xin and the others can survive the night. If they can't, then there is nothing else to do. When I have better weapons in the future, I will come back to kill these savages and see if there is any treasure chest. The savages are back. After losing their target and unable to find Chen Hao, the savages had no choice but to return to the tribe. They also picked up all the weapons dropped by Chen Hao. Although they didn't know what this iron axe was, it seemed to be a little more powerful than the weapons in their hands. The savages had been tired for so long, and were now exhausted. After returning to the tribe, they sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The strongest man was lying on the ground at this moment, with some blood beside him, which was vomited by the savage. Although his savages are much stronger than humans, they are still not completely out of the human category. Not to mention the savages, even lions and tigers would be seriously injured if hit by the black flames. The savage had several broken bones and almost all of his internal organs were displaced. If he did not receive good treatment, death would only be a matter of time. Black iron axe? Where did the savage get it from? Chen Xin saw the black iron battle axe in the savage's hand, and his eyes were full of doubt. Don't savages only have bone clubs and stone knives? It is impossible for them to forge this black iron axe, so where did they get this black iron battle axe from? When these savages came forward, they were chasing after Boss Chen Hao. Could this black iron battle axe belong to Boss Chen Hao? If Boss Chen Hao's weapons fall into the hands of these savages, then Boss Chen Hao will not be. When Chen Xin thought of this, his face changed drastically. Bad thoughts gradually emerged in his mind. Chapter 65, Chen Xin. Does this black iron axe belong to Boss Chen Hao? Boss Chen Hao, you won't be killed by these savages, right? Otherwise, why would these savages have Boss Chen Hao's axe? Chen Xin was extremely shocked, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. Even such a powerful person like Boss Chen Hao was killed by these savages. Then, at this moment, haven't they completely become food for the savages? How can they leave here without external help? No, I have to find a way to get out of here. We must avenge Boss Chen Hao. Chen Xin took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. Chen Hao died at the hands of the savages simply because he wanted to save them. Otherwise, Chen Hao would not have died at the hands of the savages. He must avenge Boss Chen Hao. If we want to avenge Boss Chen Hao, we must first find a way to escape. How can I escape from this predicament? Chen Xin thought quickly in his mind, his eyes fixed on the black iron battle axe again. This thing might help me out. Rainforest Eagle, can you bring me that axe? That axe is very sharp. Chen Xin communicated with the Rainforest Eagle tentatively, because he was not sure whether the Rainforest Eagle would obey his orders. After all, he didn't know this Rainforest Eagle. I don't know why I came to save him. After hearing Chen Xion's words, the Rainforest Eagle also looked towards the black iron axe. After thinking for a moment, it quickly pounced towards the black iron battle axe. The savages were all resting and were not on guard at all. The Rainforest Eagle was very fast. It rushed to the axe in an instant, grabbed the axe which weighed 6 or 7 pounds, and flew into the sky. By the time the savages discovered the Rainforest Eagle, its body had already disappeared. Only the savages were left standing there, screaming and yelling. They never imagined that they, as the overlords of the jungle, would be provoked by a Rainforest Eagle and have their spoils snatched away in front of them. And he came to their prey in front of them. What does this Rainforest Eagle want to do? Watching the Rainforest Eagles rushing towards their prey, these savages all showed a look of confusion in their eyes. After hesitating for a moment, they immediately ran towards their prey. Although we don't know what the Rainforest Eagle wants to do, this is their prey and food, and other animals must not be allowed to get their hands on it. Grab it here, and then chop hard on the vine. Chen Xian taught the Rainforest Eagle to grab the back of the axe, and then chop the vines hard. Upon hearing this, the Rainforest Eagle first handed the axe to Chen Xian, and then, following Chen Xian's instructions, grabbed the back of the axe and flew to a height of about 1 meter, and then chopped the vines fiercely. Snap! The black iron axe blade and the stone collided with each other, sending out a few sparks. The hard vines were instantly broken into several pieces during the collision. Chen Xian felt that the vines had loosened a little, so he tried his best to break free from the vines that were tied to his body and picked up the black iron battle axe on the ground. He did not run away directly, nor did he fight the savages alone. With his strength, it was impossible for him to outrun these savages. Similarly, it is impossible to compete with these savages. If you fight these savages directly, you will definitely become their trophy, and a dead trophy at that. So at this time, we must gather everyone's strength to defeat these savages. Snatched chopped the vine with an axe and immediately rescued the human closest to him. After the human recovered, he ran away without any hesitation. He had already been frightened out of his wits and really didn't want to face these savages at this moment. Especially when he smelled the blood, he couldn't imagine how many people these savages had eaten. It's almost dark now. There's no way you can run back to your own cabin. Snatched looked at the fleeing human and spoke expressionlessly. Now it was only an hour until dark at most. Can they get back to their cabin in an hour? If they couldn't return to their cabin, they would die. The person who escaped couldn't help but change his expression after hearing Snatched's words. He subconsciously glanced at the sky. It wasn't long before dark. If he couldn't get back to the cabin before dark, he would surely die. The monsters in the dark are much more ferocious than the savages in front of us. The fate in the dark night is also to be eaten by those monsters. What should we do then? The fleeing humans said in horror, especially when they saw these ferocious savages. They were extremely afraid. Only by eliminating these savages can we have a chance of survival, Snatched said calmly. These savages are so strong, how can we destroy them? Fight to the death. Snatched did not stop the axe in his hand, and continued to rescue other humans, and then asked them to pick up the weapons on the ground. Whether it is stones or sticks, they can become weapons in their hands. Follow my orders and come together. Don't try to be sneaky or we'll be the ones to die. Snatched looked at everyone, and he led the charge towards the savages. The others looked at Snatched's back, then looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and said, "Let's fight." Whether they flee or fight, they will die, but fighting still offers a glimmer of hope. If you flee without fighting, you will surely die. Under the leadership of Snatched, several people fought desperately. He fought with his life and killed the savage. Seeing that it was less than half an hour before dark, Snatched quickly said, "Don't worry about these savages. Let's go back to the cabin immediately." Snatched turned around and ran towards his cabin. His cabin is only about 6 kilometers away from here. If he runs at full speed, he can get there in half an hour. Seeing this, the others also followed Snatched. Now they had no way of returning to their cabin, so the only way they could survive the night was to return to Snatched's room. If they were in the dark, they would surely die. The rainforest eagle, who had been watching the show, left the savage tribe to find Chen-Hao after seeing Snatched and others leave. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any trace of Chen-Hao, so he could only fly towards the cabin helplessly. According to his understanding, Chen-Hao would return to the cabin at night, so if Chen-Hao was not here at this time, he must have gone back. The rainforest eagle felt a little unhappy. This owner was too mean. He didn't even call it when he returned. Chapter 66, Rainforest Eagle, Master wants to kill me? 10 minutes before dark, Chen-Hao had returned to the cabin. After putting Hyan into the animal pen, he fed Hyan and a few lambs some grass. Looking at the burning stove, Chen-Hao put the iron pot on the stove, preparing to cook a pot of broth for himself. As for the rainforest eagle, it's better to eat some raw meat. Chen-Hao picked up the raw meat and subconsciously wanted to feed it to the rainforest eagle. But when he looked up, he did not see the body of the rainforest eagle. What's going on? Why isn't the rainforest eagle? Chen-Hao muttered subconsciously, wondering where the rainforest eagle had gone off to in the middle of the night, and why it hadn't come back yet. But the next second, Chen-Hao suddenly realized something. It seemed that he had arranged for the rainforest eagle to rescue Snatched. Later, because of his hand injury, Chen-Hao wanted to return to the cabin and completely forgot about the rainforest eagle. It should be okay, Chen-Hao murmured softly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. The rainforest eagle has not been with him for a long time and is not particularly loyal, but Chen-Hao values the rainforest eagle very much and has already regarded it as his friend. In Chen Hao's heart, the status of the rainforest eagle far exceeds that of Chen Xian and others. Chen Hao originally wanted to go to the savage tribe to see if the rainforest eagle was in danger. But looking out the window at the gradually darkening sky, Chen Hao gave up the idea. The night in the dark world is extremely dangerous. If you appear in the dark, your life will be in danger. The second thing is, in the darkness, you can't see the front clearly, and you can't see the way forward. I can't see the road and I don't know how I died. Even with the black flame, the advantage of speed cannot be brought into play. Forget it, let's go there tomorrow. Chen Hao sighed and shook his head helplessly. If the rainforest eagle was really in danger, even if he went out now and luckily reached the savage tribe, he would be unable to do anything. Chirp. Just when Chen Hao was worried about the safety of the rainforest eagle, the sky had already turned completely dark and the cry of the rainforest eagle suddenly sounded outside. Chen Hao was stunned, and subconsciously looked towards the cabin, frowning and asking, "Why did I hear the sound of a rainforest eagle? Could it be that I'm hallucinating?" At this moment, Chen Hao subconsciously felt that he was hallucinating. Chirp. The sound of the rainforest eagle was heard again outside, and the sound was particularly clear. Chen Hao could hear it clearly. He subconsciously stood up, walked to the window, and listened carefully to the sounds outside. Not only could I hear the sound of a rainforest eagle, but I could also hear the sound of something banging against the small wooden window. Could it be a beast? Chen Hao frowned slightly and didn't dare to open the window casually. Because he was very scared. What was outside was not a rainforest eagle, but those strange creatures in the dark night. Chen Hao didn't want to care about it at first, but he was afraid that the thing outside was really a rainforest eagle. If we don't let it in directly, what if those monsters appear in the dark and the rainforest eagle is in danger? After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao whispered, "Are you a rainforest eagle?" Chirp. A voice came from outside, as if answering Chen Hao. "Then don't hit the wooden windows." As Chen Hao's voice fell, the sound of hitting the wooden window outside disappeared. "Call 3 times. Chirp chirp." No matter what orders Chen Hao gave, everything outside would be done according to Chen Hao's orders. Despite this, Chen Hao did not completely believe it, but remained silent and did not speak. "Put your head in first." After thinking about it, Chen Hao took the kitchen knife in his hand and gently opened the window a little. He had to see the appearance of the rainforest eagle clearly first. Only after confirming that it was a rainforest eagle were they willing to let it in. If it wasn't a rainforest eagle or some other monster, Chen Hao would have chopped it down without hesitation. In the dark world, you must ensure your absolute safety. Any behavior that affects safety is not allowed as much as possible. The window opened a little bit, and under Chen Hao's nervous gaze, the rainforest eagle also stuck its head in. When it saw the kitchen knife in Chen Hao's hand, it instantly retracted its head. It was also afraid that Chen Hao would hit it with a kitchen knife. Chen Hao looked at the head of the rainforest eagle. Even if it was just for a moment, Chen Hao could clearly know that this was the rainforest eagle he raised. The rainforest eagle outside the cabin retracted its head and was terrified. Isn't it just coming back a little late? Why did its owner want to kill it? Besides, it's not that it wants to come back late, but that the owner didn't call it when he came back. If its owner had called it, it would not have come back so late. After confirming the identity of the rainforest eagle, Chen Hao opened the window a little wider and shouted outside, "Come in quickly!" The rainforest eagle at the window looked at the open window, thought for a moment, and then entered the cabin through the gap in the window. When entering the cabin, the rainforest eagle flew to the beam without any hesitation, staring at Chen Hao vigilantly with its eagle eyes. After seeing Chen Hao put down the kitchen knife, the vigilance in his heart finally dissipated a lot. Because it was really scared, Chen Hao killed it with one knife and then gave it to himself as a snack. At this time, Chen Hao didn't know what the rainforest eagle was thinking. He only knew that the rainforest eagle had returned, and then he took out a piece of raw meat and threw it at the rainforest eagle. The rainforest eagle, which was very scared a second ago, saw the raw meat thrown by Chen Hao. It instinctively pounced on it and grabbed the raw meat with one claw. Chen Hao continued to stew the meat. The rainforest eagle can eat raw meat, but he himself cannot. If you eat raw meat, you are likely to get stomach upset. On Chen Xian's side, several people had already returned to the cabin. They were sweating profusely and lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Under normal circumstances, they would never be able to run so far. It is impossible to run a full 6 kilometers in just half an hour. At this moment, several people felt like their lungs were about to explode. I rested for a very long time before I gradually recovered. Chen Xian added some wood into the stove, and the temperature in the cabin immediately increased a lot. After gradually recovering, several people took out some food from their backpacks to replenish their energy. Most of them were berries and there was basically no meat. Chen Xian originally wanted to take out the meat, but seeing so many people, if he took out the meat, he would definitely have to share it. If these people really came to save him and rescued him, Chen Xian would be willing to give them some meat. But thinking about how they looked during the day, Chen Xian felt very disgusted. It was good enough that they could stay in the cabin, so how could they be given any meat? Chapter 67. Treasure chests are also divided into different levels. I don't know what happened to Boss Chen Hao. While eating, Chen Xian couldn't help but worry about Chen Hao. After they eliminated the savages, it was almost dark. They rushed back to the cabin without stopping and had no time to check the situation outside the savage tribe. So it's not quite clear what Chen Hao's situation is. It's already dark outside, and Boss Chen Hao might be in grave danger. Looking at the people in front of him, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of hatred in his heart. If these guys hadn't been so afraid of death, they wouldn't have been wiped out by the savages. Boss Chen Hao wouldn't be under so much pressure, and no problems would arise. But even if you feel uncomfortable, there is nothing you can do. It was so dangerous today. I almost died at the hands of the savages. One person spoke up. He was the one who ran the fastest. His desertion made everyone feel uncomfortable, and now he dared to speak, and everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at him. The leading man stared at him angrily and said, "How dare you say that? You were the first to flee. If you hadn't deserted, how could we have been defeated so quickly? If it weren't for the fact that we are all from the same clan, I would have been rude to you a long time ago." Hearing this, the man said in displeasure, "None of your business. I'm scared, but I can't run away, right? Could it be that you want me to die at the hands of those savages?" When the others heard this, they subconsciously criticized the man. They all felt very uncomfortable with the man's behavior. The man who was very arrogant at the beginning suddenly didn't dare to speak anymore after he became the target of everyone's criticism. He even lowered his head, not daring to look other people in the eye. Chen Xian looked at the quarreling people. When they had almost finished arguing, he slowly said, "That's all for today. Tomorrow we'll go to the savages to see if they have any supplies." Upon hearing this, the others nodded subconsciously. They came here, of course, for supplies. After having a simple meal to replenish his strength, Chen Xian lay down on the bed without hesitation. "I've been worried all day today, and I've used up a lot of energy. I'm exhausted now." As for what other people said, Chen Xian didn't care at all. Anyway, he was the owner of the cabin, so he had to sleep on the bed. Others slept on the ground or stayed awake all night. As for Chen Hao, after several hours of recovery, his arm had recovered a lot. Although it is still a little uncomfortable, it is much better than before. Chen Hao looked at the boiling water and quickly put the cut fish into the pot. This was the fish he caught today with a fish cage. There were 3 fish in total, but none of them were very big. The largest fish weighed only about 6 pounds, and the smallest weighed only about half a pound. Chen Hao was not allowed to eat fish weighing about half a pound, so he put almost 2 pounds of small fish in the pot and cooked some fish soup to nourish his body. Add the seasonings that were not used up from the previous transaction, and soon the aroma of fish wafted out of the pot. The whole cabin was suddenly filled with a faint aroma of meat. Chen Hao picked up the spoon, scooped a mouthful of soup, tasted it gently, and felt it was very good. Although it is still a little different from the delicacies I experienced in my previous life, it is already very delicious food in this era. At least in the dark world, Chen Hao was the first human to eat such delicious fish soup. Take out a stone bowl and fill it with fish soup, then savor the delicious taste of the fish soup carefully. Then open the dark world and see what people are talking about in the world chat channel. How much do other humans know about the savages? As soon as Chen Hao opened the Tianhe system, he found a new unread private message. It was a message sent by Yi Xinxin. Chen Hao glanced at Yi Xinxin's message and replied, "Well, I discovered a tribe of savages." When Chen Hao learned that Chen Xin was captured by savages, he had a brief conversation with Yi Xinxin. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin didn't care about the lives of Chen Xin and the others. Instead, she said to Chen Hao, "As far as I know, the indigenous humans in the savage dark world are extremely powerful in combat. Because they live in groups, even tigers and lions don't dare to bother wild people. Their cruelty is no less than that of any large wild beast. You can actually kill the savages and escape alive from their hands." Yi Xinxin felt very incredible about Chen Hao's experience. Chen Hao's strength was completely beyond her understanding. "I thought that Chen Hao was lucky enough to kill the beast and become the world's first wolf-slaying warrior. After all, in this world, all human beings are trembling and hiding in their cabins, not daring to go out at all. Therefore, killing the wolf in the dark was definitely an accident." Chen Hao nodded gently, then continued, "I plan to go there again tomorrow to see if there is a treasure chest in the savage tribe. So much time has been wasted today, and the savage tribe has been wiped out, with only 3 savages left. Chen Hao doesn't want to waste it anymore. He must find the treasure chest of the savage tribe." After answering Yi Xinxin, Chen Hao suddenly realized that basically all items in this world have levels, so doesn't that mean treasure chests also have levels? However, Chen Hao had never seen a treasure chest, so he didn't know whether treasure chests had levels. However, just because Chen Hao had never seen a treasure chest didn't mean that others hadn't seen it. Among Chen Hao's friends, Yi Xinxin has seen the treasure chest. Perhaps we can learn some secrets about the treasure chest from Yi Xinxin. "Beautiful lady, let me ask you a question. Do treasure chests also have levels?" Yi Xinxin, who was grilling meat to feed the tiger, looked at the message sent by Chen Hao and nodded slightly. "There should be levels. The treasure chest I got is of black iron level." Black iron level? The black iron level treasure chest allows Yi Xinxin to own so much wood. Wouldn't the treasures obtained from higher level treasure chests be more powerful? Okay, I understand. I'll go ask in the World Channel too. After thinking about it, Chen Hao decided to go to the World Channel to ask. There are so many people in the World Channel, there are always a few lucky ones who accidentally find the location of the treasure chest. Has any one of you ever stumbled upon a treasure chest? Whether to stick on top. After Chen Hao finished sending it, the privileges of the Wolf Slayer Warrior badge appeared in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao agreed to use the privilege without any hesitation. Chapter 68, Armor Crafting Blueprints. Treasure chest? There are treasure chests in this world? What is a treasure chest? I've never heard of it before. Boss Chen Hao is so awesome, he even knows about the treasure chest. What is a treasure chest? Boss Chen Hao, please explain it to me. As Chen Hao asked, everyone in the dark world saw the customized gold-plated characters, which was Chen Hao's exclusive privilege. Currently, in the entire dark world, only Chen Hao can use such large, hot, golden characters, while no one else can use them. After Chen Hao sent the message, he kept his eyes on the World Chat channel, but everyone was asking about what a treasure chest was, and basically no one talked about treasure chests. Afterwards, Chen Hao had no choice but to close the World Chat channel. It was normal that no one got the treasure chest since the world had been opened not long ago. After all, Yi Xinxin said that treasure chests could only appear in places like wolf dens. How could humans at this moment be a match for these wild animals? So it is normal that no one found the treasure chest. But why could Yi Xinxin get the treasure chest? And she said that she got it in the tiger's den. Could this beauty have had some kind of adventure? Even able to enter the tiger's den. The more Chen Hao thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He tried his best to kill a wild wolf and was almost injured because of it. How did Yi Xinxin defeat the tiger? A little girl, if she doesn't have some adventure, will never be able to defeat a tiger, right? Chen Hao frowned, his heart full of doubts. In the end, Chen Hao still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to ask Yi Xinxin. Can I ask how you defeated the tiger? Yi Xinxin had just finished eating and was feeding the little tiger in her belly. Although so many days had passed, the little tiger had not grown at all. After receiving the message from Chen Hao, Yi Xinxin's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, and she frowned and asked, "Defeat the tiger?" "I didn't defeat the tiger." "Why do you ask?" Yi Xinxin is really strange. She seems to have never said that she has defeated a tiger, right? Even a man cannot defeat a tiger. What's more, she is just a little girl. No matter what, it is impossible to defeat those tigers. You didn't defeat the tiger? Then how did you get the treasure chest in the tiger's den? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of Yi Xinxin's treasure chest. Could it be that he got it from an abandoned tiger's den? If it really is an abandoned tiger's den, then Yi Xinxin is too lucky. As for how I got it, I won't tell you. Anyway, I didn't defeat the tiger. Yi Xinxin quickly replied to Chen Hao. She wouldn't tell Chen Hao that when she was out looking for resources, she accidentally stepped on air and fell into a cave. And that cave was the tiger's den. When she first saw the little white tiger, she was very scared, fearing that there was a big tiger nearby. After all, if there is a little tiger, there must be a big tiger, and she will definitely become the food of the big tiger. Yi Xinxin was very scared at that time. She endured the pain and crawled out of the tiger's den, but the little white tiger behind her kept following her and followed her all the way to the cabin. Seeing how cute the little white tiger was, Yi Xinxin liked it very much. After struggling for a while, she brought the little tiger back to the cabin. She originally planned to return the little tiger the next day, but for some unknown reason she adopted it, and it became her pet. The next day, Yi Xinxin still gritted her teeth and went to the tiger's den, wanting to return the little tiger because she couldn't raise the little tiger at all. However, there was no sign of a tiger in the tiger's den. After searching inside the den, I accidentally found a black iron-level treasure chest. The treasure chest was not locked and could be opened easily. Inside were some materials and a treasure map. Later, thanks to the treasure map, they found an abandoned tribe a few kilometers away, which is how they got so much wood. After getting Yi Xinxin's answer, a look of helplessness flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. Yi Xinxin was unwilling to tell, so Chen Hao naturally didn't dare to continue asking. Just when Chen Hao was about to close the chat page, Yi Xinxin sent another message. The meat from last time is almost finished, and I want to exchange some more. You should have enough wood this time. I'll trade you something good that will help you better deal with the savages. Looking at the message sent by Yi Xinxin, Chen Hao's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly asked, "Was it found in the treasure chest?" Yi Xinxin has opened a black iron treasure chest, so this good thing should have come from the treasure chest. No, I found it in an abandoned tribe. It's a blueprint for making a set of armor. When Yi Xinxin got the blueprint for making this set of armor, she originally wanted to keep it for herself, but she soon realized that she was overthinking it. The blueprint for making the armor requires a large amount of black iron, but she has no iron at all, so she can't make the armor at all. So after thinking about it, I decided to sell it to Chen Hao so that I could get a little more raw meat. Now Xiaobai seems to be starting to grow, and the little bit of meat he usually has is really not enough for him to eat. I want this blueprint. How are you going to trade? Looking at the blueprint of this set of armor, Chen Hao was very satisfied. Although it takes a full 100 iron ingots to make this set of armor, Chen Hao believes that it won't take long before he can make this set of armor. By then, even if I encounter a wild beast in the dark, I will be able to fight it. The attack power of those savages couldn't even destroy the cabin, so how could they destroy his black iron armor? Once he has this suit, he will become a warrior in the night, slaughtering monsters in the night. 100 pieces of raw meat. Yi Xinxin spoke without thinking. Chen Hao's face changed when he heard this, and he frowned and said, 100 pieces of raw meat, isn't that too much? Although 100 pieces of raw meat was not an astronomical figure for Chen Hao, he could just take it out casually. But Chen Hao still wanted to bargain, at least the money he saved would be his. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin spoke directly. I believe you also know how important it is for humans at this stage to forge a set of armor. Not only now, but also in the future, it is equally important. Because he can give you a second life. If you're already dead, what's the point of having so much raw meat? Yi Xinxin's expression was firm. She demanded 100 pieces of raw meat and would not budge at all, not even for a smaller piece. Chapter 69, Black Iron Bronze Ingot. Okay. Put it on the market for trading. After discussing with Yi Xinshin for most of the day, Yi Xinshin was unwilling to make any concessions, so Chen Hao had no choice but to discuss it. Just as Yi Xinshin said, this thing will play a big role both at the present stage and in the future. With this armor, you can ensure your safety to a greater extent in the next battle. Being able to get 100 pieces of raw meat is indeed a profit. You lost raw meat multiplied by 100. You have obtained the black iron armor crafting blueprint. It is detected that you have obtained a new blueprint. Do you want to learn it? When Chen Hao obtained the blueprint for making black iron armor, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Hao looked at the black iron blueprint carefully. There was no other introduction except a simple pattern of black iron armor. However, he has been in this world for a long time and has learned some skills, so Chen Hao knows a lot about the settings of this world. Many things in this world need to be learned, and to learn these things, you need to have a skill book. For example, the creation of nature that he had obtained before, and the blueprint for making the black iron armor he has now. As long as he studies them, he can make his own treasures. I just don't know if this black iron armor has any skill restrictions, such as only being able to forge ordinary black iron armor, or whether it can forge black iron armor of any level. Study. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao decided to study. Anyway, the things are already in hand, so it is naturally impossible to trade them. You have learned the black iron armor skill and can forge black iron armor. Looking at the system's reminder, Chen Hao opened the skill page without any hesitation to see how to make black iron armor. Looking at the plan for making black iron armor, Chen Hao felt that it was extremely troublesome. Not only did it require a large amount of black iron, but it would also take several days to successfully make it. However, Chen Hao doesn't need to do all these again. He just needs to give the order and the iron axe will be forged by itself. Oh, I need to forge a new iron axe. Chen Hao suddenly remembered that when he was fighting with the savages yesterday, his stone axe fell on the plain, and now the axe was already in his hand. If you want to forge black iron armor at this moment, you must have an iron axe. If you don't have an iron axe, you may not be able to forge black iron armor. Because this thing took a long time to make, the durability of an ordinary stone axe cannot withstand it at all. Even a legendary stone axe cannot withstand it. For an iron axe, I won't make a normal one. No matter what, it has to be perfect. Things that you use frequently must be of a slightly higher quality. Perfect grade quality is definitely better than ordinary quality, and its durability is definitely better than that of ordinary iron axes. Chen Hao found a perfect iron ingot and threw it directly into the smelting furnace. Then he noticed the bronze ingot next to it and frowned. I've heard of synthesizing steel in my previous life, but I don't know if bronze ingots and black iron ingots can be fused. Since collecting resources, Chen Hao has mostly used black iron, and it can be said that he has almost never used bronze. Now when he saw the bronze ingot, Chen Hao suddenly had an idea. He wondered whether he should fuse the bronze ingot with the black iron ingot to see if he could also make a black iron axe. If successful, the use of black iron can be greatly reduced. Chen Hao acted promptly and threw the bronze ingot into the smelting furnace. He did not order the stone axe to make an iron axe, but directly and quickly fused the bronze ingot and the black iron ingot, and then let them fuse together. Half an hour later, Chen Hao successfully obtained 2 iron and copper ingots, which was shining with a dark blue light, much more beautiful than pure black. But compared to the original color of bronze, it is a bit uglier. Not bad, not bad. It seems that it can still be integrated. First, make an iron copper axe. No, you have to make an iron copper hammer. Following Chen Hao's order, the stone axe that was about to break was suddenly swung again. Powerful force burst out in the air and quickly struck the iron and copper ingot, hammering it into the shape of a hammer. Next, Chen Hao has to build a lot of things, all of which are steel and bronze equipment, so the weapons need to have higher durability. Of all weapons, the one with the strongest hammering ability and the longest durability is naturally the hammer. As for the axe, it is only needed when you go out to look for resources, but it is not needed at home. Snap. Half an hour later, the perfect grade iron copper hammer was successfully forged, and the legendary stone axe, whose durability had been exhausted, shattered into countless pieces with a snap. Looking at the broken legendary stone axe, Chin Hao couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Although it is just a tool, this tool has been with him for a long time and is an important tool that enables him to stay ahead of others. If he didn't have this legendary stone axe, he might be the same as everyone else now, or even not as well off as others. He bent down to collect the fragments of the legendary stone axe, then carefully placed them in the bamboo basket. Forge an iron axe. Chin Hao looked at the perfect bronze hammer, then threw ordinary bronze ingots and black iron into the smelting furnace and began to forge an axe. Although hammers already existed, they did not have axe blades and could not be used to cut wood or anything like that. Moreover, it cannot be used in many places in the wild, so Chin Hao naturally has to make an axe. As for the hammer, you can just make the equipment at home. Soon, the axe was made. Chin Hao tried the axe blade and found that it was very sharp. It is even sharper than a simple black iron battle axe, and seems to be of a slightly higher quality. After taking back the axe, Chin Hao continued to smelt bronze and black iron. This time, Chin Hao did not throw bronze ingots and black iron ingots into the smelting furnace, but threw iron ore and bronze ore into the smelting furnace. Generally speaking, 10 pieces of ore can be smelted into a bronze ingot, or a black iron ingot, which means that 10 pieces are a complete ingot, so 9 pieces of iron ore and 1 piece of copper ore can be smelted together to get a complete black iron bronze ingot. Chin Hao wanted to know whether the quality of black iron bronze ingots of different qualities would be different when refined. In the cabin in the ore cave, Chin Xian had a simple meal and then laid down on the bed to rest. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Look, Boss Chin Hao has spoken!" Chapter 70. How did Chin Xian escape? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the entire cabin was stunned, and Chin Xian subconsciously sat up from the bed. He looked at the man who had spoken and frowned. "What did you just say? You said that Boss Chin Hao made a speech? On the World Channel?" After hearing Chin Xian's question, the man looked at Chin Xian and said, "Well, it seems that he spoke 10 minutes ago. Ask about the treasure chest." "What is this treasure chest?" the man asked curiously, his eyes full of curiosity. Upon hearing this, the others also shook their heads. They had never heard of the treasure chest. Today was the first time I heard about the treasure chest, and it was Chin Hao who brought it up. What Boss Chin Hao proposed must exist. We can pay more attention next time, a man said softly and silently wrote down the treasure chest. Chin Hao is already far ahead of them, so many of the things Chin Hao proposed may happen in the future. Chin Hao is not dead. Is he still alive? Chin Xian was shocked to think that Chin Hao was still alive. At the same time, there is more joy. When Chin Xian saw Chin Hao's iron axe in the hands of the savage, he subconsciously thought that Chin Hao was in danger. Unexpectedly, not only was Chin Hao fine, he also spoke on the World Channel, also asking questions about the treasure chest. Chin Xian opened the chat page, found Chin Hao's page, and quickly asked, "Boss, are you okay?" In Chin Hao's cabin, he was still testing how to fuse bronze and black iron to get a more perfect black iron bronze ingot. Suddenly, Chin Hao was shocked when he received a message from Chin Xian. Seeing Chin Xian's question, Chin Hao frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" In Chin Hao's opinion, Chin Xian and the others were doomed to die. Let's not talk about them for now, they are currently in the hands of the savages. Secondly, it is dark now and it is extremely dangerous outside. With human physical fitness, it is impossible to survive outside. Regardless of whether they are in the hands of the savages or not, Chin Xian and his men are in great danger. It was precisely because of this that Chin Hao subconsciously believed that Chin Xian and the others were doomed to die. But he didn't expect that Chin Xian suddenly sent him a message, which completely confused him. "Fine. We escaped," Chin Xian quickly explained. "When I saw your axe in the hands of a savage, I thought you were in trouble." "It's okay, you're okay." Chin Xian's words were full of concern. Just a few words made Chin Hao feel a little warm. But this feeling soon disappeared. Because this is not the original civilized world, but an extremely dangerous world. Even though they are both human beings, Chin Hao must be on guard. If you are not careful, you will be killed by the other party. After adjusting his mood, Chen Hao replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." "How did you escape?" Chen Hao was really curious about how Chen Xian escaped. He couldn't imagine how Chen Xian escaped. Chen Xian did not hesitate and told Chen Hao how they struggled with the vines and how they escaped death. After knowing what happened, Chen Hao subconsciously looked at the rainforest eagle. He really didn't expect that Chen Xian and the others would save themselves in this way. No one else has this kind of luck. After making an appointment with Chen Xian to meet at the savage tribe tomorrow, Chen Hao hung up the conversation with Chen Xian. After a day of fighting, Chen Hao was already exhausted. After testing several black iron bronze ingots, Chen Hao forged about 20 arrow feathers and returned to bed. In the dark night, monsters also invaded the cabin, but they could not break the cabin's defense, and Chen Hao ignored them. The night passed quickly, the sun shone on the earth, and Chen Hao slowly opened his eyes from his sleep. After getting up and adding wood to the stove and feeding some grass to Hyan and the lamb, Chen Hao prepared food for himself. Today's weather, sunny. Due to dark, 6:45. Warm tip: today is a beautiful day, so you can go out and search for resources. However, be careful not to appear in other creatures' territories, as they will mistake you for an invader. Don't provoke them without powerful weapons. During mealtime, Chen Hao opened the weather forecast as usual. This has become a habit. Today's daytime is more than an hour longer than the previous few days, which is also the longest daytime. In addition to successfully forecasting the weather, Chen Hao also learned a piece of information, that is, there are creatures with territories in this world. As for what these creatures were, Chen Hao was not quite sure. They could be wild beasts or other humans. Or maybe it was a tribe of savages like the one we met yesterday, or something even stranger. It seems that we still have to be careful when looking for resources outside, otherwise if we enter the territory of these creatures, they will attack during the day. After eating, Chen Hao rode on Black Flame and rushed towards the savage tribe. In the cabin in the mine, everyone has woken up, and there are even several people who almost did not sleep the whole night. I had nothing to wear and no blanket, and the cabin was extremely cold, making it completely unsuitable to sleep on the floor. They all forced themselves not to sleep, preparing to search for resources today, and then return to their cabins. It's not comfortable at all to be in someone else's cabin. Is this a mine? The few people who left the cabin immediately discovered the location of the cabin, which was inside a mine. Looking up, they could see a lot of ores. I came back in such a hurry last night that I didn't have time to check the situation outside, so I only found out today that this place is full of ore. Chen Xian nodded upon hearing this and said, "Well, this is a mine, it's useless. You can pick it up if you need it." Chen Xian knew very well that no one here could smelt iron ore, and even if he brought the iron ore back, it would be of no use at all. They are not like Chen Hao, who can smelt iron ore into black iron and then create powerful weapons. When everyone heard this, they all smiled awkwardly. These iron ores played a very important role in the original civilized world and could be sold at a very high price. With so much iron ore in hand, there will be absolutely no problem in having food and clothing for the rest of your life. However, in the dark world, they do not have smelting technology, so this thing is not much different from waste. Chapter 71. Chen Hao, are you threatening me? That's Boss Chen Hao? It took them almost an hour and a half to arrive at the tribe. When they just arrived at the savage tribe, they found that Chen Hao had already arrived. When they saw Chen Hao, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Chen Hao to come so early. Judging from Chen Hao's appearance, it seems that he has been here for some time. Boss Chen Hao, you're here. Chen Xian quickly ran up to Chen Hao and greeted him with a smile. Then he took out the iron axe from the system backpack and handed it to Chen Hao, saying, "Boss Chen Hao, I'll return this axe to you." This is the axe that Chen Hao dropped yesterday and was collected by the savages. Now that it meets Chen Hao, it is natural to return it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao looked at the axe in Chen Xian's hand. Without any hesitation, he said, "I have forged a new axe. You don't need it for now. When you don't want to mine, you can go out and look for resources. Although it's just an ordinary iron axe, it's still much easier to use than a stone axe." Chen Hao now has an axe. Although it is also of ordinary grade, It is sharper and more convenient to use than his previous axes because of the different materials. Now that he has a newly made axe, Chen Hao doesn't want to use the original axe. Anyway, he won't use it again since he has it in his hands. It would be better to give it to Chen Xian, so that Chen Xian can owe him a favor. This is a very good deal. Judging from the fact that Chen Xian was willing to return the axe to himself, Chen Xian should be a pretty good person, and he would not suffer any loss by giving him the axe. How can this be possible? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian rejected Chen Hao without any hesitation. Although he also wanted this axe, he knew in his heart that this thing belonged to Chen Hao, not him, Chen Xian. Even if Chen Hao gave it to him, he couldn't take it for free. He had to exchange it for supplies. After hearing Chen Xian's refusal again, Chen Hao recognized Chen Xian even more in his heart, and said directly, "Since it's given to you, just keep it. Just provide me with more ore in the future." Now that he has the blueprint for making black iron armor, Chen Hao is in particular need of iron ore, a large amount of iron ore. And the only one who can provide him with a large amount of iron ore is Chen Xian. Although he himself discovered the mineral resources here, he was still a certain distance away from here and had other things to do, so he had no time to waste on this matter. Therefore, it is also a good choice to establish a good relationship with Chen Xian and let Chen Xian help you solve the ore problem. An iron axe made Chen Xian willing to work for him, and this deal was definitely a good one. Alright then. Seeing that Chen Hao was really unwilling to accept the iron axe, Chen Hao stopped being pretentious and put the axe away. He really needs a handy weapon now to help him collect some resources. Picking up ores in the ore cave every day is very annoying. If you have time, you can go out and look for some other resources to relax yourself. If I get the chance, I will definitely repay Boss Chen Hao. Chen Xian had just put away his axe when the others came to Chen Hao. One of them looked at Chen Hao and said, "Boss Chen Hao, why did you abandon us and run away yesterday?" When the other companions heard the man's words, their faces changed. They all looked at Chen Hao worriedly, afraid that Chen Hao would be angry because of this matter. At the same time, they were also very curious and wanted to know why Chen Hao ignored them yesterday and simply abandoned them and ran away. If they hadn't been lucky enough, they might have died at the hands of the savages. Hearing this, Chen Hao looked at the man expressionlessly and ignored them. Instead, he walked towards the savage tribe. "What do you mean? Don't think you're invincible just because we call you boss. Believe it or not." When the man saw Chen Hao ignoring him, he suddenly became angry. Looking at Chen Hao's back, he started to curse. But in the next second, when he saw Chen Hao turning around, the man immediately shut up. Because Chen Hao had a bow and arrow in his hand at some point, and was aiming at the man. If he dared to talk nonsense, Chen Hao would kill him without hesitation. Looking at the bow and arrow, the man was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to move. He was really scared, and Chen Hao killed him with one arrow. Looking at the frightened man, Chen Hao ignored him, put away his bow and arrow and left. Although this man was a bit mean, he did not pose a threat to Chen Hao, so Chen Hao did not kill him. Although Chen Hao doesn't trust other people, he is still a human being after all. Unless it is a fight to the death, he generally will not attack his own kind. After Chen Hao disappeared and his pressure faded, the man sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Thinking about what happened just now, he still remembers it vividly. He never expected that Chen Hao actually wanted to kill him. The expressions of the others also looked a little unhappy. Because they all felt that Chen Hao was not only targeting men, but also them. As long as they dare to say a word, their fate will definitely be the same as men. Chen Xian looked at these men expressionlessly, then shook his head expressionlessly and said, "Boss Chen Hao didn't give up on us yesterday, but because he was injured." In order to prevent these people from speaking ill of Chen Hao behind his back and thus offending Chen Hao, Chen Xian told them everything he knew. If Chen Hao was fine, his axe would not have fallen into the hands of the savages. Although they did not see what happened, it is undeniable that Chen Hao gave up on them on his own initiative. There was a reason why Chen Hao gave up on them. Hearing this, everyone nodded involuntarily. After knowing the whole story, their hatred towards Chen Hao for not saving them was greatly reduced. If they were Chen Hao, when facing danger, they would definitely ensure their own safety first. If you can't even protect your own safety, how can you save others? Let's go find resources. Chen Xian glanced at a few people and began to collect resources nearby. Chen Xian's goal was simple, which was to tear down the savages' thatched houses. Bringing the thatched houses back would be of some use. Upon hearing this, the others also began to take action. There was only one person who looked at the place where Chen Hao left, with resentment in his eyes. Chapter 72, Discovering the Treasure Chest. He was the person threatened by Chen Hao earlier. Thinking of the cold murderous intent in Chen Hao's eyes, the man's eyes were filled with deep resentment. He must make Chen Hao pay the price and let Chen Hao know that there will be no good consequences if he offends him. Although he did not hide anything, everyone else had their own things to do and were collecting survival resources. So how could they have time to pay attention to him? Chen Hao didn't know that someone was secretly thinking about him. If he knew, he would definitely not let him go easily. No matter who it is, as long as they pose a threat to him, Chen Hao will kill them without hesitation. Where is the treasure chest? Chen Hao searched everywhere in the savage tribe but did not find the treasure chest. Not even the slightest clue was found. Even in the savages' thatched huts, no treasure chests were found, only some rubbish. After Chen Xian separated from the others, he came to the savages' altar. He was ready to destroy the altar that had trapped him for a long time. He didn't want to see this kind of shabby place at all. Is there a cave here? After Chen Xian destroyed the altar, he suddenly noticed that there was a cave not far from the altar. It was not very big and could only accommodate one person. Looking into the cave, I vaguely saw some things inside, which seemed to be some tattered animal skins. There are also some stone paintings, all of which are strange runes, and it is completely incomprehensible what they mean. Although the cave is very small from the outside, it is quite large inside. There are a lot of things inside, including some thatch. From what he could see, Chen Xian could be sure that this was where the savages lived. Don't wild people have thatched huts? Why do you live in this cave? It's not very convenient to get in and out. The entrance to the cave is very small, so small that only one person can pass through. It is impossible for two people to pass through. Unless there are two children, it is possible for them to pass together. Could this be where the wildling children live? Chen Xian muttered softly. Apart from this idea, Chen Xian really couldn't think of any other results. There is a thatched hut outside. The savages must live in thatched huts, not in this cave. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for this cave to accommodate so many savages. After taking a look, Chen Xian stopped checking the cave and turned around and left. Looking at this cave from the outside, one can almost see through the entire cave, but there is no good stuff inside. In addition, he didn't know whether there was any danger inside, so Chen Xian didn't dare to go in easily. After Chen Xian turned around and left, he saw Chen Hao circling around the savage's thatched hut, exploring something. There's nothing in the savage's thatched hut. Chen Xian looked at Chen Hao, curiosity glittering in his eyes. He came behind Chen Hao and asked him curiously, Boss Chen Hao, what are you looking at? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at Chen Xian and said, Nothing. Chen Hao didn't plan to tell Chen Xian about the treasure chest. It would be enough for him to know these things himself. What if he tells Chen Xian and Chen Xian also joins him in looking for the treasure chest? There's nothing in these thatched huts. Chen Xian stared at the thatched hut in front of him. He saw nothing inside except some bones and thatch. There wasn't even a single animal skin or anything like that. It was obvious that all the supplies here had been collected. Seeing that Chen Hao was unwilling to tell him, Chen Xian naturally did not ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at Chen Hao in front of him and asked softly, Boss Chen Hao, there are places where savages live over there. Although it was not clear what Chen Hao was looking for, Chen Xian knew in his heart that Chen Hao had been staring at the savage tribe, and that there must be something Chen Hao wanted there. I just don't know, in that savage's house. If it's not in these thatched huts, then it's most likely in a cave. Chen Hao, who had always been curious about whether the treasure was in the savage tribe, was stunned when he heard Chen Xian say this. He subconsciously asked Chen Xian, Is there a savage tribe? Where? Chen Hao's eyes were subtle and his expression was a little excited. He came here just to find the treasure chest. The more places where savages live, the more opportunities there are. Chen Hao, who didn't find the treasure chest in the thatched hut, couldn't help feeling a little desperate. He subconsciously thought that there was no treasure chest in the savage tribe. If there is a treasure chest, then I have already discovered it. But he didn't expect that when he was in despair, Chen Xian gave him hope again. I'll take you there. Chen Xian brought Chen Hao to the cave at the altar. The cave was very hidden, and was covered by trees and rocks. If you don't go in and take a look, you basically can't see it. From what I see inside, it seems like a place where savages live. However, I don't know if there is any danger inside. Chen Xian reminded softly. When he discovered this cave, he guessed that it was where savages lived, but he didn't know if there was any danger inside. He didn't dare to go in, he didn't dare to joke with his own life. Yeah, I know. Chen Hao nodded slightly. He didn't know whether there was any danger inside, and it was naturally impossible for him to joke with his life at this time. Chen Hao looked up at the rainforest eagle in the distance, and said directly, "Go in and take a look." When the rainforest eagle heard this, there was a look of confusion in its eyes. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as Chen Hao. "You don't dare to go in, so you let me in? You are afraid of danger, but am I not afraid of danger too? Don't waste time." Seeing that the rainforest eagle didn't move for a long time, Chen Hao's face suddenly changed, and the rainforest eagle was so scared that it flew into the cave obediently. However, in just 1 minute, the rainforest eagle flew in front of Chen Hao and told Chen Hao that there was no danger inside. After making sure there was no danger, Chen Hao walked into the cave and began to explore it. The cave was not very big, but it was about 50 square meters and emitted a particularly unpleasant smell. Chen Hao has the eyesight of an eagle. Even without lighting a fire, he can see clearly what is in the cave. He finds that in addition to the thatched house, there are also many strange words. And at the end of the thatched house, there was a treasure chest. An ordinary treasure chest made of wood. Chapter 73, Attacked by a Mysterious Snake. There really is a treasure chest! The moment he saw the treasure chest, Chen Hao's face suddenly lit up with joy. He came here because of the treasure chest. Chen Hao felt very uncomfortable because he did not find the treasure chest of the savages in the thatched hut of the savage tribe. Even in his heart, he suspected that Yi Xinxin was lying to him. If there really is a treasure chest, why hasn't it been discovered? I didn't expect that this treasure chest was hidden in such a place. If Chen Xian hadn't told me, I might not have found it. Chen Hao put the treasure chest away and prepared to return to the cabin before checking what was inside. After all, there are other humans here, and Chen Hao doesn't dare to trust them. What if someone is doing something behind the scenes? After getting the treasure chest, Chen Hao checked the cave again. After confirming that there was nothing useful to him, Chen Hao left the cave. Outside the cave, Chen Xian was still waiting there. When he saw Chen Hao coming out, he immediately smiled and said to Chen Hao, "Boss, you're out." "Yeah." Chen Hao nodded slightly. Without waiting for Chen Hao to continue answering, Chen Xian said, "Boss, there are a lot of things over there. Should we go there?" Chen Xian did not ask Chen Hao what he found in the cave, but pointed to a forest and spoke to Chen Hao. It was a chestnut orchard with many chestnuts growing on it, many of which had even fallen to the ground, and other people were scrambling for them. "Chestnut stew is also delicious. We can collect some." Chen Hao looked at the chestnuts that fell to the ground, as well as the humans in front of him. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "No need, you guys go ahead." Although Chen Hao also thought of chestnuts and the like, they were all strangers after all, and Chen Hao didn't dare to trust them. What's more, he has the treasure chest now. What if these people have any bad intentions? Even if it was Chen Xian, Chen Hao didn't completely believe it. Okay then. Seeing that Chen Hao was unwilling, Chen Xian didn't say anything else. He didn't know what Chen Hao was thinking and thought that Chen Hao didn't like eating chestnuts, so he didn't invite Chen Hao, but joined the army picking chestnuts. Because chestnuts have shells and are covered with thorns, the savages cannot deal with these thorns, so they don't eat them. Although this was a savage world, humans used tools and knew how to deal with the thorns on the chestnut shells. Looking at the backs of Xian and the others, Chenhao turned around and left without any hesitation. There are many resources nearby, you can look for what you need. Chirp. Chenhao had just left the savage's thatched hut and was looking for resources nearby, but at this moment the rainforest eagle above his head suddenly cried out. It seemed to be telling Chenhao that it had discovered something good. Chenhao, who was already familiar with the rainforest eagle, probably guessed what the rainforest eagle was thinking when he heard its call. He looked at the rainforest hawk and said, "Lead the way." The other people also heard the sound of the rainforest eagle, and their eyes subconsciously looked towards the rainforest eagle. But they had no idea what the sound of the rainforest eagle meant. They just took a quick look and then turned and left. However, the man in front who had a grudge against Chenhao, after seeing Chenhao leaving the team, the fierce light in his eyes appeared again. He slowly stood up and followed Chenhao quietly. Everyone is picking chestnuts at the moment. These may be their staple food in the future, and their hope of survival in this world. So at this time, no one cared about the man and didn't care where he went. Chenhao followed the rainforest eagle and soon arrived at a cliff. This was a high mountain next to the savage's sacrifice, and below it was an ancient pond. Chenhao looked down and glanced around, but didn't see anything unusual. He immediately frowned and said, "There's nothing here, why did you bring me here?" According to his understanding of the rainforest eagle's intention, the rainforest eagle should have discovered something good, but why? Just as Chenhao was thinking, he suddenly sensed danger. He saw a green snake more than 3 meters long flying out from the grass. The sharp fangs flashed with a cold light. Seeing this scene, Chenhao's face changed, and he instantly grabbed the big snake. He grabbed the snake's upper and lower jaws with both hands, and the sharp fangs stopped when they were only a fist away from him. If I had reacted a little slower, the sharp fangs would have pierced my body and injected venom immediately. Without waiting for Chenhao to react, the big snake's body quickly wrapped around Chenhao's body, tightly wrapping around Chenhao, making Chenhao unable to exert any strength. The man who had been following Chenhao was so frightened when he saw the big snake on Chenhao's body that his face changed and he subconsciously collapsed to the ground. He didn't expect that his luck was so bad that he would encounter a big snake. But when he saw Chenhao being attacked, he suddenly felt very happy. "You threatened me, now you're in trouble." The man was very happy to see Chenhao in danger. If he wasn't afraid of the big snake, he would have wanted to go over and help the big snake deal with Chenhao. Now that Chenhao is entangled and can't use any strength at all, this is the best opportunity to deal with Chenhao. Although he wanted to deal with Chenhao, the man was afraid of the big snake and did not dare to move forward at all. At this moment, Chenhao's attention was all on the big snake, and he had no time to care about anything else. As the snake's entanglement became increasingly powerful, Chenhao's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the rainforest eagle overhead and said, "Don't just stand there. Find a way to save me." Chenhao was really speechless. He thought there was something good here, but he didn't expect that there was a big snake waiting for him. If Chenhao hadn't known that the rainforest eagle had submitted to him and would basically not betray him, he would have subconsciously suspected that the rainforest eagle was deliberately trying to trick him. He couldn't beat me, so he wanted to use the big snake to get rid of me. The rainforest eagle's sharp claws pierced into the snake's body, trying to pull the snake away, but its strength was too weak and it couldn't pull the snake away at all. The big snake roared in pain and twisted its body, but it still tightly wrapped around Chenhao and was unwilling to let go. It seemed as if he wanted to die together with Chenhao. As the snake's force grew, Chenhao felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. "Stop catching them, go call Xian." At this moment, Chenhao had no choice but to ask Rainforest Eagle to call Xian. Otherwise, if they continue, they will all die here. Now only Xian and his team can save themselves from the big snake. Chapter 74. Chenhao is in danger, and the birds and beasts scatter. After hearing Chenhao's order, the rainforest eagle looked at the big snake fiercely, flapped its wings and flew into the air, and soon disappeared. "No, he has a pet that can understand commands." The man who had been waiting for an opportunity, watching Chenhao's tragic death and the back of rainforest eagle leaving, his face suddenly changed. Although Chenhao was entangled by the big snake, he would not die in a short time. Once Chen Xian and the others come, it may be possible to rescue Chen Hao. We must not let Chen Hao live. The man's face changed, and he suddenly became ruthless. He quickly approached Chen Hao. He must find a way to kill Chen Hao before anyone else comes here. Once Chen Hao is rescued, it will not be so easy to kill him. Looking at the terrifying giant snake and Chen Hao struggling desperately, the man gritted his teeth and said, "Let's fight!" The man sneaked up behind Chen Hao and pushed him hard. "Go to hell!" Sensing the sudden push from behind him, Chen Hao's face changed. He was completely unprepared and couldn't help but lean forward. He lost his balance and fell off the cliff with the snake. The man stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the river below and watching Chen Hao disappear with the big snake, his heart beating wildly. This was his first time killing someone, and he felt very scared. After pushing Chen Hao off the cliff, the man left quickly. He did not go to the savage tribe, nor did he meet up with Chen Xian and the others. Instead, he left here quickly. He was very scared that the fact that he had killed someone would be exposed. Chen Xian was still picking chestnuts when he suddenly heard the sound of a rainforest eagle. He subconsciously looked up at the rainforest eagle and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Chen Xian looked around but didn't see Chen Hao. He immediately asked again, "Why don't I see Boss Chen Hao?" Chen Hao already knew the identity of the rainforest eagle. It is Chen Hao's pet and has always been by Chen Hao's side. I don't know why it appeared here instead of being with Chen Hao. Chirp. The rainforest eagle called twice, and pulled Chen Xian, who didn't understand what it meant, towards where Chen Hao was. "What's wrong?" Chen Xian looked at the rainforest eagle with confusion in his eyes. He had no idea what the rainforest eagle wanted to do or why it was pulling him. Not far from Chen Xian, a teammate also noticed the actions of the rainforest eagle and Chen Xian. After thinking for a moment, he tentatively said to Chen Xian, "Chen Xian, does this eagle want you to let it go?" They were familiar with this eagle. After all, if it weren't for the eagle yesterday, they might have died. After hearing what his teammates said, Chen Xian immediately reacted. He looked at the rainforest eagle in front of him and asked directly, "Do you want me to follow you?" Chirp. Seeing that Chen Xian understood what he meant, the rainforest eagle immediately let go of Chen Xian and chirped twice. "Okay. You lead the way." Chen Xian looked at the rainforest eagle leading the way in front, frowned and muttered, "I don't know what this eagle wants to do. Why, pull me over here. Could it be that something happened to Boss Chen Hao? That's unlikely. Boss Chen Hao is so powerful, there's nothing he can't handle. What's more, even Boss Chen Hao can't make a decision, so I won't be able to make any difference if I go there." Chen Xian muttered softly as he walked. In his heart, he was not worried that anything would happen to Chen Hao. Because his strength is not as good as Chen Hao's, he naturally cannot solve the problems that Chen Hao cannot solve. The rainforest eagle quickly came to where Chen Hao was. When it saw that there was no sign of Chen Hao and the big snake, the rainforest eagle had a confused look on its face. When it left, Chen Hao and the big snake were clearly here. Why were the big snake and Chen Hao gone when it came back? Where did they go? Chen Xian looked around and frowned. "Why did you bring me here?" There was nothing around, not even the figure of Boss Chen Hao. Just when Chen Xian was puzzled, he saw the rainforest eagle flying anxiously in the air, and he had no idea what it was thinking. Looking at the anxious look of the rainforest eagle, Chen Xian was very confused. He couldn't understand what was happening to the rainforest eagle. "Why did you bring me to this kind of place for no apparent reason?" "Boss Chen Hao." Chen Hao's figure appeared in Chen Xian's mind. Then he thought of the rainforest eagle in front of him. Looking at the rainforest eagle, a bad idea suddenly emerged in his mind. "Boss Chen Hao, is anything going to happen? This is absolutely impossible." Chen Xian ran away immediately. He didn't want to escape, nor was he afraid. He returned to the team and called on others to look for Chen Hao together. Because there is strength in numbers, and it will be easier to find Chen Hao. However, when the people in the team heard that Chen Hao was in trouble, they left without hesitation. They knew very well that Chen Hao was much stronger than them. If something happened to Chen Hao, there would be great danger. Since Chen Hao couldn't handle it, they naturally couldn't handle it either. The best way at this time was to stay away from here. After hearing that there was danger, several people left quickly, only the captain remained with Chen Xian. Chen Xian looked at him, frowned and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Hearing this, the man said, "Of course I'm afraid. But I, Wang Tian, am not the kind of person who would be ungrateful. Boss Chen Hao saved us. If I don't help someone who is dying, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." After hearing his words, Chen Xian nodded and said, "Okay, let's go together. Don't get too far away." Chen Xian and Wang Tian worked together to start looking for Chen Hao. There was a deep pool under the cliff. Chen Hao and the big snake fell from hundreds of meters and hit the water hard. He felt that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Fortunately, he was protected by the snake's body. Otherwise, he felt that even if he didn't die, his internal organs would definitely be displaced. Falling from a height of hundreds of meters, there is almost no difference between hitting the water and hitting the road. The big snake grimaced in pain, and the strength in its mouth suddenly loosened a lot. Chen Hao freed his hand, and an arrow appeared in his hand. He aimed at the snake's mouth and stabbed it hard. The sharp arrow pierced the snake's jaw, and bright red blood spurted out. The snake was in excruciating pain and struggled even more desperately. The entanglement force became stronger, as if it was going to break Chen Hao's bones. At this moment, his body felt a little suffocated, which made Chen Hao feel a little dizzy and drowsy. Chapter 75: Killing the Giant Snake and Dividing Its Flesh. Blood was oozing out of the big snake's mouth, and red blood was also flowing from the places on its body where it was scratched by the rainforest eagle. The lake water is dyed red and reflected in the sunlight. The rainforest eagle, which had been circling in the sky searching for Chen Hao's figure, keenly noticed the red color in the pool. It swooped down quickly and soon came to the surface of the water. It clearly saw the figure of the big snake, and Chen Hao who was fighting with the big snake. Seeing that Chen Hao was dying, the rainforest eagle wanted to rush into the water, but he didn't dare to go down at all. It is the king of the sky and has powerful combat power in the sky. But in the water, it has basically no combat power, and once it enters the water, it will surely die. Look, that's Boss Chen Hao's pet. Did he discover Boss Chen Hao? Wang Tian keenly discovered that the rainforest eagle suddenly disappeared. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian subconsciously looked towards the place where the rainforest eagle disappeared, frowned and said, "It's possible. Let's go and take a look." Chen Xian and the other person ran towards the place where the rainforest eagle disappeared, and soon came to a pool of water. They saw the rainforest eagle flying over the water, and below it was a terrifying figure. "What kind of monster is that?" The two were a little far away and couldn't see the snake clearly. It just felt pitch black and looked very scary. The bewildered rainforest eagle heard the voices of Chen Xian and Wang Tian and subconsciously looked towards them. When it saw the two people, the rainforest eagle quickly flew towards them, making sounds continuously. Listening to the sound of the rainforest eagle, Wang Tian asked tentatively, "You mean, Brother Chen Hao is down there? You want us to go down and rescue him?" The rainforest eagle flapped its wings quickly and nodded its head constantly. Wang Tian frowned when he heard this and said, "There's a big monster down there. If we go down there..." "I'll go down and take a look first," Chen Xian said. Without waiting for Wang Tian to react, Chen Xian jumped into the pool without even taking off his clothes. He dived into the water and saw Chen Hao entangled by a big snake. His face changed involuntarily. This giant snake is actually over 3 meters long. He had never been to a zoo, and this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying big snake. Chen Xian poked his head out of the pool and shouted to Wang Tian, "Boss Chen Hao is fighting with a giant snake. He seems to be injured. That big snake is also injured. We can definitely take it down." Afraid that Wang Tian would not come down, Chen Xian added again. Without waiting for Wang Tian to speak, Chen Xian dived into the pool again. Wang Tian looked at Chen Xian's disappearing back and gritted his teeth. "FCK, let's fight. Win and you eat meat, lose and you die." Now with Chen Xian taking the lead, Wang Tian's bloodiness is also aroused. He jumped into the water and swam quickly towards Chen Xian. The two of them quickly came in front of Chen Hao. Wang Tian looked at the big snake and frowned. What should we do? First, drag the big snake to the surface of the water. Chen Xian answered quickly because Chen Hao was almost suffocating. Once Chen Hao falls into a coma, it will not be easy to save him. No problem. Wang Tian nodded, and immediately swam towards the big snake. Together with Chen Xian, he grabbed the big snake and swam upwards. The big snake struggled desperately, and no matter how hard the two men pulled it, they couldn't pull it up. The snake's head even tried to bite Chen Xian. At the critical moment, Wang Tian grabbed the snake's head and held it firmly in his hand. No, we have to find a way to kill this beast. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to go up. Don't you have an iron axe? Take it out and kill this beast. Wang Tian spoke up to remind him, and Chen Xian reacted and immediately took out the iron axe. The sharp part hit the snake's head hard. Bang! The two collide, creating waves. The intense pain made the big snake struggle frantically. The tail that was not wrapped around Chen Hao swung towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian was unable to react and had to bear the snake's tail head on. He suddenly felt that his bones were about to break and his internal organs were about to shift. Damn it! Chen Xian's bloodiness was also aroused. He gritted his teeth, raised the axe and chopped at the big snake fiercely. The big snake was held tightly by Wang Tian and could not struggle at all. It could only let the axe chop it down. Red blood also spread in the water, soon dyeing the entire pool red. Soon, the big snake stopped struggling and its vitality was rapidly fading away. The snake that was wrapped around Chen Hao also loosened up because it had no strength to control it. Chen Xian quickly grabbed Chen Hao and quickly floated towards the surface of the water. Call! Call! On the water surface, Chen Hao breathed in big gulps of fresh air. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. If I don't come up, I might die. Thanks. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Xian gratefully, then looked at Wang Tian, who had also returned to the surface, and said softly, Thank you? Wang Tian glanced at Chen Hao and said awkwardly, Boss Chen Hao, you're joking. If anyone wants to say thank you, it should be me. If it weren't for you yesterday, we would have died at the hands of the savages. Chen Xian looked at the two of them, frowned, and said, The water is really cold. Let's go ashore first. Yes, yes. Snake meat tonight. Wang Tian chuckled. Since coming into this world, he has basically never eaten meat. I didn't expect to be so lucky today and actually get to eat meat. Although it is snake meat, it is still meat. The three of them dragged the big snake and swam quickly towards the shore. When the rainforest eagle saw that Chen Hao was fine, it kept flying beside Chen Hao and was extremely happy. Such a huge piece of snake meat, how are we going to divide it? Wang Tian looked at the snake meat and asked tentatively. We all killed the snake together, so naturally we all flew away together. Without even thinking, Chen Hao said, Divide this snake between you two. If it weren't for you, I would be in the hands of this big snake. Chen Hao knew very well that if it weren't for these two people, he would have died in the mouth of the big snake. It was neither reasonable nor moral for him to take this big snake. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to start. He doesn't care about these things. But Wang Tian is different. After all, it was he and Wang Tian who saved Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian quickly said, Boss Chen Hao, how can this be possible? Let's not talk about the fact that you were the one who discovered this giant snake and were the first to seriously injure it. Without your pets and your weapons, we can't kill this giant snake. So this snake you also have to score. We'll each take a portion and stew the snake meat tonight. Haha, I have a lot of chestnuts here. I'll make chestnut stew tonight. It's happily settled. Chapter 76. Legendary Body Refining Technique. After taking some snake meat and chestnuts, Chen Hao did not stay in the savage tribe, but rode on Black Flame and headed towards his own cabin. I was entangled by the big snake for a long time. Although I was not seriously injured, I suffered some minor injuries and needed to recuperate for a period of time. As it was getting late, Chen Hao had no choice but to go back. He doesn't have the habit of sleeping with men. Back in the cabin, Chen Hao threw a piece of raw meat to the rainforest eagle, and then lay down on the bed. The wound caused by the big snake made Chen Hao feel pain from time to time. It's okay when I'm not moving, but once I move it hurts a lot. The feeling is really uncomfortable. The rainforest eagle seemed unable to feel Chen Hao's pain. It kept eating raw meat and was very happy eating it. Looking at the appearance of the rainforest eagle, Chen Hao's face was full of helplessness. However, facing the rainforest eagle, Chen Hao had no choice but to pretend that he saw nothing. He shook his head slightly, closed his eyes and lay on the bed. Chen Hao, who had just closed his eyes, suddenly thought of something and opened his eyes all of a sudden. I almost forgot, I haven't signed in yet. Look at what reminders the system has given today. Chen Hao muttered softly. Because the system will automatically remind you in the early hours of every night. In order to ensure that he had enough energy to deal with the monsters in the wild, Chen Hao turned off the reminder. The system will not remind you by default in the early morning of every day. I almost forgot today, I still have to open it. Chen Hao muttered softly, then turned on the system notification sound. Choice 1, Legendary Body Refining Technique. Option 2, Legendary Well. Choice 3, Extreme Beauty. As Chen Hao opened the system selection item suddenly appeared in front of Chen Hao. Looking at the three options appearing above, Chen Hao's eyes were directly fixed on the first option. As for the second and third options, Chen Hao just glanced at them lightly and didn't think too much about them. Because he needs the most beautiful woman now, but he simply can't afford to support her. And I don't know what the difference is between the beauties rewarded by this system and the beauties in reality. Chen Hao didn't want to waste time on her. Working every day is hard enough, and if it affects your mood alone, it will become even more uncomfortable. As for option 2, Chen Hao also needs it at the moment. The water from the legendary well is almost legendary. Chen Hao really needs this thing right now, as it can be used to water many things. It can speed up the growth cycle of crops a lot. But this thing is fixed, and once it is exchanged, it will take root. He currently has no fixed shelter, and will have to leave his current location sooner or later. Since I can't take this well away, I naturally have to exchange it for something that I can take away and that is useful to me. Legendary level body refining technique. I don't know what this is. It seems a bit like a martial arts secret manual. Could it be that there are martial artists in this world as well? Chen Hao muttered softly, with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. However, Chen Hao did not doubt his idea. The dark world is not an ordinary world. There are so many monsters here, as well as savages, werewolves and so on. It is normal to see some martial artists who know martial arts. I choose one. Without much hesitation, Chen Hao made his choice. Although it is unclear what the specific function of the reward for option 1 is, it is definitely very useful. Congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining the Legendary Body Refining Technique. Legendary Body Refining Technique, Active Skill. Each use strengthens one's physique, speeding up strength and stamina recovery. Just as Chen Hao thought, the Legendary Body Refining Technique is to strengthen the physical body. I just don't know how effective this thing is. Chen Hao, who was thinking, directly used the Legendary Body Refining Technique. As Chen Hao learned the Legendary Body Refining Technique, the skill book in his hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared directly into Chen Hao's hand. As the golden light entered his body, Chen Hao's body also underwent great changes. An invisible force surged in Chen Hao's body, making him feel warm instantly. As the warm thing appeared, Chen Hao felt as if there was a force flowing inside his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, quickly eliminating the pain in his body. In just this moment, Chen Hao felt that the pain all over his body had weakened a lot and was not as painful as before. It's worthy of being a legendary item. It's really effective. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He was very satisfied with this legendary body refining technique. Fortunately, I have a golden finger that allows me to sign for such a treasure. If it fell on someone else, I don't know how long the pain would last. It would probably take at least 10.5 months to recover. After his body no longer felt so painful, Chen Hao got up from the bed. He had hardly eaten anything all day and was really feeling a little hungry at this moment. He put the iron pot on the stove and prepared to stew some snake meat for himself. Boss Chenhao, are you free now? Chenhao had just put the iron pot on the stove when he received a message from Chen Xian. Ever since Chen Xian saved Chenhao, Chen Xian's status in Chenhao's heart has become much more important. Looking at the message sent by Chen Xian, Chenhao quickly responded. Chenhao nodded slightly, waiting for Chen Xian's answer. Inside the ore cave, Wang Tian looked at Chen Xian and asked, "What did Boss Chenhao say?" After they returned to the cabin, they prepared to stew the snake meat, but the stone pot was very slow to cook, and it would be almost impossible to stew the snake meat without a whole day. They were starving now and didn't have much time to wait. The most important thing is that they don't have enough wood. If they had an iron pot, the speed would be much faster. Just then, Chen Xian mentioned that Boss Chenhao could forge black iron. "I guess I can make an iron pot." Chen Xian looked at Wang Tian and didn't answer him. Instead, he quickly replied to Chenhao. "Boss Chenhao, do you have time to help us make an iron pot? This stone pot is a little difficult to use." After Chen Xian finished speaking, he waited anxiously for Chenhao's answer. "No problem." What Chen Xian didn't expect was that Chenhao agreed without any hesitation. Chapter 77, Bloodline Spiritual Fruit. "Wait for me for an hour." After Chenhao answered Chen Xian, he hung up the chat page. "It's just an iron pot, it doesn't take much time. But now the smelting furnace is cold, and there is no flame. If you want to make an iron pot, you must melt the iron ingot. It takes about half an hour for the smelting furnace to reach a temperature that can melt the iron ingot." "What did Boss Chenhao say?" In the small wooden house in the ore cave, Wang Tian looked at Chen Xian and asked again. Chen Xian, upon hearing Wang Tian's question, said to Wang Tian, "Boss Chenhao has already agreed. We only have to wait an hour." Wang Tian's face lit up when he heard this, and he said with a smile, "Okay." Wang Tian didn't expect that Chenhao would agree so readily. "I thought Chenhao would at least make some demands. I didn't expect him to be so generous and not ask for anything at all. Brother Chenhao is quite good. I have been relying on him for support for a while. If it weren't for Boss Chenhao, I would have starved to death." Chen Xian spoke softly. He was very grateful to Chenhao. Wang Tian was not familiar with Chenhao, so he didn't say much. In response to what Chen Xian said, he just nodded slightly. Wang Tian suddenly thought of something and asked Chen Xian curiously, "Do you feel that it's a little strange that Boss Chenhao was in danger today? According to your idea, Boss Chenhao is on the cliff. Why did he fall into the water?" According to Wang Tian's own guess, Chenhao was on the cliff at the beginning, not in the pool at all. If Chenhao had not been on the cliff, the rainforest eagle would not have been able to take them to the top of the cliff. What's more, only on land can Boss Chenhao have the opportunity to kill the big snake. But if you are in the water, there is no chance at all. "I don't know." Chen Xian shook his head slightly. He was also very curious, but couldn't remember what was going on. Since he couldn't figure out what was going on, Chen Xian didn't think too much about it. The most important thing now is to clean the snake meat. As long as Boss Chenhao makes the iron pot, they will start stewing the snake meat. Chenhao sat in front of the stove, looking at the burning flames and the boiling water, and his mind flashed back to what happened in the savage tribe. After he was entangled by the big snake, he asked the rainforest eagle to bring Chen Xian and others to rescue him. Shortly after the rainforest eagle left, he was pushed by someone. Is the one pushing a human, or a savage? Or maybe they're not human at all? Chenhao murmured softly, his eyes filled with deep doubt. Because all his attention was on the big snake at that time, and he didn't pay attention to what was behind him, so he gave the other party an opportunity to take advantage of him. And he didn't know who was pushing him from behind. Is it a human being or a savage, or perhaps not a human at all? After all, there are many strange creatures in the dark world. It's not impossible that they push themselves down. After thinking for a long time, Chenhao still couldn't figure it out. He looked at the rainforest eagle above his head and asked, "Did you find anything unusual when you came back to find me?" Upon hearing this, the rainforest eagle looked at Chenhao blankly, not quite understanding what Chenhao meant. "I mean, have you noticed that there are other people besides me? Chen Xian and the others don't count." Monsters and wildlings do. Chen Xian and Wang Tian came to save me, so they cannot be counted here. Moreover, Chen Xian and Wang Tian were both brought here by the rainforest eagle. If they wanted to hurt himself, the rainforest eagle would have taken action against them long ago. From this, we can judge that it is definitely not Chen Xian and Wang Tian who are harming him behind the scenes. The rainforest eagle stared at Chen Hao, stunned for a few seconds, and then shook his head. All its attention at that time was on Chen Hao, and it just wanted to find Chen Hao. So it doesn't care much about other things. In its impression, it really didn't see anyone at that time, either Chen Hao nor the enemy. There's no one else, it's really weird. Chen Hao muttered softly, his eyes filled with deep curiosity. He clearly felt that someone was pushing him from behind. But neither rainforest eagle nor Chen Xian saw it, which made Chen Hao doubt himself and wonder if he was hallucinating. The snake meat is put into the boiling water, and the boiling water continues to boil, making a fragrant snake soup. Half an hour passed quickly, and Chen Hao ordered Tietjue to make an iron pot. While waiting for the time to make the iron pot and stew the soup, Chen Hao took out the treasure chest he got from the savage cave from his system backpack. When he got it, Chen Hao was afraid of danger, so he didn't open the treasure chest. Now I am in my own cabin and I am absolutely safe, so I opened the treasure chest. Chen Hao placed his hand on the treasure chest, which soon emitted a dazzling light and slowly opened under Chen Hao's gaze. The white light disappeared, and the items inside appeared in front of Chen Hao. The items inside were also very simple, just a piece of fruit, some indecipherable materials, and a stone with a special rune carved on it. What the hell, these are all the treasure chests! Looking at the things in the treasure chest, Chen Hao was speechless. He could never have imagined that what he got from the savage's treasure chest was just this garbage. Some mineral materials, a stone carved with runes, and a fruit. No matter how you look at it, it's extremely shabby. But when he thought of the savage tribe, Chen Hao felt relieved. These savages can't even feed themselves, so it's normal that they only have this garbage. Looking at those unknown materials, Chen Hao threw them directly into the warehouse. Chen Hao couldn't understand the stone with special runes carved on it, so he threw it into the warehouse. As for the last fruit, Chen Hao looked at it for several seconds, because he had never seen this fruit before, and it seemed to have some special power. This power seemed to have appeared in the dark night. Moreover, in my previous life, I had never seen this kind of fruit. Bloodline spirit fruit. After the pet consumes it, it can enhance its bloodline and have a chance to activate special abilities. Is this thing for pets? I don't know if it can be used on Black Flame. Chen Hao muttered softly, and had not thought about using it on the rainforest eagle. The level of the rainforest eagle is too low, and its loyalty is not as good as that of the Black Flame. No matter in which aspect, the rainforest eagle is inferior to the Black Flame. Chapter 78 Black Flame. What kind of thing is this? Is it worthy of me to eat it? After Chen Hao knew the function of the blood spirit fruit, he stood up and was about to feed it to He Yen. Black Flame is now a legendary spirit beast. If it swallows the spirit fruit, its strength may be greatly improved. However, Chen Hao did not notice that the rainforest eagle above his head was staring at the blood spirit fruit in Chen Hao's hand. When Chen Hao took out the bloodline spirit fruit, the rainforest eagle kept staring at the bloodline spirit fruit with greed in its eyes. It seemed as if he wanted to take a bite and swallow the blood spirit fruit into his stomach. However, due to Chen Hao's strength, even if the rainforest eagle wanted to eat the blood spirit fruit, it could only think about it in its heart, and did not dare to take a step forward. Because the rainforest eagle knew very well in its heart that if it dared to snatch it, Chen Hao would never let it go. It saw with its own eyes that Chen Hao killed many wild beasts. What does the master want to do? Does he want this to feed the horse? That won't do. Seeing that Chen Hao was about to feed the bloodline spirit fruit to He Yen, the rainforest eagle suddenly became anxious. This spiritual fruit has a great effect. It can help improve his bloodline and make him stronger. He can be directly promoted to a perfect level beast, and may even be promoted to a rare level ferocious beast. If it is fed to Black Flame, then it will have nothing. No, I have to try harder. I want to let my master know that I am also very strong. Although the rainforest eagle really wanted the blood spirit fruit, it didn't dare to snatch it from Chen Hao. But now, after seeing with his own eyes that Chen Hao was going to give the bloodline spirit fruit to He Yan, the rainforest eagle suddenly became anxious. It must obtain this bloodline spiritual fruit, and must not give it to Chen Hao easily. Black flame, this good stuff. Chen Hao came to He Yan, took out the blood spirit fruit in his hand, and prepared to hand it to He Yan. But at this moment, the sound of the rainforest eagle suddenly rang in Chen Hao's ears. Before Chen Hao could react, the rainforest eagle appeared above the animal pen, staring at the blood spirit fruit in Chen Hao's hand. There was desire in his eyes, and he looked at Chen Hao pitifully, wanting Chen Hao to give him the bloodline spirit fruit. What are you doing? Chen Hao looked at the rainforest eagle, stunned, not realizing what was going on. He didn't know the attraction of this blood spirit fruit to animals. The rainforest eagle stared at the blood spirit fruit in Chen Hao's hand without making any sound. But the look in its eyes clearly proves its goal. Although it wanted the bloodline spirit fruit very much and had already stopped Chen Hao from giving the bloodline spirit fruit to He Yan, it still did not dare to snatch the bloodline spirit fruit from Chen Hao. Chen Hao looked at the rainforest eagle and saw that the rainforest eagle's eyes were fixed on the bloodline spirit fruit. He immediately knew something. Could it be that this rainforest eagle wants the blood spirit fruit in his hand? This thing, is it so attractive to pets? Chen Hao moved the bloodline spirit fruit slightly, and saw that the rainforest eagle's gaze also moved along with the bloodline spirit fruit. He immediately knew what the rainforest eagle meant. When the rainforest eagle heard Chen Hao asking it, it did not hesitate much and immediately nodded in agreement. This bloodline spiritual fruit has a fatal attraction to it, so she must eat this bloodline spiritual fruit, no matter what. Its eyes were fixed on the bloodline spirit fruit, begging Chen Hao to give it to it. But in his heart, he had never thought of giving the bloodline spirit fruit to the rainforest eagle. At this moment, looking at the rainforest eagle in front of him, he said without thinking, "No, I can't give this thing to you. This is for Black Flame." Chen Hao bypassed the rainforest eagle and was about to give the bloodline spirit fruit to He Yan. As for finding the bloodline spiritual fruit in the next second, "I'm sorry, this is also for He Yan. One is 100% loyal, and the other is not 100% loyal." Chen Hao is very clear in his mind what choice to make. What he said was just to deceive the rainforest eagle. Although it is not clear what level of treasure this blood spirit fruit is, anything that can improve blood is definitely not a simple thing. Therefore, this bloodline spiritual fruit is definitely not something that can be found everywhere, and it is not easy to obtain. If it were really so easy to get, wouldn't pets with powerful bloodlines be everywhere in the dark world? Chirp. Seeing that Chen Hao still doubted about giving the bloodline spirit fruit to He Yan, the rainforest eagle let out an eagle cry and stepped forward again to stop Chen Hao. His eyes were fixed on Chen Hao, as if telling Chen Hao, "Master, you can't give this blood spirit juice to He Yan. It won't have much effect if you eat it, it will only have an effect if I eat it. Black Flame is just a mount, but I am your battle pet. After I ate the blood spirit fruit and increased my blood strength, I can help you fight." Unfortunately, the rainforest eagle cannot speak, and Chen Hao cannot understand what it is saying. He only knows that it is chirping non-stop. The rainforest eagle kept calling, which made Chen Hao very annoyed and unhappy. He glared at rainforest eagle fiercely and said angrily, "Shut up! If you dare to talk to me again, I'll kill you!" The rainforest eagle, who had wanted to struggle a bit to win some favor from Chen Hao, suddenly fell silent after hearing what Chen Hao said. Although it really wanted the blood spirit fruit, under Chen Hao's threat, it really didn't dare to make any sound. It believed that with Chen Hao's character, he could definitely do what he said. If Chen Hao said he wanted to kill himself, then he would definitely kill himself. For the sake of your own life, it is better to just quietly pretend that you know nothing. The bloodline spirit fruit is tempting, but it is not as important as your own life. Chen Hao glared at the rainforest eagle, and when he saw that it was no longer trying to stop him, he came to He Yan and handed the bloodline spirit fruit to He Yan. "Hi and eat it." Upon hearing this, He Yan glanced at the bloodline spirit fruit in Chen Hao's hand with a look of disgust in his eyes. "It looks like it looks down on this thing. You don't want it?" Chen Hao was stunned when he saw this. Such a good thing, but He Yan doesn't want it. "This thing is good for you. It can improve your bloodline and make you even more powerful. Chen Hao frowned slightly and talked about the benefits of the blood spirit fruit. But He Yan still looked disgusted and was unwilling to eat at all. He said it several times in a row, but He Yan didn't react at all. Chen Hao stared at the bloodline spirit fruit in his hand, frowned and muttered, "This is such a good thing, why doesn't He Yan want it? This thing, can't it improve bloodline? Could it be that because Black Flame is a legendary, he doesn't think highly of this thing?" Chapter 79. The highest level pet should be a myth. Confused, Chen Hao once again handed the bloodline spirit fruit to He Yan and frowned, saying, "Eat it." However, Black Flame, who was very psychic, seemed to have not heard Chen Hao's orders at all and ignored Chen Hao completely. Even if Chen Hao moved He Yan's mouth open and put the blood spirit fruit into He Yan's mouth, He Yan did not eat it. "Why don't you eat?" Chen Hao stared at He Yan with a puzzled look on his face. He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. After a brief silence, he asked tentatively, "This bloodline spiritual fruit has no effect on you?" He Yan couldn't speak, so Chen Hao could only try to guess what He Yan was thinking. Hearing what Chen Hao said, He Yan looked up at Chen Hao and nodded. The thoughts in its mind were indeed the same as what Chen Hao said. This blood spirit fruit has basically no effect on it, so even if it eats it, it will not have any effect at all. It would be better to give this good thing to the rainforest eagle, which can also improve the rainforest eagle's bloodline a lot. Everyone is Chen Hao's pet, and as long as their strength is improved, they can all help Chen Hao. Although he is also a legendary spirit beast, he is just a mount and can't help much in terms of combat power. But the rainforest eagle is different. It is a ferocious fighting bird. If the rainforest eagle's strength is improved, it will definitely help Chen Hao a lot. Once the rainforest eagle's bloodline is improved, its combat power will be greatly improved. When the time comes, the rainforest eagle can catch prey directly, and Chen Hao will not need to do anything at all. The bloodline spiritual fruit is actually unable to improve Black Flame's bloodline. Could it be that the legendary bloodline is the highest level of bloodline? Or, Black Flame is a gift from the system, and the items in this world cannot affect him. An unbearable thought emerged in Chen Hao's mind. However, Chen Hao, who knew nothing about this world, couldn't figure out what was going on at the moment. Chirp. At this moment, the rainforest eagle behind him suddenly let out an eagle cry for some reason. Chen Hao subconsciously looked towards the rainforest eagle, and immediately saw the rainforest eagle standing next to the smelting furnace. The iron pot he asked to make had now been completed. After trading the iron pot to Chen Xian, Chen Hao tentatively asked, "Have you ever seen anything legendary?" Although Chen Hao already has a lot of legendary things, he always feels that there must be something stronger above the legendary level. "It's just my own system, I haven't signed in yet. For now, I can only ask other people to see if they know of any existence above the legendary level." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was about to ask Chen Hao about the price. After all, they couldn't take Chen Hao's things for free. But after seeing Chen Hao's question, Chen Xian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. Wait for me, I'll ask Wang Tian." Wang Tian did not go back today, but stayed with Chen Xian. Chen Xian asked Wang Tian, "Brother Chen Hao asked us if we knew about the existence of legendary items." Wang Tian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then quickly shook his head and said, "I don't know." After getting the answer from Chen Xian, Chen Hao didn't ask any more questions, but hung up the call directly. After thinking about it, he asked Yi Xinxin. Although Yi Xinxin does not have a golden finger, her luck seems to be particularly good. She has seen many things that she has never seen before. And at the beginning, he lived better than many people, found a treasure chest in front of everyone, etc. Perhaps Yi Xinxin knew that there were even more powerful beings above the legendary level. "Are you there?" Chen Hao found Yi Xinxin's chat page and asked. Yi Xinxin replied almost instantly, and answered Chen Hao in just a moment. Seeing Yi Xinxin's answer, Chen Hao quickly asked, "Do you know about the bloodline spirit fruit?" Inside the cabin, Yi Xinxin, who was holding the little white tiger and feeding it meat, saw the message sent by Chen Hao. A puzzled look flashed in her eyes, and she asked in confusion, "I haven't heard of it. Why are you asking this?" Chen Hao replied. I read the introduction about the bloodline spirit fruit. It's something that increases the bloodline strength of pets. I want to know, what is the highest level of a pet? Do you know? After getting to the point, Chen Hao waited quietly for Yi Xinxin's answer. He was not sure in his heart whether Yi Xinxin knew something. Yi Xinxin looked at the words Chen Hao asked, and after a moment of silence she said, Pets also have levels. The highest should be the mythical level. In all games, myths are the highest level of existence. So in the dark world, this game-like world, the highest level items should be mythical. After Yi Xinxin answered Chen Hao, she continued, Do you have a pet? Well, there's a rainforest eagle, but its bloodline is not very good. Chen Hao answered quickly. Yi Xinxin looked at the white tiger in her arms, on which appeared the glittering golden word epic. Her pet is an epic pet. Although it is not clear how powerful the epic pet is, if it grows up, it will be able to exert great power. Okay. After hanging up the call with Yi Xinxin, Chen Hao wanted to slap himself in the face. No matter which game, the props in it are basically the strongest and most powerful, without any exceptions. Now that the legendary level has appeared, I still can't guess that it is the god level. You want this? After knowing the highest level of god, Chen Hao looked at the rainforest eagle. Since He Yan didn't want this thing, Chen Hao could only give it to rainforest eagle. After all, this thing is not for humans to eat, but for pets. Now, of course, it is time to feed the rainforest eagle. You can keep it and feed it to a stronger pet later. However, at this time, Chen Hao really wanted to know the effect of this bloodline fruit, and whether it could really improve the bloodline of his pet. How great can the improvement be? The rainforest eagle understands human nature, and is not a simple pet, although its bloodline is unknown. But eating the blood spirit fruit should be able to play a little role. After hearing what Chen Hao said, the rainforest eagle suddenly became extremely happy. It quickly flew in front of Chen Hao, staring at the blood spirit fruit in Chen Hao's hand with its eagle eyes, expecting Chen Hao to give it to it. Chapter 80, Issuing a Bounty Order. Give! Chen Hao threw the bloodline spirit fruit directly into the air. The rainforest eagle flew into the sky, grabbed the bloodline spirit fruit, and then quickly swallowed it into its stomach. The blood spirit fruit is not very big, about the size of a cherry, but there are some strange patterns on it. It's like a picture carved on the cherry. You fed the rainforest eagle the bloodline spirit fruit. The rainforest eagle is very grateful to you. Its loyalty has increased by 100%, and it will never betray you. The moment the rainforest eagle ate the blood spirit fruit, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in Chen Hao's mind. Chen Hao, who was serving snake soup and preparing to try the taste, was stunned when he heard the voice in his mind. He never imagined how the system could be manipulated. Just giving the rainforest eagle a bloodline spirit fruit can actually make the rainforest eagle's loyalty full. At the same time, Chen Hao was also wondering whether this blood spirit fruit was very precious and whether he had given it to the rainforest eagle. Forget it, I've already given it to you, can I still take it back? Chen Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The bloodline spirit fruit has been given to the rainforest eagle, and the rainforest eagle has swallowed it. It is impossible to force the rainforest eagle to return the bloodline spirit fruit to me, right? Anyway, the loyalty has been raised to 100%, and there is no way the rainforest eagle will betray him. The improvement in strength is also of great help to myself. The matter of the bloodline spiritual fruit has been resolved. Now it's time to ask Chen Xian if anyone left at that time. While drinking snake soup, Chen Hao thought about what happened during the day. I still feel in my heart that someone is pushing me from behind. Chen Xian, when you were picking chestnuts during the day, did someone suddenly leave? Inside the cabin in the mineral cave, Chen Xian and Wang Tian were anxiously waiting for the snake soup to be cooked. This was the first time they had drunk broth since coming to the dark world. How could they not be looking forward to it? But at this moment, Chen Hao sent a private message. Looking at the message sent by Chen Hao, Chen Xian was stunned for a moment and said, I didn't notice it. Did Boss Chen Hao discover anything? Chen Xian didn't understand what Chen Hao meant by sending this message. Could it be that Chen Hao discovered something? Chen Xian had never seen with his own eyes how Chen Hao fell into the pool, nor had he heard Chen Hao talk about it, so he naturally could not guess Chen Hao's purpose. I was entangled by a giant snake and was injured. Someone pushed me from behind. Chen Hao frowned and said, At that time, all my attention was on the giant snake, so I didn't see what happened behind me. After reading Chen Hao's reply, Chen Xian frowned and asked, So you suspect that someone among our people pushed you from behind? After Chen Xian replied to Chen Hao, he looked at Wang Tian. He frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Boss Chen Hao said that someone pushed him into the pool, and he definitely would not do such a thing, so everyone else was suspicious. Wang Tian, who had been staring at the snake soup and wondering how long it would take for it to be ready, suddenly felt a strange gaze. He looked at Chen Xian, frowned, and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? I'm telling you, I'm straight. Chen Xian frowned and asked, When we were picking chestnuts, did anyone leave? Someone left. Wang Tian thought for a moment and then said, Huang Leihu left. Later on, I didn't seem to see him. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tian vaguely remembered that when he looked up, he saw Huang Leihu leaving. However, he was picking chestnuts at the time, thinking that these things could last for several days, so he didn't pay attention to Huang Leihu. Compared to where Huang Leihu went, he cared more about how many chestnuts he could pick up. Yellow Thunder Tiger? Does he have a grudge against Boss Chen Hao? Chen Xian asked. Wang Tian shook his head and said, No. That's right. Boss Chen Hao once threatened him with an arrow. However, Boss Chen Hao is so powerful. Even if Huang Leihu is unhappy, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Hearing Wang Tian say this, Chen Xian immediately recalled what happened at that time. It was just as Wang Tian thought, that Huang Leihu had great possibilities. Everyone was present at that time except him, and he was also absent after Boss Chen Hao was born. After figuring out what was going on, Chen Xian immediately told Chen Hao. Boss Chen Hao, the man who pushed you seems to be Huang Leihu. When you got into trouble, all of us were there except him. And you even threatened him with an arrow. I suspect he holds a grudge against you. This guy deserves to die. You saved him, but he turned against you. We shouldn't have saved him in the first place. He became food for the savages. Chen Xian was extremely angry. He never imagined that this guy would be so shameless. They actually repaid their savior with evil. If he sees Huang Leihu again next time, he will definitely not let him go easily. At the very least, you have to beat the other person up. Yellow Thunder Tiger. Chen Hao whispered the name softly, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. He hadn't thought about killing this guy at first. I didn't expect that this guy would dare to stab me in the back. In that case, the only option is to get rid of him. In this dark world, if you want to survive, you must be ruthless. Chen Hao opened the World Chat channel and directly issued a hunt order. Those who provide the location of the Yellow Thunder Tiger will be rewarded with 10 pieces of raw meat. Whether to stick on top. Top! Without any hesitation, Chen Hao immediately activated the badge's privileges. Suddenly, the hot golden words hung at the top of the World channel. Everyone who was chatting saw the big golden words. What happened? Why did Boss Chen Hao offer a bounty for Huang Leihu? Did he offend Boss Chen Hao? 10 pieces of raw meat, I want it so badly. Huang Leihu, come out quickly and tell me your location. Following the message sent by Chen Hao, the entire World channel exploded. They were all very curious about how that guy named Huang Leihu had offended Boss Chen Hao and caused Boss Chen Hao to issue a killing order for him. This is too scary. Boss Chen Hao is the first warrior in the Dark World to kill a wild wolf and obtain the Wolf Killer badge. How dare you offend him? Isn't this courting death? The fact that Boss Chen Hao could issue a bounty on the World channel suggests that this matter is of great importance and may very likely result in loss of life. In this dark world, the strong prey on the weak, and there is no law of life or death. Chapter 81: The Power of Public Opinion. After posting the message, Chen Hao waited quietly for someone to provide information about Huang Leihu. He believed that among so many humans in the dark world, there must be a few who knew the location of Huang Leihu. He wanted to see how long Huang Leihu could hide. Inside the cabin in the mineral cave, Wang Tian had already filled himself a bowl of broth. After cooling it down, he was ready to show off in the World Chat channel. Because it is a dark world, no one can eat meat at this stage. Being able to eat meat is a very cool thing, so of course you want to show off. But after opening the chat channel of the dark world, he saw the hot golden words of Chen Haoning and the location of Huang Leihu. When Wang Tian saw the bounty order, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Chen Xian and asked with a frown, "Did Huang Leihu offend Boss Chen Hao?" Hearing this, Chen Xian asked in confusion, "Why do you ask that?" Chen Xian did not tell Wang Tian about Huang Leihu. Because Huang Leihu came here with Tian Wang, Chen Xian was also afraid that they had some kind of relationship. It was precisely because of this that he did not tell Wang Tian, but instead looked to see if Chen Hao had any plans. But unexpectedly, Wang Tian actually knew that Huang Leihu had offended Chen Hao. He clearly remembered that he had never told Wang Tian about it. How did he know? Could it be that Boss Chen Hao told him? Boss Chen Hao took the initiative to add Wang Tian. Just when Chen Xian was wondering how Wang Tian knew this, Wang Tian spoke again. He spoke directly to Chen Xian. "Just open the world chat channel and you'll know. Boss Chen Hao has already issued a bounty. As long as you provide the location of Huang Leihu, you will get a reward of 10 pieces of raw meat. I don't know why that guy offended Boss Chen Hao." Wang Tian muttered softly, with doubt in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian quickly opened the world chat channel. Just as Wang Tian said, he did see the bounty order issued by Chen Hao in the world chat channel. He also didn't expect that Chen Hao was so domineering and actually issued a bounty order in the world chat channel. And the reward was actually 10 pieces of raw meat, which was a huge fortune in the dark world. Not to mention just finding a victim, even killing someone is possible. People who have been hungry for so many days have already gone crazy with hunger. Seeing Wang Tian's confusion, Chen Xian concluded that Wang Tian didn't know that Huang Leihu was trying to harm Chen Hao. Since Wang Tian didn't ask, Chen Xian naturally wouldn't say anything. Under an ancient tree, Huang Leihu sat by the stove, peeled off the roasted chestnuts, and threw them into his mouth, feeling the aroma of the chestnuts in his mouth, with a look of satisfaction on his face. But at this moment, a private voice sounded. "Who is looking for me so late at night?" Huang Leihu muttered softly, with doubt in his eyes. He couldn't understand why someone would come to see him so late at night. When I opened the chat page, I immediately saw the private message. This person was the one who went to pick chestnuts with me during the day. In order to facilitate communication, everyone added each other. However, not everyone added their contact information, only the first few people I met added their contact information. After all, in this world, no one is safe, and everyone is protecting their privacy. "What did you do to deserve a bounty on you from Boss Chen Hao?" Huang Leihu was originally confused. Who would come to him at this time of night? What was the matter? But I didn't expect that it would be such a message. The moment Huang Leihu saw this message, his heart began beating violently. He was filled with deep fear in his heart. A bad feeling also emerged in my heart. "Chen Hao, he's not dead. Impossible, such a high cliff. There's still such a big snake, and he's not dead?" What happened during the day emerged in Huang Leihu's mind. He saw with his own eyes that Chen Hao was entangled by a big snake, and seemed to have been bitten by the snake. And that big snake is extremely poisonous. He was bitten by a big snake and fell from such a high place, but he is not dead yet? Could it be that he is not a human? Countless thoughts emerged in Huang Leihu's mind, making him feel deeply incredible. He shook his head and said directly, "Impossible. There's no way he could have survived at such a high altitude. Someone must have discovered something and is deliberately trying to trick me. I absolutely cannot admit this." Huang Leihu thought about it for a long time and felt that there was absolutely no way Chen Hao could survive. Although Chen Hao is very strong, he is just a human being after all and cannot surpass humans. So it was impossible for Chen Hao to survive in that place. All of this is fake. Someone was deliberately trying to find out what was going on with him. Huang Leihu was no longer so scared when he thought of this. He took a deep breath and asked doubtfully, "Did Chen Hao issue a bounty on me? What's going on?" Huang Leihu asked, pretending to be stupid. "It's like I don't know anything." My friend also responded quickly. "I don't know. Boss Chen Hao posted a bounty on the World Chat channel. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Post a bounty on the World channel? Could it be that Chen Hao is really not dead? Huang Leihu's heart suddenly beat violently. He couldn't imagine what kind of revenge would be waiting for him if Chen Hao didn't die. Huang Leihu took a deep breath, then opened the World Chat channel and immediately saw the hot golden words. He recognized this big word clearly. In the entire dark world, only Chen Hao could use it. No one else is eligible to use it. He's really not dead? How did he survive? Huang Leihu frowned and thought he couldn't figure out how Chen Hao survived. There are giant snakes entwined around, and there are cliffs 100 meters high. How did he survive all of this? Huang Leihu thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Looking at the World channel, everyone was discussing the bounty issued by Chen Hao. After Huang Leihu thought for a while, he prepared to use the power of these people to deal with Chen Hao. As a keyboard warrior in his previous life, he had made frequent use of the power of public opinion. Even if he was at a disadvantage, as long as he wrote a few short essays, he would turn himself into a victim and avoid any responsibility. Chapter 82, Domineering Response. Boss Chen Hao, have I offended you in any way? Why do you want to issue a bounty on me? If I have offended you in any way, please tell me and I will come to apologize to you. Huang Leihu's words immediately caused a stir in the dark world. After all, the owner of the incident appeared, and they were all very curious about how Huang Leihu offended Chen Hao. Suddenly, many people tagged Huang Leihu and asked him how he had offended Chen Hao. Brother, how did you offend Boss Chen Hao? Brother, what on earth did you do to Boss Chen Hao that made him so angry that he issued a bounty? Brother, tell me where you are and I will give you a piece of raw meat as a reward. Little brother, I have a beautiful voice and a sweet life. Do you want to spend the night with me? In the World Chat channel, many people were tagging Huang Leihu, all trying to find out Huang Leihu's location. After all, 10 pieces of raw meat have a fatal attraction to them. Especially those who have never eaten meat, their eyes are now green with hunger. Not to mention just one person's address, even if they were asked to kill someone, they would do it without hesitation. After all, they simply cannot resist the temptation when it comes to food. Huang Leihu looked at the people who were tagging him in the World Chat channel, and a sneer appeared on his face. Trying to trick him into revealing his address. Do you really think that Huang Leihu is a fool? I really don't know how I offended Boss Chen Hao. Please come out and explain. Could it be that Boss Chen Hao thinks that little people like us have no skills and are therefore easy to bully? If Boss Chen Hao doesn't give us an explanation today, doesn't that mean we will allow Boss Chen Hao to bully us? Even if this is a dark world, no longer the civilized world we once knew, we still have to follow certain principles. Huang Leihu continued talking, chattering a lot. From beginning to end, Chen Hao did not respond at all. Seeing that Chen Hao did not respond, Huang Leihu became more and more excited. In this World channel, many people were led by Chen Hao. They were ordinary people in their original civilized world, and they were also ordinary people in this dark world. Many of them even had no food to eat. After being provoked by Huang Leihu, many people stood on Huang Leihu's side. Ever since hearing Wang Tian say that Chen Hao issued a bounty order in the chat channel, Chen Xin has been staring at the dark world. He saw the information released by Huang Leihu and other people's comments. Seeing that public opinion was leaning towards Huang Leihu, he quickly told Chen Hao about it. Boss Chen Hao, Huang Leihu has appeared. He's also instigating others. After issuing the bounty order, Chen Hao no longer paid attention to the chat channel. If there is a clue, someone will naturally contact you. When Chen Hao heard the private chat, he subconsciously suspected that someone had leaked the clues. However, I didn't expect that when I opened the chat page, I immediately saw a message from Chen Xin. When Chen Hao saw the message sent by Chen Xin, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Huang Leihu was so bold that he dared to openly confront him in the World Chat channel. Chen Hao opened the World Chat channel and saw Huang Leihu's fleeting remarks. There were also many people standing on Huang Leihu's side. After watching for about 2 or 3 minutes, Chen Hao immediately knew what was going on. He didn't give any explanation, but just said calmly, "You know what you did. Don't ask me to explain anything, but you should figure out how to explain it to me." When I find you, you disappear. Overbearing. Chen Hao's words were filled with infinite arrogance. He told everyone clearly, I, Chen Hao, am going to kill you. I don't want to explain anything to you because you don't deserve my explanation. Chen Hao has special privileges, so the message he sends out will be directly displayed on the World Channel for a full hour, and everyone can see it clearly. However, not everyone can see the letter sent by Huang Leihu because of the large number of people. Only those who have been watching the World Chat channel all the time may have seen a sentence or two. How on earth did Huang Leihu offend Boss Chen Hao to the point where he was determined to kill him? Regarding this matter, I suspect Huang Leihu must have done something to offend Boss Chen Hao. After all, when Boss Chen Hao killed the wild wolf, he also took the initiative to tell us that monsters in the dark can be killed. That's right. It was Boss Chen Hao who showed us that monsters in the dark can be killed, so Boss Chen Hao shouldn't be that selfish. I'm telling you, this must be the fault of that bastard Huang Leihu. I made a deal with him 2 days ago, and he cheated me. Brother, I've been cheated too. As Chen Hao spoke again, most of the people who had been peeking at the screen jumped out. Although there were many people, they all stood on Huang Leihu's side. But more and more people are standing on Chen Hao's side. As more and more people were saying bad things about Huang Leihu, the tone of the World Chat channel was gradually changing. Huang Leihu was still trying desperately to explain himself, but he explained to the point that he himself didn't know how to explain himself. Many of his words were incoherent, and no one could understand what was going on. Soon, the number of people supporting Huang Leihu became fewer and fewer. Because from beginning to end, Huang Leihu never said how he offended Chen Hao. The dark world is so big, and although there are many humans, everyone may encounter them, but why did Boss Chen Hao only issue a bounty order to Huang Leihu and not to others? To sum up, Huang Leihu must have offended Boss Chen Hao. They are not very clear about how they offended others. We can only wait for someone who knows the whole story to come out and explain. After Chen Hao sent the message, he closed the chat page directly. He was tired after a long day and was injured, so he had been feeling unwell for a long time. At this time, after eating and drinking, he just wanted to go back to bed and lie down, not thinking about anything else. As for Huang Lei, Chen Hao was too lazy to waste time talking to him. Just find him and kill him. In the cabin in the Or Cave, Wang Tian had been watching the World Chat channel. When he saw Huang Leihu's speech and Chen Hao's speech, his eyes were full of curiosity. He looked at Chen Xian puzzledly and asked, How did Huang Leihu offend Boss Chen Hao? Chapter 83, Dark Night Monster Attacks. Wang Tian was really curious, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. How did Huang Leihu offend Chen Hao so much that Chen Hao not only issued a bounty order but also wanted to kill him? We are all human beings. Even if there are some conflicts, it is impossible to kill each other directly, right? Wang Tian thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. So at this time, I can only ask Chen Xian. Chen Xian and Chen Hao have communicated with each other, so they should know what's going on. Chen Xian looked at Wang Tian in front of him after hearing this. He did not tell Wang Tian immediately, but just looked at Wang Tian, then frowned and asked, What is your relationship with Huang Leihu? Before telling Wang Tian these things, he must know the relationship between Wang Tian and Huang Leihu. If their relationship is good, then Chen Xian would never tell the other party. Even when sleeping at night, he still had to be on guard against Wang Tian. If the other party really has a good relationship with him, or even is a friend in the original world, then Chen Xian can only let Wang Tian leave the cabin. Even if the other party dies at the hands of the night monster, he must not be allowed to stay in this cabin. Because if he stayed in this cabin, his life would be in danger. No matter what, such a thing must never happen. Don't mention that guy to me, he's really disgusting, Wang Tian said with an unhappy expression. Let me tell you, that guy is particularly disgusting. He kept talking about what he wanted to do along the way and even wanted to be the boss of our team. When faced with dangerous injuries, he ran the fastest and even deliberately pushed others down. If I hadn't thought about how this is a dark world with no legal protection and it's not easy to make enemies, I would have really wanted to beat him up. When holding the yellow thunder tiger, Wang Tian's face was full of disgust that he could not hide. This kind of disgust was not pretended, but Wang Tian really disliked Huang Leihu. Chen Xian, who had been paying attention to Wang Tian and had seen every emotion on his face, was silent for a moment before saying, "Since you hate Huang Leihu so much, it's okay to tell you about this. That guy Huang Leihu wants to kill Boss Chen Hao. Boss Chen Hao, I almost died in his hands." Upon hearing this, Wang Tian jumped up from the small stool and stared at Chen Xian in disbelief. "What did you just say? You said Huang Leihu almost killed Boss Chen Hao? How is this possible? How dare that guy?" Wang Tian didn't believe that Huang Leihu dared to kill Chen Hao. The strength of the two is not at the same level. What's more, Chen Hao had a weapon in his hand, while Huang Leihu had nothing in his hand. How could Huang Leihu, who has nothing, dare to compete with Boss Chen Hao? Even he didn't dare to be arrogant with Boss Chen Hao. Chen Xian looked at Wang Tian, shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not too sure what exactly happened. Boss Chen Hao fell into the pool because someone pushed him from behind, and that person was most likely Huang Leihu." After hearing what happened, Wang Tian nodded gently and said, "So that's how it is. I was wondering how this guy dared to provoke Boss Chen Hao. This guy actually dared to offend Boss Chen Hao. He really doesn't know how to live or die." Wang Tian said this angrily, but there was a hint of pleasure in his eyes. He had been unhappy with Huang Leihu for a long time, but he had never been able to deal with him. After all, we are all human beings and our strength is similar. Unless you have a mortal enemy, just kill the other person directly. Otherwise, you have to be on guard all the time, fearing someone might attack you from behind, which is a really unpleasant feeling. After thinking about it, Wang Tian continued to speak to Chen Xian. "Should we go help Boss Chen Hao? If Chen Hao faces Huang Leihu alone, he might be in danger." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian glanced at Queen Wang and said calmly, "Brother Chen Hao is someone who can even kill wild wolves in the dark night. Even if the yellow thunder tiger is powerful, can it be stronger than a wild wolf in the dark? We don't need to worry about this matter. Boss Chen Hao will handle it himself." Hearing this, Wang Tian touched his head awkwardly and said, "That's right. Chen Hao is the first warrior in the dark world to kill a wild wolf, so he is very powerful. Ordinary wild beasts have no way to deal with Chen Hao. No matter how strong Huang Leihu is, he is just a human being and is nothing but trash in front of wild beasts. Those savages didn't hurt Boss Chen Hao at all. So what kind of trouble could Huang Leihu, a human who grew up in a civilized world, cause?" Inside the cabin, the rainforest eagle lay motionless on the beam, as if it had fallen asleep. Chen Hao added some wood into the stove, and the temperature of the entire cabin immediately rose by several degrees. In the warm room, Chen Hao lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Chen Hao, who was already tired after a whole day, fell asleep in a daze. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Chen Hao felt the cabin shake and subconsciously woke up from his sleep. Suddenly, I could clearly hear something outside tearing at the cabin. The animal pen was filled with frightened lambs, huddled in the corner and shivering. Haiyan looked outside the cabin, with a hint of fear in his eyes. But when he saw Chen Hao wake up, the fear in his eyes immediately disappeared. "Those monsters outside can't hurt his master at all. Have those monsters from the dark night come again? It seems that a heavy monster has also arrived." Looking at the shaking cabin, Chen Hao's expression changed slightly. Monsters that appeared in the past always tore at the cabin. Even a sharp-skinned beast would find it difficult to tear the cabin apart. Even if it can bite off, it will only be a small area, and it will not completely destroy the cabin. As long as the cabin is not completely destroyed, your safety can be guaranteed. If you break a little bit, the wild beasts won't be able to get in. But once the cabin is damaged, your safety will not be guaranteed. A beast that could crash into a cabin must be quite large. If it continues to crash, it may damage the cabin. Chen Hao looked towards the rainforest eagle. The rainforest eagle was still evolving and showed no signs of waking up. Chen Hao came to the wooden window and gently opened it a little. With the legendary eagle eyes, even without light, Chen Hao could roughly see the situation in the dark. 3 wild beasts were seen outside the wooden house, including a bear and 2 wild boars. The wild boars had sharp fangs and weighed at least 400 kilograms each. Chapter 84, Bear Boss. Wild boar? No wonder it hit the cabin. That bear didn't attack the cabin. Could it be the king? When Chen Hao saw that the bear did not attack the cabin, but only let the wild boar hit the cabin, he subconsciously thought that the bear must be a leader or something. In human cognition, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Therefore, the most urgent task is to kill the bear. Chen Hao took out the arrow and aimed at the bear's eyes. The bear's eyes are the weakest part of its body. And the bear's eyes are shining, making them the best target. Call out. The sharp arrow pierced through the darkness and shot towards the bear. Oh! The bear's screams echoed in the darkness. Both wild boars subconsciously looked at the bear. They didn't know what had happened to the bear and why it suddenly made such a miserable cry. Roar! The angry bear took action himself. He came to the cabin and slammed it with his huge claws. Each blow was a force weighing several hundred kilograms, causing the cabin to shake and things inside to fall to the ground. Damn it! This is a tough battle. Chen Hao looked at the shaking cabin with a gloomy and ugly expression. If the bear continues to take pictures like this, the cabin won't last much longer. The bear must be killed before it destroys the cabin. If it continues to be filmed, the cabin will most likely be destroyed. By then, I don't know if it can be repaired. Chen Hao took out an iron axe from his system backpack, lit the wood, quietly opened a small wooden door, and appeared in the darkness. The burning torches instantly illuminated the night. The appearance of the three beasts has been exposed in front of Chen Hao. The smallest wild boar weighs about 350 kilograms, and the largest weighs more than 400 kilograms, almost 500 kilograms. The bear was 3 meters tall and looked to weigh at least 500 kilograms. The wild boar has sharp fangs and its eyes are flashing red. The bear was similar to the ones I had seen in my previous life, but it was a little bigger than those bears. Roar! The three wild beasts looked at Chen Hao, who walked out of the cabin. There was confusion in their eyes and they didn't react for a long time to what was going on. They never imagined that the weak humans would not hide in the cabin, but come out into the darkness. They were stunned for a moment, then rushed towards Chen Hao amid the bear's roar. Without any hesitation, Chen Hao immediately threw the torch at the wild boars, preparing to deal with them the same way he dealt with the wolves. However, when the torch hit the wild boar, it bounced off immediately and did not hurt the wild boar at all. It wasn't like the wild wolf, where the torch would be thrown at it, and it would immediately catch fire. Fuck, this method doesn't work! Looking at the wild boar rushing towards him, Chen Hao's face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he opened the door and returned to the cabin. When the wild boar was about to hit him, he closed the wooden door. The wild boar, which failed to break in time, immediately hit the wooden door. At this moment, the whole cabin began to shake violently. What should we do? The method we used to deal with the wolf last time won't work on the wild boar. Chen Hao frowned slightly and muttered softly. He opened Dark World and checked the weather forecast. Dawn 3:15. There are still more than 3 hours until dawn. That means I have to hold on for more than 3 hours. Chen Hao frowned slightly, his face looking a little ugly. He really didn't know if the cabin could last another 3 hours. If we continue to fight like this, I may not be able to last even for an hour, let alone 3 hours. I almost forgot, I still have a new sign-in opportunity. I hope Goldfinger can help me and sign me something good. Just when Chen Hao was extremely anxious and didn't know what to do, he suddenly remembered that he had not signed in today. The rewards given by the Golden Finger have not yet been claimed. Chen Hao, who was expecting the Golden Finger to give him something good, also opened the system at this moment. Choice 1, Flowing like clouds and water, legendary. Option 2, Legendary well. Choice 3, Extreme beauty. The system quickly gave options. Except for the first option, the second and third options had all appeared before, and Chen Hao didn't even consider them at all. His eyes were all on the first option. He frowned slightly and murmured, Flowing like clouds and water, this seems to be a skill as well. And it's also legendary. In Chen Hao's mind, he remembered the physical strengthening skill he signed in for yesterday, which is also a skill. With that skill, his body is much stronger. This, flowing smoothly, is, to a large extent, also a skill book. Although he knew that the legendary skills were very powerful, he didn't know whether they could help him deal with the beast. Forget it, let's try it out. Chen Hao gritted his teeth and chose the first one directly. Because at the moment, he has no other choice but to choose the first one. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary skill Flowing Clouds. Detected the legendary skill. Smooth flowing water. Do you want to learn it? Flowing like water, active after use, you can increase your own speed, up to 10 times. The higher the increase, the greater the consumption, and the longer the increased time, the greater the consumption. Is this a skill that improves physical skills? Holy crap, that's awesome! This is just the right time. After reading this smooth introduction, Chen Hao felt extremely happy. With this possibility, why is he still afraid of the wild beasts outside? Just rush out and kill them. Chen Hao gripped the iron axe tightly, looking at the wooden door that was constantly hitting. Chen Hao did not choose to go out through the wooden door, but came to the window, opened the small wooden window, and jumped out directly. Looking at the three beasts, he sneered disdainfully. Stupid dog, look here! The bear who heard the sound was the first to discover Chen Hao, and rushed towards Chen Hao with a roar. The wild boar was also behind the bear and rushed towards Chen Hao. They rushed towards Chen Hao together, each step was like a tank, making the ground tremble slightly. Chen Hao looked at them expressionlessly and whispered softly. Smooth as flowing water start. Chen Hao suddenly felt a powerful force in his body, and suddenly felt his whole body was light. The speed of the bear and the wild boar slowed down a lot in his eyes. When the bear rushed in front of him and slapped him, Chen Hao's body suddenly dodged the bear's attack easily. When the bear saw that his slap missed and did not hit Chen Hao, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Chapter 85 Legendary Body Movement. He never imagined that the human in front of him was so powerful that he could easily dodge his attacks. In the past, humans could not avoid its attacks at all. It could easily kill them with just one slap. Twice the speed, it's still a bit dangerous. Improve it a little bit. Chen Hao muttered and directly increased the speed to 3 times. I instantly felt that my speed had increased a lot again. The human running speed is only about 10 to 20 kilometers. Twice that is 30 to 40 kilometers. If it is tripled, it would be at least 30 kilometers. Chen Hao's speed at this moment has completely crushed the bear and the wild boar, and they can't even touch the corner of Chen Hao's clothes. Chen Hao came behind the bear and chopped down the bear's head with the axe in his hand. Bang! The axe hit the bear's head, making a loud noise. However, the bear was not hurt. The axe hit the bear hard, but it didn't cut its head. Fuck, is this guy so thick-skinned? One blow of the axe, and nothing happened. Chen Hao looked at the back of the bear's head, his eyes filled with deep disbelief. He could never have imagined that the bear's skin was so thick. After this blow of the axe, nothing happened. Looking at the bear's paw coming towards him, Chen Hao jumped off the bear's back without any hesitation. Looking at the wild boar rushing towards him, he chopped it down with an axe. Phew! The axe penetrated the bone, instantly seriously injuring the wild boar. With the help of the legendary bodybuilding, Chen Hao's strength is about twice that of an ordinary human. With one axe, he almost chopped off half of the wild boar's head. The wild boar roared and fell to the ground unwillingly. Its pig eyes stared at Chen Hao, full of disbelief. It died with its eyes open. It never imagined that humans could kill it in the dark. It can kill wild boars. Chen Hao looked at the wild boar that he killed instantly, and his eyes immediately locked on another wild boar. If we kill these wild boars instantly, it will be easier to deal with the last bear. Chen Hao locked onto the wild boar's location and rushed towards it. The wild boar was not afraid either, and also rushed towards Chen Hao. The bear roared and rushed towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao rushed straight towards the wild boar. When he was less than 1 meter away from the wild boar, Chen Hao jumped high and instantly jumped onto the wild boar's back. He raised the axe high with both hands and chopped it hard on the wild boar's head. The sharp axe, with its powerful force, chopped off half of the wild boar's head. Kill instantly with one hit. Roar! When the bear saw that his 2 subordinates were killed instantly by Chen Hao, he became even more angry and rushed towards Chen Hao with a roar. The huge bear paw slapped Chen Hao hard, but Chen Hao easily opened it. Chen Hao also found an opportunity to fight back, but his axe could not break the brown bear's defense at all. Damn, this guy is too thick-skinned. Ordinary weapons can't break his defense at all. I must find a stronger weapon. But at this hour of night, even if we wanted to rebuild a perfect weapon... Chen Hao was anxiously thinking of a solution. Ordinary weapons couldn't deal with the bear, but maybe perfect-grade weapons could. He now has a perfect-grade iron ingot, which can barely make a perfect-grade weapon. But now he was fighting, and the bear would not give him time to forge weapons. Hammer out! An iron hammer suddenly appeared in Chen Hao's hand, which was used for smelting iron. This weapon is also a perfect level weapon. Chen Hao jumped high with a hammer and hit the bear's head hard. The bear seemed to sense danger as well, and quickly raised its paw to block Chen Hao's attack. The hammer hit the bear, and although it caused slight pain, it did not affect the bear. The bear roared angrily and continued to attack Chen Hao. Chen Hao dodged the bear's attack quickly, but suddenly felt that his speed seemed to slow down, and his reaction also slowed down. Seeing that he could not avoid the bear's attack, Chen Hao subconsciously used the hammer to block himself. The bear's claws hit the hammer, knocking Chen Hao down from the air and smashing him heavily to the ground. The severe pain made Chen Hao almost unable to recover, and his hands were numb from the shock. Fortunately, he has learned legendary skills and his physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, if an ordinary person were here, his bones would have been broken long ago. Seeing the bear raising its foot, Chen Hao quickly rolled over to avoid it, and the hammer fell down quickly, hitting the bear's foot hard. Oh! The bear roared in pain and sat down on the ground. Chen Hao endured the pain and quickly returned to the cabin. Inside the cabin, Chen Hao sat on the bed, breathing heavily. After resting for less than 10 seconds, Chen Hao quickly stood up and went to the snake soup pot, filled a bowl and drank a few big mouthfuls. As the snake soup entered my body, the uncomfortable feeling was relieved a little and my body was no longer so weak. This flowing movement is too exhausting. I've only been fighting for less than 10 minutes and I'm about to collapse. Chen Hao frowned slightly. At this moment, he finally understood that the energy of flowing freely needed to be consumed in the body before it could be used. Outside there was still the sound of the bear roaring wildly, and its claws were slapping Chen Hao frantically, trying to force Chen Hao to go out and fight. However, Chen Hao, who had consumed a lot of energy at the moment, didn't care what the bear thought. He needs to recover his strength now, but he has no time to deal with the bear. After waiting for half an hour, the sound of the bear patting the wooden house disappeared. Chen Hao got up carefully and looked outside through the window. He did not see the bear, and it seemed that the bear had left completely. But even so, Chen Hao didn't dare to go out easily. Chen Hao knew very well that bears were very smart, and could imitate human movements. At this time, it might be hiding somewhere, waiting for me to come out. As soon as I go out, it will attack me without hesitation. So at this time, it was impossible for Chen Hao to go out. Put the snake soup on the stove and heat it up. This thing is cold and may cause diarrhea if you drink it. Soon the snake soup became boiling hot, emitting thick white smoke and exuding an enticing aroma. Chen Hao quickly drank several large bowls and ate a lot of snake meat, and immediately felt much more comfortable. The uncomfortable feeling in the body disappeared without a trace as the snake meat entered the stomach. Chapter 86: The Bear Who Grabs the Loot. After waiting for more than 2 hours, the darkness completely dissipated and light enveloped the entire earth. Chen Hao opened the window and looked out carefully, but did not go out directly. He glanced at the rainforest eagle, which was still evolving its bloodline and showed no signs of awakening. He opened the door and let black flame out. After making sure that Hei Yan was not dangerous, Chen Hao left the cabin. I looked around carefully, and didn't see any danger. Then, he looked towards the dead wild boar. There was only a wild boar corpse on the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao couldn't help but frown and said, "Didn't I kill 2 wild boars yesterday? Why is there only one now?" Chen Hao frowned and quickly looked around the cabin, but did not find any wild boar. He looked at the bloodstains on the ground, flowing along the cabin into the forest. Could it be that the wild boar was taken away by the bear? Chen Hao stared at the bloodstains on the ground and couldn't help but mutter to himself. I subconsciously felt that it must be the bear that dragged away the wild boar's corpse. Otherwise, the wild boar's corpse would not have disappeared for no reason. There were traces of wild boar blood on the ground. Judging from the bloodstains, it seemed that he had been dragged away. "You bastard, you actually stole my spoils!" Chen Hao frowned, feeling extremely angry. He didn't expect that the bear would be so disgusting that it would even want to steal his spoils. "I must take this spoil back," Chen Hao muttered to himself, feeling extremely depressed. He turned around and went back into the wooden house, lit the smelting furnace, and then forged a spear. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. When facing a bear, it is best not to fight head-on. Once you get slapped, you will easily get hurt. After making the spear, Chen Hao put the roasted meat behind his back, stood up and chased after the bloodstain. He must first find the bear's location, know where the bear is, and then see if there is any way to kill the bear. The bear has threatened his safety. If he doesn't get rid of it, it might cause trouble in the future. For your own safety, you must get rid of the bear. Following the bloodstains, Chen Hao came to a cave, and the bloodstains dissipated inside the cave. Chen Hao did not approach the cave, but stood about 10 meters away from the entrance. Even if a bear suddenly attacked, he could react immediately. Standing here and looking into the cave, it was pitch black and I couldn't see what was going on at all. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao walked towards the cave cautiously, lay down at the entrance of the cave, and looked inside. It was also pitch black inside, and he could not see the innermost part at all. All I know is that the distance of this cave seems to be more than 10 meters. I can only see a few meters in front of me, and I can't see clearly beyond 5 or 6 meters. Let's talk about it after the rainforest eagle wakes up. Looking at the dark cave, Chen Hao muttered softly, and had no intention of going in. He knew very well that the wild boar's blood had disappeared here, and the wild boar's body was most likely inside. The only animal that can drag away the wild boar's carcass is a bear. In other words, the bear is also in this cave. If we enter this cave now, there might be danger. Even though it was daytime now, Chen Hao didn't dare to take any risks easily. Unless he knew the situation inside, Chen Hao would not be able to go in. After memorizing the bear's location, Chen Hao turned and left. Although the wild boar was taken away, Chen Hao felt very uncomfortable. Not only did this guy steal the wild boar, he didn't even steal the smaller one, but insisted on stealing the big one. It's so fucking disgusting. Putting away his emotions, Chen Hao turned around and returned to the cabin. I opened the Tianhe system and took a look. No one had sent me a private message. It was obvious that no one knew Huang Leihu's location. Could it be that the price I gave was a bit low? Let's see if anyone gives us any information tonight. If no one does, then we'll add some more raw meat. Chen Hao muttered softly. He had no shortage of raw meat now. Even if a few pieces of raw meat were produced, it would not have much impact on him. He has more important things to do now, so how can he have time to care about Huang Leihu? First, deal with all the threats around you, and then deal with Huang Leihu. After shutting down the Dark World system, Chen Hao began to think about how to deal with the bear. The bear was injured here, and it is very likely that he would launch a sneak attack at night. Even if he doesn't come tonight, he will definitely come in the next 2 days. Therefore, we must find a way to create some difficulties for the bear and weaken its combat effectiveness. If the bear's fighting power is not weakened, relying solely on one's own strength, one really is no match for the bear. Even if you manage to kill the bear, you will be injured. Therefore, Chen Hao must ensure that the premise for killing the bear is that he himself will not be injured. We still have to rely on traps. After Chen Hao thought of a solution, he felt that the trap was the most reliable method at the moment. He didn't want to kill the bear, he just wanted to affect its fighting ability. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao got up and walked into the yard, picked up a hoe and started digging the ground. He wanted to set some traps and find a way to seriously injure the bear. The iron spikes made of steel don't need to be very long at all, just a little bit will do. As long as the bear falls in, these black iron thorns can easily seriously injure the bear, thereby affecting the bear's combat effectiveness. 20, that's about enough. Looking at the iron spikes in his hand, they are either very long nor very big, each one is only about 15 centimeters, and they are all pointed on the top. Only the bottom is slightly thicker, and the hardness is very good, so it can be used as a weapon. Bury the iron spikes in the dug hole, then put some branches on top, cover it with soil, and then make some marks, otherwise you won't be able to recognize it, and it will fall off. Chenhao made a very good trap with 20 iron spikes. Once the bear fell into it, its skin would definitely be pierced. After all, these iron spikes are not ordinary iron spikes, but are made of perfect grade iron ingots. Their power is not comparable to that of ordinary weapons. After setting the trap, Chenhao used bamboo to make a row of bamboo sticks. As long as the bear touched the mechanism, the bamboo raft would fall. Even if the sharp bamboo could not hurt the bear, it would have some impact on the bear's mobility. Chapter 87, Rare Iron Ore. After finishing all this, it was already afternoon and almost dark. After opening the dark world and taking a look, Chenhao found that it was less than an hour away from dark, so he did not go out to look for resources. In such a short time, there are no resources to be found. So Chenhao took advantage of this time to cut some grass around the cabin to feed the lambs. As for Hyan, he was eating grass around the cabin and did not need Chenhao to feed him. Because Black Flame was a system reward and Chenhao's pet, Chenhao was not worried at all that Black Flame would run away. There is no need to worry at all because Hyan will never come back after he leaves. But these lambs are different. They are raised as food, not pets. Once they leave, they may not come back. It's getting dark now, and Chenhao doesn't have time to go out and look for them. So they were just locked up at home and never let out. The sky soon became dark, and Chenhao returned home. He put some of the grass in the warehouse and fed the rest of the lambs. At that moment when the sky darkened, there was no need for Chenhao to take any action, and Hyan came back obediently. Sitting by the fire, looking at the dark sky outside, Chenhao placed his hands on the stove to warm them up, muttering, "The weather is getting colder. We have to find a way to get some supplies for the winter." Although Chenhao currently has a good supply of food, if he saves a little, he can eat it for the whole winter without any problem. The food reserves he had were enough to last him for about half a month, and now he had a wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms, which, combined with some vegetarian food, would last him for a long time. When talking about vegetarian food, Chenhao's eyes subconsciously turned to the indoor planting not far away. Ever since the things inside were planted, Chenhao has never taken care of it. So many days have passed, and I still don't know if the crops are ripe. I got up and took a look, and found that all the crops would take several days to mature. "Boss, do you want ore? There's a lot of ore today." Chenhao had just returned to the stove when he received a message from Chen Xian. Looking at the message sent by Chen Xian, Chenhao replied without thinking, "No matter how much you have, I want them all." Chenhao didn't care at all about what Chen Xian said. Even if Chen Xian can mine ore by himself, how much can he dig? For one person, it would be at most a few dozen yuan, not hundreds, right? Anyway, Chenhao couldn't imagine and didn't believe that Chen Xian could come up with hundreds of pieces of iron ore. Altogether, it's about $150. What the hell? Not only is it over 100, but it's $50 more? Are you kidding me? Chenhao was stunned when he saw the message from Chen Xian. He quickly asked Chen Xian, "More than 100 yuan? Are you kidding me?" Chenhao didn't quite believe what Chen Xian said and felt that the other party was joking. He always felt that it was unlikely. Chen Xian also gave an explanation quickly. "Boss, Wan Tian and I dug this together, so there are quite a lot." "Boss, can you eat so much?" Inside the small dark room in the ore cave, Chen Xian was waiting for Chenhao's answer. Wan Tian looked at Chen Xian with anxiety in his eyes. He was also looking forward to seeing if Chenhao could eat the iron ore. If Chenhao can eat it, he can mine here in the future, and his food source will be sufficient. And it will be safer for two people to live together. With a source of food, you don't have to worry about starving to death. But the premise of all this is that Chenhao can eat so much ore. If Chenhao cannot eat so much ore, then he will not be able to pick up iron ore here with Chen Xian. It's impossible that he is here to steal Chen Xian's job, right? Even if he wanted to snatch it, it would depend on whether Chenhao was willing to accept it. No matter what, it all depends on Chenhao's wishes. After listening to Chen Xian's explanation, Chen Hao in the cabin immediately understood what was going on. He immediately said, "Yes, no matter how much you have, as long as I have meat, I will take it." Chen Hao was still worried that he would not be able to find enough iron ore to make armor, but he did not expect that Chen Xian and his team could collect ore so much faster. "At this rate, I could create a set of armor in less than a week. When the time comes, I can put on armor and fight against monsters in the dark, and I won't have to be so passive." All the ores were traded, and Chen Hao obtained more than 150 pieces of iron ore. There were not many perfect grade ones, only 20 pieces in total, but there was actually a rare grade iron ore among them. Iron ore, rare, contains a trace of special power that can greatly enhance the power of weapons. Chen Hao looked at the rare iron ore in his hand, frowned and muttered, "Rare iron ore? I don't know what power it possesses." Chen Hao has collected quite a bit of perfect grade iron ore. Some weapons were also made, but apart from being sharper than ordinary weapons, they didn't have much other function. It contains special powers that Chen Hao has never encountered before. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking hard, and then asked, "How did you find this rare iron ore?" Inside the cabin in the ore cave, after Chen Xian finished the transaction, he looked at Wang Tian with joy and said, "Boss Chen Hao has accepted all the ores. He also said we'll take as many as we can. You can find a way to move the cabin over here and join me in collecting ore." Wang Tian, who had been anxiously waiting for news, suddenly brightened up when he heard Chen Xian's words and said, "That's great. You won't have to go hungry anymore." Wang Tian was particularly happy because he had a stable job and a source of food. There is no need for that in the future, to live without food. From now on, I can eat meat for every meal and don't have to live a life of hunger anymore. Boss Chen Hao sent another message. "Let me see what's going on first." Chen Xian was talking to Wang Tian when he suddenly received a message from Chen Hao. He looked at Wang Tian and motioned him to be quiet. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian immediately calmed down without any hesitation. There was curiosity in his eyes as he looked at Chen Xian. "I don't know what Boss Chen Hao wants to talk to Chen Xian about again. Don't refuse to collect these ores." Chapter 88, Legendary Tiger Finger. Wang Tian felt a little worried and quickly asked Chen Xian again, "What did Boss Chen Hao say?" Wang Tian prayed in his heart while waiting for Chen Xian's answer. They wanted to know what Boss Chen Hao said and whether he would no longer want their ore. Chen Xian glanced at Wang Tian and understood what Wang Tian was thinking from the look on his face. He immediately shook his head and said, "Boss Chen Hao just asked us where we found the rare iron ore." After hearing the answer, Wang Tian couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he quickly asked, "Rare grade ore? I seem to have seen it vaguely." Wang Tian recalled carefully, and seemed to remember where he got the iron ore. It was a relatively deep ore pit with a lot of iron ore around it. Most of his iron ore was picked up here. At that time, I only heard Chen Xian say that Chen Hao needed iron ore and would buy it no matter how much. As for other things, I didn't think much about it. It now seems that different grades of iron ore can be sold at different prices. After knowing Wang Tian's answer, Chen Xian told Chen Hao the news. Then, he passed Chen Hao's words to Wang Tian. "Let's also check out this place tomorrow when we collect ore. Boss Chen Hao said that rare grade iron ore is more valuable, so we should pay more attention to it." After communicating with Chen Xian, Chen Hao collected the rare iron ore and prepared to smelt all the other ores into ingots. In the past, Rainforest Eagle was responsible for this matter, and Chen Hao subconsciously wanted Rainforest Eagle to smelt iron. But when he saw that the Rainforest Eagle was still sleeping, he gave up the idea. The Rainforest Eagle ate the Bloodline Spirit Fruit yesterday, and should still be consuming it at this time. If it is forcibly awakened, it is likely to affect the medicinal properties of the Bloodline Spirit Fruit. In order to allow the Rainforest Eagle to evolve better and have better bloodline, Chen Hao did not plan to wake up the Rainforest Eagle. He first lit the smelting furnace, ate something, and then began to smelt iron ingots. Although these things can also be handed over to the Rainforest Eagle for smelting after it wakes up. But Chen Hao currently needs iron ingots to make armor. If he asks the Rainforest Eagle to smelt it, it is unknown how long it will take. He doesn't have that much time to waste on this, Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so I might as well smelt it myself. Yi Xinshin said last time that she got her treasure chest from a tiger's lair. Doesn't that mean there will be treasure chests inside the bear cave? Chenhao was smelting iron ingots and thinking at the same time, when suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If there really is a treasure chest in the bear's cave, wouldn't it be possible to get rich overnight? The treasure chest I got from the savage tribe last time gave me good things like the blood spirit fruit. If there really is a treasure chest in the bear cave, it will definitely give me some good things. Even if it's not as good as the bloodline spirit fruit, it's definitely not that bad. We must find a way to kill this bear. I don't know if it will appear tonight. Chenhao glanced at the small wooden window. It was closed, and he couldn't see what was happening outside. But at this moment, Chenhao was expecting the bear to attack him at night. Ding! The opportunity to select a sign-in has been refreshed. While Chenhao was waiting for the bear to appear, he was smelting iron ingots, and time passed by unknowingly. Chenhao himself didn't know how much time had passed, he only knew that an electronic synthesized sound rang in his ears. Hearing this voice, Chenhao's face suddenly brightened with joy. It was early morning and my cheat code was refreshed. I hope I can sign something good today. Legendary skills, it would be great if there were more. The skills that Chenhao signed in these 2 days were basically legendary, and all of them played a huge role. If he hadn't signed in yesterday to acquire the legendary skill of flowing movement, he wouldn't have been able to kill the 2 wild boars, nor would he have been able to seriously injure the bear. Legendary skills are simply terrifying. Chenhao opened the system with a nervous mood. 3 options soon appeared in front of Chenhao. Choose 1, legendary weapon, random. Option 2, legendary well. Choice 3, extreme beauty. When the 3 options appeared, Chenhao's eyes were always on option 1, and he didn't even look at option 2 or option 3, because he knew very well what these 2 options were. Legendary weapon? As expected of a time traveler's golden finger, you really understand me. When he saw the words, legendary weapon, a smile appeared on Chenhao's face. But the next second, the smile on Chenhao's face froze slightly. He doesn't dislike legendary weapons, but they are not good. Instead, this legendary weapon is random, not a fixed weapon. In other words, whether it is a spear, a sword or other weapons, it is possible to obtain it. Even the legendary wooden bow that he currently possesses may be drawn out. Naturally, Chenhao was a little worried. It would be nice if I could draw a normal weapon, but I just can't draw a suitable weapon. I'm even more afraid of getting a legendary wooden bow. After a moment of silence, Chenhao tentatively asked, System, can I choose a legendary weapon myself? Can. But for fixed weapons, the level will automatically decrease by 1. When Chenhao first heard the system's answer, he couldn't help but feel happy. If he could choose his own weapon, he would want to get a more powerful weapon, such as a long-range weapon like a spear, or a weapon that looks extremely cool to wield like a sword. But the next second, after hearing the system's answer, the smile on Chenhao's face suddenly froze. I thought the system had figured it out, but it's still a piece of shit. You bastard. Chenhao couldn't help but curse in his heart, then said, I choose 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining the random legendary weapon Tiger Finger. Tiger Finger? Are you fucking kidding me? Looking at the tiger finger that appeared in his hand, Chenhao was completely stunned. He just stood there in a daze, completely unable to imagine it. He never dreamed that there was a tiger finger among the legendary weapons. Do I have to use this thing to fight the enemy head-on? At this moment, Chenhao was really doubting in his heart whether he thought that he had cursed the system in his heart before, so the system gave him this thing to retaliate against him. Chapter 89, Arrogant Huan Lehu. Although the dog system is disgusting, it is still a legendary weapon after all. Looking at the brass knuckles in his hand, Chenhao felt like crying but had no tears. If I had known that the dog system would cheat me like this, I shouldn't have cursed the dog system in my heart. Even if I wanted to curse it, I should have waited until the dog system released the reward. At that time, the dog system might be able to provide itself with better weapons. Brass knuckles, legendary extremely sharp, can easily kill enemies and break rocks. Chin-hao put the brass knuckles on his hands and looked around the cabin to see if there was anything he could use for experiments. Yesterday, the ordinary axe failed to break through the bear's defense, so Chin-hao decided to try using an iron ingot. However, he didn't plan to use an axe, but instead tried using an iron ingot. Chin-hao took an ordinary headstone and smashed it hard on the iron ingot. Bang! The two collided, making a loud noise. A large amount of sparks appeared in front of Chin-hao. Chin-hao took a look at the brass knuckles and found that there was no damage. The sharp places are still extremely sharp. Looking down at the iron ingot on the ground, although it was not completely broken, there were several marks on it. The marks were all concave, which were caused by the brass knuckles. Looking at the brass knuckles that were fine, Chin-hao muttered softly, "This thing is really good. As expected of a legendary weapon, it's both powerful and tough. If I had this thing yesterday, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to kill that bear. If I had this legendary brass knuckles yesterday, I would have had no problem killing the bear." However, Chin-hao was just thinking about it and didn't take it too seriously. Because yesterday's legendary skill, Flowing Clouds, was also very good. Without this skill, he would not have been able to kill the wild boar, nor would he have been able to seriously injure the bear. Even the cabin may not be saved. According to yesterday's situation, the legendary body movement skill, Flowing Like Water, is better. After a simple test of the power of the legendary brass knuckles, Chin-hao was extremely satisfied. I looked out the window. It was pitch black outside, and there was no other sound except the sound of the cold wind blowing. There was no sound of birds, beasts, insects or ants, nor was there any sound of wild beasts. It seems that the bear won't come to cause trouble tonight. Rest first. Chin-hao muttered softly, put away the legendary brass knuckles, and lay back on the wooden bed. Chin-hao closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. The next day, Chin-hao got up early, opened the window and looked out. There was no sun outside and the temperature was still extremely cold. Today's weather, cloudy. Today's temperature, 3 degrees Celsius. Due to dark, 6:15. Although the weather is not very good today, it is still quite a long time before dark, more than 6 hours. I looked up at the rainforest eagle, but it was still sleeping and showed no signs of waking up. After heating the meat on the stove, Chin-hao released Hei-yen out of the cabin and let it play nearby. Chin-hao went to clean the animal pen. The lambs had been raised there for several days and the pen was already smelling bad. If it was not cleaned, it would definitely affect the entire cabin. That taste, it's hard to describe. After spending more than half an hour, Chin-hao finally cleaned the animal pen. Then Chin-hao left and fed the lamb something. After eating, Chin-hao left the cabin. Chin-hao first came to the place where there was a lot of grass last time. He spent more than an hour cutting a lot of grass, and then explored the surrounding area. However, the areas explored by Chin-hao were basically near the bear cave. While looking around to see if there were any good things nearby, he stared at the bear cave, wanting to know what was going on in the bear cave. If there is no danger inside, find a way to lure the bear out and kill it. Winter is coming, and the whole bearskin coat is for the winter. After staying nearby for more than 2 hours, with only less than 3 hours left until dark, there was still no response from the bear cave. Chin-hao stood guard at the entrance of the bear cave and whispered, "Is the bear not inside? Why is there no movement at all? Bears seem to hibernate in the winter. Could it be that it has begun to hibernate?" Chin-hao muttered softly, his eyes full of curiosity. "We have to find a way to know if there is any danger in the cave. Let the lamb try." After thinking about it, Chin-hao decided to try it with the lamb. However, it was getting late today, so Chin-hao returned to the cabin, collected some wood near the cabin, and then brought back some water to fill the buckets at home. After finishing all this, the sky gradually darkened. Chin-hao didn't eat meat today, but instead prepared some fruits. Chin-hao was already tired of eating meat every day. It is good to improve your life occasionally by eating some vegetarian food, which has no effect on your body. The sky outside quickly darkened, and the moment it darkened, the roars of animals were heard in the darkness. Chin-hao listened to the noise coming from outside the cabin, frowned slightly and muttered, "Could it be that an animal attacked the cabin tonight? It's a good opportunity to test out the power of the legendary brass knuckles. Although it has been tested, it is known that the power of brass knuckles is very strong. However, it has not been tested on animals, so Chen Hao is not sure how powerful the brass knuckles are in actual combat. Is it possible to severely injure those animals in an instant? Although there were roars of wild beasts outside, no wild beasts attacked the cabin, and Chen Hao did not dare to go out to check. Although he has eagle eyes and can see some things clearly in the dark, he cannot see too far. After all, it's late at night and there's not much light, so even animals can't see too far. Seeing that no animals attacked the cabin, Chen Hao opened the dark chat page. See if anyone has sent me a private message to tell me about Huang Leihu. But when I opened the chat page, there was no information about Huang Leihu except for some miscellaneous messages. Is this guy hiding so well? No one knows his information. Chen Hao muttered softly, although he was a little confused. But Chen Hao didn't care too much. After the rainforest eagle recovered, he let the rainforest eagle go and look for it. Since Huang Leihu can appear in the savage tribe, it proves that Huang Leihu is not far from the savage tribe. The rainforest eagle soars in the sky and can definitely find the location of the yellow thunder tiger. Chapter 90, Yi Xinxin's Curiosity. However, all this requires waiting until the rainforest eagle wakes up. I don't know how long this guy will sleep. Chen Hao looked towards the rainforest eagle, curiosity flashing in his eyes. This guy, the rainforest eagle, has been sleeping for almost 2 days and 2 nights, and there is no sign of waking up. I don't know how long it will take to consume this blood spirit fruit. Chen Hao shook his head and no longer paid attention to the rainforest eagle. Anyway, the bloodline spirit fruit has been eaten, so Chen Hao will not disturb the rainforest eagle. When the rainforest eagle wakes up, we will know the effect of this bloodline spiritual fruit. If his strength improves significantly, he can be trained in the future. Although the rainforest eagle is not an ordinary beast, it is quite powerful. If it can be trained and can help me a lot, I can train it into a legendary beast. A legendary beast. Just thinking about it makes me feel so domineering. Chen Hao's gaze subconsciously turned towards He Yan. The legendary black flame is already very domineering, and the black flame is just a herbivore, not a ferocious bird. If it were a ferocious bird like the rainforest eagle, it might be even more powerful. Someone is bashing you in the chat channel. Chen Hao was still thinking about the rainforest eagle. Suddenly Yi Xinxin's message came. Looking at the message sent by Yi Xinxin, Chen Hao was stunned for a moment and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Hao didn't pay attention to the chat channel, so naturally he didn't know what Yi Xinxin meant. I never thought about who would talk back to me in the chat channel. See for yourself. Yi Xinxin didn't explain, but just asked Chen Hao to go and see for himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao did not ask too many questions, but opened the world chat channel to check it himself. When Chen Hao opened the chat channel, he immediately saw Huang Leihu's message. "Chen Hao, aren't you going to kill me? Come if you have the guts. I'm waiting for you at home. You useless thing, come here if you have the guts. It's been 2 days, and you haven't come yet." The world chat channel was filled with Huang Leihu's arrogant remarks. When Huang Leihu first saw the bounty order issued by Chen Hao, he was very afraid. He was very clear about Chen Hao's strength. After all, he was able to kill wild beasts. Such a terrifying person is not someone he can deal with easily. What's more, Chen Hao has many powerful weapons in his hands. These powerful weapons were no match for the stone axe and wood in his hands. No matter from which perspective, he has no advantages. Yesterday, Huang Leihu was frightened at home all day and didn't dare to step out of the house. Because in his heart, he was really afraid that Chen Hao would suddenly appear and kill him. But after waiting for a whole day and still not seeing Chen Hao show up, Huang Leihu became a little confused. Why didn't Chen Hao come to see me? The frightened Huang Leihu quickly figured out what was going on. Since everyone was not in the same place and the distance between them was very far, it was almost impossible for Chen Hao to find him. Even if Chen Hao comes at that time, as long as he hides in the cabin, Chen Hao will have no problem dealing with him. As long as it gets dark and Chen Hao can't return to his cabin, nothing will happen to him. After comprehensive consideration, Huang Leihu thought that Chen Hao did not dare to come over, so he dared to be so arrogant. In addition, Chen Hao still did not show up today, so Huang Leihu subconsciously thought that Chen Hao would not come at all. This guy is so arrogant, he actually dares to provoke Boss Chen Hao. You bastard, if you have the guts to reveal your location, I won't need Boss Chen Hao to do anything, I'll kill you. Indeed, I can't stand such an arrogant person. Others in the chat channel also started speaking up. They were also slightly displeased with Huang Leihu's words. I don't dare to reveal my address, I just chat in the chat channel. If you have the ability, just expose your address. Let's see if Boss Chen Hao dares to go over. It's a pity that Huang Leihu only dared to be arrogant in the chat channel and didn't dare to reveal his address at all. He is not a fool. If he dares to expose his address, he will only end up dead. In a small wooden house about 5 kilometers away from the ore cave, Wang Tian looked at Huang Leihu's speech in the chat channel angrily, feeling extremely angry. After picking up some ores in the mine today and getting some raw meat from Chen Xian, he returned to his shelter. He couldn't stay with Chen Xian every day, so he had to find a way to move his cabin to Chen Xian's place. Otherwise, it would be a bit inappropriate for two grown men to sleep in a small bed together. At this moment, Chen Hao is already his boss, so he naturally stands beside Chen Hao. Seeing that Huang Leihu dared to provoke Boss Chen Hao, he was extremely angry and really wanted to beat Huang Leihu up. You bastard, I called your dad? You come up and bite me. Is Chen Hao your father? Huang Leihu said a lot of things in a flash, all of which were directed at Wang Tian. Chen Hao looked at the two people arguing in the chat channel and frowned slightly, saying, This guy is really arrogant. If I didn't know your location, I would let you go. Chen Hao frowned slightly, feeling unhappy. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao sent a message. I'll let you be arrogant for 2 days. When I find you, I hope you can still be arrogant. The message posted by Chen Hao immediately hung high on the chat channel. Everyone could clearly see the large golden characters. When Huang Leihu saw these big words, his heart couldn't help but beat violently. But soon, he regained his composure and continued to mock Chen Hao. But Chen Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him. He was going to kill this guy anyway. There was no point in arguing with him, and it would only affect his mood. Wang Tian, who had nothing to do, was arguing with Huang Leihu on behalf of Chen Hao. He wanted to show others that he, Wang Tian, was Chen Hao's man, and at the same time he also wanted to gain Chen Hao's favor. In this way, you can get a lot of benefits when trading with Chen Hao in the future. That Huang Leihu offended you so much. It actually made you want to kill him. Through the discussion in the World Chat channel, Yi Xinxin also learned some things. There seems to be some hatred between Huang Leihu and Chen Hao. But Yi Xinxin was not very clear about what the specific hatred was. Chapter 91, Clues to the Instance. Because Chen Hao never told her these things. However, given her relationship with Chen Hao would not tell her unless she asked. After Chen Hao exited the World Chat channel, he prepared to shut down the system and get something to eat. But at this moment, Yi Xinxin's message came. Seeing Yi Xinxin's question, Chen Hao didn't want to tell Yi Xinxin at first. After all, their relationship was not very good. At best, we're just good friends online. There is really no need to tell Yi Xinxin about this kind of thing. But Chen Hao quickly remembered that Yi Xinxin had a deal with him and had told him so many things. Is it not a good idea to reject someone directly without telling them the details? After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao said directly, This guy wants to kill me. Chen Hao told Yi Xinxin directly what had happened. Then, he asked tentatively, Do you want snake meat? The snake weighed more than 3 pounds, and everyone got a good share of snake meat. Although Chen Hao had eaten some, he still had some snake meat left. If Yi Xinxin wants, I can give her a part of it. Yi Xinxin looked at Chen Hao's answer and immediately understood the conflict between Huang Leihu and Chen Hao. She frowned and said, That's true. When dealing with a guy like this, you should fight back. As for the snake meat, forget it. Yi Xinxin was afraid of snakes just by looking at them, let alone eating their meat. Even if Yi Xinxin wanted to give it to the little white tiger, she would not want it to eat. Just thinking about it makes me feel scared. Through chatting with Chen Hao, Yi Xinxin also developed some good feelings towards Chen Hao. Not long after everyone traveled to this world, Chinhao not only wanted meat but also could kill wild wolves in the dark night. Thinking about what Chinhao had done, Yi Xinxin felt that Chinhao was extraordinary. As for an extraordinary man, any woman would be interested in him. At this moment, Yi Xinxin did have a little interest in Chinhao. Besides, it was already evening and there was nothing to do, so Yi Xinxin wanted to chat with Chinhao. If there is pork, I would like some, Yi Xinxin muttered softly. She had traveled to the dark world for a long time and had always eaten vegetarian food. She had basically never eaten meat. She was not very interested in the meat that she usually traded from Chinhao, as it was all fed to the little white tiger. The only things that could interest her were chicken and pork. After all, they were commonly eaten in civilized society. So there is not much resistance to these things. Are you spying on me? Chinhao asked in surprise. What do you mean? Yi Xinxin was also a little confused and didn't understand what Chinhao meant. How can I monitor Chinhao if I don't even know where he is? Chinhao asked curiously. You didn't monitor me, so how did you know I killed a wild boar yesterday? Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin asked in confusion. Did you just kill a wild boar yesterday? In the early morning? The wild beast that came to attack the cabin? Just after midnight yesterday, wild beasts did attack the cabin. But not long after the wild beasts discovered it, the white tiger just roared and all the wild beasts fled in panic. The whole process took only a few seconds, and she didn't even realize what was happening. Even if there was no sound of wild beasts attacking the cabin outside, she would never dare to go out. Because the rules of survival say that you cannot go out at night under any circumstances. Once you go out, you will definitely die. Even if Chinhao had killed a wild wolf before, he probably wouldn't dare go out in the dark because of the damage he suffered. After all, Chinhao had no choice but to kill the wild wolf. Unexpectedly, Chinhao dared to go out and kill the wild boar. Chinhao nodded slightly without explaining anything further. Seeing that Chinhao simply replied with one word, Yi Xinxin knew better than to ask any more questions. Instead, she said, Okay, I want some pork. Name your price. Chinhao thought for a moment and said, I don't need the wood for now. Do you have anything else? Chinhao doesn't want to upgrade the cabin for the time being, so he doesn't need wood or anything like that for the time being. At the same time, I also want to know what other treasures Yi Xinxin has in her hands. See if these treasures can improve your strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can survive the night with or without a cabin. As long as you kill the monsters in the dark, you don't have to worry about them attacking the cabin. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin glanced at her cabin and muttered softly, There's nothing good here. But I think you might be interested in this. As Yi Xinxin spoke, she handed an item to Chinhao. It was a piece of stone with some patterns carved on it. It seemed to be a treasure map or a map. Chinhao stared at it for a long time, but couldn't understand what was going on. Puzzled, he asked curiously, What is this? Why, I don't understand at all. This stone is different from the one he found in the treasure chest of the barbarian tribe. This thing looks more like a treasure map, while the pattern on that stone looks like an ancient formation diagram. However, Chinhao did not know the rules of the dark world, nor could he understand the words in this world, so naturally he did not know what was written on it. Yi Xinxin shook her head and said, I don't understand it either. However, according to my speculation, the address above seems to represent an ancient secret place. It's a bit like what we call a copy. As for what's inside the Fukumoto, I don't need to tell you, right? Upon hearing this, Chinhao smiled and shook his head, saying, Of course not. Just make sure you're sure this thing is really a copy. Chinhao was not very sure about what Yi Xinxin said. If it really is a copy, why doesn't Yi Xinxin go there herself? The stuff in the copy is really good. If you are lucky, you can become rich overnight. He was one step ahead in this world because he accidentally encountered a dying animal, obtained some raw meat, and made his first pot of gold. An animal can make you so much faster. If you get something good in the dungeon, wouldn't that be incredible? Uncertain. Do you want it or not? Yi Xinxin didn't explain much, she just asked Chinhao whether he wanted it or not. After thinking for a moment, Chinhao said directly, Yes. How much raw meat do you want in exchange? $20. Too many. Forget it. All right then. In the end, Chen Hao had no choice but to choose to trade. Chapter 92, New Reward, Legendary Spiritual Fruit. After the transaction was completed, Chen Hao lost 20 pieces of raw meat, and the stone slab appeared in Chen Hao's hands. I've studied it for a while. If you have any questions, just ask me. If I knew, I would definitely tell you. Yi Xinxin spoke again. She is not doing a one-time transaction, she also has after-sales service. When Chen Hao saw the message, he did not answer immediately, but looked carefully at the stone tablet in his hand. This map does look similar, but it seems incomplete, only a part of it. Is this slab incomplete? Chen Hao asked Yi Xinxin curiously. Yes. This stone slab is only a part of it. There are about 5 complete stone slabs. As long as you collect 5 pieces, you can open the copy. Seeing Yi Xinxin's answer, Chen Hao was a little confused. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Why are you selling it so expensive if it's not complete? Aren't you trying to trick me? It's a fair trade, something we both agreed to. How can you say I'm cheating you? Yi Xinxin answered confidently. When Chen Hao heard this, he looked confused. Looking at Yi Xinxin's answer, Chen Hao was speechless. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know how. Because what Yi Xinxin said was indeed right, this was a matter of mutual consent. It wasn't like Yi Xinxin insisted on selling it to him, nor was it that Yi Xinxin forced him to buy it. I know you're very busy during the day, I'll help you keep an eye out for news about Huang Leihu. I'll also keep an eye on the news about the slate. However, you have to provide the materials for the transaction. Chen Hao nodded slightly and agreed to Yi Xinxin. Although this stone slab is only a part of it, Chen Hao always feels that there is some secret hidden on it. If you can solve it, you might get a lot of good things. After putting the stone slabs away, Chen Xian took the initiative to contact Chen Hao, naturally to sell the ore. However, today Wang Tian only picked up a part of it and returned to his cabin, so the ore today was not as much as yesterday, and no rare iron ore was found. In response to Chen Xian's apology, Chen Hao said it was okay. Rare iron ore is not easy to find, and it is already good enough to find a piece. When the time comes, I will gather 10 pieces of rare iron ores, then beat them into iron ingots to make a slightly more handy weapon. After eating and drinking, Chen Hao continued to smelt iron while listening to the roars of wild beasts outside. I was expecting wild animals to come and attack the cabin. However, the roars of the beasts were still some distance away from the cabin, and they did not attack the cabin, and no one knew what they were doing. Time quickly came to late night, early morning, and the golden finger system was refreshed. Ding! The number of sign-in selections has been refreshed. Choice 1, Physical Fitness Enhancement Fruit, Legendary. Option 2, Legendary Well. Choice 3, Extreme Beauty. Legendary Physical Fitness Enhancement Fruit? What the hell is this? Isn't it for pets? Chen Hao stared at option 1, his eyes filled with deep curiosity. The Bloodline Spirit Fruit I got 2 days ago can also improve the bloodline level, but it only improves the pet's level. It has no effect on humans if they eat it. Unexpectedly, now there is a spiritual fruit that can improve physical fitness, which makes Chen Hao subconsciously think that this is to improve the physical fitness of pets. Black Flame's legendary physique is already very awesome, and if it is improved further, it will be even more awesome. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao directly chose one. Compared with the other 2 options, choosing one is the best option now. Congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining the legendary Physical Enhancement Fruit. Physical Fitness Enhancement Fruit, legendary. After taking it, it can improve physical fitness. This is for humans to take? Looking at the introduction above, Chen Hao was stunned. Since the word pet does not appear above, it is obviously for human consumption. Looking at these introductions, Chen Hao's face couldn't help but show ecstasy. This thing is for him to use, which means his physical condition will be greatly improved. A legendary treasure should be able to raise my physique to legendary level, right? Chen Hao muttered softly, then quickly asked the system. System, is this really for me to eat? Isn't it for pets? Although Chen Hao had already guessed in his heart that this thing was for humans to eat, After all, the word pet is not written on it. However, the word pet is written on the blood spirit fruit. However, for his own safety, Chen Hao must first ask the system. Replying to the host, this is for human consumption. If the host is willing, it can also be given to pets to increase their attributes. Only a fool would give it to a pet. Listening to the system's answer, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could he possibly give good things to his pets when he didn't have enough for himself? He's not a fool. Chen Hao stopped what he was doing and ate the physical fitness fruit. As soon as Chen Hao took a bite, the physical spirit fruit immediately turned into a stream of energy and quickly penetrated into Chen Hao's body. I haven't tasted it yet, Chen Hao muttered in confusion. His situation just now was a bit like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. Before I could even taste it, the ginseng fruit had already entered my stomach. In just a moment, Chen Hao felt a surge of energy appearing in his body, quickly filling his limbs and bones. At this moment, my body felt warm and the coldness in my body disappeared a lot. But the next second, Chen Hao felt a heart-wrenching pain. It felt like countless ants were biting my body. Chen Hao quickly returned to the bed, covered his stomach and rolled over on the bed. There were big beads of sweat on his forehead. The sound of pain also echoed in the cabin. Soon Chen Hao's voice disappeared because he fainted from the pain. The night passed quickly, and Chen Hao suddenly felt something beside his ear, which made him feel itchy and uncomfortable. Chen Hao subconsciously reached out to touch it, but only felt a layer of wet substance. Chen Hao subconsciously woke up from the bed, sat up suddenly, and looked at his hands. He saw that his hands were black, wet and emitted a bad smell. What is this? What's wrong with me? Not only was there black stuff on his hands, but also on his legs. The reeds on his body were also pitch black and emitted a foul smell. Chen Hao just smelled it and felt suffocated instantly. He quickly got up, opened the wooden house and ran outside. Chapter 93, Marrow Cleansing Successful, Rainforest Eagle Awakens. Vomit. As soon as Chen Hao ran out of the cabin, he couldn't help vomiting. He vomited for a long time and his stomach felt uncomfortable. I even vomited out all the leftover food I had eaten the night before. After vomiting, Chen Hao only felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, and there were no other major problems. He looked at his body again, only to find that it was all pitch black and exuded a foul smell. Chirp. At this moment, the sound of a rainforest eagle rang in Chen Hao's ears. Chen Hao subconsciously looked up and saw that the rainforest eagle had woken up at some point. When he walked out of the cabin, it also flew out of the cabin. At this moment, the eagle was circling in the air, and its cry was particularly loud, which scared away many birds and beasts around it. The rainforest eagle, which had improved its bloodline by taking the blood fruit, was particularly happy and excited at this time. It kept circling in the sky, wanting to share its joy with Chen Hao. But at this moment, Chen Hao had his own things to do, so he had no time to take care of the rainforest eagle. He was in no mood to pay attention to the rainforest eagle. Instead, he said to the rainforest eagle, "Keep an eye on the cabin." After saying this, Chen Hao closed the cabin and ran away. He wanted to wash himself clean. Although he had a legendary spirit beast mount like Black Flame, Chen Hao did not ride Black Flame. After all, he was dirty now, and his whole body exuded a particularly unpleasant smell. What if he sat on Black Flame and Black Flame also became contaminated with the unpleasant smell? For the sake of his own future safety, Chen Hao didn't want He Yan to be tainted with such a taste. The cabin where Chen Hao lived was not far from the stream. Even if he walked, it would only take about 10 minutes. It took Chen Hao less than 5 minutes to reach the stream. Compared with before, it is twice as fast, or even twice as fast. Even though he was running at this moment, his speed was a little abnormal. But at this moment, Chen Hao just wanted to wash off the dirt on his body as quickly as possible and didn't think about anything else. When he came to the stream, he jumped into it without even taking off his clothes. In an instant, the originally crystal clear stream water suddenly turned pitch black. The water flowing downstream was all black and had a bad smell. Chen Hao took off all his clothes in the stream and quickly washed his dirty body. Chen Hao didn't need to scrub with his hands, he just simply rinsed in the stream, and the dirt on his body was immediately washed clean by the stream water. The dirty arm now revealed its original appearance and became extremely white. Compared to before, it seems to be a lot whiter. Chen Hao looked at his arms and the palms of his hands, frowned, and said, "Why do I feel like my skin has gotten much better? What's going on?" Chen Hao frowned slightly, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Although he has basically never taken a bath since coming to this world, Chen Hao is still very clear about the color of his skin. This color. This is very abnormal. Even a girl with normal fair skin can't have such white skin. Such white skin, just like a baby's skin. When I looked down at my body, my figure became more well-proportioned. And something seemed to have become a little bigger, which can be seen at a glance. It's worthy of being a legendary spiritual fruit. The changes are too big. Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what was going on. All of this must be the effect of the legendary spiritual fruit, because this situation occurred after I took the legendary spiritual fruit. Because the dirt on his body didn't need to be washed too much. Just rinse it with stream water, and it would be cleaned immediately. Chen Hao didn't need to do anything at all. So it only took Chen Hao less than half an hour to clean his body completely, and he immediately felt refreshed. Even in the stream, Chen Hao only felt a slight chill, not too cold. After washing his body, Chen Hao also washed his clothes, then put on the wet clothes and returned to the cabin. Although these clothes were wet and very uncomfortable to wear, Chen Hao had no choice. He had no other clothes and really had to wear these clothes. It's impossible to go back to the cabin naked, right? Not to mention Chen Hao himself, he has no habit of streaking. Secondly, Chen Hao was also afraid that a human would suddenly appear and see him without clothes. If this gets out that the great wolf-slaying god is running naked without clothes, wouldn't he be very embarrassed? Chen Hao would never do such a thing. Chen Hao quickly returned to the cabin, took off his wet clothes and hung them above the stove to dry. At the same time, he found the wild boar skin, processed it simply and put it on. Although it was very uncomfortable, it was better than being naked. At least it could keep him warm. "Hey, you said you were going to trouble the bear today, but it seems you can't go after all." Looking at his naked body, Chen Hao's eyes were filled with helplessness. After returning home, he suddenly thought of the rainforest eagle, which seemed to have awakened. He glanced inside the cabin but didn't see the eagle. He simply called out twice but didn't see the eagle come back, nor did he hear any response from the eagle. Chen Hao subconsciously wondered in his heart whether the rainforest eagle had escaped. But soon, such thoughts completely disappeared. Because the rainforest eagle's loyalty is 100%, it has completely been loyal to itself, so there is absolutely no way it can escape. Chirp! After about half an hour, Chen Hao suddenly heard the sound of a rainforest eagle. He subconsciously stood up, opened the window and looked out. The moment he opened the window, he saw a black shadow approaching him quickly. Chen Hao's face changed, and he subconsciously moved aside to avoid the black shadow. Chen Hao opened his mouth subconsciously, wanting to curse the bastard for daring to attack him. But when Chen Hao saw clearly what the black shadow was the next second, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. Because the black shadow that appeared in front of him was actually a half-grown yin-yang. Although it was not very big, it looked like it weighed more than 30 kilograms. Chapter 94: Rare and Ferocious Bird. Where did the sheep come from? Looking at the sheep that appeared in front of him, it was still alive and well and not injured. The sheep, covered with wool, was not hurt even if it was thrown in through the window. While Chen Hao was confused, a rainforest eagle flew in from outside. It flew to the beam of the house, made an eagle cry, and then stared at Chen Hao. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking Chen Hao, "Master, am I very powerful? This sheep is the prey I caught for you." Chen Hao was very confused about how the sheep appeared. When he saw the expression on Rainforest Eagle's face, he immediately guessed something. He frowned slightly and asked, "Did you catch this thing?" When he woke up during the day, although he saw the Rainforest Eagle, Chen Hao was dirty all over and emitted a particularly unpleasant smell, so Chen Hao did not pay attention to the Rainforest Eagle. Now, after seeing the Rainforest Eagle, I suddenly found that the Rainforest Eagle seemed to be very different from before. I don't know if he remembered it wrong, but the size of the rainforest eagle is almost twice as large as before. In the past, although many of its feathers were black, most of them were gray. Although it looked majestic and domineering, it was not that majestic and domineering. Especially the rainforest eagle that just flew by, it looked so messy and disorganized. But now the rainforest eagle's feathers have turned black, emitting a strange smell. Especially in those eagle eyes, the light is more intense than before. It also seems to be more humane. Is this an improvement in bloodline? I don't know what level the current rainforest eagle is at. Chenhao muttered softly and opened the pet page. Skip the black flame and find the page belonging to the rainforest eagle. Pet, rainforest eagle. Species, ferocious bird. Level, rare. Bloodline, mixed blood black eagle. Loyalty, 100. Obedience, 100. The information about the rainforest eagle soon appeared in front of Chenhao. When Chenhao saw the information about the rainforest eagle, his eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. He frowned and asked, "Is there another bloodline in the rainforest eagle's body? What the hell is this black-feathered eagle? Could it be that its level is very high?" Confused, Chenhao glanced at the rainforest eagle again and muttered softly, "The bloodline has changed. It really shouldn't be called the rainforest eagle anymore. I need to give you a catchy name." In the past, Chenhao disliked the trouble and was too lazy to give the rainforest eagle a name. Now that it has become his pet, it is 100% loyal to him, and will never betray him, so he should give it a nice name. Pitch black. It's so black that it's shiny. Let's call you Hei Ling. Since I have the blood of the Blackwing Eagle in my body, I can just call him Blackwing. He is completely pitch black, which really suits the name. From now on, your name will be Hei Ling. Chenhao shouted at the rainforest eagle, and whether it was willing or not, it had to call it by this name. Chirp. The rainforest eagle seemed very satisfied with the name, and even cried out an eagle towards Chenhao. Let's go. Chenhao threw 2 pieces of raw meat to the rainforest eagle. Since its bloodline had evolved and its body had become much larger, the original piece of raw meat was not enough for Hei Ling to eat. Even Chenhao himself felt that a piece of raw meat was not enough for him to eat. After Hei Ling took the raw meat, he started to eat it with relish. Even though it was just raw meat, Hei Ling ate it with great joy. Chenhao looked at the sheep and threw it into the pen. He planned to wait until tomorrow, drive the sheep into the cave where the bear was, follow the sheep into the cave to see what was going on. If possible, kill the bear in the cave directly. Not only can you get a lot of bear meat, but you can also get a large bear skin, which you can use to make clothes for yourself. The weather is getting colder, and we still need warm items. Now that you're full, let's get to work. Half an hour later, Chenhao saw that Hei Ling was full, and immediately pointed to the iron ore piled up on the side. There are more than 100 pieces, which are enough for Hei Ling to smelt for a long time. Hearing this, Hei Ling looked helpless after hearing Chenhao's order. Especially the look he gave Chenhao was full of deep grievance. He never thought that he would be forced to work by Chenhao just after he woke up. Hei Ling, who obeyed Chenhao's orders 100%, flapped his wings and came to the smelting furnace, and began to smelt the iron ingots with ease. Chenhao, on the other hand, ate while checking the latest information in the chat channel. Just as Chenhao thought, Huang Leihu was still mocking him madly. Several times, he kept sending messages to mock Chenhao, and even chatted with Chenhao privately, but Chenhao pretended not to see these messages. What have you gained today? As soon as it got dark, a message was sent out. It was the beautiful Yi Xinxin, and her words were somewhat joking. Chenhao smiled and said, I didn't go out today. A brave wolf-slaying warrior is lying dead at home? Yi Xinxin asked in surprise. In her opinion, Chenhao was a man, and it was impossible for him to stay at home. Unless the weather outside is extremely bad and it is impossible to go out, Chenhao will definitely go out and explore. Something happened today. Chenhao did not tell Yi Xinxin about his own affairs. I had a brief chat with Yi Xinxin for a while, and Yi Xinxin was still the same as usual, and there was no new discovery. Soon, Chen Xin also sent a message, selling the materials collected today to Chenhao. Because there was no help from Wang Tian, the amount of ore in the past 2 days had decreased a lot. Wang Tian is currently exploring the location of Huang Leihu. He will tell me as soon as he finds anything. Chen Xian brought good news to Chen Hao. Hearing this, Chen Hao was stunned and felt a little touched. I didn't expect that someone would post my own affairs on me. Well, tell Wang Tian to be careful. Don't act rashly after the Yellow Thunder Tiger incident. Wait until we get there. Chen Hao saw everything that happened between the two in the World Chat channel, and his favorability towards Wang Tian increased a lot. At the same time, he also got a rough understanding of Wang Tian's personality. He has a hot temper. If he meets Huang Leihu, he is likely to rush up and fight with Huang Leihu. If you are not careful, it will be bad if an accident happens. No matter what, Wang Tian had a conflict with Huang Leihu because of him, and Chen Hao didn't want anything to happen to Wang Tian. Chapter 95, Manufacturing Skill Blueprints. After hearing what Chen Hao said, Chen Xian quickly said, Don't worry, Boss Chen Hao, I've already reminded Wang Tian. He knows what to do. After getting Chen Xian's answer, Chen Hao felt much more relieved. After hanging up the chat, Chen Hao also exited the chat page. Come to the trading mall and see if there is anything you need. After a quick look, I found that what was being traded were either ordinary seeds or some eggs or something. There is also some meat traded, but the prices are not low. Occasionally, some good stuff appears, but the price asked is almost sky high. Chen Hao also saw things like iron ore, but one piece of iron ore required a piece of raw meat, so Chen Hao skipped it without hesitation. There's no stone map. Chen Hao searched for a long time, more than an hour, but could not find any information about the stone map. After not finding what he wanted, Chen Hao closed the Dark World system. He got up and lay on the bed, covered with a piece of pig skin, and all the reeds on his body were replaced with new ones. The reeds used before were all dirty and gave off an unpleasant smell. Chen Hao couldn't stand the smell at the moment, so he just replaced them all. Lying on the bed with the pigskin covering my body, although it was still a little uncomfortable, it was not as cold as before. Bear skin is much better than pig skin. Chen Hao muttered softly, already imagining hunting the bear and sleeping under the bear skin. Bear skin is much warmer than pig skin. And it is also very comfortable to cover up. Wool seems better though. Chen Hao suddenly remembered that the sheep he killed last time also left a lot of sheepskins. After dissecting the sheep, Chen Hao threw the sheepskin into the warehouse, preparing to find other materials to make a quilt and then some wool coats. But now, he doesn't have the skills. Everything in this world requires blueprints. If you want to make a wool coat, you also need a blueprint. I don't know if anyone has got this thing. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao opened the Dark World chat page again. He did not go to find Chen Xian and Yi Xinxin because either of them probably had this thing. It's better to ask directly in the chat channel, maybe you can get what you want. After all, there are quite a few people in the World Chat channel. Do any of you have a skill book on making clothes? Chen Hao used the privilege of the Dragon Slayer badge, and suddenly the big golden words were customized at the top of the chat page, shining brightly. Anyone who pays attention to the World Chat channel can clearly see the flashing golden font. Boss Chen Hao has appeared. A skill book for making clothes? Is there a skill book in this world? Skill book? What the hell is that? I've never listened to the book, so I don't know what it is. Chen Hao's speech quickly attracted the attention of many people, but none of them knew what skill book Chen Hao wanted. At the same time, everyone was even more confused and had no idea what Chen Hao wanted. The last time Chen Hao asked was whether anyone had seen the treasure chest. And now he opened his mouth to ask them if they had seen a skill book. Treasure chests and skill books. They had never listened to books before and had no idea what they were. Hello, is it you who needs a skill book? Almost at the same time, Chen Hao received a private message. Chen Hao quickly opened the private message and replied, Yes, I need a skill book. You have? Chen Hao took a look at the other person's information. She was also a beauty, but unlike Yi Xinxin's fair skin, this beauty had wheat-colored skin and looked healthier than Yi Xinxin. Judging from her body shape alone, she seems to be a GMA-type beauty. That body curve is really beautiful. 1,000 kilometers away from Chen Hao, in a second-level cabin, Su Qin was doing push-ups to exercise his body. After seeing the message Chen Hao sent in the world chat channel, he immediately contacted Chen Hao. She did have a skill book in her hand, but it was an ordinary skill book. She accidentally found it in a treasure chest in a cave. She also wanted to learn the skill book on making clothes, but she didn't have any materials to make clothes, so she decided to give up. Maybe putting it aside can bring you unexpected results. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao immediately asked to buy the skill book for making clothes. So I contacted Chen Hao immediately. Yes, I have one. Su Qin threw the skill book to Chen Hao without any hesitation. This is a skill, but the skill level is not very high, and the items produced are all ordinary level, without any special attribute bonuses. After taking a quick look at the drawings, Chen Hao immediately asked, "Tell me your price. How much raw meat will you sell to me?" In this world, raw meat is currently the hardest currency. No matter what, you can get it through raw meat. However, after hearing Chen Hao's question, the other party answered without thinking. "Sorry, I don't need raw meat." She is not bad at eating raw meat. Although it's not a lot, it's enough to support myself for the time being. Such a good thing should naturally be used to exchange for useful materials. "You don't want raw meat?" Chen Hao was stunned when he saw Su Qin's answer. He had never expected that Su Qin's answer would be so decisive and that he simply refused to eat raw meat. He hadn't opened the world chat page for several days and was beginning to doubt whether he was dreaming. How could anyone not want such hard currency as raw meat? Could it be that at this stage, everyone can get raw meat easily? Chen Hao, who was extremely puzzled, frowned and asked, "Then what do you want?" Chen Hao is not bad at raw meat, and if it is raw meat, it is especially easy to deal with. But the current problem is that Su Qin doesn't want raw meat, and Chen Hao doesn't know what the other party wants. I hope the other party doesn't mention anything too excessive, otherwise Chen Hao will have no way to agree. Su Qin thought for a moment after hearing this, and then asked directly, "You want a skill book for making clothes? You should have the materials to make clothes, right? I think we can make a deal." Chapter 96, New Trading Method. "Aren't we doing a deal now?" Chen Hao asked in confusion. He needed a skill book about clothing, but he didn't know what Su Qin wanted. Since Su Qin didn't want raw meat, Chen Hao didn't know what he could trade with Su Qin. As for money and RMB, they have no effect at all in this world. Not to mention, even if I wanted it, I wouldn't know where to get it. Since crossing into this world, everything except some things I carried with me has disappeared completely. Not only did his cell phone, money, and other things disappear, but even the things he was carrying with him were all gone. Only people who travel through time and space will have all the clothes on their bodies belonging to this era. I need some warm clothes. Just make the clothes and give me 2 sets of warm clothes. Su Qin spoke quickly, telling Chen Hao what was in his mind. She only wants warm clothes now, and she doesn't need anything else. She felt that the weather in the dark world was getting colder and colder. It would not be long before the temperature would drop completely, and might even drop below 0 degrees. At that time, if you didn't have warm clothes, you would probably freeze to death in the dark. Without warm clothes, even with wood for heating, it would be difficult to survive. What's more, during the day, we have to go out to look for resources. Without warm clothes, how would anyone dare to go out during the day? Chen Hao listened to Su Qin's answer, frowned and asked, 2 sets? Aren't you asking for too much? Chen Hao frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He didn't know if the wool he had now was enough to make 2 sets of warm clothes. Unexpectedly, Su Qin came up and asked for a huge sum of money, asking for 2 sets at once. Chen Hao was sure that he would never be able to come up with these things. Even if he could take it out, Chen Hao would never give it to Su Qin. Because the price is really unreasonable. Chen Hao doesn't want to be the scapegoat. Hearing this, Su Qin said seriously, "Not much. Although you may lose money on this blueprint, I promise that you won't suffer any loss in the future. I can provide you with some information. Some secrets about this world." The secret of this world? Looking at Su Qin's answer, Chen Hao's eyes flickered with confusion. We have all just come here not long ago, but someone has already known the secret of this world? What secrets does this world hold? Confused, Chen Hao asked tentatively, What secrets does this world hold? Isn't it just a game world? In Chen Hao's eyes, this world is just a simple game world. Although they don't know how to answer, as long as they follow the rules of the game, they can survive well. As long as you don't do anything stupid and live a good life, there won't be any big problems. As for the secrets of this world, it seems that everyone knows clearly that this world is very mysterious. And all mysterious things are secrets. Even though he has a system, he still hasn't discovered the secrets of this world. How could Su Qin, an ordinary human being, possibly know the secrets of this world? Could it be that her luck is as good as Yi Xinxin's? Although he didn't quite believe it in his heart, at this time, Chen Hao still wanted to know what Su Qin wanted to say. Don't try to trick me. I can't tell you before you agree to trade with me. Su Qin quickly replied, but then added, but it doesn't hurt to tell you a little. You know, this world is a game world. Since it's a game world, there are naturally monsters. The monsters that attacked us outside the cabin at night were not real monsters. They were just affected animals. The area we are in is just a safe zone, a novice zone. Once the novice protection period is over, disaster will occur. The monsters of that time will be beyond human power to contend with. Su Qin's reply caused a huge uproar in Chen Hao's heart. He stared at every word Su Qin replied, his eyes filled with deep disbelief. Chen Hao took a deep breath and asked in disbelief, how do you know this? Chen Hao really didn't believe what Su Qin said. If this is a novice protection zone, then the monster that attacked the cabin in the dark isn't a real monster. Doesn't that mean that they will face even greater crises in the future? Once the real monsters in the legend appear, the cabin will not be able to protect them. This cabin isn't really a safe haven? Chen Hao was extremely shocked and could hardly believe that this was true. Su Qin looked at Chen Hao's answer and quickly gave an answer. Don't try to trick me. This is all I can tell you. If you are willing to cooperate, I can reveal some information to you. If you are not willing, then bye. Su Qin's words were very decisive, leaving no room for Chen Hao to bargain. Either you agree or just say goodbye. I don't want to argue with Chen Hao. Chen Hao did not answer immediately, but wondered in his heart whether Su Qin's information was correct. Will they encounter more dangerous things in the future? It's just 2 sets of sweaters. The impact is not that big. At worst, we can just kill all the sheep and get a lot of wool. Even if I got cheated, I still gained a skill, so this deal isn't too bad. Chen Hao thought about it in his heart, and soon came to a conclusion, which was to agree to Su Qin. Naturally, he had his own considerations when he agreed to Su Qin's words. Manufacturing skills were what he needed most right now. Without them, he wouldn't even be able to make a wool sweater, leaving him without any warm clothing. This is not only for Su Qin, but also for myself, so I must consider it. Okay, I promise you. Give me the skill book. After thinking about it, Chen Hao agreed to Su Qin's request. After Su Qin saw Chen Hao's reply, he responded almost immediately. I knew you would respond. I've already given you the skill book. Remember to give me the sweater as soon as possible. You added Su Qin as a friend. You have a new email. Chen Hao just received some new information in his mailbox through Su Qin's friend. Chapter 97, Strange Green Netherfire. 100 books on clothing manufacturing, records all the manufacturing processes for clothing, treasure processing processes. Looking at the skill book in the mailbox, Chen Hao did not take it out immediately. Instead, he returned to the chat page with Su Qin and asked curiously, You are so confident in giving me the skill book. Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you and run away? No. I'm not afraid. A wolf-slaying warrior would steal something from a little girl like me. Su Qin smiled and replied, But even if you slander me, I'm not afraid. Because I believe that we will meet one day. If I meet you, I will definitely not let you go. Looking at Su Qin's answer, Chen Hao smiled helplessly. Although Chen Hao thinks that he is not a good person. But since people are willing to trust him, it is impossible for him to hack other people's things. He took the skill book in his hand and clicked to study directly. Soon, a new life skill appeared on Chen Hao's life skill page. One is a carpentry skill book, and the other is a manufacturing skill book. Both skills can be used at will. However, The carpentry skill book is a system reward and is a legendary skill. It can produce both ordinary and legendary items. The manufacturing skill book was obtained from Su Qin. It was just an ordinary skill book, so the things produced were naturally all ordinary. Anything beyond the ordinary level cannot be manufactured at all. Not bad. Without getting rid of the wool first. Chen Hao took a look at the skill book, his eyes full of satisfaction. To make woolen sweaters and woolen trousers, you don't need much wool at all. At most 2 sheep can make a set. Chen Hao collected a lot of wool last time, enough to make 2 sets of woolen clothes. If the wool had not been processed, it would be unusable now. Chen Hao wanted to finish the wool coat tonight. Looking up at the night outside the window, it was already late. Looking at Hei Ling, who was still smelting iron ingots, he said lightly, "It's getting late, go to bed early and continue tomorrow." Hei Ling, who had been working hard, was particularly happy when he heard the first half of Chen Hao's sentence. I was thinking in my heart that this owner really had a change of heart. But when the next sentence appeared, Hei Ling realized that he was overthinking. He, the master, remains the same as before, without any change. Still so shameless. Hawkeye glared at Chen Hao and ignored him, flapping his wings and flying to the beam of the house. In this cabin, it sleeps on the beams, not anywhere else. Only this piece of land on the beam belongs to him, the rest of the land does not belong to him. Crunch. Crunch. Chen Hao had just laid down and was about to fall asleep when a strange sound suddenly came from outside. What's the meaning? Chen Hao subconsciously stood up, walked gently to the small wooden window, and looked outside cautiously. It was pitch black outside and I couldn't see anything. However, a green flame could be seen floating in the distance. The flame stretched endlessly, reaching a very long distance, and it was impossible to see what was going on from inside the cabin. I only saw a white thing shaking under the flame. The flames seemed to be dancing in the air out of thin air. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and soon saw some things clearly. His face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously closed the window and hurried back to his bed, not daring to breathe. Because he seemed to have seen a ghost just now. Those green flames are the eyes of skeletons, and they are skeleton soldiers. They lined up neatly and strode forward. The skeleton general leading the way was riding a tall bone horse. A terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the cabin. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Hao heard no more sound. He carefully opened the window again, and the strange scene outside had disappeared. The world outside the cabin was dark, and nothing could be seen or understood. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and frowned. Those skeleton soldiers have all disappeared? They are ghost soldiers. Or am I dazzled? Chen Hao was very confused as to whether he had really seen it. Was it my own eyesight or hallucination? Confused, Chen Hao subconsciously opened the Dark World chat page and asked everyone if they had seen anything unusual tonight. At night in the Dark World, the situation is basically the same. Although the beasts that attacked the cabin in the dark were different, the situations encountered were basically the same. Therefore, the visions that I saw should have been seen by others as well. However, when Chen Hao opened the Tianhe chat page, he was shocked by the content on it. Because tonight, those monsters came to attack everyone's cabin again. Moreover, their attack power is extremely strong, which is beyond their ability to contend with. Many people's cabins were destroyed and they died at the claws of wild beasts. In the huge world chat channel, only a small number of people are chatting, and most of them are asking for help. Did any wild animals attack the cabin tonight? Why, I don't have it here. There was a flicker of doubt in Chen Hao's eyes, and he looked out the small wooden window cautiously. It was pitch black outside and I couldn't see anything. It was also quiet and no sound was heard. In other words, no animals came to attack his cabin at all. Chen Hao looked up and saw the black-winged eagle lying there calmly without any reaction. Confused, Chen Hao asked tentatively, Hei Ling, did you notice anything unusual? For example, there might be attacks from wild animals. The last time a wild animal attacked, Hei Ling sensed it and made a warning sound. Even Black Flame reacted. But today, Hei Ling and Hei Yan didn't react at all. It's like there's nothing like it outside. And as far as Chen Hao knew, there was really nothing outside. This made Chen Hao wonder whether there were really wild animals attacking the cabin. After a moment's silence, Chen Hao also sent a message to Chen Xian and Yi Xinxin. Something is attacking your cabin? Chen Xian did not answer, but Yi Xinxin quickly gave an answer. I have Xiaobai to protect me, those things don't dare to bother me. Chapter 98, The Pressure of Pets. Noob? Looking at Yi Xinxin's answer, Chen Hao's eyes were full of confusion. Chen Hao had no idea about the Xiaobai that Yi Xinxin mentioned and had no idea what was going on. After pondering for a moment, Chen Hao tentatively asked, What is Xiaobai? Chen Hao really couldn't imagine that there was something in this world that could shock the animals outside. Could it be that this is the boyfriend Yi Xinxin found? But even if he is my boyfriend, it is impossible to scare those guys outside, right? No matter how hard Chen Hao thought about it, he couldn't figure out what was going on. I forgot to tell you that Xiaobai is my pet. A little white tiger. With its protection, as long as I don't go out at night, I'm usually fine. Yi Xinxin told Chen Hao everything that had happened recently. The first time monsters attacked the cabin, Xiaobai let out a tiger roar, even though it was just a very small roar, and the monsters outside immediately left, not daring to approach the cabin at all. From then on, no monsters attacked the cabin again. Although I was very confused as to why those monsters didn't dare to attack the cabin, and why they were so afraid of Xiaobai. But Yi Xinxin didn't care, as long as those monsters didn't dare to trouble her. Pet? Little white tiger? Chen Hao's gaze subconsciously turned to He Ling and the legendary black flame, muttering to himself. How strange! I also have a pet. Why do those monsters dare to attack me? Could it be because of the pet's level or bloodline? Deep doubts emerged in Chen Hao's heart. However, although Chen Hao was very confused, he did not ask Yi Xinxin about this matter. If Yi Xinxin is willing to tell me, then I can listen to her. If Yi Xinxin is unwilling, there is no need to ask. Otherwise, if you ask too many questions, it will have a bad influence on the other party. Chen Hao looked out the window and waited for more than 10 minutes without receiving any response from Chen Xian. Chen Hao didn't waste any more time and went back to bed to fall asleep. After daybreak, I still have to fight the bear. If I don't replenish my physical strength and get a good sleep, it will definitely affect my battle. Chen Hao did not feel threatened. With the protection of Black Feather and Black Flame, he felt very safe. He soon fell into a dream and fell asleep comfortably. Late at night, everyone was fighting desperately, but Chen Hao was the only one sleeping comfortably. Before I knew it, the night had passed quickly. Chen Hao woke up early. He lay on the bed and turned on the system. Although I was woken up in the middle of the night yesterday, I was so scared when I saw those skeleton soldiers that I had no mood to pay attention to the system. Now that he has awakened, there is no danger. It's a good time to see what good treasures the system will bring out again. Option 1, Smelting Furnace, Legendary. Option 2, Legendary Well. Now 3, Extreme Beauty. 3 options soon appeared in front of Chen Hao, but Chen Hao's eyes were only on the first option and he didn't move his eyes at all. Looking at the options above, Chen Hao frowned slightly and murmured softly. Legendary Smelting Furnace? I don't know what kind of function it has. Chen Hao's gaze subconsciously turned to the smelting furnace he currently owned. It was just an ordinary smelting furnace that could only smelt 1 iron ingot at a time, and required a lot of wood and time. Chen Hao has also been thinking about upgrading the smelting furnace to increase the amount of iron ingots it can smelt. But I was busy during the day and didn't pay any attention to the smelting furnace. Unexpectedly, the system understands me so well that it knows what I lack and can send it to me. I choose 1. Chen Hao made his choice without much hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining a legendary smelting furnace. As the system's voice fell, a ball of light suddenly appeared in front of Chen Hao's eyes, surrounding the ordinary smelting furnace that Chen Hao owned. The ordinary smelting furnace also changed rapidly under the cover of light. When the light disappeared, the smelting furnace was again in front of Chen Hao. However, at this time, the smelting furnace was flashing with a bright light. Although it was also made of stone, the body on it was obviously not an ordinary body. The smelting furnace has also become much larger. It can not only smelt black iron, but also forge the iron props needed by Chen Hao. Chen Hao was very satisfied with the smelting furnace this time. Because the legendary smelting furnace can no longer only smelt one iron ingot at a time, its smelting speed has become faster and the quantity has also increased. And not only can it be smelted, but it can also create weapons at the same time. With this thing, the time you spend will be much less. The most important thing is that the wood consumed is basically not much different from the wood consumed by ordinary smelting furnaces. Not bad, not bad. Chen Hao looked at the legendary smelting furnace and felt extremely satisfied. At this moment, He Ling also flew to the side of the legendary smelting furnace, constantly making sounds, as if he was very satisfied with the smelting furnace. Chen Hao didn't take care of the smelting furnace. Instead, he ate something and left the cabin with the sheep. He is going to kill the bear in the black hole today. If that bastard dares to cause trouble for me, I must kill him and never let him live in this world. Go in quickly. Chen Hao brought the sheep to the cave where the bear was, put the sheep at the entrance of the cave, and urged the sheep to go in quickly. But the sheep seemed to sense that it was very dangerous inside the cave, and no matter how Chen Hao pushed, the sheep refused to move. Chen Hao was very displeased by this scene and even kicked the sheep several times. However, the sheep still did not go in and just stood in front of the cave. Depend on! Chen Hao was furious and ordered He Ling. He Ling, find a way to let it in. He Ling looked at Chen Hao suspiciously, with confusion in his eyes. Isn't this sheep Chen Hao's food? Why let the sheep into the cave? Isn't there danger in this cave? As a top predator, He Ling also sensed that it was very dangerous inside the cave. Once the sheep go in, there is no coming back. I'm going to kill the guy inside and let the sheep lead the way for me. Chen Hao did not hide anything from He Ling, and told him what he was thinking. He wanted the sheep to be cannon fodder in the front, while he would act according to circumstances in the back. Chapter 99, Rare Bear King. He Ling, who was still wondering what Chen Hao wanted to do, immediately understood what Chen Hao meant after hearing what Chen Hao said. It came above the sheep, grabbed the sheep and flew into the cave. Don't go in. When Chen Hao saw this, his expression suddenly changed. He just wanted He Ling to drive the sheep in, and never thought of letting He Ling go in by himself. If there is any danger inside, how will He Ling get out? But by the time Chen Hao reacted, He Ling had already grabbed the sheep and flew into the cave, as if he didn't hear Chen Hao's voice at all. Looking at the disappearing He Ling, Chen Hao thought for a moment, then hurriedly followed him into the cave. At the beginning, when Chen Hao just entered the cave, he could still see some of the surrounding conditions. But as we entered, the cave became even darker, and we couldn't see what was inside at all. Helpless Chen Hao could only explore inside carefully, and did not dare to call He Ling. I was afraid that I might accidentally disturb the sleeping bear inside. Chen Hao, who really couldn't see what was going on, did not continue to move forward, but retreated from the cave, lit a piece of wood, and then walked into the cave carefully. Torches are made from pine oil, animal oil and cloth strips, and can burn for about 3 to 4 hours. Chen Hao hurriedly made them before coming here today. Although the effect is not very good, at least the light emitted can still allow you to see everything around you clearly. Call out. Call out. As soon as Chen Hao walked into the cave, he heard a strange sound, as if something was flying over his head. I looked up subconsciously, and saw a lot of bats suddenly appeared above my head, hanging upside down above the cave. And those things that just flew out were the bats that were awakened. Why are there so many bats here? Chen Hao frowned slightly, his face looking very ugly. Bats carry many viruses. If so many bats attack you, your body will definitely not be able to withstand it. But He Ling flew into the cave, and if he left like this... Chen Hao, feeling very bad, gritted his teeth and continued walking deeper into the cave. There was no other way. He had to find He Ling and not leave him in the cave. I walked inside cautiously. I didn't know how long I had been walking, but it seemed that I was almost at the end. Chen Hao still didn't find any trace of He Ling, and still didn't see He Ling. But Chen Hao saw a ray of light appearing in front of him. Although it was very weak, he could see everything around him clearly even without a torch. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and frowned. How can there be light inside the cave? Confused, Chen Hao quickly extinguished the torch in his hand to avoid being discovered, and walked forward cautiously. After walking about 100 meters, they finally arrived at the end of the cave. Chen Hao looked up and saw a huge hole above his head, and light was shining in from outside the cave. At the bottom of the cave, there was a bear, the same bear that was injured by Chen Hao that day. Under the bear, there was half of a wild boar, which was the wild boar hunted by Chen Hao. However, at this moment, only half of the wild boar was left. In addition to the wild boar, there was also a sheep, but it was covered in blood. My head seemed to be smashed by something. In front of the bear was Hei Ling, flapping its wings and staring at the bear with a fierce look. Although the bear was very big and exuded a domineering aura, Hei Ling still had no fear. Chen Hao suddenly appeared, and Hei Ling and Go Xiong both discovered Chen Hao at the same time. Hei Ling flew to Chen Hao's side and stared at the bear even more fiercely. As a rare bloodline beast, even though it is not an adult, it is not afraid of the bear at all. What's more, its owner Chen Hao came over, so it was even less afraid of the bear. I wanted to rush up and fight the bear many times. When the bear saw Chen Hao, his face was filled with confusion. It never thought that Chen Hao actually found its nest. And he dared to come in. Since when did these humans become so fearless of death? Roar! The angry bear felt that his dignity was challenged and quickly pounced towards Chen Hao. That night, it was injured by Chen Hao and one of its eyes was blinded, which caused it pain for a long time. Even now, it still hurts. Now that Chen Hao dared to appear on its territory, it must make Chen Hao pay the price. It wants to let this human know that it is not to be trifled with. Chirp! When Hei Ling saw the bear pounce on Chen Hao, he did not hesitate at all and immediately pounced on the bear. The sharp claws immediately left several claw marks on the bear's face. The bear roared and slapped Hei Ling with its paw. But Hei Ling was very fast and easily avoided the bear's attack. Even if the bear was extremely strong, it couldn't touch a single feather of black feather. Is this a level 1 vicious beast? Are these claws so sharp? Seeing Hei Ling injure the bear in one go, even if it was just leaving some claw marks on the bear, Chen Hao felt it was incredible. You have to know that when he fought with the bear for the first time, even if he hit the bear's head with an axe, the bear was still not hurt at all, and the sharp axe blade did not leave any mark. You can imagine how sharp Hei Ling's claws are. I'm afraid they can even tear through rocks. However, although Hei Ling's claws were very sharp, the bear had thick skin and flesh, and Hei Ling, who was only a juvenile, could not kill the bear at all. Chen Hao put on the legendary brass knuckles, activated the flowing water skill, and directly enabled the triple speed bonus. The skill of flowing smoothly consumes physical strength, and the faster the speed, the greater the consumption. The last time, after only fighting for more than 10 minutes, Chen Hao felt that his body could not bear it anymore. If you enable the 4-fold or 5-fold speed bonus, you might only be able to last 2 minutes or even less than a minute. In order to fight better, the speed is slower. What's more, the triple speed bonus is enough to deal with the bear. The bear is just thick-skinned and strong, but has no advantage in speed at all. Chen Hao burst out at full speed, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. He instantly rushed behind the bear, jumped high, and smashed his fist hard on the bear's head. The legendary brass knuckles were extremely sharp and easily pierced the bear's skin, seriously injuring its head. Chapter 100, Hunting the Rare Bear King, rewarded with a special badge of courage. Hei Ling in the air looked at Chen Hao, who suddenly appeared behind the bear. The whole eagle was stunned for a moment, and stared at Chen Hao blankly for a long time without being able to react. When did my master become so fast? This speed seems to have surpassed it. Hei Ling didn't react in time and was almost hit by the bear's paw. If the bear had not been seriously injured by Chen Hao, and its speed had not been affected to a certain extent, the bear paw would have definitely hit it. A bear's palm can shatter rocks. Even if it is a rare beast, it will definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Even if he doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured and will not be able to recover without resting for a year or two. Roar! The angry bear ignored Hei Ling, who posed the least threat, and turned around, growling and staring at Chen Hao. It knew very well that Chen Hao posed the greatest threat to it, so it had to kill Chen Hao first. The bear's paw slapped towards Chen Hao, who quickly dodged. The bear's paw slammed hard on the ground, and the whole ground was shaking. The bats hanging above the cave were shaken and flew out of the cave. There were a few lines on the ground where Chen Hao had just stood, which were caused by the bear's paw. This power, isn't it too terrifying? The force of this palm is at least 1,000 pounds. Looking at the cracked place, Chen Hao's face changed drastically. His face was slightly pale, and he was filled with fear. If that blow landed on me, I would definitely die. Chen Hao didn't think his body could withstand a force of thousands of pounds. Looks like I have to be more careful. Chen Hao frowned, stared at the bear intently, and kept a certain distance from it. Hei Ling attracted its attention. Hei Ling flew towards the bear again, and his sharp claws left some scars on the bear from time to time. The bear ignored Hei Ling. There was only Chen Hao in its eyes. It ignored Hei Ling's attack and pounced directly at Chen Hao, hitting Chen Hao with its paws continuously. Chen Hao was very fast and the bear couldn't hit him at all, but this caused Chen Hao to consume a lot of physical energy. No, triple speed consumes too much energy. I couldn't hold on for long. Looking at the bear that kept chasing him and didn't care about Hei Ling at all, Chen Hao's face looked extremely ugly. He knew clearly in his heart that if he didn't get rid of the bear quickly, he might die at the bear's hands once he consumed too much physical strength. While dodging the bear's attack, he looked around the cave and suddenly noticed that there was a very narrow place that could allow humans and bears to pass through, but it would not be so easy for the bear to turn around inside. Looking at the place that was only a little over 3 meters high, Chen Hao took a deep breath and said, I have no choice but to give it a try. Now that they have arrived at the cave, it is naturally impossible for Chen Hao to retreat. It was impossible for him to return empty-handed before dealing with the bear, because that was totally against his character. Running quickly towards the narrow place, the bear was already confused and had no idea of Chen Hao's conspiracy. He quickly chased after Chen Hao and soon came to a narrow place. Seeing Chen Hao trapped inside and unable to leave, the bear raised his palm and slapped Chen Hao hard. Now! Chen Hao's face changed and he immediately jumped high, stepped on the bear's claws, jumped onto the bear's back, and smashed the bear's head with his sharp brass knuckles. 1 punch, 2 punches. The bear struggled desperately, trying to throw Chen Hao off his body. He wanted to stand up and throw Chen Hao off. But the low cave made it almost impossible for the bear to stand up or turn around. His claws couldn't reach Chen Hao behind him, so he could only rage helplessly and madly hit the surrounding rocks. Chen Hao ignored the bear. Even though his weapon was hit by a rock, he did not stop his movements, and continued to smash the bear's head hard. After a dozen punches, the bear could no longer bear it, and fell to the ground with a bang. You killed the Bear King. Since you are the first human to kill the Bear King, congratulations on receiving the Bear Slayer badge. You killed the Bear King and gained 1 world point multiplier. The moment the bear fell to the ground, the system's voice rang in Chen Hao's ears. Listening to the system's voice, Chen Hao felt extremely happy. He didn't care about the pain and immediately checked the Bear Killer Warrior badge. The function of this badge is similar to that of the Wolf Slayer badge, both of which have a suppression and damage bonus effect on specific species. As for what the last world point is, Chen Hao is not very clear. But now, the most important thing is to decompose the Bear King and leave the cave. The cave is pitch black and full of bats, making it extremely dangerous. You killed the Bear King. Do you want to notify the entire server? Conduct. Chen Hao naturally would not miss such a pretentious moment. It was a good opportunity to let Huang Leihu see that it was not that he was afraid to look for him, but that he had to kill the Bear King and had no time to deal with him. Now that he had killed the Bear King, it was his turn next. Now announcing to all servers, human player Chen Hao has killed the first Bear King and received the first kill reward, the Bear Slayer Warrior badge, received by the first person to kill the Bear King. It has a suppressing and restraining effect on ordinary bears, but not on king-level bears. Now announcing to all servers, human player Chen Hao has killed the first Bear King and received the first kill reward, the Bear Slayer Warrior badge, received by the first person to kill the Bear King. It has a suppressing and restraining effect on ordinary bears, but not on king-level bears. Now announcing to all servers, human player Chen Hao has killed the first Bear King and received the first kill reward, the Bear Slayer Warrior badge, received by the first person to kill the Bear King. It has a suppressing and restraining effect on ordinary bears, but not on king-level bears. Boss Chenhao killed a bear? Holy crap, it's a Bear King. How did Boss Chenhao do it? Awesome! I was wondering why Boss Chenhao hadn't been talking these past 2 days. Turns out he was trying to deal with the bear. Boss Chenhao has already killed the Bear King. Now should we go after the Yellow Thunder Tiger? That's for sure. Huang Leihu, keep jumping out. When humans learned that Chenhao had killed the Bear Queen, they were shocked. Unexpectedly, Chenhao can not only kill wild wolves, but now he can also kill bears, and he is a Bear King. Such combat power is unimaginable. The fighting power of a bear is much stronger than that of a wild wolf. Even 10 wild wolves might not be a match for a bear, let alone the Bear King. Chapter 101 Black Iron Treasure Chest. Server-wide announcement. Everyone can hear it even if they are not in the World Chat channel. It was also because of this that when Chenhao killed the Bear King, the entire human race in the world was shocked. The World Chat channel, which was originally very dull during the day with almost no one around, was suddenly flooded with people. Everyone was discussing heatedly why Chenhao was so powerful, and why he could kill the Bear King. Huang Leihu, who had been developing at home for several days, felt that there was no danger, so he went out to look for resources. If he didn't come out, even if Chenhao didn't come to trouble him, he would starve to death because of lack of food. Huang Leihu, who came out to look for resources, suddenly froze when he heard the announcement released by the Tianhe system. He was originally happy because he found a half-dead pheasant and could have meat for his dinner, but when he heard that Chenhao had hunted the Bear King and obtained the badge of Bear Killer Warrior, he was stunned. The smile on his face froze at this moment. The pheasant in my hand that could be eaten in Korea was no longer attractive. Chenhao hasn't bothered me these past few days. It's not because he couldn't find my address, but because he went to hunt the Bear King? Now that he has finished his work, won't he come to trouble me? What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Huang Leihu suddenly became very scared and didn't know what to do next. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have mocked Chenhao. Now the relationship between the two has become incompatible. Why am I so worried? We are all so far away, I don't believe he can find me. Huang Leihu murmured softly, comforting himself in his heart, and the fear suddenly disappeared without a trace. As the idea came to his mind, Huang Leihu was no longer so afraid. After dismembering the pheasant, he continued to explore the surroundings. He wanted to find more supplies and then hide at home. Anyway, the system of the Dark World also said that as long as I hide in the cabin and don't come out, I will be absolutely safe. As expected of Boss Chenhao, he can actually hunt down the Bear King. In the wilderness, Wang Tian muttered to himself. Then he continued to explore the area, looking for resources while searching for Huang Leihu's location. Because he felt that Huang Leihu lived nearby, he had been exploring for resources nearby during this period. In the small wooden house in the mineral cave, Chen Xian sat at the door and quietly ate barbecue. After being tired for so many days, Chen Xian felt that his body could not bear it anymore, so he wanted to have a good rest at this time. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the announcement that Chenhao had hunted the Bear King, and his face was stunned. He was also confused. He didn't expect that in this world, someone could hunt down the Bear King with bare hands. If it were someone else, Chen Xian would be a little bit unconvinced, but if it was Chenhao, Chen Xian did have a little belief. When everyone just came here, Chenhao killed the wild wolf in the dark. Now, Chenhao has so much iron ore that he has already created powerful weapons. Being able to hunt the Bear King is indeed somewhat acceptable. But even with powerful weapons, hunting the Bear King is still extremely dangerous. There are not many people in the entire Dark World who can do what Chenhao can do. At a distant savage tribe site, Yi Xingxin was still exploring the site. Having just demolished a savage house and obtained a lot of wood and stone, Yi Xingxin also heard the announcement for the entire server at this moment. Yi Xingxin frowned slightly and whispered softly. Server-wide announcement. Chenhao has broken his own record again. I don't know when Xiaobai will grow up. Yi Xingxin looked at the little white tiger sleeping soundly beside her, with a look of doubt in her eyes. The little white tiger has been sleeping all this time, whether it is day or night, and sleeps whenever he has free time. If Xiaobai wasn't an epic bloodline combat pet, Yi Xinxin would have subconsciously suspected that Xiaobai was sick. Call. After hunting the bear, Chenhao sat limply on the ground, breathing in deep gulps of air. Feeling the pain all over his body, Chenhao's face couldn't help but look very ugly. Although he killed the bear, he also paid a heavy price. At least he was injured in this battle. Although it was not serious, he still needs to rest for a while. My arm seemed to be broken. Relying on his strong physique, Chenhao gradually recovered after resting for about an hour. The pain in my body also subsided a lot, and I regained the ability to move. Chenhao stood up and went back to the Bear King. He dismembered the Bear King and got the bear paws, a lot of bear meat, and a very large bear skin that could be made into a fur coat. Chirp. After dealing with the bear, Chenhao prepared to leave the cave. The wood has been used up, and it is time to harvest some grass to feed the lambs at night. But just as Chenhao was about to leave, the cry of the black-feathered eagle suddenly sounded, as if calling Chenhao over. Puzzled, Chenhao followed the sound to where He Ling was. He lowered his head and looked down, only to see a half-eaten wild boar on the ground, which was left by the bear. It was bloody and disgusting. Without any hesitation, Chenhao cut up the wild boar immediately, and got a lot of pork. Then he continued to look forward and found another huge wooden box. This wooden box was about 30 centimeters long, and was not made of wood, but of black iron. Black iron treasure chest. You can get random rewards after opening it. Black iron treasure chest? Crap, are you so lucky? It really wasn't a wasted trip. When looking at the black iron treasure chest, Chenhao's face couldn't help but be filled with ecstasy. The slight pain in my body disappeared instantly. His eyes were fixed on the black iron treasure chest. He never thought that after killing the Bear King, he would get a treasure chest. And the level of this treasure chest is higher than the one obtained in the savage tribe. Chenhao quickly put away the black iron treasure chest and opened it when he returned to his shelter. After putting the black iron treasure chest away, Chenhao suddenly realized something. He looked at the spot where the black iron treasure chest had been and frowned, saying, "This place didn't seem to have a black iron treasure chest there just now." Chenhao clearly remembered that there was only a wild boar corpse in front of him, nothing else. Chapter 102, New Sign and Opportunity. Chenhao remembered very clearly that there was really no black iron treasure chest in front of here. Why does the black iron treasure chest appear here now? Confused, Chenhao subconsciously looked at He Ling and asked with a frown, "He Ling, do you see a treasure chest ahead?" Chenhao stared at the location of the black iron treasure chest again, with deep doubts in his heart. Although he remembered it clearly in his mind, Chenhao still wanted to know from He Ling whether the treasure chest really existed. Since He Ling's bloodline evolved, he has a better understanding of human nature. Unlike before, he no longer had to think for half a day after hearing what Chenhao said. He Ling can now understand Chenhao's words almost instantly. When hearing Chenhao's question, He Ling responded almost at the same time. It shook its head, indicating that it hadn't seen it either. He Ling didn't see it either. Then how did this treasure chest appear? Chenhao frowned and murmured softly, his eyes filled with deep curiosity. He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Afterwards, Chenhao shook his head slightly and muttered helplessly, "Forget it, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it." Chenhao narrowed his eyes slightly and checked the cave again, not missing any corner. After confirming that there was nothing good, Chenhao took He Ling and left the cave. Outside the cave, Haiyan was still staying well-behaved near the cave and did not run around randomly. Chenhao came to Haiyan, jumped directly onto Haiyan's back, pulled the reins and controlled Haiyan to run away. Chenhao did not return to the cabin, but went to the area where grass grew and cut grass for 2 hours, which was enough for the lambs to eat for a long time. Only then did Chenhao return home. It was still early outside. After feeding the lambs some grass, Chenhao walked into the forest with an axe. The wood is almost used up, and it won't be long before dark anyway, so it's a bit too late to explore other places. So at this time, Chenhao prepared to cut some wood near the cabin and bring it back to the cabin. The sky quickly darkened, and Chenhao returned to the cabin with the wood. He put the pot on the stove and threw the raw meat to He Ling. But after Hei Ling took the raw meat, he did not eat it. Instead, he returned the raw meat to Chen Hao and signaled Chen Hao to roast it for him. Hei Ling did not eat raw meat and had to eat it cooked. "You really know how to eat." Chen Hao smiled and shook his head, and did not refuse Hei Ling. He put Hei Ling's raw meat on the stove as well. He had 2 pieces of raw meat for himself, and Hei Ling also had 2 pieces of raw meat. Chen Hao now needs 2 pieces of raw meat to replenish the energy he needs. 1 piece of raw meat is totally not enough. Hei Ling's situation is similar to Chen Hao's, and a piece of raw meat is not enough. And it's not just 2 pieces of raw meat a day, but 2 pieces of raw meat in 1 meal, or even 3 pieces of raw meat can be eaten into the stomach. "Boss Chen Hao, Wang Tian has discovered the location of Huang Leihu." Chen Hao opened the Tianhe system and immediately received a message from Chen Xian. The message was sent 2 hours ago. At that time, I was still in the cave, still decomposing the bear and the sheep, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. After that, he went to do other things and Chen Hao didn't pay much attention to it. Now when Chen Hao saw the message sent by Chen Xian and the content on it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, Wang Tian actually discovered Huang Leihu's location. Chen Hao's face lit up with joy, and he quickly asked Chen Xian, "Tell me, where is Huang Leihu?" "I asked Wang Tian to add you. Let him explain it to you in detail." Not long after Chen Hao sent the message, Chen Xian also responded quickly. Chen Hao opened the friend request page and soon found Wang Tian's friend request. Without any hesitation, he agreed to Wang Tian's request. "Boss Chen Hao, you are finally online." As soon as Chen Hao agreed, Wang Tian sent a message. Looking at the message sent by Wang Tian, Chen Hao frowned slightly and asked, "Have you discovered the location of Huang Leihu?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tian quickly spoke up. "Yes, I've been searching for the location where I met Huang Leihu these past few days, and today I finally saw him." Wang Tian told Chen Hao everything that happened today. He first saw Huang Leihu and wanted to go up and teach Huang Leihu a lesson, but suddenly remembered Chen Hao's warning. In addition, he was also afraid that Huang Leihu would run away, so he suppressed his temper and followed Huang Leihu all the time. He thought that Huang Leihu would go back when it was dark, but he didn't expect that he would go back early. Wang Tian also discovered the location of Huang Leihu's cabin. "I don't know where this guy got the bad luck to actually catch a pheasant." Wang Tian felt very uncomfortable when he thought of the pheasant in Huang Leihu's hand. He had been in this world for so many days, but had never seen what a pheasant looked like. The first time he ate meat was when he traded it from Chen Hao. "I didn't expect that Huang Leihu actually got so much pheasant meat. It's really too much." Chen Hao, who heard this, listened to Huang Leihu's complaints, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Wait for me at Chen Xian's house. I'll come over tomorrow." After saying that, Chen Hao hung up the phone. Although the location of Huang Leihu's cabin is now known, Chen Hao does not know whether the news is true or not, so it is naturally impossible to give raw meat to Wang Tian at this time. When I meet Huang Lei tomorrow and confirm that Wang Tian's information is not false, I will give the raw meat to Huang Leihu. Since Chen Xian didn't have work today, he could only sell iron ore, and Chen Hao understood this. "I've been tired for so long and really need a good rest." "You are quite powerful. You can actually kill the Bear King." Chen Hao's barbecue was ready soon, and Yi Xinxin's news also arrived. "In this strange world, it's nice to have a beautiful woman to chat with me." So Chen Hao also started chatting directly with Yi Xinxin. The relationship between the two people also became closer unknowingly. After Chen Hao had eaten and drunk his fill, he began to sort out the wool, preparing to make 2 wool sweaters in the next 2 days. As for Hei Ling, it has long been accustomed to its current life. After eating and drinking, it goes to smelt iron ingots obediently. The early morning hours soon arrived, and Chen Hao's golden finger was activated again at this moment. "The new sign-in selection opportunity has been refreshed. Do you want to sign in?" Chapter 103, Legendary Cabin Upgrade Card. Listening to the cold electronic synthesized sound appearing in his mind, Chen Hao turned on the system without any hesitation. What a joke, how could Chen Hao give up such a good thing? So without any hesitation, he chose to turn on the system. Option 1, Log Cabin Upgrade Card, Legendary. Option 2, Legendary Well. Choice 3, extreme beauty. Just like before, Chen Hao ignored the second and third options without even looking at them. All attention is focused on the first option. Looking at the first option, Chen Hao was stunned. Wooden house upgrade card? Or legendary? What's the meaning? Chen Hao stared at option 1, not quite understanding what the system meant. But after thinking for a moment, Chen Hao made his choice without any hesitation. I choose 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining a legendary cabin. As Chen Hao made his choice, a card suddenly appeared in his hand. The card was all white with a small wooden house on it, which was not much different from the small wooden house where Chen Hao was. But on the back of the card, there are a few short large words. Cabin upgrade card. Legendary. Use this card to upgrade any cabin below the legendary level to a legendary cabin. The card introduction is very simple, and there is no other introduction except that it can upgrade the cabin. Chen Hao was bewildered as he looked at the card's description. He asked tentatively, System, does the legendary cabin have angel attribute bonuses? According to Chen Hao's understanding of this world, legendary items seem to have certain attribute bonuses. So Chen Hao also wanted to know whether the cabin had any special attribute bonuses. Return to the host, with special attribute bonus. As for the bonus effect, please check it yourself after upgrading the cabin. The system's voice soon rang in Chen Hao's ears. Listening to the system's voice, Chen Hao's face was confused and speechless. I just want to know what functions the legendary cabin has. If the cabin has been upgraded, why should I ask? Can't I just check it myself? Although he was speechless, Chen Hao had no choice since the system was unwilling to speak. Looking at the upgrade card in his hand, Chen Hao thought for a while before tentatively asking, System, do you have any suggestions for upgrading the cabin? What will happen if I upgrade the cabin? Chen Hao was a little worried that upgrading the cabin would make it unusable. If some bugs can be avoided, they should be avoided. It's late at night now. If any bug occurs, my safety will not be guaranteed. This system recommends that the host use it during the day to better upgrade the cabin. The system's voice soon sounded again. Listening to the system's answer, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Fortunately, I asked the system before using it, otherwise I wouldn't know how I was cheated. After putting the upgrade card into the system backpack, Chen Hao prepared to upgrade the cabin tomorrow. Since the system has already said that you should upgrade the cabin during the day, then I will upgrade it during the day. Late night arrived quickly, and Chen Hao fell asleep a long time later. The next morning, Chen Hao woke up early. After eating something, he rode Black Flame towards where Chen Xian was. Above the sky was a black feathered eagle. It circled in the sky, but could only barely keep up with the speed of the Black Flame. Chen Xian and Wang Tian also woke up early. After eating, they left the cabin, but did not work outside. Instead, they came to the cabin where Huang Leihu was and sent the coordinates to Chen Hao. Following the mark, Chen Hao soon saw Wang Tian and Chen Xian. The two were hiding in the bushes, staring closely at the cabin in front of them. It was a first-level wooden cabin, dilapidated and had been attacked by wild beasts. However, there were signs of repairs. If it had not been repaired, the cabin would have been completely destroyed long ago. Boss Chen Hao, you're here. When the two saw Chen Hao coming, they greeted him with a smile. Chen Hao looked at the cabin in front of him, frowned and asked, Is Huang Leihu in there? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian did not answer, but looked at Wang Tian. He had never seen Huang Leihu, and this place was discovered by Wang Tian, so only Wang Tian could answer. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian immediately spoke up. We've been guarding here since early morning, but we haven't seen Huang Leihu show up, so I suspect he's still inside. Wang Tian was not sure in his heart whether Huang Leihu was in there, because he did not see Huang Leihu today. Although he saw Huang Leihu go in yesterday and was sure that this was Huang Leihu's cabin, he was not sure whether Huang Leihu had the habit of going out during the day. After all, they didn't dare to go out at night, and only dared to come out after making sure it was safe during the day. It also takes a certain amount of time to get here from Chen Xian's cabin, and they are not sure whether Huang Leihu has gone out during this time. Chen Hao nodded slightly, walked to the cabin openly, and without any hesitation, chopped it down with an axe. The powerful axe hit the cabin hard, leaving deep marks on it. So hard? Chen Hao looked at the small wooden house that could not be chopped down by an axe, and couldn't help but feel that it was worthy of being a shelter given by the system. This ability was really incredible. If it were a normal cabin, the wooden door would have been broken by the axe. It is impossible for it to be like it is now, with no other abnormalities except for some traces left. Who is it? Inside the cabin, Huang Leihu was awakened and shouted subconsciously. Listening to the voice coming from the room, Chen Hao said expressionlessly, Chen Hao. Chen Hao? Huang Leihu, who was in the house, couldn't help but change his expression when he heard the name Chen Hao. The trace of sleepiness on his face disappeared without a trace. How did you find this place? Huang Leihu never thought that Chen Hao, who had just killed the Bear King yesterday, would find this place the next day. Isn't this too fast? He thought it would take at least several days, but he didn't expect Chen Hao to be so fast. This was beyond his imagination. Chapter 104 Thunder Falls. You don't need to worry about how I found this place. All you need to know is that your life is in danger. Chen Hao's voice was without any emotion. He came here today with only one purpose, which was to take Huang Leihu's life. He would never allow anyone who could threaten his life to exist. The sharp axe hit the cabin hard, trying to break it open. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Chen Hao hard. But it was still a little distance away from Chen Hao, almost passing by Chen Hao's body. What's going on? Where did the thunder come from in broad daylight? Boss Chen Hao, are you okay? Chen Xian and others looked at Chen Hao hurriedly, and asked Chen Hao with concern if anything was wrong. They looked up at the sky above their heads. There was no cloud in the sky at all. Why does thunder and lightning occur in such weather? It hit Chen Hao's position accurately, almost hitting Chen Hao's body. Fine. Hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head, looked up, frowned, and asked, Where did the thunder come from? Chen Hao was very confused and didn't know where the thunder came from. He looked at the cabin where Huang Leihu was again, raised the axe and was about to chop it down. But for some reason, Chen Hao suddenly felt panicked and instinctively felt that if he took action, the thunder that had just appeared would strike him. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao turned and left the cabin. Chen Xian and Wang Tian looked at each other with puzzled expressions in their eyes. They didn't understand why Chen Hao suddenly left. Although the two were very confused, after seeing Chen Hao leave, they followed him. About 100 meters away from Huang Leihu's location, Chen Xian couldn't help but ask curiously, Boss Chen Hao, why did you leave so suddenly? Not continuing to attack the cabin? The axe in your hand can definitely break into Huang Leihu's cabin. Chen Xian also saw the cabin, which was almost completely destroyed. The cabin can be destroyed with just a few attacks. When the time comes, they enter the cabin and Huang Leihu won't be able to escape. Wang Tian also looked at Chen Hao with confusion, wondering why Chen Hao suddenly left. Chen Hao listened to the two people's words and was silent for a moment. Then he said softly, I feel that the thunder was deliberately striking me. If I had attacked Huang Leihu's cabin, the thunder would have struck me directly. Instead of just warning like now. Chen Hao opened his mouth slightly, his eyes filled with worry. If I can't attack Huang Leihu's cabin and can't kill Huang Leihu, what should I do in the future? Keeping an enemy is also a very big hidden danger. Chen Hao would not allow such a thing to exist in his heart. Is the thunder warning you? That shouldn't be possible. Chen Xian replied with a frown. He didn't quite believe what Chen Hao said. I always feel that Chen Hao is overthinking it. Wang Tian beside him was also very confused about Chen Hao's thoughts. He was still questioning Chen Hao's guess in his heart, but he didn't say anything. After thinking about it, he said, To see if it's true, just test it out. Let's go back to Chen Xian's cabin first, and then give it a try. Hearing this, several people nodded subconsciously. This idea is quite good and was immediately approved by several people. The two of them quickly rushed towards the ore cave, but Chen Hao did not go with them. Because of the black flame, Chen Hao's speed was very, very fast, so there was no need for him to go with them. Chen Hao came to the pond near the savage tribe, placed a bamboo cage in the water, and then went to the address given by Chen Xian. Chen Hao had never been to Chen Xian's house, so naturally he didn't know where Chen Xian's cabin was. He had to rely on the address given by Chen Hao to find Chen Xian's cabin. This is a huge cave. It is almost pitch black inside and no light can be seen. If people didn't know there was a small wooden house inside, most people coming here would not guess there was a small wooden house inside. Chen Hao walked into the cave and soon saw Chen Xian's cabin. It was hidden in the darkness, and he couldn't see the surroundings at all. It's extremely eerie here, and I feel spooky and especially uncomfortable. Only Chen Xian's cabin is located here, otherwise Chen Xian really wouldn't dare to stay in this place. Because even if there are no terrifying creatures here, this kind of atmosphere alone is enough to scare many people to death. Boss Chen Hao, you're here. As soon as Chen Hao arrived, Chen Xian and Wang Tian walked out of the cabin. They also held a torch in their hands, and the burning flame allowed them to see the surrounding environment clearly. You go in, Wang Tian said to Chen Xian. Chen Xian nodded slightly, and then walked into the cabin. Boss Chen Hao, please stand further away. I'm afraid of hurting you. The thunder from the sky fell with great power. If you get too close, there is a high chance of danger. Hearing this, Chen Hao did not hesitate at all. He took the torch and moved away from Wang Tian. Although there is not much light in this cave, there is still some light during the day, but it is very dim, and you cannot see the surroundings clearly without a torch. However, Chen Hao has the legendary eagle eyes, so this kind of environment is not too serious for him, and he can see everything clearly. However, in order to hide his own trump card, Chen Hao did not choose to expose it, but accepted it silently. I smashed it! Wang Tian raised the axe in his hand and smashed it hard on Chen Xian's wooden door. Boom! In an instant, a loud thunder sounded in the cave, and sparks flashed in front of Chen Xian. The huge sound echoed in the cave and directly knocked Wang Tian to the ground. Even the flame in Chen Hao's hand was extinguished by the thunder. Chen Hao felt that his ears were buzzing so much that he was almost deaf. After a dozen seconds, Chen Hao gradually recovered. Coming to Wang Tian, he frowned and asked, Are you okay? Fine. I just feel a little confused. Wang Tian got up from the ground, his face extremely pale. The thunder just now really scared him. He even saw his grandmother coming to pick him up. At this moment, Chen Xian also opened a small wooden door and asked with a pale face, What happened? Chapter 105, Spiritual Blood Ginseng. The power of the thunder just now was so great that even Chen Xian was frightened. He sat down on the ground and it took him a long time to recover. When he opened the door and saw Wang Tian's pale face, he became even more confused. He was inside the cabin, not outside, and had no idea what was happening outside. It's okay, I was just scared. Wang Tian waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. After hearing that Wang Tian was fine, Chen Xian also looked at Chen Hao. The look in his eyes asked Chen Hao if there was anything wrong. I'm fine. Chen Hao is at a certain distance from Wang Tian. Although he was also affected, the impact was not great. It only took Chen Hao about 10 seconds to recover. At this time, Chen Hao had already returned to normal. Looking at the marks left by the thunder on the ground, Chen Hao murmured, It seems that these cabins are protected by some rules. We humans cannot destroy other humans' shelters. Only monsters of the night can destroy human shelters. Chen Hao murmured softly, with helplessness in his eyes. He really wanted to get rid of Huang Leihu so that no one could backstab him. With the protection of heavenly thunder, Chen Hao had no way to deal with Huang Leihu. Unless he leaves the cabin. But looking at the current situation, it is impossible for Huang Leihu to leave the cabin. Wang Tian gradually came to his senses at this moment. He looked at Chen Hao with a frown and asked, What should we do now? If Huang Leihu doesn't come out, we won't be able to do anything to him. We must find a way to lure out the yellow thunder tiger. Chen Xian frowned slightly, thinking in his heart how to lure Huang Leihu out. They were a certain distance away from Huang Leihu's cabin, and it was impossible for them to keep an eye on Huang Leihu all the time, so they didn't know when Huang Leihu would come out. If I had known this would happen, I should have caught him yesterday. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Wang Tian felt a wave of regret. If he had caught Huang Lei yesterday, so many things wouldn't have happened. Take your time. That guy doesn't have much food on him. He will come out sooner or later. Chen Hao spoke softly, not too disappointed. Anyway, he believed that Huang Leihu would definitely come out. As long as Huang Leihu dared to come out, he would dare to take Huang Leihu's life. If you dare to catch his attention, you will have to pay the price. I'll go keep an eye on Huang Leihu. Wang Tian patted his chest and took on the task of keeping an eye on Huang Leihu. Hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head and said, Don't worry, He Ling will keep an eye on him. Compared with Wang Tian, Chen Hao trusts Wang Tian more in his heart. If something unexpected happens to Wang Tian because of this incident, Chen Hao will feel guilty. But He Ling didn't feel any pain, because He Ling was the overlord of the sky and was flying in the sky. He was very far away from Huang Leihu, and Huang Leihu could not find He Ling's location at all, so it was safest for He Ling to monitor Huang Leihu. All right then. Wang Tian felt a little uncomfortable after being rejected, but he didn't say anything. Chen Hao has already made the decision, so we naturally have to follow Chen Hao's decision. After receiving the task, Chen Hao left the cave. After assigning the task to He Ling, Chen Hao began to search for resources in the surrounding area. After receiving the order, He Ling flew to a big tree where Huang Leihu's cabin was located and stared at Huang Leihu's cabin closely. As soon as Huang Leihu comes out, he will fly back and tell Chen Hao immediately. He is very fast and can bring the information to Chen Hao in the shortest time possible. Chen Hao, with He Yen, explored everything around him and soon came to an uninhabited pool of water. Then he looked up at the place where he fell, frowned slightly and murmured, I remember He Ling brought me here, and there was a big python guarding here. Could it be that there is some treasure here? Chen Hao returned here and subconsciously looked towards the place where he met the python. He Ling brought him to that place, and there was a giant python guarding it. It was hard for Chen Hao not to doubt what was going on here. It wouldn't hurt to go up and take a look. Chen Hao muttered softly, controlling the black flame and running towards the cliff. The black flame was moving very fast and soon reached the top of the cliff. Chen Hao jumped off Hyan's back, took the spear in his hand, and explored forward carefully. Last time I encountered a giant python here, and I don't know what I will encounter this time, so I have to be careful. Chen Hao approached little by little and soon came to the place where he was attacked by the python. He carefully used the spear to pick up the grass and saw several small snakes in the grass with red skin. When it saw Chen Hao, it subconsciously attacked Chen Hao. Chen Hao quickly raised his hand and grabbed the little snake that was attacking him. Chen Haoben was able to throw the little snake directly into the pool under the cliff. Chen Hao was still very afraid of snakes, so he did not kill the little snake directly, but threw it away. The snakes were very small, there were only 3 of them, and Chen Hao dealt with them all. In addition to those small snakes, there are also several snake gallbladders, which are also red. It looks bloody and scary. Why are these snake eggs this color? Aren't snake eggs white? Staring at the red snake eggs, Chen Hao's eyes were full of curiosity. He placed his hand on the snake egg and immediately felt a slight heat inside. It was as if there was a flame burning inside. How strange. Chen Hao murmured softly, put all the snake eggs into his backpack, and then continued to explore the area near the snake eggs. Soon, Chen Hao discovered a strange weed. Different from the green grass leaves around it, this weed was blood red and looked very similar to ginseng. However, Chen Hao had never seen real ginseng, he had only seen it on the internet, so he was not sure whether this weed was real ginseng. Blood spirit ginseng, spirit level, a good blood tonic that promotes bloodline evolution and has a chance of activating special abilities. This thing can promote bloodline evolution? That's pretty awesome. Chen Hao's face lit up with joy, and without any hesitation, he quickly reached out to pull out the blood spirit ginseng. I plan to take it home and stew it with pork ribs, and at the same time let my bloodline evolve. Make yourself stronger. Chapter 106, Counterkilling the Red Snake. Hiss. Chen Hao just stretched out his hand when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously stepped back, keeping a certain distance from the blood spirit ginseng. Looking forward, I saw a few small snakes appearing in front of me. The 3 little snakes were completely red with patterns on their bodies, like burning flames. The 3 little snakes were all over 1 meter long, with the longest one almost reaching 2 meters. Each one was about as thick as an adult woman's arm. They raised their heads, flared their tongues, and their eyes were full of threats. It seemed that it would attack Chen Hao in the next second. Why is there a big snake here? Chen Hao frowned slightly, his eyes filled with deep doubt. He simply couldn't understand why there were snakes here. He had cleared out all the snakes and collected all the snake gallbladders. I also checked the surroundings and didn't see any big snake. How did these blood-red snakes appear here? Chen Hao frowned slightly, his eyes filled with deep curiosity. But now is not the time for him to be curious. Instead, he has to think about how to avoid the attacks of these big snakes. If he lets them jump on him and accidentally hurts him, it will definitely cost him his life. Chen Hao stared at the 3 blood-red snakes, his body slowly retreating. In my mind, I was also thinking about how to deal with these big snakes. Hiss. The big snake kept spitting out its tongue, and its eyes were full of threats. The snake in the front and the largest one attacked Chen Hao directly. It suddenly pounced towards Chen Hao, opening its sharp teeth and biting at him. There was already a snake leading the way in the front, and the other snakes also began to move and attacked Chen Hao directly. Their sharp fangs flashed with cold light under the sunlight. Even in the mouths of these snakes, you can vaguely see flickering flames. Their skin was also bright red, as if there was really a flame burning inside. Don't let these snakes touch you! Chen Hao had only one thought in his mind, that was that he must not let these snakes touch him no matter what. If these snakes touched him, it would definitely pose a huge danger to him. For the sake of your own life, you must never let these snakes touch you. Seeing the snake pouncing towards him, Chen Hao subconsciously had a spear in his hand, and he smashed it hard at the snake in front. Chen Hao's physique has been greatly enhanced. After taking the legendary strengthening spiritual fruit, Chen Hao's physique is far stronger than that of ordinary humans. Even the speed of the ferocious beasts is far inferior to Chen Hao's. Even without activating the flowing water skill and increasing his speed, Chen Hao's spear still smashed hard at the red snake. Bang! The red snake never expected that Chen Hao could turn around in an instant, and he never expected that Chen Hao would attack him. The red snake had no chance of responding, but was hit by Chen Hao's stick and knocked to the ground by Chen Hao's gun. After Chen Hao slapped the red snake rushing towards him, he immediately activated his flowing water skill without any hesitation. He immediately turned on triple speed and dodged the red snake's attack range in one go. Although his speed has far exceeded that of ordinary humans, the red snake's attack speed is also very fast. If he does not activate the speed bonus of flowing water, Chen Hao really cannot guarantee that he can avoid the red snake's attack. The triple speed bonus is just to be more stable. Hiss. After landing, the red snake rushed towards Chen Hao again. Black flame! Chen Hao sped up and rushed towards the location where He Yan was. The red snake is so fast, even several times faster than humans. It's even a little bit faster than Chen Hao's twice speed. With the consumption at 3 times the speed, Chen Hao couldn't hold on for long. So at this time, we must have the help of Black Flame. He Yan, who was busy eating grass, heard Chen Hao calling him and quickly ran towards Chen Hao. Even though he saw 3 red snakes in front of Chen Hao, He Yan was not afraid at all. Chen Hao looked at He Yan who was rushing towards him, suddenly jumped up and jumped onto He Yan's back, and quickly patted He Yan's back and said, He Yan, hurry up. The legendary spirit beast burst out at great speed, and the black flame immediately turned into a shadow and rushed out. The red snake opened its mouth and bit towards He Yan, but it only bit a mouthful of air and didn't even touch He Yan's horse hair. Hyan, well done! Turn back! Looking at the red snake being thrown away, Chen Hao couldn't help but praise He Yan. With the existence of legendary spirit beasts like Black Flame, red snakes and the like are complete trash. He Yan listened to Chen Hao's order and without any hesitation, turned around and rushed towards the red snake. When the group of red snakes saw Chen Hao and He Yan disappear, they were filled with anger and wanted to go back to protect the blood spirit ginseng. Their mission is to protect the blood spirit ginseng, so they cannot stay too far away from it. Now that the invading enemies have disappeared, they have lost their target and instinctively returned to the range of the blood spirit ginseng. Da-da-da. Just as Red Snake was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. Hearing the deafening sound of horse hooves, the red snakes who were about to leave subconsciously stopped and looked towards the direction where the sound of horse hooves came from. Suddenly, they saw Chenhao and He Yan, who had disappeared, appear in their sight again. The black flame was extremely fast and rushed towards them quickly. As for Chenhao, who was on Hyan's back, the spear in his hand had disappeared, and a bow and arrow appeared instead. Kill! The leading red snake roared and rushed towards Chenhao with his two younger brothers. Court death! Looking at the red snakes that continued to rush towards him, there was no fear in Chenhao's eyes. He stared at the leading red snake. The moment it launched an attack, the arrow in his hand also flew out. Bang! The sharp arrow feathers pierced through the red snake's head directly, carrying its body quickly behind it and nailing it to the tree. The red snake struggled, trying to break free from control, but its vitality was growing weaker and weaker. The little red snake brother didn't care about his injured brother at all and continued to attack Chenhao. Chenhao controlled the black flame, dodged the attack of the red snake's younger brother, turned around and shot an arrow to nail the red snake's younger brother to the ground. Looking at the struggling red snake expressionlessly, Chenhao controlled the black flame to fight back again, and stabbed the red snake's body with the spear, splitting its body directly in half. One man and one horse killed 3 red snakes in seconds. All the red snakes died at the hands of Chenhao. Chapter 107, Above the Beasts Are the Fierce Beasts. Isn't it good to be alive? Looking at the corpses of the 3 red snakes, Chenhao muttered to himself. Chenhao really doesn't want to encounter creatures like snakes. Any normal human being will be particularly afraid of snakes. Whether adults or children, even newborn babies, are all very afraid of snakes. That's the fear that comes from the genes. So deep down, Chenhao was really resistant to encountering snakes. If they don't cause trouble for him, Chenhao will not bother to pay attention to them. I didn't expect these snakes to be so ignorant of their own lives and dare to provoke Chenhao. This was something Chenhao couldn't stand. They must be killed. After decomposing the red into snake meat and putting it into the system backpack, Chenhao jumped off He Yan and carefully moved towards the direction of the blood spirit ginseng. Although riding on Black Flame, the safety factor is a little higher. However, Black Flame is Chenhao's mount, and a legendary mount at that. At this stage, Black Flame is very important to Chenhao. So Chenhao didn't want He Yan to get hurt at all, and he was willing to let He Yan get hurt even if he himself got hurt. If something unexpected happens and He Yan is fine, He Yan can take him away from here. After all, Black Flame is a legendary spirit beast, and its speed is incredibly fast. If Hyan was injured and his speed was affected, even if he escaped by chance, it would still take some time for him to return to his cabin. So after comprehensive consideration, Chenhao would not let He Yan get hurt, nor would he let He Yan accompany him to explore the unknown area ahead. Jiang Hyan stayed where he was, while Chenhao, holding a spear in his hand, slowly approached the front. Chenhao tapped the grass with the spear in his hand to see if there were any dangerous creatures hiding in the grass. When struck by the spear, if there are dangerous creatures in the grass, they will attack immediately, alerting the enemy. Chenhao patted the grass bit by bit. After making sure there was no danger, Chenhao slowly walked forward. Chenhao quickly arrived at the place where the blood ginseng was. Looking at the red blood ginseng, Chenhao couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. The blood ginseng was indeed still here and had not been destroyed by the 3 red snakes. Chenhao cautiously came to the front of the blood spirit ginseng, looked around vigilantly, and then gently used his spear to scratch the soil around the blood spirit ginseng. After he was ready to clear the soil almost completely, he would reach out to pick the blood spirit ginseng. Otherwise, if I reach out to pick the fruits and suddenly encounter a newly emerged red snake attacking, how should I defend myself? The reason why I was able to dodge it before was entirely because of my good luck. If it comes again, Chenhao can't guarantee that he can still avoid the red snake's attack. Chenhao dug carefully and soon dug up the soil around the blood spirit ginseng, revealing the roots of the blood spirit ginseng. Chenhao looked around vigilantly again. After making sure there was no danger, he immediately reached out to pull out the blood spirit ginseng, threw it into his backpack, and quickly came here. I returned to Hyan's side and didn't see any danger. The red snakes seemed to be gone. Chenhao got on He Yan and patted He Yan's back gently, and He Yen rushed out in an instant. The black flame was very fast and left the cliff in the blink of an eye. If Chen Hao wanted to return to Chen Xian's cabin, he had to pass by the pond. And in the deep pool, a huge head suddenly appeared, looking at the place where Chen Hao was going away, with deep resentment in its eyes. After seeing Chen Hao go away, the huge figure retreated back into the deep pool, and the water in the pool returned to calm again. How to attack? Something is watching me. Chen Hao, who was surrounded by black flames, subconsciously looked behind him. He frowned slightly, curiosity glittering in his eyes. He felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. But when he turned around, he didn't see anything unusual. Everything was very calm. There wasn't even a trace of any birds or animals, not even a breeze. Is it my illusion? Chen Hao murmured softly. As the black flames moved farther and farther away, he had no idea that there was a terrifying figure in the deep pool. He Yen was very fast and soon arrived at Chen Xian's cabin. Chen Xian and Wang Tian were picking up ore in the ore pit. When they saw Chen Hao coming, they greeted Chen Hao. Boss Chen Hao, you're back. Has the yellow thunder tiger come out? Both of them put down their heavy work and looked at Chen Hao with a smile. Chen Hao, upon hearing what the two said, shook his head and said, No. He Ling hasn't returned yet, which naturally means Huang Leihu hasn't come out. Chen Hao opened his system backpack and took out the corpses of 3 red snakes. He threw them in front of the 2 men and said, These are the ones I just killed. Here they are for you. Chen Hao really felt uncomfortable with snakes, so he didn't want to treat them as food at the moment. After all, he has other meat on his body, so he doesn't need this little bit. Thank you, big boss. Chen Xian didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the red snake. Although these snakes are not very big, they are enough to eat for several days. Wang Tian watched Chen Xian put away the red snake, then asked Chen Hao, Boss Chen Hao, where did you hunt these snakes? These snakes don't seem to be ordinary snakes. Although the dark world is very strange, it is completely different from the world of the previous life. But Wang Tian instinctively felt that these snakes were different, and did not seem to be ordinary snakes. Chen Hao nodded and said, This should be a ferocious beast. A vicious beast? Wang Tian and Chen Xian were both confused when they heard this. They were not too clear about the word ferocious beast. Moreover, they had never seen any ferocious beasts. However, with their abilities, it is impossible for them to compete with the ferocious beasts. Therefore, it is natural that they would not want to see the ferocious beast. Chen Hao did not explain to the 2 of them, but told them that the ferocious beasts were much stronger than ordinary wild beasts, and they could not deal with them with their abilities. If they saw a ferocious beast, the first thing they should do was run away, and don't think about killing it. After hearing what Chen Hao said, the 2 of them admired him even more. They may not even be able to deal with ordinary wild animals, but Chen Hao has been strengthened to the point where he can deal with ferocious beasts. Chapter 108, Cleaning Wool. If you spot any ferocious beasts nearby, tell me immediately. You can also tell me about places similar to the savage tribe. When Chen Hao left, he explained some things to the 2 of them. If Chen Hao wants to grow quickly, he must kill monsters and level up. Because after killing the ferocious beast, you will get a treasure chest. Places like the savage tribe can also refresh treasure chests. And inside the treasure chest, you can get some strange things, maybe even powerful weapons. The things in the treasure chest can make you stronger quickly. Boss Chen Hao is really amazing. Chen Hao has already left, but Chen Xian and Wang Tian are still admiring Chen Hao's strength. They had never seen anyone as powerful as Chen Hao. He is not only the best at hunting wild wolves, but also the best at hunting ferocious beasts. Such a terrifying existence would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the number 1 person in the dark world. In the distant horizon of the dark world, in a world of ice and snow, a man wearing thin clothes, almost naked, stood in the world of ice and snow, with a white snow wolf at his feet. Red blood flowed in the blood wolf's body, dyeing the white snow beneath it red. Judging from its freshness, it must have been hunted just now. Honey, you're amazing. People admire you more and more. A female voice suddenly sounded behind the man. She was a beautiful Western beauty with fair skin. She was wearing white fur made of snow fox skin. Her beautiful white legs were exposed, and she seemed to be unaffected by the cold. The woman came behind the man and leaned on him, like soft cotton. Her fingers slid gently across the man's body, exuding the scent of spring everywhere. The man glanced at the woman, put away the bloody dagger in his hand, looked out at the vast white world of ice and snow, and muttered to himself, "I've been in this world for so long, and I haven't seen any other humans yet." "Honey, I'm right next to you," the woman said in a delicate voice, her whole body hanging on the man. The woman looked at the snow wolf at the man's feet. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly asked the man, "Dear, did you get the badge of courage for killing the snow wolf?" The woman remembered that anyone who was the first to kill an enemy would receive a badge. Badges have special privileges. Hearing this, the man shook his head and said, "No. The snow wolf is also a wolf, so it's not the first kill. I don't know when I'll be able to encounter a stronger beast. I must surpass that Chinese guy named Chen Hao." The man looked into the distance, his eyes filled with a deep fighting spirit. He must find other creatures and get the brave badge after completing the first kill. This is not only a bonus to their attributes, but also a symbol of their identity. The status of humans with badges and those without badges is very different. If he had the badge, he could command other humans, instead of chatting in his own world channel like he does now, with no one paying any attention to him. Many people even openly mocked him. If he had the badge of bravery, those people would naturally not dare to mock him. The badge of bravery is a symbol of strength. "My dear, you will definitely surpass Chen Hao. It's getting late, let's go back. Tonight, we're having roasted wolf legs." The woman spoke in a delicate voice and pulled the man away. As for the snow wolf weighing more than 100 pounds on the ground, the woman dragged it away with just one hand. With such a powerful force, not to mention women, even adult men may not be able to pull it away. If it is done with both hands, any normal adult man or woman can drag it. Unfortunately, it is not done with both hands, but with one hand, which requires a lot of strength. At this moment, Chen Hao had already arrived at the lakeside, and came to a slightly wider place. He took out the wool from the backpack, placed a bamboo sieve in the river, and poured all the wool into it. With the protection of the bamboo winnowing basket, all the wool floated on the water and did not drift away. Chen Hao squatted down and kept rubbing the wool with his hands. In order to wash away all the smell on the wool, Chen Hao also put some wood ash into it to increase the friction of the wool and make it cleaner. After quickly cleaning all the wool, Chen Hao found some leaves, spread them on the ground, then poured the wool on them and let the breeze blow to dry the wool. As for Chen Hao himself, he was bored and explored around to see if there were any resources. The resources here are very rich. Chen Hao immediately saw a few rabbits and some small animals coming to drink water. If it were in the past, Chen Hao would have raised his arrow and killed them without any hesitation. After all, he had nothing to eat at that time. Not to mention small animals, even sparrows would not be spared by Chen Hao. Now that Chen Hao has a lot of meat, he naturally doesn't care about these small animals anymore. Anyway, even if we kill them, there won't be much meat left. It would be better to look around and see if there are any wild vegetables or something. Chen Hao felt a little overwhelmed by eating meat every day. For the health of human stomach, we still need to eat some vegetables and fruits. I almost forgot, I still have a legendary cabin upgrade card. I don't know if it can be used here. Chen Hao muttered softly, then asked the system. System, can my cabin upgrade card be used here? If it could be used here, Chen Hao would use it here without hesitation. Anyway, by the time I return to the cabin, it will have become a legendary cabin. Return to the host, go down to the cabin to upgrade the card. You need to be within 100 meters to upgrade. The upgrade is expected to take an hour. 1 hour? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao subconsciously opened the weather forecast for the dark world. Today's weather, sunny. Today's temperature, 8 degrees. Distance to dark, 2:16. There are still more than 2 hours before dark, and if Hyan returns to the cabin and upgrades, there should be enough time. Hyan, let's go back. After Chen Hao put away the wool, he rode on Black Flame and headed towards the cabin. He wants to upgrade the cabin to a legendary cabin before night falls tonight. As for Hei Ling, Chen Hao did not notify him. Chen Hao believed that with Hyan's intelligence, he would definitely be able to return to the cabin before dark. Anyway, Hailing is very human-like, so there is no need to worry about anything. It won't encounter any danger in the air. Chapter 109, Legendary Cabin. The black flame was very fast, and Chenhao returned home quickly. Looking at the cabin that was neither too big nor too small, he took out the cabin upgrade card from the system backpack. Upgrade the cabin. Chenhao used the cabin upgrade card without hesitation. In an instant, the legendary cabin upgrade card in Chenhao's hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew towards the cabin. In just a moment, it melted into the cabin, and the cabin also emitted a dazzling light. A ball of light instantly surrounded the cabin, as dazzling as sunlight, making Chenhao unable to open his eyes. Chenhao quickly turned his gaze to the side. After losing sight of the dazzling light, he muttered to himself, "No wonder the system told me not to upgrade at night. With this upgrade light, isn't it deliberately exposing myself? It was pitch black at night, and my cabin was emitting such a dazzling light. There must have been many wild beasts that noticed this place and attacked me immediately. There is no problem in upgrading the cabin to the legendary level, but if the cabin is not upgraded to the legendary level and is already broken into by the beasts, then what will be the point of doing it?" Once the entire cabin was breached, even if his combat power was strong and far exceeded that of an ordinary person, he would definitely not be a match for so many monsters in the dark. The cabin emitted a dazzling light, like a small sun. Chenhao didn't dare to look at the cabin at all, so he could only turn his eyes away. Find some more leaves and spread them near the cabin, then put the wet wool on the leaves and let it dry little by little. In order to protect the wool and also for fear that small animals would be attracted and destroy his cabin, Chenhao stayed nearby and did not leave. Time passed quietly, an hour passed quickly, and the sound of the system rang in my ears. Ding! The cabin has been upgraded. Please check it yourself. The basic functions of the legendary cabin have been automatically enabled. What the hell? Basic functions? What is that? When Chenhao heard the reminder from the system in his mind, his face lit up with joy. After waiting for so long, the cabin was finally completed. But in the next second, after hearing what Chenhao wanted to say, a confused look flashed in his eyes. Chenhao didn't quite understand what the system meant. He wanted to ask, but the system ignored him and told him to check for any problems himself. Listening to the system's answer, Chenhao's eyes were filled with helplessness. However, there is no other way. Because now the system is his father. Facing this father, Chenhao can only endure it even if he is unhappy. If the father gets unhappy and quits his job, then what good will it do for me? This is the legendary cabin? Chenhao looked at the cabin and saw that it was no longer shabby, but a modern cabin made entirely of wood. However, the style was hundreds of times better than the previous cabin. Chenhao slowly walked forward to the cabin and was about to open the door and go in, but before Chenhao could touch the wooden door, the door opened automatically. "Welcome home, master." A female voice came from the cabin. "Holy crap, is the legendary cabin so advanced? There's even a housekeeper." Chenhao stepped into the cabin and found that everything in the cabin had changed. The animal pens and plantings have also changed, and everything looks better than before. The wooden bed had also changed. It was no longer the shabby, wobbly and almost broken wooden bed it once was. The wooden bed at this time is just like the wooden bed in the previous life. Although they are all ordinary level, none of them have been upgraded to legendary level. Many things in the cabin are just ordinary things, but compared to before, they are more practical. The stove also changed. A stream of smoke automatically rose outside the house, and all the black smoke from the burning was automatically sent outside. It was not like before, where the entire cabin was filled with black smoke. Although it is acceptable, it would still be great if the black smoke could be discharged outside. Not bad. Not bad. After looking at the upgraded cabin, Chenhao's face was full of satisfaction. Chenhao felt very good about this upgraded legendary cabin. Take some time to upgrade these things to the legendary level. Chenhao murmured softly. He had treasures like heavenly creatures, so upgrading things like wooden beds to legendary level shouldn't be a big problem for him. But the problem at present is that there is no such material. The only materials Chen Hao had seen so far were perfect-grade iron ore and copper ore. As for stones and wood, he had never seen anything like that before. The highest quality material ever seen is a rare grade of iron ore. That thing seemed to contain some special energy, but because there was only one piece, Chen Hao did not refine it. Prepare to wait until there are enough materials before smelting them. It's getting late. Time to go and bring in the wool. Chen Hao muttered to himself, then walked out of the cabin, collected all the wool, and placed it inside the cabin. The wool is not completely dry yet and cannot be used, so it will take some time. Not long after Chen Hao put away the wool, the sky outside the house had already fallen completely dark. Chen Hao looked out into the darkness and muttered to himself, "Why hasn't Hei Ling come back yet?" Chirp. Hei Ling seemed to have heard Chen Hao's voice, and suddenly Hei Ling's voice was heard outside. Then Hei Ling was seen circling outside, staring at the legendary cabin and not coming in. At this moment, Hei Ling was staring at the legendary cabin with a confused look in his eyes. He clearly remembered that this was where his master lived, but why was the cabin different? How did this little cabin change? It swore that it had never seen such a cabin. "Why don't you come in?" Looking at the open wooden window, having not seen Hei Ling for a long time, Chen Hao subconsciously stood up and looked outside. Seeing Hei Ling circling in the sky, he frowned and asked, "What are you doing so late at night? Come back quickly." Hei Ling was very confused. After hearing Chen Hao's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then quickly flew into the cabin through the small wooden window. Chapter 110, Dog Bear Gallbladder. Hei Ling landed in the cabin and looked around carefully. He found that although the cabin seemed a little familiar, everything was different from before. Its gaze couldn't help but fall on Chen Hao, with a questioning look in its eyes, as if asking Chen Hao what was going on. Why has the house become like this? Chen Hao didn't know what Hei Ling was thinking, so he naturally didn't answer Hei Ling. Instead, he turned to Hei Ling and asked, "Huang Leihu hasn't come out yet?" Hei Ling shook his head. He had been monitoring Huang Leihu, but Huang Leihu had been hiding at home and had never come out. Feeling that it was getting dark, it no longer cared about Huang Leihu and flapped its wings back to the cabin. It had already arrived home, but found that the cabin had changed. If Chen Hao hadn't called it, it really wouldn't have dared to come in. "Okay. Then you should go there early tomorrow." When Chen Hao heard that Huang Leihu did not come out, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Chen Hao returned to the stove, put the iron pot on the stove, added a lot of meat, and then added some vegetables. These things were all discovered by Chen Hao. They are just a few wild vegetables, but they are enough for a meal. The meal was soon ready. Chen Hao ate a lot and drank a big mouthful of soup. After drinking the soup, my body felt warm. Chen Hao sat on the bed, looking at the small wooden bed and muttering to himself, "I have to find a way to get some quilts. I can't bear to cover myself with animal skins." The animal skin that Chen Hao guy was using at this moment was no longer pig skin, but the bear king that Chen Hao had just hunted 2 days ago. Bear skin was much more useful than pig skin. "Boss Chen Hao, didn't Huang Leihu come out?" Not long after, Chen Xian took the initiative to contact Chen Hao and traded all the ore he had obtained today to Chen Hao. After Chen Hao finished talking to Chen Xian, he looked at Hei Ling. Hei Ling instantly understood what Chen Hao meant. Without any hesitation, he immediately stood up and went to smelt the ore. All these tasks fell on it. Unless there are new minions, it will always be responsible for these tasks. "Are you there?" At this moment, Chen Hao suddenly received another message. Chen Hao originally felt that it must be Yi Xinxin who came to find him. However, when Chen Hao clicked on it, he found that it was not Yi Xinxin who was looking for him, but the beautiful Su Qin whom he had just met 2 days ago. "Are you trying to hurry me up and finish the sweater?" Chen Hao muttered softly in his heart, not wanting to answer Su Qin. Because he always felt that Su Qin was here to urge him. But after thinking about it, I felt that it would be impolite not to reply. Chen Hao replied, "Yes, I am. What can I do for you?" Although Chen Hao had guessed something in his heart, it was naturally impossible for him to take the initiative to ask or explain anything at this time. Unless Su Qin asked, I would never tell her on my own initiative. "Didn't you kill a bear king a few days ago?" Chen Hao just answered, and Su Qin replied almost instantly. Not asking about the sweater? Could it be that she wants the bear skin? This thought subconsciously appeared in Chen Hao's mind. The transaction between him and the other party was originally about wool sweaters, but he has not seen the wool sweaters produced yet, and the other party directly asked about bear skins. It was hard for Chen Hao not to doubt that Su Qin had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Having guessed Su Qin's thoughts, Chen Hao said without hesitation, "I need the bear skin, so I can't give it to you. If you really want it, I'll give it to you after I find a new bear." Chen Hao's meaning was very clear, that is, there was no way he could give this bear skin to Su Qin. If she really wanted it, she could only wait until the next time she met a bear. As for when they can meet, that is not something Chen Hao can decide. Chen Hao didn't believe that even after he said so, Su Qin would still ask him for the bear skin. Su Qin saw the message Chen Hao replied to her, and a puzzled look appeared on her face. She had never thought about asking for the bear skin, so why did Chen Hao? He wouldn't misunderstand anything, would he? After Su Qin thought for a moment, he immediately guessed something. After thinking about it, she quickly responded to Chen Hao. "You think too much. I don't want the bear skin. I'm not here to rush you to hand over the sweater. I'm looking for you because I want to make a deal with you." Su Qin spoke quickly to prove his idea. After watching Su Qin's activities, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel relieved. Then, he asked curiously, "What deal?" Chen Hao was still a little curious about this beauty. I wonder what kind of treasure this beauty has on her body. After all, the clothing manufacturing skill was obtained from this beauty. Although it is only of ordinary grade, the clothes made from it can still keep you warm. "I want to ask, you killed the Bear King, is the bear's gall still there?" "Bear bile?" Chen Hao was stunned when he heard this. When he killed the Bear King, he dismembered it and put it into his backpack, without paying much attention to other things. I really didn't pay attention to bear bile or anything like that. He quickly opened the backpack and took a look, and immediately saw the bear gall. Bear King gallbladder, rare. Apart from a few brief introductions, there is no other unnecessary introduction. "This thing doesn't seem to have any value." Su Qin asked him why. Chen Hao looked at the bear bile, with a look of doubt in his eyes. In Chen Hao's opinion, this thing really doesn't have much use and can't even be eaten. Because this thing is particularly bitter. Unless you are someone who seeks abuse or someone who likes suffering, you will not swallow this bitter bile. Confused, Chen Hao quickly replied to Su Qin, "Yes, I do." "What do you want it for?" Chen Hao spoke first and asked Su Qin what he wanted the Bear King's gallbladder for. Su Qin did not hesitate and told Chen Hao what happened. "I found a prescription in the treasure chest that can increase the strength of the human body and make it stronger. I have almost collected the other ingredients. Now all I need is the gallbladder of a ferocious beast. The Bear King you killed must be a ferocious beast. Give me a price. Don't ask for too much. It's too expensive. I don't want it." Su Qin was straightforward and told Chen Hao directly why he wanted the Bear King's gallbladder. Chapter 111, Rare Ma Kudzu Seeds. A drug for strengthening the physique made from materials derived from ferocious beasts? Chen Hao muttered to himself, and after thinking for a while he said, "I don't lack anything at the moment. See what price you can offer." If it were in the past, Chen Hao would need the other party's prescription to strengthen his physique. If your physique is strengthened, you will naturally become stronger. Next time you face a ferocious beast, you will naturally be able to deal with it better. But now, Chen Hao already has a legendary spiritual fruit, and his physical condition has also been greatly improved. Although I don't know what level it has reached, even if it has not reached the legendary level, it is definitely not bad. Therefore, the improvement of the prescription should not be of much use to me, unless it is a prescription above the legendary level. At this stage, how could one possibly obtain a prescription above the legendary level? It is 100% legendary or above. It is absolutely impossible to be legendary or above, and it cannot be mythical. If this is true, it is impossible to refine it using only ferocious beast-level materials. My beast is of rare grade, not an ordinary beast. According to Chen Hao's understanding, above wild beasts are ferocious beasts, and the lowest level of ferocious beasts are ordinary ferocious beasts, followed by rare level ferocious beasts. As for ferocious beasts above the rare level, Chenhao has not encountered any yet, so he is not sure what level they are. Moreover, this ferocious beast of his is not just a simple ferocious beast, but the king among ferocious beasts. Naturally, its value is much higher and it is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary ferocious beasts. After hearing this, Su Qin was silent for a long time before saying, "Let me see what I have in my hand first." If it was an ordinary ferocious beast, even if it was a bear king, Su Qin still felt that he could trade it. After all, she has a lot of treasures in her hands. But the value of a rare beast king would be much higher. A rare level ferocious beast is far beyond the reach of an ordinary level ferocious beast, not to mention that this is a king level ferocious beast. Yeah, okay. After hearing Su Qin's words, Chenhao didn't say much and just nodded. It would be impossible for Chenhao to make an offer before the other party made an offer. Now he is the seller and the other party is the buyer, and this thing is only in his hands now. If Su Qin wants it, he can only buy it from him. He is the only one who has it, there is no second one. At least now, only Chenhao has the materials of the ferocious beast king. Have you discovered the yellow thunder tiger? Chenhao exited the chat page with Su Qin and immediately found the message sent by Yi Xinxin. How do you know? Chenhao looked at Yi Xinxin's message with a look of confusion in his eyes. He clearly remembered that he seemed to have never told Yi Xinxin these things, and Chen Xian and Wang Tian did not know Yi Xinxin either. So how did Yi Xinxin know about this? Could it be that Yi Xinxin discovered me today? Chenhao was very confused and waited for Yi Xinxin's answer. In the World Chat channel, Huang Leihu is provoking you. Yi Xinxin smiled and said, That guy is really funny. Even after you discovered him, he still dared to provoke you. He doesn't know how to beg for mercy. What if you're in a good mood and let him go? Looking at Yi Xinxin's answer, Chenhao said calmly without any hesitation. Impossible, no matter how he begs for mercy, I will never let him go. I'm the kind of person who takes revenge immediately and never hesitates. Chenhao ignored Huang Leihu's provocation. He found that he was waiting for Huang Leihu to come out, and as long as the other party dared to come out, he would kill him without hesitation. Now it depends on how long this guy can stay in the cabin. There are a lot of people watching the fun in the World Chat channel, so why don't you come and show your face? In the World Chat channel, many people were tagging Chenhao. They were asking Chenhao why he didn't take action against Huang Leihu even though he had already discovered him. Was he afraid of Huang Leihu? Unfortunately, no matter how they tagged him, Chenhao never saw it, so naturally he couldn't make any reply. No, not interested. Chenhao shook his head and didn't even think about explaining anything. Instead of spending time bragging, you might as well do something else. Can I ask you, since you've already spotted Huang Leihu, why don't you take action against him? Yi Xinxin has been curious about this question since she saw Huang Leihu's provocation. If Chenhao had not discovered Huang Leihu, Yi Xinxin would not have had so many thoughts. But now that Chenhao has discovered Huang Leihu, why doesn't he take action to kill Huang Leihu? He even let Huang Leihu provoke him in the World Chat channel. Chenhao listened to Yi Xinxin's question and after a brief silence he said, This matter is not really a secret, so it's okay to tell you. It seems that we humans cannot attack other people's cabins, otherwise the dark world will punish us. At this stage, not many people know the secret. But it won't be long before everyone comes out to search for resources, and conflicts are bound to arise when scrambling for them. Once that time comes, it will naturally no longer be a secret. So even if I tell Yi Xinxin now, it's not a big deal. Can't attack the cabin? How could those in the dark of night attack our cabin? Could it be that this is a setting exclusive to humans, to prevent us from killing each other? Yi Xinxin frowned slightly, her eyes full of curiosity. She always felt that this was the rule created in the dark world to prevent humans from killing each other. Chenhao shook his head and said, No, this is a function that is exclusive to the cabin. Once you leave the cabin, this function will no longer work. Chenhao has not forgotten when Huang Leihu pushed him from behind. If the dark world does not allow people to kill each other, then why can Huang Leihu push himself? So this function is only available in the cabin, and it will have no effect once you leave the cabin. This is also written in the Dark System Survival Manual. If you spend the night in someone else's cabin, You must unconditionally obey the cabin owner's requirements, otherwise you may be expelled by the cabin owner. After a brief exchange with Yishinshin, Suchin also gave an answer. I don't have anything of value here, do you think this is okay? Suchin sent something to Chenhao. The grade was not very high, just a rare material, and it was also a seed, a hemp seed. Chapter 112, Hiring People to Plant. Fuck, how come this guy has everything? There are even maguey seeds. Looking at this rare seed, Chenhao felt numb. Seeds are divided into common, good, perfect, and rare grades. As for more advanced seeds, Chenhao had never seen them. However, even for rare seeds, the yield and growth rate cannot be compared with those of perfect seeds. If it can be planted in large quantities, it will definitely be able to produce a lot of clothes. Now that we have wool, we just need some hemp to make down jackets. The warmth retention of that thing is far greater than that of ordinary cashmere sweaters. Although the kudzu seeds are good, if there is only one. Chenhao didn't say everything, but he also told the other party clearly that if there was only one seed, he really couldn't agree. A seed can't even be made into a piece of clothing, let alone a down jacket. There's only one rare one, but I have a lot of perfect ones. I can give them all to you. There are about 65 of them, and about 100 of them are of good quality. If you're willing to trade, I can give you everything. Chenhao looked at Suchin's message and muttered to himself. If I grow 65 perfect grade kudzu leaves, I can probably make a down jacket. Although rare level beast kings are rare, bear gallbladders are of no use to me at all. Before I find a way to use bear gallbladders, they are completely useless to me. It's very rare now, but in the future, when humans grow up, this thing won't be so rare. It's a good deal to trade it now. Chenhao muttered to himself, and quickly made a decision in his heart. Although this thing is also very important to me, since you want it, I can give it to you. Let's just be friends. After Chenhao said this, he traded the bear gall to Suchin. After Suchin heard what Chenhao said, she didn't think much about it, but quickly said to Chenhao, Thank you. Haha. I made a fortune. Chenhao looked at the kudzu seeds in his hand and felt extremely happy. However, he had already planted a lot of things in his land, and many of them were about to mature. It would be a pity to dig it out at this time. Chenhao felt very distressed and was unwilling to dig it out. After a moment of silence, Chenhao decided to find someone to help him plant the crops. The first person found was naturally Yishinshin. Chenhao still has a great affection for this beautiful woman who is doing business with him for the first time. Moreover, the other party has upgraded the cabin and may have built indoor planting. It should be okay to ask her to help him grow kudzu and give her some compensation. Have you slept yet? Chenhao did not ask directly, but tentatively asked the other party if he had taken a rest at this time. Yishinshin held the little white tiger in her arms, sitting by the fireplace, looking at the scenery outside the window and the dark night, her eyes filled with deep loneliness. Because Xiaobai was here, the monsters didn't dare to attack her cabin in the dark, so she didn't close the windows and could enjoy the scenery outside. The little tiger in her arms fell into a deep sleep after eating. I don't know what's wrong with this little guy. He sleeps for a long time every day and basically sleeps every moment. At the beginning, Yishinshin was quite worried about this little guy and was afraid that it would get sick or something. But so many days have passed, and Yishinshin has gotten used to it. Let the little guy sleep if he wants to, as long as he's fine. Bored, Yishinshin suddenly received a message from Chenhao. Puzzled eyes flickered as she muttered to herself. This guy must have something to ask me. She had been chatting with Chenhao for several days. It was basically her who took the initiative to find Chenhao, and Chenhao took the initiative to find her, so there must be something going on. If it's not a transaction, then I have questions to ask her. Although she thought so in her heart, Yishinshin still opened the message, looked at the message sent by Chenhao, and said puzzledly, Not yet. Not sleepy yet. Yishinshin had already guessed what Chenhao was thinking, but she did not ask Chenhao actively. She wanted to wait until Chenhao took the initiative to tell her. But she is a girl, how can she ask proactively? Naturally, Chenhao would have to take the initiative to bring up such matters. I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Don't worry, I will pay you. Just as Yishinshin thought, Chen Hao quickly gave a reply. I just want to ask her for help with something. This guy, can't you come to me if you have nothing to do? When you come to me, it's because you have something. Yi Xinxin looked at the message and couldn't help rolling her eyes. I really feel helpless towards Chen Hao. Although she felt helpless, Yi Xinxin still asked, What's the matter? Chen Hao is the only person she can talk to in this world. Unless Chen Hao makes some principled mistake, Yi Xinxin will not ignore Chen Hao. Your cabin should have been set up for indoor planting, right? According to Chen Hao's guess, since Yi Xinxin could sell so much wood, the cabin should have been upgraded. Regardless of whether you have your own cabin of a high level or not, you can definitely start indoor planting. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin glanced into the distance and then said, Well, it has been opened up. But I didn't grow anything. Apart from trading with Chen Hao, she had never traded with anyone else. As for chatting, we never did. She went to explore the savage tribe every day, picking fruits and wild vegetables, so she didn't have many seeds and naturally couldn't plant anything. That's good. Could you please help me plant this? I can pay you a piece of raw meat every day. Chen Hao sent the seeds of manga to Yi Xinxin. He believed that Yi Xinxin would not let him down as a seed. No problem. Yi Xinxin nodded and agreed immediately. Feeling the cold wind blowing in from the window, Yi Xinxin couldn't help but shiver, then asked Chen Hao curiously, Can you make clothes now? Yi Xinxin got up and closed the window. It was really a bit cold with the window open in this weather. I've got the blueprints for this. Chen Hao nodded slightly, but did not tell Yi Xinxin who he traded the drawings with. These things only need to be known to yourself, there is no need to tell anyone. Chapter 113, Opening the Black Iron Treasure Chest, Imperial Level Earth Dragon Bone. After dealing with Yi Xinxin, Chen Hao went to contact Chen Xin and Wang Tian. Faced with Chen Hao's requests, the two men agreed without thinking. Moreover, they rejected the help offered by Chen Hao and went to exchange the wood themselves. There are two of them now, and they have a lot of raw meat every day, which can be exchanged for a lot of wood. After the contact was made, Chen Hao exited the chat page and began to check his backpack. He got a lot of good things in the past 2 days, but he put them all into the system backpack without checking them. Just like the bear's gallbladder, if Su Qin hadn't suddenly mentioned it, Chen Hao would have forgotten that he had such a good thing. So at this time, there is nothing to do, and naturally I have to check my backpack. There are a lot of things in the backpack, but most of them are raw meat. I haven't finished eating the rabbit meat I caught for the first time. There was still a lot of pork and wolf meat, but as for the bear dogs, Chen Hao hadn't touched them yet. I almost forgot, there's still a black iron treasure chest that hasn't been opened. Chen Hao's eyes were immediately fixed on the black iron treasure chest. This thing was obtained by defeating the Bear King. However, after Chen Hao put it away, he fell asleep because he was too tired and forgot about it. However, this thing will not run away from the backpack, and you can see it as long as you open the backpack. Chen Hao took out the black iron treasure chest, rubbed his hands and said, Please bless me so that I can get something good. Whether to open the black iron treasure chest. A page suddenly popped up in front of Chen Hao, asking him whether he wanted to open it. Seeing this, Chen Hao said without hesitation, Open it! Following Chen Hao's order, the black iron treasure chest suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the dark light instantly enveloped the entire cabin. The cabin suddenly became pitch black, and the treasure chest slowly opened, with several things jumping out of it. The things in this treasure chest are of very poor quality. There are only 2 spiritual fruits and a piece of bone, and nothing else. How come this black iron treasure chest is even more trash than an ordinary treasure chest? Chen Hao looked at the treasure chest in his hand and was speechless. The level of the black iron treasure chest is, at any rate, much higher than that of an ordinary treasure chest. But this thing. The stuff inside is much more garbage than an ordinary treasure chest. Just 2 spiritual fruits and a piece of bone. Forget about the spiritual fruit, at least it's edible. As for this bone, it is of no use to Chen Hao. It's impossible for me to just use this thing to make soup, right? He is not a dog. Why would he gnaw on bones instead of eating meat? Chen Hao threw the bone aside without thinking. Chirp. Suddenly, Hei Ling, who was smelting iron ingots, looked at the bones with a look of deep fear in his eyes. Chen Hao looked at Hei Ling, his eyes flickering with doubt, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" However, Hei Ling did not answer Chen Hao, but just hid far away. A pair of eagle eyes stared at the bones, not hiding the fear in their eyes at all. "This bone seems to be very threatening. You're sick. A piece of broken bone can scare you like this." Chen Hao looked at Hei Ling speechlessly, then stood up and picked up the bones. The information about the bones suddenly appeared in front of Chen Hao. Earth Dragon bones, Imperial-grade bones from the body of the Imperial-grade beast, the Earth Dragon. They contain the Earth Dragon's mighty power, and can be used to protect the house and refine medicine. What the hell? Emperor-level Earth Dragon? You can also make medicine. Looking at the introduction about bones, Chen Hao was confused. I thought the Bear King had some special hobby, so he collected bones. I didn't expect that the origin of this bone would be so amazing. Imperial level. I don't know what level of ferocious beast it is. However, since it can be called the Emperor level and can make Hei Ling so scared, it should be higher than Hei Ling's level. If this thing is used to make medicine, the medicinal properties will definitely be greatly improved. Chen Hao immediately thought of Su Qin in his mind, but Chen Hao had never thought of giving this thing to Su Qin. Although Su Qin is currently a trading partner, it is unknown whether he will be an enemy in the future. Chen Hao is not stupid enough to help his enemy. And this ground dragon bone seems to have a great effect. The pressure it has can make Hei Ling so scared, so it must have a certain impact on the monsters in the dark. After thinking about it, Chen Hao put the bone directly into his backpack. Such an awesome thing must be carried with him. After Chen Hao put away the dragon bone, the pressure that only the ferocious beast could sense suddenly disappeared without a trace, and Hei Ling was no longer so scared. He returned to the smelting furnace and continued working. Chen Hao glanced at Hei Ling and murmured, "Work hard and don't be lazy." After knowing the origin of the dragon bone, Chen Hao continued to look at the remaining 2 spiritual fruits. The origin of the dragon bones in the treasure chest is so amazing, so the origins of these 2 spiritual fruits can't be much different. Apple, ordinary. Peach, ordinary. What the hell? Just a regular handsome guy. Looking at the 2 fruits in his hand, Chen Hao was completely stunned. I thought it was some special spiritual fruit, but it turned out to be just an ordinary fruit. It must be that bastard, the Bear King, who ate all the valuable things, Chen Hao said viciously. But come to think of it, if the Bear King hadn't eaten something special, how could he have grown into a rare ferocious beast? Why would he order 2 wild boars to be his subordinates? Hei Ling was upgraded to a rare level ferocious beast by devouring the bloodline evolution fruit. What the Bear King ate was probably a fruit with special effects like the bloodline evolution fruit. Putting the fruit aside, Chen Hao walked to the wool, touched it gently, and tested the moisture of the wool. The wool was still wet and not dry, and even in the cabin it would take several days to dry. Now the wool is ready, all we need is some other materials. We need to get some materials and make the whole machine. Chen Hao was not too worried about the materials used to make the sweater, because he had the works of nature, which contained records. Although it was a bit troublesome and not as developed as the civilized society of the previous world, it was still possible to make woolen sweaters. The most important thing now is to make the sweater, not just for convenience. Oh! Suddenly, the howling of a pack of wolves was heard outside, and there seemed to be more than a dozen of them. Chapter 114, Wolves Attack. Finally, I'm alive! When Chen Hao heard the howling of wolves outside, his eyes flashed with brilliance. Chen Hao didn't feel any fear at all about these monsters in the dark. He now possesses powerful strength, and this is a good opportunity to use these monsters in the dark to test his own strength. Chen Hao held his spear and prepared to open the window to see what the monster in the dark looked like. How big are they and how strong are they? If Chen Hao didn't figure these out, there would be no way he could get out. Showing up before figuring out the truth is no different from seeking death. There is no difference at all. So it is naturally impossible for Chen Hao to do such a stupid thing. A large group of wild wolves has been detected approaching, and the protective shield has automatically opened. The moment Chen Hao opened the window, the female voice sounded again from inside the house. Chen Hao was confused when he heard this, not quite sure what was going on. Protective cover? What is that thing? When did I install this thing? While Chen Hao was puzzled, a light curtain suddenly lit up 10 meters away from the cabin, covering the cabin. The wolves that appeared in the dark were all blocked outside the protective shield. No matter how sharp their claws were, they could not break through the light shield. Is this a protective shield? What functions does the legendary cabin have? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. It is worthy of being a legendary cabin, this function is so awesome. This way, even when you rest at night, you don't have to worry about monsters suddenly attacking the cabin or something. With this protective shield in place, what else is there to worry about? Chen Hao muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he opened the door and walked out. The wolf pack that had been attacking the protective shield in the dark night became even more ferocious after seeing Chen Hao coming out, and attacked the protective shield frantically. They wanted to break through the protective shield, then rush in and eat Chen Hao. Chen Hao took out the legendary wooden bow from the system backpack, aimed at the wolf pack outside the protective shield, drew the bow and shot an arrow. The legendary wooden bow has an absolute power bonus, and coupled with Chen Hao's greatly enhanced physique, he has completely surpassed ordinary humans at this time. Although I can't pull the wooden bow to its full length, there is no problem pulling it to about 80%. Due to the combined effects, the arrow feathers were extremely destructive and easily pierced the wolf's head. These wild wolves are just ordinary wild wolves, not ferocious beasts, so their strength is naturally not comparable to that of ferocious beasts. Chen Hao killed a wild wolf instantly with just one arrow. The remaining wild wolves showed no fear when facing their companions who had died tragically at the hands of Chen Hao. Instead, they became even more ferocious and frantically destroyed the light shield. It's a pity that this is the light shield of the legendary cabin. Without powerful force, it cannot be broken at all. These wild wolves, there is no way they can break through the shield of the legendary cabin. The damage caused by their tiny attacks is not as much as the damage recovered by the shield itself. Faced with the wolves that refused to retreat, Chen Hao naturally would not show mercy. He drew his bow and shot arrows again, easily taking the lives of the wild wolves. One arrow at a time, never a finishing blow. Soon, all the arrows in Chen Hao's hand were used up. 7 wolves died in the wolf pack, and now only 5 are left alive. The wild wolves, whose companions had died so many, still had ferocious looks in their eyes. The red light controlled them like a virus, and they kept attacking the cabin. Even though they knew they would die, they refused to retreat. These wild wolves seemed to be controlled by something. After running out of arrows, Chen Hao did not launch an attack, but slowly walked to the front of the wild wolf. Standing in front of the wolf, watching it continuously attack the shield, staring at the red light in its eyes, he muttered to himself. What is this red light? Why, such a light appears in the eyes of all animals in the dark night. But there's no such light in the eyes of animals during the day. The Bear King seems to be the same. Chen Hao recalled that when he met the Bear King 2 days ago, the Bear King and the 2 wild boars in the dark had red light flashing in their eyes. However, when he met the Bear King in the cave during the day, there was no such red light in the Bear King's eyes. What exactly is this light? Chen Hao muttered to himself, preparing to catch a wild wolf to study. Although he had this idea in his mind, Chen Hao did not dare to turn off the shield directly. Otherwise, these wild wolves will attack immediately. So no matter what, the shield must never be turned off. How can we catch a wild wolf in without shutting down the shield? Chen Hao muttered softly, thinking of a solution quickly in his mind. Chen Hao took out some raw meat from the system backpack, and the extremely hungry wild wolves discovered the existence of the raw meat, and the red light in their eyes became more intense. It really works! Through his experience in his previous life, Chen Hao knew clearly that when an animal attacks, it is either because it feels threatened or is extremely hungry. Apart from these 2 factors, there are few other factors, so Chen Hao decided to use raw meat to test these wild wolves. Just as Chen Hao thought, the wolves' eyes were filled with greed the moment they saw the raw meat. Chen Hao moved the raw meat, and all the wild wolves also moved along with Chen Hao's raw meat. System, how do I shut down this shield? Chen Hao decided to take a risk and catch a wild wolf to study it, so he had to open the shield at this time. Return to the host, the shield will automatically open. Whether to close it depends on the host's wishes. The shield of the legendary cabin will automatically activate when it senses danger, and whether to close the shield of the cabin is up to Chen Hao to decide. Deactivate the shield. Chen Hao held a spear in his hand and looked at the wild wolves vigilantly. Warning! Warning! The host is detected to be in danger. Forcibly closing the shield may be life-threatening. Do you want to forcibly close the shield? Force close! Faced with the system's reminder, Chen Hao acted as if he hadn't heard it at all and still tried to forcibly close the shield. Closing the cabin shield. The voice of the system suddenly appeared in Chen Hao's mind. The shield in front of Chen Hao gradually faded and then disappeared. Chapter 115, Chen Xin Seeks Help. After the protective shield of the cabin disappeared, all the wild wolves attacked Chen Hao immediately. Chen Hao threw the raw meat in his hand away, but the wild wolves didn't even look at the raw meat and continued to attack Chen Hao. A total of 5 wild wolves pounced on Chen Hao fiercely. Fuck, you can't play like this! When Chen Hao saw that the wild wolves didn't care about the raw meat at all and only had eyes for him, he was stunned. Just now, the wild wolves were staring at the raw meat with greed in their eyes. Chen Hao subconsciously thought that these wild wolves wanted to devour the raw meat. As long as you throw some raw meat, you can lure away these wild wolves, then quickly catch a wild wolf, and finally open the protective shield, so that you will be absolutely safe. However, the idea is good, but the reality is extremely cruel. The wolf's actions completely confused Chen Hao. Activate the flowing clouds and water skill! Chen Hao's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he activated the flowing water skill. Instantly double the speed and avoid the wolf's attack. Chen Hao did not return to the cabin, but stared coldly at the wolf with a spear in his hand. Just 5 beasts, what threat can they pose to me? It's just right to use them to test my own strength, and see how powerful I am. Chen Hao thrust his gun, instantly piercing the abdomen of a wild wolf, lifted it up high, and smashed it hard towards the other wild wolves. Bang! The powerful force instantly knocked the wolf unconscious. Chen Hao did not give the wolves a chance to react and attack them again, piercing their heads with his sharp spear. The other wild wolves saw the opportunity and pounced on Chen Hao, their sharp claws heading straight for Chen Hao's chest and head. They wanted to kill Chen Hao with one blow and directly behead him. Oh! Smooth as flowing water, quadruple speed bonus! Chen Hao muttered softly, and instantly felt a large amount of energy flowing through his body. His speed also increased greatly, and he disappeared in front of the wild wolf in an instant. The wild wolves were all confused when they saw this. How come Chen Hao, who was right in front of them, suddenly disappeared? By the time they reacted, Chen Hao's spear had already pierced their bodies, and the loss of their lives left them with grievances. Until their death, they wanted to understand how Chen Hao killed them. However, in just 2 minutes of fighting, Chen Hao killed 4 wild wolves, leaving only the last one. Chen Hao left this behind on purpose, so he didn't kill it directly. However, all of the wolf's limbs were crippled by Chen Hao. The wolf lay limply on the ground, staring at Chen Hao with its red eyes. If looks could kill, Chen Hao would have died countless times. Looking at the wolf corpses in the yard, Chen Hao decomposed them all and immediately obtained a lot of wolf skins and wolf meat, which made him much richer. As for the half-dead wild wolf, Chen Hao ignored it and threw it in the yard. Its legs were broken anyway, so it couldn't run away at all. The only fate that awaits it is death, but before it dies, Chen Hao needs to know whether its eyes will return to normal during the day. Open protective shield. When Chen Hao returned to the cabin, he immediately asked to turn on the protective shield. Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped the entire cabin. But soon, the light dimmed and could not be seen by the naked eye. However, Chen Hao knew in his heart that this was just the protective shield hidden. When there is danger, you can block the enemy's attack. Although the system said that the protective shield would automatically open when the cabin was in danger, Chen Hao was afraid that a shameless thing would rush out in the middle of the night and take the wild wolf away. The shameless bear king I saw last time took away his trophy wild boar. Now that we have experience, we naturally will not allow such a thing to happen. Is Boss Chen Hao here? Chen Hao returned to the cabin. Not feeling sleepy anymore, he decided to check on the others. The situation of everyone in the dark world was the same. He was attacked by wild wolves, and the cabins of other people were also attacked by wild beasts. The moment he opened the dark world chat page, Chen Hao received Chen Xian's message. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao replied, "Yeah, I'm here. It's late at night, and I don't know why Chen Xian wants to talk to me." "Boss Chen Hao, you finally replied to my message. Boss Chen Hao, do you have any weapons? Sell us some quickly. The beasts are a bit powerful today, and our cabin can't hold on any longer." Chen Xian answered quickly, his tone full of anxiety. The beasts today were too strong, and their cabins could hardly hold up. And he didn't have any powerful weapons in his hands. So at this time, it is necessary to purchase some weapons from Chen Hao in advance. "What kind of beast did you encounter? It can't even hold up the cabin." There was a glint of doubt in Chen Hao's eyes. They felt a little curious about the wild beasts that Chen Xian and his friends encountered. Chen Xian's shelter was in the cave. If they wanted to attack Chen Xian's cabin, they had to attack head-on. It seems that there is no wild beast that can break into the cabin? Could it be that Chen Xian and his friends encountered terrifying creatures like tigers or wild boars? In nature, apart from tigers, wild boars and brown bears, Chen Hao really couldn't think of any other wild animals that could destroy the cabin. The wild boar was fearless and charged with such force that it almost tore the cabin apart. The tiger's claws are very sharp. If they attack weak points continuously, they can almost break down the cabin. The brown bear is very strong and can only hit the cabin. If it hits the cabin long enough, it can also cause damage to the cabin. Apart from these large beasts, other beasts seemed unable to destroy the cabin. "I don't know. We didn't dare to look outside, so we don't know what kind of beast it is. But we heard pig grunts, and there seemed to be wild boars and some other wild animals." Chen Xian answered quickly, his tone full of anxiety. At this time, he really wanted a weapon to protect himself. Beside him was Wang Tian holding a stone axe, and in his hand was a black iron battle axe, which was the weapon given to him by Chen Hao. It is simply impossible to resist so many beasts outside with just these two weapons. Chapter 116, Frightened Yixinxin. A herd of wild boars. Could it be that you have encountered the king of ferocious beasts? When Chen Hao heard this, he suddenly remembered the first time he met the Bear King. The Bear King ordered his two wild boar minions to crash into his cabin. Now Chen Xian's cabin was attacked by so many wild beasts. Could it be that he had encountered a rare ferocious beast? "I don't know. Boss Chen Hao, please sell us two weapons quickly. I feel like our cabin can't hold on any longer." Chen Xian was in tears at this moment. He really didn't know how to resist. His cabin was about to be destroyed by the monsters in the dark. His current thought is to have weapons to resist the monsters in the dark. Apart from this thought, he had no other thoughts. "This spear is for you to use first. I'm building you a shield." Chen Hao looked at the still burning smelting furnace and immediately traded the spear in his hand to Chen Xian. Although the smelting furnace is still burning, it will take some time to forge weapons. It just so happened that Chen Hao also had a spear in his hand, which he could give to Chen Xian and the others. Although Chen Hao has many legendary weapons in his hands, such as the legendary wooden bow and legendary brass knuckles, these things are Chen Hao's treasures and Chen Hao would never hand them over. These treasures belong exclusively to him, and cannot be given to Chen Xian to use. The level of this spear is not very high and can be made at will, so Chen Hao doesn't care much about it. So there is absolutely no problem for Chen Xian to use this thing. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen Hao. The beast is about to attack, so we won't disturb Boss Chen Hao." After Chen Xian took the spear, he stopped talking to Chen Hao. He looked around vigilantly to prevent wild beasts from breaking into the cabin. "This spear is for you." After getting the weapon, Chen Xian looked at Wang Tian and gave the weapon to Wang Tian. Although he has a spear, his ability to survive is much stronger. Because the spear is longer, it has a greater distance when encountering wild beasts, and is less likely to be injured by them. However, Chen Xian was already used to using the axe, so if he were to use the spear at this time, it would take him some time to adapt. "Hopefully I can survive this night. Wan Tian took the spear and looked at the place where the monster attacked with vigilance. There was vigilance and fear in their eyes. They never imagined that the monster tonight would be so crazy. They stare at the place where the monsters attack, and as long as the monsters dare to come in, they will attack without hesitation. After Chen Hao traded the spear to Chen Xian, he began to make a shield for Chen Xian. Although he didn't have the blueprints for this, shields and the like were relatively easy to make. As long as they could provide defense, it didn't matter whether they were useful or not. Tonight's monsters seem to be coming in groups. Chen Xian and the others are in danger, so aren't Yi Xinxin and Su Qin also in danger? After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao asked Yi Xinxin and Su Qin. In the small wooden house where Yi Xinxin was sitting in the corner with a white tiger cub in her arms. Outside the house, the sound of wild beasts roaring in the wooden house could be heard. Yi Xinxin's face was pale, and she was trembling with fear. She didn't know what happened tonight. The monsters in the dark actually attacked her. Xiao Bai's pressure seemed to have no effect on them at all. What should I do? Am I going to die? Yi Xinxin, who had never encountered such a thing before, had no idea what to do at this moment. She also didn't know whether she could survive if she encountered those horrible monsters. Who can come and save me? Chen Hao, can he come and save me? In despair, Yi Xinxin suddenly thought of Chen Hao. She was very desperate at this moment, and the only person she could think of was Chen Hao. Chen Hao sent me a message. In despair, Yi Xinxin received Chen Hao's message, and it was as if she saw a ray of hope, and she quickly responded to Chen Hao. Chen Hao, there are many wild animals outside the cabin. They are tearing at my cabin. I'm so scared. Yi Xinxin's reply was almost tearful. The sound of the wild beasts tearing at the wooden house was like the cries of hell, constantly urging her to die quickly. Are there monsters outside your cabin? Your pets can't deter them? Chen Hao asked doubtfully. According to what Yi Xinxin said that her pet Xiao Bai can ignore the monsters outside and deter them from attacking the cabin. Why are those monsters attacking the cabin now? I don't know. In the past, when wild beasts appeared in the dark night, Xiao Bai would just roar like a tiger, and the monsters would go away on their own. But I don't know what's going on with those monsters today. They keep attacking the cabin. No matter how Xiao Bai roars, it's useless. Yi Xinxin could never have imagined that Xiao Bai's epic pressure would one day become ineffective. It seems that these beasts are controlled by something. Otherwise, the high-level bloodline pressure would definitely not affect these beasts. Chen Hao muttered to himself. He subconsciously looked out the window, thinking of the wolf with scarlet eyes, but still couldn't guess what the red light was. After a moment of silence, Chen Hao said helplessly, I'm sorry, I can't help you much at this time of night. If it were daytime, Chen Hao could ride on Black Flame and kill them directly, but it was late at night, and Chen Hao didn't dare to go out at all. Although there was no danger outside his cabin for the time being, who knew what danger he would encounter once he went out? Chen Hao is not a love-brained person. When he sees Yi Xinxin is in danger, he rushes out like a fool. It is impossible for Chen Hao to do such a thing. Listen carefully to where the beasts are attacking. Pile some wood there. Maybe that will stop the monsters from coming in. Chen Hao told Yi Xinxin about his first experience of fighting against monsters, so that even if the cabin was breached, the beasts would not be able to get in. As long as you wait until daytime, the monsters will automatically leave after dawn. By then, Yi Xinxin will be safe. Good. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin immediately did as Chen Hao said, took out all the wood, and piled it directly inside the cabin, surrounding herself and the bed. Chapter 117, System Refresh. The entire huge cabin was basically filled with wood. Except for the small wooden bed, the rest of the place was filled with wood, blocking the entire cabin. I've already blocked it. Will this really work? After Yi Xinxin did as Chen Hao said, she hurried over to ask Chen Hao. Facing Yi Xinxin's question, Chen Hao did not hide it from Yi Xinxin. Instead, he was silent for a moment and then replied, Whether it is useful or not, I am not sure. This only ensures that even if the cabin is destroyed, the beasts of the night will not be able to get in for the time being. I can only pray that I can make it till dawn. Chen Hao knew clearly that the cabin could be destroyed. because his cabin had been destroyed by a wild wolf. If the wild wolf had not destroyed the cabin to get in, he would not have been able to kill the wild wolf and obtain the badge of the wolf slayer warrior. He is now teaching Yixinxin what happened in the past. As for whether Yixinxin can have such good luck as himself, Chen Hao is not sure. Because all this depends on luck. Oh well. After Yixinxin got Chen Hao's answer, she didn't ask any further questions. It was late at night, and Chen Hao couldn't come to save her. So now everything depends on her. It can be said that everything depends on God's will. I hope the wild beasts outside the cabin cannot destroy the cabin. Even if they destroy the cabin, they cannot destroy the wood to get in. Yixinxin was praying in her heart, but she was still extremely scared. Looking at the chat page with Yifan, he asked tentatively, "I'm so scared now, can you chat with me?" Yixinxin wanted Chen Hao to chat with her, but she must not hang up the chat page. Because now, she really wants someone to confide her emotions to. Otherwise, if you keep it in your heart, you will feel very, very uncomfortable. Chen Hao, after hearing Yixinxin's words, didn't think much about it and said directly, "Sure, no problem." After the battle just now, although Chen Hao was a little tired, he was not sleepy at all. In addition, he also had to make weapons for Chen Xian and the others, so it was naturally impossible for him to rest at this time. While chatting with Yixinxin, Chen Hao also sent a message to Su Qing. However, there has been no reply from Su Qing, and Chen Hao has no idea what Su Qing's situation is. Is she now also facing a beast attacking her cabin? Or perhaps the cabin has been breached. Half an hour later, Chen Hao forged the shield and traded it to Chen Xian. Chen Hao also made a weapon, which was a large tang sword, very suitable for girls to use. Chen Hao gave it to Yixinxin. Yixinxin was very touched and wanted to exchange something with Chen Hao, but Chen Hao didn't know what was in her hand. She said that she could come to him if she had any new treasures in the future. On the small wooden bed, Yixinxin held the tang sword given to her by Chen Hao in her hand, staring outside the house vigilantly, her body trembling slightly, and her eyes filled with deep fear. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the beasts tearing at the wooden house outside disappeared. Those beasts seemed to have left. Yixinxin quickly shared it with Chen Hao, and the fear in her heart dissipated a little. Chen Hao, upon hearing Yixinxin's words, quickly said to Yixinxin, "Not necessarily. It's better to be careful. In the dark world, everything is very strange and you must be careful. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Yixinxin was very obedient, and did everything Chen Hao said. The wood was piled up all over the cabin, and Yixinxin didn't dare to put it away. After waiting for half an hour, she still didn't hear the sound of wild beasts biting outside the house. Yixinxin asked Chen Hao again, "It's been so long, those wild beasts should have left, right?" Chen Hao did not answer, but opened the world chat channel. To find out if the beast has left, just take a look at the chat channel. Humans who survive the crisis will express their opinions here, proving that the monsters in the night have left. I was so scared. Those monsters finally left. Oh my God, my cabin was destroyed. I thought I was going to die today. I was injured by a wild beast and lost one of my hands. Along with the appearance of this message, a picture suddenly appeared in the world chat channel. It was a picture of a young man with yellow hair. His left arm was covered in blood and half of his arm was missing. As the man spoke, others also shared their situations. They all had more or less wounds on their bodies left by wild beasts. They all stopped complaining, saying that their lives were too difficult and that the creator of this world was deliberately playing tricks on them. The creator of this world wants their lives. The world chat channel was filled with negativity, and everyone was silent because they didn't know what to say. The man's words are not wrong. They have no hope of survival in this world. Every day was a living hell. Not only did they have nothing to eat or wear, but they also had to face attacks from wild beasts at night. This kind of life is not the life they want at all. We can't go back at all, so we have to live well. Even though you're injured, at least you're alive. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Yes, at least I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, there's still hope of returning. In the world chat channel, with the disappearance of the beast, everyone was venting their emotions in the world chat channel. Chenhao watched everyone's speeches silently without saying anything, as if he didn't see anything at all. After reading the message, Chenhao immediately understood what was going on. Then he found Yixinxin's chat page and said, "Those beasts have left for the time being, so you don't need to worry too much. If you're still scared, then we'll put the wood away and leave it like this." After listening to Chenhao's words, Yixinxin nodded in agreement. She had left all the wood somewhere instead of collecting it. However, she had been scared all night and didn't feel sleepy at all. On Chenhao's side, after the attack ended, he also felt a little sleepy. Ding! The number of new selections has been refreshed. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chenhao's mind. Chapter 118, Legendary Loom. When he heard this voice, Chenhao's face couldn't help but brighten with joy. He hadn't rested at all, not only because he had to reply to Yixinxin's message, but also because he was waiting for the system to refresh. Hearing the sound of the system refreshing at this moment, Chenhao didn't care what Yixinxin was thinking, nor did he answer Yixinxin's question, but directly clicked on his golden finger. Soon 3 options appeared in front of Chenhao. Choice 1, Legendary Loom. Option 2, Legendary Well. Choice 3, Extreme Beauty. Like the previous choices, the second choice is a legendary well, and the third choice is a top-notch beauty, but the word, random, does not appear. Chenhao looked at the options and, just like before, didn't pay any attention to the second and third options. All his attention was on the first one. Legendary Loom? Are you kidding? Chenhao looked at the first option with some disbelief in his eyes, and couldn't believe it was true. I was still thinking about using the Tiangong system to make a machine for making clothes, but I didn't expect the system to be so considerate, and had already prepared it for me so early. I choose 1. Chenhao made his choice without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining the legendary loom. As Chenhao made his choice, a loom suddenly appeared in front of him. This loom was different from the modern ones, but an ancient one. Loom, legendary, can make clothes, up to legendary cloth. The introduction of the loom soon appeared in front of Chenhao. This is not much different from an ordinary loom. The only difference is that it can produce stronger clothes. In other words, the cloth woven on an ordinary loom, that is, ordinary grade cloth, does not have any attribute bonus. However, the cloth woven with this loom can produce legendary cloth at the highest level. Chenhao looked at it for a long time, but was still confused. Whether it was ordinary or legendary, Chenhao had a confused look on his face. At present, he still hasn't understood these things. But Chenhao didn't care much. As long as he had a loom, it didn't matter what level it was or what it was used for. As long as you can weave cloth, you can make a piece of clothing to wear. We now have looms, but we haven't planted kudzu yet. It will take a long time to plant them. Chenhao looked at the legendary loom and muttered softly. Now that we have a loom, there is naturally no time to wait. In the past, there were no looms, and Chenhao didn't know when he could make one, so he could just wait. Now we must get magnesium as quickly as possible, and the fastest way is naturally to trade in the world channel. At this moment, everyone has just experienced the chaos of the night, and the beast has just left. Everyone is venting their emotions in the world chat channel, so the number of people in the world chat channel of this world is much higher than before. This is also the best time to announce a deal to acquire something. Is there anyone willing to trade with manga at a high price? Select whether to stick it on top. As soon as Chenhao released the information, the privileges of the Brave badge appeared in front of Chenhao. Chenhao naturally didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the top one. This is when the rights of the privilege badge come into use. Large golden characters were hung high at the top of the chat channel, and anyone chatting could see them clearly. Suddenly, many people started chatting with Chenhao privately. Magnesium is not a rare thing. Many people have discovered it and collected it. As for seeds and the like, Chenhao only wants perfect grade ones and doesn't want anything below perfect grade. After negotiating the price, Chenhao also collected a lot of hemp and piled them all in the warehouse. After the acquisition, Chenhao sent another message, saying that he would not take it anymore. Those who did not sell manga and did not trade with Chenhao immediately regretted it. They were all complaining why it was not their turn to trade with Chenhao, because this was the only way they could get raw meat. Yi Xinxin waited for a long time, but did not see Chen Hao reply to the message. She felt a little disappointed, but she did not take the initiative to ask Chen Hao. Chen Hao is very busy at the moment, and has no time to pay attention to Yi Xinxin. He is busy dealing with Ma Ge. I have long been tired of wearing the clothes on my body, and the animal skins are not very comfortable to wear. The clothes from the civilized world of my previous life are more comfortable to wear. Chen Hao is not short of food now, and he naturally has weapons and other things, so he naturally has to pay attention to his clothes. Time passed quickly, and Chen Hao, who didn't know how long it had been, felt a little sleepy and lay down on the bed to rest. The night passed quickly, and Chen Hao woke up early the next day. He subconsciously jumped out of bed, opened the door, and rushed out. Because he suddenly thought of the wild wolf he caught last night. Chen Hao came into the yard. When the wild wolf saw Chen Hao appear, it immediately growled and threatened Chen Hao. Although it was injured and almost dying, it still did not allow Chen Hao to get close to it. However, even if the wild wolf was intact, Chen Hao was not afraid of it at all, not to mention that the wild wolf was almost dying at this moment. Therefore, Chen Hao didn't take the wild wolf seriously at all. As for the threat posed by the wild wolf, Chen Hao didn't care at all. He came to the front of the wild wolf, squatted down, and carefully looked into the wolf's eyes. When the wild wolf saw Chen Hao squatting in front of it, it subconsciously opened its mouth and was about to bite Chen Hao. Bang! Chen Hao suddenly raised his hand and slapped the wolf on the head. Although Chen Hao didn't use much strength, he was much stronger than the average person, and he still slapped the wolf's head, making it buzz. At this moment, the wild wolf felt Chen Hao's power and suddenly dared not make any sound. Chen Hao squatted in front of the wild wolf, grabbed the wolf's mouth, and carefully observed the wolf's eyes. The wolf's eyes had returned to normal, and there was no red in them. That trace of hostility has also disappeared completely, and he has become much clearer. The scarlet has disappeared, and the wild wolves are no longer as aggressive. What on earth is that thing? It can actually control wild wolves. Why does it only appear at night and disappear during the day? Chapter 119, Black Feather, Master wants to acquire a new battle pet? Hei Ling also flew out from the cabin. Hawkeye noticed the wolf and flapped his wings to fly towards it. The sharp claws will end the wolf's life. Get lost. Chen Hao's face changed and he stopped Hei Ling. Upon hearing this, Hei Ling stopped abruptly in the air, then flew back into the air, looking at Chen Hao with a pair of eagle eyes in confusion. The little eagle brain couldn't understand why Chen Hao didn't let him kill the wild wolf. This is a threat to them. I don't know what the owner wants to do by leaving this wild wolf behind. It can't be. Want to keep this wild wolf as a pet? This won't work, because the master only has one battle pet. How could this wild wolf deserve to become the master's war pet? It's just an ordinary wild wolf. How can it be compared with his noble rare bloodline? Hei Ling looked at the wild wolf with disdain in his eyes. Its bloodline level is much higher than that of a wild wolf, not to mention whether the owner would like the wild wolf's bloodline. Even if the master really likes the wild wolf and wants to take it as a war pet, the wild wolf cannot compare with himself. What's more, this wild wolf is half dead. It looks like he won't live long. At this moment, it is slowly waiting for death. I'll keep it for use. Chen Hao wanted to know whether a red light would appear in the wild wolf's eyes when night fell. He wanted to find out the secret. You're not allowed to touch it, you hear me? Fearing that Hei Ling would cause trouble, Chen Hao spoke to Hei Ling again, his eyes full of threats. After hearing Chen Hao's order, Hei Ling quickly nodded to Hawkeye to indicate that he understood. Although it wanted to kill the wild wolf in its heart to prevent such a dangerous creature from threatening its owner's safety. But now with his master's order, Hei Ling didn't dare to do anything to the wild wolf. After giving the order to Hei Ling, Chen Hao looked at the wild wolf again, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it anymore, and went straight back to the cabin. Hei Ling looked at the wild wolf and did not return to the cabin, but flapped his wings and returned to the sky. It circled around the cabin, then turned around and left quickly. The order Chen Hao gave it was to monitor Huang Leihu's every move. At this time, it was already dawn, so it naturally had to complete the task assigned by Chen Hao. As for eating, it no longer needs Chen Hao to feed it. It can hunt and catch birds and small animals to fill its stomach. Chen Hao returned to the cabin, prepared some food for himself, and then opened the chat page of the Dark World. Soon, Su Qin's reply appeared, which meant that she was fighting a beast last night and did not notice the message sent by Chen Hao. She only found it when she checked the weather forecast this morning. Chen Hao, upon hearing this, saw Su Qin's answer and simply exchanged a few pleasantries without asking any further questions. At the same time, she knew in her heart that Su Qin's strength had become much stronger, otherwise, how could she, a girl, dare to fight with the wild wolves? Judging from the tone of her reply, she didn't seem to be afraid at all. Moreover, Su Qin also has the habit of checking the weather forecast, which is similar to his own habit. Chen Xian and Yi Xinxin also responded. Chen Xian defeated the beast, but the beast did not break into the cabin they were in. It only destroyed some places. Then they used weapons in the cabin to drive the beast out. Yi Xinxin's cabin was not destroyed by the wild beasts, only a few traces were left on the outside. Yi Xinxin hurriedly repaired the cabin into a new one. Hei Ling, come back for dinner. After Chen Hao grilled the meat, he called Hei Ling to come back for dinner. But no matter how Chen Hao shouted, Hei Ling did not respond at all, as if he had not heard it at all. What's going on? Chen Hao shouted several more times, but still got no response. Puzzled, Chen Hao stood up and walked outside the cabin. He looked around but did not see Hei Ling. Such a big eagle just disappeared like that. Where did this guy go? Chen Hao muttered to himself, without any worry in his eyes. Because Hei Ling is now 100% loyal to him, and there is no way he would betray him. So at this time, Hei Ling disappeared, and it was definitely impossible that he escaped. Maybe it discovered something and flew away on its own. After finishing his own business, Hei Ling will fly back. After not finding Hei Ling, Chen Hao returned to the cabin, ate something, and fed the lambs. Then, Chen Hao left the cabin with Hei Yin. Chen Hao's goal today is still to explore the surrounding area to see if there are any hidden maps or something. If you want your life to be better, you must fight monsters and level up. The first time he picked up a wild beast, he was ahead of many people and exchanged it for a lot of resources. Then there were the small animals, which got a lot of raw meat. The 2 treasure chests obtained later also provided Chen Hao with a lot of help. The bloodline spirit fruit allowed Black Feather's bloodline to evolve, directly evolving from an ordinary ferocious beast into a rare ferocious beast. The evolution of Hei Ling makes him more humane, and can help himself better. Inside Chen Xian's cabin, Wan Tian looked at Chen Xian and said, You go mine, I'll go explore for some resources, and then cut some wood and come back. By the way, keep an eye on that guy Huang Leihu. Hearing this, Chen Xian nodded and said, Well, be careful. Bring back some more wild vegetables. Chen Xian felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach after eating meat every day, so he needed a little bit of fruit and vegetables to balance it out. Moreover, Wan Tian can also monitor Huang Leihu and plunder all the resources around Huang Leihu. By then, even if Huang Leihu can't bear the hunger and comes out to look for food, there will be no food near him. If you want to eat, you have to go somewhere farther away. If Chen Hao comes by then, he will still have time. Wan Tian looked at Chen Xian and smiled. He had already guessed that Chen Xian knew what he was really thinking. Wan Tian didn't say anything more. He stood up and left, heading towards Huang Leihu's cabin. Is that Boss Chen Hao's battle pet? Is it here so early? Wan Tian spent more than half an hour and finally arrived outside Huang Leihu's cabin. Seeing that Huang Leihu's cabin was closed, he immediately guessed that Huang Leihu was still at home and had not come out. At the same time, he also noticed Hei Ling circling in the sky and immediately guessed Hei Ling's identity. Chapter 120 Huang Leihu leaves the cabin. After all, he had seen Black Ling with his own eyes, but the Black Ling at this time was different from the Black Ling he saw for the first time. Not only was the color different, but even the shape was different. If it wasn't for the second time when Boss Chen Hao brought Hei Ling over and gave command to Hei Ling himself, Wan Tian would never have thought that this was Boss Chen Hao's war pet. After all, there is really a huge gap between the two. Hei Ling, who was circling in the sky, also noticed Wang Tian's presence, but he ignored Wang Tian and continued to circle in the air, enjoying the dominance of the king of the sky. With Boss Chen Hao's pet watching over us, there shouldn't be any problems. Wang Tian muttered to himself, and then did not stay here any longer, but turned around and explored the surrounding area. No matter what it is, as long as it is useful, Wang Tian collects it all. Even if it is some garbage, Huang Leihu will never leave it behind. In the cabin under He Ling's surveillance, Huang Leihu sat on the bed, looking at the berries in his hand, his stomach rumbling. "I'm so hungry!" He had eaten everything he had. At this time, there is nothing in the stomach. The whole person was starving. The whole person also feels extremely weak. If he didn't replenish his food, even if he didn't die at Chen Hao's hands, he would starve to death. "No, I can't hide in the cabin any longer. I have to go out and find something to eat. I just don't believe that Chen Hao can stay outside and watch over me forever." Huang Leihu was thinking in his heart. He was very curious yesterday. Chen Hao had obviously discovered him, so why didn't he take action against him? Why did he only attack the cabin for a while and then leave directly? And an hour later, he opened the small wooden window and took a look, but there was no sign of Chen Hao and others outside. There was no one outside the cabin. Although there was nothing outside, he didn't dare to go out because he didn't know whether Chen Hao was waiting for him outside. What if he goes out and is caught by Chen Hao? So no matter what he said, it would be impossible to get out of his mind. However, he had food yesterday, so he didn't have to go out. But he had nothing to eat today, and he had been hungry all night. If he didn't eat something, he really wouldn't be able to withstand the wild beasts attacking the wooden house at night. Secondly, even if he could withstand hunger, he had no more wood on him, all of it had been used up. If there was no wood to add to the stove at night, and no wood to burn to heat up the cabin, he would freeze to death in the middle of the night. After thinking quickly in his mind, Huang Leihu slowly stood up, then walked to the small wooden window, carefully opened the small wooden window and looked outside. There was nothing outside. After making sure there was no danger, Huang Leihu opened the wooden door and looked outside. There is nothing outside and there is no danger. Huang Leihu, upon seeing this, walked out of the cabin cautiously, but did not close the wooden door to prevent someone from suddenly jumping out, so that he could return to the cabin as soon as possible. After walking about 10 meters away from the cabin and looking around vigilantly to make sure there was no danger, Huang Leihu closed the small wooden door and left quickly. Huang Leihu was still thinking in his heart that Chen Hao was not nearby. As long as he collected the supplies and returned to the cabin in the shortest time possible, Chen Hao would have no way to do anything to him. Little did he know that his every move was under He Ling's surveillance. He Ling looked at Huang Leihu, who was leaving the cabin, flapping his wings and about to go back to tell Chen Hao. Wang Tian, who was searching for resources on the ground and keeping an eye on the cabin, did not notice Huang Leihu's departure. He just saw He Ling leave suddenly. A hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes, and he muttered doubtfully, "Why did He Ling leave so suddenly? Boss Chen Hao, didn't you ask him to monitor Huang Leihu's every move? Could it be that He Ling discovered that Huang Leihu had come out?" This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Tian's mind. His expression suddenly changed and he subconsciously ran towards Huang Leihu's cabin. The cabin was still closed at this moment, but Huang Leihu was nowhere to be seen. His eyes quickly explored the surroundings. Huang Leihu didn't show up, so Wang Tian wasn't quite sure why He Ling suddenly left. After a moment of silence, Wang Tian quickly sent a message to Chen Hao. But at this moment Chen Hao was still busy and didn't notice any news at all. Chirp! He Ling was very fast, flying at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, so it took only more than half an hour to fly to Chen Hao's side. Seeing He Ling coming, Chen Hao subconsciously asked, "Where have you been? You didn't even eat." Chirp! He Ling kept calling out to Chen Hao, wanting Chen Hao to leave with him. "What's wrong?" Looking at He Ling, Chen Hao's eyes were full of confusion. Chen Hao, who didn't know that He Ling was the one who was monitoring Huang Leihu, had no way of guessing what He Ling was thinking at the moment. Seeing that Chen Hao didn't understand what he wanted to do, He Ling suddenly showed his sharp claws and grabbed a big tree fiercely, with a fierce look in his eyes. Seeing the murderous intent in He Ling's eyes, Chen Hao asked in confusion, "What happened to make you so angry?" "Okay, you lead the way." Although he was not sure what He Ling meant, Chen Hao still let He Ling lead the way. He subconsciously thought that He Ling must have suffered some injustice, and wanted his master to help him take revenge. He Ling stood on Chen Hao's shoulder and gestured to Chen Hao to go forward. After flying for so long, He Ling also needs a rest. Chen Hao patted He Yen and rushed out instantly. Isn't this road the way to Chen Xian's home? He Ling went to Chen Xian and his friend's cabin? He went to Chen Xian and his friend's place for no reason. No, the cabin that He Ling went to was Huang Leihu's cabin. In other words, He Ling discovered Huang Leihu coming out and came to tell me? Thinking of this, Chen Hao quickly asked He Ling. He Ling, Huang Leihu is out. Chirp. Seeing that Chen Hao finally understood what he wanted to do, He Ling immediately started chirping. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao immediately sped up and rushed towards Huang Leihu's cabin. He must stop Huang Leihu before he enters the cabin and must not let him enter the cabin, otherwise all his efforts will be wasted. Chapter 121, Severely Injured Huang Leihu. Why hasn't Boss Chen Hao replied yet? In front of Huang Leihu's cabin, Wang Tian was anxiously waiting for Chen Hao's reply. He stayed here and didn't move a single step. He was afraid that after he left, Huang Leihu would suddenly come back and return to the cabin. At that time, even if Chen Hao came, he would not be able to threaten Huang Leihu at all. He had no idea that Huang Leihu was still looking for food and cutting wood, and could not return to the cabin for the time being. He also didn't know that Chen Hao had already known that Huang Leihu had come out, and was rushing towards this side at the fastest speed. More than an hour later, Chen Hao arrived at Huang Leihu's cabin and saw a figure in front of Huang Leihu's cabin. Chen Hao subconsciously thought that it was Huang Leihu and took out the legendary wooden bow directly from his backpack. Aiming at the figure in front of him, he would shoot the arrow without hesitation as long as Huang Leihu dared to move. This is Wang Tian? As the black flames approached, Chen Hao could see the figure clearly. It was not Huang Leihu's figure, but Wang Tian's figure. After confirming that the enemy was not Huang Leihu, Chen Hao put away his weapon. He also came in front of Wang Tian and asked Wang Tian puzzledly, "Why are you here?" Wang Tian saw Chen Hao coming and quickly said to him, "I came out to look for resources, so I thought I'd come over here and monitor Huang Leihu. By the way, I sent you a message over an hour ago. Didn't you see it?" Wang Tian looked at Chen Hao and asked curiously. He had sent a message to Chen Hao almost 2 hours ago, but Chen Hao did not respond. He was already doubting whether Chen Hao would come today, and was also thinking about whether he should sneak attack Huang Leihu, capture Huang Leihu, and then hand him over to Chen Hao tomorrow. With his strength, it would be easy for him to defeat Huang Leihu head-on, let alone a sneak attack from behind. He was absolutely sure that he could catch Huang Leihu. "Have you seen Huang Leihu come back?" Chen Hao did not answer Wang Tian's question, but directly asked his own question. During the time He Ling was away, he did not monitor Huang Leihu, so Chen Hao did not know whether Huang Leihu had returned to the cabin. If Huang Leihu returned to the cabin, all his efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian quickly shook his head and said, "I've been staying here the whole time and haven't seen Huang Leihu come back. We just have to wait here. Huang Leihu will definitely come back. As long as they wait here, Huang Leihu will definitely come back." Chen Hao didn't answer after hearing this. Instead, he looked at the black feather on his shoulder and said, "Go find Huang Leihu's location." Chen Hao has the black feather, his eye in the sky, which can see very far away. Naturally, it is impossible for him to just wait there foolishly. If Huang Leihu came back late at night, even if they killed him, they would be in danger themselves. The dark night in the dark world is not a place for humans to stay outside. Even if Chen Hao himself possesses power beyond that of ordinary people, he can kill even a ferocious beast. But even so, Chen Hao didn't think he could survive in the dark. If he couldn't survive in the dark, it would naturally be even more impossible for Wang Tian to survive in the dark. He Ling was very obedient. After hearing Chen Hao's instructions, he immediately flew into the air. He Ling, circling in the air, soon discovered the Huang Leihu 3 miles away, then returned to Chen Hao's side, circling in the air, signaling Chen Hao to follow him. "Haiyan, let's go!" Chen Hao patted Haiyan's horseback, and Haiyan immediately rushed out like a gust of wind. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Wang Tian murmured to himself, Huang Leihu, don't you think it's better to live a good life?" Why would you want to offend Boss Chen Hao? If you offend Boss Chen Hao, even God can't save you. Wang Tian shook his head, thought about it, and hurriedly followed. With He Ling's surveillance, Huang Leihu had nowhere to escape. Moreover, Boss Chen Hao has a mount, and its speed far exceeds Huang Leihu's. So Huang Leihu had nowhere to escape, and what awaited him was only the revenge of Boss Chen Hao. Where's the eagle coming from? In the forest, Huang Leihu was picking berries when he suddenly heard the cry of a black-feathered eagle in the sky. He looked up at the sky, wondering what was happening when he saw the black-feathered eagle circling in the air. Because He Ling has evolved, his body's shape is very different from his original appearance, so even if Huang Leihu has seen He Ling, he can't recognize that this is Chen Hao's war pet for a while. Dada. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and Huang Leihu became even more confused. How could there be the sound of horse hooves in this forest? Could it be that there are still wild horses? Huang Leihu, confused, looked in the direction where the sound of horse hooves came from, and immediately saw a group of mighty black war horses rushing towards him quickly. And on the warhorse, there was a figure holding a wooden bow in his hand. The distance was far and Huang Leihu couldn't see clearly. But his heart was beating rapidly at this moment. A look of fear instantly appeared in his eyes. Because he had already guessed the person coming, it was his enemy Chen Hao. He had personally witnessed the scene where Chen Hao rode on a horse and shot arrows at the wild men. So the person who came is 100% Chen Hao. Escape. Huang Leihu had only one thought in his mind at this moment, which was to escape from this place quickly. Call out. With the sound of breaking air, an arrow came through the air and shot directly through Huang Leihu's thigh. Huang Leihu, whose thigh was injured, lost his balance instantly and stumbled to the ground. The severe pain made Huang Leihu scream heart-wrenchingly and hug his thighs. His face was distorted because of the pain. Chen Hao rode Black Flame to the front of Huang Leihu, looked down at Huang Leihu, and said expressionlessly, "Tell me, why do you want to kill me? I don't think I've offended you in any way." Chen Hao looked indifferent, with no expression on his face. Huang Leihu's forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. He stared at Chen Hao with a cold gaze and said, "You watched me die without helping me, and even threatened me with an axe. So I have to kill you." "Oh." After listening to the explanation, Chen Hao responded softly. He pointed the bow and arrow at Huang Leihu and muttered to himself, "Now that everything is clear, you can die now." Now that he knew the whole story, Chen Hao naturally wouldn't let Huang Leihu go. Chapter 122, The Secret of the Night. From beginning to end, Chen Hao never thought of letting Huang Leihu go. No matter what the reason, if the other party wants to kill him, Chen Hao must kill him. This is absolute, and there is no reason at all. "Wait, you can't kill me." When Huang Leihu saw that Chen Hao was going to kill him, he immediately spoke up to stop Chen Hao. "We are all human beings. You can't kill me. Killing is a crime." Huang Leihu shouted loudly, trying to beg for mercy from Chen Hao. He even wanted to threaten Chen Hao, saying that we are all human beings, so you can't kill me. However, Chen Hao didn't even give Huang Leihu a chance to finish his words. He released the fully drawn bowstring, and the arrow flew out instantly, piercing Huang Leihu's skull directly. Chen Hao's strength is very strong, surpassing many humans. Even the strong men are not as strong as Chen Hao. With the added power of the legendary wooden bow, Chen Hao's strength was now extremely powerful, and it was no problem for him to pierce through human bones at such a close distance. Huang Leihu's expression froze instantly, his eyes widened with deep disbelief. He never expected that Chen Hao would be so decisive in killing and not give him any chance to speak. After killing Huang Leihu, Chen Hao jumped on his horse and left without caring about Huang Leihu's body. He just left it in the mountains and forests to become food for wild beasts. "Huang Leihu is dead, you can go back." Chen Hao did not return to Huang Leihu's cabin, but opened the chat page and sent a message to Wang Tian. He was afraid that Wang Tian would continue to wait there. After sending the message, Chen Hao took He Ling back to his cabin. All the time today was wasted on traveling, and there was not much time left before dark, so Chen Hao did not plan to leave the cabin to look for resources. Although Chen Hao did not go out to look for resources, He Ling flew out and did not stay in the cabin. As for where He Ling was going, Chen Hao didn't care, as long as it came back before dark. Inside the yard, the wild wolf was still lying weakly, its breath was very faint, and it was not far from death. Chinhao just took a look at the wild wolf, and after making sure that it was not dead, he ignored it. As long as the wolf can survive until night, it will be enough to know whether red light will appear in its eyes. If it is dead, it can just decompose into raw meat. With the protective shield in place, Chinhao let He Yen eat grass near the cabin and did not let He Yen go back into the cabin. Anyway, when there is danger, the protective shield will automatically open, and there is no need to worry about He Yen's safety. After returning to the wooden house, Chinhao began to process the wool, preparing to make a wool sweater in the next 2 days. The weather is getting colder and colder, and it's really hard to bear it without some warm clothes. Especially when riding on He Yen, the cold wind kept blowing on the face. After Chinhao left, Wang Tian also returned to the mine. Chen Xian, who was mining, saw Wang Tian coming back and asked him in confusion, "Why did you come back so suddenly?" There was still about an hour and a half left before dark. In his opinion, Wang Tian would not be back for the time being. It would take at least an hour or so for Wang Tian to come back. I didn't expect Wang Tian to come back so early. Could something have happened? Wang Tian looked at Chen Xian and said, "Boss Chinhao has already killed Huang Leihu. I have nothing to do, so I came back early. Here are some fruits." Wang Tian handed the fruits he had collected to Chen Xian, indicating that Chen Xian should eat some fruits first, and then go to dig iron ore. "Let's eat later." Chen Xian didn't eat it, but put the fruit away, prepared to enjoy the delicious fruit in the evening. Since crossing into this world, he has not eaten any fruit, and has even forgotten the taste of fruit. In the entire dark world, all human beings are working hard. No one knew that Huang Leihu was dead. No one knew that it was Chinhao who killed Huang Leihu. No one cares about the conflict between Huang Leihu and Chinhao. Because in this world, humans die every day, either in the mouths of wild beasts or while searching for resources, and a large number of them die in the dark. Their cabin was attacked by wild beasts, and without the shelter of the cabin, they became food for the wild beasts. So everyone is desperately collecting wood and strengthening their cabins, making their cabins stronger and better protecting their lives. Above the sky, a streak of black gradually enveloped the world, plunging it into darkness. All the humans in the world returned to their own cabins, and those who did not return to their own cabins were completely swallowed up by the darkness. They didn't have time to return to the cabin, and they would never be able to return to the cabin. Chinhao sat in front of the stove, looking at the darkness outside the window, and muttered to himself, "The sky has darkened again." Chinhao was very curious about the dark night. Why can't I go out at night when the world is dark? What are those things in the darkness? Chinhao opened the door and looked at the wild wolf in the yard. I saw the wild wolf still sleeping on the ground, without any movement. Suddenly, the wild wolf seemed to sense the human breath. Its eyes turned blood red in an instant, and it roared and was about to attack Chinhao. But his limbs had been broken by Chinhao and were unable to support his body at all. He could only lie on the ground and roar helplessly. Chinhao came to the front of the wild wolf. Facing the wild wolf attacking him, Chinhao grabbed the wild wolf's mouth. The powerful force made the wild wolf unable to move. Chinhao stared closely at the wolf's eyes, those scarlet eyes emitting murderous intent, and muttered to himself, "It turns red when it gets dark, and the murderous intent increases hundreds of times. It seems to have become a killing machine. What the hell is going on?" Chinhao stared at the wild wolf, trying to figure out what was going on. Roar! Suddenly, several wild beasts appeared outside the cabin and rushed towards it quickly. When they saw Chinhao outside the cabin, their eyes were filled with greed and they rushed towards Chinhao regardless of everything. Bang! Just when the beasts were about to approach Chinhao, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Chinhao, blocking all the beasts outside. The legendary cabin sensed the danger and automatically opened the protective shield, blocking all the beasts outside so that they could not hurt Chinhao at all. Chapter 123, Strange Black Shadow. When the beast appeared, Chinhao's heart suddenly jumped up, and he instinctively entered a combat state, quickly putting on the legendary brass knuckles on himself. When seeing the beasts being blocked by the protective shield, Chin-hao subconsciously realized that his legendary cabin had an automatic protective shield that would automatically open when it sensed danger. The protective shield of the legendary cabin is truly impossible to break with the current strength of the beasts. Chin-hao looked at the beasts outside the protective shield, frowned and murmured, "The beasts are attacking more and more frequently now. They come to harass us every day." He took out the bow and arrow with an expressionless face, aimed at the beast outside, and shot the arrow without hesitation. These beasts could not withstand Chin-hao's attack at all. The arrows easily penetrated their heads, and the powerful force pierced their bones, taking away their lives. Chin-hao looked at the beasts expressionlessly, watching them fall in a pool of blood, without any emotional fluctuation. It is naturally impossible to let go of a group of wild beasts that want to hurt me. The beasts died outside the protective shield, and Chin-hao did not bring them in because he did not know what accidents would happen after the protective shield was closed. The reason these beasts appeared was because I appeared behind the cabin. They sensed my breath, so they came out to attack me. Once the protective cover is closed and you leave the protection range of the protective cover, danger may occur. Chin-hao doesn't want any accidents to happen. Anyway, the corpses are placed outside the protective shield and no wild beasts will take them away. We can just wait until dawn and bring the corpses back. After dealing with the wild beast outside, Chin-hao's gaze fell on the wild wolf again. He squatted in front of the wild wolf and stared carefully into the wolf's eyes, wanting to understand why the wild wolf became so violent. For an hour, Chin-hao kept staring at the wild wolf, but no matter how hard he looked, he didn't get the clue he wanted. Wild wolves are fine during the day, but they become violent at night. Those beasts just now also attacked me suddenly. They didn't exist originally. Chin-hao clearly remembered that when he left the cabin, there were no other wild animals outside except the dying wolf. But when he came out, the beasts suddenly appeared and attacked him directly. It seemed that they were not around the cabin at all, but suddenly appeared around the cabin. It just appeared out of nowhere, without any warning. And when he just came out, he saw with his own eyes that the wolf's eyes were still normal, without the slightest bit of scarlet, and not as violent as they are now. But the moment he saw me and sensed my breath, he suddenly became extremely violent. The reason these beasts are going berserk is entirely because of the human aura. Without the presence of humans, these wild wolves still look normal. Those savages, are they not human either? The figure of the savage suddenly appeared in Chin-hao's mind. The savage's shelter is just a thatched hut, but the thatched hut cannot protect these savages. A thatched hut cannot withstand the attack of any wild wolf. Whether it is a wild wolf or a wild boar, they can destroy the thatched house. Not to mention the more powerful brown bears and tigers, whose attack power can easily destroy thatched huts. The wild beasts have strong attack power and sometimes come in groups. Even if the savages are very strong, they cannot face so many wild beasts at the same time. Even if adult savages can survive the attacks of wild beasts, how can those weak savages and underage savages avoid the attacks of wild beasts? So Chin-hao thought a lot in his heart, and always felt that all this was aimed at humans like Chin-hao, not at the natives of this world. We have to find time to test it, Chin-hao muttered to himself. Looking at the wild wolf still struggling in front of him, Chin-hao raised his hand, took out his weapon, and ended the wild wolf's life. Now that we have figured out why these wild wolves are so violent, it is no longer of any use to Chin-hao. Chin-hao ended its life for its own good. Otherwise, if it continued like this, the only one who would suffer would be the wild wolf. After killing the wild wolf, Chin-hao returned to the cabin. Although the protective shield can block the attacks of wild beasts, it cannot block the cold night wind. When a gust of cold wind blows over, Chin-hao still feels a little cold. Back in the cabin, Chin-hao prepared food. I have consumed so much energy today, I need to replenish it now. In the dark world, except for the shelter where Chin-hao was, no other shelters were attacked by wild beasts. Everyone hid in their own cabins, praying that no wild beasts would appear tonight. At Huang Leihu's cabin, with Huang Leihu's death, the cabin automatically disappeared without an owner, leaving nothing behind, as if it had never appeared at all. And in the dark night, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. He was like a wisp of black smoke, without any entity, but he walked like a human, strolling in the mountains and forests. His movements were very slow, but his speed was very fast. He took only 2 steps and arrived in front of Huang Leihu's body. Looking at Huang Leihu's body on the ground, a mouth suddenly appeared on the black shadow's face, and then he grinned, and then a black smoke appeared and flew into Huang Leihu's body. In just a moment, Huang Leihu, who died with his eyes open, suddenly sat up from the ground. He looked around and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. That smile was very eerie, like the smile of a ghost, making people feel creepy. Huang Leihu twisted his neck, feeling the changes in his body, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He felt very satisfied with this body. Huang Leihu stood up from the ground, and the huge bloody hole on his head returned to normal in an instant, looking extremely smooth, as if he was not injured at all. At this moment, Huang Leihu is still exactly the same as a normal human being, without any major difference. Certainly, his eyes did not look like human eyes, but rather like the pupils of a wild beast, making people afraid to look directly at them. Just these eyes seemed to be able to eat people. Huang Leihu stretched his body and walked towards the distance. He soon sank into the darkness and disappeared into the night. Chapter 124, Strange Humanoid Creature. Huang Leihu was resurrected, and no one knew about it. Even Chen Hao didn't react at all. He had no idea that Huang Leihu suddenly came back to life. Because at this moment Chen Hao was making wool sweaters. Anyway, there is a legendary loom that can make woolen sweaters. And Chen Hao doesn't need to do any of this at all. The legendary loom will be manufactured automatically, but some steps require Chen Hao's participation. But in just an hour, a wool sweater was made. Chen Hao looked at the sweater carefully and muttered to himself, "It feels pretty good. The first wool sweater in the world after dark should be able to sell for a huge price. No matter which world it is, the rarer something is, the more expensive it can be sold for. And the wool sweater is the first thing that comes to mind in the dark world. As of now, no one can create it except Chen Hao. It feels pretty good, quite warm." Chen Hao put on the sweater and immediately felt warm all over. That feeling is really comfortable. We already have wool sweaters, now it's time to make wool trousers. Keep making wool pants. Now that we have woolen sweaters and warm clothes for the upper body, we naturally want to make something to keep the lower body warm. All humans in the dark world hid in their own shelters, and no one dared to leave the cabin to see the world in the dark. Even Chen Hao didn't dare to leave his cabin, let alone check out the outside world. In the dark world, the night is the paradise of monsters. They wandered unscrupulously in the dark, not worrying about any danger. Where Chen Hao was, a figure was approaching. Roar! A brown bear roams in the darkness, waiting for small animals to emerge and then seize the opportunity to catch them. The brown bear seemed to sense something and instinctively turned around to look back. Suddenly, it saw a humanoid creature appear in front of it, and it became angry instantly. A tiny human being dares to show up late at night. This is simply courting death. The angry brown bear raised its claws and slapped the humanoid creature hard. It used all its strength in this palm strike. If it had hit a humanoid creature, it would definitely have broken its bones and killed it directly. But its bare paw hit the humanoid creature hard, and the humanoid creature did not move at all, just standing there quietly. What's going on? The brown bear looked at the humanoid creature that was still standing upright without any movement, and its eyes were filled with confusion. It never expected that a humanoid creature would not react at all after being slapped by it. It looked at its bare paw, its eyes filled with confusion. His huge bare paw couldn't even kill the humanoid creature with one slap. My own strength, when did it become so weak? At this moment, the brown bear doubted his own strength, but never doubted the abnormality of the humanoid creature. With his little brain, he naturally couldn't think of this. Ordinary humanoid creatures are hiding in their own shelter cabins in the middle of the night. How could they dare to come out? The motionless humanoid creature suddenly revealed a pair of scarlet eyes and grinned, revealing its white teeth, as if greeting the brown bear in a friendly manner. The brown bear, who was still confused a second ago, felt a sense of crisis in his heart when he saw the smile of the humanoid figure, and the fear of death filled his heart. The fear from the depths of its soul prevented it from having any desire to resist. Without any hesitation, it turned around and fled. It was very fast and ran away screaming in fear. The humanoid creature just stood there, watching the brown bear run away quietly. Just when the brown bear was about to disappear from his sight, the humanoid creature moved. He disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed, leaving only a shadow. Almost instantly, the humanoid creature appeared behind the brown bear, grabbed the brown bear's huge body with both hands, and lifted it up easily. The brown bear kept struggling in the air, trying to get the humanoid to let it go, and its thick paws kept hitting the humanoid's arms. But the brown bear, which is very powerful in nature, cannot break the control of the humanoid creature even if it tries its best. The brown bear felt the humanoid creature exerting force, and struggled even harder, roaring in pain. Roar! The miserable screams echoed throughout the night. The wild animals nearby heard the brown bear's roar, and they all hid in the darkness, trembling with deep fear in their eyes. In the darkness of this night, a particularly terrifying creature appeared. Such creatures rule the entire dark world. Tear. The brown bear's body was torn into two halves by the humanoid creature's hands. Blood splashed in the air and then quickly gathered and entered the humanoid creature's mouth. The two halves of the bear's body quickly turned into mummies and were then thrown aside by the humanoid creature. The blood of a brown bear is not enough for him to replenish his energy. His eyes looked greedily into the darkness, and then his figure disappeared. However, in just a few minutes, a humanoid creature appeared in front of a small wooden cabin, strode towards the cabin, and made an inaudible sound from his mouth. The cabin, the shelter, the people, the humans. It's delicious. The humanoid creature came to the cabin, reached out and grabbed it, and pulled it hard backwards. The powerful force directly destroyed the cabin. The situation inside the cabin also appeared in front of the humanoid creature. In the cabin, apart from the wooden bed, there was only a stove and some basic stone tools. In front of the stove sat a human being wearing tattered linen clothes and holding a stone bowl in his hand. There was a frog leg floating in the stone bowl. He had caught it accidentally during the day. Although it was very small, it still had some meaty smell. The man's cabin was destroyed and he was terrified. He thought that some wild beast was coming to attack him. But when he saw who was coming, the fear in his eyes disappeared immediately, and he took a big step forward. He even pointed at the humanoid creature angrily and cursed. Huang Leihu, are you fucking crazy? Why are you destroying my cabin so late at night? The man thought that Huang Leihu had been discovered by Chen Hao. He knew that he could not defeat Chen Hao, so he was afraid of death and hid here. Because Huang Leihu, this was not the first time he had talked to him about this matter, but he just didn't want to pay attention to Huang Leihu. Chapter 125, Crisis of All Humanity. Unexpectedly, even though I had already rejected Huang Leihu, this guy was still so excessive. He ran to my shelter late at night and destroyed my cabin. If those monsters suddenly attacked his cabin in the dark night, he would surely die. The humanoid listened to the man's words, a look of confusion in his eyes. It is not a human being, so naturally it doesn't understand what the man is saying. In his eyes, men are just food. The humanoid creature Huang Leihu looked at the man as if he were looking at delicious food. He slowly walked towards the man, approaching him step by step, and the remaining predator's aura also spread in the cabin. The man who was scolding the humanoid Huang Leihu a second ago suddenly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere, and his short-circuited brain seemed to react. You are not Huang Leihu. Who are you? It's late at night. It's impossible for humans to survive in the darkness, nor can they emerge from the darkness. So the yellow thunder tiger in front of you is not the real yellow thunder tiger. What kind of creature is he? Listening to the man's words, a permeating smile appeared on the humanoid's face again. He approached the man step by step, not worrying that the man would run away. He blocked the cabin. Where could the man run to in such a small space? Don't come over here. Otherwise I won't be polite. The man held the stone axe in his hand and stared at Huang Leihu in horror. He wanted to use this method to force Huang Leihu not to get closer to him, otherwise he would be rude to Huang Leihu. However, Huang Leihu ignored him and continued to approach the man. He didn't even take the brown bear or the yellow thunder tiger seriously in the dark night, let alone the human man in front of him. The deterrent power of a brown bear is much stronger than a mere stone axe. Go to hell! Just as Huang Leihu stretched out his hand, The man raised the stone axe in his hand and chopped it hard at Huang Leihu's head. At this moment, the only way to survive is to fight to the death. Otherwise, he would die at the hands of Huang Leihu. When danger comes, humans can always burst out with powerful strength. The stone axe hit Huang Leihu's head accurately, but the human body seemed to have strong defensive power, and the stone axe did not cut through Huang Leihu's head. Not even the slightest trace was left. Huang Leihu was still standing straight in front of the man, and the stone axe on his head suddenly had countless cracks. Snap! With a slight sound, the stone axe broke into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. This. The man looked at the stone axe with only half of the handle left in his hand, his eyes filled with deep confusion. He couldn't believe that all this was true. His stone axe was actually broken. Why can the human body withstand the attack of a stone axe? Why didn't Huang Leihu's head break, but his stone axe broke? The man's eyes were filled with confusion, and he stared blankly at the stone axe for a long time without being able to react. Huang Leihu stretched out his hand and grabbed the man. 4 sharp teeth appeared in his mouth instantly, piercing into the man's neck and greedily sucking the blood from the man's body. The man's body shrank visibly and soon turned into a mummy, which was thrown aside by Huang Leihu in disgust. Such a big person, but only has so little blood. But after Huang Leihu sucked the man's blood, a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Human blood tastes hundreds of times better than wild animal blood. The poor man could never figure out until his death why the yellow thunder tiger could withstand the stone axe, and why the human head could shatter the stone axe. This doesn't conform to the laws of science at all. But they forgot that their travel to this world itself was not in line with the laws of science. Dewu. Dewu. The dark world seemed to sense something, and a piercing sound broke the silence of the night. The warning from the dark world system also rang in everyone's ears. Warning, warning, warning. Unknown creatures appeared in the dark world. They do not belong to this era. Please pay attention to safety. Unknown creatures appeared in the dark world. They do not belong to this era. Please pay attention to safety. Unknown creatures appeared in the dark world. They do not belong to this era. Please pay attention to safety. In order for you to better survive in the dark world, please all humans put aside your past grudges, work together, and kill the unknown creature, otherwise he will kill all of you. In order for you to better survive in the dark world, please all humans put aside your past grudges, work together, and kill the unknown creature, otherwise he will kill all of you. In order for you to better survive in the dark world, please all humans put aside your past grudges, work together, and kill the unknown creature, otherwise he will kill all of you. The voice of the system rang in everyone's ears. No matter where this person was or what he was doing, he could hear this voice. What happened? This thought subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. Because the previous 2 times they heard the system announcement, Chenhao hunted wild beasts alone to obtain the Brave Badge, so when they heard the system voice this time, everyone subconsciously thought of what kind of wild beast Chenhao had killed. But I didn't expect that it was a danger reminder from the system. Chenhao, who was making woolen trousers, heard the sound and looked puzzled. He murmured in confusion. What the hell? An unknown creature appeared? What is this unknown creature? The system didn't explain it clearly, and Chenhao couldn't figure out what was going on. What's even more unexpected is that this strange creature would appear and attach itself to Huang Leihu's body. Open the world chat page and you will see people all over the world discussing unknown creatures. Did you hear the system's warning? There are unknown creatures that want to kill us all. Of course, everyone heard the system's warning. What kind of unknown creature is this? It actually wants to kill us all. What's there to be afraid of? We have Boss Chenhao with us, and he can definitely kill him. That's right. Boss Chenhao can even kill the Bear King, so why would he be afraid of a mere unknown creature? Are you all fools? This unknown creature can kill all humans. Even if Chenhao is strong, can he kill this unknown creature alone? That's right. Even if Chenhao is strong, he is just one person. He can't be stronger than the strange creatures in this world. Chenhao also has a group of little fans in the dark world. Whenever anything happens, they will be the first to support Chenhao. Chapter 126, All of Humanity, We Need a Leader. Looking at these comments, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile indifferently. He also didn't expect that he was so popular among this group of people. There are so many people who believe that they can defeat this unknown creature. If there were no system reminder, Chen Hao would have believed that he could defeat this unknown creature. But now with the system's reminder, Chen Hao naturally would not think that he could defeat this unknown creature. A creature that can destroy the entire world is not something he can defeat easily. At the same time, Chen Hao was particularly curious about what a creature that could destroy the entire world would look like. Unfortunately, no one can answer this question. Facing those who believed in him and watching the comments that kept praising him, Chen Hao did not get too excited. He believed that he was capable and would not get upset by these people's comments. After scanning all the comments, Chen Hao also said, "Everyone pause for a moment, I need to say a few words." Chen Hao has privileges, and the big golden words hanging high above it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the large golden characters and stopped immediately. At this moment, the comments suddenly dissipated a lot. Chen Hao is still very popular in the dark world, and many people are willing to listen to him. No matter what Chen Hao wants to do, they all want to know what Chen Hao wants to say. "Boss Chen Hao, you have something to say. We are all listening. Boss, please tell me quickly." All the comments were asking Chen Hao to speak faster, as they all wanted to know what Chen Hao was going to say. As Chen Hao looked at these comments, a smile appeared on his face. It's a really comfortable feeling to be recognized like this. First of all, I have to make a statement. Although I've been lucky enough to kill some beasts of the night, I know my own limitations. I absolutely can't be a match for this unknown monster. So, we all need to face monsters like this together. I can't do it alone. The message sent by Chen Hao was also pinned at the top of the chat channel. Everyone's eyes clearly saw Chen Hao's golden comment. Although one line was above the previous one, everyone present could see it clearly because of the golden font on the top. Although there are comments below, no one is allowed to view them. After all, Chen Hao's comments have the highest priority, completely surpassing those of others. "Boss Chen Hao, just tell us what we should do. If you are willing to take the lead, we are all willing to listen to you. Yes, we are all willing to follow the boss." There were many comments in the comment section again, and they all expressed their willingness to follow Chen Hao. But there is a prerequisite here, that is, let Chen Hao take the lead in the front. If Chen Hao does not take the lead in the front, they will not be able to follow Chen Hao. After all, this matter concerns the entire Tohei world and their lives, so they naturally have to join in. With Chen Hao leading the way, perhaps they can really defeat the unknown creatures in the dark. After seeing their comments, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile evilly. Do you want Chen Hao to be the first to take action? Do you really think that Chen Hao is a fool? Chen Hao doesn't want to be such a fool. However, although he was unwilling in his heart, this was in the dark world chat system, and all the humans in the world were watching. So even if Chen Hao had other ideas in his mind, it would be difficult to refuse at this time. If he refused, he would offend all the people in the world. No matter what, Chen Hao doesn't want to offend all the people in the world. It will not benefit him at all. So even if he didn't want to, Chen Hao wouldn't say it directly. Instead, he would hide his emotions and express it in a different way. What I mean is that when everyone sees an unknown creature, they should immediately send its information to the chat group, and then everyone can organize to deal with it. Chen Hao's idea was very simple, which was to let these people test how powerful the monster was. If it is not too strong, then he will take the lead in destroying this monster. Although it may be a bit dangerous, it can also increase my popularity in this world, which is of great benefit to me. Transactions will be much more convenient in the future. With his fame, when he wants to trade something, if the trader has the thing and other people also want it, he will give priority to trading it to himself. Popularity is a good thing. The higher your popularity, the more benefits you will get, and the more people will believe in you. In the World Chat channel, after seeing Chen Hao's speech, a large group of people immediately responded. Boss Chen Hao is right. If anyone spots an unknown creature, they must tell everyone immediately, and then those nearby must rush over quickly. I hope everyone will stop standing idly by, because this concerns the safety of all our lives. If you stand idly by, you might be the one who gets hurt. Yes, we must unite. We can discuss anything after we eliminate this unknown monster. In the chat channel, everyone expressed their opinions. Under Chen Hao's leadership, everyone reached a consensus. When you see a monster, send out your coordinates immediately. If there are people nearby, you must rush over immediately, otherwise he will become the enemy of all humans. Faced with such a request, naturally no one would refuse. Because they don't know whether they will encounter this unknown creature. If they did not join this camp, when they encountered unknown creatures, no one would pay attention to them. After Chen Hao expressed his thoughts, he no longer paid attention to the messages in the group. Instead, he exited the world chat page and came to Chen Xian's chat page. Chen Xian got a lot of ore today, and traded all of it to Chen Hao. Naturally, trivial matters such as smelting ore were left to He Ling. Looking at the clumsy black feather, Chen Hao muttered to himself. Black feather is just a battle pet, not suitable for smelting these things. It seems that I need to find a way to make a pet that can do odd jobs. Chapter 127, Wooden House Levels. The only things Chen Hao could think of were pets. As for humans, Chen Hao didn't have any such thoughts for the time being. Even if I had such thoughts in my mind, they disappeared in an instant. He now has only one goal, which is to develop quickly and become stronger. Because he felt that this world was not simple. Just as Suqin said, the area they are in now is just a novice village. The cabin is just their shelter, and it has a time limit. Once the time is up, they will all be in danger before they grow up. If you want to survive in this world, you must work hard to make yourself stronger. The bloodline of pets. This has fully proved that this world is not simple. Those powerful creatures have not yet appeared in the darkness. If those monsters appeared in the dark, their lives might be in danger. Ordinary level ferocious beasts are already very powerful, far beyond the ability of ordinary humans to contend with, and they may also evolve into rare level ferocious beasts and command other beasts to attack the cabin. If the wild boars commanded by the Bear King that Chen Hao defeated last time were ferocious beasts, Chen Hao could not guarantee that he could kill them intact. Even whether or not to kill them is another matter. The life of the ferocious beast and its comprehensive combat power are unimaginable. Chen Hao believed that his current strength was far beyond that of ordinary people, but his actual combat power was only at the level of an ordinary ferocious beast, and was not at all comparable to a rare ferocious beast. The reason why he was able to kill the Bear King was purely due to coincidence. If it weren't for his sneak attack, the Bear King would have been injured and his combat effectiveness would have been affected. In addition, with the help of Black Feather, most of the Bear King's attention was attracted, giving him a chance to launch a sneak attack, but he really couldn't kill the Bear King. Legendary Wooden Bow, Legendary Brass Knuckles, and Legendary Skills. If these legendary things did not exist, Chen Hao would not be able to deal with not only the rare beast, the Bear King, but even ordinary beasts, or even ordinary wild beasts. All of this is because he has a golden finger and a god-level sign-in system. If there were no god-level sign-in system, this person's fate would be no different from that of other humans. Even though he has so many powerful things around him, his combat power is about the same as that of ordinary beasts. He is not even as good as rare beasts, let alone ordinary humans. They might not even be able to defeat ordinary wild beasts now, let alone ferocious beasts. Once all the beasts attacking outside the house turned into ferocious beasts, or even ferocious beasts with high-level bloodlines, they would surely die. Even if he himself possessed so many legendary items, he might not be able to survive. So I have to become stronger in the shortest possible time. Boss Chen Hao, what do you think that unknown creature is? Chen Xian asked curiously. He has been mining in the mines all the time and doesn't know much about what's going on outside. All the materials obtained are traded in the trading channel, so I often pay attention to the world chat channel. However, I work during the day and only pay attention to these things at night. He saw Chen Hao's speech in the world chat channel, so at this time, he felt very curious and wondered what the so-called unknown creature was. He felt that with Chen Hao's experience and strength, he should be able to know what this unknown creature was. It's even possible that they have already seen this unknown creature. I don't know. Chen Hao shook his head and said, I just heard the system announcement and found out what happened. Chen Hao really knew nothing about unknown creatures. After answering Chen Xian, Chenhao did not continue chatting with Chen Xian. Chenhao is a man, he is also a man, his sexual orientation is normal, but he doesn't want to talk about anything with Chen Xian. However, when Chenhao was chatting with Chen Xian, Yi Xinxin sent him a message. Compared to Chen Xian, Chenhao prefers to chat with Yi Xinxin. Because Yi Xinxin is not only a woman, but also a super beauty, Chenhao is quite interested in her. If there is a chance, it would be nice if something happened. The questions Yi Xinxin asked were similar to those Chen Xian asked, and Chenhao answered Yi Xinxin according to the results of his answer to Chen Xian. The two chatted for almost an hour, talking about many things, and time passed by unknowingly. At the last moment, Chenhao suddenly said, "Do you feel that there is something wrong with this world? Although the crisis we are facing is very dangerous, there is still a glimmer of hope. Also, the monsters in the Dark Night all have very low bloodline levels. Why haven't those high-level bloodline monsters appeared? Do you feel weird?" Chenhao had already had such doubts in his mind. It's a pity that he is alone and has no place to communicate. Chen Xian is a grown man, and apart from normal transactions, Chenhao and the other party have no topics to talk about. Although Su Qin is also a girl with a good figure and good looks, she seems to know more than herself, and does not seem to be interested in the things she has guessed. Chenhao and Su Qin didn't have any common hobbies, so he didn't discuss these things with Su Qin. However, Yi Xinxin was different from Su Qin. Su Qin was quite interested in the questions he raised. She is also willing to listen to me, help me analyze the problem, and help me open my mind. So in comparison, Chenhao was willing to come and find Yi Xinxin. After Yi Xinxin read the questions sent by Chenhao, her eyes subconsciously looked at the white tiger in her arms, and then she said, "Although I have never seen a real fierce beast, I can feel that the fierce beasts in this world are also divided by bloodline and level. It's just that our current strength doesn't allow us to encounter these beings. It's probably just as you guessed. There are high-level ferocious beasts in this world. With our current cabin, we really can't resist these high-level beasts." Yi Xinxin's idea was very simple, that is, no matter how they upgraded their current cabin, it would not be able to withstand the powerful beast. The higher the level of the ferocious beast's bloodline, the stronger its strength. Chapter 128. The shelter is not the safest place. Even if these cabins are upgraded to level 100, they may not be able to stop high-level beasts. After all, no matter how high the level of the cabin is, it is still made of wood. Moreover, the wood required to upgrade to a level 10 cabin is extremely huge. It has been so long since I traveled to the Dark World, and many human cabins have just been upgraded to level 2. Only a very small part of it was barely upgraded to the lower level. As for the 4th level cabins, it can even be said that they do not exist at all. Although it is unclear what the situation of other humans in the Dark World is, the number of people who have upgraded to level 4 cabins is definitely no more than a handful. Really? Although the cabin is a shelter, we must find a way to improve the cabin's quality in order to be able to stop the powerful beasts. Otherwise, you'll just be waiting to die. An ordinary cabin cannot withstand high-level ferocious beasts, let alone ordinary wild beasts. Chenhao did not forget that the first time he was attacked, his cabin was destroyed by a wild wolf. If he had not seriously injured the wolf, he would have died under its claws. So if you want to rely on the wooden house to block the wild beasts outside, that's completely impossible. No matter how high the cabin is upgraded, it cannot stop the ferocious beast. Unless it's to upgrade the cabin's level. In other words, upgrade the level of the cabin, such as the legendary cabin he has now. Not only does it have its own protective shield, it is also immune to attacks from most ferocious beasts. It seems that no beast below the legendary level can break through the protective shield. Even in the dark, when you are outside the cabin, you don't have to worry about being hurt by ferocious beasts. Unless the level of this ferocious beast has exceeded the legendary level. But judging from the current situation, the highest level of ferocious beasts are only rare, and legendary level ones are simply impossible to appear. There must be many higher levels between rare and legendary levels. After thinking about it, Chenhao said to Yi Xinxin, "When you upgrade the cabin, you must not only upgrade the level of the cabin, but also the tier of the cabin. Otherwise, just upgrading the level of your cabin won't do anything at all. The level will only make your cabin bigger and unlock other features. Although the defense will be slightly improved, such an improvement is completely useless in the face of fierce beasts. It only increases the level of the cabin. Chen Hao told Yi Xinxin everything he was thinking about. After hearing what Chen Hao said, Yi Xinxin showed a hint of doubt in her eyes. She was really not very clear about what Chen Hao proposed. After a brief silence, he tentatively asked, I do know what the level is. What is the level? In Yi Xinxin's heart, she really didn't know what rank was. Because these things were something she had never come into contact with before, she naturally didn't understand what was going on at the moment. After hearing this, Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, It's about the same level as a pet's bloodline. For example, your current cabin is only ordinary. Even if you upgrade it to the highest level, it will still be ordinary. If you have some special materials and upgrade the cabin to a higher level, so that it's no longer just an ordinary cabin, then you won't have to worry about ordinary wild beasts and ferocious beasts. No matter how they attack, they can't hurt the cabin at all. Chen Hao only told Yi Xinxin that upgrading the cabin's level could prevent low-level ferocious beasts, but he did not tell Yi Xinxin that his cabin was of legendary level. If I tell Yi Xinxin, with her intelligence, she will definitely guess that there is something wrong with her and others. Regardless of whether she can guess it or not, with this god-level sign-in system, I will definitely guess something. Chen Hao didn't want his secret to be discovered by Yi Xinxin like this. Some things should be hidden if possible and should not be known to others. Otherwise, it will be of no benefit to me at all. Oh well. What level has your cabin been upgraded to? Just as Chen Hao was thinking, Yi Xinxin subconsciously asked about the level of Chen Hao's cabin. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao said after thinking for a while, I have improved my level through some special methods and have now reached the perfect level. I don't need to be afraid of attacks from beasts below the perfect level. Chen Hao didn't know how the grades of the cabins were distinguished, but after thinking about it, Chen Hao decided to distinguish them according to the grade of the materials. Anyway, he has no idea, so it doesn't matter what he says. If Yi Xinxin's level is raised by then, he can just find a way to explain it himself. What's more, he and Yi Xinxin don't have much relationship. Even if he doesn't explain anything, Yi Xinxin can't do anything to him. We are not a couple, why should I explain it to you? Okay. After seeing Chen Hao's answer, Yi Xinxin didn't say much, just nodded slightly. After chatting with Yi Xinxin for a while, Chen Hao didn't continue. He now has to continue making woolen sweaters and then send a set to Su Qin first. So many days have passed, and even if Su Qin didn't have any thoughts in his mind, Chen Hao felt a little embarrassed. So at this time, if you can give the woolen sweater to Su Qin in advance, give it to Su Qin. In a small wooden house in the forest, Yi Xinxin sat by the fire, looking at the little tiger sleeping soundly on the small wooden bed, muttering to herself. Chen Hao's strength is improving so fast, the level of his small wooden house has been upgraded to the perfect level. Hey, I don't know when I can move the cabin up. My brain. Suddenly Yi Xinxin slapped her forehead and muttered, Why don't I ask how Chen Hao upgraded the cabin's level? It's been so long, and I haven't seen any way to upgrade the cabin's level. Yi Xinxin instinctively clicked on Chen Hao's personal page and opened the chat page with Chen Hao, wanting to ask Chen Hao how to upgrade the level of the cabin. But as soon as the number appeared on the screen, Chen Hao closed the page. Chen Hao's strength has improved so quickly, so he must be working very hard. I shouldn't disturb him. Since you want to know how to upgrade the level of the cabin, go to the chat page and ask. Chapter 129, Making a Fur Coat. The World Chat channel contains humans from all over the world, and some of them should know some methods to upgrade the level of the cabin. Does anyone know how to upgrade the cabin's rank? Yi Xinxin posted a message in the World Chat channel, but her discussion was quickly deleted and few people saw the message Yi Xinxin sent. However, some old perverts contacted Yi Xinxin as soon as they saw her profile picture. They all wanted to flirt with Yi Xinxin, but Yi Xinxin was too lazy to pay attention to them. Because their answers were not the answers Yi Xinxin wanted. As expected, I still have to ask Chen Hao. Let's ask again next time we have a chance. Half an hour later, Yi Xinxin closed the chat page helplessly. Although many people chatted with her privately, the answers from these people were not the answers Yi Xinxin wanted at all. Many people even come here to flirt on purpose. After traveling to the dark world for such a long time, many people are already hungry and thirsty. Yi Xinxin did not respond to these old perverts and directly blocked them. In Yi Xinxin's mind, she once again imagined what Chen Hao looked like. Chen Hao is not only powerful, but also not like those old perverts. He must be a very handsome and sunny boy, much better than others. Not to mention that she didn't have any such ideas. Even if she did, she would look for Chen Hao and would never look for anyone else. Yi Xinxin turned off the dark world system and sat blankly in front of the stove, wondering what she was thinking about. Chen Hao spent almost an hour to make all the wool sweaters, and then opened Su Qin's personal page. "Are you there? Have you finished making your sweater and trousers? I'll give you a set first and see if it fits you." The wool sweaters made by Chen Hao were all the same size, and they were very comfortable for him to wear, but Chen Hao didn't know how they would feel on Su Qin. After all, he had no information about Su Qin's measurements. Inside Su Qin's cabin, Su Qin sat cross-legged on a reed mat, her breathing a little rapid, with beads of sweat on her face, looking as if she had just exercised. When Su Qin received the message from Chen Hao, an incredible look appeared on his face. Although she guessed that Chen Hao had the ability to make woolen sweaters and the like, she had never imagined how fast Chen Hao could be. In just a few days, Chen Hao actually made woolen sweaters and even woolen pants. This speed is really too fast. According to her thoughts, if Chen Hao wanted to make these things, it would take more than a month. After all, processing wool and making it into wool sweaters require very complicated processes. If it were in the civilized world of your previous life, it would be possible to create it for you in just one night, not to mention a few days. But this is the dark world, a world similar to the Stone Age, and there is no comparison with the previous world at all. There are no tools here, so you can imagine how difficult it is to make a wool sweater. Tools just happened to be made recently. Chen Hao answered perfunctorily without explaining anything. "Well, send it to me." Su Qin nodded slightly without asking any further questions. In this world, everyone has their own little secrets. She also has her own little secrets, and she is annoyed when others ask about them. So since Chen Hao was unwilling to say anything, she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask anything. Chen Hao didn't say much and directly traded the sweater to Su Qin. Su Qin picked up the sweater, took a look at it, frowned slightly and said, "This sweater seems a bit big for me. These pants are also a bit big. This is completely in accordance with men. Did Chen Hao make this according to his own body shape? It seems that he is in pretty good shape." Su Qin quickly analyzed Chen Hao's figure and height through the wool sweater given by Chen Hao. This kind of figure was considered a handsome figure in the previous life and was very popular with girls. "It's still wearable, but I still want something that fits my body better, otherwise it might affect my fighting," Su Qin muttered to himself. "If it is worn and used normally, it will not have much impact. But if a battle occurs or you encounter wild beasts or something, it will affect your performance." Although she didn't have to wear it, the angel was too cold. Even if she was in good health, she felt a little overwhelmed. After thinking about it, Su Qin took the initiative to contact Chen Hao. "This is a bit big, can you make it smaller?" After Su Qin finished sending it, he was afraid that Chen Hao would misunderstand him, so he quickly explained, "If that doesn't work, this is also possible." After the transaction was completed, Chen Hao had been waiting for Su Qin's reply, because he was not sure whether these sweaters would suit Su Qin's figure. In his opinion, it is very comfortable to wear directly, so Su Qin should be able to wear it, but as to whether it fits well, Chen Hao himself is not sure. After seeing Su Qin's answer, Chen Hao said without any hesitation, "Sure, no problem. Do you know your body size?" Chen Hao was not in front of Su Qin, so he naturally didn't know what Su Qin's size was. So at this time, he naturally wanted Su Qin to tell him actively. Upon hearing this, Su Qin told Chen Hao her measurements, height, weight, etc. without any hesitation. Although she has not measured herself since coming into this world, she has always tried hard to maintain her figure. Even if there have been some changes, they are definitely not big. "Sure, I've run out of wool. I'll give it to you in 2 days." "Okay, thanks." After the chat, Su Qin traded back the wool suit. Chen Hao put it away and put it into the system backpack. This thing is a consumable. If a fight breaks out outside and your clothes are damaged, you can replace them immediately. It's still early, so I'm making some fur coats. Shinhao muttered to himself that there was still some time before dawn, and he could wait for the god-level system to refresh so that he could make some animal leather pants and coats. With the skill book purchased from Yishinshin, Shinhao now has mastered many skills in making clothes, even animal fur coats. Chapter 130, Legendary Iron Ingot. Moreover, making animal fur coats is much more convenient than making other clothes. Shinhao stood up and walked in front of Hei Ling, took control of the smelting furnace, and then refined a piece of steel for himself. The steel was not very big, only as big as a toothpick. Shinhao took the iron stick and came to a big stone. There were many lines on the stone, like a frosted stone. Shinhao discovered it by accident and brought it back. Because Shinhao always felt that this thing might be useful. For example, if the kitchen knives and axes at home are blunt, you can use this grinding stone to grind them smooth. In his previous life, Shinhao often cooked, and his kitchen knives often became dull, so he would ask someone to sharpen them. However, if you want to find someone, you still need to rely on your luck. After all, those who sharpen kitchen knives and scissors may not wait in the same place. It was precisely because of this that Shinhao bought a whetstone at home and stopped going out to find someone else to sharpen his kitchen knife. Shinhao took one end of the iron needle and polished the front end until it was smooth and pointed. Afterwards, Shinhao stared at the iron needle in his hand and muttered to himself. The front end has been polished smooth and can easily penetrate the animal skin. But what about the tail end? If there were no hole at the end, it would be impossible to pass the thread through the hide and sew the hide together. After thinking for a moment, Shinhao took out his stone axe, placed the axe blade on the tail of the iron needle, and gently chopped it. Snap! Although Shinhao did not use much force, the black iron was very brittle and had basically no toughness, so the black iron axe easily broke the iron needle. Depend on! It's really a bummer. Seeing the iron needle he had spent a long time polishing being destroyed by an axe, Shinhao's face immediately showed an unhappy look. This is just a waste of my time. Forget it, let's think of other ways. First, take out the scissors and cut the hide into the appropriate size. Shinhao threw the broken iron needle in his hand directly into the smelting furnace, where it melted into iron ingots together with the iron ore. They are all iron ingots anyway, so there is no need to waste them. Shinhao came back to the smelting furnace, took control of it, and then opened it and took out a pair of scissors. Soon a pair of scissors was made. Shinhao broke the scissors into smooth pieces. Although they were not easy to use, they were still quite sharp. Shinhao found a piece of animal skin and cut it with scissors, easily cutting the skin short. However, the animal skins used by Shinhao were just the skins of ordinary wild beasts. As for the Bear King's skin, Shinhao did not use it. Because the Bear King's level is not low, these ordinary weapons should not be able to break the Bear King's skin. At least rare-level weapons are needed to have a little effect. At least in Shinhao's own opinion, when he fought with the Bear King for the first time, he was lucky enough to get behind the Bear King, and the sharp axe hit the Bear King's body hard, but it did not break the Bear King's defense. So at this time, even if the Bear King is dead, his skin is still rare and it is almost impossible to destroy it. Even if it can be destroyed, it should be extremely difficult. Shinhao doesn't have that much time to waste now. Shin-kun and Shinhao cut the animal skin into the shape they wanted, then used scissors to poke a hole in the skin, passed the skin strips through the hole, and sewed it together. Ding! Your check-in count has been refreshed. Shinhao's attention was completely focused on the fur coat, and he didn't notice the passage of time at all. Before he knew it, it was already early morning. When Shinhao heard the voice in his mind, he immediately felt happy. He threw the half-finished fur coat aside without hesitation. Compared with his own golden finger and god-level sign-in system, this fur coat is simply not comparable. Open it quickly! Open it quickly! I must refresh some good stuff today! Shinhao quickly opened the system and kept praying in his heart. No matter what, you must get yourself something good. As for looms and the like, Shinhao doesn't really want them for the time being. It is best to have something that can improve your own strength. If that doesn't work, legendary items will do. Anyway, as long as it is legendary, everything is possible. Don't let things like legendary wells refresh. Chinhao doesn't want these things anymore. Because he couldn't take it away. If he used it, it would be wasted. Option 1, legendary iron ore. Option 2, legendary well. Choice 3, extreme beauty. 3 options suddenly appeared in front of Chinhao. Of the 3 options on the virtual screen, except for the first one, the second and third ones are exactly the same as before, without any changes. So Chinhao's focus was on the first option, just like before. Legendary iron ore? Is this thing just one or a group? Or, like the legendary well, they are all considered real estate? A mine that consistently produces legendary iron ore? Thinking of the continuous production of legendary iron ore, Chinhao's heartbeat accelerated. If he had so much iron ore, wouldn't he be able to create legendary armor? At that time, even in the dark, without the shelter of the cabin, I can still walk in the dark. This guy's fighting power is simply invincible. Looking at the screen in front of him, Chinhao's eyes were filled with deep shock. After thinking for a moment, Chinhao tentatively asked, "System, what does this legendary iron ore mean? Just like the legendary Longjing, can it continuously produce legendary things?" Returned to the host, it is not. Legendary iron ore only represents the host. You can get a legendary iron ingot and create the weapon you want. The system's answer quickly appeared in Chinhao's mind. After hearing the system's answer, Chinhao's face was speechless. He thought he was going to take off in one go, but he didn't expect it was just an iron ingot. Or maybe I'm thinking too much. Hey, I thought it was going to take off in one wave. You are such a jerk. Chinhao couldn't help but mutter, his eyes full of disappointment. This is a huge difference from the result I expected. Chapter 131, The Unyielding System. If the host doesn't want it, this system can be taken back. The system, which never admits defeat, directly retorted after hearing what Chinhao said. After hearing what the system said, Chinhao fell silent. This damn system really doesn't allow me to complain at all. Chinhao shook his head and threw the thoughts out of his mind. Although it is just an iron ingot, it is at least legendary. If it can be made into a weapon, it will at least be a legendary weapon. How powerful are legendary weapons in this world? At least Chinhao has never met anyone other than himself who has obtained a legendary weapon. There is no living creature that can contend with legendary weapons. Although it's not what I particularly want, the legendary iron ingot is already very good. After all, it still has the word, legend, in it. Iron ingot, legend contains powerful thunder attributes and is an excellent material for thunder-type training. Looking at the introduction of the legendary iron ingot, Chinhao's eyes finally showed a hint of joy. This legendary iron ingot is really good, at least it has attributes in it. You have to know that the weapon he signed in the system before, although also legendary, did not have any attributes and was not comparable to the item in front of him. Although this is just material, the legendary weapon created from it has the power of thunder. Chinhao was not very clear about how strong this power was. But Lei's attack power is extremely strong. Even in nature, thunder is the strongest attack. Even the fire attribute is not enough in front of the thunder attribute. Collect them first, and when I get good materials, I'll make myself a powerful weapon. If that doesn't work, I can make it into a shield. Chinhao now has no shortage of powerful weapons in his hands. Whether it is the legendary brass knuckles or the legendary wooden bow, the lethality is very strong. At the current world level, no creature can compete with legendary weapons. Although he has legendary weapons, he does not have legendary defense. Once he encounters a stronger monster, he really won't be able to withstand it. Therefore, Chinhao also had the idea of building a shield in his mind, so that even if he faced a powerful monster, he would still be able to fight. If I face a creature like the Bear King next time, I won't have to worry about their attacks at all if I have a shield. Even if I have to fight them with my physical body at that time, I will not worry about getting hurt. Because of the Bear King's defense, he really couldn't break the legendary shield. Coupled with the existence of legendary weapons, he is invincible in this world. At least I have a set of legendary equipment, so I am invincible at this stage. Even if all humans attack together, they may not be able to break through their own defenses. Unfortunately, it takes at least 10 iron ingots to forge a shield. Without 10 iron ingots, it is impossible to forge it. Even if you can sign in for a legendary iron ingot every day, it will still take at least 10 days to forge it. So now Chen Hao is just thinking about it. He plans to collect enough materials first, and then forge the black iron armor to improve his defense. By then, there will be a more powerful armor, and then it can be replaced. Even if you wear ordinary armor, it can reduce a lot of attack power. Chen Hao was not quite sure how many there were exactly. But Chen Hao always felt that the armor and black iron battle suit could still play some role to some extent. Although it cannot compete with high-level creatures, it can still play a great protective role against low-level creatures. At least ordinary creatures cannot break through the black armor's defense. Their sharp claws cannot hurt you at all. Armor made of ordinary black iron, no matter how weak its defensive power is still far stronger than many human bodies. With the protection of armor, you can avoid a lot of damage. Chen Hao was thinking in his heart, looking at He Ling who was still smelting black iron, and then returned to his position to continue making animal skin coats and animal skin pants. When Chen Hao finished making a complete set of animal skin coats and pants, he didn't know how long it had been, he just felt a little dizzy. He staggered to his small wooden bed and fell directly onto it without even covering himself with a blanket. He fell into a deep sleep. He Ling, who had been extremely sleepy for a long time, stopped smelting iron ingots when he saw that Chen Hao had fallen asleep. Instead, he quickly returned to his nest and soon fell asleep. It has been tired for a long time and is now extremely sleepy. However, it naturally couldn't believe that Chen Hao didn't rest. Inside the cabin, the fire was burning, maintaining the temperature inside the cabin. Outside the cabin, it was cold everywhere. There are also the sounds of countless wild beasts roaring. And far away from Chen Hao, a large-scale massacre was also taking place. Many humans died tragically at the hands of monsters. Those small wooden houses that can protect humans can resist the attacks of monsters in the dark, but in front of Huang Leihu, they are completely useless and are destroyed by Huang Leihu in an instant. All the humans in the cabin became the souls of Huang Leihu's minions. There are not many people in the chat channel of the World of Darkness, and those humans are completely unable to react to the sudden crisis. Only a very few people posted their situations on the World Chat channel. But it was late at night, and everyone was asleep, recovering their strength to continue their work tomorrow. Basically, no one sees the information sent out. The night passed quickly, and the daylight came soon. The cabin was pitch black, with only a faint flame burning in the stove, which seemed like it would go out at any moment. Outside the cabin, the light has already illuminated the earth. The sounds of birds, beasts, fish, and insects also spread through the mountains and forests. Outside Chen Hao's cabin, the chirping of birds woke Chen Hao up from his sleep. This sleep was so comfortable. Chen Hao didn't show any irritability at all after getting up, and he stretched comfortably after getting up. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He hadn't felt so refreshed in a long time. Chapter 132, 200 people died in one night. The fatigue from last night has disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Chen Hao's body has recovered to its peak condition. Chen Hao jumped down from the cabin, and the first thing he did was to open the small wooden window, making the entire dark cabin suddenly become much warmer. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Chen Hao added some wood into the stove, then released the black flame and fed some grass to the lamb. Black flames won't move around, so you can just release them. But those little lambs would run around, and Chen Hao didn't dare to give them up. If we let them go, we might not be able to find them for a long time. After finishing everything, Chen Hao returned to the stove, tidied it, and cleaned up the dust inside, otherwise the wood would not be easy to burn. After cleaning the stove, the wood burned quickly, the flames became much larger, and the temperature in the cabin rose rapidly. Chen Hao looked at the stove that was already burning, put the iron pot on the stove, and prepared to make some stew. Chen Hao didn't have much of an appetite this early in the morning, so he didn't really want to eat anything dirty. I happened to have some wild vegetables on hand, so I prepared to cook some. As usual, Chen Hao checked today's weather. This was what he had to do every day when he left the cabin. Because only in this way can you know what today's schedule is and make it easier for you to do other things. Today's weather, -2 degrees Celsius. Due to dark, 4:30. Warm reminder: today's weather is cold, so it's not suitable to go out foraging. If you do want to go out foraging, please keep warm. Please prepare some wood to keep your cabin warm. Today's reminder is not very good, and it seems that there is a high possibility of some danger. When you see such a situation, it usually means there is danger. So at this time, Chinhao felt that it might be dangerous if he went out today. However, although there may be a little danger, it is not too serious, so there is no need to worry too much. Ordinary people might be worried, but he, Chinhao, is not an ordinary person, so there is no need to worry at all. Chinhao narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. Maybe it's because of that unknown creature yesterday, so the system reminded me that there is danger today and I can't go out casually. Chinhao didn't care about these things at all. After muttering for a while, he opened the chat page of the Dark World. After the unknown creature appeared yesterday, he indicated on the chat page of the Dark World that he would inform everyone as soon as he discovered the existence of the monster. Then the people nearby will rush forward to provide support as quickly as possible. But all of this has a prerequisite, that is, it must be done during the day. If it is done in the dark, they will be powerless. Because with their physical fitness, humans are simply not suitable for surviving in the dark. Once they appear in the dark, they will die at the hands of those monsters before they reach their destination. It is impossible for someone to risk his life to help others. What's more, this is no longer a simple life-threatening situation, but a matter of immediate death if one goes out. What happened last night? Why are so many people sending coordinates? I don't know. When I got here, I saw a lot of people posting coordinates. It seems like a lot of people died last night. As soon as Chinhao opened the World Chat channel, the entire World Chat channel exploded. Everyone was extremely confused and had no idea what was going on. Chinhao looked at the chat records in the World Chat channel and was also very confused. There were only coordinates, and no explanation, so Chinhao had no idea what was going on. After watching for more than 10 minutes, no one came out to explain. After thinking for a while, Chinhao immediately said, "Can someone tell me what happened?" Taking advantage of the privileges that come with the badge, large golden letters were hung directly above everyone. Everyone in the entire chat channel saw Chinhao's message. "Everyone, please be quiet. Can someone come out and explain what's going on?" As Chinhao's message appeared, the entire chat channel fell silent. Most people were silent for a moment, waiting for Chinhao's arrangements. "I know what's going on." Suddenly, a person jumped out and quickly explained to Chinhao. "Many cabins were attacked last night. The monsters in the dark easily destroyed their cabins. Based on the addresses we saw, there are probably hundreds of them, and many people haven't posted their addresses yet. So, at least 200 people died at the hands of monsters last night. This is just a calculated result, not a real result. If this were the real result, many people would have died at the hands of the monster before they could send the message. After all, when those addresses appeared yesterday, it was already late at night and many people were still asleep, so they died at the hands of those monsters." "What? So many people died? What on earth is that monster? It killed so many people in one night." As people who knew some of the reasons came out to explain, the entire chat channel suddenly exploded, and many people jumped out to ask what was going on. There was a look of deep confusion in their eyes, and they had no idea what was going on. Why, so many people suddenly died in the middle of the night? After all, no monsters attacked the cabin last night. Even if there were monsters attacking the cabin, it's impossible for so many people to die in one night, right? That monster killed so many people in one night? You must be kidding. There was a hint of disbelief in Chinhao's eyes. In this world, humans do not live together, but in their own cabins. Their cabins are not next to each other, but are at a certain distance from each other. Even if it is close, the distance is about 5 kilometers. Even if there are 200 humans, the distance is 1,000 kilometers. Even if it is the closest, the distance is several hundred kilometers. How could this monster kill all humans in a distance of hundreds of kilometers in just one night? This seems simply impossible. In his heart, Chinhao didn't believe this was true. "I always feel that all this is a joke and does not really exist. But if it's not true, Why do these people keep sending out addresses? Any addresses are real. They are not in the same place, but are evenly distributed in many places. Chapter 133, Different Realms. This is all so bizarre that not many people believe it. Even Chenhao didn't believe that all this was true. But now many people in the World Chat channel are sending addresses that are not their addresses, which makes it difficult for Chenhao to doubt whether this matter is true. After a moment of silence, Chenhao said, "I'll go see what's going on." Chenhao doesn't care much about what happens in the World Chat channel. Let those people make as much noise as they want. Chenhao doesn't have much time to mediate. Since I have this much time, I might as well go over and see what's going on. Anyway, he has He Yan by his side, so he doesn't worry about any danger at all. Black Flame is extremely fast and can escape immediately when encountering danger. What? Is Boss Chenhao so brave? He actually wants to go and see what's going on. That's great, finally someone is willing to go to these addresses and see what's going on. Boss Chenhao, be careful. When the humans in the World Chat channel saw that Chenhao was actually going to see what was going on, they were all shocked and their eyes were filled with disbelief. I never expected that Chenhao would be so bold as to go over alone to see what was going on. Unfortunately, Chenhao was not watching the World Chat channel and did not know the chat history of the chat channel. However, Yi Xinxin, Chen Xin and others have been paying attention to the chat channel. Because all humans heard the system announcement last night. Not to mention Chen Xin, who checks the chat channel every night, even Yi Xinxin went on the chat channel to see what was going on. After all, even if she doesn't care much about the changes in the world, she still cares about her own life safety, and the unknown creatures announced by the system yesterday have already affected her life safety. She wanted to find out what that unknown creature was and whether it had any influence on her. After watching it last night, I naturally opened the World Chat channel early this morning and saw the chat records. After seeing Chenhao's speech, Yi Xinxin contacted Chenhao immediately. "Do you really want to go to the scene to see what's going on?" Yi Xinxin asked softly, her eyes filled with worry. Chenhao, who had exited the World Chat channel and had not yet had time to exit the dark chat page, immediately received Yi Xinxin's inquiry. Seeing the meaning in Yi Xinxin's tone, Chenhao nodded without thinking and said, "Yeah. I have to find out what that unknown monster is." Chenhao saw one of the addresses, which was not far away from him, only about 20 kilometers away. If he did not get rid of the monster, it would sooner or later affect his life safety. This world is very dangerous. No matter where you are, you must be careful because you never know what is hidden in places you don't know. Now that danger has emerged, if possible, we naturally have to find a way to eliminate it. If these potential crises are not eliminated, if you accidentally encounter them and are caught off guard, your life will definitely be in danger. So Chenhao must eliminate this crisis first no matter what. Yi Xinxin looked at Chenhao's reply, and after a moment of silence she said, "I know I can't convince you not to go. But you still have to be careful." "Yeah, okay." Chenhao nodded slightly, thanked Yi Xinxin for her concern, and closed the chat page with Yi Xinxin. Because at this moment, not only Yi Xinxin was questioning him, but also Chen Xin was questioning him. However, Chen Xin and Wang Tian already lived together, so Wang Tian also asked on his behalf on Chen Xin's behalf. "Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Wang Tian and I will go with you." The two felt that Chenhao was going alone to check the address where the monster had attacked, and they instinctively felt that it was very dangerous, so they were willing to follow Chenhao. Even if there is real danger, the strength of 3 people may be able to fight against the unknown monster. And this address is very close to them, so they also want to go over and see what is going on. "No. I have Black Flame with me, so even if there's danger, I can escape immediately." Chenhao rejected the two without thinking. These 2 people are just ordinary people, and their physical conditions are similar to those of ordinary people. Their speed is simply not comparable to that of legendary spirit beasts like Black Flame. If he really encountered danger, Black Flame would be able to take him away in the shortest time possible. If Wang Tian and Chen Xin also went with him, he would have to waste his energy paying attention to their safety. It is even possible that you will lose yourself in the loss. After all, they are not on the same level as me. Okay. After hearing what Chenhao said, Chen Xian could only nod helplessly. He also knew that the gap between him and Chen Hao was too big, and he really couldn't help Chen Hao. Wang Tian, who was sitting in front of him grilling meat, saw Chen Xian's expression and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Didn't Boss Chen Hao agree?" Looking at Chen Xian's expression, Wang Tian subconsciously began to doubt in his heart that Chen Hao definitely did not agree. If Chen Hao had agreed, Chen Xian would not have had this expression. At least, not sighing like this. Chen Xian nodded and said, "There's a huge gap between our strength and Chen Hao's." Chen Xian did not say the rest of the words, and Wang Tian also understood what Chen Xian wanted to say. He looked at Chen Xian in front of him and said indifferently, "What's the matter? How can we compare to a chosen one like Boss Chen Hao?" Wang Tian did not react much to this matter. Anyway, they are now clinging to Chen Hao's legs, and are living well relying on this big tree of Chen Hao. They don't need to worry about supplies for the time being. When I find other female humans and start a family, my life will get better and better. 2. After hearing Wang Tian's advice, Chen Xian no longer felt so bad. With their strength, if they really went with Chen Hao, not only would they not be able to help Chen Hao, they would also most likely hold Chen Hao back. Chen Hao turned off the dark system, ate something, and then left the cabin with He Yan and He Ling. The first place he went to was not too far away from him, but it was almost 30 kilometers away. Black Collar stood on Chen Hao's shoulder. Even though Black Flame was moving fast, Black Feather was still as steady as a rock and did not fall off Chen Hao's body. Chapter 134 Strange Creatures. It took He Yan about half an hour to reach the 20-kilometer journey, because there were mountains and trees everywhere, and only Chen Haoxia knew the way, and He Yan didn't know the way. It was precisely because of this that He Yan didn't dare to run at full speed, so his speed was not that fast. After arriving at the place, Chen Hao asked He Yan to stop and did not move forward. Then he looked at He Ling beside him, patted it, and said, "He Ling, go and see if there is any danger." The scene of the accident was ahead, and Chen Hao was not sure whether the unknown creature had left. At this time, it is natural to let He Ling go and see what is going on. The black feathers were flying in the air. Unless the monster could fly, no matter how angry it was, it would have no way to deal with the black feathers. Black feather in the air is absolutely safe. Hearing Chen Hao's command, He Ling flapped its wings and flew into the air. It circled within a radius of several kilometers, constantly looking down at the ground. After circling for several times, it returned to Chen Hao's shoulder and shook its eagle head at Chen Hao. Seeing He Ling shaking his head, Chen Hao gently patted He Yan's head and said, "He Yan, let's keep moving forward. Slow down." He Yan was very obedient and walked very slowly, almost walking over. The black feather was still circling in the air, helping Chen Hao to be alert to his surroundings, and would immediately warn Chen Hao if he found anything unusual. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Hao saw a small wooden house. The outside of the house was in tatters, showing signs of being attacked by wild beasts. The marks on the wooden house are very new, and you can tell at a glance that it was added recently. There are also many places that have been repaired. Chen Hao rode Black Flame around the cabin and carefully observed its condition. The wooden door of the cabin was intact, but there was a big hole in one place. There were also many cracks around the big hole, as if they had been forcibly opened by something. Chen Hao looked at the place that had been knocked open. It looked like it had been knocked open by a humanoid creature. The shape of a human. Could it be that the savages attacked us? But even if the savage is strong, it's impossible for him to knock the cabin open in an instant, right? Chen Hao frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. He couldn't believe that this big hole was created by the savages. Because the power of the savages could not possibly be that strong. This is Chen Hao's understanding of the wildlings. It's not like he hasn't faced savages before. Given the savages' strength, it's impossible for them to easily knock open the cabin. Chen Hao couldn't help but think of the savages he had seen last time. Although those savages were very powerful, they were unable to knock open the cabin in one go. The place where the cabin was knocked open was obviously knocked open at once, because there were no signs of any impact around it. Chen Hao took out the legendary wooden bow and shot into the hole. The arrow quickly flew through the hole and into the cabin, but there was no reaction from inside the cabin. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was still no danger, Chen Hao jumped down from the black flame and moved towards the entrance of the wooden house little by little. Although riding on black flame would be safer, black flame was too huge and would probably not be able to react in front of a small hole like the cabin. Chen Hao has legendary body skills, so he is not worried about anything happening to him. Even if there is real danger, Chen Hao can react in the first time. Coming to the cave, he carefully looked at the situation in the cabin. The things inside were very simple. Chen Hao looked around and did not see any danger. Furthermore, the body of the cabin owner was not found. Chen Hao left the cave and opened the wooden door of the cabin. Because the owner of the cabin is dead, the cabin has become ownerless. Without the protection of system rules, Chen Hao could easily push open the small wooden door. The moment the small wooden door opened, the entire dim cabin suddenly became much brighter. Chen Hao looked around the entire cabin carefully, trying to find the body of the cabin owner. Because the address was just sent last night, the body of the cabin owner should be nearby. If it weren't there, it would probably have become food for the wild beasts. But that thing didn't look like an attack from a wild beast. Could it be that the owner of this cabin has been taken away by the savages? Chen Hao, who was unable to find the body of the cabin owner, subconsciously had this thought in his mind. The savages are the natives of this world. They are also cannibals and have a great hatred for humans. They attacked the human cabins because they naturally regarded humans as food. Suddenly, Chen Hao's eyes fell on a piece of tattered clothing on the ground. The clothing was under the wooden bed, but was blocked by the stove, and Chen Hao could not see clearly what was going on. He walked into the wooden house carefully, and brought the torch lightly close to the tattered clothes. He immediately saw the mummy-like arms on the clothes, pitch black and without any moisture. It's as if it has been dried in the hot desert for decades. Only the skin and bones can be seen, and nothing else can be seen. When Chen Hao suddenly saw such a mummy, his face changed and he subconsciously took several steps back. Having only seen such mummies on TV before, Chen Hao's heartbeat instantly accelerated when he saw a real mummy with his own eyes, and fear spread in his heart. But Chen Hao still suppressed his fear and continued to look at the upper body of the mummy. He immediately saw the owner of the mummy. There was no trace of flesh and blood on his face. His eyes were wide open, and there was deep fear in his eyes. Before he died, he saw an extremely terrifying existence. Chen Hao carefully examined the corpse, frowned, and murmured, "Was this caused by that unknown creature? What kind of creature can turn a living person into a mummy in an instant?" Chen Hao frowned, his eyes filled with deep doubt. Judging from the affairs he is currently involved in, no living creature can do it. I tilted my head and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. After thinking about it, Chen Hao asked in the World Chat channel, "Do you know of any creature that can turn a living person into a mummy in an instant?" In the World Chat channel, people are still discussing what happened last night and waiting for Chen Hao's message. Chapter 135, Maybe Zombies and Vampires. They all wanted to know what Chen Hao had discovered at the scene of the incident. Did you encounter that dangerous creature? Was there any battle? Just as everyone was discussing intensely, the large golden words appeared on everyone's chat history. Everyone, be quiet. Boss Chen Hao has appeared. Boss Chen Hao, have you encountered that unknown creature? How is Boss Chen Hao doing? Chen Hao. In the World Chat channel, everyone was asking Chen Hao if he had encountered any problems. Seeing their concern, Chen Hao ignored them, but searched for the answer he wanted in the chat history that was quickly skipping through. However, there are too many people with little experience, and they simply don't see the answers they want. After a moment of silence, Chen Hao sent another message. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Don't speak anymore. Let me say a few words first. Chen Hao, who has great prestige in the dark world, said something and many people fell silent. They all silently supported Chen Hao's decision. Although there are many people who are humble and show off their presence in the World Chat channel, no one pays attention to them. After seeing that the World Chat channel had gone quiet, Chen Hao was too lazy to pay attention to them. After all, every sentence he sent was customized and would not be directly overwritten. Therefore, anyone who follows the World Chat channel can see his speech, and he has to pay attention to whether other people's speeches contain the answers he wants. I have arrived at the place, saw a cabin, and met the owner of the cabin. You met the owner of the cabin? Could it be that the owner of the cabin is still alive? It's really strange that the monster attacked the cabin yesterday but didn't kill the owner of the cabin. Since the owner of the cabin is not dead, why doesn't he come and explain? Chinhao's remarks immediately caused a huge stir in the group. Many people are curious, since the owner of the cabin is fine, why doesn't he come out to explain? Tell everyone what happened last night. Why are so many people sending addresses? And then what does that unknown monster look like? Looking at the chat history that quickly skipped by, Chinhao still didn't get the answer he wanted, so he continued. The owner of the cabin is dead and has turned into a mummy. Chinhao looked at the appearance of the mummy and described it to others. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire world chat channel fell into an eerie silence. There was a look of deep disbelief in everyone's eyes. As Chinhao spoke and introduced, the image of a mummy subconsciously appeared in their minds. There was deep disbelief in everyone's eyes. They don't want to believe it's true. That unknown creature can actually turn living humans into mummies? How is this possible? Boss Chinhao, you're kidding, right? The owner of the cabin who died really turned into a mummy? Are you kidding us? In the world chat channel, many people were questioning Chinhao. They didn't believe it in their hearts and always felt that Chinhao was joking. Last night, hundreds of humans were killed. How could that monster turn all of them into mummies? Because this takes a lot of time and can only happen when all the blood in the human body is drained. Looking at the questions from everyone in the world chat channel, Chinhao could only shake his head helplessly. There are too many people in the world chat channel, which is not suitable for asking for the information you want. It would be better to ask a few of your friends. After thinking about it, Chinhao sent messages to Chen Xian, Yi Xinxin and Su Qin at the same time. They all asked them if they knew anything that could turn a living human into a mummy in the shortest time. Chen Xian and Wang Tian did not go out to work today because it was too cold today, so they didn't really want to go out. In addition, they were afraid that Chinhao would be in danger when he went to check the address. So they have been paying attention to the chat channel. Once Chinhao encounters any danger, they can go to support Chinhao at the first time. Yi Xinxin was also worried about something, so she was always paying attention to Chinhao's information. At this moment, after both sides received Chinhao's message, there was joy in their eyes, and they hurriedly answered Chinhao's questions. Chen Xian. Although there are organisms in nature that can do this, it would take a considerable amount of time, at least several years or even decades to achieve it. Although drying corpses is not common in nature, it does exist. It just takes a lot of time, and it is impossible to complete it in one night. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xinxin gave Chinhao the answer he wanted. I'm not too sure what creatures in nature can do this, but I know that in our Eastern horror movies, there are many strange creatures that can do this, such as ghosts or zombies. And in the West, there are also vampires who can do it. This world is not a normal world. You can't think according to normal logic. So if you ask the creatures in nature, nature won't have any effect. Yi Xinxin helped Chinhao analyze the matter from an observer's perspective. At first I was very confused. What kind of creature could turn a person into a mummy in an instant? Now, after hearing Yi Xinxin's analysis, Chinhao suddenly understood and was no longer so conflicted. He looked at the mummy in front of him and asked Yi Xinxin curiously, "Have you guessed what kind of creature can turn a person into a mummy in the shortest time? Like zombies or vampires or something?" Yi Xinxin shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. It's better to think about it this way." Yi Xinxin wanted Chinhao to think in this direction, so that Chinhao could always be alert to his surroundings and prevent any accidents from happening. "Okay, I'll talk to you when I get home tonight." After knowing some clues, Chinhao stopped chatting with Yi Xinxin. After taking a look at Su Qin and seeing that Su Qin did not reply, Chinhao simply closed the chat page. He looked at the mummy once more, then left the cabin, jumped onto Haiyan and said, "Haiyan, let's go to the next place. The owner of this cabin has turned into a mummy, and Chinhao also wants to know whether the owner of the next cabin has also turned into a mummy." Chapter 136, Strange Cold. "Hey Ling, come back!" After Chinhao left the cabin, he called down Hey Ling from the air. Hey Ling will need to help me pay attention to my surroundings in a while to prevent any danger from suddenly appearing. So at this time, He Ling naturally cannot be allowed to waste his energy. After hearing Chen Hao's order, He Ling in the air flew to Chen Hao's shoulder without any hesitation. Chen Hao patted He Yen lightly, and He Yen rushed out immediately without any command from Chen Hao. There aren't many trees along this stretch of road, and the road is relatively flat, so Black Flame's speed increased a lot. In an hour, Hien carried Chen Hao to the destination. Black Feather. Chen Hao did not let He Yen stop, but looked at He Ling on his shoulder. After hearing what Chen Hao said, He Ling immediately rushed out. It was very fast and appeared in the air in the blink of an eye, circling in the air. The black feather kept circling in the air without making any sound. If there was any danger, it would remind Chen Hao at the first time. Now that it did not remind Chen Hao, there is naturally no danger. With the presence of the aerial sentry, Chen Hao let He Yen run at full speed and there was no need to worry about any danger. Black Flame was moving very fast, and in just a few minutes, he arrived in front of the cabin. Chen Hao jumped down from the Black Flame and approached the cabin cautiously. This cabin is not that dilapidated. Only some traces of animals can be seen on it. It is obvious that this cabin has been repaired. So this cabin looks much better than the previous one. The damaged part of the cabin was not other parts of the cabin, but the door. The entire door of the cabin was broken, with only a small part left hanging on it. Standing outside the wooden door, you can see through the entire cabin at a glance. The owner of the wooden house was lying on the bed, motionless. He was wearing clean clothes, but his body was dry and his original appearance could not be seen. Chen Hao put the brass knuckles on his hand and moved forward cautiously. Soon he arrived in front of the bed, and the figure of the owner of the cabin appeared in front of Chen Hao in full form. "Is this a woman?" Chen Hao couldn't tell the gender of the mummy from its clothes. After all, in the dark world, everyone's clothes are basically the same. It is completely impossible to distinguish gender through clothing. However, through the marks on the other person's face, the long hair, and the slightly raised area, Chen Hao instinctively felt that this mummy was actually a woman. Because her body shape is much smaller than the previous mummy, you can tell at a glance that she is a girl. Sure enough, anyone killed by this unknown creature will turn into a mummified corpse. All the blood in the body is gone. Chen Hao looked at the mummy carefully and found that all the blood in her body had disappeared completely. Like the previous corpse, there was not a trace of water in the body. After seeing the body, Chen Hao did not go to the next address. Judging from the current situation, the unknown creature will devour the blood of the victim after killing him. So even if you go to the next place, the result will be the same, so there is no need to continue wasting time. What's more, if I continue, my life will be in danger. Now that I know some things, there is naturally no need to waste time. When Chen Hao returned home, it was almost dark. Yi Xinxin also took the initiative to ask what happened today. Chen Hao did not hide much from Yi Xinxin and told her directly. The sky gradually darkened. Sitting in the cabin, Chen Hao keenly felt that the temperature seemed to have dropped a lot. He looked out the window and muttered to himself. Why is the temperature so low today? Why does it feel like it's going to snow? The temperature today is too low. Even though Chen Hao is wearing a woolen coat, a fur coat and fur pants, he still feels very cold. What's more, his physical fitness has far surpassed that of ordinary people. He felt so cold, and others might be even colder. Chen Hao added wood to the stove to make the flames burn bigger. The temperature in the entire cabin also rose a lot at this moment. Chen Hao looked ahead, a strange look flickering in his eyes, and muttered to himself. Why do I feel it's useless? He could feel that the temperature in the cabin had risen a lot, at least 3 to 5 degrees, and the temperature in the cabin had reached at least around 20 degrees. Near the stove, the temperature could reach over 50 degrees. Chen Hao felt that it was not so cold in front of him, but it was still very cold behind him. It was as if there was a large piece of ice, emitting cold air behind him. What the hell is going on? Why does it feel so cold? Chen Hao frowned, his voice trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, it was simply because of the cold. And this coldness is not just physical coldness, but coldness from the inside out. It was as if his soul was cold. No matter how much wood Chen Hao added or how he raised the temperature in the cabin, it didn't have much effect. Chen Hao quickly put the iron pot on the stove and added water into it. The scorching flames quickly boiled the water. After Chenhao cooled the water for a while, he gulped it into his mouth. In an instant, Chenhao felt much better. The whole person no longer feels so cold. Damn, why is it so cold all of a sudden? Chenhao quickly opened the weather and took a look, and found that the temperature outside was only 2 degrees. Although it was very cold, it was still bearable. After all, he wasn't outside the cabin, and he was wearing warm clothes, sitting by the fire, feeling the warmth of the flames. According to normal logic, it should be impossible to feel cold in this way. Chenhao looked at Hei Ling, Hei Yan, and the lambs. They all looked normal, and it was obvious that they did not feel any cold. It's really strange. They aren't cold, so why do I feel so cold? Chenhao muttered softly, his eyes filled with deep doubt. I have no idea why I am so cold. And in the dark night, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at the cabin where Chenhao was. Chapter 137, Unknown Creatures. Chirp. Just when Chenhao was wondering why he was so cold, Chenhao, who couldn't find any reason in the weather, decided to ask Yixinxin and Chenhao if their situation was the same as his. But at this moment, Hei Ling, who had been silent, suddenly made a sharp sound. Chenhao subconsciously looked towards Hei Ling. Seeing Hei Ling flapping his wings and calling out non-stop, he frowned and roared. What are you crazy about? Just be quiet. Chenhao, who was feeling cold all over at the moment, and couldn't find any reason for it, didn't want to hear any sound at this time. If Hei Ling makes a sound at this time, isn't that just bumping into the muzzle of the gun? Chenhao felt very uncomfortable. How could he tolerate Hei Ling making such a sound? If Hei Ling hadn't been on the beam of the house, he wouldn't have been able to touch Hei Ling at all, otherwise he really wanted to slap Hei Ling twice. Chirp. Chirp. Hei Ling seemed not to hear Chenhao's roar and continued to shout, with threats in his voice. Chenhao, who had no idea what Hei Ling was up to, became even angrier after hearing Hei Ling's voice. He looked at Hei Ling and roared. You bastard, you dare to threaten me! Come down and see if I can kill you! There was no other living creature in the house except him. And just now, Chenhao cursed Hei Ling. So at this time, facing the voice made by Hei Ling, Chenhao subconsciously thought in his heart that Hei Ling was deliberately provoking him. This made Chenhao very angry, and he wanted to beat Hei Ling up to let it know who was the master of the house. Warning, warning, the protective shield is being attacked. Suddenly, a female voice was heard in the cabin. This is not a reminder from the Dark World system, nor is it a reminder from the God-level sign-in system. But it was the reminder from the girl in the cabin. Hearing this female voice, Chenhao's face suddenly showed a confused look. He frowned in confusion and muttered, What's going on? Why does the cabin remind me that there is a biological attack shield? In the past, when there was a monster attack shield, the cabin did not give any warning. But now he was reminded suddenly, which made Chenhao feel very puzzled. Roar! Hearing the roar of a monster outside, Chenhao immediately understood what was going on. He quickly picked up his weapon, opened the small wooden door and looked outside. Suddenly, he saw a humanoid creature attacking his cabin. When Chenhao saw this humanoid creature, his expression changed, and he whispered softly, Is this the unknown creature? You actually found me here. Chenhao's face was serious, and his heart was beating faster. If he didn't own a legendary cabin, he could block most of the attacks. Otherwise, with the monster's strength, I might have been in danger. Because the cabin could not withstand the monster's attack at all. Monsters can easily smash the cabin. At this moment, I felt extremely grateful. Otherwise, the 2 corpses I saw today will be my future. When the humanoid creature in the dark saw Chenhao appear, the ferocity in his eyes became even more intense, his entire face became distorted, and he kept slapping the protective shield with his hands. The powerful force caused the entire protective shield to tremble continuously, as if it would break in the next second. Chenhao, who had originally relied heavily on the cabin and believed that the cabin's protective shield could block all attacks, suddenly had an idea in his mind as he looked at the shaking protective shield. That is, this protective shield cannot stop the monster's attack at all. If this humanoid monster continues to attack, his protective shield will definitely be broken. The cabin is legendary, so its shield should also be legendary. And this monster can shatter the cabin's shield. Could it be that it is also legendary? Chen Hao's expression changed slightly. How is this possible? How could a legendary level appear at this stage? Chen Hao was very confused, but no one could answer his question. No, we have to find a way to stop this monster. Otherwise, if the protective shield is broken, my life will be in danger. Chen Hao's face was gloomy, and he was thinking quickly about a solution. This protective shield is currently his biggest trump card. With the shield in place, he is extremely safe even in the dark, and he doesn't have to worry about any strange creatures attacking the cabin. Unless it is a legendary creature, it is impossible to destroy the cabin. I didn't expect that the monster in front of me has reached the legendary level. Chen Hao had never encountered such a legendary monster before. I can only take a gamble. Chen Hao took a deep breath, took out the legendary bow and arrow, and aimed it directly at the humanoid creature's head. Although Chen Hao could not see the appearance of the humanoid creature in the dark, he could clearly see its head. He aimed at the humanoid creature's head and shot an arrow directly. The arrow pierced through the darkness and shot towards the humanoid creature, but the humanoid creature continued to attack the protective shield, not caring at all about the arrow shot by Chen Hao. Snap! With a crisp sound, the arrow broke into pieces. But the monster didn't react at all, and the arrow didn't leave any trace on his body. No effect. Chen Hao's face became even gloomier. The most powerful long-range weapon in his hand was the legendary wooden bow. Although the arrows are not legendary, with the support of the legendary wooden bow, the combat power is also very strong. Even a rare beast king can be hurt by arrows. The defense of this humanoid creature far exceeds that of a rare beast king. Chirp! Above the sky, Hei Ling was circling, wanting to help Chen Hao fight. Come back, you are no match for him. Chen Hao's face changed and he quickly called Hei Ling back. The monster is too powerful. If Hei Ling goes out, he will be asking for death. Now, unless it is absolutely necessary, Chen Hao doesn't want Hei Ling to go out and fight to the death. I can only try my legendary skills. Chen Hao would definitely take the risk and go out to fight the humanoid creatures. Ordinary weapons can't hurt the opponent at all. If the other party continues to destroy, the protective shield will definitely be broken. In order to protect the protective shield, to protect the cabin, and even more to protect his own shelter, Chen Hao had no choice but to fight the monster. Chen Hao made a decision in his heart, turned to look at Hei Yan and said, Hei Yan, prepare to fight. The flowing body movement consumes too much energy, so Chen Hao wants to borrow the power of black flames to attract the monster away. Chapter 138. Is this the Yellow Thunder Tiger? As long as the humanoid monsters don't attack the protective shield and don't destroy it, it will be fine. Although it is extremely dangerous in the dark. But Chen Hao had no other options, and this was the only solution now. Because his long-range weapons could not hurt the humanoid creature in front of him at all. Maybe the brass knuckles can hurt humanoid creatures, but that requires close combat. Before figuring out the monster's speed, Chen Hao didn't dare to act rashly. After hearing Chen Hao's order, Haiyan jumped over the animal pen and rushed out of the cabin to Chen Hao's side. As a legendary spirit beast, that mere animal pen cannot stop it at all. Chen Hao rode on Black Flame and rushed towards the humanoid creature. When he was only 2 meters away from the humanoid creature, Chen Hao could immediately see the appearance of the humanoid creature, although he could not see it clearly in the dark. But through the outline of the humanoid creature's face, Chen Hao subconsciously imagined a figure. Yellow Thunder Tiger? That's right. The person that appeared in Chen Hao's mind was Huang Leihu, whom he had killed. The humanoid creature in front of him was exactly the same as Huang Leihu, no matter his height, wheels, or clothes. The humanoid monster seemed to understand human language. After hearing Chen Hao calling his name, he was stunned for a moment, and then attacked the protective shield even more frantically. Chen Hao is right in front of him, and he must devour Chen Hao's flesh and blood. Under Huang Leihu's beating, the protective shield quickly became shaky, as if it would break in the next second. Huang Leihu's face was full of ferocity. Today, he wants to devour Chen Hao's flesh and blood. Whether he is the Yellow Thunder Tiger or not, we cannot allow him to continue attacking the protective shield. Chen Hao, in doubt, bit his teeth lightly. he ordered. Open the shield. Warm tip: if the owner is found to be too dangerous and the protective shield is forcibly closed, the owner may be in danger of life. Facing a terrifying unknown creature like the yellow thunder tiger, Chenhao would surely die without the protection of the shield. In the cabin's opinion, Chenhao could never be a match for the monster. Open! However, Chenhao's eyes were firm, and he did not give Xiaomu any chance to refuse. With Chenhao's determination, the light dimmed and the protective shield, which was almost broken, disappeared in an instant. Huang Leihu attacked the protective shield, but missed, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. He didn't see the protective shield break, so he couldn't understand why it suddenly disappeared. But when he saw Chenhao running away, Huang Leihu stopped hesitating and rushed towards Chenhao directly. He is very fast, far exceeding many creatures. Even compared to Black Flame, the difference is not much. Depend on! Is this guy so fast? Chenhao was shocked when he saw the humanoid creature approaching quickly from behind him. Haiyan's speed was already very fast. He thought he could shake off the humanoid creature and return to the cabin when the protective shield was almost restored. Even if the humanoid creature does not leave by then, he will still have a chance to catch his breath. When daybreak comes, the humanoid creature will leave on its own. After all, in this world, the daytime belongs to humans, while the nighttime belongs to these unknown creatures. During the day, humans are safe. However, although Chenhao's idea was beautiful, the reality was extremely cruel. He never expected that Huang Leihu's speed would be so fast that he rushed behind him in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and was about to grab me. Chenhao was so frightened that his soul almost jumped out of his body. He leaned forward and brushed past the monster's claws. Black Flame, run at full speed. Just run, don't worry about where you run to. Chenhao's face changed drastically and he quickly greeted He Yan. The Black Flame controlled by Chenhao in front was also very fast, but it did not reach its peak. At this moment, after hearing Chenhao's words, He Yan no longer controlled his speed, but ran forward at full speed. He Yan's speed suddenly increased a bit, leaving the humanoid creature Huang Leihu behind. Roar! Looking at the figure getting farther away and the prey that was about to be caught running away, Huang Leihu roared in frustration. His speed increased a bit more, and he grabbed Chenhao again. But Black Flame is a legendary spirit beast, and a speed-type spirit beast. Even if the humanoid monster Yellow Thunder Tiger is fast, it is still a little bit slower than Black Flame. Yellow Thunder Tiger, epic possessed by the Blood Demon. Race, Demon. Grade? Introduction: demons that rely on sucking blood can make them more powerful. When Chenhao turned around and looked at Huang Leihu again, information about Huang Leihu appeared in front of Chenhao. When looking at this information, Chenhao was confused. This guy is really Huang Leihu. I didn't expect that after I killed him, he would become a blood demon. Damn it! If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have killed it. Black Flame, come on! After an unknown amount of time, Chenhao felt that He Yan was a little tired, and his speed involuntarily decreased a bit. Roar! Huang Leihu, who was chasing after him relentlessly, saw that He Yan's speed had slowed down, and he immediately felt that his speed had increased, so he sped up and rushed towards Chenhao. Wipe! Black Flame, speed up! Looking at Huang Leihu getting closer and closer to him, Chenhao's heart was beating wildly. If he lets Huang Leihu get close to him, he will surely die. Such an epic creature was not something he could contend with. If he were touched, he would definitely become a mummy. Chenhao doesn't want to die in such a cruel way. But no matter how Chenhao urged, He Yan's speed could not be increased. It had already run for hundreds of miles, and without energy replenishment, it had no way to maintain its peak speed. Not enough energy? Black Flame was a gift from the system and was naturally bound to Chenhao. There was a special connection between the two. Therefore, Chenhao could sense some of Black Flame's thoughts and guessed that Black Flame was short of energy. Energy? What is that? Could it be because of the pasture? Confused, Chenhao quickly took out the grass and handed it to He Yan. Unfortunately, Haiyan soon sent a message that this was just ordinary grass, which could only fill the stomach and replenish physical strength, but the effect was very slow and the replenishment was not much. If you want to replenish your energy, you must have magical fruits and so on. A spiritual fruit containing magical power? Where can I find? Chen Hao muttered helplessly. Chapter 139, Black Flame Comprehends Skills. He didn't have these things in his hands, so at this time, he couldn't help He Yan at all. Although 2 spiritual fruits were found in the treasure chest obtained by the Bear King, they were placed in the cabin and not carried with him. Shit, I almost forgot about this. Chen Hao quickly took out a blood-red ginseng from his backpack. It was the ginseng he got after defeating several big snakes, and it contained special powers. This thing might be able to replenish Black Flame's energy. Roar! When the humanoid creature saw Chen Hao take out the blood ginseng, the light in his eyes became even brighter. If he eats this thing, his strength will definitely increase a lot. Even if you can't recover to your peak, you can still recover 1/10 of your strength. As long as he recovers 1/10 of his strength, the world will be dominated by him. These weak humans will all become his food. When the universe opens up, he will recover to his peak and rule the continent. Is this okay? If you can, eat it quickly. Chen Hao handed the blood spirit ginseng to He Yan and signaled He Yan to eat it quickly. Looking at the blood ginseng that Chen Hao handed to him, He Yan was stunned. He had never expected that his master would give him his good things to eat. This thing can add special attributes and also improve the owner's attributes. He Yan quickly asked Chen Hao if he was willing to give him such a precious thing. However, at this moment, Chen Hao only wanted to survive and had no other thoughts. He only sensed that after He Yan said this thing could replenish its energy, he anxiously shouted, "Eat it quickly, don't waste time." Huang Leihu's speed was getting faster and faster, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Huang Leihu was less than 5 meters away from him. If he suddenly burst out at high speed, he would surely die. Even though this blood spirit ginseng was important, Chen Hao didn't have time to waste and asked He Yan to eat it quickly. After hearing Chen Hao's order again, He Yan no longer hesitated and swallowed the blood spirit ginseng in one gulp. Suddenly, a surge of energy rushed through his body. Roar! What a waste! When Huang Leihu saw that Chen Hao actually fed a blood ginseng to He Yan, he became even more angry. Such a good thing, but Chen Hao actually fed it to a beast. It was really a waste of resources. Even if it is a legendary spirit beast, it is still a beast. Huang Leihu roared angrily and sped up again, quickly closing the distance between him and Chen Hao. He must make Chen Hao pay with his life today. He wanted to devour Chen Hao's flesh and blood to make up for the loss of the blood spirit ginseng. The spirit beast had just devoured the blood ginseng and had not yet refined its medicinal properties. If its blood and flesh were sucked clean now, it would still be able to obtain the energy of the blood ginseng. Huang Leihu, thinking about this, increased his speed again by several points. Fuck! Fuck, are you going to let me live? Seeing Huang Leihu speeding up again, Chen Hao suddenly felt unhappy. This bastard has no shame at all. Haiyan is already in a bad state, but he still wants to speed up. He simply doesn't take me seriously. Haiyan, are you okay? Hurry up and speed up. Otherwise, your master will be in trouble. Chen Hao patted He Yan, urging him to speed up. Don't worry, master. Chen Hao sensed He Yan's response, and saw a flame suddenly appear under He Yan's feet for some reason. Chen Hao felt his center of gravity shift backward, and he quickly bent down and hugged He Yan's neck. Call out. In just a moment, Black Flame's speed more than doubled, and he rushed out hundreds of meters in an instant. Huang Leihu's hand that was reaching out to grab Chen Hao's hand suddenly missed again. Roar! Looking at Chen Hao, who turned around and ran away, Huang Leihu could only vent helpless rage. He continued to chase Chen Hao. He would never let Chen Hao go. He wanted to see where Chen Hao could run to. Ding! Your pet Black Flame ate the blood spirit ginseng and gained the skill Flame Meteor. Fire Stomp. When using skills, you can increase your own speed. After escaping from Huang Leihu's attack range, Chen Hao heard the system's voice in his ears. When Chen Hao heard this voice, his face froze and he subconsciously opened his pet panel. The attributes of Black Flame appeared before him. Pet Black Flame. Race, Dragon Blood Horse. Talent Speed. Bloodline Legend. Level 0. Note: legendary spirit beasts, with the fastest running speed in the world. Possessing dragon blood, they not only possess super-fast speed, but also powerful attack power. Why are there so many black flame attributes this time? Even race is revealed? Chen Hao looked at the attribute page of Haiyan, his eyes filled with deep doubt. He had never expected such a change. Because in the past, this kind of situation never appeared on his panel. Apart from a brief introduction, knowing that Black Flame is a legendary spirit beast, there is no other introduction. Unexpectedly, now there is not only an introduction to racial bloodlines, but also an introduction to levels. What's up with this level? In the past, there were no levels. Why do levels suddenly appear now? After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao opened the black feather page again, wanting to see if it had an introduction to its levels. Pet Black Feather. Race Black Eagle. Talent None. Bloodline Rare. Level 0. Note: the King of the Sky, it is also a powerful helper after maturity. The word level also appeared on He Ling's page. Could it be that the world has changed because of the appearance of the Blood Demon? Chen Hao muttered softly and opened his attribute page, wanting to see if there were any changes in his attributes. Name: Chen Hao. Race: Human. Talent: None. Bloodline Legend. Level 0. Weapons: Wooden Bow, Legendary; Brass Knuckles, Legendary; Spear, Ordinary. Skills: Flowing Water, Legendary; Physical Fitness, Legendary. An introduction about himself also appeared in front of Chen Hao. And above it, there is the word, level. But like He Ling and He Yan, they are all level 0. That's weird. There are clearly levels, so why is it only level 0? Where can I get this experience? Chen Hao's eyes were filled with deep doubt and confusion. I always feel that the world has changed to a certain extent. But as to what this change was, Chen Hao had no idea at all. The black flame was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, the yellow thunder tiger disappeared without a trace. But in the darkness, the roars of wild beasts could also be heard. Chapter 140. Does the Blood Demon also have a brain? A strange creature appeared from the darkness, staring fiercely at Chen Hao on the black flame. This strange creature has a sheep's head on the upper body and a wolf-like lower body. It is not very big, about the size of a normal goat. There was no scarlet in his eyes, only a green glow. When they looked at Chen Hao, their eyes were full of desire for prey. Mutated Ghost Sheep, Ferocious Beast. Talent: Level 0. Bloodline 0. Note: mutated goat, infected with an unknown force, its blood contains venom. I thought he was so strong, but I didn't expect him to be just a weakling. After reading the attributes of the mutant ghost sheep, Chen Hao's eyes were filled with deep disdain. When he first saw the mutant ghost sheep appear, Chen Hao subconsciously thought about how powerful this mutant ghost sheep was and was ready to fight. Unexpectedly, it was just an ordinary ferocious beast. Chen Hao didn't even take this thing seriously. He could even kill the rare beast, the Bear King, so how could he take the ordinary beast in front of him seriously? In the past, Chen Hao would have killed him long ago. But now, facing the provocation of Guiyang, Chen Hao did not take direct action. Because behind him, there is a powerful monster. The power of the Blood Demon is not comparable to that of an ordinary ferocious beast. That thing is not something Chen Hao can contend with. Although the black flame was very fast and had left the Blood Demon far behind, the Blood Demon could no longer be seen. But Chen Hao didn't know when the Blood Demon would appear, so he had to be on guard at all times. If the blood suddenly jumped out, his life might be in danger. You can't put yourself in danger because of a small, ordinary ferocious beast. Chen Hao ignored the ghost sheep, but the ghost sheep had no intelligence and only greed in its eyes. It had been hungry for a very long time, so when it saw fresh flesh and blood, it naturally would not let it go. It ran towards Chen Hao, wanting to bite Chen Hao to death and then fill its own stomach. Act recklessly. Looking at the ghost sheep attacking him, a hint of anger flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. Just because he is unwilling to pay attention to the ghost sheep doesn't mean he is afraid of it. What he was afraid of was only the Blood Demon Huang Leihu behind him. Otherwise, he would have killed the ghost sheep without any mercy based on the provocation of the ghost sheep. I didn't expect that even though I was too lazy to take its life, this evil sheep still dared to provoke me. Did it really think I was easy to bully? Chen Hao took out a wooden bow from his backpack, put an arrow on it, aimed it at the ghost sheep's head, and shot the arrow with all his strength. Call out. The arrow pierced through the darkness and hit the ghost sheep accurately. Ouch, ouch. A sound similar to that of a wild wolf rang out in the dark night. It was the painful roar of the ghost sheep. It was shot by Chen Hao and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Although it is an ordinary level ferocious beast with strong vitality, it will definitely die if it is shot in the head. The ghost sheep rolled on the ground, feeling its vitality slipping away. It only had the hunting instinct and no regrets at all. I was just shocked at how a human could easily and seriously injure myself. Call out. In the dark night, a figure suddenly appeared and quickly came in front of the ghost sheep. He grabbed the dying ghost sheep, pierced it with his sharp claws, bit through its neck with his sharp teeth, and greedily sucked its blood. Feeling his life slipping away, Guiyang struggled desperately, but those hands were like huge pliers, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move at all. The ghost sheep's highly poisonous blood had no effect on the opponent at all. Luckily I didn't stop, otherwise I would be the one who died. Looking at the monster that caught the ghost sheep, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a little relieved. The monster that caught the ghost sheep was none other than the yellow thunder tiger, possessed by blood. His speed was so fast that it was completely beyond Chen Hao's understanding. Chen Hao knew very well in his heart that with his strength, it was impossible for him to dodge Huang Leihu's attack. Even though he used the flowing water movement, his speed was still a little slower than Huang Leihu's. After Huang Leihu finished sucking the ghost sheep's blood, the corners of his mouth were covered with green blood. Looking at the ghost sheep that had turned into a mummy, he threw it away in disgust. If he could catch Chen Hao, he would not be willing to drink the blood of the ghost sheep. This green blood, that red blood is delicious. Looking at Chen Hao who disappeared into the darkness again in front of him, Huang Leihu did not continue to chase him, but disappeared silently into the darkness. The blood demon disappeared? Chen Hao looked behind him, but did not see the figure of the blood demon Huang Leihu. He Yan slowed down his pace, but after another half an hour, he still didn't see Huang Leihu. Chen Hao, feeling puzzled, patted He Yan's horseback and said, "He Yan, let's go back to the cabin." It was too dangerous outside, Haiyan had to keep running. Otherwise, those ferocious beasts controlled by unknown forces will attack him. There are many ferocious beasts. Even if Chen Hao has the ability to kill them, he cannot face so many ferocious beasts at the same time. Haiyan turned around and ran at full speed. It took him almost an hour to finally reach the cabin. Chen Hao opened the protective shield and returned to the cabin. Danger! Suddenly, Chen Hao instinctively felt a sense of danger. He instantly took out the iron shield he had crafted from his backpack and subconsciously put it behind himself. Bang! The powerful force hit the iron shield, making a dull sound. Chen Hao and He Yan were immediately knocked away by this huge force. At that moment, Chen Hao saw the blood demon Huang Leihu, with a smile of success on his face. Damn it! This bastard is actually trying to trick me here. Looking at Huang Leihu in the protective shield, Chen Hao did not hesitate at all and immediately activated the skill of flowing water. His body movement instantly increased to 3 times, and he flipped over and attacked Huang Leihu. Huang Leihu looked at Chen Hao with disdain, not believing that Chen Hao could hurt him at all. But the next second, he saw that Chen Hao was wearing legendary brass knuckles on his hands, and his face changed. The legendary brass knuckles can hurt him. Not wanting to get hurt, he quickly retreated backwards. Chen Hao took this opportunity to kick Huang Leihu hard, forcing him back several meters. Open the protective shield! The moment the blood demon Huang Leihu retreated, Chen Hao immediately opened the protective shield of the cabin. In an instant, a ball of light flew out from the cabin and quickly spread out, blocking the blood demon Red Thunder Tiger outside. Roar! Seeing himself being tricked, the blood demon Huang Leihu was helpless and furious, slapping the protective shield angrily. If he had known this would happen, he would never have retreated even if he got injured. Chapter 141, The Mysterious Slate. Call! I almost died at the hands of this guy. Chen Hao sat on the ground, feeling extremely painful all over. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken out his shield to block the attack of the blood demon Huang Leihu. Perhaps at this time, his back had been broken and he died at the hands of the blood demon Huang Leihu. Although the shield blocked the attack of the blood demon Huang Leihu, the huge force still spread throughout his body, making Chen Hao feel extremely painful all over. He even felt that both of his arms were useless. At this moment, he felt extreme pain in his arms and could no longer exert any strength. He slumped to the ground, staring at the blood demon yellow thunder tiger that was constantly attacking outside the protective shield, frowning in pain and saying, "What should I do? This guy is not easy to deal with." Chen Hao kept thinking in his mind, is there any way to kill it? Even if we can't kill it, we can't let it stay here. Otherwise, he would definitely die at the hands of the blood demon Huang Leihu. Although the protective shield of the cabin has recovered a little, it has not recovered to its peak and is simply unable to block the blood demon in front of it. In less than 2 hours, the shield will be breached. By then, the only thing waiting for Chen Hao might be death. Chen Hao's face was gloomy, and he stared at the blood demon Huang Leihu in front of him, thinking about how to deal with Huang Leihu. Only legendary weapons can hurt him now, but my speed is far inferior to his. Chen Hao looked at the legendary brass knuckles in his hand. Currently, this was the only weapon that could hurt the blood demon Huang Leihu, but it could only hurt Huang Leihu. As for whether it could kill Huang Leihu, Chen Hao had no confidence at all. What's more, he couldn't get close to Huang Leihu at all now, because his speed and physical strength were far inferior to Huang Leihu's. Oh, God wants to kill me! Chen Hao thought about it for a long time, looking at the extremely angry blood demon Huang Leihu who kept attacking the protective shield, but he had no way to deal with it. He had never encountered anything like this and didn't know how to deal with it. Now I can only wait for the refresh in the early morning to see if I can sign in and get something good. I hope the system boss will take pity on me and refresh some powerful weapons for me. Finally, it's possible to kill the blood demon Yellow Thunder Tiger instantly. The only thing Chen Hao can rely on now is his golden finger. I just hope that after midnight, when the golden finger is refreshed, some incredible weapons will appear. This way, he could kill the blood demon directly. Boss, do you still want the ore? Chen Hao was thinking about how to deal with Huang Leihu. While waiting for the refresh of the golden finger, he was also checking the chat page of the Dark World to see if he could find a way to deal with the blood demon. Although the golden finger is his last hope, he cannot put all his hopes on it. He must also find a way. After opening the Dark World system, I immediately received messages from many people. There are responses from Chen Xian, Yi Xinxin, and Su Qing. Su Qing said that she was out looking for resources during the day and would not open the chat page. If there was anything, she could be found at night. As for Chen Xian, he naturally trades ore. On the other hand, Yi Xinxin worriedly asked whether Chen Hao had arrived home. Among Chen Hao's friends, Yi Xinxin is the only one who cares about Chen Hao. After hearing this, Chen Hao saw Yi Xinxin's concern and said helplessly, "Hey, stop talking. I was targeted by that unknown monster." Chen Hao told Yi Xinxin everything about Huang Leihu. At the same time, he also asked Yi Xinxin to help him think of a solution. What? Huang Leihu is possessed by the blood demon? What's going on? Yi Xinxin was extremely shocked when she heard this. She never thought that something like this would happen. All of this was completely beyond her understanding. She never thought that Huang Leihu, whom Chen Hao killed, would appear in this way. Don't be shocked. Help me think of a way to deal with the blood demon. My little cabin won't be able to stop us for long, Chen Hao said helplessly. The blood demon kept hitting the protective shield, which was already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, his whole body was in great pain. Although he was injured, it was impossible for him to attract Huang Leihu's attention and lure him away from the cabin so that he would not attack the cabin. What's more, the intelligent blood demon has been fooled once, and it is impossible for him to be fooled a second time. I have no other choice. Yi Xinxin shook her head. She really had no idea what to do. After a brief silence, he spoke softly. There seems to be some special secret on that stone slab. Perhaps you can give it a try. Yi Xinshin suddenly thought that there was a strange pattern on the stone slab she gave to Chen Hao, as if it was used to worship something. I don't know if this thing can work. Slate? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of the stone tablet that Yi Xinshin gave him. It seemed to be some special copy map. For some reason, Yi Xinshin suddenly brought it up. Although he was confused, Chen Hao still took out the stone slab and studied it carefully. But he didn't recognize the patterns on it at all, and didn't know what it was. Chen Hao suddenly realized that the sound of the blood demon hitting the protective shield had become smaller. He subconsciously looked towards the blood vein, only to see that the blood vein had stopped attacking the protective shield, and its eyes were fixed on the stone tablet in Chen Hao's hand. He wants this thing? Chen Hao grabbed the stone slab and moved it slightly. The blood demon's gaze also moved with the stone slab, and all his attention was on the stone slab. He also waved at Chen Hao, indicating that Chen Hao should give him the slate. Is this thing really useful? Chen Hao looked at the blood demon, then lowered his head to look at the stone tablet in his hand, his eyes filled with deep shock. He never thought that the thing in his hand could actually be useful. What exactly is this thing, and why is the blood demon so interested in it? Chen Hao muttered softly, and did not throw the stone slab to the blood demon. The blood demon attached so much importance to this thing, it must have a special function. Roar! When the blood demon saw that Chen Hao did not give him the stone slab, he immediately made an angry sound and continued to hit the stone slab fiercely. Fuck, I gave you face! Seeing the blood demon continue to beat the protective shield, Chen Hao immediately became unhappy. He pressed his legendary brass knuckles against the stone slab and threatened the blood demon. Stop it now, or I'll destroy it. Chapter 142, Mysterious Formation. There was a threat in Chen Hao's eyes. Since the blood demon wanted this thing, it proved that this thing was of certain importance to the blood demon. Using this to threaten the blood demon might have an unexpected effect. The fact that the blood demon was waiting for me outside the cabin proved that he had a certain level of intelligence, and must know what I wanted to do. Just as Chen Hao thought, the blood demon immediately stopped attacking the protective shield when he saw that Chen Hao was about to destroy the stone slab. There was deep anger in his eyes when he looked at Chen Hao, but at this moment he did not dare to act rashly. A pair of eyes stared at Chen Hao intently, with a deep threat in their eyes. If Chen Hao dared to destroy the stone slab, he would never let Chen Hao off easily. Roar! The blood demon roared, stretched out his hands covered in green blood, and motioned Chen Hao to hand the stone tablet to him. However, Chen Hao ignored the blood demon and started studying the stone tablet on his own. This thing makes the blood demon care so much about it. What kind of secret does it hide? What's more, this stone slab is just a fragment, not a complete one. The patterns on it cannot be seen clearly. Chen Hao didn't recognize the pattern, so naturally he didn't know what the stone slab represented. Shut up! If you keep yelling, I'll destroy it. After hearing the blood demon's roar, Chen Hao immediately became unhappy. He glared at the blood demon fiercely with threatening eyes. Seeing this, the blood demon was extremely angry. He has been traveling across the continent for many years, and no one has ever dared to treat him like this. What's more, the guy in front of him is a weak human being. What qualifications does a chosen one who traveled to this world have to threaten the high and mighty blood demon? But facing Chen Hao's threat and looking at the stone slab that was almost broken in Chen Hao's hands, no matter how helpless the blood demon felt in his heart, he could only compromise at this moment. Chen Hao lit a fire in the yard and stared at the blood demon outside the protective shield. If the blood demon dared to act rashly, he would destroy the stone slab without hesitation. The blood demon cares a lot about this treasure, but Chen Hao doesn't even know this treasure, so naturally he doesn't care about it at all. So at this time, no one cares what kind of treasure this stone slab is. As long as the other party makes him feel unhappy, he will destroy the stone slab without hesitation. The blood demon looked at the human in front of him, feeling extremely angry that a mere food dared to challenge him. But due to the stone slab in Chen Hao's hand, he had no choice but to stand outside the protective shield and stare at Chen Hao. He was waiting here, and as long as he found an opportunity, he would rush in without hesitation and kill Chen Hao. Chen Hao was discussing the stone slab with Yi Xinshin and asked her if she knew the secret of the stone slab, but Yi Xinshin said she didn't know either. It only means that this stone slab seems to have a special power. It should be the switch of a certain copy, and it also hides a powerful power. This was what she sensed from Xiao Bai, but she wasn't quite sure of the details. He gave the stone slab to Chen Hao, and also wanted Chen Hao to unravel the secret on it. After hearing Yi Xinxin's explanation, Chen Hao showed a helpless look on his face and muttered, "Damn, you treat me like a guinea pig." Although Yi Xinxin treated him as a test subject, Chen Hao was not too angry. If Yi Xinxin had not given him the stone slab, he would really have no way to deal with the blood demon at this time. Although it is not clear what secrets are hidden on this stone slab, at least the blood demon can be controlled for now. Black feathers, black flames. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao called Hei Ling and Hei Yan over. An eagle and a horse suddenly appeared in front of Chen Hao. The two pairs of eyes looked at Chen Hao in confusion, very curious why Chen Hao called them over at this time. Chen Hao looked at them, then handed the slate to them and asked with a frown, "Take a look at this thing. Do you have any ideas? Or rather, did you sense anything?" Yi Xinxin said that the reason she knew all this was because she wanted to sense it from Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, raised by Yi Xinxin, is an epic little tiger, and can be considered Yi Xinxin's pet. Although the pet he raised was not as high level as Yi Xinxin's Xiao Bai, Haiyan was at the legendary level after all, so he should be able to sense something. As for Hei Ling, Chen Hao didn't hold much hope. Although Hei Ling is already an ordinary ferocious beast, it is still no match for the legendary Black Flame. Just as Chen Hao thought, Hei Ling stared at the stone slab for a long time, then looked up at Chen Hao in confusion, with deep curiosity in his eagle eyes. It didn't quite understand why Chen Hao asked it to look at this shabby stone slab when there was nothing on it. Looking at Hei Ling, who looked confused and at a loss, Chen Hao was not surprised at all. His gaze left Hei Ling and turned to the legendary spirit beast Hei Yan. He frowned and asked, "Hei Yan, did you sense anything?" The legendary Black Flame has very powerful perception abilities. It stared at the stone tablet in Chen Hao's hand for a while, then nodded slightly at Chen Hao. It was written on the contract between the two that told Yi Fan that there was a strange energy on the stone slab, and the carved patterns seemed to be some formations. Its inherited memory did not tell it what kind of formation it was. In the dark world, whether it is a spiritual beast or a ferocious beast, it has certain inherited memories. However, low-level ferocious beasts have no brains and only know how to kill, and do not know how to extract the inheritance of the previous generation. The higher the level of the beast, the clearer the inherited memory. Black Flame is also a legendary spirit beast, belonging to the same realm as the legendary ferocious beasts, and naturally has its own inherited memories. Formation? There are formations in this world? Chen Hao muttered softly, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. This is a game world, and everything is made by rules. It should be impossible for formations to appear. But the next second, Chen Hao suddenly thought of something and subconsciously looked up at the blood demon outside the protective shield. When the blood demon saw Chen Hao looking at him, he also let out an angry roar. It seemed as if he was warning Chen Hao to hand over the stone slab to him quickly, otherwise he would never let Chen Hao have an easy time. If it were in the past, Chen Hao would definitely fight back without hesitation and ask the blood demon to be quiet, otherwise he would use the stone slab to threaten the blood demon. But at this time, Chen Hao already had an idea in his mind, so he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to the blood demon. The blood demon is so concerned about this stone slab, and Black Flame also said that the patterns on this stone slab seem to belong to some kind of formation. Chapter 143, Fragments of the Secret Method of All Characters. Could it be that this is a sealing formation that seals the blood demon's true body? Chen Hao knew very well in his heart that the blood demon in front of him that was attached to Huang Lei Hu was not the real body of the blood demon, but a secondary body of the blood demon, or even just a clone. It is precisely because he is only the blood demon's clone that he can fight against him. If the real blood demon appears, he will surely die. The power of epic creatures is beyond imagination. After thinking about it, Chen Hao felt that the formation with patterns on the stone slab was most likely the formation that sealed the blood demon. Otherwise, why would the blood demon care so much about it, and even be afraid that he would destroy it? That should be it. Chen Hao muttered softly, then looked at the blood demon and said, "Is the formation on this stone slab a sealing formation?" What is sealed inside? Roar! The silent blood demon just roared angrily and did not answer Chen Hao's question. Then, he slapped his hands on the protective shield again, trying to break it and grab the stone slab. By attacking the shield, I will destroy the stone slab. Chen Hao looked at the blood demon angrily and threatened to destroy the stone slab. But for some reason, the stone slab that had once posed a threat before had now lost its bargaining chip and could no longer threaten the blood demon. Chen Hao looked at the stone tablet in his hand in confusion. Why did the stone tablet that had threatened the blood demon before not pose any threat at this time? Chen Hao frowned slightly, his eyes filled with deep confusion, and he had no idea what was going on. Ding! The God-level sign-in selection system has been refreshed. Just when Chen Hao was confused and didn't know what to do, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. That was the voice of his own golden finger, but now it seemed unusually familiar. Chen Hao quickly opened the system and checked the options refreshed today. The options soon came to Chen Hao, and 3 options appeared in front of Chen Hao in perfect order. Choice 1: Fragments of the secret spell of the all-character, legendary level. Option 2: Legendary well. Choice 3: Extreme beauty. Just like before, 3 options appeared in front of Chen Hao, but Chen Hao just glanced at the second and third options and didn't pay too much attention to them. Because he didn't care about this thing at all his attention was on the first option. The secret method of all characters? This secret method, why does it feel so familiar? Chen Hao frowned slightly, feeling as if he had seen such a secret method somewhere. Suddenly, Chen Hao seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Damn, could it be the top-level combat secret technique enshrouding the sky? Chen Hao knew everything about Jiatian. There are 9 secret techniques in it, and each secret technique is extremely powerful. The secret method of the word, jie, is also one of the 9 secret methods. The power of the jie secret technique lies in that it can increase combat power several times in an instant. The combat power can be increased up to 10 times. In other words, a mortal only has a strength of 100 kilograms, but after using the secret method of jie, his combat power will increase tenfold, reaching a strength of 1,000 kilograms. When a person's strength increases tenfold, it is not just a simple tenfold increase, it is an absolute crushing of strength. I want 1! I choose 1! Chen Hao was overjoyed and made a choice immediately. With the secret method of jie, his combat power will be increased several times, and he may be able to compete with the blood demon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining the fragment of the secret method of jie. Fragments of the jie secret technique, legendary, a powerful technique created by the Emperor. After using it, one can instantly elevate oneself and increase combat power by up to 10 times. Currently, the jie secret technique is a fragment and can only increase strength by a maximum of 5 times. Awesome! Unbearable is the top secret method created by the Emperor. It's so fucking awesome. Even if it's just a fragment, it can still unleash 5 times the combat power. Such a powerful secret technique is already legendary, and it is only a fragment. Chen Hao did not feel any surprise. You know, such a powerful secret technique is the supreme secret technique even in those high-level worlds, and it cannot be easily revealed outside. Such a powerful secret technique can be summarized as God level, and naturally it cannot be legendary. This is a top-level secret technique, naturally belonging to the highest level. Persist until you reach the skill of the fragment of the secret method, legendary level, of the all characters. Do you want to learn it? When Chen Hao was staring at the secret skill of the word, jie, a system reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Study! Chen Hao agreed without any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the fragment of the Jie's secret method, legendary level. In an instant, the skill book in his hand turned into a ray of light and flew into Chen Hao's body. Chen Hao suddenly felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes. A surge of energy flowed through his body. He had almost recovered. He stood up and looked at the blood demon outside the protective shield. He said in a cold voice, "It's time for a fight." Chen Hao held a spear, looking majestic. A domineering aura emanated from him. The blood demon who was still attacking the protective shield in front was stunned when he saw Chen Hao suddenly stand up and take out a spear as if he wanted to fight with him. A weak blood-feeding being worthy of fighting him. The blood demon looked at Chen Hao with mockery and disdain in his eyes. A mere human being dares to challenge him? He only needed one slap to kill Chen Hao. Close the shield! Chen Hao forcibly ordered the cabin to close its protective shield, and stabbed the blood demon with the spear in his hand. The blood demon looked at Chen Hao with disdain and just stood there motionless. Ordinary weapons could not do anything to him. The spear pressed against the blood demon's body, and the huge forces collided with each other. A crisp, crack sound was heard, and the spear in Chen Hao's hand suddenly broke. Ordinary-grade weapons still don't work. Chen Hao looked at the broken spear without any emotional fluctuation. He was very clear in his mind that it was impossible for this ordinary spear to hurt the blood demon. Wearing the legendary brass knuckles on his hands, he attacked the blood demon again. The flowing body movement was activated, and the speed was greatly improved, and he attacked the blood demon with a gust of fist. The blood demon looked at Yi Fan with disdain, but did not confront Yi Fan head-on. He recognized at a glance that the brass knuckles in Yi Fan's hand were not ordinary items, but legendary weapons that could hurt him. He hasn't used this body for long and doesn't want it to be destroyed like this. The blood demon dodged Chen Hao's attack with a flash. His speed far exceeded Chen Hao's, and he appeared behind Chen Hao in an instant, grabbing Chen Hao's neck with his sharp claws. Chapter 144: Destroying the Blood Demon's Flesh Body. The secret method of all words. Chen Hao directly used the secret method to mobilize his physical strength and blood to increase his combat power. In an instant, Chen Hao's blood and energy surged rapidly, allowing Chen Hao to reach the peak. Chen Hao turned around suddenly and punched the blood demon. How fast? The blood demon looked at Chen Hao, who suddenly turned around and was unable to react for a moment. Looking at the brass knuckles that were shining with cold light, the blood demon's face was gloomy, and he didn't dodge at all. Chen Hao's speed was too fast. Even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Phew! The two collided, and the tiger knuckles easily pierced into the blood demon's fist, causing a large amount of blood to splatter. The forces collided with each other, and the blood demon flew backwards. Chen Hao also took several steps back before he finally stopped. Call! Chen Hao let out a heavy breath, horrified. He used the secret method of all, mobilized all the strength in his body, and burst out with 5 times the combat power. He thought he could severely injure the blood demon in an instant, but he didn't expect the blood demon's power to be so strong. Even though Chen Hao used the secret method of all and increased his strength several times, he still couldn't severely injure the blood demon. Because the blood demon's injured fist was covered with red blood, it soon returned to its original white appearance. The blood demon steadied his body and looked at Chen Hao with deep horror in his eyes. He never imagined that a mere human being could possess such powerful fighting power. All of this was completely beyond his understanding. He stared blankly at Chen Hao in front of him, unable to react for a moment. If it was said that Chen Hao had special equipment, he could still accept it. But Chen Hao is just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person compete with his noble blood demon? Roar! The blood demon roared and continued to rush towards Chen Hao. No matter what, he must kill Yi Fan today and devour his blood to restore himself. He also has to get the stone slab back. That thing is very important to him. That is the key to whether he can return to his peak. Fuck, you want to kill me, are you worthy? Chen Hao was also angry, and without caring whether he was injured or not, he rushed towards the blood demon again. His fist hit the blood demon hard, and the legendary brass knuckles left marks on the blood demon's body and easily penetrated the blood demon's body. The blood demon's claws also fell on Chen Hao's body. The sharp claws easily injured Chen Hao seriously. It was because Chen Hao deliberately avoided it, otherwise he would have been injured more seriously. In just a moment, Chen Hao was covered in wounds, and his animal skin and wool coat were torn to pieces. His body was exposed in the darkness, and the cold wind blowing on him felt extremely cold. However, at this moment, Chen Hao's heart was filled with a strong desire to fight, and he did not feel the slightest fear. He stared intently at the blood demon in front of him and roared, "Come and fight!" At this moment, Chen Hao was no longer afraid of death. His blood was boiling and his fighting spirit was soaring. Even if he dies today, he will make the blood demon pay the price. Even if I die, I must seriously injure the blood demon. That piece of stone slab must not fall into the hands of the blood demon. Chirp. Hei Ling, who was ordered by Chen Hao not to come out of the cabin, heard the angry roar at this moment. Sensing Chen Hao's fighting spirit, it also flew out of the cabin and wanted to fight with Chen Hao. Above the sky, Black Feather was circling and immediately attacked the blood demon. However, the blood demon was extremely powerful. The moment Hei Ling flew down, he slapped him directly. In just a moment, Hei Ling was knocked dozens of meters away and fell into the darkness, his life or death unknown. Black Feather! Chen Hao shouted softly, his eyes full of worry. Hei Ling has been with him for so long that he has already developed feelings for her. Seeing Hei Ling being seriously injured by the blood demon in front of him, with his life or death unknown, Chen Hao was very worried. Chen Hao wanted to go and see what was going on with Hei Ling, but the blood demon in front of him would not let Chen Hao move at all, and it attacked Chen Hao again. Chen Hao had a gloomy face and fought with the blood demon again. Since we can't defeat the blood demon, let's die together. Chen Hao no longer avoided and fought madly with the blood demon, as if he was determined to die together. Chen Hao grabbed the blood demon's head and smashed it on his head without hesitation. The sharp brass knuckles pierced through the blood demon's head and broke it into pieces. Phew! Suddenly, Huang Leihu's head shattered, and a ball of blood-red light flew out of Huang Leihu's head. Huang Leihu's body seemed to have lost its support, and fell limply to the ground. Danger! Suddenly, Chen Hao instinctively felt a sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he immediately hid inside the protective shield, and a ball of light instantly enveloped him. Bang! The red light hit the protective shield hard, but did not hurt Chen Hao at all. The red light looked at the protective shield blocking it, and became extremely violent. It changed into a face, and kept roaring at Chen Hao. He looked like a demon from hell and looked extremely terrifying. The red light hit the protective shield, trying to break it, but no matter how hard it hit, the protective shield did not move at all. Call! Seeing that the red light could not break through the protective shield, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel relieved. Although he didn't know what the red light was, Chen Hao felt that it was very dangerous. This thing seems to be the one controlling the Yellow Thunder Tiger's corpse. Could it be that he is the blood demon? Chen Hao stared at the red light, muttering to himself. The body of the Yellow Thunder Tiger was controlled by the blood demon. Now, a ball of red light flew out from the body of the Red Thunder Tiger, and the Yellow Thunder Tiger lost control. This made Chen Hao instinctively feel that the red blood light in front of him was the blood demon. The blood demon kept attacking the protective shield, trying to break through it and take over Chen Hao's body. It's a pity that the blood demon, having lost his physical body, has no normal combat power at all. It was simply impossible for him to break through the legendary shield. Chen Hao looked at the blood demon who kept hitting the protective shield outside the house. After seeing that he couldn't break through the protective shield, Chen Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. Instead, he got up and returned to the cabin. All his clothes were torn, and he was naked in the dark. Even if he was in good physical condition, he still felt a little cold. He returned to the cabin and sat in front of the fire, and his body temperature immediately rose a few degrees. Chen Hao endured the pain, washed his body clean, put on clean linen clothes, and then took out the stone tablet from the system backpack and continued to study it. He wanted to find out what this stone slab was, perhaps it could help him destroy the blood demon. Chapter 145 Unlocking the Secret of the Mysterious Slate. Chen Hao, who was in great pain all over, did not feel sleepy at all. He sat by the stove and studied for a long time, but still did not get any results. During this time, he stood up and looked outside the house. Outside the protective shield, the red blood light was still hitting the protective shield, but no matter how it hit, it could not break the protective shield. Although Chen Hao was a little worried about Hei Ling's safety. But there was a red blood light guarding outside, and Chen Hao didn't dare to go out at all, because this thing was too weird, and his life would be in danger if he was not careful. If it was death, Chen Hao would not be that scared. But Chen Hao found it a little hard to accept that the monster had turned into a blood-sucking monster, and that it was sucking the blood of its own kind. Even if he died, he would never allow himself to turn into a blood-sucking monster. So at this time, Chen Hao, who didn't dare to go out at all, could only wait quietly for dawn, and then go to see how Hei Ling was doing. Chen Hao studied the stone slab for a long time, but there was still no reaction. The wound on his arm was still bleeding, and a drop of bright red blood fell on the stone slab. The blood seemed to have some kind of magical power, spreading rapidly in the cracks of the stone carvings, and soon spread across the entire stone slab, dyeing the entire stone slab red. Chen Hao stared at the stone slab, which was trembling slightly in his hands, as if it would fly out in the next second. Call out! Suddenly, a red light burst out of the sky, illuminating the entire night. The area within hundreds of meters was covered by the red light. When the nearby creatures saw the red light, they subconsciously looked up. There was deep curiosity in their eyes, and they didn't know what the red light was. Where did he appear from? However, the red blood light that was still hitting the protective shield hit harder after seeing the red light, but no sound was made. At this moment, all of Chen Hao's attention was attracted by the red light, and he didn't notice the abnormality of the red blood light outside at all. A road appeared on the stone slab, which seemed to be a map, but only a part of it, not complete. This thing is really a map. Isn't this thing a ceiling formation? Chen Hao muttered softly, his eyes subconsciously looking at Hei Yen. Because Haiyan said that this thing is a formation. Therefore, Chen Hao subconsciously thought that this thing was also a formation. But judging from the current situation, this thing is not a formation at all, but something like a map. However, this map is not complete. If you want to get the complete map, you must collect all the stones. When I have time, I'll post a bounty in the World Chat channel. This thing was discovered by Yi Xinxin, and she found it in a treasure chest. Chen Hao didn't know where he got it from, so at this time, he could only trade it from other humans. It is not known whether other humans have such stones. After all, at this stage, no one may have seen the treasure chest, and even if there is a treasure chest, it may not be possible to get the stone slab. After muttering for a while, Chen Hao put the stone slab away, and then suddenly remembered that he seemed to have found a stone slab in the savage's cave, which also had special patterns carved on it. But Chen Hao didn't recognize that pattern. Chen Hao, who didn't know him, put it in his backpack and ignored it. Now that he had accidentally discovered the function of the stone slab, Chen Hao subconsciously thought that the stone slab found in the savage's treasure chest might have a special function. Chen Hao took the stone carving in his hand and looked at the pictures and texts on it carefully. It was a complete pattern. Chen Hao did not recognize the runes on it, so he carefully dripped a drop of blood on it. Chen Hao watched the blood dripping onto the rune, his heart beating wildly. He also didn't know what this rune was, or whether there was anything sealed inside. Everything is unknown. It could be an opportunity or a danger. Blood dripped onto the stone slab, and a minute passed quickly, but the rune still did not react. Why is there no reaction at all? Chen Hao looked at the rune slate with a puzzled look in his eyes. The stone tablet that Yi Xinxin gave her had an effect when blood was dripped on it, so why did the stone tablet he found in the savage's treasure chest have no effect at all? Chen Hao, who didn't believe in evil, dropped another drop of blood on the stone slab, but the stone slab still didn't change. Helpless Chen Hao could only throw the stone slab into the corner. What use could something carved by a group of savages have? It was just a random carving for fun. Maybe even those savages don't understand what's going on. Late night soon arrived, and Chen Hao also felt sleepy. He looked out the window again, looking at the red blood light that kept hitting the protective shield. Chen Hao did not dare to sleep. He was afraid of danger. Chen Hao just sat by the fire and endured until dawn. At dawn, Chen Hao left the cabin and looked outside. The red blood light had disappeared. Chen Hao came to the place where Hei Ling fell and quickly found Hei Ling. Hei Ling was lying weakly on the ground. His wings were broken and he could not fly. After waiting for the owner for a whole night but he didn't show up, it subconsciously thought that the owner had abandoned it, or that the owner had died at the hands of that monster. It lay there helplessly, waiting for death to come. Unexpectedly, the master appeared in front of him at dawn, which made Hei Ling ecstatic. The master is not dead, and the master has not abandoned him. Chen Hao brought Hei Ling back to the cabin and said softly, "Heal your wounds well." Although Chen Hao was also injured, he had a strong physique and recovered quickly. It will take him no more than half a month to return to normal. Chen Hao left the cabin and stood inside the protective shield, looking at his surroundings. He muttered to himself, "Where did that red blood light go? What should we do to eliminate him? Although it is temporarily safe during the day, it will be very dangerous once night falls. The blood demon is an epic creature with many strange methods. His protective shield may not be able to stop him." So at night, Chen Hao didn't dare to believe it at all, and during the day he didn't dare to go out easily. Chapter 146: The Disappearing Cabin. Chen Hao thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Because he still hasn't figured out what the red blood light is. After a long silence, Chen Hao got up and left the cabin. "Since I don't have any clues staying at home anyway, I might as well go out and explore. Maybe I can get the clues I want." "Haiyan, let's go!" Chen Hao jumped onto Haiyan's back and patted Haiyan's horse's back gently. In an instant, black flame rushed out. The place Chen Hao wanted to go was naturally the cabin where Huang Leihu was. He killed Huang Leihu near Huang Leihu's shelter, but now Huang Leihu suddenly appeared here, possessed by the blood demon, and killed so many people. So the problem must have arisen around where the Yellow Thunder Tiger shelter is located. "Don't dig today, come and help me find some things." Chen Hao spoke softly and sent a message to Chen Xian and Wang Tian. When the two received Chen Hao's order, they were stunned and not quite sure what Chen Hao wanted to do. "Okay, no problem." Although the two were confused, they still quickly rushed to where Chen Hao was. On the way, Wang Tian looked at the address and said, "Isn't this address Huang Leihu's shelter? Why did Boss Chen Hao ask us to go here?" Wang Tian had been to Huang Leihu's shelter twice, so he was naturally familiar with this address. He just looked at it a few more times and then recognized that this was the address where Huang Leihu was. "Huang Leihu's address? Isn't he dead?" Chen Xian frowned slightly and asked curiously, "Boss Chen Hao, are you asking us to collect the things in the Yellow Thunder Tiger shelter?" Huang Leihu is dead, and the things in his shelter naturally became ownerless. If they go collecting now, they might really be able to get a lot of good things. "That guy is so poor, what good things can he have?" Wang Tian now said. He had been with Huang Leihu before. That guy was particularly stingy, and didn't have any good things on him. And for so many days he didn't dare to come out and had been hiding in the cabin. Even if there were any good things, they would have been gone long ago. "Let's go over and take a look first," said Chen Xian. Chen Hao asked them to go over. Even though Chen Hao did not clearly explain what he wanted them to do, they still had to go over to see what was going on. Because they had already decided in their hearts to follow Chen Hao, they naturally had to obey Chen Hao's orders at this time. The two walked together and finally arrived at the destination after some time. When they arrived at Huang Leihu's shelter, they did not see Huang Leihu's shelter, but only saw the man riding on the horse, wearing animal skins, tall and mighty, like an ancient general. The horse he was riding was completely black, with a hint of red light emanating from its body. One could tell at a glance that it was definitely a peerless horse. This was exactly Chen Hao and his legendary spirit beast mount. The two of them were looking quietly ahead, not knowing what they were looking at. They stood there quietly, looking at it in a trance. Chen Hao didn't even notice the appearance of Wang Tian and Chen Xian. "Boss Chen Hao, what are you looking at?" Chen Xian asked curiously. He and Wang Tian followed Yi Fan's gaze and saw that the scene before them was extremely peaceful, with nothing in sight. Both of them were very curious. It was quiet here, with nothing but some trees. "Look here, isn't this the Yellow Thunder Tiger's shelter?" Chen Hao pointed to the front, where there were stones, bent grass, and some broken soil. "Shouldn't it be?" Chen Xian spoke subconsciously. Because there was only grass, gravel, and mud on the ground, and there was no shelter for the Yellow Thunder Tiger. He subconsciously thought that Chen Hao must have made a mistake. Wang Tian glanced at the somewhat familiar tree and frowned. "This is indeed Huang Leihu's shelter. Where is his cabin? Could it be that he has moved away?" Wang Tian had been monitoring Huang Leihu for the past few days, so he was very familiar with the buildings in front of his door, especially the big tree, which Wang Tian had a deep memory of. Because there were some marks on it, which were made by an axe. It was obviously left by Huang Leihu. His stone axe was unable to cut down the big tree, leaving only some marks on it. Isn't he dead? Why would they move the cabin? Chen Xian frowned and asked. Could it be that he faked his death? Huang Leihu knew that he was no match for Chen Hao, so he pretended to be dead. After escaping, he was afraid that Chen Hao would find out, so he desperately fled from there and went to another place. Otherwise, how do you explain the disappearance of Huang Leihu's cabin? It's impossible for it to disappear out of thin air, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Tian subconsciously looked at Chen Hao. The same thought as Chen Xian's appeared in his mind. They all subconsciously thought that Huang Leihu was not dead, and quickly moved out of the shelter. After all, the weather forecast for the dark world also reminded them that the cabin could be moved, but they had not yet found a way to move the cabin. I don't know how Huang Leihu moved the cabin. When you catch him, be sure to ask him what happened. Huang Leihu is dead. If I shoot through his skull, there's no way he'll survive, Chen Hao said firmly. Furthermore, he has transformed into a blood demon. The many people who died the night before yesterday were massacred by Huang Leihu. Chen Hao told Chen Xian and Wang Tian about Huang Leihu, and said that Huang Leihu's body was currently outside his cabin. What? Yellow Thunder Tiger turned into a blood demon? The two looked at each other, shocked. They could never have imagined that Huang Leihu turned into a blood demon and slaughtered so many people. All of this has completely exceeded their understanding. If Chen Hao hadn't said it, they would never have thought of it. Huang Leihu is dead, so how did his cabin disappear? Will the Star House disappear once humans die? Chen Xian spoke again. After every human travels to this world, they will have a small wooden house. This is a shelter given to them by the Dark World system, and it belongs exclusively to them. No living creature except humans has shelter. The natives they encountered, the savages of this world, only lived in thatched huts. Chapter 147, The Discovery of Black Flame. So from this we can judge that the cabin is an exclusive shelter given to humans by this world. Once humans die, the cabin becomes ownerless, and it is very normal for it to be taken back by the Dark World. It's not impossible. Wang Tian nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement. There is no other explanation except this one at present. Chen Hao shook his head and denied it. Probably not. I have seen those humans who were slaughtered by the blood demon. Although they are dead, their shelters still exist. If Chen Hao had not seen with his own eyes that the shelters of those who were slaughtered by the blood demon still existed, Chen Hao would have believed his guess just like Wang Tian. After these words were spoken, Wang Tian and Chen Xian fell silent. The only possibility they could guess was that the world took away the cabin after dark. They really couldn't guess the other possibilities. After all, since they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they naturally couldn't guess how the cabin disappeared. Could it be that he just ran away because of his long legs? Chen Hao really couldn't figure out what was going on, so he didn't bother to dwell on it anymore. I called you here today mainly to have you explore the area and see if there are any clues about the blood demon. Chen Hao told the two of them everything he was thinking. He has limited energy and the daytime is short, so the scope of his exploration is naturally limited. If Chen Xian and Wang Tian were included, the scope of exploration would be much larger, and perhaps a clue could be found. Wang Tian and Chen Xian turned pale when they heard this. A trace of fear rose in their hearts. The blood demon that slaughtered hundreds of humans in one night was not something they could deal with. If they encounter it, they may die at the hands of the blood demon. If you don't want to, you can leave. Chen Hao looked at the two and said, I won't force you. The blood demon is very dangerous. Chen Hao has already experienced this. If the two of them were unwilling to look for the blood demon, Chen Hao would not say much. After all, everyone has their own ideas, and there is no need to force others to follow their own ideas. After all, we are all ordinary people and we only have one life. If our life is gone, we will naturally disappear from this world. Wang Tian looked at Chen Xian, and the two of them stared at each other. Then Wang Tian gritted his teeth and said, Boss Chen Hao, stop talking. I, Wang Tian, am willing to follow you. If the blood demon is not eliminated, our lives will be in danger. It's better for me to follow you and get rid of the blood demon first. The blood demon is very dangerous and slaughtered so many humans in one night. They are now afraid of danger and are unwilling to follow Chen Hao to explore the secrets of the blood demon and find ways to get rid of the blood demon. Once the blood demon recovers, they will surely die. They didn't think that the blood demon, who even Chen Hao couldn't deal with, could be a contender for them. Although Chen Hao did not explain clearly what happened when he encountered the blood demon, Wang Tian knew very well in his heart that it was definitely very dangerous. If it weren't for boss Chen Hao, the others would have been dead long ago. If the blood demon could really be dealt with, so many people wouldn't have died in one night. Seeing Wang Tian made his decision, Chen Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Let's fight." After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian also decided to help Chen Hao. Chen Hao couldn't help feeling relieved when he saw that neither of them left. Although the blood demon is very terrifying, he is not dealing with it alone. There are still people around him who are willing to help him deal with the blood demon. However, Chen Hao still said, "You must think it through. The blood demon is very scary, your lives may be in danger. Maybe he'll become the blood demon's puppet like Huang Leihu." Chen Hao paused and said, "If you become blood demons, I will kill you without hesitation." Although the two people in front of me know each other, and there is a certain friendship between them. But once they become blood demons, Chen Hao will take action without hesitation. Because the blood demon does not recognize any relatives and only knows how to suck blood. If they don't die, he will die. "If I turn into a blood demon, you will kill me immediately. The blood demon will die only if its head is smashed." After becoming a blood demon, Chen Hao will also try to commit suicide. Although he wanted to live with dignity, and did not want to become a bloodthirsty monster. "We've made our decision," Chen Xian said firmly. "If the blood demon doesn't die, we will die too. It's better to kill him while he's sick." "That's right, I don't believe that a mere blood demon can really turn the world upside down." Wang Tian also spoke. Chen Hao nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll split up and make sure to stay in touch." After discussing it clearly, the three of them came to the place where Huang Leihu died and slowly explored the area. Chen Hao looked at the bloodstains on the ground. They had dried up and were slightly blackened. They were the bloodstains on Huang Leihu's body. This place is also where Huang Leihu lost his life. Chen Hao jumped off Hei Yan and explored the surroundings carefully. Huang Leihu transformed into a corpse here and became a puppet of the blood demon, which means that this place is definitely not simple. If you are not careful, you may lose your life here. After searching for a while, Chen Hao looked at Hei Yan, who was eating grass with his head down, and suddenly thought of something. He then said to Hei Yan, "Hei Yan, please help me explore and see if there is anything abnormal around here." Black Flame is a legendary spirit beast, and its perception ability is much stronger than that of humans. If Black Flame could help, perhaps finding the blood demon would be easier. Haiyan chewed some green grass in his mouth, then came to the place where there were bloodstains and smelled the bloodstains carefully. He suddenly looked up at a place not far away and walked slowly towards the front. At this moment, Chen Hao was concentrating on looking for something strange and didn't notice the changes in Hei Yan at all. The black flame was very fast and disappeared in front of Chen Hao in the blink of an eye. When Chen Hao looked up, the black flame was no longer there. Where did Black Flame go? Chen Hao frowned slightly and glanced at the chat page. He did not receive any messages from Chen Xian and Wang Tian, and the two of them did not notice anything unusual either. Data. Just as Chen Hao was about to continue exploring, the sound of horse hooves came from the front, and the black and red black flame rushed towards Chen Hao and stopped steadily in front of Chen Hao. It looked at Chen Hao and used the connection between them to tell Chen Hao that it had discovered something unusual. It's not far ahead. Chapter 148, A 1,000-Year-Old Stone Tablet. Lead the way! When Chen Hao sensed Hei Yan's inner thoughts, he jumped on the horse without any hesitation. And immediately sent what happened here to Chen Xian and Wang Tian, asking them to come and gather. When they received the information, they both moved towards Chen Hao immediately. Only 200 meters away from Huang Leihu's body, Hei Yan suddenly stopped, and Chen Hao also jumped off Hei Yan and looked ahead carefully. It was an ancient stone tablet with ancient characters on it. Chen Hao did not recognize them, and did not know what kind of characters they belonged to. But it can be seen clearly that this stone tablet is very old, and has a history of at least thousands of years. Boss Chen Hao, what did you find? Chen Xian and Wang Tian also rushed out. Following Chen Hao's gaze towards the stone tablet on the ground, they also did not recognize the words on it. What is this? Wang Tian looked at the stone tablet curiously and wanted to touch it with his hand. Chen Hao's face changed and he subconsciously stopped Wang Tian. He was not afraid that Wang Tian would destroy the stone tablet, but he was afraid that the stone tablet would be dangerous. Be careful, Haiyan said this thing is strange to use, Chen Hao said softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian and Wang Tian subconsciously looked at He Yan. At this moment, He Yan was standing beside them, chewing some grass in his mouth. Although he was also looking at the stone tablet, he didn't seem to be speaking, right? What's more, Haiyan is just a horse, not a human being at all. How could it speak? At this moment, both of them suspected that they were hallucinating. Or was Chen Hao hallucinating? Yi Fan ignored them, but looked at the stone tablet carefully and muttered, Do you know the words on this stone tablet? I don't know him. Wang Tian shook his head. Chen Xian squatted in front of the stone tablet, carefully examining the words on it, and concluded. Judging from the appearance of the stone tablet, it is at least 1,000 years old. Logically speaking, a stone tablet cannot exist for thousands of years, and the words on it cannot be so clear. Although the stone tablet is thousands of years old, the words carved on it are still clear and can be seen clearly even with the naked eye. There has been no change. This should be the writing of this world. Chen Xian frowned slightly and continued. If we want to know the secret of these words, we can only find the natives of this world. Through these texts, Chen Xian can conclude that this world may have a normal civilization. It's just that they didn't see these civilizations. They had just come here not long ago, and couldn't even protect themselves. The area explored is only the area near the cabin, so it is normal not to see the natives of this world. Chen Hao copied the text and sent it to the World Chat channel, asking if anyone knew about it. In the Dark World channel, people soon started discussing it, and they were all asking what this thing was. But no one answered Chen Hao's question. Chen Hao did not continue to waste time in the World Chat channel, but exited the chat channel and continued to observe the stone tablet. If anyone wanted any clues, they would directly chat with him privately. I know the secret of these words. About 5 minutes later, someone contacted Chen Hao. Seeing the other party's answer, Chen Hao was not very happy, and it could even be said that he still had no expression. Because he has posted a lot of things in the World Chat channel, but basically no one answered his questions. Those who took the initiative to chat with him privately were all asking for support, and some raw meat or something. Chen Hao was very unhappy about these comments, but there was nothing he could do. It was precisely because of this that Chen Hao naturally did not completely believe the answer from the man in front of him. What do the secrets of these words represent? I don't need you to finish. Just tell me if these are words from this world. Because Chen Hao issued a bounty order, which was related to the reward, if the other party said it directly, they would definitely be afraid that he would default on his promise. Although he is very famous, it does not mean that the other party can trust him. Master Chen Hao, you're joking. I naturally believe you. The man smiled and said, I don't know much about the writing system of this world either. I just have a general understanding of it. When the man first traveled to this world, his cabin was located on top of a ruin, and on the ruins there were ancient buildings and some texts from the world. Although we don't know what era or civilization these texts belong to. But the man had studied these civilizations, and after so many days had passed, he had a rough idea of the meaning of some of the texts. He roughly understood some of the texts sent by Chen Hao. I don't recognize all of the words you sent me. I only recognize a small part of them. One of them is seal, and another one represents blood and demon. As for the rest, I'm not sure. But according to my guess, this place seems to be a sealed place, sealing some powerful creature. The man didn't know the blood demon, so he didn't know that the thing sealed in this place had a certain relationship with the blood demon. At this moment, he only cared about whether Chen Hao would give him the reward after knowing these secrets. After all, he didn't know much and didn't know if he could help Chen Hao. However, he did not ask. Whether Chen Hao is willing to give it to him is Chen Hao's own wish. Anyway, he can't ask for it directly. Here's some raw meat for you. Chenhao didn't hesitate at all and directly traded the raw meat to the man. After all, in this world, raw meat is the best hard currency and works everywhere. Thanks. After getting the raw meat, the man hurriedly thanked Chenhao. He also didn't expect that his study of some of the texts in this world would one day play such a big role. He actually got his first meal of meat in this world in this way. Study more ancient characters like this, there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. What happened these days made Chenhao realize that this world is not simple. Perhaps there are still some ancient civilizations in this world. Knowing the existence of these civilizations may help you live better and safer in this world. After the other party agreed, Chenhao added the other party as a friend and closed the chat page. Chen Xian and Wang Tian, who had been waiting nearby, subconsciously asked Chenhao after seeing him looking at the stone tablet. Boss Chenhao, did you get any clues? Chapter 149, The Goddess Who Seals the Blood Demon. We are all human beings, we all have the dark system, and we know the existence of the chat page. It was obvious from the way Chenhao was chatting. I just don't know if we have obtained the secret of the stone tablet. The other party only has a limited understanding of the language of this world, so he didn't explain what was going on clearly. However, from these fragmentary words, we can know that this place is related to the blood demon. This seems to be a sealed place. Chenhao muttered softly and looked around carefully. But there is nothing here except a stone tablet. Chen Xian and Wang Tian were watching quietly from the side, and they also couldn't figure out what was going on. The next second, a stone slab suddenly appeared in Chenhao's hand. There was a pattern carved on the stone slab, which looked somewhat like a map. But they had never seen such a map before. What is this? Wang Tian asked curiously. Chenhao shook his head and said, I don't know. The blood demon seems very excited when he sees this thing. Huh! Where's the blood on it? Although the stone slab is old at this moment, there is no trace of blood on it. The drop of blood on the stone slab yesterday has now disappeared completely. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian and Wang Tian looked at Chenhao in confusion, not understanding what Chenhao was talking about. Although the stone slab is worn, it is clean and there is no trace of blood. The two asked, but Chenhao did not answer. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the stone slab. When the stone slab touched the blood, it began to shake violently, broke free from Chenhao's control, and flew into the air. Just like last night, the stone slab emitted a blood-red light, dyeing the entire sky red. The three of them were bathed in the red light, and the blood in their bodies couldn't help but become restless when they saw this strange red light. Before the three could react, the stone tablet in front of them suddenly flashed, and also emitted a ball of red light, merging with the red light above their heads. The two red lights merged, making the light bigger and illuminating a wider area. What's this? This strange light can also be seen dozens of kilometers away from here. The humans who were searching for resources subconsciously looked up at the red light. They all hurriedly asked in the world chat channel what this red light was. Unfortunately, no one can answer them. There were even some people who were not afraid of death and hurriedly approached the location of the red light. They all wanted to know what was hidden in this red light. Why is there such a charming red light here? Rumble. The stone tablet exuded a powerful force, and the entire ground was shaking violently. The three people were caught off guard and almost fell to the ground due to their unstable balance. Retreat! This thought subconsciously emerged in the minds of the three people. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated behind them. He quickly retreated dozens of meters and kept a certain distance from the stone tablet. The stone tablet suddenly shot up into the sky and spun wildly around the stone slab. An invisible force enveloped the area, forming a domain. Roar! A sound similar to that of a wild beast came from a distance. The three of them saw a ball of red light being attracted and then quickly disappearing into the stone tablet. What is that? Chen Xian and Wang Tian looked at the stone tablet with doubts in their eyes. They couldn't figure out what it was. However, Chenhao clearly saw that the red light was the blood demon attacking his protective shield. It was now sucked into the stone tablet and sealed in it. Bang! The blood demon was sucked into the back of the stone tablet, and the stone tablet suddenly fell and hit the ground hard. The earth trembled, as if it was about to be torn apart. "Damn humans, I will tear you apart!" The roar of the blood demon came from the stone tablet. He was extremely angry. He finally had a chance to break out of the seal, but now he was sealed again by humans. How could he not hate it? Neither Wang Tian nor Chen Xin had ever seen the blood demon. When they heard the voice coming out of the stone tablet, their faces changed and they kept a certain distance from the stone tablet again. Chen Hao watched all this with an expressionless face, then looked up at the stone slab above his head, frowned and muttered, "Isn't this thing a map? How can you still seal the blood demon?" The blood demon struggled in the stone tablet, trying to break the seal of the stone tablet. But no matter how it struggled, it could not break the seal of the stone tablet. It seemed that some powerful force trapped it. The red light gradually dimmed, and the broken stone slab slowly fell from the sky, and then came in front of Chen Hao, hovering above the heads of Chen Hao and the other two. Chen Hao subconsciously stretched out his hand to catch the falling stone slab, but the stone slab seemed to be provoking the two of them, and just floated there motionless. "What's going on?" Chen Hao frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. Just when a few people were wondering what was going on, a figure suddenly emerged from the red light. It was a woman's figure. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, and was dressed in white armor inlaid with gems. The armor was speckled with blood, making her look like the legendary goddess of war. "Human? Mortal?" When the woman saw Chen Hao and the other two, there was a look of surprise in her eyes. Then, the surprise quickly disappeared and his emotions returned to calm. Her beautiful eyes looked at the three of them, ignoring Chen Xin and Wang Tian, and her gaze fell on Chen Hao. A mortal with legendary blood! How is this possible?" There was deep disbelief in the woman's voice. She couldn't imagine that it was a mortal who released her. Chen Xin and Wang Tian looked at the woman with doubts in their hearts. At the same time, we are also very vigilant. The dark world is extremely strange. Not to mention unknown creatures, even humans cannot fully trust them. What's more, the woman in front of him came out from the stone slab, which was extremely strange. "Who are you?" Chen Hao looked at the woman and asked. He could hear clearly what the woman said and understood her meaning. The woman called him a mortal, which proved that her identity was not simple, and it could be said that she was not a human being at all. Maybe it is the god of this world, or maybe it is a strange creature like the blood demon. Moreover, the other party appeared from the stone slab, and he definitely has a close relationship with the blood demon. The woman looked Yifan up and down, and said expressionlessly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Goddess Anir, the Princess of Michelle Kingdom, and a follower of the Goddess of War." Chapter 150, Angry Wang Tian. Chen Hao looked at the woman with curiosity in his eyes. He frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why are you inside the stone slab?" Chen Hao didn't care about the woman's identity. The Michelle Kingdom and the princess have nothing to do with him. Chen Hao only cared about why the woman appeared in the stone slab and why she appeared here. "Slate?" When the woman heard this, her eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't quite understand what Chen Hao meant, but following Chen Hao's gaze, she subconsciously looked up at the sky and immediately saw the stone slab that Chen Hao mentioned. Then, he said to Chen Hao, "Mortal, this is not a stone tablet, but a sacred object that seals the blood demon." "The holy object that seals the blood demon." Chen Hao stared at the stone slab. No matter how he looked at it, this thing didn't look like a holy object. "Are you sure this thing is a holy object?" "I don't think there's anything magical about it." Although Chen Hao had seen it with his own eyes, the stone slab emitted a dazzling light. But Chen Hao had never seen what the stone slab did. It seemed to be sealing the blood demon. But after sealing the blood demon, there was nothing unusual about the stone slab and it became very ordinary. Then there is this woman in armor, a princess named Anir. So far, Chen Hao still hasn't figured out what the function of the stone slab is. According to the information obtained from Yixin, the stone slab belongs to a map and it seems that there is a copy of it. But when it came to Anil, it directly became a holy object that sealed the blood demon. Chen Hao didn't know whether the two pieces of news were true or false. Because the pattern he saw emanating from the stone slab was indeed a map. Therefore, Chen Hao became more cautious towards Yi Xixing. He didn't know the woman in front of him, so why should he trust her? What princess, what follower of the goddess of war, has nothing to do with him? You are just a mortal, how can you understand the magic of the holy objects? I don't know why this princess was awakened by you. Anya looked at Chen Hao with disgust in her eyes. She also didn't know why she, a high and mighty princess who had followed the goddess of war for decades and was lost in the battle with the blood demon, was awakened by Chen Hao. Why wasn't it a tall and brave warrior who woke her up? Wait, this guy is wearing something, but why doesn't it look like the clothing of the Michelle Kingdom? Why does it look like a barbarian's clothing? Animal clothes and skins, you can tell at first glance that they are not worn by civilized people. Why was this princess awakened by a barbarian? Damn it! Annie, who was awakened by Chen Hao, was already feeling very uncomfortable. Now that he saw that Chen Hao was not a citizen of the Michelle Kingdom, nor a civilized person, but a barbarian, he felt even more unhappy. Chen Hao looked at Anir and felt particularly uncomfortable when he heard the disgust in her words. If you are unhappy and don't want to come back, then you can go back. I'm not holding you back from leaving. But Chen Hao only thought about this in his heart, and did not dare to say it out loud. Because he didn't know Annie's identity, and didn't know what kind of strength she had. If I accidentally offend her, it will not benefit me at all. After all, this person is able to seal the blood demon. He couldn't even defeat the blood demon, let alone the woman who could seal the blood demon. For the sake of your own life, it is better not to offend the woman in front of you. What's more, as a grown man, why should I argue with a woman? This is of no benefit to me. After hearing what Anir said, Chen Xian and Wang Tian immediately felt unhappy. Chen Xian was okay and could tolerate Anir's stubbornness. But Wang Tian has a bad temper. Just because Chen Xian and Chen Hao can tolerate it doesn't mean he can. He looked at Anir in front of him and said angrily, "What barbarian? You are a barbarian in our eyes. Do you know how advanced our civilization is? We have gorgeous clothes, cars, airplanes, cannons, and so on. We are a civilization, which is beyond the imagination of you natives. Traveling to this world itself makes people feel very uncomfortable, but there is no place to vent, so everyone buries it in their hearts." Annie's words immediately ignited all the anger in Wang Tian's heart. In the original world, everyone lived a good life and had enough food and clothing. After traveling to this world, everyone lived a primitive life. Not only did they use stone tools and sleep on wooden beds, but they had nothing to wear or eat and had to rely on hunting for everything. Whether you can survive, eat delicious food, or fill your stomach, all depends on fate. Such random days were something I never dared to imagine before. Who could have imagined that they would come into this world and become like this? They were already unhappy, and this princess named Anir came out to mock them. Wang Tian was very angry. If Chen Xian hadn't held him back, he might have already taken action. Anir listened to what Wang Tian said, her eyes full of deep curiosity, not quite sure what Wang Tian wanted to say. She had never heard of anything like not relying on the weather for food, not having to hunt for prey, or having airplanes and cannons. Even in their dreams, they have never thought about it, because their cognition is that except for God, it is impossible for mortals to possess these abilities. But these have nothing to do with her, she is now a follower of the noble gods. Any mortal, without stopping to yell at her, could only look up at her. Chen Hao looked at Anir and didn't bother to talk to her. He didn't want to know Anir's identity. Instead, he asked Anir directly, "Please tell me, have you sealed the blood demon?" Anir, who was very angry earlier, immediately raised her proud head after hearing Chen Hao's question and nodded without hesitation. "Of course." Before Annie could finish, Chen Hao spoke. Anir, who was extremely arrogant and looked down upon any mortal a second ago, suddenly changed her expression after hearing Chen Hao's words. There was deep disbelief in his eyes, he couldn't believe that all this was true. "Why did the blood demon come out? Why did you kill so many humans?" Chen Hao questioned Anir. Chapter 151, The 1,000-Year Seal has loosened. The smile on Anir's face froze, and her beautiful eyes fell on Chen Hao, full of deep disbelief. "What did you just say? You said the snow demon escaped?" Anir asked tremblingly. "You are not kidding, are you?" Anir didn't believe that the blood demon had escaped at all. She always felt that Chinhao was joking. She is the one who sealed the blood demon. If the blood demon escapes, she will have a huge responsibility. Chinhao looked at Anir and replied expressionlessly. Do you think I'm lying to you? Chinhao's expression was calm, and his eyes were indifferent, without any strange color. Everything he said was true, the blood demon had indeed escaped. Because he had fought the blood demon. Anir stared at Chinhao intently. After seeing that Chinhao did not seem to be joking, she looked at Chen Xin and Wang Tian, wanting to get some clues from them. After hearing what Annie said, the two of them were filled with anger and naturally could not give Annie a good face. This is impossible. Anir, unable to get any clues from the three people's faces, simply shook her head to indicate that this was simply impossible. She really didn't believe that all this was true. You don't believe it? Chinhao asked back. I don't believe it. Ashley was firm. It was sealed for 1,000 years, but the 1,000 years have not yet arrived and the seal has not loosened. If that's the case, then the blood demon can't come out. So she didn't believe that the blood demon had escaped. You guys go back first. Chinhao asked Chen Xin and Wang Tian to go back first, then looked at Anir again and asked, Since you don't want to believe it, then dare you come with me to see what's going on? Why not? Lead the way. Anir looked up, and the stone slab above her head fell down and flew into Chinhao's hands. Chinhao called He Yan and turned over to ride on He Yan's back. Anir looked at Chinhao on He Yan's back and whispered softly, This is a legendary spirit beast. How did you get it? Thousands of years ago, she also had a mount, but that mount was only dragon level, and still some distance away from the legendary level. Unexpectedly, the mortal in front of me actually has a legendary mount. What is going on? Where did this mortal get the legendary mount? How did he conquer this legendary mount? How could a mere mortal possibly tame a legendary mount? Chinhao didn't know what Anir was thinking. He looked at Anir floating in the air and asked expressionlessly, Do you want to come up? Chinhao didn't have a good face towards Anir. If Chinhao didn't want to know some secrets from Annie, he really didn't want to bother with her. No, just take the holy object with you. Anir shook her head slightly. Now she was just a soul and could move freely, so there was no need to ride a horse. All she had to do was for Chinhao to take the holy object away. After getting the answer he expected, Chinhao no longer hesitated. He gently patted He Yan's horse back, and He Yan rushed out. He was so fast that he appeared 100 meters away in an instant. Chinhao carried the stone slab, and Anir flew behind him. No matter how fast the black flame was, Anir could follow him accurately. Let's go back. Chen Xin looked at Chinhao and Anir who had disappeared, and said to Wang Tian now beside him. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian nodded slightly, and then the two of them set out on their journey home. Where are you taking me? In the air, Anir looked at Chinhao and asked softly about the doubts in her heart. Chinhao kept running but didn't tell him the destination, which made Anir extremely confused. She didn't know where Chinhao was going to take her. After hearing what Annie said, Chinhao acted as if he hadn't heard it at all and ignored Annie at all. This made Anir very unhappy, but she had no way to deal with Chinhao. Because she is just a spirit now, and apart from her current shape, she has no other function. Secondly, there are regulations that prohibit attacking any mortal being. Otherwise, she would have been rude to Chinhao a long time ago. He Yan continued to run, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, but He Yan was still running, with no sign of stopping. Where exactly are you taking me? Along the way, Anir kept asking Chinhao, but Chinhao never answered. Until the end, Annie really couldn't bear it anymore. She almost roared out in anger. If Chinhao doesn't respond to her, she will not be polite to Chinhao. However, just as Anir was getting angry, Chinhao suddenly stopped. Anir looked in the direction in front of Chinhao, and saw a small wooden house suddenly appear in front of Chinhao. It looked shabby and seemed that no one lived there. Aren't you going to take me to see the blood demon? Why did you bring me here? Annie looked at the building in front of her, her eyes filled with deep doubt. She really couldn't understand why Chinhao brought her here when he was clearly going to take her to see the blood demon. No matter how you look at it, this place doesn't look like a place with a blood demon. Etc. Anir suddenly sensed something and said with a gloomy expression, "There is the breath of the blood demon here." 1,000 years ago, Annie had fought against the blood demon and was very sensitive to his breath. When Chinhao approached the cabin, she keenly sensed the lingering breath of the blood demon in the air. Although it was very weak, she could still keenly sense it. The blood demon really came out? Anir frowned slightly, wondering something in her heart. Her eyes were filled with deep shock, and she couldn't believe that all this was true. The blood demon really came out. Annie was outside the cabin, too shocked to believe that this was real. At this moment, Chinhao had already entered the cabin. He turned around and looked behind him, but did not see Anir. He immediately said to Anir, "Aren't you coming in?" Anir, who was in a daze outside the house, came to her senses immediately after hearing Chinhao's words. She quickly flew into the cabin and immediately saw a human mummy appear in front of Chinhao. Before Chinhao could speak, Anir subconsciously said, "It really is the blood demon. He really showed up. The seal from thousands of years ago has truly loosened." Now that she knew that the blood demon had appeared, Annie's face became gloomy and her expression was extremely ugly, and she became very serious. Chapter 152. How did a mortal escape the blood demon's hunting? No matter how much she didn't want to believe it, the blood demon had really appeared at this moment. Anir took a deep breath, then looked at Chinhao, with suspicion flashing in her eyes again. That look stared at Chinhao, making Chinhao feel uneasy, as if he had done something wrong to her. Chinhao, feeling very uncomfortable with this stare, frowned at Anir and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? You don't think I did this, do you?" Annie's look made Chinhao feel very uncomfortable, as if he had done something wrong to her and betrayed her. However, Chinhao had never done such a thing. "Wait, the blood demon can possess people. The body of Huang Leihu was possessed by the blood demon. Anir wouldn't think that she was possessed by the blood demon, right? Damn, I hope she doesn't hit me." At this moment, Chinhao couldn't help feeling a little worried. "I was very scared and Annie did something to myself." "No." Anil shook her head. Hearing this, Chinhao couldn't help but feel relieved. As long as the other person doesn't think this matter has anything to do with him, it's fine. Although Annie said that the blood demon's matter had nothing to do with her, her eyes were already looking at her, and her expression did not change at all. It seems, they are all full of disbelief. This made Chinhao feel deeply confused. He really couldn't understand what Anil was trying to do. Chinhao took a deep breath and asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want to do? You keep staring at me like this, and it makes me feel very uncomfortable." Anir, who had been staring at Chinhao without saying a word, finally spoke slowly after hearing what Chinhao said. "I'm curious. You said you saw the blood demon. How did you survive? The blood demon is so powerful, and you are just a mortal." The corpse in front of him was caused by the blood demon. Not to mention mortals, even some warriors are like ants in front of the blood demon. They had no ability to resist the blood demon. Moreover, the powerful blood demon does not need to do anything himself, he can just suck the opponent's blood clean. Chinhao said that he had become the blood demon, but Annie really didn't believe it in her heart. She always felt that Chinhao was fooling her. In her eyes, Chinhao was just a mortal. When a mortal encountered the blood demon, he would only die and there was no chance of escape. This is what Annie was thinking. Chinhao, who felt uncomfortable being stared at by Anir, immediately understood what was going on after hearing Anir's answer. He looked at Anir in front of him, frowned and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? I'm lucky to be alive. It seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Your responsibility is to seal the blood demon. Now that the blood demon has escaped, you should tell me how to solve this problem, right?" Chinhao has many secrets, and these secrets are the reason why he was able to survive from the blood demon. Naturally, he would never tell Anir. After all, he didn't know Annie, so they had no relationship at all. When Anir heard what Chinhao said, she felt very uncomfortable. He looked at Chinhao, took a deep breath, and then said, "First, tell me how you escaped from the blood demon." "Generally speaking, anyone targeted by the blood demon is doomed to die. Even a dragon-level guardian will surely die. Even god-level warriors have been killed by the blood demon. You are just a mortal, there is no way you can be a match for the blood demon. Even though the blood demon is very weak right now and his strength is far from his peak, he is still not something immortal like you can deal with. Anir stared at Chen Hao and expressed what was in her mind. No matter what Chen Hao said, she still didn't want to believe in her heart that Chen Hao could really escape from the blood demon. It's like an ant that can escape from human hands, unless the human deliberately lets the ant go. But the weak blood demon needs a large amount of human blood to replenish. How could such an extremely weak blood demon let a human go? That is a good medicine that can restore life, and even save the blood demon's life. Let me ask you, would a sick patient throw away life-saving medicine? Chen Hao looked at Anir with an ugly expression. Why did this woman talk so much? Wouldn't it be enough to just tell yourself what to do? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Anir seemed to have guessed what Chen Hao was thinking, and she said directly to him. I know this is your secret, but you must tell me how you escaped. Anir's attitude was extremely firm. She told Ji Fan clearly that she just wanted to know Chen Hao. If Chen Hao didn't tell her, then she would never tell Chen Hao what to do. Deep down, Chen Hao really didn't want to reveal his secret. After thinking for a moment, he spoke directly. I don't know what happened. I only know that the blood demon possessed a human. I smashed the human's head, and the blood demon disappeared. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao told Anir what happened. However, this news is an abridged version, not the complete version. After hearing Chen Hao's answer, Anir looked at him as if he were a fool, and replied to him nonchalantly. Do you think I'm a fool? Chen Hao could actually tell such a lie. Did he really think she was a 3-year-old child? She is the princess of the kingdom of Michelle, a follower of the great goddess of war, and a powerful guardian of one's side. How could she be deceived by Chen Hao? Chen Hao never thought that he could deceive Annie. Anyway, no matter whether Annie believed it or not, Chen Hao would never tell her his secret. Looking at Anir in front of him, he said calmly and firmly. Everything I said is true. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If I could escape once, I can escape a second time. Even without your help, I can find a way to destroy the blood demon. Chen Hao's eyes were firm, without the slightest hesitation. That was his secret, his trump card, and he could never tell Annie. After listening to Chen Hao's words, Annie looked at Chen Hao in front of her, trying to see something from Chen Hao's eyes, but Chen Hao's eyes were firm, without any evasion, as if everything Chen Hao said was real and there was no falsehood. Chapter 153, Mortals are also worthy of killing gods. Chen Hao was very clear about his own strength. Although the blood demon was terrifying, Chen Hao was not without a chance of winning. At least he had many legendary weapons. As long as he could hold on for a few more days and the system would refresh powerful weapons, he could kill the blood demon. What's more, he now has the secret technique of Xing, which makes him very fast. In the battle with the blood demon, he still has a certain chance of escaping. Secondly, he also has a legendary mount Black Flame, which is very fast. At full speed, Black Flame is several times faster than the blood demon, and the blood demon cannot catch up at all. At worst, I could rest at home during the day, and leave the cabin at night to escape in the Black Flames. Anyway, he had so much raw meat and so many daily necessities, so he didn't have to worry about food at all. Even if you don't go out to look for supplies for 10 days or half a month, you will not starve to death. If that's the case, then why is there any need to be afraid of the blood demon? He just didn't believe that after 10 days or half a month, he still wouldn't be able to get weapons to fight against the blood demon. It is precisely because of this that even without Annie's help, Chen Hao was not afraid at all. Only with Annie's help can we better deal with the blood demon. After all, Annel had fought against the blood demon before and sealed him for 1,000 years. She understands the blood demon better than herself. Annie originally wanted to threaten Chen Hao and make him agree to her request and tell her his secret. But Chen Hao's attitude was very firm and he did not make any concessions at all. This made Anir very unhappy, but she could do nothing to Chen Hao. As a spirit, she could not hurt Chen Hao or threaten Chen Hao at all. You really don't want to say it? Anir asked Chen Hao. She really wanted to threaten Chen Hao, but she really didn't know how to threaten Chen Hao. At this time, he could only threaten Chen Hao with his tone. No need to say, Chen Hao replied. He was firm in his attitude and didn't give Annie any chance at all. Annie looked at Chen Hao, feeling deeply angry. She was about to speak, but Chenhao didn't give her the chance. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to, forget it. If you're alright, I'll go back first. I fought the blood demon yesterday and didn't rest the whole night. Not only was I exhausted, but I was also injured all over. Now he needs to hurry back to the cabin and recover his strength so that he can better deal with the blood demon when it appears at night. If you don't get enough rest, the blood demon will appear again at night, and the chance of encountering a threat will be much greater. Chenhao didn't care what Ania thought. He just threw the stone slab in his hand aside and turned around to leave the cabin. The stone slab is no longer the original stone slab, but a holy object that seals the blood demon. Secondly, Anil is inside the stone slab. If I take the stone slab back, doesn't that mean Anil will go back with me? Chenhao really didn't want to see this mortal princess again, let alone hear her chattering in his ears. It was precisely because of this that Chenhao didn't want the stone slab and threw it directly into the cabin. Why keep something that can help you? Chenhao didn't have such thoughts in his mind. What are you doing? When Anil saw Chenhao was about to leave and threw the sacred object away casually, Anil was stunned. This is a sacred object. Chenhao just threw it away casually. Does he really care how precious the holy relic is? Go home and sleep. Chenhao replied casually, leaving the cabin and getting on his horse. Anir, who was very arrogant before, suddenly became panicked when she saw Chenhao was about to leave and ignored her. She quickly floated outside and stood in front of Chenhao, preventing He Yan from leaving. What are you doing? Chenhao frowned, looking somewhat displeased. If he hadn't controlled the black flame, it would have hit Anir. Anir quickly said, You can't leave. You're crazy. Chenhao ignored Anir, patted He Yan lightly, and prepared to leave. But Anir blocked Chenhao's way and refused to let him leave. It's a pity that Chenhao really wanted to leave, and even Anir couldn't stop him. Chenhao controlled the black flame, bypassed the position, and left directly beside him. The black flame was very fast and ran very far away in the blink of an eye. I'll tell you how to deal with the blood demon. Seeing that Chenhao was about to disappear, Anir knew that she had no chance, so she shouted loudly at Chenhao. Drive! Chenhao, who heard the sound, immediately stopped He Yan. Then, he came to Anir and asked her, What did you just say? Chenhao stared at Anir, as if questioning her. At the same time, the look in his eyes was telling Anir, Don't play any tricks, otherwise don't blame me for ignoring you. She used to be the princess of the kingdom of Michelle. As a member of the royal family, she was high and mighty, a treasure in the hands of the king, and the most beloved princess of the common people. Later, she was favored by the goddess of war and was brought by her side to protect countless humans. She has a high status, not only a princess, but also a follower of God. When had anyone dared to talk to her like this? No human being would dare to make her angry like this. But all her former proud glory was nothing in front of Chenhao. All the glory disappeared without a trace. Even in the end, she had to bow to Chenhao, a human. I am doing this for world peace and the safety of countless human beings. For the sake of human peace, what's wrong with getting a little angry? This is what I should do as a follower of God. Anir comforted herself in her heart, and immediately she felt much better and no longer felt so uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and then said, I can tell you how to deal with the blood demon and seal it. She had been sleeping for thousands of years and was resurrected because of Chenhao's blood, so a special relationship developed between her and Chenhao. Once Chenhao leaves, she will most likely fall into a deep sleep again. I want to wake up again, but I don't know when I will have to wait. Even if she was discovered and destroyed by the blood demon, she would have no chance of waking up. After all, the blood demon has broken through the seal and has slaughtered countless humans in this world. Chapter 154 Anir admits defeat. When Chenhao heard Anil calling him to come back, he had this thought in his mind, Anil was bowing to him on her own initiative. Although the blood demon is very scary, Chenhao is not afraid at all. Doesn't he have many legendary skills and many legendary weapons? Even if he faces the blood demon, he has the ability to protect himself. No matter how strong the blood demon is, it is impossible for him to kill me in 1 second. Unless he is several times stronger than he is now, he has no way to deal with me. After all, with his own abilities, he is not afraid of the blood demon at all at this moment. Secondly, Anil is not only the sealer of the blood demon, but also a follower of the goddess of war. She has her own profession and beliefs. Her profession is the blood demon sealer, and sealing the blood demon is her responsibility. Now that the blood demon has escaped, it is Anil's responsibility. It was because of her mistake that the blood demon broke through the seal and came out to slaughter so many humans. Anil is largely responsible for this tragedy. If someone tracks her down, she will definitely not be able to escape. So at this moment, Anil had to find a way to solve this problem. The stone slab was on her body, and it was accidentally activated by her own blood. Anil wants to seal the blood demon, and now the only one she can rely on is herself, and only she has the ability to help Anil. Annie will never see other humans, and even if they are lucky enough to see them, no one will pay any attention to Annie. The blood demon is so terrifying and certain that he can easily kill ordinary humans in seconds. So no matter who the other party is, as long as they are ordinary humans, the blood demon can easily kill them in seconds. Don't let that happen. Not only will the blood demon not be harmed, but countless humans will die tragically. Since Anir once protected humans, even if she was not considered human before and did not consider those who traveled to the dark world as human beings, she would still have pity on the native humans of this world and would not want them to die tragically at the hands of the blood demon. Although Chinhao had never seen humans in this world and had only seen savages, the appearance of Anir made Chinhao believe that there were humans in this world. This world has a splendid culture, with ancient writings that have been passed down to this day, and Anir was once a princess. As a god, Anir looked into Chinhao's eyes, observed his emotional changes, and roughly guessed what was in Chinhao's mind. I never thought that I, a princess of the Michelle Kingdom, a follower of the goddess of war, and a dragon-level guardian, would actually bow to a mortal like you. Princess Anir whispered softly, her tone full of deep helplessness. Who would have thought that I, who was once so high and mighty, would actually bow down to a mortal? When Chinhao heard what Princess Anir said, he suddenly felt a little impatient. I came here to know how to deal with the blood demon, not to listen to your chatter. Just when Chinhao looked unhappy and wanted to urge Anir to tell him how to deal with the blood demon. Before Chinhao could speak, he saw Princess Anir's face return to calm, returning to her usual aloof look, and looking at Chinhao very seriously. A tone completely different from the previous one of contempt rang in Chinhao's ears. Although you are just a mortal, I do look down on you a little. But I have to admit that you are truly powerful. Not only did you survive the blood demon, but you also successfully awakened this princess. This princess wants to reseal the blood demon and needs your help. After hearing this, Chinhao stopped Princess Anir from continuing and interrupted her, saying, Wait a minute, don't you understand something? What's the matter? Anir was stunned. Chinhao said seriously, What I mean is to kill the blood demon directly and eradicate it completely, not to seal it away. The blood demon had murderous intentions towards him, and almost killed him, which made Chinhao very unhappy. What is the use of the seal? After a certain period of time, the blood demon will break through the seal and be resurrected. Chinhao didn't want the blood demon to be resurrected, but he wanted to kill the blood demon completely so that he would never be able to come into this world again. If he can't kill the blood demon, then why is he wasting his time here? He should just do what he needs to do. After hearing what Chinhao said, Annie was extremely shocked and her face was full of disbelief. He stared blankly at Chinhao for a few seconds, then subconsciously asked, What did you just say? At this time, Anir was wondering if she was hallucinating and had misheard what Chinhao said. What did he just say? He said he didn't want to seal the blood demon, but to kill it completely? How is this possible? This is simply impossible. The blood demon has been wreaking havoc on the world for thousands of years, and the war between him and humanity has lasted for countless years. Countless powerful humans have wanted to kill the blood demon, but none of them have succeeded. The blood demon is not only powerful, but also has a very strange way of survival. As long as he has a drop of blood, he can be reborn infinitely. No one except God can kill the blood demon. Even if it is an epic existence, it is impossible to kill a blood demon of the same level, even if it is one level lower. What's more, Chinhao is just an ordinary mortal. How could Yifan, a mere mortal, do what even epic-level masters can't do? Just tell me how to kill the blood demon. Chenhao didn't want to waste time talking to Anir, he just wanted to know how to kill the blood demon. Anir looked at Chenhao, not hiding the disgust in her eyes at all. Even if an epic being said such words, she would not believe it, let alone a mortal like Chenhao. Seeing the disgust in Annie's eyes, Chenhao's expression did not change much. After all, Anir's level is there. She once sealed the blood demon, so it is normal for her to look down on herself. However, given his personality, it was impossible for him to approve of Anir. He looked at Anir and frowned, saying, I only want to know how to kill the blood demon, not how to seal it. If you're willing to cooperate, then cooperate. If you're not willing to cooperate, forget it. Chenhao didn't care what Anir thought and turned around to leave. Anyway, his idea was very simple, he just wanted to kill the blood demon, not just seal it. Okay, it's okay to tell you. I don't know how a human like you can be so confident. Helpless Annie had no choice but to agree under Chenhao's dominance. Finally, he decided to tell Chenhao all the information he knew. Chapter 155, The Origin of the Blood Demon. Do you know how the blood demon was born? Anir asked. Without even thinking, Chenhao shook his head and denied it. I don't know. He is not from this world, so how could he know how the blood demon was born? Not to mention this world, even in the original world, Chenhao didn't know how the blood demon was born. Although he had read many novels, few of them described the blood demon. After all, it was not a good thing, nor was it the most evil. And even if it is written, there is basically no introduction. So Chenhao really didn't know anything at all. Anir listened to Chenhao's answer without any change in her expression, as if she had already guessed that Chenhao didn't know. She looked at Chenhao and said quickly, There's no concrete evidence as to how the blood demon was born, but there are probably two possibilities. The first direction is that the blood demon is formed after the death of a demon, and it is an extremely powerful demon. At the very least, it must be a god-level demon that dies before it can become a blood demon. Anir frowned slightly and told Chenhao what she knew. Chenhao frowned and asked, The corpse of the god-level demon turned into a blood demon? And it's a god-level demon. Could it be that there are beings even stronger than the god-level? Chenhao didn't quite believe that it was transformed from a demon's corpse, because the demon's corpse still had a physical body, but the blood demon he saw didn't have a physical body. In other words, even if the blood demon was transformed from a dead demon, it could not be a corpse. At least it was the result of blood and resentment. If it is not blood but a transformation of a corpse, then it cannot be a blood demon, but a zombie. After all, in the past world, such things were mentioned in all the fantasy or fairy tale novels that we read. Although it is not necessarily a blood demon, it is not much different from a blood demon. It is basically the same filthy thing. Blood demons seem to be evil creatures created by the fusion of the resentment of gods and demons and filthy blood. The Styx patriarch of the prehistoric world can be said to be the ancestor of the blood demon. Born from the netherworld sea of blood, he is the root of all filth. Thinking of this, Chenhao subconsciously opened the door and said, The second legend, could it be that god-level strongmen fought, their blood gathered into a mountain, and then the blood demon was born from these places? Yes, although the god level is the top level in this world, it is not the strongest. As for the existence above the god level, Anir said, preparing to explain to Chenhao the level of the strong in this world. But before she could finish her words, she heard what Chenhao said next, and the unfinished words got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say them. Her eyes widened as she looked at Chenhao in disbelief and asked, How did you know? Anir was extremely shocked. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out how Chenhao knew all this. The blood demon has been sealed for thousands of years, and these legends have also been sealed for thousands of years. In this world without the blood demon, it is impossible to know these things. What's more, even when the blood demon was wreaking havoc on the world and slaughtering mortals 1,000 years ago, only the top powerful ones could have known about it. Even she herself found out about it by accident, so how could a mortal like Chenhao know about it? Could it be that Chenhao is the descendant of some god-level powerful being? He might really be the descendant of a god-level powerhouse, otherwise how could he know all this? That's right. If he wasn't the descendant of a god-level powerhouse, how could he possibly escape from the blood demon? Anir kept imagining Chenhao's identity, and she felt more and more that Chen Hao's identity was unknown, and his ancestor was very likely a god-level powerful person. Otherwise, how could he, a mere mortal, tame a legendary spirit beast? Chen Hao had no idea what Anir was imagining, so he just said expressionlessly, "Anyone with a bit of common sense can guess it." After saying this, Chen Hao felt particularly happy in his heart. That secret feeling was really extremely comfortable. "You are so arrogant and look down on me because I am just a mortal. Now you know how powerful I am, right? You don't even need to say anything, I can easily guess what you want to say." When Anir heard this, her face suddenly turned ugly. She always felt that Chen Hao was talking about her on purpose. Because she first learned these secrets after becoming a follower of the goddess of war, and being upgraded to a dragon-level guardian. I didn't expect that Chen Hao, just a mortal, knew all this. It's really infuriating. But it was only for a moment, and Anir felt relieved. After all, Chen Hao was the descendant of a god-level powerful man, and had a god-level inheritance. It was no secret for him to know these things. Snort! Anir glared at Chen Hao and continued, "Even if you know how the blood demon was born, do you know how to destroy it?" Snort! Although you know the birth of the blood demon, you don't know how to destroy it, so you still come to ask this princess. Even if you are the descendant of a god-level powerful being and have a god-level inheritance, what does it matter? You still have to come and beg me for help. If you don't come and beg me for help, I will ignore you. If one does not have divine bloodline and is not a descendant of God, even if one obtains a legendary spirit beast by chance, it is impossible to make it so obedient. What's there to not know? Chen Hao said confidently, patting his chest with the air of a master. Don't you know? How could this princess not know? This princess tells you, if you want to destroy the blood demon, you must have the blood demon. Anir was extremely angry. After hearing what Chen Hao said, she felt very unhappy and subconsciously wanted to tell the secret she knew in her heart. But soon, she suddenly thought of something and kept silent at the critical moment. She looked at Chen Hao and said with a clever look, "Are you trying to cheat me? I'm telling you, this princess is very beautiful. Don't try to lie to her. Unless you beg me, I won't tell you." Anir looked at Chen Hao complacently, as if she was confident. She was very confident that Chen Hao definitely didn't know how to destroy the blood demon, and she only knew it because she overheard it by accident. Because the blood demon is difficult to eliminate, this method has never been proven, so no one has ever believed it, and naturally it has not been passed down. Even the great goddess of war does not know such a secret, so it is naturally impossible for a mortal like Chen Hao to know it. So she was not worried at all that Chen Hao would tell her, and was very confident that Chen Hao would beg her. Chapter 156. Anir, don't you have a legendary weapon? Neuropathy. Chen Hao replied and was too lazy to bother with Anir anymore. Now that they all know how to completely eliminate the blood demon, they naturally won't care about Anir anymore. After all, judging by Anir's performance, she only knew how to seal the blood demon, but was unable to destroy it. And judging from the current situation, it seems that the blood demon cannot be sealed. All her strength has now become useless, and she doesn't have any strength at all. If she still had her original strength, she might have sealed the blood demon long ago, and there would be no way she would be talking to me here. This is also what Chen Hao thought in his heart. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Chen Hao about to turn around and leave, Anir quickly asked. This is really different from what she thought in her heart. She also thought that Chen Hao would bow to her and ask her clearly what exactly should be done to completely eliminate the blood demon. Then he put pressure on Chen Hao and made him agree to something. I never thought that Chen Hao was so determined and didn't care about anything else. Without even the slightest hesitation, he turned around and left. If she hadn't reacted quickly and called out to Chen Hao would have left by now. Nonsense, of course I'm going home. Chen Hao glanced at Anir and said with a very unhappy expression. I have to face the blood demon tonight, I don't have time to waste here with you. If you don't have anything important to do, please don't waste my time. Chen Hao was firm in his attitude and didn't care about Annie's emotions at all. She has wasted a very long time. After hearing what Chen Hao said, Anir quickly asked him, Don't you want to know how to completely eliminate the blood demon? What she said was the only way she could influence Chen Hao's thoughts. If this doesn't affect Chen Hao, then she has no other choice. Not interested. Chen Hao climbed onto his horse, patted He Yan's back gently, and said, He Yan, let's go. He Yan is 100% loyal to Chen Hao, so at this time he naturally obeys Chen Hao's orders. After receiving Chen Hao's order, He Yan rushed out without any hesitation. Wait for me. When Annie saw that Chen Hao was really about to leave, she was really panicked. She quickly controlled the holy object and flew towards Chen Hao quickly. Her power was limited, and she couldn't control it for long. She could only barely fix the holy object on Chen Hao. Time passed quickly, and half an hour later Chen Hao returned to his cabin. Is this the kind of place you live in? Inside Chen Hao's cabin, Annie looked at it and asked in confusion. Don't you have a castle of your own? Facing Annie's question, Chen Hao ignored Annie and frowned. Why did you follow me? Chen Hao never expected that Annie would follow him. So at this time, I naturally felt very surprised. Annie looked at Chen Hao and said nonchalantly, I was summoned by your blood, and I'm bound by contract to you. So wherever you go, I have to go too. Annie's voice seemed a little weak, as if due to excessive energy consumption. But even so, she still endured it, and did not show any weakness in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao looked at Annie and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He was seriously injured and had gone out today to find a way to deal with the blood demon. He hadn't eaten all day. At this time, Chen Hao was really hungry, so of course he had to prepare something to eat. He placed the pot on the stove, poured some water into it, and put some ribs into the pot. Chen Hao suddenly realized something, looked up at Annie and asked, Do you want to eat? Although Chen Hao didn't have a very good impression of Annie, as the saying goes, guests are welcome. Since she had come to his home, he couldn't let Annie go hungry. It's impossible that he can eat by himself while Annie is watching him stupidly, right? It seems that there is no such truth. Annie shook her head and said with some disgust, No need. I'm a spirit, I don't need to eat. As a princess, she had many maids serving her and professional chefs preparing food for her. How could she, who was used to eating luxurious food, look down on Chen Hao's things? So at this time, she naturally couldn't eat these things because she completely looked down on them. What's more, she is no longer a human being and does not have any physical body, so naturally she cannot eat these things. Chen Hao didn't look up, so he naturally didn't know what Annie was thinking. After hearing Annie say she didn't want to eat, Chen Hao was too lazy to bother with Annie anymore. After stewing the ribs, Chen Hao came to He Ling's side. He Ling, who was injured and very weak, lay in the nest motionless. Even when Chen Hao came over, he just looked up at Chen Hao, then lowered his head and said nothing. Is this your battle pet? Annie also noticed He Ling. However, compared to He Yan, she was not so surprised by He Ling, and even felt a little disgusted. She also didn't know what Chen Hao was thinking. Black Flame is a legendary spirit beast, while Black Feather is just a rare ferocious beast. There is a huge difference between the two. She couldn't understand why Chen Hao, who already had Black Flame, didn't find a stronger spiritual pet, but had to raise a rare ferocious beast. Even she used to look down on a beast of this level. Chen Hao nodded slightly and did not answer Annie's question. Have a good rest. Chen Hao patted He Ling's head gently, then returned to the smelting furnace and continued to complete the work that He Ling had not finished. He had to make the armor in the shortest time possible, but He Ling was injured during this period and was unable to continue the smelting work. The black iron could not be left here motionless forever. Chen Hao now needs a large amount of black iron to make armor. Without He Ling's help, he naturally has to do it by himself. Aren't these just ordinary black iron? Why did you build them? Annie floated beside Chen Hao and asked curiously, Don't you have a legendary weapon? Annie really couldn't understand Chen Hao's actions. Chen Hao, who has a legendary weapon, would not look down on these rubbish weapons, right? Chapter 157, Angry Chen Hao. Chen Hao was concentrating on smelting black iron and did not answer Annie's question. He had so many important things to do now, so how could he have the time to care about Annie? What's more, he had no good feelings towards this so-called Princess Michelle. Arrogant, proud, and has no other advantages. His personality and everything else are also very bad. As for strength, there is none at all. It is precisely because of this that Chenhao is now too lazy to bother with Michelle. She boasted about how powerful she was 1,000 years ago, but Chenhao didn't see any of it. He wasn't there 1,000 years ago, so he didn't witness how strong Anir was. At least for now, he only knew that Anir had been bragging all the time and had no outstanding achievements. It is precisely because of this that Chenhao has no good feelings towards Anir, so naturally he doesn't want to bother with Anir at this time. Wouldn't it be nice to use that time to do more of the things you like? Once Annie is dealt with, there is no telling what trouble this proud princess will cause. It is precisely because of this that Chenhao doesn't really want to bother with this princess. Hey, I'm talking to you, Anir roared. Are you deaf? She had been talking to Chenhao for a long time, but Chenhao seemed not to have heard her at all and did not pay any attention to her at all. This made Annie very uncomfortable, and the last sentence was almost roared out. However, no matter how she roared, Chenhao seemed not to hear her, which made Annie even more angry. A pair of eyes stared at Chenhao, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. This guy Chenhao is so disgusting. Half an hour later, when the ribs were stewed, Chenhao put down his work, walked to the stove, served some ribs and put them in front of Hei Ling. Eat it. The ribs were steaming hot, and the tempting aroma filled the cabin. The extremely weak Hei Ling also slowly raised his head. After seeing the ribs Chenhao prepared for him, he couldn't help but make a slight sound as a thank you to Chenhao. You're welcome, I'm your master. Chenhao smiled faintly, turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Anir, who had always been feeling resentful about Chenhao not answering her, suddenly jumped out again. She looked at the scene in front of her, frowned and said to the frowning man, You have lived like this, and you still use such good food to feed a rare beast? It's just an animal, and it's injured and can't help you. Chenhao, who didn't want to pay any attention to Anir at all, couldn't bear it anymore after hearing what Anir said. Shut up! Chenhao turned around and roared. His eyes were fixed on Anir, without concealing the coldness in his eyes at all. He didn't care what Anil said, but he didn't allow Anil to mention Black Feather in front of him. Hei Ling is his only companion in this world and also the battle pet that has been with him the longest in this world. When he was alone in this world, Hei Ling accompanied him through the dark nights and was his best spiritual companion. Not to mention, Hei Ling even risked his life to protect him. The first time it faced a rare level ferocious beast, Hei Ling had just been upgraded to a rare level ferocious beast. Even though it was just a cub, it dared to fight the rare level adult ferocious beast, the Bear King. Hei Ling was able to do this for me, and now that it is injured, I have to take care of it. It was impossible for Chenhao to abandon Hei Ling. As a human being, Chenhao's conscience clearly told him that he must never do this. It is precisely because of this that Chenhao felt so angry when Annie brought up the issue. Annie looked at Chenhao, staring into Chenhao's eyes as if she was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, and a trace of fear rose in her heart unconsciously. At this moment, Annie instinctively felt that Chenhao was an ancient ferocious beast that seemed to want to devour her. The feeling was so strong that it kept spreading in her heart. This feeling is really uncomfortable. But soon, Anil seemed to react. Chenhao is just a mortal. Even if he possesses the blood power of a god-level strong man, he is still just a mortal at this moment. Since you are just a mortal, why do you dare to talk to me like this? Her father is a king. Even if he is a mortal king, he is still a king. What's more, she herself has powerful enemies, not only dragon-level guardians, but also possessing dragon-level power. The object of her faith is the goddess of war, who is also one of the top gods among all the gods. She is a follower of the goddess of war. She has participated in countless wars with her, and killed countless enemies. How? Accurate? Chenhao spoke. His tone was full of disgust. He even pointed at the closed cabin and said in a cold tone, If you are unhappy, please leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Chenhao has said this more than once. And he has always had this idea in his heart. He really didn't like this princess named Anir from the Michelle Kingdom. He never liked her from the beginning to the end. He also didn't like Anil staying in his own home and wanted Anil to leave his cabin early. But Annie was like a stubborn sticky plaster. She just liked to stay in her cabin and refused to leave no matter what she said. In the end, Chenhao had no choice but to ignore Anir. But what she said in his ear made Chenhao very uncomfortable. He could no longer tolerate Annie staying by his side. Because he really needs some peace and quiet, and doesn't want anyone telling him what to do. What is even more unbearable is that someone is trying to sow discord here. Annie looked at the angry Chenhao, floating in the air, with a look of disbelief on her face. She never expected that Chenhao's reaction would be so big. And it was just for a rare beast cub. What did this cub do to make Chenhao love it so much? He even didn't hesitate to offend himself, the princess, for it. Anir's gaze subconsciously turned towards Hei Ling. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, wanting to know what was going on. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see anything wrong with Hei Ling. This is just an ordinary rare-level ferocious beast, nothing special about it. Chapter 158, The Proud Princess Who Lowers Her Head. After staring at Hei Ling for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what was wrong with Hei Ling. If that's the case, why does Chenhao care so much about this rare and ferocious beast? At this moment, Anir was like a headless fly, and had no idea what was going on. After a long silence, Anir tentatively asked, "Is it important to you?" However, Chenhao, who didn't want to pay any attention to Annie's at all, just glanced at Annie and then lowered his head to eat the delicious ribs. No matter how Anir floated around him, Chenhao seemed not to notice. Such disregard made Annie feel very uncomfortable. She used to be the center of attention, and everyone had to hold her in the palm of their hand. At that time, she was loved by everyone and could get whatever she wanted. No matter where she goes, there are countless people flocking to her and willing to serve her. Although she finally chose to leave the kingdom of Michelle, join the army to fight monsters, and become a follower of the goddess of war. In the war with the blood demon, she sacrificed herself to seal the blood demon in order to defeat it. She has done so much, but now she is still despised like this. She feels really uncomfortable. That feeling. I can't explain it clearly, but I just feel extremely uncomfortable in my heart. Seeing that Chenhao still didn't answer her, Annie wanted to get angry and wanted to roar at Chenhao again. What did I do wrong? Why did she treat me like this? But such thoughts soon disappeared. Anir was very clear about what had just happened. Chenhao is different from others, even from those people 1,000 years ago. He is a person beyond his own cognition. Therefore, using the previous methods, it is impossible to deal with Chenhao, and we must think of other ways. Anir thought about the things she had done before, then put them together and reflected on herself. After a long silence, Anir finally spoke slowly. "I think we can have a good talk." At this moment, Anir's tone was no longer so cold, and her attitude was not so condescending. At this moment, Annie's tone was very gentle and her attitude was very approachable. What followed was Annie's beautiful voice. When you hear that kind of sound, you feel comfortable and numb in your heart. Chenhao, who was still eating, couldn't help but pause what he was doing. He suddenly put down his chopsticks, turned to look at Anir, and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" At this moment, Chenhao's attitude was much better, and his tone was no longer so confrontational. Since Annie's attitude improved, Chenhao's attitude naturally improved as well. After all, Annie just had a bad attitude and didn't do anything unforgivable. Hearing this, Anir couldn't help but feel happy when she heard the change in Chenhao's tone. Her changes were indeed useful to Chenhao. What we need to do now is to find ways to get Chenhao's approval. Anir, who had already thought about it in her mind, naturally would not speak directly and express her thoughts at this moment. She looked at Chenhao and said softly, "It's all right. You can talk about anything you want." Anir handed the leadership over to Chenhao. No matter what Chenhao wanted to talk about, she could agree to it. Then he guided Chenhao, little by little, to the topic he wanted to talk about. "Anything is possible?" Chenhao asked doubtfully. Through Annie's performance, Chenhao felt it was a bit unrealistic. This doesn't seem to be in line with Annie's character. Could it be that this little girl suddenly took the wrong medicine? But she has always been by his side and has not eaten anything, so it is impossible that she took the wrong medicine. Could it be that she has two completely different personalities? Several thoughts came to Chenhao's mind, and he always felt that there was something abnormal about Anir. But he couldn't explain what was going on. Anya looked at Chenhao, nodded heavily and said, "Yes, yes. You can talk about anything you want. As long as Chenhao is willing to talk, Anya will be very happy. At this time, who cares what Chenhao wants to talk about? As long as Chenhao is willing to speak, anything he says is fine. Annie doesn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. Can we talk about anything?" Chenhao looked at Anir, still a little unconvinced. This was far from what he had imagined. The most important thing is that Annie never had this attitude before. Even if we want to change, it won't happen in a short period of time, right? Sure, you can talk about anything you want. You won't be angry? Won't? You won't lose your temper? Chenhao asked many questions in disbelief, and Anir answered them patiently. Although I don't know what she was thinking, there was no emotion changing on her face. The whole person still looks very approachable. All right then. Seeing that Annie had already lowered her head, Chenhao naturally would not go any further. He looked at Anir, thought for a moment, and then said, "Actually, there's nothing I really want to know. You can't seal the blood demon now, let alone kill it. Anir, I've lowered myself so much and come to you to beg you, and you tell me there's nothing to talk about. Hey, can't you just be a good human being? I am a princess. Is this how you treat me?" At this moment, Anir was really defeated. She was really angry in her heart. A hint of displeasure and anger appeared in his eyes. But such thoughts soon disappeared without a trace. Because she herself didn't know whether Chenhao was testing her or if this was what Chenhao was thinking in his heart. Now Chenhao is willing to take the initiative to talk. No matter what he really thinks or whether he is just testing his own thoughts, he can bury his anger in his heart. "You're such a jokester." Anir smiled faintly, showing no sign of anger, and continued. "The method to destroy the blood demon is unknown to even a true goddess like the goddess of war. Although I know some, they are just legends and no one has verified them. From the beginning to the end, no god has ever killed a blood demon, except for the lowest level blood demon." As if afraid that Chenhao wouldn't understand, Anir continued. "They are low-level blood demons without any intelligence, only blood-eating instincts." Chapter 159. Blood demons also have different levels. The lowest level blood demon has no intelligence at all, so naturally, he has no means whatsoever. A blood demon of this level is neither a god nor a strong man. Even mortals, if they master the rules, can give them to the gods. However, even the lowest level blood demon would be feared by mortals. And unless a mortal has powerful weapons, anyone who wants to touch the blood demon will die. Maybe. The last blood demon Chenhao encountered was the lowest level blood demon, which should only have the strength of an ordinary ferocious beast. It's just that because of the special reason that the blood demon is transformed from blood, its power far exceeds that of ordinary creatures of the same level. Even if it is just an ordinary blood demon, it can fight against rare beasts. It is even possible to kill rare beasts and devour their blood to strengthen oneself. A low-level blood demon can be killed with just a holy object. And high-level blood demons have their own ways to save their lives. The blood demon itself is made of blood, and can split itself into countless cells. Even if the gods besiege it, as long as there is a drop of blood to revive it, it can make a comeback. Chenhao spoke softly and told Anir everything he had guessed. After hearing Chenhao's answer, Annie was really shocked. At the beginning, he thought that Chenhao didn't know how to kill the blood demon. Although he said that he could completely kill the blood demon, Anir did not believe it and thought that Chenhao was just joking. Now I heard with my own ears that Chenhao had spoken of the method to kill the blood demon. Chenhao took a look at Annie's shocked eyes and guessed in his heart that everything he said seemed to be completely true. If you want to completely kill the blood demon, you really need to completely kill the blood demon's clone. Unfortunately, the blood demon has countless blood clones, and every drop of blood is the blood demon himself. Once the main body dies, the clone will automatically resurrect and then become the real blood demon. Such things are perfectly normal in fantasy novels and fairy tale novels. It is precisely because of this that the blood demon is an extremely difficult to destroy existence in any novel. Not only do I know how to kill the blood demon, I also know why you only sealed the blood demon and didn't completely kill it. Chenhao looked at Anir and continued. That's because you simply don't have the ability to completely destroy the blood demon. There are tens of thousands of blood demon clones, hidden in every corner of the world. Even gods cannot find them. If the blood demon's clone survives, it will come back. Chenhao murmured softly, expressing his guess about the blood demon. Listening to Chenhao's reasoning, which was almost correct, Anir was extremely shocked. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chenhao, full of disbelief. She took a deep breath and then asked Chenhao, "How do you know this? You are just a mortal." Anir racked her brains but couldn't understand why Chenhao, just a mortal, knew all this. Could it be that these were all told to him by his god-level ancestors? However, since Chenhao knew how to destroy the blood demon, why did he still ask himself? Why? Annie looked at Chenhao with her big, watery eyes. There was a huge wave of emotion in my heart, and my eyes were full of disbelief. All this. Is it true? It's nothing. I just gradually deduced it from what you said. Chenhao smiled slightly and passed it off casually. He would never tell Anil that he had deduced it from what he saw in the original novel. As a mysterious man, even if he is just a mortal, he has to pretend to be cool. What's more, it feels really good to show off in front of a beautiful woman. At least now, seeing Annie's confused expression, Chenhao felt extremely happy in his heart. This feeling is so cool. Anir was shocked and said, "Is this really just a deduction?" Anir stared at Chenhao with disbelief in her eyes. She really couldn't believe that this was just Chenhao's inference. Yeah. Chenhao smiled and nodded, then continued. The blood demon I saw yesterday was epic. Can you deal with it? Afraid that Annie would continue asking questions and reveal some of her own secrets, Chenhao immediately changed the subject. For some topics, it's enough to leave a little bit of vagueness, there's no need to say everything. Chenhao still hasn't figured out the level of this world. After all, he now only knows about the levels of ordinary, rare, legendary, epic and god level, but as for what other levels there are between these levels, Chenhao is not too clear. At this time, it is natural to let Annie answer this question. However, when Annie heard Chenhao's question, she did not answer Chenhao's question, but the expression on her face became even more shocked. A pair of beautiful eyes opened wide, staring at Chenhao, with deep disbelief in her eyes. Her fair jade fingers trembled as she pointed at Chenhao. Whether it was because she was excited or for some other reason, her voice was stuck in her throat and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. It was as if I had suddenly lost the ability to speak. What's wrong with you? Chenhao asked puzzledly. However, in the past, when Chenhao saw Annie pointing at him like this, he would have been unhappy and would have retorted without hesitation. But now, I have seen with my own eyes that Annie's attitude has improved, and her tone is not so arrogant anymore. So when Chenhao saw Annie like this, he naturally didn't react much. I didn't feel that Annie was trying to mock me or say anything about me. His current thought is, what happened to Annie? Why did I suddenly feel like I was going crazy? In the original world, when a person has a mental illness, it seems to become like this. I was so emotional that I couldn't say anything. But in the old world, when a mentally ill person had a seizure, they would just give him an injection of sedative, and the mental illness would calm down immediately. But now, this is a different world. All the things in the original world have disappeared without a trace. There are no tranquilizers or anything like that. So, facing the frantic Annie, Chenhao really didn't know what to do. He could only watch Annie go crazy and wait for time to pass. Chapter 160. Human blood revives the blood demon early. After about 2 minutes, Anil, who was extremely excited, finally made a sound. You said you encountered a blood demon of epic level? Are you really not kidding? Anir was so excited that her voice was trembling. It wasn't fear, it was disbelief. She could never have imagined that the blood demon Chenhao encountered would be of epic proportions. Such a blood demon is simply not something that humans can deal with. Even she couldn't deal with it. Not to mention, Chenhao is just a mortal. Even though the blood demon was very weak and had just been resurrected. Even if Chenhao possessed a legendary weapon, it would be impossible for him to escape from the blood demon. All of this is totally unrealistic. At least in Annie's opinion, this is simply unrealistic. because even an ordinary god-level strongman cannot deal with a blood demon of this level. Only the goddess of war, a top-level god, can deal with a blood demon of this level. Epic. That is an existence beyond legend. In countless human kingdoms, there are almost no epic strongmen. Even in ancient times, when the gods were at their peak, no epic strongman was born among mankind. This is a top existence that can be passed down through the ages and enjoy the worship of countless humans. In human history, there have been only a handful of legendary top-level powerhouses. Even she herself had not reached the legendary level, but only the dragon level. It was precisely because of this that she did not believe Chen Hao. An epic existence that can easily destroy any human kingdom, or even a continent. Even if Chen Hao really encountered an epic blood demon, it would be impossible for him to come out alive. In Annie's opinion, all this is unrealistic and impossible. So even if Chen Hao didn't answer and hadn't opened his mouth to explain anything, Annie had already determined in her heart that Chen Hao was joking with her. He had never encountered an epic bloodline. All this is just Chen Hao bragging. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Chen Hao responded softly without explaining anything. Not to mention Annie's disbelief, even he himself didn't believe it. After all, that is an epic blood demon, a top-level existence in this world. If it weren't for the countless powerful means and the existence of legendary spirit beasts like Black Flame, he might have died at the hands of the blood demon long ago. If Chen Hao had not encountered the blood demon himself and fought against him personally, and knew how powerful the blood demon was, he would never have believed it. He doesn't even believe in himself, let alone Annie? So Chen Hao naturally didn't react too much to Annie's disbelief. There was no anger or unhappiness in my heart. He looked at Annie in front of him, and then continued. The blood demon that attacked me yesterday has been collected in the stone tablet. Will that blood demon appear again tonight? What Chen Hao was most worried about was whether the blood demon would appear again at night. The dark night in the dark world is extremely dangerous. If the monster appears again at night, the legendary protective shield will not be able to stop it at all. If you want to survive, you can only run away. Furthermore, the blood demon possessed its own intelligence, and Chen Hao was somewhat worried that one of its bloodlines might cause trouble and set a trap for him. Chen Hao would never forget that when he just returned to the cabin yesterday, the blood demon who had been squatting next to the cabin suddenly jumped out and attacked him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have died at the hands of the blood demon. It is precisely because of this that Chen Hao was very worried that the blood demon was causing trouble behind the scenes. Not yet. Annie shook her head and said, That stone tablet was left by the goddess of war thousands of years ago. It possesses the power of the goddess of war. Even if 1,000 years have passed and the power has dissipated a lot, it would be impossible for an ordinary blood demon to escape. Annie is very confident in the power of the stone tablet. After all, that stone tablet was left by the goddess of war. It contains the powerful power of the goddess of war. What if it's an epic blood demon? Chen Hao asked. He knew clearly that an epic blood demon was sealed inside the stone tablet, and it was the one that had attacked him. Epic. After a moment of silence, Annie muttered to herself. 1,000 years is still a long time. Even if it's an epic bloodline, it shouldn't be able to reach this stage unless blood is poured onto that land. And it has to be human blood. Animal blood won't have such an effect. Or the blood of a powerful creature would also work. All living beings are extremely wary of bloodlines and extremely disgusted with the blood demon. They know that bloodlines can prematurely revive sealed bloodlines, breaking free from the seal and slaughtering living beings. Therefore, no matter which faction, they all tacitly agree not to engage in battle in the blood demon's sealed area. So, there shouldn't be any human blood in that area. Annie muttered softly, her eyes full of doubt. Suddenly, something occurred to Annie, and she asked in confusion, Why are you three here where the blood demon is sealed? Annie remembered that when she just woke up, she saw the appearance of 3 humans. She subconsciously thought that they were the new followers of the goddess of war, who had come to take over her responsibilities and continue to seal the blood demon. However, all 3 are just mortals and do not possess any magical powers. Annie didn't know the other 2 people, and only knew Chen Hao at the moment. With human blood, can the blood demon be revived early? Chen Hao was stunned when he heard this. I realized instantly what was going on. The blood demon was born in this way. The place where he killed Huang Leihu seemed to be in the sealed place, and the distance from the stone tablet was only more than 100 meters. Well, yes. Anir nodded and muttered. How on earth did the blood demon come into being so early? Could it be that some fool deliberately killed people in the blood demon's sealed area, causing the blood demon to revive prematurely? Chen Hao was completely confused after hearing what Anir said. The key point was that he was scolded, and he didn't dare to say anything. At this moment I feel like I am an idiot. If he hadn't killed Huang Leihu, so many troubles wouldn't have happened, and so many innocent people wouldn't have died tragically. All this. It's all your own responsibility. I don't know if other people would scold me to death if they knew about this. Chapter 161, Is the seal fake? Because of Annie's speculation, Chen Hao didn't dare to speak at all at this moment, because the blood demon's early revival really had a lot to do with him. If he had not killed Huang Leihu at the place where the blood demon was sealed, Huang Leihu's blood would have affected the blood demon, allowing the blood demon to absorb human blood. Otherwise, it is impossible for the blood demon to revive early, so he will not be in danger. At this moment, although Chen Hao felt helpless in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything at all. If you dare to speak out, you will definitely be the one in trouble. The blood demon has already revived. Even if we talk about this now, it will be useless. Chen Hao quickly changed the subject and asked, Is there any other way to deal with the blood demon now? Chen Hao really didn't want Anir to continue discussing this matter. Although Anir didn't know, the blood demon's early resurgence was entirely due to Huang Leihu. But Chen Hao knew very well in his heart that the blood demon's early resurrection was because of him. If he had not killed Huang Leihu, his blood would not have fallen into the blood demon's sealed place, causing the blood demon to resurrect early. All of this is entirely because of myself. It was precisely because of this that whenever Chen Hao heard Anir's words, he subconsciously thought that Anir was scolding him. So Chen Hao didn't want to hear Anir scolding him anymore, so he could only find a new topic to change. Hearing this, Anir didn't think much about what Chen Hao said. She just nodded slightly and said, Okay. The blood demon has been sealed and will not be able to come out in the short term. Even if it's an epic blood demon. Anir spoke subconsciously, wanting to tell Chen Hao that even an epic blood demon would not be able to get out. But the next second, Annie suddenly thought of something and her expression suddenly stopped. A pair of eyes looked at Chen Hao, as if hesitating about something. What's wrong? After seeing Annie's appearance, Chen Hao couldn't help but have a bad thought in his mind. Could it be possible that the blood demon could break out? That seal cannot seal the blood demon? The idea spread in Chen Hao's mind and gradually expanded, making Chen Hao feel that this was the case. Chen Hao, who was very worried, quickly said to Anir, Don't tell me that the blood demon can break out. The seal won't have much effect on the blood demon. Isn't the goddess of war awesome? The thing she created wouldn't be able to deal with even an epic blood demon, right? Looking at Annie's appearance, Chen Hao was really worried. Anir heard what Chen Hao said. She was very upset that Chen Hao dared to speak ill of the goddess of war. She stared at Chen Hao intently and said without thinking, I don't allow you to speak ill of the goddess of war like that. She is very strong. It's easy for her to deal with a mere epic blood demon. She is the most loyal believer of the goddess of war. She obeys any order of the goddess of war unconditionally and believes that the goddess of war is the strongest. Therefore, it is too easy to seal a mere epic bloodline. Only, after 1,000 years, the divine power of this seal has weakened a lot. The epic bloodline is only one step away from the god level. It is really not that easy to seal the blood demon with the current divine power. But she is the goddess of war, the goddess he admires the most. How could he let Chen Hao say that? Chen Hao didn't know what Anil was thinking. He just heard Anil say that the goddess of war was very powerful, and it would be easy to seal a mere epic bloodline. The slight worry in my heart immediately dissipated a lot. Looking at Anir in front of him, he said softly, That's fine. You scared me. I thought you couldn't handle this blood demon. As long as I can handle it, that's fine. Chen Hao patted his chest lightly and felt much more relaxed. No matter how long it can be sealed, As long as it can be sealed, it's fine. Such a fierce battle took place last night that Chenhao was seriously injured and felt very uncomfortable all over. If the blood demon comes again tonight, Chenhao really couldn't imagine whether he could hold on tonight. There will definitely be no problem with the seal. Anir patted her chest and assured, I can guarantee this. But the next second, before Chenhao could finish his joy, Anir suddenly changed the subject and said, But I'm not sure how long it can be sealed. What? Chenhao was stunned. What do you mean? You told me before that the goddess of war is very powerful. The stone tablet left behind contains the powerful divine power of the goddess of war. Even if it is used to seal a mere epic blood demon, there will be absolutely no problem. I have completely trusted you and I feel relaxed inside. But now you tell me that although the stone tablet can seal the blood demon, you don't know how long it can seal it. Are you damn sure you're not kidding me? No matter how long it can be sealed, even if it is only for an hour, or even just for a minute, it can still be considered a seal, right? This Nima. Are you still going to let people play? What if the blood demon breaks through the seal and comes to cause trouble for me late at night? Chenhao looked at Anir with a hint of anger in his eyes, and he looked very uncomfortable. Don't be so anxious. Anir quickly dissuaded her. Wait for me to finish what I'm saying. Chenhao was very angry. He listened to Anir's words, suppressed his anger, looked at Anir and said, Tell me, I want to see what you can say. Now that things have happened, even if Chenhao wants to change it, he can't change anything. It would be better to wait and see what Annie has to say. Maybe she really has some solution. Annie felt relieved when she saw that Chenhao didn't get angry and was still willing to communicate with her. Otherwise, she was really scared. Chenhao got angry and refused to communicate with her, and even threw the sacred object of his spirit body out of the cabin. At this moment, Anir couldn't help but feel a little sad in her heart. The once high and mighty princess of the kingdom, a follower of the goddess of war, who could become a goddess in the future, now actually bows to a man. And this man is just a mortal, without any advantages. But even so, she still bowed to Chenhao, as if she was afraid that she would be abandoned by Chenhao. Chapter 162, Can a mortal possess such powerful strength? Anir looked at Chenhao, her heart filled with helplessness. How could she have known what would happen today? Even in my dreams, I could not have imagined that what happened today would happen. Anir shook her head slightly and looked at Chenhao helplessly. Then, he explained softly. I didn't lie to you. The stone tablet left behind by the goddess of war contains divine power that the goddess of war understands. If we want to seal the epic blood demon, there will be no problem at all. You continue. Chenhao nodded. After a moment's thought, Anir continued. But you must understand that this stone tablet is almost 1,000 years old. Even if the goddess of war is powerful, the divine power she left behind will fade away over time. The divine power today is vastly different from what it was 1,000 years ago. It might even be less than 1/10 of what it was 1,000 years ago. If it's an ordinary blood demon, or even a legendary blood demon, there won't be any problem sealing it for dozens or even hundreds of years. But it's still a little difficult to seal an epic blood demon. Moreover, this blood demon has already absorbed human blood and its power is increasing. You mentioned earlier that the blood demon slaughtered many humans and sucked all their blood dry. So the blood demon's strength should have increased a lot now, at least he has recovered 1/10 of his strength. So the seal of the goddess of war won't last long before being completely destroyed by the blood demon. Anir told Chenhao everything she knew. After listening to Anir's explanation, Chenhao immediately understood one thing in his heart. That is the blood demon, and he will break the seal. Not only will it break the seal, it will also destroy the stone tablet left by the goddess of war. It is not clear when the blood demon will break the seal. Chenhao, who was really confused, asked Anir again. When will the blood demon break the seal? Tonight, Anil said without hesitation. According to her guess, the blood demon will break the seal tonight. Upon hearing this, Chenhao's expression suddenly changed. The look in Anir's eyes also became very ugly at this moment. A pair of eyes stared at Anir, and asked in disbelief. What did you just say? You said that the blood demon will break the seal tonight? Are you sure you're not kidding? At this moment, Chenhao instinctively felt that Annie was joking. He made so much effort just because he didn't want to meet the blood demon tonight, so that he would have enough time to improve his strength. If your strength improves, or if you sign in for powerful items and have the ability to deal with the blood demon, then let the blood demon appear in front of you. In order to avoid encountering the blood demon tonight, Chinhao made a lot of efforts, and wasted a lot of time looking for the place where the blood demon was born and knowing how to deal with it. However, he spent so much time but it didn't achieve any results. Doesn't that mean that all his efforts are in vain? Everything is a waste. All the efforts, all for nothing. At this moment, Chinhao felt very unhappy. He slammed the stone table hard, and the angry sound spread throughout the cabin. So, all my efforts today were a waste of time? The so-called stone tablet left behind by the goddess of war is just a piece of trash. It can't seal the blood demon at all. Will that blood demon still come looking for me tonight? Chinhao was very angry and did not leave any strength behind when he attacked. He wanted to vent his anger, otherwise he would feel very uncomfortable holding it in his heart. Hei Ling and Hei Yan subconsciously looked up at Chinhao, with confusion in their eyes. They didn't know why their master was so angry. The sheep moved closer to Black Flame, hoping that Black Flame could protect them. Although they are just ordinary animals, they can feel that Black Flame is much stronger than them. When the weak face danger, they will subconsciously move towards the strong. And in the eyes of these sheep, the legendary spirit beast is now a strong one who can protect them. The stone table that Chinhao had used for a long time actually had some cracks on it, and it was almost broken in half by Chinhao's palm. Although it has not cracked yet, the stone table can no longer be used normally, and it is only a matter of time before it breaks into two pieces. The sudden loud noise startled Anir. She subconsciously looked at Chinhao and noticed the stone table under Chinhao's palm, taking all the cracks on it into her mind. Isn't he immortal? Why can a stone table be cracked with just one punch? Unless, he no longer belongs to mortals, but to the brave. He's a warrior? But why don't I sense any power from him? Anir looked at Chinhao, her eyes constantly sizing him up and down. The dragon-level guardian still couldn't see any unusual vision. Chinhao is truly just a mortal. How on earth did he do that? Anir murmured softly in her heart, her eyes filled with deep doubts. At this moment, she really couldn't understand what was going on. Why does a mortal have such power? It was just an ordinary stone table, but it could not be destroyed by mortal power. Even if you use props or weapons, it is impossible to destroy the stone table in an instant. Unless it's a very high-level weapon. But what Chinhao used was his palm, not a weapon. Could it be that Chinhao's palm is also a high-level weapon? How is this possible? Chinhao is just a mortal. Anir was extremely shocked and really wanted to figure out why Chinhao was so powerful. However, she knew very well that these were Chinhao's own secrets, and even if she asked, Chinhao would never tell her. So after thinking about it, I gave up the idea. Even if I asked Chinhao, he would not be able to tell me, and it might offend Chinhao, so I let go of these thoughts. Don't be angry yet. Anir comforted her. I haven't finished yet. Anir knew why Chinhao was angry. So at this time, he would speak out to comfort Chinhao. Chinhao, who was extremely angry, looked up at Anir and asked, Can you say something? Isn't that thing something that even the blood demon can't seal? Won't the blood demon come looking for me tonight? Chapter 163, Incident. At this moment, no matter what Annie said, Chinhao no longer believed it. Because Annie didn't handle the thing he was most worried about and cared about the most. That so-called stone tablet has no use at all. He couldn't even seal the blood demon, and yet the blood demon was still coming to cause trouble for him. If that's the case, why waste time with Anil? Stop talking. I don't want to hear it. Chinhao waved his hand and told Anir to shut up. Then he lay down on the bed and continued. Don't bother me, I'm going to sleep. Chinhao, who hadn't slept the whole night before, was now extremely sleepy, although he could still endure it until nightfall to rest together. Tomorrow during the day, I can go out to look for resources, and at the same time think about how to better deal with the blood demon. But the premise of all this is that the blood demon will not come to cause trouble tonight. But now it seems that the stone tablet cannot seal the blood demon, and the blood demon will break free from the seal of the stone tablet tonight. The blood demon has a grudge against me, so after he breaks the seal, he will definitely come and cause trouble for me. The blood demon is very powerful, Chenhao has experienced it personally. If he doesn't have enough energy, he may not be able to deal with the blood demon. When facing a strong person, you must be careful at every moment, otherwise you may die instantly. Chenhao didn't want to die at the hands of the blood demon, so he had to get a good rest at this time. Only with good energy could he survive the best. Annie looked at Chenhao, and seeing that Chenhao was unwilling to continue the conversation, Annie felt even more uncomfortable. She has made so many concessions, but Chenhao still treats her like this. Although she was very unhappy, Annie had no choice. Because she really needs to rely on Chenhao's strength now. If no one helps him and the blood demon continues to grow, then this world will most likely become the blood demon's paradise. By then, even if the goddess of war and other gods appear, they can suppress the blood demon again. But the battle between the god-level strongmen will lead to the destruction of this continent. As a former living being in this world, Annie really doesn't want such a thing to happen. So at this time, no matter how uncomfortable she felt, Annie still buried these thoughts in her heart, and did not express them directly. Listen to me first, those blood demons can't affect you. You're not even afraid of epic blood demons, so why are you afraid of these ordinary blood demons? Annie's voice echoed throughout the cabin. Chenhao, who was feeling very uncomfortable before, immediately perked up after hearing Anir's words. He subconsciously opened his eyes, looked at Anir and asked curiously, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." Chenhao stared at Anir, and his eyes made Anir feel uncomfortable. I even felt that Chenhao's words seemed to have other meanings. Anir was extremely confused. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "What I mean is that although the blood demon can break the seal, it won't have much impact on you. Even epic blood demons can't hurt you, so naturally these ordinary blood demons can't hurt you either." Chenhao is not afraid of the epic blood demon. What he is facing now is not an epic blood demon, so why is Chenhao so scared? At this moment, Chenhao also listened to Anir's answer. After thinking carefully for a moment, he roughly guessed what Anir meant. "You mean, even though the stone tablet left by the goddess of war couldn't seal the blood demon that rushed out wasn't an epic-level blood demon? Are they just some ordinary blood demons?" When he saw Annie nod, a smile immediately appeared on Chenhao's face. Ordinary blood demons will not be affected at all. Chenhao thought that the epic blood demon was about to appear again. That thing is not something I can deal with by myself. Even the legendary shield of the legendary cabin couldn't stop the epic blood demon. Anir said that epic level is only one step away from god level. Judging from the current situation, legendary must be below godly, and epic is only one step away from godly, which means the epic level is above the legendary level, so the legendary level shield naturally cannot stop it. However, as long as the historical blood demon does not appear, there is no need to worry. Even if it is a legendary blood demon, there is no need to worry too much. After all, these blood demons that have been sealed for so long have become much weaker than before and are not as strong as they were at their peak. If he doesn't have the strength at his peak, even a legendary blood demon can't exert his legendary strength, and it's almost impossible to break the legendary shield. The legendary ones cannot break it, and those blood demons below the legendary level naturally cannot break the shield of the cabin. It is precisely for this reason that Chenhao is not worried that he will encounter danger tonight. After hearing Chenhao's question, Anya looked at Chenhao and nodded slightly, saying, "Well, although the goddess of war left the stone tablet, there isn't much divine power left, only about 1/10. But even if it's only 1/10 of that divine power, it's still the divine power of the goddess of war, a terrifying divine power that surpasses the epic level. It's not something that the epic level can contend with. And the stronger the strength, the greater the suppression. If the blood demon wants to break out of the war goddess's steel, it will have to recover at least 50% of its strength. Otherwise, even if it can get out, it will take at least a month." Anir spoke softly. Chenhao was extremely happy when he heard Anir's words. Although it's only a month, it doesn't seem like a lot. But this month will allow Chenhao to do a lot of things, and maybe he can find a way to completely eliminate the blood demon. Secondly, You can sign into the system every day, and maybe you can sign in for weapons above the legendary level, or maybe you can sign in for special props to allow Annie to restore her true form and help you fight the blood demon. 1 month is enough. Chin-hao was extremely happy, and all the depression he had felt before because of the blood demons coming out had disappeared without a trace. Anya looked at Chin-hao, listened to his words, and looked at the extremely happy Chin-hao. Suddenly, she said in a stern voice, "I don't mean to hit you, but I still want to remind you. I'm talking about the time when the blood demon will appear. It will be a month from now. But you have to understand, I'm talking about powerful blood demons, not those weak blood demons." Chapter 164, Time Gained. Seeing that Chin-hao was very happy and seemed to have forgotten something, Annie quickly reminded Chin-hao. Chin-hao, upon hearing what Anir said nonchalantly, "I know. I don't take those ordinary blood demons seriously. They are nothing but scum in front of me. There is no need to worry about them at all. Ordinary blood demons can be killed easily. Chin-hao has a legendary weapon in his hand, so it is very easy for him to kill these blood demons." So at this time, Chin-hao was not worried about these things at all. But Annie's next words made Chin-hao's face change drastically. "You still don't understand what I mean." Anya looked at Chin-hao, shook her head slightly, and continued. "The stone tablet has a strong suppressive effect on high-level blood demons, but it is not very strong against ordinary blood demons. In other words, these ordinary blood demons can use the power of the great blood demon to break out of the seal, then slaughter humans, collect blood, and bring it back to the great blood demon. As long as the blood demon has blood, it will quickly grow stronger. As long as the epic blood demon recovers about 50% of its strength, the power of the goddess of war will be unable to suppress it." After Anir finished speaking, she looked at Chin-hao with her beautiful eyes and said seriously, "Now you know what I mean, right?" After hearing what Anir said, Chin-hao's expression became extremely ugly. At this moment, he finally realized why Annie kept bringing up this matter. Because there are very big problems here. Low-level blood demons cannot affect me and cannot pose any threat to me. But that doesn't mean that others are not afraid of the blood demon. The humans who traveled to this world were inherently extremely weak. Not to mention the blood demon, even ordinary animals were not something that all humans could deal with. Even an ordinary ferocious beast can wipe out most humans. What's more, this is a blood demon that is even more powerful than the ferocious beasts. Facing these blood demons, humans have no chance of winning at all. Although the blood demon cannot affect itself, it slaughters other humans, even ferocious beasts and animals, and brings their blood back to the more powerful blood demon. Just because I'm not afraid of low-level blood demons doesn't mean I'm not afraid of high-level blood demons. Unless one's strength can be raised to an epic level before the blood demon comes out. Otherwise, if the blood demon came out, he would surely die. What we will face then is not just one blood demon, but many blood demons. When Chin-hao thought about the future when he would be suppressed by countless blood demons, his face became very ugly. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot face so many blood demons at the same time. "Do you have any solution to crack it?" Chin-hao took a deep breath and looked at Anir. "The blood demon is so terrifying that it can collect blood to become stronger. If the blood demon slaughtered humans, human beings all over the world will face a huge crisis. That's not something I can contend with alone." Chin-hao really couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. At this time, all his hopes fell on Annie. Compared to others, and compared to herself, Annie knows more about the blood demon. Maybe she knows how to let ordinary people deal with ordinary blood demons. "There's no way." Anir shook her head and said, "Unless all those humans are as powerful as you, there's only a glimmer of hope for humanity. Or you can only pray for God to appear and protect you. Otherwise, you will just wait to die." Anir had a complicated expression and looked helpless. She used up all the knowledge she had learned over the past 1,000 years to try to help Chin-hao come up with a solution, but unfortunately she couldn't think of any solution. Upon hearing this, Chin-hao's face was filled with helplessness. Annie has already said this, so what else can he say? It's impossible to force Annie to help me find a solution, right? Chin-hao could never do such a thing. This, too, is not in line with his character. All we can do now is to take it one step at a time. He is a living person, a real person. It is impossible for him to be forced to death, right? You should hurry up and find a way, or make yourself stronger. As long as you can reach the legendary level, you might still have a chance of survival. Anya whispered some ideas to Chenhao, but these ideas made her feel less and less confident. Because Chenhao is really too weak, and it will take the blood demon about a week to break through the seal at the fastest, and that's if everything goes well. In other words, Chenhao must grow into a legendary warrior within just 7 days. However, this is simply impossible. Even the gods of the past could not have done it. Few people can ascend from a mortal to a legendary powerhouse. Not to mention, it was done in just 7 days, which was something no one could have done. Even she herself was once the pride of the Michelle Kingdom, and was a top powerhouse at a young age. But even so, even if he followed the goddess of war, he would only be at the dragon level throughout his life. It is still a long way from becoming a legend. Therefore, it is completely impossible for Chenhao to break through to the legendary level. Even if he had god-level blood and extremely powerful talent, it would be impossible for him to break through to the legendary level in just 7 days. Chenhao nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Because he was not worried that the powerful blood demon would attack him tonight, Chenhao resisted the urge to sleep and did not rest. He planned to wait until night to make up for yesterday's sleep. Mainly because of the wooden bed, the effect at night is much better than during the day. It is precisely because of this that Chenhao does not plan to sleep during the day, and will wait until night to rest. Seeing that Chenhao was no longer resting, Anir didn't say anything else. I'm a little tired, I'm going to rest first. If you have any questions, please contact me. It takes a lot of energy for a spirit to appear outside. Having consumed so much energy today, Anir now feels a little uncomfortable. So at this time, she had to return to the holy object to rest and restore her own strength. If anything happens at that time, she can also come out to help Chenhao. Chapter 165, Announcement of Unknown Creatures. In the dark world, it is daytime now. There are still about 2 hours until dark. In this short period of time, everyone is searching for resources and working hard to explore those resources to make themselves stronger. It can fill your stomach and prevent you from starving to death. But at this time, Chenhao still opened the Dark World chat channel. He planned to tell other humans in the Dark World about the Blood Demon's appearance today. The Dark World chat channel is the best place for communication. Because it is daytime now, there are not many people in the chat channel of Dark World, and there are only a few people chatting. But basically, they were just chatting about this and that, and many people even disappeared in the middle of chatting. After dark, everyone get into the World chat channel, I have something to announce. It's related to an unknown creature. I hope everyone will inform each other. There are very few humans in the World chat channel nowadays, and most of them are not online. It is precisely because of this that Chenhao is not planning to announce the matter of the blood demon. Only when night fell and everyone gathered did Chenhao decide to announce the matter of the blood demon. At that time, we can figure out what is going on at once. There is no need to explain every time someone appears. Boss Chenhao has appeared. In the World chat channel, the humans in groups of 3 or 4 immediately noticed Chenhao. They all spoke up and greeted Chenhao. Good afternoon, Mr. Chenhao. Boss Chenhao, have you found anything? Boss Chenhao, what is that unknown creature? Boss Chenhao. In the World chat channel, many people were greeting Chenhao. There were also many people who asked Chenhao what he had discovered. Because the addresses that are constantly flashing in the World chat channel are the addresses of humans who have been in trouble, representing the places where they have been in trouble. But all humans were afraid that danger would come to them, so they didn't dare to go over to see what was going on. When everyone heard that Chenhao was going over to see what was going on, they were shocked and very curious. At this time, they were all waiting for Chenhao's answer. But Chenhao never answered, as if something had happened. Now seeing Chenhao appear again and announce something about the unknown creature, everyone was stunned at first, and then quickly reacted. Chenhao must have seen that unknown creature. I just don't know what that unknown creature is. Everyone was looking at the World chat channel, waiting for Chenhao's answer. What exactly is that unknown creature, and why could it kill so many humans in one night? Why didn't that unknown creature continue to do evil last night? Last night, the unknown creature seemed to have disappeared suddenly, and no human had seen it. After all, everyone is in the same world chat channel, and they have already agreed that if they encounter any unknown creature, they must post it in the world chat channel as soon as possible. But no one posted anything last night, so everyone guessed that the unknown creature did not appear. That is to say, no humans died last night. Chen Hao didn't know what everyone was thinking. When he saw everyone asking, he didn't say anything. He just replied, "Let's talk about it tonight." Chen Hao did not choose to pin this sentence because he had already pinned the announcement. There is no need to put this sentence at the top. After answering, Chen Hao directly exited the world chat channel. When night fell, everyone returned to their own cabins, and Chen Hao came online when they had time. "Boss Chen Hao? Tell us what happened first." When the people in the world chat channel heard that Chen Hao had seen an unknown creature, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Everyone wants to know what that unknown creature is. So they all asked Chen Hao to tell them what that unknown creature was. Just tell them a little bit. However, Chen Hao ignored them and went offline directly. Countless people were speechless when they saw this. "Boss Chen Hao, this is too domineering, right?" Faced with their questions, he ignored them and simply disappeared. "What do you think that unknown creature is?" "I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. It slaughtered so many humans in one night. Perhaps it's some powerful monster." In the world chat channel, everyone was discussing what the unknown creature Chen Hao was talking about was. They had never heard any introduction, nor had they seen anyone mention it, so at this time, they naturally didn't understand what was going on. Chen Xian, Wang Tian, Su Qin and Yi Xinqin were all busy with their own things at this time and did not open the world chat channel. Naturally, they did not know what Chen Hao said in the world chat channel. Otherwise, given their relationship with Chen Hao, they must first ask Chen Hao what he wants to say. It feels really good to know something that others don't know in advance. Time passed quietly and soon it was night. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the people working outside returned to their cabins. After a day of hard work, humans are preparing food. At the same time, open the chat channel of the dark world to see what's new. At the same time, I was also wondering in my heart whether the unknown monster would appear tonight. Will their lives be in danger? When countless humans opened the chat channel of the dark world with different messages, they saw announcements constantly refreshing in the world chat channel. "Boss Chen Hao, please come out and explain. Boss Chen Hao, please come out and explain." In the world chat channel, 8 out of 10 chat records were about Chen Hao coming out. As for the other messages asking what was going on, they quickly disappeared without a trace. It was even just a little bit, and it was swallowed up without even a wave. They had never opened the dark world chat page during the day and had not seen Chen Hao speak, so they had no idea what was going on. Naturally, they were confused at this time. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Why do these people want Chen Hao to come out and explain? What did Chen Hao do wrong to make so many people angry? Chapter 166, Yi Xinxin's Concern. After Chen Xian and Wang Tian returned from Huang Leihu's residence, they did not go directly back to the cabin, but went into the cave to mine and store more supplies for emergencies. Through what happened today, they have roughly guessed that the world is going to be in chaos. It seems that something is affecting the world. They couldn't explain what it was specifically. But I feel that the world will become extremely chaotic, and the crises we encounter will become more and more numerous. The nights ahead will become even more dangerous. The chances of survival will become even smaller. Wang Tian, what is the identity of that woman today? Inside the cabin, Chen Xian asked Wang Tian curiously. He had been thinking about Anir's identity all day long. The other party said that her princess was the blood demon Sealer, and a follower of the goddess of war. All of this made Chen Xian very confused and he had no idea who the other party was. Wang Tian, upon hearing this, shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know if Boss Chen Hao has figured out the other party's identity." After Chen Hao left, Wang Tian was also thinking about this matter in his heart. However, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Since Chen Hao left, they have not taken the initiative to ask Chen Hao, because what Chen Hao did was to investigate the unknown creature that killed hundreds of people overnight. This matter is very dangerous, and they dare not disturb Chen Hao. What if Chen Hao is in danger, and they suddenly ask Chen Hao and disturb him? They can't do such a thing now. Let's wait for Boss Chen Hao to tell us. Chen Xian spoke softly and didn't ask any more questions. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian nodded slightly. I also particularly agree with Chen Xian's ideas. At this time, no matter how curious you are, you cannot disturb Chen Hao. While preparing food, the two were discussing what happened today, and they had no time to check what was happening in the World Chat channel. Naturally, it was unclear why so many people wanted Chen Hao to come out and explain. Although Yi Xinxin also returned to the cabin and was preparing food, she had no one to accompany her, and all she had was a white tiger. Xiaobai's bloodline level is very high, and he is a legendary existence. When it grows up in the future, it will be an extremely powerful existence. But now, Xiaobai is just a cub and can't speak at all. It is precisely because of this that Yi Xinxin usually feels very bored and wants someone to talk to her. Although she had never seen Chen Hao's face, she had a very good impression of him. The first thing she did when she returned to the cabin every day was to hope that Chen Hao could talk to her. Now, the first thing Yi Xinxin did when she returned to the cabin was to open the Dark World Chat channel, find Chen Hao and click on Private Chat. How was your day? Did you find any clues about the blood demon? Yi Xinxin knew a lot about Chen Hao, and naturally she also knew about the blood demon. Therefore, the first question to be discussed with Chen Hao now is naturally about the blood demon. Chen Hao was still lying on the bed, staring blankly ahead, not knowing what he was thinking about. Time passed very quickly while he was in a daze. Chen Hao didn't even realize that the sky outside had already darkened. I don't know, it was already completely dark outside, and the humans who went out to look for resources had returned to their own cabins. A crisp voice brought Chen Hao back to reality. He subconsciously opened the chat page of the Dark World and immediately saw the message Yi Xinxin sent him. Chen Hao, who had just come to his senses at this moment, still looked a little confused and didn't react to what was going on. Naturally, he also forgot what he had said in the World Chat channel 2 hours ago. After seeing Yi Xinxin's question, he subconsciously answered. There is no great danger at the moment. The blood demon has been sealed. Chen Hao has a very good impression of Yi Xinxin. So at this time, facing Yi Xinxin's question, Chen Hao subconsciously answered Yi Xinxin. After hearing this, Yi Xinxin was shocked when she saw Chen Hao's answer. Wei Wei was a little confused and asked in confusion. Have you sealed the blood demon? That blood demon is very powerful. How did you seal it? Yi Xinxin believed Chen Hao's words very much. But she really couldn't imagine how Chen Hao sealed the blood demon. That blood demon slaughtered so many humans in just one night. Such powerful strength. Is this really something Chen Hao can handle? No matter how hard Yi Xinxin thought, she couldn't imagine how Chen Hao sealed the blood demon. No matter how powerful Chen Hao is, he is just one person after all. A person's power is limited. But Yi Xinxin didn't feel comfortable asking at the moment. After thinking for a moment, he asked tentatively. It should be difficult to seal the blood demon, right? Are you hurt? In Yi Xinxin's opinion, Chen Hao did not have the ability to seal the blood demon. The reason why he could seal the blood demon must be that there was a secret that she did not know. Anyway, no matter what, Chen Hao sealed the blood demon, which must be extremely dangerous. I don't know if Chen Hao was injured. It's definitely an injury, but it's nothing serious. Seeing Yi Xinxin's concern, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. In this world where he had no relatives or friends, Chen Hao felt very happy to be cared for by a stranger. So before I knew it, I started chatting with Yi Xinxin. He didn't notice at all that the other humans were almost going crazy waiting for him to appear. Su Qin, what bad thing did you do? Just when Chen Hao and Yi Xinxin were chatting enthusiastically, Su Qin suddenly sent a message. What's the meaning? Chen Hao looked at Su Qin's message with doubt in his eyes. I'm not quite sure why Su Qin asked this. I'm just here, doing nothing. Su Qin didn't explain, but continued. I don't know, go to the World Chat channel and check it out. World Chat channel? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was going on. He immediately realized that he had left a message in the World Chat channel earlier, but he had forgotten about it when he came back to chat with Yi Xinxin. Chapter 167, A New Crisis Emerges. I'm going to go to the World Chat channel first and explain some things to everyone. Come and see it too. After Chen Hao sent a message to Yi Xinxin, he entered the World Chat channel. At this moment, many people in the World Chat channel are urging Chen Hao. Many people are even getting impatient, and the messages they send are full of emotion. World Chat channel? Yi Xinxin looked at the message sent by Chen Hao, with a look of doubt in her eyes. She was not quite sure what Chen Hao meant. Yi Xinxin naturally knew about the World Chat channel. Although she didn't like to talk much, she would still check out the World Chat channel on a regular basis. But if Chen Hao wanted to go to the World Chat channel, why did he have to tell me? He even asked me to watch in the World Chat channel. What did he want to do? Yi Xinxin was very happy when she heard what Chen Hao told her. It's like two people are in love. Chen Hao will share with her in advance what he wants to do. An inexplicable emotion gradually spread in Yi Xinxin's heart. Yi Xinxin opened the World Chat channel. Chen Hao had not spoken yet. She just saw that many people in the World Chat channel were tagging Chen Hao, wanting him to come out and explain. The higher-ups just wanted Chen Hao to come out and explain, but Yi Xinxin had no idea what he was going to explain specifically. Yi Xinxin looked at the information, a strange look flashing in her eyes. She frowned slightly and muttered, "What did Chen Hao do to make so many people tag him?" Yi Xinxin was extremely confused and wanted to chat with Chen Hao privately to find out what had happened. But Yi Xinxin suddenly thought that since Chen Hao allowed her to enter the World Chat channel, it proved that he must have also entered the World Chat channel. She did not need to disturb Chen Hao. As long as she waited here, she might be able to get Chen Hao's explanation soon. Chen Hao didn't know that Yi Xinxin had entered the World Chat channel, nor did he know that Yi Xinxin was waiting for his explanation. He only noticed that the entire World Chat channel was very noisy at the moment. Basically, there are all kinds of voices, not only those talking about trading, but also those sharing today's results. But most people still asked Chen Hao to come out and explain. Looking at the messages that tagged him, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, and then typed quickly on the public screen. Everyone, be quiet! Take advantage of the badge privileges, with big golden letters hanging above everyone's head. The large golden characters shone with light, illuminating everyone's eyes. Even if they didn't see what was said in the message, just by seeing the light, everyone subconsciously thought of Chen Hao's appearance. Without seeing the content clearly, I guessed that Chen Hao had appeared. Because in the entire dark world, the only one with privileges is Chen Hao. The only one who can use this big golden word and put it at the top of the World Chat channel is Chen Hao. So even if they didn't see the person who sent a message, they would all know at the same time that it was Chen Hao who appeared. This is already a commonly recognized fact in the entire dark world. Everyone, be quiet. Boss Chen Hao has appeared. Boss Chen Hao, you finally showed up. We've been waiting for so long that the flowers are finally ready. Boss Chen Hao, what are you going to say to us during the day? Did Chen Hao discover some secret? In the World Chat channel, when Chen Hao's message was seen, there was another wave of fluctuations. Most people's eyes were fixed on Chen Hao, waiting for his next message. Chen Hao watched all this calmly. Chen Hao doesn't care much about the information of those people in the World Chat channel. He just took a quick look, and when he didn't get the information he wanted to see, Chen Hao continued typing. The unknown creature that appeared the day before yesterday is a powerful evil creature called the Blood Demon. This is a race even more powerful than ferocious beasts. They belong to the Demon Clan. They are expected to break through the seal that was established 1,000 years ago tonight and attack them all. I hope everyone can survive better. Chen Hao's big words, shining with golden light, hung at the top of the World Chat channel. Even though there were many people in the World Chat channel and the information was jumping rapidly, everyone could clearly see Chen Hao's message that was pinned to the top of the World Chat channel. After seeing the content clearly, everyone's eyes were filled with deep doubt. Their faces were all filled with shock. They were confused and had no idea what was going on. Blood Demon? What is that? Will they attack them tonight? How did Chen Hao know? Blood Demon? Isn't that a demon? I've never seen what a blood demon looks like. Demon? Are there any beauties? Brother, you are really hungry. That's a demon. That's right, some things are just for viewing. Don't mess around with them, or you'll lose your life. In the World Chat channel, most people started a heated discussion after seeing Chenhao's message. However, Chenhao just took a look at their discussion and directly exited the World Chat channel. He just wanted to remind other humans to be prepared so that they would not be completely unprepared when the blood demon appeared. Although the blood demon is very powerful, it is simply not something humans can contend with. But if you are a little bit prepared, you might be able to survive when the blood demon appears. Chenhao has done everything he should do. As for whether these people can survive, it depends on their own luck. Whether they can survive depends entirely on their own luck. Chenhao can't help them at all. Blood demon? Isn't it sealed? Wang Tian and Chen Xian, who were in the cave, also noticed the messages sent by Chenhao in the World Chat channel. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep doubt. Today, when they went to look for Chenhao, they also saw some things. The holy tablet worked, Anir woke up, and the red light was sealed by the tablet. They saw with their own eyes that the blood demon was sealed by the stone tablet. No matter how the blood demon struggled, he could not escape the control of the stone tablet. Why does Chenhao say now that the blood demon has not been sealed? Could it be that after they left, the blood demon broke free from the control of the stone tablet? The two were very confused and prepared to ask Chenhao what was going on. Chapter 168, Crisis in the Dark? Boss Chenhao, isn't the blood demon sealed? Shortly after Chenhao exited the World Chat channel, messages from Wang Tian and Chen Xian came in. Chenhao thought it was a message from Yixinxin or Su Qin, but he didn't expect it to be from Chen Xian and Wang Tian. Seeing their inquiries, Chenhao said softly, I'm not too sure about the details. This is what the woman in the stone slab told me today. Anyway, just be prepared. Of course, Chenhao couldn't explain why the blood demon appeared and why he broke the seal. Because this matter really has a lot to do with him. If he had not killed Huang Leihu, human blood would have been scattered across the sealed area, awakening the sleeping blood demon. Otherwise, even if the blood demon could break the seal, it would take several years. As long as he doesn't explain, no one will know it was him who did it. Good. This is today's ore. Chenhao was unwilling to explain, and Chen Xian did not ask too many questions. Without any hesitation, he immediately traded the ore he collected today to Chenhao. Their luck over the past 2 days didn't seem very good. Most of the ores they obtained were just ordinary ores, and even the perfect grade ones were rare. However, even if it was just ordinary ore, it could be exchanged for good things in Chenhao's hands, and a large amount of supplies would come in immediately. Wang Tian and Chen Xian looked at the supplies in their hands and smiled hard to hide. Didn't they work hard all day and collect so much, or just for this moment? You get some food first, I'll go check the shelter. After Chen Xian distributed some of the supplies to Wang Tian, he got up and went to check the cabin. Chenhao said that at night, a blood demon might invade the cabin. So at this time, it is necessary to check the cabin inside and out in advance. Yixinxin exited the World Chat channel and also took the initiative to contact Chenhao. What she wanted to know was exactly the same as what Chen Xian and Wang Tian wanted to know. As for Yixinxin, Chenhao was more detailed and explained a lot of things to Yixinxin. But even though he explained a lot of things to Yixinxin, Chenhao still didn't tell Yixinxin why the blood demon came out early. Fanjing blamed all the mistakes on the system of the Dark World. All of this was caused by the Dark World and has nothing to do with me, Chenhao. However, Yixinxin believed in Chenhao very much and had no doubts at all. At this moment, in the area where Huang Leihu was, the stone tablet that sealed countless blood demons was emitting an extremely abnormal light. The light flashed red, but it was not a normal red, but a blood-like red. Countless blood also flowed out from the stone tablet and rushed to the surroundings madly. A cold air of death, with an unspeakable aura, filled the heaven and earth. All the creatures around were trembling with fear. Many small animals didn't dare to come near here at all. They all ran outside trembling. The horrible smell of blood enveloped the entire Dark World. Even humans who were far away could sense something strange. They all frowned slightly, feeling bad in their hearts, but they had no idea what was going on. At this moment, Chen Hao had finished chatting with Yi Xinshin and was ready to close his eyes and rest. Although tonight the blood demon will break the seal and cause trouble, it will also attack his cabin. But Chen Hao, who possesses a legendary shield, is not afraid of the blood demon at all. Because it is simply impossible for them to break through their own legendary shield. Suddenly, a white holy light emanated from the stone slab. Anir's figure appeared in front of Chen Hao again. Looking at Anir who appeared before him, Chen Hao's eyes were filled with deep doubt and confusion. He muttered doubtfully, "Why did you suddenly come out again at this late hour instead of getting some rest?" Chen Hao was very confused about Anir's situation. In broad daylight, you go back to sleep, and then you come out again in the middle of the night. Damn it, you don't want to cause trouble, do you? Or you want to attack me? Chen Hao suddenly thought that there was a special substance in the dark world that would affect all normal animals in the entire dark world. The wild wolf that was caught earlier was fine during the day. It was a normal wild wolf and there was nothing abnormal about it. But at night the wolf's eyes would turn blood red, and its fighting power would become stronger. There is no wisdom, no fear, and no pain. There was only one thought in their minds, which was to madly slaughter everything in front of them. That is the strange thing that controls the wild animals to attack the human cabin. Currently, only animals or ferocious beasts will be affected. As for whether humans will be affected, Chen Hao is not quite sure. Because he himself had never encountered humans in this world, the only things he had encountered were savages, but before it was night, he had already killed them all. Since we haven't conducted any experiments, we naturally don't know whether the savages will be affected by those substances in the dark. Anno also belongs to this world. Although she looks like a human, she doesn't seem to belong to the human world. Perhaps, it may be affected by those substances in the dark night. When this thought appeared in Chen Hao's mind, Chen Hao looked at Anir's eyes, and his eyes flashed with vigilance. He was really scared. Annie was affected by the substance in the dark and attacked him. This powerful man who lived thousands of years ago and sealed the blood demon was a terrifying existence. If he suddenly turned evil, I might not be able to resist him. Inside the cabin, that is your own territory, there is nothing here. Without a legendary shield or armor, if Annie turned evil, he would be in real danger. As this thought came to his mind, Chen Hao looked at Anir with a look of deep vigilance. But Anir didn't have so many thoughts. She looked outside the house. It was pitch black and she couldn't see far away, but she could vaguely see a red light flashing. Anir, who had fought against the blood demon before, guessed clearly that the red light was 100% created by the blood demon, and these blood demons were about to be born. Chapter 169, World Announcement. So fast? Anir frowned slightly, her eyes full of confusion. In her opinion, although blood can break the seal, the divine power left by the goddess of war can at least suppress these blood demons for a period of time. Even the little blood demon can escape from the barrier set up by the goddess of war with the help of the big blood demon. But even if the blood demon could escape, it would be impossible for him to escape so quickly, right? Although Anir told Chen Hao that the blood demon would break the seal tonight, she had deliberately exaggerated it. Otherwise, according to normal calculations, the blood demon should appear tomorrow, at the earliest around dawn. I didn't expect that as soon as it got dark, those blood demons were about to break the seal. This was something Annie had never thought of. This time, the blood demon's strength was beyond her expectations. Anir retracted her gaze and then fell on Chen Hao. She said to him firmly, "Chen Hao, you must be prepared. The blood demon is attacking the seal of the goddess of war. It will break through in less than half an hour. They might come and cause trouble for you right away." Anir looked at Chen Hao, a hint of worry appearing in her eyes. Although Chen Hao said that he faced an epic blood demon and escaped from the blood demon's hands. But even so, Annie couldn't help but feel worried. Because this time the blood demon is not a simple blood demon, but a combination of many blood demons. With so many blood demons attacking together, each one could easily kill Chen Hao. No matter how strong Chen Hao was, he couldn't face so many blood demons at the same time. "No problem. As long as no epic blood demon appears, I don't have anything to worry about." Chen Hao waved his hand and didn't care at all. It's just a blood demon. As long as it's not a particularly strong blood demon, Chen Hao really doesn't take it seriously. Unless the strength of these blood demons is so incredible that they can destroy the legendary shield of the cabin. What good would it do these guys, no matter how strong they are, if they can't break the cabin's legendary shield? Chen Hao really didn't take it seriously. There was no need for him to take any action. He just needed to sleep well. Looking at Chen Hao, who was calm and not worried at all, Annie's heart was in turmoil. A look of confusion appeared on her face. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Chen Hao and asked in confusion, "Are you really not afraid of the blood demon? Don't be afraid. Do you have any means to save your life? You'll know when the blood demon comes." Annie asked a lot of questions, but when she saw that Chen Hao was really not worried at all, she stopped talking. She shook her head, looked outside, and at the dark night, she muttered to herself, "I hope other humans can survive this crisis." In her current spiritual state, she can't do anything. Otherwise, no matter what, she would drag Chen Hao to stop the blood demon from resurrecting. In the area where the stone tablet is located, the stone tablet that seals the blood demon has been dyed red by blood. It looked as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood for countless years. There was a strange smell of blood on it, and it looked extremely terrifying. The blood kept flowing out, and then transformed into one living being after another. These life forms are not very big, each one is only as big as a kitten or puppy, and even the smallest one is only as big as a mouse. There were more than a dozen of them, all glowing with blood-red light, looking extremely strange and weird. They stood together in a neat row, staring at the stone tablet in front of them, and suddenly, bursts of strange noises came from inside the stone tablet. After hearing the sound, those blood demon creatures also made sounds. In an instant, the strong smell of blood filled the air, filling the entire dark world. A strange atmosphere spread in the dark world, making many humans feel uncomfortable. Their eyes subconsciously looked out the window, with deep doubts in their hearts. "I don't know what happened tonight. Why does the night feel so cold?" It was as if something strange was watching him. But it was pitch black outside, and no one knew what that strange thing was. Warning! The Blood Demon clan has broken free from their seal and is about to slaughter all living things. All humans, please be prepared. Warning! The Blood Demon clan has broken free from their seal and is about to slaughter all living things. All humans, please be prepared. Warning! The Blood Demon clan has broken free from their seal and is about to slaughter all living things. All humans, please be prepared. 3 cold electronic reminders rang in everyone's ears. This is a reminder of the dark world, and no matter what this human being is doing, he can easily hear it. People who had already felt that there was something a little abnormal in the outside world, after hearing this sound, all had deep doubts in their eyes. They looked outside and asked in shock, "Blood Demon? Isn't this what Boss Chen Hao was talking about? How did they appear?" What Chen Hao said couldn't help but emerge in everyone's mind. They all wanted to know what was going on, but there was no one who could answer their questions. All we can do now is to find a way to resist those blood demons. Yi Xinxin also heard the system's reminder, and was very scared. At this moment, he also heard they contacted Chen Hao. "I'm so scared." Chen Hao ignored Annie's reminder and was about to go back to bed to rest, but at this time, he suddenly received a message from Yi Xinxin. If it were anyone else, Chen Hao could just ignore it. But facing Yi Xinxin, Chen Hao couldn't ignore her. Although he was very sleepy at the moment, and could hardly open his eyes, Chen Hao still clicked on Yi Xinxin's chat page and replied, "Don't worry, ordinary blood demons are not that powerful. They shouldn't be able to break into your cabin. Although an ordinary blood demon is a little stronger than an ordinary ferocious beast, it is not that much stronger. As long as it hides in the cabin, there will not be any big problems. An ordinary blood demon should not be able to break into a human cabin." Yi Xinxin nodded gently. Although she was very scared, she encouraged herself in her heart not to be afraid. "Help, help!" Chen Hao and Yi Xinxin were communicating, and they were also communicating in the world chat channel. They all wanted to know more about the blood demon so that they could deal with him more easily. Chapter 170, Massacre in the Dark. But in the entire world chat channel, this was the first time they heard of the blood demon. They had never heard of it before, so naturally they didn't know what was going on. What's more, it was Chen Hao who told them this news, otherwise they really didn't know about the blood demon. Even with the system's reminder at this moment, they were still extremely confused. The confused human quickly tagged Chen Hao, wanting to know what was going on. But no matter how they tagged him, Chen Hao seemed to have not seen it at all. In just a moment, humans shouting for help appeared in the world chat channel. The news disappeared very quickly, basically in an instant. However, the humans who were worried about the blood demon at the moment saw the message about that man at a glance, and they all tagged him immediately, wanting to ask him what was going on. The blood demon had just appeared when this person suddenly cried for help. It was very likely that he had encountered the blood demon. Everyone wants to know what the blood demon is. What is so strange about his attack method? If you can encounter it in advance, when you see the blood demon, you will have the ability to deal with it. This kind of thought is spreading in the hearts of all human beings, and most people have this idea in their hearts. As for worrying, no one was worried at all. This world is very cruel. Everyone is busy taking care of themselves, so how can they have time to care about others? With that much time, you might as well think about how to make your life better. However, no matter how they tagged him, the man who was just sending messages had completely disappeared. No one can get news from him. In a small wooden house only 10 miles away from the blood demon's sealed place, a corpse lay on the ground. His whole body was extremely dry and there was no trace of blood, as if someone had drained all the blood in his body. But even if he turned into a mummy, you could still see from the man's face how scared he once was. It seemed as if he had seen something horrible and his blood was drained out in extreme fear. Looking around the man's cabin, nothing was missing from it. All the supplies were still there and nothing was lost. The entire cabin was intact and there was no broken part. But whether it is a wooden wall or a wooden door, there is no problem at all. It seemed as if there was no living creature that could come in and kill the man. But if you look closely, you can see that there is a small crack on the window of the cabin. Although it is not big, it is enough for a kitten to get in. A trace of blood could be seen at the broken window, and the whole room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Obviously, this mummy is the owner of the cabin, and he also died after all the blood was sucked out by the blood demon. Such scenes are happening in countless places. Although there were humans hiding in the cabin all the time, no matter what happened outside, they would never look outside. In the end, the blood demon was unable to enter the cabin, so he tactfully left. The humans whose cabins were intact had survived the blood demon and could spend the night better. But for more humans, there are broken places in the cabin, even if it is very small, only enough for a small mouse to pass through, it can take their lives. This was left behind by the wild beasts that attack the cabin in the dark. Because it feels very small, the monsters in the dark cannot get in, so many people are unwilling to repair this small hole. They were all preparing, waiting for the hole to get bigger before repairing it. Anyway, it's very small now, so there's nothing to worry about even if it's attacked by wild beasts. After all, during this period, all the animals that attacked everyone were large animals, and small animals did not exist at all. It was precisely because of this that no one repaired the cabin immediately, giving the blood demon an opportunity to take advantage. If they had known in advance that these holes would harm them, they might have repaired the holes early on. In the entire world chat channel, everyone was looking outside in fear, afraid that those terrifying blood demons would find them. So at this point, even though it was already dark, many people who had worked hard all day felt extremely sleepy, but no one was resting. Because they were all afraid that if they fell asleep, what would happen if the blood demons suddenly invaded? Humans who are asleep have no ability to resist at all. Even if one reacts quickly and wakes up from sleep, their brain is not fully awake yet, so their abilities will still be affected. Help! Help! In the world chat channel, someone would shout for help every once in a while. These people are exactly the same as the first man who sent the call for help, but after sending the call for help, no matter how others tagged him, there was no response. Even when these people's friends chatted privately, they didn't get any response. In an instant, the entire world chat channel suddenly became extremely depressing, and everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. A heavy atmosphere weighed on everyone's heart, making it difficult for them to breathe. The person who was chatting with you 1 second ago disappeared the next second. Although no one spoke out loud, everyone knew where these missing people went. They will never appear again in their lifetime. In the entire world chat channel, everyone was very quiet and no one spoke. Help! Remind everyone, quickly repair the cabin and don't leave any holes. Suddenly, in the midst of life-saving, a piece of advice popped up. Seeing this suggestion, everyone was stunned and didn't quite understand what the man meant. Everyone was confused, but no one took the initiative to tag him. Because they all know that even if they tag the other party again, the other party will not show up. He has completely disappeared into the dark world. However, the man's reminder immediately attracted the attention of most people. Those who have been paying attention to the World Chat channel have repaired their cabins as soon as possible to make sure there are no holes, even if there are only small cracks, and have repaired them all. As countless people repaired the holes in the cabin, the number of messages asking for help in the World Chat channel became much less, until later on, they were basically gone, as if the blood demon had stopped slaughtering. Chapter 171, Escape. Great news! The blood demon has retreated. All humans can rest in peace and gather their strength for tomorrow's war. At this moment, the voice of the Dark World system sounded again. Faced with the system voice that suddenly appeared in their ears, everyone's expression changed subconsciously. Because the system sound appeared in front, it also meant that danger had appeared. And now, the system's voice suddenly sounded again, making everyone subconsciously think that danger had appeared again. However, everyone soon realized that they were overthinking it. The system suddenly made a sound, not to remind them that there was danger, but to remind them that the danger was gone. All dangers have been lifted. There is no danger at the moment, and everyone can rest assured. The humans who heard the sound had worry in their eyes. Despite the system's reminders, a small number of humans were still very worried, fearing that those unknown monsters had not completely left, and would still come to cause trouble for them. However, this type of human being is only a very small minority. They lack a sense of security and do not trust others. Most of the humans have gone back to bed to rest. The dark world has already spoken, so there is naturally no danger. After all, this person is a powerful being who controls the entire Tahii world. Not to mention taking the initiative to remind him. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to remind him, humans have no way to deal with him. Moreover, the system of the dark world dominates the lives of all human beings. If he wants to displease humans, he can directly destroy all humans. And now, the dark world has taken the initiative to remind people that there is no danger at present, so naturally there will be no danger. This is what most people think. So at this time, most people were no longer so worried and went back to their beds to sleep. As for Chen Hao at this moment, he was already lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Although at the beginning, he was very worried that Annie would turn evil and attack him. But after waiting for a very long time, Annie did not turn evil, and she still looked normal. In addition to not sleeping the whole night and running around for so long during the day, Chen Hao was already exhausted at this moment. Chen Hao, who did not sense any danger, fell asleep unknowingly. Annie stood in front of the cabin, looking at the sleeping Chen Hao with helplessness in her eyes. This guy is really sleeping soundly, he really doesn't have any sense of crisis at all. The blood demon hated him so much that he would definitely come to cause trouble for him, but he didn't expect that he was not worried at all. What a god! Annie shook her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. She really had no way to deal with this genius Chen Hao. He, a princess who lived thousands of years ago and a follower of the goddess of war, couldn't even see Chen Hao clearly. It was the first time that she was so curious about a man. She looked out the window, her eyes full of doubt. So much time has passed, why haven't these blood demons come to cause trouble for Chen Hao yet? Could it be that they are scared? This shouldn't be the case. The blood demon cannot be afraid. But why didn't these blood demons come to cause trouble for Chen Hao? Annie frowned, feeling extremely confused. But at this time, no one could answer her question. In Annie's confusion, at the stone tablet where the blood demon was sealed, more than a dozen little blood demons all prostrated themselves on the ground respectfully. They lay on the ground, their little bodies trembling. Because the stone tablet in front of him contained an extremely terrifying power. This power is so terrifying that even pressure alone can suppress them. In front of the powerful blood demon in the stone tablet, they could not muster the slightest thought of resistance, and could only kneel down obediently, waiting for the order from the blood demon in the stone tablet. However, these dozen or so little blood demons are very different from the previous ones. The ones in front look very small. Although they are the same size as small animals, they are just the cubs of small animals. But at this moment, they seem to have grown up and are no longer animal cubs. At this time, they seem to be several years old, and have reached the appearance of adult animals. Especially that little mouse, which grew directly from a little mouse to a kitten a few months old. Roar! A roar came from the stone tablet, as if commanding the blood demon. More than a dozen little blood demons were trembling all over. They opened their mouths tremblingly, and balls of blood flew out of their mouths and quickly gathered together. It gathered into a blood ball and flew towards the stone tablet. The size of the blood demon animals quickly shrank as the blood flowed. In just a short moment, all the blood demon animals suddenly became the same size as the one that had just emerged from the stone tablet. All their recent efforts have become the blood demons. But even so, no blood demon dared to resist. Even after their blood was drawn, all the blood demons still knelt on the ground. Without the orders of a high-level blood demon, they dared not act rashly. Blood cells floated on the stone tablet, then transformed into thin blood lines and merged into the stone tablet. The stone tablet, which was shining with dazzling red light, became even more dazzling at this moment, and the smell of blood became even more severe. Blood demon! This terrifying aura spread wildly around. Countless animals were pressed to the ground in trembling, a fear that came from deep within their souls. Not to mention animals, even the ferocious beasts at this moment are like good babies and dare not act rashly. As a dragon-level guardian, Anir has fought against high-level blood demons and is very sensitive to the breath of blood demons. She looked forward with a look of deep disbelief in her eyes and muttered, "Is the blood demon so fast? It's only been a short time, and we've collected so much blood. Are these mortals so weak now?" Anir found it hard to believe that today's mortals were so weak that an ordinary blood demon could collect so much blood. In the past, this would have been impossible. Even if mortals are no match for the blood demon, they will rise up in resistance and have a great impact on the blood demon. It is simply impossible for the blood demon to suck the blood of mortals in the shortest possible time. Unless a high-level blood demon appears. But now, these mortals became the blood food of the blood demon in just a short period of time, and had no ability to resist at all. Chapter 172, The Blood Demon is also intelligent. Anir is very disappointed with today's mortals. Compared with the mortals in the past, the mortals of today are so much worse. He was just an ordinary blood demon, yet he was able to collect so much blood in just a short moment. If Chinhao hadn't been sleeping, she would have wanted to go to the sealed area to see how much blood those blood demons had collected. How long will it take for the epic blood demon to completely break the seal? Forget it, let's wait for Chinhao to wake up before going over to take a look. She is not a human being, nor a warrior, but a spirit. She was also sealed inside the holy object and could not leave the area where the holy object was. Otherwise, she would have gone over tonight to take a look no matter what. If there is such an opportunity, we must completely eliminate those ordinary blood demons. Although the epic blood demon will release more ordinary blood demons, if these blood demons are eliminated, the speed at which the blood demon collects blood will be affected, and the time it takes for it to return to this world will be delayed. As long as there is enough time, when Chinhao grows up, he will no longer need to be afraid of the blood demon. Anir was not a human who traveled through time, so she naturally heard the voice of the dark system. At this moment, no one knew that the blood demon no longer slaughtered humans or collected human blood. They have all returned to the place where the stone tablet was sealed, and used the blood they collected to strengthen the particularly powerful blood, preparing to release it from the sealed stone tablet. Anir spent the whole night thinking about things. Several times, he even wanted to wake Chinhao up. Let Chinhao accompany him to the sealed place to see what exactly happened there. But this thought has been lingering in Anil's mind, making Anil dare not make a decision easily. After all, Chinhao is different from others. He doesn't care about what she thinks at all. If she dared to wake Chinhao up, Chinhao would definitely lose his temper, and Chinhao's temper was not something she could bear. What if Chinhao is really upset and dumps her? Although she had not been in contact with Chinhao for a long time, Anya knew clearly in her heart that Chenhao was definitely capable of doing such a thing. When the sky outside gradually brightened, the blood demons had disappeared. The stone tablet that was flashing red light has now returned to normal. However, compared to the original ancient stone tablet, there is now a hint of red on it. The red color was very strange and had a strong smell of blood. And near the stone tablet, there is also a strong smell of blood. The smell of blood is very strong, as if countless lives have died here. And those little blood demons who were still kneeling here in the dark had now disappeared without a trace. At a glance, there was no trace of them, and no one knew where these little blood demons had gone. The sky turned into day, the night had retreated, and the monsters in the night had disappeared at this moment. Chenhao, who had slept for a very long time, also woke up from bed. He stretched heavily and couldn't help humming. He slept really comfortably today. He hadn't slept so well in a long time. When Chenhao woke up, he saw Anya looking at him, with resentment in her eyes like a hurt young wife. Looking at Anya's appearance, Chenhao was startled and frowned. "Why are you still here?" Chenhao never expected that Annie would still be here. In his heart, he subconsciously thought that Anya should have returned to the stone slab by now. After all, Annie went back into the stone slab during the day yesterday, and did not appear until late at night when the blood demons appeared. It's daytime now, and those blood demons may have disappeared. Why is Annie still staring at me like that? She looked like a resentful woman, which made Chenhao very confused. I subconsciously wondered if I had done anything to let Annie down. He subconsciously looked at his lower body. He was dressed neatly, and had not done anything excessive. "Hurry up and get up," Anya said. "Come with me to see the sealed steel." Anya was waiting for Chenhao to wake up and did not go back to the stone slab. She just wanted Chenhao to accompany her to see what was going on. "Why?" Chenhao asked puzzledly. "I already watched it yesterday, why do I have to watch it now? Could it be that something happened over there?" Chenhao stood up, opened the window and looked outside. The weather outside was very nice. Although the sun is not very warm, it still makes people feel very comfortable when it shines on the earth. And the protective cover was not turned on, which meant that there was no danger outside the cabin. "The blood demon appeared yesterday," Anya explained softly, telling Chenhao why she wanted to see the stone tablet that sealed the blood demon. Chenhao heard this and looked at Anya. After a brief silence, he said, "Okay." Since Annie said this, Chenhao couldn't help but feel a little curious. I don't know what the blood demon did last night, because he did so many things. At night, there was no attack on my cabin. Although Chenhao was sleeping, Annie was not sleeping. After Chenhao asked Annie clearly, he found out that the blood demons did not attack him last night. "It's really strange. Those blood demons clearly have a deep blood feud with you, so why haven't they come to cause trouble for you?" Anya muttered softly, her eyes filled with deep doubt. She had been thinking about this last night. But after thinking about it all night, I still couldn't figure out what was going on. She had never encountered such a thing before, so she had nothing to learn from. Upon hearing this, Chenhao smiled faintly and did not explain anything. Chenhao was actually a little surprised that the blood demon didn't come to cause trouble for him. However, it only took Chenhao a moment to realize what was happening. After all, he has a legendary shield. The epic blood demon last time couldn't break it, so it's naturally impossible for those small blood demons to break it. It was precisely because of this that those blood demons couldn't come and cause trouble for him, because even if they came over, they wouldn't be able to affect him, and they couldn't even break through his protective shield. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to find other humans and have a chance to kill them and collect their blood. After all, that epic blood demon does have a certain amount of intelligence. Chapter 173, The Night is the World of Monsters. In doubt, Chenhao ate something and replenished his energy. After checking Hei Ling and making sure that Hei Ling had recovered a little, he rode away with Hei Yen. Chenhao also carried with him the stone tablet that Anil called a sacred object. Because this stone tablet is not only the key to trigger the seal of the steel, but also the sacred object where Anya lives. If there were no stone tablet, Anya would not be able to follow to the place where the blood demon was sealed. Anil is now just a spirit body and cannot be too far away from the stone slab because there are some restrictions on the stone slab that prevent Anil from leaving it. Even if Chinhao saw the stone tablet, he would not understand what changes had taken place on it. So at this time, it is natural to bring Anir with me. The black flame was extremely fast and soon arrived at the sealed place. In order to make sure that he could run away as soon as possible if there was any danger, Chinhao brought He Yen to the stone tablet. Black Flame's legendary spirit beast was extremely fast, and his current speed was beyond his reach. If there is any danger, jump on your horse and leave here quickly. This is what Chinhao is thinking now. Anir didn't know what Chinhao was thinking. After Chinhao came to the stone tablet and sensed the sealing power of the stone tablet, Anir flew out of the stone tablet. Soon, the appearance of the stone tablet appeared in front of Anir. Anir looked at the stone tablet in front of her and saw that it was still extremely ancient. However, it is no longer the original color, but has a hint of red. Today, the stone tablet is no longer a sacred object and does not have a holy aura. It seemed like an ancient sacrificial site, and it looked extremely strange. Anir's gaze was fixed on the stone tablet in front of her, and the look in her eyes was extremely ugly. She seemed to see something strange on this stone tablet. As for Chinhao, he didn't know much about creatures like the blood demon, so he naturally didn't know what was going on at this time. He looked at the stone tablet in front of him and saw a few red spots on it. The red looked like blood. It was as if it was dyed red by blood. For some reason, this was what Chinhao had in mind. However, Chinhao was not too sure, so he looked at Anir beside him, frowned and asked, "Anir, why did this stone tablet become like this?" Chinhao was very confused and didn't understand what was going on, so he naturally wanted to ask Anir. Chinhao looked at Anir, waiting for Anir's explanation and to tell him what had happened to the stone tablet. But Anir's eyes were fixed on the stone tablet in front of her, and her expression did not change at all. She seemed to have not heard Chinhao's voice at all, and did not give any answer to Chinhao's questions. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Anir was still staring at the stone tablet with an expressionless face, as if she had lost her soul and was stuck there like a fool. At this moment, this was what Chinhao was thinking. But the current Anir is not her real body at all. She does not have any physical body, and she is not a human being. So at this time, Anir is in the state of soul. She was in her soul state, standing in front of him like this. It was impossible for her to have lost her soul. But why is Annie standing there like a fool, motionless? Chinhao, who couldn't figure out what was going on, stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Anil, but Anil still didn't react. "Hello?" Seeing that Anil still didn't react, Chinhao stood in front of Anil, stopped her, and blocked the distance between her and the stone tablet. At this time, Anir was dazed and absent-minded, not knowing what she was thinking about. After being silent for a long time, Anir was suddenly blocked by Chinhao. Her expression changed slightly and she frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" She was thinking about things, wondering what was going on in the current situation of these blood demons. However, she didn't expect that when she was thinking and about to get a result, Chinhao suddenly stood in front of her and interrupted her train of thought. This made Anir feel very uncomfortable. Chinhao looked at Annie, listened to Annie's complaints, and did not answer Annie's questions. Instead, he quickly asked Anir, "What did you see?" Chinhao was extremely confused about Anir. In his heart, he was always waiting for Annie's answer. He really didn't know what was going on with the changes in the stone tablet. Although I know that Annie needs quiet and should not be disturbed by me. But now, more than 10 minutes have passed, and Annie is still in a daze, without any reaction. This made Chinhao feel a little uncomfortable, so he didn't want to wait any longer and interrupted Anir directly. "Blood demon." Anir stared at the stone tablet and frowned. "Many more blood demons will appear tonight. Tonight there will be another brutal massacre. Also, I sense that the blood demon brought back contained not only human blood, but also non-human blood. In other words, the blood demon slaughtered all living things in order to escape faster. With the nourishment of countless blood, the blood demon's speed in breaking through the seal will increase. I'm not sure exactly how much faster it will be." Anir frowned slightly and expressed her guess. She had just been wondering what the blood demon wanted to do. When will these blood demons break the seal? However, before these things could be figured out, they were interrupted by Chen Hao. It was precisely because of this that Anir felt a little depressed. There's nothing we can do about it, Chen Hao said softly. He thought Anir was thinking about something, but he didn't expect it was because of this matter. This is the blood demon's decision, and no one can change it. Even Anir, the former blood demon sealer, could not change these. After a moment of silence, Chen Hao frowned and said, I want to know how far these blood demons can move. Do they have some distance restrictions? Humans are restricted by the night. They can go out to look for resources during the day, but they cannot go out at all at night. Or rather, they simply don't dare to come out. The night belongs to the world of various animals and unknown creatures in the dark world. Human beings are no match for them. Once you leave the cabin in the dark, you will surely die. Chapter 174, How to Deal with the Blood Demon. It is precisely because of these strange existences that the night in the dark world is very dangerous. All humans hide in their own cabins, with deep fear in their hearts, and dare not come out at all. So once the world reaches darkness, it becomes the world of animals and strange creatures, and no human dares to come out. Although monsters rule the night, these monsters never seem to appear during the day. Chen Hao has been in this world for a long time, and he has never seen such a thing happen. No matter how rampant those monsters were in the dark, once daylight came, they would suddenly disappear, as if they had never appeared at all. It is precisely because of this that Chen Hao subconsciously suspects that those monsters would not appear during the day, as if something was restricting them. For example, the blood demon he is facing now is extremely arrogant at night, but it is impossible for him to appear during the day. If it could appear during the day, it would have appeared by now. Chen Hao looked around. Although everything around him had changed slightly from usual, there was not much change. Those strange creatures did not appear at this time, and even the breath that affected the animals and made them become very scary did not appear either. During the day, only ordinary animals and some normal ferocious beasts can appear, while abnormal ferocious beasts cannot exist at all. If we could know the range of the blood demon's existence, there might be a chance to deal with it. Hearing this, Anir seemed to have guessed what Chen Hao was going to do. She looked at Chen Hao and said softly, Under normal circumstances, the blood demon can go very far away. If it weren't restricted by its lair, it could go anywhere it wanted. As Anir spoke, she looked towards the stone tablet. After thinking for a moment, she continued to speak to Chen Hao. Although there is no blood demon's lair here, this is a sealed place after all. There are even more powerful blood demons sealed inside the stone tablet and unable to come out. These ordinary blood demons are all controlled by powerful blood demons. They need to collect blood and give it to the powerful blood demon so that the powerful blood demon can break the seal. With these restrictions, the blood demon can't travel too far. According to my guess, it should be around 200 miles away. Although there is a big gap, it's only about 10 miles away. After thinking for a moment, Anir told Chen Hao what she was thinking. After hearing Anir's answer, Chen Hao's gaze fell on the stone tablet again. Looking at the blood-stained stone tablet, he frowned, wondering what he was thinking in his heart. He was thinking about how to deal with these blood demons. Anir looked at Chen Hao and saw that Chen Hao's eyes were fixed on the stone tablet in front of him, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Although it was obvious that Chen Hao was thinking of a way to deal with the blood demon, Anir was not quite sure what the specific method was. So at this time, it is natural to take the initiative to ask Chen Hao. Anir looked at Chen Hao and asked directly, Have you figured out how to deal with the blood demon? Chen Hao knows a lot of secrets. Maybe at this time, Chen Hao really knows how to deal with the blood demon. Chen Hao, upon hearing Anir's question, nodded slightly and said, I have a little understanding. Chen Hao did have some ideas in his mind. At this moment, she seemed to have really figured out how to deal with the blood demon. What? Did you really think of that? Annie looked at Chen Hao with an incredible look on her face. She had a new understanding of Chen Hao in her heart. She also guessed in her heart that Chen Hao would definitely be able to think of a way to deal with the blood demon. But I never thought that Chen Hao would be so awesome and immediately figured out how to deal with the blood demon. No matter how awesome you are, you still need to think about it for a while, right? Chen Hao only thought for a few seconds and actually came up with a solution. Anir was a little surprised and asked Chen Hao, What solution did you come up with? Tell me quickly. Anya was a little shocked, and didn't dare to believe that Chenhao had really come up with a solution. She fought the blood demon for a long time, fought countless wars, and killed countless weak blood demons. Even the epic blood demon was sealed by her. Although it was the goddess of war who sealed it, she was also the warrior who sealed the blood demon. Chenhao is just a mortal. No matter what he knows about the blood demon, he can never be as powerful as himself. But now, he hadn't thought of how to deal with the blood demon, but Chenhao thought of it in an instant. This little bit was really hard for Annie to accept. It is precisely because of this that I always feel in my heart that Chenhao is deceiving me. So at this moment, it is natural to ask clearly whether Chenhao really knows or is just pretending to know. Or perhaps Chenhao was deliberately fooling him. Chenhao didn't know what Anir was thinking, so when faced with Anir's questions, Chenhao didn't speak immediately. Instead, after thinking for a moment, he tentatively asked, "Can the blood demon become stronger if it has blood?" "Well, yes." Anil nodded. There was some curiosity on his face. Didn't Chenhao already know? Why ask yourself this question now? Anir frowned slightly, not understanding what was going on. However, before she could ask again, Chenhao answered again. "In other words, without blood, the blood demon will lose a lot of its deterrent power?" Chenhao asked again. "Yes." Anir nodded and asked in confusion, "Why are you asking this?" Anir was really confused by Chenhao's question. It was very different from what she had guessed. She really couldn't understand why Chenhao asked this. These secrets are not secrets at all, Chenhao naturally knows them. Why do you come here to ask what's going on when you already know everything? All kinds of thoughts emerged in Anir's mind, but she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did Chenhao ask again for no reason? It seems that there is no need at all. Chapter 175, Killing the Ferocious Beast. Chenhao didn't know what Anir was thinking, so when faced with Anir's question, he spoke directly. "The blood demon relies on blood to become stronger, and must rely on blood to accelerate its growth and break through the seal of the goddess of war faster. In other words, as long as there's no blood, the blood demon won't be able to do anything. It won't be easy to break through the seal set by the goddess of war." After Chenhao expressed his thoughts, he looked at Anir again and asked seriously, "Is that so?" When Anir heard what Chenhao said, she couldn't help but be stunned. She was very curious at first. Chenhao already knew that the blood demon was related to blood, so why did he take the initiative to ask again? However, after hearing Chenhao's answer, Annie immediately understood what was going on. It turns out that Chenhao wanted to start from the blood and completely destroy the blood demon. "Your idea is really good," Anir praised. Anir was really satisfied with the question raised by Chenhao. Because this way, it can really restrict the blood demon. But there are great difficulties in this. There are definitely many humans living within a radius of 200 miles. Secondly, even if there are no humans, there are still many animals, even ferocious beasts. Even if all humans have left, the blood demon can still hunt animals and suck their blood. Although the essence and blood of animals are much inferior to those of humans, they still have their uses. It can also allow the blood demon to break through the seal early and come to this world. It was precisely because of this thought in her mind that Anir did not know what Chenhao wanted to do at the first time. Seeing Chenhao's confident look, he immediately warned him. "Although I really don't want to discourage you, I still can't help but remind you that there are many humans and animals nearby, and even ferocious beasts. Even if you can make humans leave, you can't make all the animals leave, right?" Anir reminded softly, trying to undermine Chenhao's confidence. However, Chenhao had a blank expression on his face, as if he had already guessed that Annie would say that. Chenhao looked at Anir and said nonchalantly, "It's okay." "What the hell?" After he finished speaking, Chenhao didn't react at all, as if he had already expected all this, which made Chenhao completely confused. A pair of eyes stared at Chenhao in front of him, and asked with confusion and curiosity, "Didn't you hear what I said just now?" Upon hearing this, Chenhao said without thinking, "I heard it. I believe that humans will definitely leave this area. They will leave no matter what," Chenhao said firmly. Chenhao knew very well that these humans would definitely leave this area no matter what. Because if they leave, there may be a glimmer of hope, but if they don't leave, they will surely die. As for how they were going to leave, that was not something Chen Hao could decide on his own. Anyway, whether they are willing to leave or even how they leave is their business, and has nothing to do with Chen Hao. He would only tell other humans about these things, telling them about the blood demon. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with Chen Hao. Anyway, he didn't need to leave because he had a legendary protective shield that could block those blood demons and prevent them from hurting him in the slightest. If it weren't for the legendary protective shield, Chen Hao would have really left. Anya listened to Chen Hao's words and saw that he looked confident. After thinking about it for a while, she felt that what Chen Hao said made a lot of sense, so she didn't say anything more. A pair of eyes looked at Chen Hao, and after a brief moment of contemplation, they continued to ask Chen Hao. According to what you said, you can make all humans leave this area so that the blood demon can no longer collect human blood. But can you guarantee that all the animals or ferocious beasts will leave? If there are still animals or ferocious beasts in this area, they can also provide a lot of blood for the blood demon. Anir did not fully agree with Chen Hao's plan. If he can control humans, can he also control animals? Even with a trainer, it is impossible to control so many animals. It's a full 200 miles, and there's no telling how many animals there are. Even though the blood of these animals is not as abundant as that of humans, and not as large as that of humans, a little bit of it can still be a powerful help. Even the blood of a powerful beast is stronger than that of many humans. However, the blood demon is now very weak and cannot deal with the powerful beast. Unless it is an ordinary level ferocious beast, the blood demon who has escaped from the seal can deal with it. As for this, Chen Hao, who had already made up his mind, said without any concealment. It's very simple, just kill all the animals nearby. Chen Hao believed that as long as he killed all the animals nearby, he would be able to deal with the blood demon. When Annie heard this, she looked at Chen Hao as if he was an idiot. She really couldn't understand what was going on in Chen Hao's train of thought, and how he could come up with such an answer. If Chen Hao's strength was very strong, not to mention reaching the legendary level, even if he reached the dragon level like her, Anir believed that Chen Hao could eliminate all life within a radius of 200 miles. But Chen Hao is just a mortal. A mortal wants to rule an area of 200 miles. Are you sure you are not kidding? Not to mention those powerful beasts, even ordinary beasts, or even ordinary wild beasts, would not obey Chen Hao. It was impossible for Chen Hao to kill them completely. At least in Annie's opinion, this is absolutely impossible. No matter what she thought in her heart, Anir didn't believe that Chen Hao could do it. Keep thinking. Anir shook her head and was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Hao. This guy is really whimsical and has no logic at all. I don't know how he convinced himself. Anir shook her head and said directly, You should find a way to get those humans to leave this area first. At least there won't be so many deaths tonight. Letting humans leave is a good idea and can solve most of the problems. Chapter 176, Earth Dragon Bones. Seeing Annie's unhappy look, who didn't believe him at all, Chen Hao's eyes were filled with displeasure, and he was also very unhappy in his heart. This is the only solution I can think of at the moment. If you are so awesome, please help me think of a solution. However, Chen Hao did not speak out this thought. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. What's more, this is a woman with princess syndrome, and there is no point in arguing with her. Chen Hao nodded slightly, opened the Tianhe World Chat channel, and sent his ideas to the World Chat channel. Chen Hao, who has 2 brave badges, has extraordinary power and can easily hang large golden words at the top of the World Chat channel. The message that is pinned to the top will always be there, and no matter how the messages below are refreshed, it will not affect the messages above at all. Therefore, anyone who opens the World Chat channel can find Chen Hao's information at the first time. After sending the message, Chen Hao immediately exited the World Chat channel. He has very important things to do now, so he doesn't have that much time to read what those people say, let alone explain anything to them. Chen Hao's eyes were fixed on the ceiling stone tablet in front of him, and a bold idea appeared in Chen Hao's mind. Chen Hao looked at Anir and asked tentatively, Does this world also have blood pressure? Is it true that the more powerful a creature is, the more it suppresses weaker creatures? Chinhao suddenly thought that he seemed to have a piece of dragon bone on his body, which he got from the treasure chest of the Bear King. The earth dragon bone is of dragon grade and has a powerful aura. When it was taken out on the first day, the lambs were so scared that they trembled and hid behind the black flame, not daring to act rashly. At that time, Hei Ling was also affected. However, that day, Chinhao felt that the dragon bone was of no great use, so he put it in the system backpack and never took it out. Now that there is a place that needs dragon bones, it is natural to take them out. Hearing this, Anir didn't think much about it and nodded gently. Yes, yes. High-level creatures are not only useful against ordinary creatures, but also have a certain effect on the undead and blood demons. However, the effect is not very significant unless the difference in strength is too great. At least there needs to be a difference of 2 major realms to be effective. In response to Chinhao's questions, Annie responded quickly. After hearing this, Chinhao asked again, "Does this thing work?" Chinhao took out the ground dragon bone from his backpack. Suddenly, a mighty dragon power spread out from Chinhao to the surrounding areas. The powerful pressure instantly spread over dozens of miles around, frightening countless wild beasts into trembling. They hid in their nests, their eyes filled with despair for life. If such a powerful beast appears, they will definitely die. They themselves will become food for the ferocious beasts. Is this a dragon bone? How did you get this thing? Enya looked at Chinhao, gazing at the dragon bone in Chinhao's hand, with deep disbelief in her eyes. She also stayed in Chinhao's cabin for a while. Although it was only one night, Annie knew everything about the cabin. She didn't sense any breath of dragon bones. Although they have some of the aura of ferocious beasts, they are just ordinary ferocious beasts. Even the strongest beast is only a rare beast. Although Chinhao is immortal, he is a descendant of God after all and possesses legendary weapons. Killing a rare beast is very easy. Rare beasts are not that powerful. If they were in front of her, she could kill them with just one slap. So when faced with the fact that Chinhao could kill rare-level beasts, Anir did not feel any surprise. After all, rare-level beasts were not strong, and even mortals with legendary weapons could kill rare-level beasts. Even ferocious beasts that are 1 level higher than rare can be killed. What's more, Chinhao is not an ordinary mortal, his fighting ability is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even without any weapons, one would never know that it possesses the strength of a rare-level ferocious beast. Coupled with the existence of powerful weapons, there is no problem at all in killing truly rare beasts. But the piece of earth dragon bone that Chinhao took out now is not of rare grade, but of real dragon grade. Compared with the rare level, this place is many times more powerful. The gap between the two is simply not comparable, and even in terms of quantity, it cannot be made up. Not to mention the dragon-level beasts taking action, even just the pressure can easily crush the rare-level beasts. Thousands of years ago, she still had the strength of a physical body, and was a dragon-level guardian, with dragon-level strength. With her powerful strength, she can easily kill any rare beast. She doesn't even need to use her hands. Just a glance can make the rare beast dare not act rashly. He just crawled on the spot, not daring to move even though he knew he was going to die. This is the difference between a dragon-level powerhouse and a rare-level one. How did you get this thing? Anir looked at Chinhao and asked in shock. Don't tell me you killed this ferocious earth dragon beast? Afraid that Chinhao was trying to trick her, Anir continued speaking, interrupting what was about to be said. She must remind Chinhao not to make fun of herself. I got this dragon bone by accident. Chinhao didn't explain too much, but continued to ask. Do you think this dragon bone has any effect? Upon hearing this, Anir was very curious about the dragon bone, but since Chinhao was unwilling to talk, she stopped asking and said softly. Although the earth dragon is dead and only the dragon bone remains, the dragon level pressure is still there. Wearing it can intimidate beings below the dragon level. If we place it here on the stone tablet, no ferocious beast within 10 miles will dare to approach. Even the blood demon might be affected to some extent. The blood demon is just an ordinary level blood demon, while the earth dragon bone belongs to the dragon level and has the powerful pressure of the dragon level. Therefore, if it is suppressed with the dragon bone, it can really have a certain effect on those ordinary blood demons. Chapter 177, Living Sacrifice. After hearing Anir's words and hearing Anir say that this dragon bone also has a certain effect on the blood demon, Chen Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly asked Anir, "According to you, if we put this earth dragon bone here, it will threaten those ordinary blood demons and prevent them from coming out and collecting blood?" Chen Hao thought of those blood demons who were suppressed here and dared not move, so they could not hunt humans and ferocious beasts. So even if those humans don't leave, there won't be too much danger. This thing is really good. Chen Hao looked at the ground dragon bone and almost hugged it, and kissed it hard. When Chen Hao first saw the earth dragon bone, he was still disgusted by it. After all, this thing is just a bone and has no use at all. I didn't expect that it could play such a powerful role nowadays. This was something Chen Hao had never thought of. After hearing what Chen Hao said, Anir rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are dreaming." I was very happy at first, thinking that the earth dragon bone could suppress the blood demon, solve a big problem, and prevent the blood demon from coming out early. Unexpectedly, before I could be happy for long, Annie poured a bucket of cold water on me. This made Chen Hao very confused and very unhappy. He stared at Anil, not hiding the confusion in his heart and the anger in his eyes. "What do you mean? Didn't you say yourself that dragon bones can also affect the blood demon?" Chen Hao looked at Anir and questioned her directly. Anil said all this, why is she saying that she is wrong now? This made Chen Hao very unhappy. He stared at Anil with his eyes, wanting Anil to give him an explanation. If Annie can't give me a satisfactory explanation, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the very angry Chen Hao, Anir couldn't help but shook her head. Sometimes, Chen Hao is so smart that she can't even imagine it, and sometimes Chen Hao acts like a fool. Anir no longer played tricks with Chen Hao. Instead, she rolled her eyes and explained directly to Chen Hao. "Is the dragon bone dragon grade?" "Well, yes." Chen Hao nodded. "So what level was the blood demon you encountered?" "Epic." Chen Hao answered again without any hesitation. Anir looked at Chen Hao, who still hadn't reacted, and asked again. "So, would you say it's epic level power or dragon level power?" Hearing this, Chen Hao replied without even thinking. "Aren't you talking nonsense? It must be epically powerful. There's a huge gap between the two." Before Chen Hao could finish his words, he immediately understood what was going on. When he looked at Anir, he couldn't help but reveal an embarrassed look. A pair of eyes looked at Anir with an embarrassed expression, not knowing what to say. The earth dragon bone has dragon level pressure, which can affect the surroundings and suppress ordinary level blood demons. But that blood demon is an epic existence, with strength and pressure far stronger than dragon level dragon bones. There is a huge gap between the two. The pressure from the dragon bones could never be stronger than that from the blood demon. Chen Hao, with an embarrassed look on his face, quickly asked Anir, "What should we do now? This dragon bone won't lose its function, right?" Chen Hao looked at the dragon bone in his hand, his eyes filled with helplessness. When Chen Hao heard Anir say that this thing could suppress the blood demon, he was so happy. He didn't expect that something he got accidentally could play such a big role. But I never expected that this thing would lose its effect not long after it started. In front of the epic blood demon, this thing is completely useless. Chen Hao, who had no idea what to do, could only look at Anil, hoping that Anil could help him think of a solution. Hearing this, Anil looked at Chen Hao, thought for a moment, and then continued. "You don't need to worry. The blood demon is sealed inside the stone tablet, and its pressure has been greatly dissipated. Unless you are near the stone tablet, otherwise, you won't be affected. Only ordinary blood demons can clearly sense the pressure of a high-level blood demon." When Anir said this, she suddenly realized something. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen Hao, full of disbelief. How are you okay?" Even standing here, she could sense a hint of pressure from the blood demon. But the pressure was very small and basically had no significant impact. However, the blood demon's pressure did not have much effect on her, but that was because the blood demon was very weak, and she was also a dragon-level strongman. Only by combining all aspects can she avoid being oppressed by the blood demon. If she was at the peak, or if the blood demon was really standing in front of her, she would not be able to be so relaxed. She was able to ignore the blood demon's pressure, but there were many factors involved. But Chen Hao is just an ordinary person. How did he ignore the pressure of the blood demon? Countless thoughts emerged in Anir's mind, but she couldn't find the reason. Could it be that it is because Chen Hao has divine blood in his body? The power of a god-level bloodline far exceeds that of an epic level. It is precisely because of the divine bloodline that Chen Hao can ignore the pressure of the epic bloodline and hold the dragon bone in his hand. After trying every possible way to figure out what was going on, Anir finally came up with this thought. I don't know. Chen Hao shook his head. He had no idea what pressure was. How could he know what was going on when he didn't feel anything at all? Anir listened to Chen Hao's answer and looked at Chen Hao in front of her with helplessness in her eyes. He shook his head slightly and said nothing more. Anir shook her head and stopped dwelling on the matter. Instead, he spoke to Chen Hao and said, An epic blood demon is sealed inside the stone tablet, and a lot of its pressure has been suppressed. It can only affect nearby creatures. So, within this area, for now, only the blood demon can sense it. However, if you can summon the phantom of the earth dragon through secret techniques, you can suppress the area within a radius of 300 miles and make this area the earth dragon's territory. Within the earth dragon's territory, all ferocious beasts must submit. If you can control it, you can force all the beasts to leave this area. Chapter 178, Launch Plan. Chen Hao listened quietly to what Anir said. After hearing what Anir said, Chen Hao nodded gently and said, I understand what you said. But how can we create the phantom of the earth dragon? Chen Hao looked at the dragon bone in his hand, his eyes all on the dragon bone, carefully looking at everything on it. But no matter how Chen Hao looked at it, this dragon bone was the same as an ordinary bone, and there was nothing unusual about it. If it weren't for the system's reminder, Chen Hao would subconsciously think that this was a useless bone. After all, this bone was taken from the Bear King, so it's not very useful at all. Chen Hao didn't recognize this bone and thought it was just an ordinary dragon bone. Naturally, he had no idea how to summon what this dragon bone looked like when it was alive. Everything has to be handled by Annie. Hearing this, Annie looked at Chen Hao closely with her beautiful eyes. After thinking for a moment, she said directly, Sacrifice. Only by offering sacrifice can we summon the phantom of the earth dragon. Anir naturally understood these things very well. So when Chen Hao asked, Anir could answer it directly. After hearing Anir's answer, Chen Hao's eyes were filled with confusion. He was stunned for a moment and said, What did you say? Sacrifice? What does that mean? There were blood sacrifices and other sacrifices, but Chen Hao had no idea what to do. This sacrifice. Chen Hao really didn't know anything at all. Chen Hao, who couldn't figure out what was going on, naturally needed Anir to help him explain. Hearing this, Anir rolled her eyes and said, Sacrifice means using the lives of living beings to awaken a powerful existence that has been lost. Although the earth dragon has been dead for many years and only its bones remain, if a living being is sacrificed, the power remaining in the bones can be summoned. The power contained in the dragon bones is far less powerful than that of the earth dragon when it was alive. But there is no problem at all in using it now. After all, Chen Hao hadn't thought about using the earth dragon's power, he just wanted the earth dragon's pressure. I see. Chen Hao was speechless. He thought sacrifice was something else, but he didn't expect it to be basically no different from worship. After figuring out what was going on, Chen Hao said directly, Then let's go back and prepare for the sacrifice. There happen to be a lot of lambs in my cabin. If these are not enough, I'll go get some more. Chen Hao saw a lot of lambs last time. Those were Chen Hao's food reserves. He planned to catch those lambs when he ran out of food. However, due to other things later, Chen Hao did not have time to take care of those little sheep. If it were not for the sudden need to sacrifice living creatures in advance today, Chen Hao almost forgot the existence of those little sheep. I'll take this opportunity to catch some lambs. I haven't eaten lamb for many days and I suddenly miss it a little bit. Ordinary animals are of no use at all. Anir shook her head. Although ordinary animals also have an effect, the effect is extremely weak. Even if there are 100 ordinary animals, the power in their blood is not as strong as that of an ordinary ferocious beast. Therefore, it is basically impossible to use ordinary animals for sacrifice. It can even be said, it is completely impossible. After hearing Anir's words, the smile on Chen Hao's face froze in place. He looked at Anir in front of him with a pair of eyes and asked in disbelief, What did you just say? I didn't quite hear. Chin Hao's heart was filled with disbelief. All of this was completely beyond his imagination. I never thought that there would be such a saying. Aren't ordinary ferocious beasts and ordinary animals all meat? Are all these ferocious beasts chosen this way? As long as there is meat to eat, why pick so much? Anya listened to Chin Hao's question and seemed to guess what was in Chin Hao's mind. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chin Hao closely, and then she said to him seriously, "There is a big difference between ordinary animals and ferocious beasts. Let's put aside other things for now, let's talk about bloodline and vitality. The life energy of ordinary creatures is far from comparable to that of ferocious beasts." Anya was very patient and explained to Chin Hao the difference between ordinary vitality and that of ferocious beasts. After hearing Anya's answer, Chin Hao immediately understood what was going on. At the same time, he muttered softly, "In other words, the more powerful the beast, the better the effect it will have." Hearing this, Anya nodded and said, "Yes, that's the theory." "Okay, I understand." Chin Hao nodded. Annie has explained it so clearly, but Chin Hao still doesn't understand what's going on. That means he really has a problem with his brain. Looking at Anya in front of him, Chin Hao held the dragon bone in his hand and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Then hunt the beast. These beasts are going to die anyway. It's better to die in my own hands than in the hands of my bloodline." Chin Hao held the dragon bone in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. He must summon the phantom of the earth dragon and make this area his territory. All ferocious beasts and ordinary animals must stay away from this area so that the blood demons cannot collect blood at all. "If you dare to offend me, I will kill you!" Chin Hao looked at the stone tablet viciously. If the stone tablet did not seal the powerful force of the blood demon, Chin Hao really wanted to take action and destroy the stone tablet directly. However, this idea only appeared for a moment, and was quickly abandoned by Chin Hao. Even if this stone tablet does not seal the blood demon, Chin Hao cannot destroy it. After all, it has the power of the goddess of war. How can a mere mortal like me destroy the power of God? It was precisely because of this that Chin Hao only thought about it, and did not actually take action to destroy the stone tablet. Even if he could really break the stone tablet, Anya would never let herself destroy it. After all, this stone tablet was left by the goddess of war and represents the goddess of war. As a believer of the goddess of war, Anya has always been following in the footsteps of the goddess of war, so it is impossible for her to allow Chin Hao to destroy the stone tablet. After knowing the secret, Chin Hao did not stay where he was, but turned around and left, preparing to hunt the ferocious beasts and collect their power. Chapter 179, Nether Tiger. These beasts are so weak. Chin Hao looked at a wild boar that looked like a tiger at his feet. It was a mutant species with the blood of an ordinary tiger, and some wild boar blood, but both were very mixed and rare. Although the tiger pig is a ferocious beast, its strength is not that great. Its attack power is quite good, but its speed is a bit slower. However, the strongest point of the tiger pig is its defense, which is extremely hard and powerful. Even a rare beast might not be able to severely injure the tiger pig. Most ferocious beasts of the same level cannot break through the tiger pig's defense. It is naturally impossible to hurt the tiger pig with ordinary weapons. This makes the tiger pig basically invincible at the same level. No creature at the same level dares to offend the tiger pig. If it were an ordinary human, even one with rare strength, he would not be able to gain any advantage when facing this tiger pig. After all, the tiger pig has a strong defense. Without this strong defense, it would be impossible to do anything to the tiger pig. Most humans do not have powerful weapons in their hands. Only Chin Hao is not an ordinary human being, but a powerful human being who possesses a system. He has powerful weapons in his hands, legendary weapons. In this era, he is completely invincible. Many humans don't even have ordinary weapons, let alone perfect weapons. As for legendary weapons, that is even more impossible to possess. If Chin Hao didn't have a golden finger that allowed him to sign in and choose his weapon, he wouldn't be able to own a legendary weapon. Even in the first riot at night, Chin Hao died at the hands of the first wild wolf that broke into the cabin. No matter how strong the tiger pig's defense is, it is like an ant in front of the legendary weapon. As long as Chin Hao uses a little strength, the powerful weapon will penetrate the tiger pig's defense. The arrogant tiger pig died tragically at the hands of Chen Hao. Chen Hao threw the tiger pig's body into the system backpack. Without any hesitation, he continued to move towards the area where the next ferocious beast was located. With Anir's presence, Chen Hao can easily find the location of the ferocious beast. After all, Anir's strength was not low in the past. Although her strength has disappeared now and she no longer has the same physical presence as before, she still has no problem sensing the location of the ferocious beast. There are 3 ferocious beasts over there, and it seems that there are rare beasts. After leaving the tiger pig's territory, Haiyan ran at full speed and arrived more than 10 kilometers away in a blink of an eye. Not long after Haiyan arrived here, the stone tablet in Chen Hao's hand began to flash with light, and a figure flew out from the stone tablet and then floated in front of Chen Hao. When the stone slab began to glow, Chen Hao sensed something and quickly asked Haiyan to stop. Haiyan was very obedient. After hearing Chen Hao's words, he subconsciously stopped. Chen Hao looked at Anir floating in front of him and asked softly, "Did you find anything?" Earlier, the reason why Chen Hao was able to discover the tiger pig was entirely because of Anil. If it weren't for Anil's reminder, Chen Hao would have already controlled the black flame and left. After all, the black flame was very fast, far exceeding the tiger pig. By the time the tiger pig reacted, the black flame had disappeared. It was precisely because something like this had happened before that Chen Hao was quietly waiting for Annie at this time to see if anything had happened to Annie again. Annie nodded slightly and pointed to a place not far to Chen Hao's right. "There is the aura of a ferocious beast over there, and its strength is not weak." Hearing this, Chen Hao subconsciously looked in the direction Annie pointed. There was nothing over there, just a forest, and it looked incredibly normal. Chen Hao, who didn't sense anything, still didn't doubt Anir. He directly controlled the black flame and walked forward. But at this moment, Chen Hao suddenly sensed the emergence of 3 powerful auras. 3 giant tigers actually came out. Each of them was more than 3 meters long. The largest one was even 7 meters long, more than twice the size of the smallest tiger. Tiger? Looking at the giant tiger that appeared, Chen Hao couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time he had seen a tiger since he traveled to this world, and it was a ferocious beast at that. "This is really huge. I wonder if the tiger whip is also big." Chen Hao chuckled, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. In previous lives, whenever the thought of seeing a tiger came up, many men would subconsciously think of tiger whips. After all, that thing has a miraculous effect on men. Although Anir is a princess, she has never been exposed to these things and doesn't know what Chen Hao is talking about. Naturally, she didn't react much to what Chen Hao said. He looked at Chen Hao, frowned slightly and said, "These are 3 nether tigers, belonging to the nether clan. Except for the smallest one, the big ones are all rare beasts. If you can't win, leave quickly." Although Chen Hao had killed ordinary ferocious beasts, and basically killed them instantly, Anir still didn't believe that Chen Hao could kill these 2 rare ferocious beasts. If a fight breaks out, Chen Hao's life might be in danger. Anir didn't want anything to happen to Chen Hao, so at this time, she reminded Chen Hao to leave first. Black Flame is a legendary spirit beast, many levels higher than the nether tiger, and is not afraid of the nether tiger at all. Moreover, the speed of Black Flame is extremely fast. As long as Black Flame wants to leave, the nether tiger cannot stop Black Flame at all. "What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Hao said nonchalantly. "Today I'll show you how powerful mortals are." Chen Hao dismounted and walked towards the nether tiger step by step. The 3 big tigers are no different from normal tigers. They look basically the same. The only difference is their size. Compared with ordinary tigers, they are much stronger. Then there is the difference in fur. Most tigers have yellow fur with only some black stripes. However, the tiger in front of us has yellow fur all over its body, but the stripes are blue-green. And those stripes looked very strange, as if there was a ball of blue flame burning, a bit like those ghost lights that appeared in the dark night. "Are those will-o'-the-wisps that appear in the dark night caused by these nether tigers?" Chen Hao muttered, with some doubt in his eyes. Chapter 180, Instant Kill of Nether Tiger Cub. Moreover, the eyes of these tigers are very different from those tigers I have seen in my previous life. Their eyes are also green, and really look like green ghost fires burning in the dark night. These three ferocious beasts are a family, consisting of a tiger father, a tiger mother, and a tiger son. Both the tiger father and the tiger mother are rare-level ferocious beasts, but the tiger son is a little worse and is only an ordinary-level ferocious beast. But even if it is just an ordinary-level ferocious beast, the tiger son's combat power is very strong. The blood power of the king of the forest makes it basically invincible among the ferocious beasts of the same level. The tiger pig's skin is very thick, and its defense is very high. Basically, no ferocious beast can destroy the tiger pig's defense and hurt the tiger pig. But the nether tiger is one of the few beasts of the same level that can hurt the tiger pig. In fact, in many cases, the tiger pig is just food for the nether tiger and is easily hunted by it. The nether tiger family in the cave sensed the presence of humans in their territory, and left their territory without any hesitation to see which human was so bold as to come to their territory. But when they came out, they just stood there in a daze. Because they saw a horrifying scene, a horrifying existence that they would never see in their entire lives. Not only do we need a dragon-level warrior, but we also need a legendary spirit beast. These terrifying existences are not something they can encounter at their level. Even just the scent emitted can make them feel uncomfortable all over. They were all wondering why these people came to find them, and they were also thinking about whether to surrender. However, just as they were thinking about what to do, Chen Hao suddenly stood up. A pair of eyes stared at them intently, as if provoking them. As the overlords of this territory, when have they ever suffered such injustice? If a dragon-level guardian appeared, or a legendary spirit beast came with Chen Hao, they really would not dare to resist. But Chen Hao just came over, and there was no one around to help him. Even in this state, Chen Hao dared to come over. Did he really think that these nether tigers were easy to bully? Do you really think that you can ignore this family of ferocious beasts just because you have the support of these people? Even if they die, Chen Hao must pay the price. Roar! The nether tiger roared angrily and was about to rush towards Chen Hao. He wanted to tear this guy Chen Hao into pieces and let it know the price of provoking a ferocious beast. However, the tiger dad had just finished roaring, and before he could move, his tiger son rushed towards Chen Hao. The tiger son's attack was a killing move, and the green markings on his body seemed to be burning with flames, enhancing the tiger son's strength. Tiger son was only 100 meters away from Chen Hao. Running faster than Tiger son, he soon arrived in front of Chen Hao. When he was less than 10 meters away from Chen Hao, he jumped high without hesitation. Sharp claws and pointed teeth attacked Chen Hao at the same time. Careful! Seeing this, an ear subconsciously reminded him. In her opinion, no matter how strong Chen Hao is, he cannot avoid the attack of Tiger son. Because the speed is too fast. However, Anir was very worried about Chen Hao, but Haiyan, Chen Hao's mount, did not react at all, as if he didn't see anything at all, and still lowered his head to eat the grass on the roadside. That feeling was as if it was not Chen Hao's mount. When the tiger son's claws were less than 10 centimeters away from Chen Hao, and only a little bit away from Chen Hao's throat, Annie couldn't help but think that Chen Hao was definitely dead. A mortal's body can be easily torn into pieces by ferocious beasts. She seemed to have seen Chen Hao die tragically under the claws of the ferocious beast and turned into countless pieces. When the tiger father saw how powerful his tiger son was, he couldn't help but be happy. As expected of its son, he can kill the enemy in seconds with just one move. No one knew what was wrong with that mortal. How dare he come and cause trouble for the nether tiger family? Just when nether tiger and Anir thought that something was going to happen to Chen Hao's figure suddenly moved. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Hao's mouth, and his smooth and flowing skill was activated. The secret formula of all characters. The smooth flow of words opens, and the secret of all words opens. Chen Hao activated the triple speed, and with the help of the Jia character secret technique, he directly reached 30 times the speed. Chen Hao's figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a shadow. The nether tiger's son missed his attack and fell heavily to the ground. It looked around, its eyes filled with confusion. It had clearly touched Chen Hao, so why did that human suddenly disappear? Where did that human go? Tiger's son looked around with a look of deep confusion in his eyes. He had no idea what was going on. Why did that human suddenly disappear? What's going on? Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were also very confused. They had no idea what was going on. They had all seen that their son had touched Chen Hao, and they had all seen that their son's sharp claws could easily take Chen Hao's life. But, for some unknown reason, Chen Hao suddenly disappeared. That strange scene made them very confused and they had no idea what was going on. They were just rare beasts, basically invincible at the same level. They couldn't see Chen Hao's speed at all, nor could they see how Chen Hao disappeared. Is this Imperial level speed? How could Chen Hao be so fast? Anir stared at Chen Hao with deep disbelief in her eyes. She could never imagine how Chen Hao could burst out with such speed. Isn't he immortal? Why does he possess the speed that only Emperor-level strongmen have? Countless thoughts emerged in Anir's mind, but no matter how hard she thought, she could not come up with a satisfactory answer. What on earth is going on? Anir frowned, shocked. She never thought that Chen Hao could burst out with such powerful strength. You know, when she saw the Nether Tiger's son pounce on Chen Hao, she subconsciously thought that Chen Hao was doomed to die, because even a creature above the rare level could not dodge it unless it possessed even more powerful strength. But no one expected that Chen Hao could burst out with a speed comparable to that of an emperor. The emperor level is below the dragon level, and only one step away from being promoted to the dragon level. It is conceivable how fast the emperor level is. How could Chen Hao, immortal, burst out at such a fast speed? Chapter 181, The Combat Power of Rare-Level Ferocious Beasts. Above common are rare, then king, emperor, and dragon, and finally legendary, epic, and divine. Chen Hao's mortal realm couldn't even defeat many wild beasts. There was still a huge gap between him and the fierce beasts, even if it was just an ordinary fierce beast. Compared with the king-level combat power, there is a huge difference in strength. It was also because of this that when Anir saw the Nether Tiger pounce on her, she subconsciously thought that Chen Hao was doomed to die. However, no one expected that Chen Hao could burst out with a speed comparable to that of an emperor. You know, above the rare level is the king level, and the emperor level is above the king level. Chen Hao, with his mortal body, burst out with a speed comparable to that of an emperor, which made Anir feel deeply incredible. There are 3 major realms between mortal and king level. His speed has already reached the imperial level, so could his strength also be at the imperial level? Or in other words, even if his strength isn't at the emperor level, it's at least at the king level. Anir thought quietly in her heart, feeling that even if Chen Hao's strength was not at the emperor level, it was definitely at the king level. After all, the speed Chen Hao burst out was at the emperor level, so no matter how weak his strength was, it was still at the king level. Under the watchful eyes of the Nether Tiger and Anir, Chen Hao easily dodged the claws of the Nether Tiger's son, and easily avoided the fatal crisis. This speed is amazing. It's not much different from Black Flame's speed. Chen Hao just flashed and appeared dozens of meters away, only one step away from reaching 100 meters away. One can imagine how fast he was running when he was running at full speed. However, at this speed, Chen Hao couldn't keep going for long. All this is because he has a secret method that allows him to have such a fast speed. The secret technique consumed a lot of physical strength, and Chen Hao couldn't hold on for long. There are also 2 Nether Tigers watching covetously. Chen Hao glanced at the 2 rare Nether Tigers and attacked his Nether Tiger son without any hesitation. He had to pick on the weak and squeeze the weak. He first killed the Nether Tiger's son, and then went to cause trouble for the 2 rare Nether Tigers. Roar! The 2 rare Nether Tigers seemed to sense Chen Hao's murderous intent. They also knew that Chen Hao could easily kill their son, so when Chen Hao moved, they also acted at the same time. The 2 powerful Nether Tigers rushed towards Chen Hao at the first moment. However, Chen Hao possesses the speed of an emperor, while the Nether Tiger only has the speed of a rare level. No matter how fast they are far inferior to Chen Hao's. Chen Hao flashed behind the Nether Tiger's son, already wearing the legendary brass knuckles. He raised his fist and smashed it hard on the Nether Tiger's son's head. Snap! The legendary brass knuckles were extremely hard and easily pierced through the head of the Nether Tiger's son. Under the effect of the secret method of Jia, Chen Hao's strength increased tenfold. Under the tremendous force, the Tiger son's head was instantly shattered. Shatter the beast's skull with one blow. It is conceivable how incredible Chen Hao's strength is. That powerful force deeply shocked everyone present. Is this rare? His strength hasn't reached the king level. Anno muttered softly, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She originally thought that Chen Hao's strength had at least reached the king level, but she didn't expect it to be only the rare level. Anya was slightly disappointed that Chen Hao's strength did not reach the king level, but she was also extremely shocked. With a mortal body, he can burst out with rare level power. One can imagine how strong Chen Hao is. How on earth did he manage to unleash such powerful strength? Anya looked at Chen Hao, her heart filled with shock. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out what was going on. Kill with one hit. Chen Hao took action and instantly killed the Nether Tiger's son. With his skull shattered, the Nether Tiger's son lay limp on the ground. Its life force was also rapidly fading away at this moment. No matter how strong a beast's life force is, it will not necessarily die even if it is seriously injured. However, if the skull is broken, even the most powerful beast will surely die. The Nether Tiger's son's skull was shattered, and his life force was rapidly fading. Death was the only thing waiting for him. Roar! The tiger father watched his son die tragically in front of him, his eyes filled with deep anger, and he pounced towards Chen Hao madly. It is very fast, much faster than the average rare beast. Even the Bear King that day was not as fast as the Nether Tiger today. The Nether Tiger dad rushed to Chen Hao, raised his claws and slapped Chen Hao hard. The sharp claws flashed with a cold light. All the strength is concentrated on the claws. Even a ferocious beast can be easily killed. If it fell on Chen Hao, he would definitely die and would easily turn into a pool of mud. Careful! Although she knew that Chen Hao was very fast, Annie couldn't help but remind him softly. Chen Hao's figure disappeared in front of Tiger Dad, and appeared behind Tiger Dad in the blink of an eye, pointing the tiger finger and hitting Tiger Dad's head hard. Chen Hao did not change any of his tactics and continued to use the same method he used to deal with Nether Tiger's son to deal with Nether Tiger's father. Roar! Nether Tiger Dad seemed to sense the threat of death, and dodged Chen Hao's fatal blow by tilting his head. The tiger knuckles brushed across Tiger Dad's head, leaving only a little blood mark on it. Severe pain swept through Tiger Dad's body, making him utter a cry of pain, which further aroused the anger in his heart. Tiger Dad roared and rushed towards Chen Hao again, slapping Chen Hao with his sharp claws again. Damn! Chen Hao had just dodged Tiger Dad's attack when he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming. Without even having time to look, Chen Hao disappeared from the spot. And where he just stood, another tiger appeared out of nowhere. It was the Tiger Mom, who joined forces with the Tiger Dad to attack Chen Hao. The two tigers have been working together for many years and have rich experience. No matter how fast Chen Hao was, he was still slightly suppressed by the two tigers. He himself is only at the mortal level. If he didn't have many secret techniques, he could only deal with ordinary wild beasts and couldn't even deal with ferocious beasts. Even with the secret technique of Jia, which increased his combat power tenfold, Chen Hao might not be able to kill the Nether Tiger. But if the Nether Tiger's attack landed on him, he would surely die. The Nether Tiger can make many mistakes, but he cannot make even a single mistake. Once he makes even the slightest mistake, only death awaits him, and he will be torn into countless pieces by the Nether Tiger. Chapter 182, Retreat. Sure enough, the gap in strength cannot be easily overcome by relying on skills. Chen Hao dodged the attack of the Nether Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, and stood more than 10 meters away from them, staring at the Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, with a vigilant and cold look in his eyes. His attacks on Tiger Father and Tiger Mother can indeed threaten them, and even kill them. But the Tiger Parents' combat experience was so strong that sometimes Chen Hao couldn't react at all. They seemed to have already anticipated where Chen Hao would launch his attack. Although his speed was not as good as Chen Hao's, he was able to rely on his strong combat experience to barely avoid Chen Hao's attacks. In just a few minutes, Chen Hao left many scars on Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. However, these scars not only did not kill Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, but made the two tigers even more angry. The two pairs of eyes stared at Chen Hao, as if they wanted to devour Chen Hao. Call. Because of the intense exercise, Chen Hao felt that his body was a little bit unable to bear it. At this moment, his body was shaking violently, and his heart was beating non-stop. That feeling is really uncomfortable. Chinhao felt like his heart was about to jump out of his body. It feels really bad. No, we can't continue fighting, Chinhao warned himself in his heart. Although Chinhao really wanted to kill the nether tiger in his heart. But he couldn't get too excited, because his body couldn't take it anymore. If he got too excited, he would be the only one to die in the hands of the nether tiger. Even if he could try his best to kill the nether tiger, he would still die at the hands of the nether tiger. He could not give up his life because of the anger in his heart. He killed the nether tiger only to stop the blood demon, not because he really wanted to survive, so there was no need to fight to the death. The two nether tigers stared at Chinhao intently, their sharp claws wanting to tear Chinhao into countless pieces to avenge their tiger sons who died at Chinhao's hands. Chinhao watched all this with cold eyes, and then his gaze shifted to the corpse of nether tiger's son. Pick up the body and get out of here. Chinhao made up his mind, took his spoils, and quickly left. After I have recovered, I will come back to kill these two nether tigers. Come and fight! Chinhao roared loudly, and the sound was so loud that it could be heard hundreds of meters away. The chi and blood are like a dragon, with a mighty momentum. Hearing Chinhao's roar and the might emanating from him, the nether tigers subconsciously thought that Chinhao was going to fight to the death. The fighting spirit in their eyes became even stronger, and without any hesitation, they pounced towards Chinhao again. Chinhao looked at the two nether tigers coldly. He did not switch any questions and continued to fight with the brass knuckles. He dodged the attacks of the two tigers and appeared in front of the body of nether tiger's son. He directly put the body of nether tiger's son into the system backpack. Roar! The two nether tigers looked at their son, who was actually taken away by this man, and became even more angry. Chinhao was too despicable. He pretended to fight with them, but attacked their son at the same time. This made the nether tiger extremely angry and wanted to tear Chinhao into pieces. However, no matter how they roared or how angry they were, they could not do anything to Chinhao. Because of their speed, they couldn't touch Chinhao at all. Chinhao was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was behind Heiyan. He jumped high and landed on Heiyan's back. Black Flame, charge! Following Chinhao's order, Heiyan sprinted at full speed. With that super fast speed, it disappeared in front of Eru in an instant. Roar! Looking at the disappearing Chinhao and sensing that Chinhao's breath had disappeared, the two nether tigers roared unwillingly. They watched their son die in front of them, and watched the murderer walk away, but they had no way to do anything. The unwilling anger turned into endless roars. The wild beasts and ferocious beasts nearby, after hearing the roar of the nether tiger, all hid in their nests and trembled, not daring to look up to see what was going on. Why did you run away? Annie listened to the roar of the two tigers behind her and asked Chinhao curiously. Although Chinhao was facing two nether tigers at the same time, all the advantages were on Chinhao's side. As long as Chinhao fought for a while, he should be able to kill both nether tigers. The two nether tigers are very powerful, but their speed is far inferior to Chinhao's, and they can't even touch the corner of Chinhao's clothes. No matter how powerful they are, what's the use if they can't touch Chinhao? Chinhao has a legendary weapon in his hand. Such a powerful weapon can easily break the nether tiger's defense, so Chinhao can kill the nether tiger, but the nether tiger may not be able to kill Chinhao. The nether tiger can't even touch Chinhao, so how can it kill Chinhao? My body can't take it, Chinhao said weakly. The secret method of Jiezi and the flowing movement consumed a lot of Chinhao's physical strength and blood. At this moment, he really couldn't bear it anymore. After he withdrew from the combat state, he became extremely weak. Annie was very curious at first about why Chinhao could burst out with such powerful strength. He is just a mortal, but his speed has reached the emperor level. Now that he saw with his own eyes how weak Chinhao had become, he immediately understood what was going on. I am not so envious of Chinhao anymore. Although Chinhao had become very strong at that time, his battle against the nether tiger with his mortal body did shock her. She had never seen a mortal so powerful. But now it seems that Chinhao's becoming stronger still comes at a price. It wasn't that he became stronger for no reason, which made her feel a little better. But even so, it cannot be denied that Chinhao is truly extremely powerful. Even if one possesses powerful secret techniques, fighting against rare beasts with a mortal body is indeed an incredible feat. Even if some mortals become warriors, they would not dare to fight against ferocious beasts, let alone rare ferocious beasts. With the nourishment of the legendary martial arts and the legendary spiritual fruits, Chenhao's physique has become extremely powerful, far stronger than many ordinary humans, and has even reached the pinnacle of humanity. With his strong qi and blood, he can now bear the feeling of weakness after the secret technique. So although Chenhao is very weak now, he can still hold on, and it doesn't have much impact. On the way, Chenhao's eyes subconsciously looked towards Anir and asked tentatively, "How to improve your strength?" Chapter 183, How to Become Stronger. After traveling to this world, Chenhao knew that there were levels. For example, above wild beasts were ferocious beasts, and ferocious beasts were divided into ordinary ferocious beasts, rare ferocious beasts, and even more advanced ferocious beasts. Even the humans in this world have this level. For example, the current dragon-level guardian Anil was a human being thousands of years ago, and should have been an ordinary mortal. But now she is also a dragon-level existence. The enemies you will encounter in the future will become stronger and stronger. If your own strength does not improve, it will be impossible to improve your strength by relying solely on secret techniques. The enemies you will encounter in the future will become stronger and stronger. Not to mention encountering gods, even if they are above the rare level, you will not be able to contend with them. Didn't you see that today I was facing 2 rare beasts? I fought with them for a long time, but still had no way to deal with them. So at this time, Chenhao asked Anir, wanting to know how to improve his strength. Not to mention upgrading to a rare level, even if it is upgraded to the level of an ordinary ferocious beast, one's strength can be increased countless times. By becoming a follower of God, you can gain his divine power, Anir explained. In their time, as long as one became a follower of God, one could obtain God's power. How far they can grow depends entirely on how much divine power God is willing to give them. She became a follower of the goddess of war and obtained her divine power, becoming the dragon-level guardian she is today. Obtaining divine power, Chenhao muttered softly. Could it be related to faith? Even if Annie didn't explain things about faith, Chenhao roughly understood what was going on. After all, in my previous life, I had read so many novels and watched so many film and television dramas, all of which introduced things about faith. The gods and Buddhas in heaven preach on earth, and all living beings in the world believe in the gods and Buddhas in heaven, contribute their faith to them, and pray for their help. Some gods and Buddhas have a little conscience, and will appear to help humans and fulfill their wishes. Gods and Buddhas without conscience don't care about the life and death of human beings. You know, there are so many human beings in the world. Even if this human being dies, it will just be one less faith. There are so many human beings in the world, we don't need this one. Only by becoming a follower of God can you become God's spokesperson and gain God's power. All of this is random and depends entirely on God's mood. If God doesn't want you to, then you will never be able to become a god, and you will never be able to become stronger. Even if God is unhappy, he can turn you into a mortal in an instant. This is absolutely impossible. After thinking about it for a moment, Chenhao gave up the idea. He wants to become stronger on his own and doesn't want to rely on anyone else. Even for God, it is absolutely impossible. God can give you power, but he can also take it away. After thinking for a moment, Chenhao made a decision in his heart. He looked at Anir again and said without hesitation, "Is there any other way?" It is simply impossible for Chenhao to become a believer in God. Even if he became a mortal forever and died at the hands of a ferocious beast, he would never ask God for help. The feeling of falling from a high position is really unbearable for humans. Anil said that after becoming a follower of God, one can obtain God's power and become more powerful. Before she could even explain what was going on, Chenhao refused without hesitation. This answer made Anir slightly confused, and she asked doubtfully, "You don't want to become a follower of God?" "In no mood," Chenhao answered directly without hesitation. Anir looked at Chenhao, feeling even more confused. On this continent, countless creatures want to become followers of God. Once you become a follower of God, you will have your own beliefs and the ability to become stronger. It will also stand out among many gods and become an extremely dazzling existence. You know, she was Michelle's princess at the time, with a brilliant and glorious glow. But in order to become a follower of God, she would abandon these without hesitation. Why is Chen Hao unwilling to become a follower of God? Why? Anir asked curiously what was on her mind. Chen Hao muttered softly. I only believe in myself. I don't believe in any gods. Chen Hao didn't think like this, but he didn't think about telling Annie. Because Chen Hao didn't know how Anir became a dragon-level guardian. She might have reached her current state through the power of the goddess of war. What if she expressed her thoughts and made Anil overthink it? Anyway, she has become a follower of God now, so it will be useless for me to say so much. So at this moment, there is no need to say these things anymore, just find a reason to get away with it. Anir looked at Chen Hao, observing the emotions on Chen Hao's face, trying to tell from Chen Hao's emotions what was in Chen Hao's heart. But no matter how Annie looked, she couldn't see anything unusual on Chen Hao's face, as if Chen Hao had no emotions at all. A pair of eyes stared at Chen Hao intently. After a brief silence, he spoke directly. The other way is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Anir did not tell Chen Hao directly, but told Chen Hao the consequences first and let Chen Hao think it through himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao said without hesitation, This is the way. Chen Hao had no choice. His fate was determined when he came to this world. Either you can survive from desperate situations and become a truly strong person, or you can bow down and become a slave to others. Chen Hao, who has absolute will in his heart, will never become a slave to anyone. Even if it is God, Chen Hao will never become the other party's slave. He has his own pride and his own pride. The dragon is the god of the 9 heavens, soaring in the sky and towering above all living beings. As a descendant of the dragon, he is by no means weaker than anyone else. Either dominate all living beings, or choose to die in battle. No matter what, I can never live under others. As Chen Hao's mood changed, a faint aura also spread over Chen Hao's body. The aura was very domineering, as if the ancient emperor had awakened. It seemed as if a god had revived from Chen Hao's body. Annie stared at Chen Hao, extremely shocked, unable to believe this was true. Chapter 184, Shocking Black Feather for a Whole Year. What is hidden in him? Annie looked at Chen Hao, her heart filled with shock. She kept thinking in her heart, wondering what was hidden in Chen Hao. This seems to be the determined heart of a strong person. It's like the resurrection of an ancient god, with endless possibilities. Anir took a deep breath and then said, If you don't want to become a follower of the gods, you need to absorb the abilities of the beasts to improve yourself. However, the beast is too powerful. A mortal may not be able to kill it in his lifetime. After killing a ferocious beast, you can gain its power. After accumulating it to a certain level, you can enhance your own abilities. Anir spoke softly and told Chen Hao another way to upgrade. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to kill ferocious beasts. However, if you can kill the ferocious beast, you will gain a lot of benefits. Even if you can't improve your strength, it will greatly improve your physical condition. The flesh and blood of ferocious beasts are simply incomparable to those of ordinary wild beasts. After all, there is enormous power contained in the body of the ferocious beast. These forces are within the human body and also make up most of the human body's powerful strength. After hearing Anir's explanation, Chen Hao immediately understood what was going on. Can you level up by killing monsters? But why, even though he has killed so many monsters, he still hasn't upgraded? Not to mention the wild animals killed, Chen Hao even killed a lot of ferocious beasts. The Bear King. There are also tiger pigs. And those big red snakes. And the nether tiger cub that was killed now. Chen Hao didn't know how many ferocious beasts he had killed, but he still didn't get any response. After reviewing his experiences and the beasts he had killed, Chen Hao looked towards Anir again and asked directly, I've killed quite a few beasts, why is there still no reaction? Chen Hao told Anir all the ferocious beasts he had killed. After hearing what Chen Hao said, Anir frowned and said in confusion, Impossible. Don't you sense the magic power of the beast? Every ferocious beast has magical power, and you can obtain this magical power by killing the ferocious beast. When the magic power reaches a certain level, it will strengthen itself and thus advance to the next level. Really not? Chen Hao answered speechlessly, and at this moment he subconsciously opened his attribute panel. The level column on it was still level 0, and there was still no change. Impossible. How is this possible? Even if you're a follower of God, you can gain a certain amount of magic power by killing ferocious beasts. Anir frowned and muttered, her eyes filled with deep curiosity. Chen Hao's situation was completely beyond her expectations. At this moment, her 3 views also underwent a huge overturn. No matter how hard she thought about it, she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Anir floated behind, following Hyan's footsteps. Her eyes were filled with deep confusion, and she couldn't understand what was going on. There was silence for a long, long time, and even after returning to the cabin, Annie still didn't react. In her heart, she has been thinking about Chen Hao. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that it was very abnormal. But I couldn't remember what was wrong at all. After returning to the cabin, Chen Hao saw that Anil was still thinking, so he did not disturb her. Anyway, when Annie figures out what's going on, she'll tell me. Chen Hao returned to the cabin and looked at the sky outside. There was still about half an hour before dark, but Chen Hao didn't think about going out to look for any supplies. What supplies can be found in half an hour? It's better to stay at home and make something delicious. After Chen Hao fed the lamb some grass, he took out the corpse of the nether tiger and easily split it into 2 with his perfect-grade kitchen knife. The moment the corpse of the nether tiger came out, Hei Ling, who was recuperating from his wounds and sleep, was awakened. He subconsciously looked up at the nether tiger, and fighting spirit emanated from his body. The strange aura of a ferocious beast made Hei Ling subconsciously think that a ferocious beast was invading the cabin. When the owner is not around, it will protect the home. But when Chen Hao took out the corpse of the nether tiger, a hint of doubt flashed in Hei Ling's eyes. There was also a hint of abnormality and disbelief in its pupils. Is the master so powerful? Can actually hunt the nether tiger? This is just an ordinary nether tiger, guarded by a powerful nether tiger. At the very least, it is a rare nether tiger. The master can hunt the nether tiger without his help. The master is so strong. After seeing with his own eyes that Chen Hao brought back the corpse of the nether tiger, Hei Ling admired Chen Hao even more. This master is really too strong. After Chen Hao decomposed the nether tiger, he threw it directly into the pot. Chen Hao, who has a big appetite, directly threw in more than 10 pounds of food. He is now very exhausted and his body is very strong, so he needs more food. It turned out that Chen Hao could not necessarily eat a pound of meat in one meal, but as his strength increased, his requirements for food also increased. He needs to eat at least 7 pounds of ordinary wild beast meat, and only feels slightly full, not particularly full. Now that he had the nether tiger meat, he was extremely excited as it was his first time eating tiger meat, so naturally he wanted to eat more. What's more, there is Hei Ling. It will be no problem for Hei Ling to eat 2 or 3 pounds of meat. After all, Hei Ling is a rare beast. He is injured now and needs more energy to repair his body. So it is normal to eat more meat. However, Anir, who was thinking, also saw Chen Hao's situation. Seeing Chen Hao throwing so much beast meat into the pot, his face changed and he shouted, "Are you crazy?" Chen Hao looked confused. Doesn't he just eat some meat? Why did Anil say he was crazy? Chen Hao looked at Anir in confusion, frowning and asking, "I hunted this beast, so why can't I eat it?" Chen Hao was really confused. Didn't he just want to eat some meat to replenish his body? Why did he say he was crazy when he got to Annie's place? Could it be that the meat of this nether tiger is poisonous? Chen Hao's heart tightened and he subconsciously looked into the pot, but didn't see anything unusual. Chapter 185, Sign and Legendary Upgrade Card. Do you think the meat of a vicious beast is the same as the meat of an ordinary beast? You eat so much, aren't you afraid your body can't handle it? Do you want to be blown away? Anir was speechless. I don't know how Chen Hao managed to hunt so many ferocious beasts. He doesn't have any common sense at all. No, Chen Hao answered subconsciously. He didn't feel any difference between the meat of wild beasts and the meat of ferocious beasts. Anyway, in his opinion, this is all edible meat. Chinhao had eaten a lot of meat from the rare beast, the Bear King, and the amount was about the same as he usually ate, with no change at all. Ania wanted to explain something to Chinhao, and wanted Chinhao to eat less meat of ferocious beasts. Because the power contained in the meat of ferocious beasts is simply not comparable to that of ordinary wild beasts. If he eats too much meat of ferocious beasts, his body will be damaged by the energy. At that time, if it is impossible to consume so much energy, even if it does not die, it will cause irreversible effects. Fine. I'll be careful myself. Although Chinhao listened to Annie's words, he still did not do what Annie thought, as if he had not heard it at all. When Annie heard Chinhao's answer, her eyes were filled with helplessness. She wanted to remind him and help Chinhao kindly, but Chinhao didn't appreciate it at all. She had already reminded Chinhao, but Chinhao was unwilling to change and unwilling to listen to her. Annie had no choice but to pretend that she had never said anything. However, what made Annie even more confused was that Chinhao not only stewed tiger meat, but even roasted a tiger leg. Annie, who was afraid that Chinhao couldn't bear it, couldn't help but remind Chinhao again, but Chinhao ignored her. This made Annie really helpless, and she could only watch silently from the side. However, in just over 10 minutes, the cabin was filled with the aroma of barbecue. The aroma was really strong, much more fragrant than that of ordinary wild animal meat. Chinhao licked his lips and couldn't help but drool. The weak Hei Ling dragged his body to Chinhao's side, his eyes fixed on the barbecue in Chinhao's hand. Obviously, it also wants to eat this barbecue. Wait a moment, you can eat it soon. Chinhao looked at Hei Ling, smiled gently and patted Hei Yan's head. Ding! The host has not signed in yet. Please sign in as soon as possible. Just when Chinhao's entire mind was focused on the barbecue. Suddenly, the system reminder sounded in his mind. When Chinhao heard this voice, he couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, he didn't react to what was happening. But it only took a few seconds for Chinhao to realize what was going on. This is my golden finger. This is a powerful way to become stronger and deal with the blood demon. Whether he could turn the tide under the suppression of the blood demon all depended on this god-level sign-in system. I didn't expect that I would forget such an important thing. He went to bed early yesterday and slept soundly all night without hearing any sound. When I woke up in the morning, I was completely confused. Before I could react, Annie called me to go to the place where the blood demon was sealed to see what his current situation was. Then he found a way to prolong the blood demon's ability to break the seal, and then went to hunt the beast. Now that he was back in the cabin, Chinhao, who was extremely hungry, wanted to get himself some meat to eat. Chinhao was extremely hungry and weak, and at this moment he only wanted to eat meat. Apart from eating meat, he had no other thoughts in his mind. If the system didn't remind him, Chinhao might not have remembered that he hadn't signed into the system yet. What the hell? Almost missed it. If it's past midnight and I still haven't reacted, wouldn't I have missed an opportunity to become stronger in vain? If this is true, wouldn't I regret it immensely? Turn on the system! While Chinhao was feeling extremely relieved, he also asked the system to open the sign-in page. Following Chinhao's command, the sign-in page also opened randomly. 3 big options appeared in front of Chinhao. Choice 1, Legendary Item Upgrade Card. Option 2, Legendary Well. Choice 3, Extreme Beauty. The choice this time is still the same as before. Option 1 is still a random choice, while options 2 and 3 are the same as before, with no difference. Even with Anil here, choice 3 is still an extremely beautiful woman. If you don't choose it, then the choice will not change. I choose 1. Chinhao chose the first one without any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Legendary Item Upgrade Card. Legendary Item Upgrade Card can upgrade any item to Legendary level. Creatures and weapons cannot be upgraded, only items can be upgraded. Only upgrade items? Can this thing help me now? What upgrade can stop the blood demon? Chinhao muttered to himself, unable to think of what upgrade he needed to help him stop the blood demon. Countless thoughts also emerged in Chinhao's mind, making Chinhao unable to understand what was going on. System, what can a legendary item card upgrade? After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao decided to ask the system. Judging from the surface alone, there are only a few things that can be upgraded with the legendary upgrade card. Can't upgrade creatures, nor weapons. Can I only upgrade the props, that is, upgrade the bed or something? This thing. Isn't it a pure waste? Returned to the host. As long as it is not a living thing or a weapon, it can be upgraded. The host can upgrade seeds, speed up their maturation, upgrade the furnace, etc. The system's voice soon rang in Chen Hao's mind. Chen Hao immediately knew what the legendary upgrade item card could upgrade. As long as it is not a living thing or a weapon, it can be upgraded. Even seeds can be upgraded. Although Chen Hao thought about upgrading all the furniture in the cabin to legendary level. But this idea was just a thought, and Chen Hao had never thought about using the upgrade card to upgrade. Now this upgrade card is of great use to him. It may be a good item for him to deal with the blood demon. Naturally, he can't use it casually. Chapter 186, The Nether Tiger's Revenge. While Chen Hao was thinking about what to do, the upgrade card containing legendary power was unknowingly in his hand, and a legendary aura also filled the entire cabin. Hei Ling, who was staring at the nether tiger meat, and Enir, who was thinking about something, were both attracted by the upgrade card. Their eyes were fixed on the legendary upgrade card in Chen Hao's hand, and there was deep curiosity in both their human and eagle eyes. Where did Chen Hao get such an upgrade card? Hei Ling stared at the upgrade card and seemed to feel that Chen Hao would not give it to him, so he gave up staring at the upgrade card and turned to look at tiger meat. Compared to the legendary upgrade card, this is what it can currently get. Compared to the illusory upgrade card, it is better to think about how to eat more nether tiger meat next. Why does this thing contain legendary divine power? If I had this kind of divine power, could I also reach the legendary level? Anir's eyes were fixed on the legendary upgrade card in Chen Hao's hand. There was a greedy look in her eyes. She really wanted this upgrade card. She was already a dragon level 1,000 years ago, and she desperately wanted to upgrade to a legend, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not reach the legend level. In the end, he could only die tragically on the battlefield with his soul, and his soul became the guardian of the sealed blood demon. 1,000 years have passed, and Anir has forgotten her original intention of becoming a legendary powerhouse. Because she is no longer a human being, but just a spirit that relies on divine power to exist. When the divine power of the goddess of war and the holy object completely dissipates, she will completely disappear from this world, as if she had never existed. There will no longer be any record of her in this world. All traces of her were completely wiped out. Now Chen Hao took out the legendary upgrade card, and the legendary power in the card deeply attracted her attention. Deep down, she really wanted to get such an upgrade card. Even if I die, I still want to upgrade to a legendary powerhouse. Where did you get this thing? Why does it contain legendary divine power? Anir stared at Chen Hao with curiosity in her eyes. Chen Hao was just sitting in the room, doing nothing, so why did he suddenly possess legendary divine power? What is going on? Chen Hao, who had been wondering how to deal with this legendary card, was stunned when he heard Annie's voice. But when he noticed the card in his hand, he immediately understood what was going on. Chen Hao looked at Anir and asked calmly, "What do you want?" Anir looked at Chen Hao. Although she didn't say anything, didn't nod or shake her head, the look in her eyes revealed what she was thinking. Chen Hao looked at Anir, smiled faintly, and didn't say anything else. After smelling the aroma of tiger meat, he knew that the tiger meat was ready to eat, so he put the card away. Then he picked up a kitchen knife, cut off a small piece of tiger meat and gave it to Hei Ling. Then Chen Hao held the tiger meat and started to eat it. Chen Hao's attention was all on the tiger meat, and he had no time to pay attention to Anir. Anir's gaze was all on Chen Hao, and all she could think about was the legendary upgrade card. She really wanted to know where Chen Hao got such legendary power. However, Chen Hao seemed to ignore her completely. She wanted to ask, but didn't know how to start. If I continue to ask, wouldn't that reveal what I'm thinking? What if Chen Hao becomes wary of her then? I can only look for opportunities and ask slowly and gradually. Roar! Just when Chen Hao was enjoying his meal, a tiger roar suddenly sounded outside. The sound was so loud that even Chen Hao was startled. Hei Ling sensed something and Hawkeye looked outside the house in fear. Although it could not see what was outside, it could clearly sense the horror of the sounds outside. All the lambs were trembling with fear and subconsciously hid behind Hei Yin. Now, only this legendary spirit beast can protect them. Anir, who had been thinking about the legendary power in her heart, naturally heard the sound outside at this moment. The powerful spiritual power of the dragon-level guardian made her immediately understand what was going on. Those two nether tigers actually came to seek revenge. They actually found Chen Hao's cabin. Damn, who is so shameless as to disturb me while I'm eating? Chen Hao, who was enjoying his meal, was suddenly interrupted like this, and his interest immediately disappeared. This feeling really made Chen Hao very unhappy. It's those two nether tigers, they're here to cause trouble for you. Anir spoke softly and told Chen Hao what happened. Two big bugs? Chen Hao muttered. I was still worrying that one wasn't enough, but I didn't expect new ones to be delivered to my door. I'll go and bother them after I finish eating. After knowing what happened, Chen Hao did not go out to join the battle directly, but continued to lower his head and eat the tiger leg in his hand, not worried about the ferocious beasts outside at all. Completely unaware that this was Anir from the legendary cabin, she saw Chen Hao still eating meat and didn't seem to want to take any action. She couldn't help but remind Chen Hao, "You'd better get ready for battle. Your little cabin can't stop the nether tiger." Is this a legendary power? Anir explained to Chen Hao, hoping that Chen Hao would get ready quickly. His legendary cabin was simply not capable of stopping the ferocious beasts outside. A rare beast could break into Chen Hao's cabin. However, before Anir could finish her words, a legendary divine power suddenly spread out from outside. And that legendary divine power was exactly the same as the legendary divine power Chen Hao had used earlier. So Anir subconsciously knew in her heart that the mysterious power outside was the legendary divine power. What's going on? How can there be such legendary divine power out there? Could it be that a legendary expert has appeared? An inexplicable fear rose in Anir's heart. The legendary strongman is simply not someone Chen Hao can contend with. She might, possibly, be destroyed by a legendary powerhouse. Chapter 187, Legendary Existence. Anir was extremely shocked. Seeing Chen Hao happily eating the roasted tiger meat, with no sense of danger, she immediately said to Chen Hao, "There's a legendary being outside. Why don't you leave quickly?" However, Chen Hao remained motionless, as if he had not heard anything at all. Countless thoughts emerged in Anir's mind. Then, Anir said helplessly and desperately, "That's right, legendary masters are so powerful. How could you escape from the clutches of a legendary master?" In Anir's heart, she knew clearly that Chen Hao could never be a match for the legendary strongman. At this time, even if Chen Hao wanted to escape, he had no chance at all. There is no way that a legendary strongman would let Chen Hao leave. The only fate that awaits Chen Hao today is death. Anir regained her composure and looked at Chen Hao in despair. She never dreamed that Chen Hao would be so unlucky to meet a legendary strongman. Chen Hao, who did not die at the hands of the blood demon, died at the hands of a legendary strongman. He waited anxiously for a few minutes, waiting for the legendary strongman to destroy Chen Hao's cabin, and then easily beat Chen Hao to death. However, after waiting for a few minutes, the imagined scene did not appear. Chen Hao was still happily eating the barbecue, and there was no change in his expression. It's as if all this doesn't exist at all. What's going on? Anir asked in confusion. Why didn't that legendary expert show up? Anir was very confused and had no idea what was going on. At this time, Chen Hao had almost finished eating, and he also felt a powerful force surging in his body. Just as Anir said, the ferocious beast contains powerful strength that is not something ordinary people can contend with. If a mortal ate so many ferocious beasts, he would definitely die. There is no reason at all. But Chen Hao didn't react at all. This enormous force surged through his body, trying to tear it apart and burst it. However, Chen Hao's body was extremely stiff and had been transformed by the legendary spiritual fruit. If he could improve his own strength, he could definitely reach the legendary level. Secondly, Chen Hao also learned auxiliary skills such as physical fitness, all of which are legendary. Even though Chinhao's current realm is still that of a mortal body, he is still extremely powerful. Not to mention ordinary level ferocious beasts, even if they were higher level ferocious beasts, Chinhao would still eat them. With a legendary physique, why would you be afraid of the power of a mere ferocious beast? After eating the tiger leg, Chinhao drank a big sip of water and immediately patted his belly with satisfaction. There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This feeling is really great. Not only was the barbecue delicious, but the power surging through my body also made me feel extremely uncomfortable. After eating and drinking, it's time to deal with the trouble outside. Chinhao muttered softly, stood up, opened the door and walked outside. Anir, who had been anxiously waiting for the legendary master to take action, was very curious about what was happening outside and why the legendary master hadn't taken action yet. But at this moment, when Chinhao opened the door, Anir's eyes also turned to the outside of the house and saw everything that happened outside. The nether tiger brought a large number of ferocious beasts with it, and there were also a large number of wild beasts not far away. All of them were attacking something with their fangs and claws. There seemed to be something in front of them, blocking them, and they could not get in no matter what. The nether tiger dad, who was madly biting the thing in front of him, saw Chinhao coming out, with a ferocious look in his eyes, and attacked more frequently. Tiger Mom's attack also became extremely powerful. The ferocious beasts and wild beasts behind him were affected by an inexplicable emotion when they saw Chinhao appear, and became even more ferocious. A red light gradually appeared in the eyes of the ferocious beast. Chinhao looked at the gleam in the eyes of these ferocious beasts and muttered to himself, "That strange power has appeared again." Chinhao had seen many such situations and now understood what was going on. This is the strange power that affects these ferocious beasts. How can we deal with so many ferocious beasts? There are many ferocious beasts in front of us, all of them are blocked outside the protective shield. In addition to the nether tiger dad and tiger mom, there are many other ferocious beasts, not only ordinary ones, but also rare ones. There are not many rare level ferocious beasts, only 2 of them. Together with the tiger father and tiger mother, there are only 4 rare level ferocious beasts. Each of them is a wolf, its body is red, a bit like a burning flame. The other one was a giant python, more than 15 meters in size, like a prehistoric behemoth. The other ferocious beasts are of ordinary level. Although their strength is not very good, there are many of them, more than 20 in total. These ferocious beasts all have blood-red eyes and are full of hostility. It's really strange, where do all these ferocious beasts come from? Is the nether tiger so popular? Chinhao looked at Nether Tiger's younger brother and felt very confused. These ferocious beasts were not influenced by the dark world but were summoned by the Nether Tiger. After being in this world for so long, Chinhao has become very clear about the changes in the ferocious beasts. If they were affected by the dark world, the eyes of these ferocious beasts would become extremely blood-red, like ferocious beasts that only knew how to kill. When he just came out, the expressions in the eyes of these ferocious beasts did not change much. Everything about them was still the same as before, and everything was normal. The reason why my eyes changed was because they happened after I came out. In other words, these ferocious beasts were not affected by the system. They are now attacking their own cabin. If you think a little, you can figure out how they got here. It is definitely because of the influence of the Nether Tiger. If it weren't for the legendary protective shield, so many ferocious beasts would have rushed up and torn him into countless pieces. For rare-level ferocious beasts and countless ordinary-level ferocious beasts, such terrifying power, no one can contend with it. Even Chinhao could not compete with him. Chinhao was thinking in his heart how to deal with these ferocious beasts. It is simply impossible to start fighting directly. Without the protection of the shield, I would surely die. Chapter 188, Tide of Ferocious Beasts. What is this? Just as Chinhao was thinking about how to deal with these ferocious beasts attacking the protective shield, Anir's voice rang in his ears. Anir stared at the shield, her eyes filled with shock. She never imagined that a shield would appear before her eyes, blocking all the ferocious beasts. Dozens of ferocious beasts were all blocked outside and could not get close to the cabin at all. Anir looked at all the beasts and found that the strongest beast was a rare one, the Nether Tiger. Apart from them, there are no more powerful beasts. What's going on? Isn't there a legendary beast? What's with that legendary power? Anya looked around the entire battlefield, staring at all the ferocious beasts, and also looked behind the ferocious beasts, but she did not see any legendary existence. But when she first came out, she clearly sensed a legendary existence. What was going on? Countless thoughts emerged in Anya's mind. She really sensed the legendary power, but why did the legendary power disappear at this moment? What is going on here? Anya couldn't figure out what was going on, and then she looked at Chenhao and asked directly, "Have you sensed the legendary power? This shield is it?" Chenhao pointed at the shield and said casually. In front of him, this shield was indeed legendary. After all, this is the shield that comes with the legendary cabin, so it is naturally a legendary shield. After hearing what Chenhao said, Anya's eyes flashed with confusion, and she didn't quite understand what Chenhao meant. Is this a legendary shield? Are you kidding? How could a legendary shield appear here? Aren't shields of this level only possessed by top-tier experts? Even thousands of years ago, few people knew about such a shield. So at this time, it was impossible for him to trust Chenhao. Anyway, this is a legendary shield, and Chenhao has already told Anil. As for whether Anil believes it or not, it has nothing to do with Chenhao. At this time, he was thinking about how to face the ferocious beast in front of him. These ferocious beasts were all in front of him, looking extremely ferocious. Moreover, these ferocious beasts will be the food for their survival in the future, so how can they be allowed to leave easily? The meat of ferocious beasts is very delicious, much more delicious than that of ordinary wild beasts, so now all the meat Chenhao eats has become the meat of ferocious beasts, and he no longer eats wild beast meat at all. All that beast meat was traded to others. With so many ferocious beasts, the stored meat will definitely be enough to keep me eating for a long time. What's more, these are all dangerous beasts that can take your life if you are not careful. So at this moment, we must find a way to kill them all. It is impossible for Chenhao to let the tiger go back to the mountains. With the legendary shield blocking them, these ferocious beasts can't get in at all. If I didn't have the legendary shield to stop all these beasts from attacking me, I wouldn't be a match for them. Chenhao stared at the ferocious beast, whispering softly, and thinking in his heart about a good way to deal with the ferocious beast. After thinking about it for a long time, Chenhao still couldn't come up with any good solution. Rare-level ferocious beasts are much stronger than ordinary-level ferocious beasts. A rare ferocious beast, with the help of flowing water and the secret of Jia, its combat power can be greatly improved. The instantaneous 30 times speed can make Chenhao's speed far exceed that of rare-level ferocious beasts, and rare-level ferocious beasts cannot touch him at all. Therefore, when fighting alone, Chenhao would not be afraid of rare beasts at all. But if two rare beasts attack together, Chenhao will be unable to cope with it. What's more, there are not only 2 rare-level ferocious beasts in front of him, but 4 rare-level ferocious beasts. If a fight really breaks out, it will be of no benefit to him at all. It was precisely because of this that Chenhao could not possibly attack these ferocious beasts. We must find a way to lure away the rare beasts, eliminate all the ordinary beasts, and then deal with the rare beasts. Although Chenhao had made this decision in his mind, he couldn't think of any way to separate these ferocious beasts. If he opened the protective shield, all the ferocious beasts would swarm over. Countless thoughts emerged in Chenhao's mind, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Chenhao, who had no idea what was going on, could only look up at an ear and softly asked, "Do you have any solution?" "What do you mean?" Anir asked in confusion. She didn't know what was in Chenhao's mind, didn't know how Chenhao was going to deal with these ferocious beasts, and didn't know how Chenhao wanted to separate these ferocious beasts, so naturally she couldn't give Chenhao any advice. When she heard Chenhao's question at this time, she thought Chenhao wanted to ask her what to do if these ferocious beasts kept attacking the legendary shield. After thinking about this, Anya said directly to Chenhao, "Don't worry, this is a legendary shield. Without legendary strength, it is almost impossible to break it. Even a dragon-level being might not be able to break it. Among these beasts, the strongest is only a rare beast. No matter how many there are, they can't break the legendary shield." As a dragon-level existence from thousands of years ago, she had seen legendary shields before, but that was by chance. The defensive power was still extremely strong. Even if dozens of dragon-level masters worked together, they could not break the legendary shield. However, with so many dragon-level beings, the legendary shield still suffered some damage. But even so, the legendary shield is still very strong and can directly ignore all attacks below the dragon level. Even an emperor-level existence cannot break through the damaged legendary shield. It is conceivable how powerful the legendary shield is. After hearing Anil's answer, Chen Hao immediately realized that Anil had misunderstood. He looked at Anir in front of him, shook his head and said to Anir, "That's not what I meant." Upon hearing this, Anir looked at Chen Hao with confusion in her eyes. "If you don't mean this, then what else do you mean?" Anir frowned slightly, unable to understand what Chen Hao was thinking. He never thought that Chen Hao wanted to kill all the ferocious beasts. After all, this is a tide of ferocious beasts. Unless Chen Hao has reached the king level or above, he would never dare to think so. Chapter 189: How to Use Earth Dragon Bones. There are already 4 rare-level ferocious beasts, and 2 nether tigers. The strength of the nether tiger is extremely top-notch among the rare-level ferocious beasts, and can challenge some king-level ferocious beasts. Even ordinary king-level beasts don't dare to act presumptuously in front of the rare-level nether tiger. It is conceivable how powerful the nether tiger is. Therefore, without the strength of a king, one would not dare to provoke the nether tiger. This is true for both humans and ferocious beasts. It was precisely because of the nether tiger's power that when Chen Hao first started to provoke the nether tiger, Anir was stunned for a moment. She never thought that Chen Hao would be so arrogant and dare to provoke the nether tiger. However, at that time, Chen Hao did not know how powerful the nether tiger was, and he also possessed a powerful secret technique, so it was normal for him to have the courage to provoke the nether tiger. Now that he has witnessed the power of the nether tiger with his own eyes, it is impossible for Chen Hao to provoke nether tiger again, right? In Anir's own opinion, the combat power of the nether tiger is too strong. Even if it is only rare level, it can burst out with powerful strength comparable to the king level. The nether tiger dad is already at the peak of the rare level, and is only one step away from becoming a true king level beast. The nether tiger brought with it a horde of ferocious beasts, forming a tide of ferocious beasts. Even the king level beasts did not dare to be careless. After comprehensive consideration, Anir believed that Chen Hao would never dare to cause trouble for the nether tiger and those ferocious beasts. However, Anir thought that Chen Hao definitely did not want to kill these ferocious beasts. After all, in her opinion, Chen Hao would not dare to do that. However, she didn't expect that Chen Hao's next words would completely confuse Anir. "I know how powerful the legendary shield is." Chen Hao nodded seriously and said, "I want to know how to separate these beasts and kill them all one by one." As the owner of a legendary cabin, how could Chen Hao not know how powerful the legendary shield is? So at this time, there was no need for Anir to explain anything, as Chen Hao also knew how powerful the legendary shield was. So Chen Hao was not worried at all that these ferocious beasts could break through the defenses of the legendary cabin. Unless these ferocious beasts have treasures above the legendary level in their hands. If they had it, they would have taken it out long ago and would not have wasted time here. "What did you say?" Anir looked at Chen Hao, shocked and puzzled. "You said you wanted to destroy these beasts?" Anir stared at Chen Hao with deep disbelief in her eyes. She never imagined that Chen Hao was so bold. This is completely different from what she had guessed in her mind. What on earth is going on in Chen Hao's head? Just stay in the cabin and there will be no problem under the protection of the legendary shield. However, this guy Chen Hao actually wanted to slaughter so many ferocious beasts without knowing the consequences of his own life. He can't be really mentally ill, right? Anir stared at Chen Hao with suspicion in her eyes. At this time, she really suspected that Chen Hao had a problem with his brain. If he didn't have a problem with his brain, why would he have such thoughts? However, at this moment, Chen Hao did not answer Annie's question at all, nor did he care about Annie's thoughts. Facing the look in Anir's eyes, he just said expressionlessly, "Don't worry about it. Just tell me if there is any way to kill these beasts." Killing these ferocious beasts is what Chen Hao is thinking now. Apart from this idea, he has no other thoughts. "Of course there is," Anir said sarcastically. "Just turn on the legendary shield. You are so powerful, you will definitely be able to destroy all these ferocious beasts. Come on." As Anir spoke, she cheered for Chen Hao. Chen Hao listened to Anir's words and felt that something was wrong with her. After a brief silence, he asked tentatively, "Are you mentally ill?" "You are the one who is mentally ill," Anir retorted subconsciously. "Her mind is normal, there is nothing wrong with her." Chen Hao actually dared to say that her brain was abnormal. She was really angry. Anir was extremely angry. If she had no attacking ability and no physical entity, she really wanted to bite Chen Hao to death. This guy is so disgusting and infuriating. He dares to say anything. It's really too much. Anir was really angry in her heart. She stared at Chen Hao with her beautiful eyes as if she wanted to kill Chen Hao. If looks could kill, Chen Hao would have died countless times already. However, looks can't kill, so Chen Hao was naturally fine at this time. "Since there's nothing wrong with your brain, how can you ask such a weird question? If I could just open the legend shield and let all the beasts in, why would I waste my time with you? I simply activated the legendary shield and killed all the beasts. These are all good materials for blood sacrifice." After Chen Hao muttered softly, he looked at Anir again, and his voice also reached Anir's ears. "Oh, nothing at all." The sound was very small, not very loud. But Anil heard it clearly, and she was so angry that her face changed and her spirit became a little unstable. Her eyes were fixed on Chen Hao, and she really wanted to kill him with her eyes. After thinking for a moment, she came up with a good idea and retorted to Chen Hao, "You are the one with a mental disorder. Don't you have dragon bones?" "What do you mean?" Chen Hao asked puzzledly. There is indeed a dragon bone on his body. But Chen Hao really didn't understand what the function of this dragon bone was. At least he doesn't know what role the dragon bone can play now. "Besides, you don't even know this, and you still have the nerve to say that someone's mentally ill? I think you are the one with a mental disorder." Having finally caught the opportunity to taunt back, Anir naturally would not let it go. She taunted Chen Hao back without any hesitation. When Chen Hao heard this, he acted as if he hadn't heard it and ignored Anir at all. This feeling made Anir very unhappy. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chen Hao, wanting Chen Hao to take the initiative to ask her. But after realizing that she was just overthinking it, Anir could only helplessly say, "Take out the dragon bone, and you'll know what's going on." Chapter 190, Shocked Anir. Chen Hao, who was selectively deaf, took out the dragon bone without hesitation after hearing Anir's words. Seeing Chen Hao's expression, Annie became even angrier. This guy is really going too far. That's too much. Annie was so angry that her teeth were itching. She really wanted to grab Chen Hao and bite him hard. If it really doesn't work, you can just stab Chen Hao a few times. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. Since she was only in spirit form, she had no way to deal with Chen Hao at all. "I'm not angry. I'm not angry. There's something wrong with this guy's brain. He's a fool. How can I, a noble princess, get angry with a fool?" Ania looked at Chen Hao and kept comforting herself in her heart. Because she knew very well that Chen Hao didn't care at all. No matter how angry she was, Chen Hao would just ignore her. Staying angry would only make you uncomfortable, but Chen Hao was fine. So no matter what, you must never get angry. Chen Hao didn't know what Annie was thinking, nor did he care what she thought. All his attention now was on the dragon bone. The moment the dragon bone was taken out, a mighty dragon power suddenly pressed towards the outside of the cabin. Even the legendary shield could not stop the dragon's might. A trace of overwhelming pressure suppressed all the ferocious beasts. In just a moment, all the wild beasts, including all the ordinary ferocious beasts, were crawling on the ground. Faced with the dragon might emanating from the dragon bones, they simply couldn't muster the slightest desire to resist. This powerful pressure directly presses down on the soul, and it is a suppression from the depths of the soul. No ferocious beast can ignore such pressure. Even rare beasts cannot withstand such pressure. The two ferocious beasts, except the nether tiger, struggled for a few times, realizing that they were no match for this pressure, and now all surrendered to the ground. The ferocious beasts all crawled on the ground, not daring to think of resisting at all. "It really works!" Seeing this, Chen Hao's face lit up with joy. "This thing really works. It's just a ferocious beast, it can be easily captured. Except for the nether tiger, all other ferocious beasts were captured and dared not move at all. Chen Hao took the earth dragon bone and came to the front of the ferocious beasts, looking at them quietly. The ferocious beasts also saw Chen Hao. Looking at the human in front of them, they were also extremely angry. They really wanted to take action and tear the humans in front of them into pieces. A mere human being dares to act so arrogantly in front of them. If you want to be rampant, you will have to pay the price. They want Chen Hao to pay with blood. However, Chen Hao just looked at them quietly, without any change in his expression. Because under the pressure of the earth dragon bones, these ferocious beasts dared not even move, so they dared not get up no matter what. It is simply impossible to kill him. Open the legendary shield. After finding a way to check and balance these ferocious beasts, what Chen Hao has to do now is naturally to destroy these ferocious beasts. The master is detected to be too dangerous. Activating the legendary shield will put the master at risk of death. Master, please do not activate the legendary shield. When Chen Hao asked to open the legendary shield, the sound of the cabin suddenly rang in his ears. The voice is very gentle and especially pleasant to hear. Just by hearing her voice, before even seeing her, I knew that she was definitely a peerless beauty. It's a pity that Chen Hao only wants to kill these ferocious beasts now, and has no other thoughts in his mind. So regardless of what Sayama said, Chen Hao, who had already made up his mind, said directly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just do as I ask. If I tell you to open the shield, just open it." Legendary shield is opening. Under Chen Hao's strong command, the legendary cabin had no choice but to open the legendary shield according to Chen Hao's order. After all, she was just a prop, just a shelter for Chen Hao, but Chen Hao was the owner of the cabin, and she had to obey Chen Hao's orders unconditionally. "You're crazy," Anil said in shock. Although earth dragon bones are useful, they may not be able to completely suppress all ferocious beasts. No matter how powerful the earth dragon bones are, they can never defeat the legendary shield. With the protection of the legendary shield, Chen Hao will definitely not be in any danger. But once the legendary shield is opened, Chen Hao's life will be in danger. At the beginning, she was just joking with Chen Hao, but she didn't expect Chen Hao to be so brave that he even opened the legendary shield. This was really beyond Anir's cognition. At this moment, she really wanted to know what Chen Hao was thinking. His courage was too damn outrageous. But at this moment, no one could answer Anir, because the moment the legendary shield was opened, Chen Hao had already launched a strong attack and fought with the ferocious beast. All the ferocious beasts, including the rare ones, were affected by the earth dragon bones and were lying on the ground trembling. However, the nether tiger was an exception. Although it was also affected by the earth dragon bone, it relied on its own great perseverance to withstand the pressure of the earth dragon bone and launched an attack on Chen Hao. The nether tiger dad took the lead, followed by the nether tiger mom. The two ferocious beasts attacked Chen Hao together, and their terrifying claws seemed to tear everything to pieces. Oh! Looking at the two ferocious beasts that attacked, Chen Hao's eyes were full of disdain. The skill of flowing smoothly is activated, and the secret method of the word, jie, is also activated at the same time. In just a moment, Chen Hao's strength increased countless times. His strength has been greatly improved. He did not fight against the nether tiger, nor did he fight it alone. Instead, he bypassed the nether tiger and rushed directly towards other rare beasts. His idea now is very simple, that is to get rid of other ferocious beasts except the nether tiger first, and then come back to kill the nether tiger. Because only in this way can you have a higher chance of winning. Who knows whether the ground dragon bones will lose their function. Once the ground dragon bones lose their function, you will be the one in trouble. Roar! When the rare and ferocious giant python saw Chen Hao rushing towards it, a feeling of death enveloped its heart. The strong desire to survive allowed it to break through the pressure of the earth dragon bone, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Chen Hao. Careful! When Anir saw this, her expression suddenly changed. She spoke quickly, trying to remind Chen Hao. It's a pity that everything is too late, it's simply too late. All they could do was watch as Chen Hao rushed towards the ferocious giant python. Chapter 191, Escape and Become Stronger. Chen Hao's attack speed was too fast, so fast that people couldn't react at all. Although Chen Hao had the ability to move like flowing water and could increase his speed several times, he never expected that the giant python could still move at this moment, so he did not react at all. It was precisely because he didn't think about it in this way that Chen Hao didn't expect the giant python to move suddenly. Even if he reacted, inertia still carried him in and rushed forward. Chen Hao, who couldn't stop the car at all, crashed into the giant python and fell into its mouth. The sharp fangs also bit Chen Hao fiercely. The fangs were 1/2 meter long. If they bit Chen Hao, they would pierce his body in minutes. Annie looked at Chen Hao, and looked at the fangs that were about to bite Chen Hao. Annie's face became extremely ugly. She subconsciously wanted to take action and rescue Chen Hao. But she was too far away from Chen Hao, and there was a certain distance between them, so she could not help Chen Hao at all. Furthermore, she herself was in a spirit state and could not touch other living beings at all. So no matter how much she wanted to help Chen Hao, she couldn't help Yi Fan at all. At this moment, she could only watch as Chen Hao was swallowed by the giant python, and the sharp fangs were about to bite Chen Hao through. When the nether tiger saw that Chen Hao was about to die, it couldn't help but raise its head and roar, as if it had started celebrating in advance. Want to kill me? You're not worthy! The secret method of all words! Chen Hao's voice came from the giant python's mouth. The sound was so loud that it shook the 9 heavens. The sound was like the sound of the 9 heavens, shaking the eardrums of all the ferocious beasts present. There was also an invisible sound wave that impacted all the creatures present. Anir felt an invisible sound wave in front of her eyes, blocking her way forward. Not only was he unable to move forward, he was even pushed back countless times by a powerful force. He retreated more than 10 steps before he came to a sudden stop. When she steadied herself and looked forward, she saw Chen Hao grabbing the giant python's fangs with both hands. No matter how the giant python struggled, the fangs could not move forward at all. The fangs couldn't touch Chen Hao at all and were still a certain distance away from him. He blocked the attack of a rare-level ferocious beast. How is this possible? Anir looked at Chen Hao and saw that Chen Hao actually blocked the attack of the rare-level ferocious beast, and the fangs of the rare-level ferocious beast, the giant python, could not touch Chen Hao at all. This really shocked Anir. When did Chen Hao's power become so strong? Without waiting for him to react, Chen Hao suddenly exerted force and powerful power burst out from his hands. He grabbed the giant python's fangs and twisted them hard, breaking them in half with such powerful force. A clear voice rang in her ears. The giant python lost its fangs, made a sound of pain, and rolled on the ground. That powerful force seemed to smash everything to pieces. Many wild beasts around were beaten into meat paste by the mad giant's tail. Even the ferocious beast was slapped away by the giant python and fell heavily to the ground, not knowing whether it was dead or alive. Seeing that Chen Hao was able to escape from the giant python's mouth, the nether tiger's eyes were filled with confusion. It never imagined that Chen Hao's strength would be so terrifying that he could escape from such a giant python. What's going on? How did he escape? The nether tiger's mind was confused, with big question marks in its head, and it had no idea what was going on. Although its overall strength is much stronger than that of the nether tiger, once it is bitten by the nether tiger, it will definitely die. No matter how strong it has no ability to resist when it is bitten. And the giant python's fangs contain a very strong toxin. It clearly saw that Chen Hao had been bitten by the giant python, so why is he not hurt at all now? What on earth happened in this? The nether tiger felt his head was confused, and he had no idea what was going on. Why is Chen Hao, who has been bitten by the giant python, not hurt at all at this time? Could it be that this guy is really an iron wall? Roar! While Nether Tiger Dad was still confused, Nether Tiger Mom had already attacked Chen Hao again. At this moment, he didn't have so many thoughts. He only wanted to kill Chen Hao and avenge his dead son. Now that Chen Hao did not die at the hands of the giant python, it gave the python a chance to avenge its dead son. The confused Nether Tiger Dad saw that his wife was already on top of him, so he no longer hesitated and continued to rush towards Chen Hao. No matter what, Chen Hao must pay the price today. As another tiger, it is a king-level existence at this stage. Chen Hao dared to kill their son in front of them, which was a provocation to them. If they don't kill Chen Hao, how will they survive in this area in the future? So no matter what, Chen Hao must pay the price in blood today. No matter what, Chen Hao must be killed. My power! Chen Hao looked at the two fangs in his hands, his eyes full of doubt. He frowned slightly and said, "Why do they feel much stronger?" In the past, even with the help of the secret method of Jie, he could still pry open the giant python's mouth. But it was just stretched out, and only barely enough. It was impossible to break the giant python's fangs directly like it did now. The development of all this has exceeded Chen Hao's understanding. Although Chen Hao was very curious and wanted to know what had happened, now was not the time to think about these things. Because right now, the two nether tigers were charging towards him, and the fighting power of these two tigers was not something the giant python could contend with. Chen Hao quickly collected the giant python's fangs. Anything from the rare beast was a great treasure, and keeping it would definitely be of great use. Come and fight! Feeling that his strength had increased, Chen Hao quickly came to the giant python, grabbed its tail and smashed it hard towards the two nether tigers. Chen Hao is very fast, his movements are extremely swift, and his strength is terrifying. The nether tiger mom, who was rushing in the front, had no idea that Chen Hao would do this. Looking at the giant python's body rapidly growing bigger in front of her eyes, she subconsciously wanted to dodge, but she couldn't avoid it at all and could only withstand the giant python's attack. Chapter 192, Mutation. Bang! 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 Chen Hao grabbed the giant python and used its body to smash the nether tiger hard. Chen Hao was very fast and had extraordinary strength. The nether tiger had no time to react and was hit by several giant pythons from Chen Hao. At that moment, the nether tiger felt that its limbs were about to break, and it was smashed to the ground. The giant python itself weighs several hundred pounds, and with Chen Hao's whipping, the force is almost as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Such force, hitting the body so hard, even the nether tiger would feel it could not withstand it. However, it wanted to resist, but it was unable to resist at all. As soon as it stood up, the giant python hit it hard on the body, knocking it back to the ground. Roar! The nether tiger mother was extremely angry. She kept roaring and trying to get up from the ground. However, Chen Hao didn't give it any chance at all. As soon as it stood up, the giant python in Chen Hao's hand would hit it without hesitation. The nether tiger mom felt extremely aggrieved and wanted to resist, but she was simply unable to do so. The nether tiger dad also roared and rushed towards Chen Hao, wanting to rescue the nether tiger mom from Chen Hao's hands. However, just as it rushed in front of Chen Hao and was still several meters away from Chen Hao, it saw a huge python rushing towards it directly. Nether tiger dad's face changed and he subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was unable to dodge at all and could only be whipped away by Chen Hao with the giant python in his hand. The enormous force whipped the giant python away, and it flew more than 10 meters before crashing into a tree and stopping. Taking advantage of the support from the nether tiger dad, the nether tiger mom also broke free from Chen Hao's control, got up from the ground, and ran quickly towards the distance. The two nether tigers gathered together again, and their two pairs of tiger eyes looked at Chen Hao vigilantly, not daring to act rashly. They felt that Chen Hao's strength seemed to have increased a lot, and they could not be Chen Hao's opponent if they fought alone. And at this time, even if they attacked separately, they might not be Chen Hao's opponent. So at this time, we must unite and work together to deal with Chen Hao. The two tigers looked at each other, as if discussing something, and then rushed towards Chen Hao together. This time, their speeds were all kept together and all the movements were identical. No matter how strong Chen Hao's ability is, he can only block one nether tiger, and it is impossible to block two nether tigers. Although Chen Hao's comprehensive abilities are very strong, his physical strength is very weak. As long as their attacks can fall on Chen Hao, they will definitely beat Chen Hao into a pulp in an instant. When facing Chen Hao, they can make many mistakes because of their strong bodies, but Chen Hao's body is very weak and cannot be compared with them at all. Therefore, in front of Chen Hao, they were absolutely sure. But Chen Hao didn't have that many opportunities facing them. If Chen Hao encounters even the slightest accident, he will surely die. This is the best way they can deal with Chen Hao at the moment. They have discovered Chen Hao's weakness. Annie's face changed when she saw this. She looked towards Chen Hao's position and subconsciously wanted to warn him. But after thinking about it, Anir gave up the idea. Chenhao is so strong, maybe we can take advantage of this opportunity to see how his reaction ability is. Are these two tigers so intelligent? Looking at the nether tigers in front of him, Chenhao's face changed when he saw that they were cooperating with each other and attacking him together. This is fucking disgusting. If the two tigers attack separately, Chenhao will not be afraid at all. He can handle no matter how many come. But if they attack together, Chenhao really couldn't hold on. Damn it, let's fight! Chenhao gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death. Mobilizing all his strength, he swung the giant python and smashed it towards the nether tiger. No matter which one it is, I must kill one first. If two of them attack me at the same time, I won't be able to withstand it. It is precisely because of this idea that Chenhao has decided to fight to the death. Now, only by fighting to the death can we have a chance to survive. If he didn't kill the nether tiger, he might die at its hands. At this hour of night, they brought so many ferocious beasts here to seek revenge. It's easy to imagine that the nether tiger has intelligence and wisdom, and is also vindictive. In order to ensure my future safety, I must find a way to kill the nether tiger. Now with the blood demon lurking behind him, Chenhao feels like he can't bear it anymore, so at this time, he really doesn't want Yuming to be lurking behind him. If the nether tiger had a bit of brains and cooperated with the blood demon. Chenhao thought about it in his heart, and became more determined. No matter what, we must not let these two nether tigers leave alive. Depend on! I forgot that this giant python is alive. Chenhao grabbed the giant python and was about to attack the nether tiger. At this time, the giant python seemed to have come to its senses and roared at Chenhao. The huge snake body instantly wrapped around Chenhao. The powerful force tightly wrapped around Chenhao. No matter how Chenhao struggled, he could not break free from the giant python's control. Damn it! I was careless! Chenhao's face changed drastically and he struggled quickly, trying to break free from the giant python's control. But no matter how Chenhao struggled, he could not break free from the giant python's control. Why? That's really brainless. Annie watched Chenhao being entangled by the giant python. Not only did she not save Chenhao, but she also despised Chenhao for being brainless. This giant python is alive. If you are not careful, it will backfire on you. I didn't expect Chenhao didn't even understand such a simple truth. I want to see how you escape this time. Annie looked at Chenhao, not thinking about how to save Chenhao, but just wondering in her heart when Chenhao could escape. Maybe Chenhao is doomed to die this time. Although Anir didn't want Chenhao to die, she was also worried that Chenhao would die suddenly. Once Chenhao died, she might return to the holy object again. She didn't want to see Chenhao die, but she couldn't help Chenhao at all. And she couldn't think of what method to use to rescue Chenhao. I can't think of any way to get Chenhao out of the giant python's control. Even with Chenhao's strength, he couldn't break free from the giant python's control. Anir had no idea what to do, so now she could only rely on Chenhao to find a solution on his own. Chapter 193, Killing the Giant Python. Escape! Chenhao looked at the two nether tigers rushing towards him. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the giant python's control, but the giant python wrapped itself around him very tightly, and its mouth bared its fangs at Chenhao. It wanted to go towards Chenhao, but when the snake head got close to Chenhao, it didn't dare to move forward at all. Earlier, it bit Chenhao, but not only did it not hurt Chenhao, but Chenhao pulled out two of its fangs. Having lost its fangs, its combat effectiveness has greatly decreased. That is its symbol as a ferocious beast. Once it loses its fangs, its combat effectiveness will drop significantly. Without its fangs, it could not possibly be a match for other rare beasts. If a slightly stronger beast came, it might not even be a match. It is conceivable how many functions this fang has for it. The giant python glared at Chenhao, wanting to bite him, but it didn't dare to do so. Chenhao glared at the giant python fiercely, then turned around and ran away without hesitation. Entangled by the giant python, he basically lost all his resistance, and was unable to compete with the nether tiger. If the nether tiger's claws land on me, I won't even know how I died. Chenhao didn't want this to happen to him, so at this time, he absolutely couldn't confront the nether tiger head-on. Roar! The nether tiger looked at Chen Hao, who was fleeing from the battlefield with the giant python, and the whole tiger was stunned. Does this guy still have any consciousness as a warrior? If you can't win, just run away. How shameless! But the other party is a human being, not a ferocious beast at all. The principles that ferocious beasts believe in simply do not work for Chen Hao. Chen Hao ran into the darkness and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The nether tiger and other ferocious beasts also chased after Chen Hao. They were very fast and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Enya looked at the vanishing Chen Hao, and the ferocious beasts behind him that were also gone. She couldn't help but worry about Chen Hao's situation and wanted to go over to support him. Before she could react, she saw a figure running towards her quickly. There are countless red lights on its body. As the figure got closer, Enya immediately saw Chen Hao, and behind Chen Hao were dozens of ferocious beasts. They chased Chen Hao madly, wanting to tear him into pieces. Open the protective shield! Chen Hao rushed into the range of the protective shield and opened it without any hesitation. In an instant, legendary power spread around the cabin. A translucent light instantly enveloped the entire cabin. Bang! 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 The ferocious beasts chasing Chen Hao had no idea that a legendary barrier would suddenly appear before their eyes. They were unable to react at all and directly crashed into the legendary barrier, making a loud noise. A bunch of fools! Looking at the ferocious beasts crashing into the protective shield, Chen Hao couldn't help but curse in his heart. These bastards were chasing him so ferociously. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been torn into countless pieces by now. Enya looked at Chen Hao, then glanced at the ferocious beast outside crashing into the legendary barrier, her eyes filled with deep helplessness. This guy Chen Hao is so damn lucky. I can actually escape like this. At this moment, Enya really doubted whether Chen Hao had any relationship with the goddess of luck. If it has nothing to do with the goddess of luck, how could I have such good luck again and again? Helpless Enya stared at the laughing Chen Hao and the giant python on Chen Hao's body and asked, "You don't want to find a way to get rid of the giant python on your body?" Even though he was still being controlled by the giant python, he still dared to laugh so wantonly and didn't try to find a way to get rid of the giant python on his body. It's just a stupid snake. Isn't it easy to deal with it? Chen Hao looked at Enya and answered nonchalantly. Chen Hao didn't care at all about the giant python on his body. Does it have any other functions besides wrapping itself? The giant python, which no longer has fangs, is of no use at all. Chen Hao looked at the giant python and said expressionlessly, "I'll give you a chance. Let me go now, and I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise..." The giant python seemed to not accept the threat. After hearing what Chen Hao said, the red light in its eyes suddenly became more intense. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Chen Hao. Damn it! Seeing this, Chen Hao's face changed. Although the giant python's fangs have been pulled out by himself, who knows what other tricks this giant python has. No matter what, this is also a rare ferocious beast, and it has its own methods. Chirp! Just as the giant python was about to bite Chen Hao and swallow him into its stomach, an eagle's cry was heard. Suddenly, a black figure flew out of the cabin and flew directly towards the giant python. Black Feather! The moment he saw the black figure, Chen Hao instantly recognized the other party's identity. This is Hei Ling, its battle pet. Hei Ling flew very fast and appeared in front of the giant python. His sharp claws grabbed the python's eyes directly. The giant python had no idea that a rare ferocious beast would attack it. At this moment, it did not resist at all and was directly grabbed by the black feather in the eyes, and red blood immediately flowed out. The giant python roared in pain, and the power that was wrapped around Chen Hao's body was suddenly weakened a lot. Hei Ling, well done! Chen Hao took advantage of this opportunity, suddenly pulled out his hands, and two sharp fangs suddenly appeared in his hands. Without any hesitation, he smashed directly towards the giant python's head. Supported by the enormous force, the fangs pierced directly through the python's head and were firmly fixed on its head. The giant python's eyes were scratched and its head was pierced, which made it extremely angry. It roared and attacked Chen Hao, lashing out with its huge tail. Even if it dies today, it will make Chen Hao pay the price in blood. It fought to the death, determined to die together with Chen Hao. Idiot! There was disdain in Chen Hao's eyes, and he held the fangs tightly with both hands. No matter how the giant python struggled, Chen Hao did not let go. The ferocious beasts outside could only watch as the giant python died tragically at the hands of Chen Hao. But they were isolated outside and could not help the giant python at all. However, in just over 10 minutes, a rare giant python died at the hands of Chen Hao. The huge snake body lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 194, Provocation. Call. After killing the giant python, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the ground and breathed in the fresh air in big gulps. As for the ferocious beasts in front of him that kept attacking the protective shield, Chen Hao seemed to have not seen them at all. Chen Hao didn't react at all, even though they attacked and roared wantonly. Enya looked at Chen Hao's tired appearance and said softly to him, "How about we call it a day today? Go back to your room and rest first." In Enya's opinion, these ferocious beasts could not break through the legendary shield at all, so there was no need for Chen Hao to waste time here. He could go back to the cabin to rest and then deal with these ferocious beasts after he had rested. Just as Enya thought, Chen Hao did have such an idea. After all, he had already consumed so much physical strength, and he had been entangled by the giant python for so long, and he was even more embarrassed to escape with the heavy load. At this time, he had really consumed a lot of physical strength and was really unable to bear it. But after thinking about it, Chen Hao directly rejected Annie's kindness. "No. The nether tiger has this kind of brain. I must find a way to kill it. If I don't kill it, I won't be able to sleep." With the protection of the cabin, there will be no danger to his life. After all, the cabin is a legendary existence no matter what, and it has a legendary shield. It is equivalent to saying, how can a mere rare-level nether tiger defeat two legendary beings? So he didn't need to worry at all that the nether tiger could break into his cabin. There is no need to worry about hurting yourself inside the cabin. But what if I leave the cabin? I have to go out to find resources and deal with the blood demon, so how can I stay in the cabin all the time? If I stay in the cabin forever, the only thing waiting for me is death. Chronic death is not the result Chen Hao wants at all. So he must take the initiative to attack and kill the nether tiger. Otherwise, what if this dog hides in the corner and suddenly attacks him? No matter how fast your reaction is, you can dodge it the first time, but you can't dodge it the second time. So at this time, there is absolutely no room for cowardice. The nether tiger must be killed. Chen Hao looked outside the protective shield and saw the nether tiger that kept attacking the shield, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. No matter what, he would never let the nether tiger go. After hearing what Chen Hao said, Annie wanted to persuade Chen Hao. He was very tired now, and if he forced himself to fight, it would be very dangerous. But after thinking for a moment, Enya did not speak to stop Chen Hao. Now that these ferocious beasts have gathered here, they can be used as sacrifices to summon the phantom of the Earth Dragon. What's more, Nether Tiger and Chen Hao have a deep blood feud because Chen Hao killed Nether Tiger's son. So now, it is simply impossible to ask Chen Hao to give up killing the Nether Tiger. Whether it was because of the sacrifice or because of the hidden threat from the Nether Tiger, Chen Hao would never give up on killing the Nether Tiger at this time. Enya looked at Chen Hao, her eyes fixed on him. After a brief silence, she said softly, "Then do your best." At this moment, Enya had no other thoughts in her mind and could only cheer Chen Hao on. Chen Hao nodded slightly, then sat on the ground, looking at the Nether Tiger expressionlessly. He got up and went back into the house, picked up a bowl of meat and started eating. And they don't eat inside the house, but outside. The aroma of the meat spread into the darkness, instantly making countless ferocious beasts even more violent. The Nether Tigers, whose eyes were already bloodshot, couldn't help but be stunned when they smelled the aroma of meat. There was a look of deep disbelief in his eyes. Afterwards, the aura on his body became more violent, and he beat the protective shield even more desperately. They seemed to have smelled that the meat in Chen Hao's bowl was from their son. Chen Hao, that bitch, ate their son in front of them. If they catch Chen Hao, they will definitely tear him into pieces. The angry Nether Tiger bit the protective shield madly, trying to tear Chen Hao inside the shield into pieces. However, all of this was just thoughts in the nether tiger's mind and could not change the reality at all. Chen Hao was still sitting comfortably on the ground, enjoying the delicious tiger meat. While provoking the nether tiger, he was also recovering his own strength. When his physical strength is almost recovered, that is when the nether tiger dies. Boss Chen Hao, are you there? While Chen Hao was sitting there stewing meat and recovering his strength, he suddenly received several messages. Chen Hao opened it and took a look, and found that both Chen Xin and Yi Xinxin had sent messages to him. In Chen Hao's heart, Yi Xinxin is more important than Chen Xin. After all, Yi Xinxin is a beauty. So naturally you should be the first to click on the other person's message and reply to it. Yi Xinxin's message was very simple, just a few simple words. How was your day? Looking at these 4 simple words, Chen Hao smiled and said, Not really, it caused a lot of trouble. Yi Xinxin's message was sent 2 hours ago. At that time, the nether tiger had already come to cause trouble, so Chen Hao didn't pay too much attention to it. If Chen Xin hadn't suddenly sent a message, Chen Hao wouldn't have opened the chat channel to take a look. Yi Xinxin in the cabin has been sitting on the wooden bed, looking at the burning stove. Because of the last attack by the ferocious beasts, she no longer dares to open the window. In the whole house, this stove is the only thing that is of some ornamental value. She waited aimlessly, opening the Tianhe chat page from time to time to see if Chen Hao had replied to her message. But no matter how he opened it, Chen Hao still didn't receive any reply, as if he had never seen it at all. Is he annoying me? For some reason, this thought suddenly popped up in Yi Xinxin's mind. If Chen Hao didn't bother me, why didn't he reply to my message? It was late at night and I couldn't go out to look for resources, so there was no way Chen Hao wouldn't reply to my message. Could it be that he encountered some danger? Yi Xinxin thought about it again, and worry arose in her heart. Night is the most dangerous time. Although she is not in any danger, it does not mean that Chen Hao is not in any danger. Maybe at this time, Chen Hao was really in danger. Chapter 195, The Blood Demon Appears. What kind of danger will Chen Hao encounter? He's so strong, what danger could he encounter? Could it be because of the blood demon? Don't do that. Yi Xinxin kept wondering in her mind what kind of danger Chen Hao would encounter. In the dark world, no wild animals can threaten Chen Hao's safety. Even many ferocious beasts could not threaten Chen Hao's safety. After all, Chen Hao had killed the ferocious beast, the Bear King. Even a ferocious beast of the Bear King's level cannot threaten Chen Hao's life. So what other ferocious beast can threaten Chen Hao? Now, apart from the blood demon that Chen Hao mentioned, Yi Xinxin really couldn't think of anything else that could threaten Chen Hao. Although she had never seen the blood demon, thinking about what Chen Hao had said, Yi Xinxin felt that the blood demon was very terrifying. The blood demon that even Chen Hao couldn't deal with was naturally extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xinxin couldn't help but pray in her heart that Chen Hao would never encounter that terrifying blood demon. Chen Hao, please reply quickly. I really want to know if you are in danger. In the dark world, the only person Yi Xinxin could talk to was Chen Hao, so at this time, she couldn't help but regard Chen Hao as the backbone of her heart. She was looking forward to it, hoping that Chen Hao would reply to her message, hoping that Chen Hao was not in danger. As long as Chen Hao can reply to the message, he can be sure whether Chen Hao is in danger. It seemed as if God heard Yi Xinxin's expectations, and a good point suddenly appeared on her chat page. That red dot was the message Chen Hao sent back. When Yi Xinxin saw the message, her face lit up with joy and she couldn't help but smile. She quickly opened Chen Hao's message and immediately saw the text sent by Chen Hao. Sorry, I was in battle and didn't notice your message. Yi Xinxin, who was very worried about Chen Hao before, just wanted to receive Chen Hao's message. But when she really received Chen Hao's message, she thought about showing off Chen Hao for a while, and then replying to Chen Hao's message. It's this guy's fault for not replying to my message and making me wait so long. But now, when Yi Xinxin saw the message sent by Chen Hao with her own eyes, her face instantly became very ugly. My heart was in my throat and my eyes were filled with deep worry. Are you okay? Thousands of words suddenly turned into a single sentence. Are you okay? It's okay for now, Chen Hao replied. All right for now? What's the meaning? Yi Xingxin looked at the message with doubt in her eyes. I don't quite understand what Chen Hao's words mean. After a brief silence, Yi Xingxin's face suddenly changed, and a bad idea suddenly appeared in her mind. She took a deep breath, then calmed herself down and asked Chen Hao, You're fine now, are you still in danger? What kind of danger have you encountered that even you can't solve it? Yi Xingxin was extremely shocked. She really couldn't imagine that even though Chen Hao was so powerful, there was still something that Chen Hao couldn't solve. What kind of horrible thing could even Chen Hao not be able to solve? I'm going out to find a way to deal with the blood demon today. Chen Hao spoke softly and told Yi Xingxin everything that happened today. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, and I am still waiting for my strength to recover. The eyes of the ferocious beasts outside all turned blood red, and he was still sitting outside, attracting their hatred. Therefore, these ferocious beasts will not leave in the short term, so there is no need to worry about anything. Just wait until they want to leave, then kill them yourself. Chen Hao stared at the nether tiger, then looked at the younger brothers beside it, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His idea was very simple, which was to eliminate all of the nether tiger's minions first, and then come to deal with the nether tiger. The two nether tigers are already troublesome enough, and if the other nether tiger's minions are asked to attack together, it will become even more difficult. So no matter what, all of nether tiger's minions must be eliminated. Their strength is far inferior to that of the nether tiger, and I can definitely kill them with one blow. After listening to Chen Hao's story, Yi Xingxin immediately understood Chen Hao's current situation. Her mouth opened wide, and she said in disbelief, Oh my God, you are really brave! Yi Xingxin never thought that Chen Hao was so brave that he dared to provoke a group of ferocious beasts. With such courage, he is simply the first person in the dark world. What the hell? What's the difference between that and committing suicide? Unfortunately, Chen Hao was not only fine, but also very safe. After a brief chat with Chen Hao for a while and knowing Chen Hao's intention, Yi Xingxin no longer tried to stop Chen Hao. After all, everything Chen Hao did was to deal with the blood demon. The blood demon was too strong, much stronger than the group of ferocious beasts, and Chen Hao was simply not able to contend with it. Once the blood demon appears, Chen Hao will definitely die. Now that there is a chance to stop the blood demon from reviving prematurely, Chen Hao must do everything he can to stop it. Although the group of ferocious beasts is also very strong, they are now no longer something Chen Hao can contend with. As long as these ferocious beasts are dealt with, the blood demon's premature resurgence can be delayed. Wipe! Why are these guys here? While Chen Hao and Yi Xingxin were chatting and replenishing their energy, they suddenly saw several red figures appear in the dark night. As soon as they appeared, they started slaughtering wild beasts and animals. No matter whether it is an animal or a ferocious beast, it cannot escape the slaughter of these red figures. They come in all shapes and sizes, and their forms are completely different. But without exception, they were all red and smelled of blood. After they slaughter ferocious beasts or wild beasts, they will suck their blood, and their corpses will dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. And those red figures grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood demon? How did they get here? When Anir saw these red figures, she instantly recognized the identity of the blood demon. Her expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Guessing something, she quickly said to Chen Hao, Chen Hao, stop them quickly. We must not let them take this blood back. The energy that can be provided by the blood of so many ferocious beasts is unimaginable. Anir looked at Chen Hao and quickly asked Chen Hao to stop the blood demon. No matter what, we must never let these blood demons go back. Otherwise, all their efforts will be in vain. Chapter 196. The Fierce Nether Tiger. I know it without you telling me. Chen Hao replied with a frown. I'm in trouble here. I'll talk to you later. After Chen Hao replied to Yi Xingxin, he stopped chatting with her. Now that the blood demon appeared and the ferocious beast was killed in front of him, Chen Hao was extremely shocked. These ferocious beasts were all Chen Hao's prey. Now these blood demons actually dared to come out and intercept them, which made Chen Hao extremely unhappy. He, Chen Hao, must find a way to deal with these blood demons. A weapon appeared in Chen Hao's hand, and he subconsciously opened the shield and went out to kill these blood demons. But Chin Hao suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked Anir, "Is there any way to deal with these blood demons? Or are these blood demons poisonous? If you get hurt by them?" Chin Hao was very worried that his life would be in danger after being injured by these blood demons. Or in other words, do these blood demons also carry venom or something? Anir looked at Chin Hao, thought for a moment, and then said, "As long as you don't get touched by the blood demon, you'll be fine. With your speed, the blood demon can't touch you." Chin Hao's speed is very fast, almost at the Emperor level. And these blood demons are just ordinary blood demons, and can only deal with ordinary ferocious beasts. Occasionally, they can deal with attraction level beasts, but they are all blood demons with better talents. Chin Hao's speed is far superior to that of rare beasts, so even if the blood demon can really deal with rare beasts, he will definitely not be able to deal with Chin Hao at all. So at this moment, Chin Hao doesn't need to worry at all. After hearing Annie's answer, Chin Hao felt relieved. As long as the blood demon can't deal with me, why should I be afraid of him? If they can't even touch me, then I'll kill them myself. But what Annie said next made Chin Hao feel a little uncomfortable. However, the blood demon can't touch it, and you can't touch the blood demon either. It should be said, you can't kill the blood demon. Annie looked at Chin Hao and spoke seriously. Chin Hao, who was excited and ready for a fight before, suddenly became a little ugly after hearing what Annie said. He stared at Anir and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Explain to me clearly, why can't I kill the blood demon? I have a legendary weapon." Chin Hao raised his hand and displayed his legendary brass knuckles in front of Anir. He just didn't believe that even though he had a legendary weapon, he couldn't kill an ordinary blood demon. The blood demon is covered in blood. Blood can resurrect him. Even ordinary blood has a strong regenerative ability. Unless you possess the skill of absolute annihilation, it is impossible to destroy a blood demon, even an ordinary one. The best way is to use fire attacks, which is also one of the methods that the blood demon fears the most. Anir spoke again and told Chin Hao how to deal with the blood demon. Just a reminder, don't use your brass knuckles to attack the blood demon. Although you can injure the blood demon, its blood will also fall on you. Now that she has been spending a long time with Chin Hao, Annie doesn't want anything to happen to Chin Hao. So at this moment, before Chin Hao went out, he told Chin Hao everything he knew. Chin Hao was slightly stunned after hearing Anir's words, then nodded gently and said, "Okay, I understand." Whether what Annie said is true or false, it always helps to listen to it. After all, in addition to the legendary brass knuckles, he also has other legendary weapons, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. "Open the legendary shield. The master is detected to be too dangerous. Open!" When Chin Hao was about to open the legendary shield, the sound of the legendary cabin rang out again. Chin Hao, who already knew what was going on, did not give Xiao Mu a chance to finish his words and directly forced Xiao Mu to open the defenses. Due to Chin Hao's order, the cabin could only open the protective cover. The blood demons that were slaughtering the ferocious beasts saw Chin Hao open the protective shield, sensed Chin Hao's human breath, and quickly rushed towards Chin Hao. Although human blood does not contain as much power as the blood of ferocious beasts, it is the favorite of the blood demons. If they can bring back human blood, the noble blood demon will definitely reward them. All the blood demons had this thought in their minds. So at this time, they all let go of the ferocious beasts and pounced towards Chin Hao. After the nether tiger smashed the blood demon in front of it with a slap, it looked at the blood-soaked corpse on the ground with disdain and pounced directly towards Chin Hao. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. Even with so many blood demons, it must kill Chin Hao. Even if I die, I must kill Chin Hao. Chin Hao looked at the blood demon rushing towards him with deep disdain in his eyes. From beginning to end, he never took these ordinary blood demons seriously. All his attention was on the nether tiger. Because at present, the only thing that can threaten Chin Hao is the nether tiger. As for these blood demons, they can't touch him. Likewise, it cannot threaten his life. "I really can't leave you here." Chin Hao looked at the nether tigers and saw them rushing towards him. His eyes were cold. These nether tigers really swear to kill me. Regardless of whether there is danger or not, he must kill himself. With such people around, Chin Hao would never let them go back. Fortunately, With the obstruction and harassment of the blood demon, these nether tigers also consumed a lot of physical strength. There were also some scars on his body left by the blood demon. The nether tiger is very powerful, but the blood demon knows nothing about death. Or in other words, they would not die at all, and would simply ignore the attacks of the nether tiger and hiss on its body. It was precisely because of this reckless fighting style that several blood demons died at the hands of the nether tiger. And on the body of the nether tiger, you can also see wounds with blood flowing out. The combat effectiveness of an injured nether tiger will naturally decrease a lot. As for those ordinary ferocious beasts, they all died at the hands of the blood demon. Even another rare-level ferocious beast was besieged and killed by several blood demons. Now, the only ferocious beasts alive are the nether tiger and his couple. Moreover, they were all covered with wounds, and their combat effectiveness had been greatly reduced. Compared with before, the combat effectiveness is really much worse. Chapter 197, Strong Combat Power. Smooth as water start. The secret method of the word Jia, activate. Chen-Hao used his killing move as soon as he met the enemy, activating his two top skills at the same time. The brass knuckles in Chen-Hao's hand disappeared without a trace at this moment. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. It was black in color and had infinite power. The level of this spear is not very high, but it is incomparable to the legendary brass knuckles. This was a perfect weapon made by Chen-Hao himself, capable of dealing with rare beasts. But even if it is a perfect weapon, it is easy to use it to deal with these blood demons. Chen-Hao waved his spear and swung it forward with force. A blood demon was unable to react and was instantly smashed to pieces by Chen-Hao. The blood was surging on the ground, as if trying to gather together. Chen-Hao ignored it and continued to attack other blood demons. Although the spear cannot kill these blood demons, it can smash them into pieces, and they will not be able to be resurrected in a short period of time. Chen-Hao held a spear in his hand, like Zhao Zilong resurrected, slaughtering the blood demon. There are many blood demons, and their abilities are very strange, but they can't get close to Chen-Hao at all, and all their abilities are useless. The spear in Chen-Hao's hand kept slaughtering the blood demon. In just less than a minute, Chen-Hao smashed all the blood demons to the ground. Looking at the blood demons wriggling on the ground, Chen-Hao said expressionlessly, "Hei Ling, burn them to death." After Hei Ling ate the nether tiger meat, his strength recovered a lot and the injuries on his body also dissipated a lot. At this time, it has basically no problem flying. But you can't participate in the battle yet, but if you prepare some wood, it won't be a big problem to burn these blood demons to death. After hearing Chen-Hao's order, Hei Ling immediately brought some wood and covered the squirming blood demons with it. Hei Ling picked up another piece of wood and threw it on the wood on the ground. The wood instantly caught fire, burning the blood. The scorching flames instantly vaporized the blood demon and completely killed it. "We can still cooperate like this." Looking at Chen-Hao fighting the nether tiger and Hei Ling burning the blood demon, Anir was a little confused. She never imagined that there would be such cooperation between Chen-Hao and Hei Ling. This was completely beyond her understanding. Thousands of years ago, she also had her own battle pet, but they had never cooperated like this. Secondly, the ones fighting were all battle pets, and she basically just gave orders from behind. But when it came to Chen-Hao, the one fighting was not the battle pet, but Chen-Hao himself. This battle pet is just there to assist from behind. He is truly a god, Anir muttered softly, with helplessness in her eyes. She had never thought that she would meet such a divine being alone. This was completely beyond her cognition. Anir shook her head slightly and stopped thinking about it. All her eyes fell on Chen-Hao. Now that the nether tiger is injured, Chen-Hao should be able to kill it. Just as Anir thought, the nether tiger was injured by the blood demon and was always suppressed by Chen-Hao. Although the two nether tigers fought against Chen-Hao together, Chen-Hao was like a god of war, and every attack was aimed at the weakness of the nether tiger. In just a short moment, the nether tiger was injured. There were already scars visible to the naked eye on its body. This is even more terrifying than the scars left on them by the blood demon. You can clearly see the flesh and blood inside. Roar! The nether tiger mom roared and rushed towards Chen-Hao. It jumped high, trying to knock Chen-Hao down. Only in this way will we have a chance to defeat Chen Hao. Die! Chen Hao looked at the nether tiger mom with cold, murderous intent in his eyes. He gripped the spear tightly in one hand and stabbed Tiger Mom fiercely. The enormous force instantly caused the spear to pierce Tiger Mom's abdomen, penetrate her body, and take her life. Tiger Mom was lying on the ground, blood all over the floor. It kept gasping for breath and blood gushed out of its mouth. A pair of tiger eyes looked at Chen Hao, with deep hatred in them. She really hated the human in front of her. They have no grudges against Chen Hao, so why did Chen Hao kill them? Why? The tiger mom had endless doubts in her heart, but no one could explain them to her. She could only wait for death, unwillingly. Chen Hao looked at the look in tiger mom's eyes and felt a little bit reluctant in his heart. But this thought only appeared for a moment, and Chen Hao's thoughts changed immediately. The nether tiger is a ferocious beast, and he is a human being, and the two are inherently hostile to each other. What's more, even if he didn't kill them, they would die at the hands of the blood demon. Once the blood demon is born, he will surely die. So no matter what, they have to die. Who made them so unlucky that they have to live in this dilapidated area? After dealing with Tiger Mom, Chen Hao drew out his spear and looked at Nether Tiger Dad. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. The arrogant Tiger Dad saw that his wife was killed by Chen Hao, and thought that he was already seriously injured. If he continued to fight, he would also die at the hands of Chen Hao. If you lose your wife, you can find another one. Even if you lose your son, you can still find a new wife and have another one. But if I die, there will be nothing left. So at this time, we can no longer continue to fight with Chen Hao. Otherwise, he would really die at the hands of Chen Hao. This thought suddenly emerged in Nether Tiger Dad's mind, and he turned around and ran into the darkness. Chen Hao was stunned when he saw this. He really didn't expect that Nether Tiger Dad was so afraid of death. After knowing that he couldn't win, he ran away without any hesitation. But Chen Hao, can you let it run away like this? That's simply impossible. Black Flame! Chen Hao shouted, jumped out of the Black Flame beast pen, then ran out of the Starwood house and came to Chen Hao. Chen Hao immediately jumped onto his horse, patted He Yan on the back and said, "He Yan, catch up!" Upon hearing this, He Yan rushed out. Black Flame is a legendary beast. Its speed far exceeds that of ordinary beasts. How could a mere rare beast cause any trouble in front of Black Flame? He Yan ran at full speed, and in just a moment, he caught up with the Nether Tiger. Chen Hao also took out the legendary wooden bow in his hand, aimed at the back of the Nether Tiger, and pulled the bowstring without hesitation. Call out! The arrow feathers broke through the air, and a sonic boom sounded. With countless talents working together, Chen Hao easily shot the Nether Tiger and pierced its head directly. The already injured Nether Tiger fell to the ground in an instant and couldn't get up. Chapter 198, Getting Rich. The Nether Tiger had an extremely tenacious vitality. Although its head had been pierced by Chen Hao, it did not die instantly. Instead, it was still breathing. Its eyes were fixed on Chen Hao with a cold look in them. Its eyes were filled with hatred, as if it wanted to see through Chen Hao. That kind of hatred was so terrifying that it made Chen Hao feel cold all over. Don't blame me. It's all your fault for not finding a good place. If you don't die in my hands, you will die in the hands of the blood demon. Chen Hao had a pair of legendary brass knuckles in his hand. He aimed it at the Nether Tiger's neck and punched it hard. The sharp legendary brass knuckles directly pierced through the Nether Tiger's neck, and blood immediately flowed all over Chen Hao's hands. The Nether Tiger wanted to struggle and fight to the death, but all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. He was suppressed by Chen Hao, and couldn't move at all. The Nether Tiger's powerful vitality kept it struggling for 3 minutes before it gradually lost its breath of life. After seeing the Nether Tiger lose its breath, Chen Hao slowly stood up and looked around. Chen Hao, who had been chasing the Nether Tiger, did not notice where he was running to. When he looked up, he saw eyes flashing with green light all around him. At the same time, there was the sound of wild beasts roaring. If an ordinary person heard such a sound, he would definitely be scared to death. But what is Chen Hao? He was the first person in the dark world, and the first person to kill wild wolves. As soon as he surpassed them, he dared to slaughter the wild wolves, and in the following days he even slaughtered the Bear King. How could Shen Hao, who has such a record of battle, be afraid of these beasts in the dark? If they dare to show up, we will kill them in minutes. If you are not afraid of death, just come over here. Shen Hao stood up, and the spear stained with tiger blood suddenly appeared in Shen Hao's hand. A strong smell of blood immediately spread in all directions. The breath of death from the nether tiger deeply frightened all the wild beasts. Even if they were ready to make a move, they did not dare to attack Shen Hao. If they dare to take action, they will be the ones to die. I came out late at night just for a bite to eat, but I don't want to lose my life because of the food. The scent of the nether tiger's blood threatened all the wild beasts, and they all left tactfully. Shen Hao also picked up the corpse of the nether tiger on the ground, then left and returned to the cabin. Annie, who had been anxiously waiting in the cabin, couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw Shen Hao coming back. But Shen Hao's body was covered in blood, and he looked like he had been through a big battle. Annie looked at Shen Hao, observing his appearance, frowned slightly and asked, "Are you injured?" Shen Hao was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell whether it was his blood. So at this time, Annie could only tentatively ask if Shen Hao was injured. Shen Hao, upon hearing Annie's question, shook his head and denied it. "I'm not injured. The blood on here is all from the nether tiger." Not a single drop of blood in Shen Hao's body was his own, all of it was from the nether tiger. He himself was not injured at all. What a joke! Although he has the strength to hunt the nether tiger, his own defense is very weak. If you are touched by the nether tiger, you will definitely die. If all this blood was from his body, it might have become food for the nether tiger by now. That's good. After hearing that it was not Shen Hao's blood, Annie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. Then he continued to ask, "Have you killed the nether tiger?" Shen Hao had been out for such a long time, but when he came back, there was no bad look on his face. Instead, he looked a little happy. He must have killed the nether tiger. Shen Hao, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and said, "Of course. It's just a nether tiger, easy to catch." As Shen Hao spoke, he threw the nether tiger out. When the huge corpse fell to the ground, it made a series of noises, just like a tank landing. The ground beneath my feet trembled at this moment. Annie listened to Shen Hao's words and couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw how arrogant he was. This guy is really arrogant. He actually dares to say that he can easily hunt the nether tiger. He didn't even look at the situation in front of him, where he was being forced into by the nether tiger. If it weren't for this legendary shield, I don't know how many times I would have died at the hands of the nether tiger. At this time, he still dares to brag like this. Although Annie had such thoughts in her mind, she did not say anything at this time, nor did she attack Shen Hao. Although Shen Hao likes to brag, it does not hinder Shen Hao's strength. Being able to kill the nether tiger, one must be a very powerful being indeed. You know, even if many people are one level stronger than the nether tiger, they may not be able to hunt down a nether tiger. Shen Hao, relying on his mortal body and many secret techniques, killed 3 nether tigers. It is conceivable how strong Shen Hao is. If they were at the same level of strength, Shen Hao could indeed easily hunt down the nether tiger. It can even be said that it is a direct kill. Shen Hao looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground, his eyes gleaming with gold as he murmured, "I've made a fortune! I've made a fortune!" There are dozens of ferocious beasts, and countless wild animals. The meat is enough for him to eat for a very long time. Even if there are only a dozen people, it will be enough to eat for 10 years. Each nether tiger weighs several hundred kilograms, about 700 kilograms. The giant python also weighs more than 400 kilograms. The other ferocious beasts weighed at least 200 kilograms, and even the giant wild boar weighed almost 800 kilograms. There are dozens of ferocious beasts, and there are so many wild beasts, the weight of which is measured in tons. There are so many tons of it that even if a person eats until he dies, he may not be able to finish it. Don't even think about it. These are all for sacrifice. Annie looked at Shen Hao, and seeing Shen Hao's eyes that were as greedy as a landlord, she immediately reminded Shen Hao. The corpses of these ferocious beasts are used as sacrifices to the Earth Dragon, summoning the Earth Dragon's phantom to intimidate the ferocious beasts. Therefore, There is no way these things will fall into Chen Hao's hands. Chen Hao's expression changed when he heard Anir's words. The happy smile on her face before suddenly froze at this moment. He stared at these ferocious beasts with deep reluctance in his eyes. Chapter 199, All Sacrifices. These are all good things, they can keep him eating for a long, long time. When you don't want to eat pork, you can replace it with other animal meats. However, now, all of this is just thoughts in my mind and is not reality at all. Are all these ferocious beasts going to become sacrifices to the Earth Dragon? Chen Hao looked at the ferocious beasts all over the ground. There were dozens of them. These things are priced like the sky in this era. The wild animal meat alone can be sold at a good price. The price of a ferocious beast that can improve one's physical fitness can almost be described as sky high. However, these precious things have now become sacrificial offerings. Chen Hao really couldn't accept the fact that he had lost so many things invisibly. Upon hearing this, Ania looked at Chen Hao and said, "A dragon-level beast is something you can imagine. These offerings may not even be enough. You still have to find a way to get more sacrifices." Ania was speechless. Such a small number of ferocious beasts were not enough for sacrifice, and this guy Chen Hao actually wanted to detain some more. What was he thinking? What's more, with Chen Hao's ability, he doesn't need such a few ferocious beasts. He was fine, but why did he act like a nouveau riche? Still not doing it? Chen Hao was completely stunned when he heard this. He originally thought that this amount of ferocious beast meat was more than enough. It's even possible that there will be a little left for yourself. But after hearing Annie's answer, Chen Hao was completely confused. So many ferocious beasts are still not enough. In an instant, Chen Hao felt even more heartbroken, and he no longer wanted to use this ferocious beast to sacrifice to the Earth Dragon. At worst, I can just leave myself and let that blood demon do whatever he wants. Anir, who has lived for 1,000 years, has long become like an old monster. When he saw Chen Hao's unhappy expression and that he was staring at the ferocious beast, he guessed what Chen Hao was thinking. She looked at Chen Hao expressionlessly, then said, "Actually, you don't have to offer sacrifices." Chen Hao, who was extremely distressed, suddenly had golden light flashing in his eyes after hearing Anir's words. A pair of eyes looked at Anir and quickly said, "Tell me quickly, is there any other way?" Chen Hao stared at Anir, waiting for Anir's answer. If the corpses of these ferocious beasts are not needed, there are other ways. Even if the danger is a little greater, Chen Hao is willing to do it. Ania looked at Chen Hao, who looked like a money-grubbing landlord, and rolled her eyes. Then she said seriously, "The solution is very simple. It's to wait for death. Without the Earth Dragon's deterrent, the ferocious beasts within hundreds of miles will not leave. The blood demon has emerged and his strength has been restored. You will surely die. You decide whether to take these beasts or your own life." Ania looked at Chen Hao with a very calm expression. Anyway, all the results have been given to Chen Hao. What to do next is Chen Hao's own business, and has nothing to do with her. Anyway, she died 1,000 years ago, so it doesn't matter if she dies again now. Thinking there might be some new method, Chen Hao showed a look of joy on his face. But after hearing what Anir said, the expression on Chen Hao's face suddenly became gloomy. "Damn it! Are you kidding me? If you don't take out the ferocious beast, you will die. No matter what, something has to give. It's either a ferocious beast or your own life. Even a fool would know what to do." The moment he knew he would have to pay with his life, Chen Hao didn't hesitate at all and directly sacrificed the ferocious beast in exchange for his own life. Immediately, he spoke directly to Anir and said, "I have decided to use these beasts for sacrifice." Annie couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Chen Hao's answer. She just didn't believe that Chen Hao was unwilling to hand over the ferocious beast. Even if she had to force Chen Hao, she would force Chen Hao to hand over the ferocious beast. "Come with me to the blood demon sealed place tomorrow," Anir said. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded slightly. He placed all these ferocious beasts outside the cabin and protected them inside a protective shield. If you leave it outside, what if an unknown ferocious beast appears and takes away your trophy? So no matter what, we can't let this happen. Chen Hao returned to the cabin and sat by the fire again, enjoying the warmth while drinking the delicious tiger meat soup. "By the way, We should send some to Yi Xinxin. Chen Hao was drinking the delicious tiger soup and immediately thought of Yi Xinxin. She should also want to drink such delicious tiger soup. As soon as Chen Hao opened the Tianhe system, he immediately received a message from Yi Xinxin, which was full of words of concern from Yi Xinxin. Looking at these caring words, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. It was no wonder that he was still thinking about her. She still cared about him so much. Chen Hao presents you with tiger meat soup. Yi Xinxin was sitting in the cabin, waiting for news from Chen Hao. However, at this moment, she suddenly received a reminder from the system that Chen Hao had sent her something. What did Chen Hao give me? Yi Xinxin was stunned. She had never expected that Chen Hao would actually give her something. After a brief silence, she opened the email and took a look, and found that what Chen Hao sent her was actually a pot of tiger meat soup. Yi Xinxin was really happy when she received the gift from Chen Hao. But the next second, she suddenly thought of something and looked towards Xiaobai. Xiaobai is also a tiger. If I accept the tiger meat soup, wouldn't it affect Xiaobai? After thinking for a moment, Yi Xinxin refused. Your good friend Yi Xinxin refused your gift of tiger meat soup. Less than a few seconds after sending it out, Chen Hao immediately received a rejection from Yi Xinxin. When Chen Hao heard this reminder, his eyes were filled with confusion. He stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. After being stunned for a moment, he slowly sent a question mark to Yi Xinxin. Why did you reject me? Almost at the same time, Yi Xinxin also gave a response. Sorry, Xiaobai is a tiger, so I... Yi Xinxin's idea was very simple, she didn't want to affect Xiaobai. After all, they are all tigers, even if their bloodlines are different. But if I eat a tiger, it will cause Xiaobai to misunderstand and I might eat it. Chen Hao was confused at first as to why Yi Xinxin rejected him, but after seeing Yi Xinxin's answer, he immediately understood what was going on. An embarrassed look appeared on his face, and he quickly replied to Yi Xinxin. Sorry, I was abrupt. Chapter 200 New Plan. It's okay, thank you. Yi Xinxin was understanding and quickly thanked Chen Hao. The two chatted for a long time. Chen Hao suddenly thought of Chen Xian and hung up the call with Yi Xinxin. After saying goodnight to each other, Chen Hao found Chen Xian. Chen Xian hadn't gone to bed yet, and after receiving Chen Hao's message, he replied immediately. Chen Hao briefly told Chen Xian what had just happened, and then started the transaction. What was traded to Chen Xian this time was not simply wild beast meat, but the meat of a ferocious beast. However, Chen Hao didn't give much, just 2 pieces, one each for Wang Tian and Chen Xian. Remember to come over tomorrow. Chen Hao told Chen Xian the address of his cabin and asked him to bring Chen Xian over tomorrow. There were too many ferocious beasts, and Chen Hao's backpack alone could not hold them all. So at this time, we can only ask Wang Tian and Chen Xian to come over. After trading with the two for so long, Chen Hao still has more trust in them. What's more, his cabin has a legendary shield, and no one can come in without his order. So even if Chen Xian and Wang Tian had any bad intentions, it would not affect him at all. It is precisely because of this that Chen Hao is not worried at all. Okay, boss Chen Hao. After hearing Chen Hao's proposal, Chen Xian agreed without any hesitation. Although he didn't know what Chen Hao wanted them to do, he agreed without hesitation. He never thought that Chen Hao would harm him. You know, Chen Hao is very powerful and has so many good things. So Chen Hao simply looked down upon these few things on him. In fact, he and Chen Hao are partners, but he works for Chen Hao, so there is no need for Chen Hao to harm them. After hanging up the call with Chen Hao, Chen Xian's eyes fell on Wang Tian and he said to Wang Tian, Boss Chen Hao asked us to go to his place tomorrow. Wang Tian was stunned when he heard this and asked, What do you mean? Wang Tian was a little slow to react to Chen Xian's words and didn't quite understand what was going on. Chen Xian looked at Wang Tian's confused expression and quickly continued to speak to Wang Tian. It's Boss Chen Hao who asked us to go to his cabin tomorrow. He needs our help with something. Didn't Boss Chen Hao say anything? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian shook his head and said, No. Why do you think so much? Boss Chen Hao asked us to go, so we went. Anyway, Boss Chen Hao will definitely not harm us. Chen Xian has 100% confidence in Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian nodded slightly. But the next second, Wang Tian suddenly thought of something and quickly said to Chen Xian, "If I remember correctly, Boss Chen Hao always comes here on horseback, and it doesn't take long. That means that Boss Chen Hao is still quite far away from us. Can we really walk over there?" Wang Tian is very smart, and thought of some problems at once. Chen Hao always rode a horse every time he came here, and he had been here for quite some time. Even if it was only an hour, it was enough for them to walk for a day or even 2 days. The horse that Boss Chen Hao rides is not a simple horse either, and it definitely runs very fast. He had also seen with his own eyes the speed at which Black Flame ran, which was comparable to that of a sports car. It was right in front of him 1 second, and disappeared the next. From this, we can see that Chen Hao is still a long way away from them. If you go there on foot alone, you may not be able to reach your destination. Chen Xian, who believed in Chen Hao very much, never thought about this matter at all. The idea in his mind was very simple, that is, Chen Hao asked them to go, so they should just go. Why think so much? But now, after hearing what Wang Tian said, Chen Xian immediately reacted. Chen Hao's location was indeed very far away from them. Chen Hao didn't feel that way when he was riding a horse, but they were quite far away, and perhaps they really couldn't reach the destination on foot. Chen Xian quickly opened the chat history with Chen Hao, and clicked on the address given by Chen Hao. Looking at the number of more than 60 kilometers on it, Chen Xian felt a little dizzy and almost couldn't recover. Isn't this distance too far? It's over 60 kilometers, it's impossible to walk. Chen Xian looked at Wang Tian and spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know what to do. Not to mention 30 kilometers, even if it was 40 kilometers, he would be willing to go if he could walk it in 1 day. But it is absolutely impossible to walk more than 60 kilometers in 1 day without knowing the way. Going through here is basically no different from seeking death. There was really no way he would do something so suicidal. "Let me ask Boss Chen Hao again," Chen Xian said helplessly. Afterwards, he sent another message to Chen Hao. "Brother Chen Hao, your home is too far away. We really can't get there. It's over 60 kilometers, and it's impossible to walk in a day." If no monsters appeared in the dark and there was no danger, they could give it a try. But there are dangers in the dark, so they can only stay in the cabin. Once they leave the cabin, they will surely die. So it is impossible for humans to stay outside at this late hour. It is impossible for them to sacrifice their lives for Chen Hao's decision. Forget about it. Chen Hao, who was about to take a rest, immediately reacted when he saw the message sent by Chen Xian. Chen Xian was indeed a long distance away from his cabin. Because I usually go there on Black Flame, so it doesn't feel that big of a deal. So I subconsciously felt that the distance between us was not that far. A distance of dozens of kilometers is not too far for me who has black flames. However, for someone like Chen Xian who walks on 2 legs, that is a very long distance. "It's not that we don't want to go, but we simply can't get through," Chen Xian said helplessly. "It's okay," Chen Hao replied. "I'll contact you tomorrow morning." After thinking about it, Chen Hao decided to trade all these ferocious beasts to Wang Tian and Chen Xian, and asked them to help him take them over. If we rely on this method, then Chen Xian and Wang Tian don't need to come here, and the problem can be solved perfectly, and they won't be able to take away so many ferocious beasts directly.